activating the Yi brain storage system at the start, gaining powerful buffs randomly every day it's stored. When Lu Chanha activates the hidden class, Wine Sword Immortal, unique, with a drink, triggering a celestial phenomenon Heaven and Earth Sword River that sends all sword-type players in the province into a frenzy. How will he leverage this unique Golden Finger and Heaven-defying class, transforming from a drunken youth into a legendary sword immortal, slaying stars with drunken abandon and shocking the world with a single strike? Bang! The door was kicked open. Lu Chanha rushed in anxiously, found Lu Chanha lying in a corner, and tried to wake him by patting his face and pinching his philtrum, to no avail. Gritting his teeth, he puckered his lips for artificial respiration. Lu Chanha suddenly opened his eyes to a large face and pursed lips, startled. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Chanha, embarrassed but unfazed, retorted with a pout, "You rascal Chu, yesterday you called me Mommy Lu, and now you don't recognize me after one night?" Lu Chanha's head throbbed as memories flooded in. He was Lu Chanha, an orphan since his parents died 3 years ago, after which he became withdrawn and alcoholic. This was his best friend, Lu Chanha, who had cared for him during his drunken stupors, hence the nickname Mommy Lu. Lu Chanha once fought for him against bullies, lost, then bulked up, threatening anyone who dared bully Lu Chanha with his biceps. Lu Chanha was touched. Lu Chanha was his only family. Lu Chanha broke the awkward silence, asking what Lu Chanha was doing. Lu Chanha explained it was artificial respiration. Lu Chanha, looking disgusted, "You weren't trying to steal my first kiss, were you?" Lu Chanha, feigning shock, "As if it's not my first kiss too." Then he burst out laughing, "Old Chu, you're finally joking with me again." He was genuinely happy for Lu Chanha's change. Lu Chanha asked why he was here. Lu Chanha exclaimed, "Damn, almost forgot. Today is Class Awakening Day." He grabbed Lu Chanha and ran. Lu Chanha, in a vest and shorts, one foot bare, the other with a slipper dangling from his ankle, was dragged away, attracting stares. At Lin City First Middle School sports field, over 1,000 third-year high school students were assembled. A formation glowed on a high platform. Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha arrived when the ceremony was halfway through. This world merged with a game. Third-year students underwent class awakening, unlocking class panels, leveling up through dungeons and monster kills. Their homeroom teacher, Li Yun, a LV 49 berserker despite his scholarly appearance, saw them, frowned at Lu Chanha's disheveled state and smell of alcohol, but told them to queue at the back, reminding them about ID cards for registration. Lu Chanha produced both their IDs, having grabbed Lu Chanha's from his desk. Lu Chanha was grateful for Mommy Lu's thoughtfulness. The awakening proceeded slowly. Lu Chanha hoped for a gun-wielding class like his father, a high-level gunfighter, city guard captain, asking Lu Chanha what he wanted. Lu Chanha said he hadn't thought about it, as it was all luck. Zhou Ming from the front turned and mocked Lu Chanha, suggesting he'd awaken a drunkard class. Lu Chanha glared, but Lu Chanha stopped him as Li Yun was watching. Soon, it was their class's turn. Students registered and awakened one by one. Zhou Ming awakened as a common grade warrior, quite pleased. Half his class got lifestyle classes. He was one of only 3 combat classes. Li Yun told him to step out. Lu Chanha nervously entered the formation. Seconds later, the teacher's eyes lit up. Lu Chanha, rare class, shield armor warrior. Li Yun and the registration teacher were delighted. Rare classes were exceptional, only 3 out of over 700 awakened so far. Zhou Ming looked embarrassed. His common grade was far inferior. Lu Chanha, however, was dissatisfied. Shield armor warrior was more of a tank with low output. Li Yun chuckled at his pickiness. Lu Chanha quickly recovered, thinking he could protect old Chu. It was Lu Chanha's turn. Lu Chanha told him not to be nervous. Lu Chanha entered the formation. Warmth enveloped him. Class awakening successful. You have obtained the class, swordsman. Your attribute panel is now open. Name Lu Chanha class, swordsman level, 1, 0 out of 100. HP, 100 MP, 100 STR, 20 AGI, 10 CON, 10 SPI, 10 INT, 10 P, ATK, 40 M, ATK, 20 P, DEF, 10 M, DEF, 10. Skill, thrust, 150% damage, talent, sword mastery, sword skill damage plus 5%. All newly awakened had the same total of 60 attribute points. Swordsman was physical, so strength was 20. 1 skill and 1 talent indicated a common grade class. Li Yun smiled, not bad, a combat class. With hard work, you could reach LV 50 or 60. Lu Chanha was happy. I'm a shield armor warrior, you're a swordsman. I'll protect you, you deal damage. Lu Chanha wasn't disappointed. A combat class was good enough. Li Yun summarized the results, encouraging the disappointed and cautioning the proud. He informed them that the college entrance exam was in 17 days and they needed to level up. Tomorrow, he would take combat and support classes to the novice dungeon. Lifestyle classes would go with Teacher Lu to improve vocational skills. He also stated non-combat classes could join, but he didn't recommend it due to the risk of death. Lifestyle class awakeners could still fight but lacked combat skills and talents, relying on basic attacks. The gap with combat classes widened over time. Li Yun didn't want any freeloaders in his group. He dismissed the class. He then told Lu Chanha to make sure Chu Chen didn't drink tonight and miss tomorrow. Lu Chanha promised to stay at Chu Chen's and sleep with him to ensure punctuality. After Li Yun left, the class buzzed with excitement. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha finally escaped the enthusiastic classmates. Lu Chanha wanted to buy groceries, as he was staying at Chu Chen's. Chu Chen, still in one slipper, reluctantly agreed. Back home, Chu Chen asked if Lu Chanha had informed his parents about his rare class. Lu Chanha said he'd message them and would go back in the afternoon. He then asked Chu Chen to tie his apron before starting to cook. Chu Chen washed vegetables and then went to clean his room, which reeked of alcohol and was littered with empty bottles. He changed the sheets and opened the window. The meal was a lavish 5 dishes and a soup. Lu Chanha said it was a celebration. Chu Chen suggested drinks, wanting to open a bottle of fine wine his late father had saved for his class awakening. He sighed. His parents were gone. He found a black box in his parents' wardrobe containing a wine jar. In the living room, Lu Chanha was drinking a calcium milk drink. Chu Chen offered him some of the fine wine. Lu Chanha declined, not liking alcohol. Chu Chen carefully opened the jar. A rich aroma filled the air. The wine was yellowish and crystal clear, at least 15 years old. He took a sip. It was mellow, not spicy, with a full-bodied taste and a lingering aftertaste. His father didn't drink. Where did this wine come from? As he was about to take another sip, a voice sounded in his mind. You have consumed a mythical great spirit wine. As your class is swordsman and your level is 1, you meet the hidden class change requirements. Activating new class, wine sword immortal, unique. Current activation progress, 1%. Please increase activation progress to 100% within 5 minutes, or activation will fail. Chu Chen was shaken. This was mythical grade spirit wine? He quickly checked his class panel. After swordsman, it now showed, activating wine sword immortal, progress 1%. Other attributes were gone. He took another sip, progress reached 5%. It was indeed by drinking. With only 4 minutes left, he chugged the wine straight from the jar, stunning Lu Chanha. Lu Chanha, shocked, quickly snatched the wine jar. Old Chu, are you crazy? You'll die drinking like that. Chu Chen earnestly explained, Mommy Lu, quick, give it back. I've triggered the activation condition for a hidden class. Lu Chanha hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and handed back the jar. If you're lying, I'm not making you soup tonight. Chu Chen resumed chugging the wine. Progress, 20%, 30%, 40%. Meanwhile, in the clear skies above Yunzhong province, a vast river suddenly appeared, spanning the entire province. People were astounded. A sword cry pierced the heavens. A single sword appeared in the celestial river, then multiplied to tens of thousands, then billions, flowing like a school of fish towards Lin City as if on a pilgrimage. You have observed the celestial phenomenon Heaven and Earth Sword River and received its blessing. For the next 7 days, all your sword-based attack damage plus 20%, EXP gain plus 10%, skill cooldown minus 10%, drop rate plus 10%, attack/casting speed plus 10%. Millions in Yunzhong province were shocked. This phenomenon covered the entire province. At least a legendary or even mythical class must have been born. The news exploded online. Sword-type players elsewhere were green with envy. At this moment, Chu Chen finished the mythical grade spirit wine. Activation progress 100%. You have successfully activated the new class, Wine Sword Immortal. Class panel updating. Update successful. You have triggered the celestial phenomenon Heaven and Earth Sword River and received its boon. For the next 7 days, all your sword-based attack damage plus 50%, EXP gain plus 50%, skill cooldown minus 50%, drop rate plus 50%, attack speed plus 50%. Chu Chen put down the wine jar, stunned that he had caused a celestial phenomenon. The boon was terrifyingly powerful. He quickly opened his class panel. Name Chu Chen class, Wine Sword Immortal, unique. Level 1, 0 out of 100. HP 100 MP, 100 STR, 20 AGI, 10 CON, 10 SPI, 10 INT, 10 P, ATK 40 M, ATK 20 P, DEF 10 M, DEF 10. Skills, none. Talents, Wine Immortal, Sword Immortal, Fallen Immortal. Chu Chen took a deep breath, somewhat disappointed. Only 3 talents and no skills. By common classification, Wine Sword Immortal was just a rare class. Mythical Spirit Wine, triggering a celestial phenomenon, should have resulted in at least an epic or legendary class. He was puzzled, but then he checked his talent effects and was utterly astounded. Wine Immortal. You are a Wine Immortal who has fallen into the mortal realm. Only spiritual wine can awaken your power. Drinking different. Types of spiritual wine will grant you various skills of this profession, and continuously drinking the same spiritual wine will enhance the proficiency of the corresponding skill. Sword immortal. You are a sword immortal who has fallen into the mortal realm. Only a spiritual sword can awaken your power. You can leave a sword immortal mark on the spiritual sword, with no limit to the number. For each spiritual sword you possess, your attack damage will increase by 1%. Sword immortal mark. A mark unique to the sword immortal. A spiritual sword. Bearing this mark will not occupy your equipment slots and will not provide you with attributes. It can be absorbed into your body, gaining an indestructible trait. Falling into mortality. You are a wine sword immortal. When others wish to probe your information, they must obtain your consent. If you refuse, they will be unable to access your information. If they attempt to probe you 3 times in succession, you will gain all their information. Hiss. Looking at his 3 talents, or rather 4, Lu Chanha couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Strong, too strong. The wine immortal talent made him realize that his way of acquiring skills in the future would be different from others. He only needs to drink wine to gain skills, and different wines can grant different skills. Moreover, he doesn't need to continuously use skills like others to increase proficiency. He still only needs to drink, and drinking the wine corresponding to the awakened skill will increase proficiency. Of course, ordinary industrial wine will have no effect. It must be spiritual wine. How many types of spiritual wine are there on the market? Although Lu Chanha wasn't sure of the exact number, there were definitely thousands, which meant he could acquire thousands of skills. No wonder he had no skills when he first awakened. It was because he wouldn't lack skills in the future. Then there was the sword immortal talent, which made Lu Chanha feel even more terrified. Just having one sword can increase damage by 1%, and there is no upper limit. If he manages to get millions of swords in the future, even if his attack power is just 1 point, with the bonus, it would reach 1,000,000. As for not occupying equipment slots and not providing attributes, Lu Chanha didn't care at all, because he could easily apply the mark to those level 1 novice swords. High-level sword weapons are already rare, but isn't it easy to get level 1 swords? He didn't even need the damage that the sword itself provided, he just needed to stack damage with the number of swords. Moreover, the sword immortal mark also comes with an indestructible trait. This means that even a level 1 sword, once marked, cannot be destroyed, not even by a god. Finally, there was the falling into mortality talent, whose effect also left Lu Chanha immensely satisfied. Practitioners will learn a universal skill, which is the probing technique. This skill makes low-level practitioners feel as if they are naked in front of high-level practitioners. There are some special equipment that can block probing, but if the level difference between both parties is too great, they will still be probed. Therefore, the falling into mortality talent means that Lu Chanha no longer has to worry about others' probing techniques. Instead, if they probe him 3 times in succession, he can gain their information. After reviewing all the talent effects, Lu Chanha let out a sigh of relief. It truly lives up to being the only hidden profession. It is incredibly powerful. He just didn't know how it compared to those legendary or even mythical professions. At the same time, Lu Chanha was even more puzzled about where his father had obtained the mythical spiritual wine. Unfortunately, his parents were no longer around and he had no answers. Old Chu, how is it? Did you succeed? Lu Chanha had been standing beside Lu Chanha, knowing that he was just looking at the profession panel and remained silent. Now seeing Lu Chanha withdraw his gaze, he finally asked, I succeeded. I'm a hidden class swordsman, the wine sword immortal, and it's the only one. Lu Chanha replied with a smile, not thinking of hiding it from Lu's mother. Really? It's a pity I haven't learned the probing technique yet. Lu Chanha felt a hint of doubt. After all, such legendary matters suddenly appearing around him felt too dreamlike. Wait a moment, Lu Chanha said as he walked to his parents' room, retrieving a box from the wardrobe that contained numerous skill books. Physical skills, magical skills, all were general skills, totaling more than 30 books, almost covering all mainstream professions. These skill books had been prepared by his parents since he had just entered high school, thinking that no matter what type of profession he awakened in the future, there would always be something useful. Lu Chanha stared at these skill books in a daze for a moment, then collected his thoughts and took out a book titled Detection Technique before returning to the living room. Learn it. Lu Chanha handed the skill book to Lu Chanha. All right. Lu Chanha didn't waste any time. After taking the skill book, he directly began to learn it. The skill book quickly transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Ha! Suddenly, Lu Chanha looked puzzled. What's wrong? It's strange. I used the detection technique on you, but there's no reaction at all? Are skill books now fake? At this moment, Lu Chanha also noticed a prompt appearing in front of him. Lu Chanha used detection technique on you, do you agree? Lu Chanha knew this was the effect of his talent falling from grace, so he clicked agree without hesitation. At the same time, a prompt also appeared in front of Lu Chanha. Lu Chanha, level 1. Profession, wine sword immortal. Wow, you really are a wine sword immortal. Old Chu, you really didn't lie to me. Upon seeing Lu Chanha's information, Lu Chanha immediately shouted in excitement. I told you I wouldn't lie to you. Is the soup still simmering? Yes. Whatever soup you want, I'll make it for you, a big pot. Lu Chanha was even more excited than Chu Chen. After all, such legendary matters suddenly appearing around him made it hard for him to stay calm. Why aren't you excited at all? Lu Chanha asked, looking at the calm Chu Chen. Haven't you already done all the excitement for me? Chu Chen laughed. Lu Chanha smiled awkwardly, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, what level is your profession? Since it's unique, it should at least be epic, right? Why is there no phenomenon of heaven and earth? Look, isn't that the phenomenon of heaven and earth? It's almost dissipating. Chu Chen pointed to the great river outside the window. That was gradually disappearing. Lu Chanha hurriedly looked over. He had been so worried about Chu Chen that he hadn't noticed the situation outside. This also meant he hadn't received the blessing of the phenomenon, as one needed to observe the phenomenon for 10 seconds to gain its blessing. However, Lu Chanha didn't mind, since a phenomenon had appeared. It indicated that Chu Chen's wine sword immortal profession was at least epic. Let's eat. Tomorrow I'll take you to level up, Chu Chen said. We'll both get into Qinglong Academy. There were many higher vocational institutions in Daxia, but only 4 were the top tier, named after the 4 symbols: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, located in the 4 corners of Daxia, with Qinglong Academy being the closest to their Yunqiong province. Since he had awakened such a strong profession, he naturally wanted to go to the best university and bring Lu Chanha along. No need, let's just level up separately. Lu Chanha shook his head after sitting down. If you were still a swordsman, we could level up together, but now your profession is at least epic and a main combat profession. If we level up together, I would slow down your progress. Chu Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Lu Chanha's serious expression, he decided not to say more. Alright, I can level up first and then bring you along. I'll open the door to Qinglong Academy for you. Basic settings: profession and equipment item levels: normal, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, mythical. Dungeon and quest difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Professional level: levels 1 to 59 are referred to as professionals, levels 60 to 69 as extraordinary powerhouses, levels 70 to 79 as epic powerhouses, levels 80 to 89 as legendary powerhouses, levels 90 to 99 as mythical powerhouses, level 100 as demigods, and levels above 100 as gods. Further settings will be added later. The outside world remains bustling, while Chu Chen and Lu Chanha continue to have lunch. Chu Chen rarely speaks, with Lu Chanha doing all the talking. At the same time, Lu Chanha has seen the news online. Old Chu, I see everyone online saying that your heavenly phenomenon spans the entire Yunqiong province, at least a legendary or even mythical profession. The blessing effect of this heavenly phenomenon is too strong. What a pity I didn't get it. Now everyone online is speculating about who awakened such a powerful profession. You must not expose it. You haven't developed yet. Don't mess it up. Don't worry, I won't tell my parents either. Wait until you become stronger and have the ability to protect yourself before dazzling them. No way. When I go back later, I'll bring my dad's concealment ring to you. This equipment not only allows invisibility but also shields against the detection techniques of professionals 10 levels higher than oneself. My bro is really impressive. Lu Chanha looked at Chu Chen with satisfaction, as if to say that the cub he raised is bound to succeed. No need, my talent has a built-in hidden information effect. Once someone uses a detection technique on me, they must get my consent, otherwise, they can't check. Chu Chen shook his head. So that's why my detection technique didn't work at first. It's because of your talent? Exactly, and my talent can also perform counter-detection. If someone uses detection on me 3 times in a row, after I refuse, I can obtain their information. Chu Chen nodded. So strong? Come on, let's try it. After Lu Chanha said this, he directly threw 3 detection techniques at Chu Chen, who triggered the effect of falling from grace, again. After Chu Chen refused all, a panel popped up in front of him. Due to Lu Chanha using detection techniques on you 3 times in a row, you refused all, triggering the falling from grace effect. You gain all information about the other party. Name: Lu Chanha. Profession: Shield Warrior. Level 1, 0 out of 100. Health: 200. Mana: 100. Strength: 10. Agility: 10. Constitution: 20. Spirit: 10. Intelligence: 10. Physical attack: 20. Magical attack: 20. Physical defense: 20. Magical defense: 10. Skills: Earthquake, Detection Technique, Talent, Unyielding, Super Recovery, Shield Guardian, Detection Technique. After use, can detect the target's information. If the opponent's level exceeds yours by 5 levels, it will have no effect. 1/10 level, 0/100 proficiency. Earthquake slows the speed of targets within a radius of 1 meter by 5%, with a 5% chance to cause a stun effect. Cooldown 3 minutes, 1/10 level, 0/100 proficiency. Unyielding, you possess an unyielding will, with a 15% chance to convert 20% of the damage taken into your shield. Super Recovery, after leaving combat, recover 1% of health per second. Shield Guardian, when your health drops to 10%, you will be protected by the shield, reducing all damage taken by 50% thereafter. Looking at Lu Chanha's panel, Chu Chen was also surprised. The other party's talent is quite strong, with the combination of unyielding and shield guardian. As long as Lu Chanha isn't instantly killed and doesn't encounter true damage, he is almost an invincible cockroach. With super recovery, as long as he can hold off enemies for 100 seconds with teammates, Lu Chanha will stand up again, showcasing extremely strong sustainability. The skills gained upon awakening also have control effects. You just lack an attack skill now. If you get an attack skill and combine it with your talent, soloing high-level enemies won't be a problem. Chu Chen said. No way? Can you see my talent? Why can I only see your name, level, and profession with my detection skill? Lu Chanha exclaimed in surprise. Chu Chen paused, suddenly realizing the true horror of his falling from grace talent. Although the detection skill could gather information, it only revealed the most basic details. It couldn't compare to his ability to see the opponent's attributes, skills, and talents. Old Chu, your talent is too strong. Why are you still leveling up? You might as well become an information dealer. Lu Chanha also recognized the power of Chu Chen's talent, noting that even a maxed-out detection skill couldn't reveal a professional's talent skills. Alright, if I can't get by in the future, I'll become an information dealer, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Soon, the two finished their lunch, and after washing the dishes together, Lu Chanha received a call from his parents asking him to come home. Lu Chanha went home, and Chu Chen didn't idle either. He took this time to buy some things he needed. He returned to his parents' room to retrieve that box. First, he took out a ring. Professionals didn't have backpacks, but they could use storage rings to store items. This storage ring had been prepared by Chu Chen's parents long ago, reaching a high level, with a space of 1,000 cubic meters. After putting it on, Chu Chen stored everything from the box into the storage ring. It's time to buy some spirit wine and weapons. Chu Chen changed into a new outfit and put on his shoes. After going downstairs, he took a taxi directly to the largest mall in Lin City. After searching for a while, Chu Chen arrived at a store selling professional items. Hello, sir, what do you need? As soon as Chu Chen entered the store, a salesgirl approached him with a smile. Chu Chen looked around the store. There were quite a few people, mostly parents bringing their newly awakened children to buy things. What types of spirit wine do you have? What levels are they? Chu Chen asked. The salesgirl was taken aback, seeing Chu Chen's youthful appearance. She guessed he was also a newly awakened student, initially thinking he was there to buy weapons, not wine. Sir, we currently have 13 types of spirit wine in our store, 10 of which are ordinary level and 3 are high level. The salesgirl quickly regained her composure and continued smiling. Don't you have any rare level spirit wine? Sir, rare level spirit wine is too rare, so our store doesn't sell it. If you need, I can ask the manager. Let's look at the ordinary level spirit wine first. Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, then followed the salesgirl to the section displaying the spirit wine. Sir, these are the ordinary level spirit wines, and the 3 at the top are the high level ones, the salesgirl said. Chu Chen looked at the 10 types of ordinary level spirit wine in the display case, each with a brief introduction. Purple Bamboo Brew, ordinary level, increases strength. Attribute by 5% for 3 hours after consumption, not stackable, price, 300 gold coins. Spring Breeze Brew, ordinary level, increases mental attribute by 5% for 3 hours after consumption, not stackable, price, 300 gold coins. Cold Water Brew, ordinary level, reduces damage taken by 5% for 3 hours after consumption, not stackable, price, 300 gold coins. As expected of spirit wine, the price is much higher than industrial wine. Chu Chen recalled that the best industrial wine he had previously drunk only cost 10 gold coins. Aside from being intoxicating, it had no special effects. I'll take a jar of purple bamboo brew, Chu Chen said, planning to test its effects first. All right. The young lady took out a jar of purple bamboo brew. Is there anything else you need? Not for now, let's settle the bill. Chu Chen shook his head and took out a gold card to pay. The gold card, also known as a gold coin card, can be obtained by killing monsters and completing tasks, and gold coins are the universal currency in this world. When the number of gold coins reaches 100,000, they automatically merge into a gold card for easier carrying. Speaking of which, Chu Chen was not short on money. Ever since he was born, his family had never worried about finances. This gold card was left to him by his parents, containing exactly 10 million gold coins. Previously, Chu Chen had never thought about why his parents had so much money. But now, considering that his father even had myth-level spirit wine, 10 million seemed insignificant. After paying, Chu Chen directly opened the purple bamboo brew and began to drink from it. You have consumed ordinary-level spirit wine purple bamboo brew, triggering the effect of the wine immortal, activating a new skill, activation progress 5%. As the wine entered his mouth, a screen popped up in front of Chu Chen, and the progress bar began to rise rapidly. The salesgirl beside him was left dumbfounded. Sir, I paid. The salesgirl, winky face. Soon, Chu Chen finished the jar of purple bamboo brew. You have gained a new skill, Sword slash. Sword slash, deal 150% physical damage to the target. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Level 110, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Chu Chen smiled. He finally had a skill. I wonder how much proficiency I can gain from drinking one jar. With that thought, he looked at the salesgirl, who was staring at him with a strange expression. Another jar, please, Chu Chen said. Quickly, the salesgirl brought another jar of purple bamboo brew. Hesitating for a moment, sir, you're not planning to drink here, are you? She was genuinely afraid that Chu Chen would continue drinking here. Getting drunk was one thing, but she feared it could lead to something worse. Chu Chen smiled and didn't answer, simply handing over the gold card. The young lady was silent for a few seconds but ultimately swiped the card to complete the transaction. Chu Chen then picked up the jar of wine and, under the salesgirl's panicked gaze, began to drink again. You have consumed purple bamboo brew, skill sword slash proficiency plus 5. You have consumed purple bamboo brew, skill sword slash proficiency plus 7. You have consumed purple bamboo brew, skill sword slash proficiency plus 10. In just about a minute, Chu Chen finished the jar of purple bamboo brew. You have consumed purple bamboo brew, skill sword slash proficiency plus 3. Your skill sword slash level has increased, reaching level 2. Sword slash, deal 200% physical damage to the target, cooldown time 30 seconds, level 2/10, 0/200 proficiency. Looking at the skill information, Chu Chen understood. It seemed that one jar of wine would increase proficiency by 100 points. Sir, are you okay? The salesgirl looked worried as she supported Chu Chen, fearing he might collapse on the ground. I'm fine, Chu Chen shook his head. Perhaps due to the talent of the wine immortal, even after drinking 2 jars in a row, he felt no intoxication at all. Bring me 10 jars of all spirit wines, Chu Chen said. Since he had already tried it, there was no need to continue showing off his drinking skills on site. Many people in the store were already watching him. Ha! Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the salesgirl was stunned in place. What? Is there no stock in the store? There is, sir, are you sure you want it? Swipe the card. Soon, with the salesgirl's busy efforts, Chu Chen's storage ring added 130 jars of spirit wine. Ordinary level spirit wine costs 300 gold coins per jar, while high level spirit wine costs 1,000 gold coins per jar, totaling 60,000 gold coins. A small amount. Chu Chen naturally knew that this amount of spirit wine would not be enough to max out all his skills. But tomorrow he has to go to the novice dungeon and time is running out. Moreover, he didn't plan to drink all 130 jars of spirit wine today, even if he wouldn't get drunk. But if he were to consume so much spirit wine in one day, he feared he might die. I'll just drink these spirit wines for now, Chu Chen thought to himself. Sir, do you need anything else? The salesgirl, seeing that Chu Chen didn't drink all 130 jars on the spot, breathed a sigh of relief. Do you sell containers for the wine? It's rather uncouth to drink straight from the jar, Chu Chen asked. But didn't you just show off with 2 jars? We do, sir, please. Take a look. The salesgirl took out a list and handed it to Chu Chen. There were many items on it, including those for holding liquids. Black gourd, common grade, has its own space, can hold up to 10 L of liquid, price 500 gold coins. Purple wood teapot, common grade, has its own space, can hold up to 10 L of liquid, comes with a heating effect, price 600 gold coins. There were many types. Gourds, palm-sized teapots, thermos cups, and even a baby bottle that Chu Chen spotted. After looking through the list, the best he found was only of high grade, and there were no rare grade items. In the end, Chu Chen chose a high grade item. Purple spirit gourd, high grade, most suitable for holding spirit wine, contains 3 independent spaces. Each space can hold up to 10 jars of spirit wine, price 80,000 gold coins. Although the price was not cheap, Chu Chen still bought it. Once he confirmed, the salesgirl immediately went to fetch the item and they quickly completed the transaction. This purple spirit gourd was only palm-sized, entirely purple with some bright silver patterns, looking very high-end. Sir, do you need anything else? The salesgirl continued to ask, her face full of smiles as this gentleman was a big customer. Is there really no rare spirit wine? Chu Chen asked. The skills gained from ordinary spirit wine were decent, but rare spirit wine should provide even better skills. Please wait a moment, I need to ask the manager, the salesgirl said, hurrying inside. Shortly after, she came out with a middle-aged man. Hello, sir, I am the manager of this store, Jin Hai. Please follow me to the reception room, Jin Hai said as he handed Chu Chen a business card. Chu Chen nodded and followed him to the reception room. Sir, currently our store only has one type of rare spirit wine. Jin Hai didn't waste time and directly took out a jar of spirit wine. This is the rare grade Ching wine, made from the gallbladder of the elite grade wild monster, the Ching snake, combined with dozens of medicinal herbs. How much? Chu Chen interrupted, not waiting for the introduction to finish. Although the effects of rare grade spirit wine were excellent, it was useless for him, as drinking spirit wine would only increase his skills and proficiency. One jar is 238,000 gold coins.
Not cheap, but Chu Chen could afford it. How many jars do you have? Currently, we only have 1 jar. After all, our Lin city isn't a big city. If you go to the provincial capital, Yunqing, in our Yunchang province, there would be many more rare spirit wines. I'll buy it. You should sell weapons here too, right? Do you have any level 1 sword type weapons? Chu Chen continued to ask. Of course, if you want, I can give you a level 1 long sword and also a level 5 long sword as a gift. After spending so much money, giving away 2 pieces of equipment was nothing. For Jin Hai, how many level 1 sword type weapons do you have? Chu Chen asked, as he needed quite a few. Let me check. Jin Hai was taken aback. Did this gentleman want a lot? But what would he need so many level 1 weapons for? Although puzzled, Jin Hai quickly pulled up the equipment list from the store. Sir, currently we have a total of 2,547 level 1 sword type weapons in the store, all of which are common grade. I'll take them all. Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, over 2,000 sword type weapons should be enough for him for now. Jin Hai was bewildered. What on earth was this person planning? Why buy so many level 1 weapons? Surely they weren't thinking of reselling them? But who would want to buy level 1 weapons? Even newly awakened students only use them as a temporary measure. Right, I should buy another exploration technique and recovery potion. Let's settle everything together. In the end, Jin Hai completed the transaction with his card and personally saw Chu Chen off, though his gaze towards Chu Chen was quite strange. Chu Chen didn't care about that. After leaving the mall, he directly took a taxi home. Although there were other shops in the mall, and surely some spirit wine inside, Chu Chen had no intention of buying more. He wanted to digest everything he had just purchased and convert it into his own strength first. Once home, Chu Chen immediately learned the exploration technique. Let's see what skills can be awakened from the rare level spirit wine. He then opened a jar of rare level spirit wine and gulped it down. You drank the rare level spirit wine Ching wine, triggering the effect of the wine immortal, awakening the power of the wine immortal, activating the exclusive skill of this profession. Sword control technique, activation progress 5%. Looking at the prompt interface, Chu Chen's heart jolted. The skill, sword slash, activated from drinking the purple bamboo brew was not an exclusive skill, meaning others could obtain it through certain channels. But this, sword control technique, was indeed an exclusive skill, which meant only he possessed it. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Chen quickly finished the jar of Ching wine. You have obtained the exclusive skill of this profession, sword control technique. Sword control technique, level 1, exclusive skill of the wine sword immortal. You can control the spirit swords in your hand for ranged attacks, currently able to control up to 10 swords, with a control range of 10 meters. This skill has no proficiency, its effect increases with your level, with no upper limit. Looking at the skill effect, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. As expected of an exclusive skill, it could increase with his level and had no upper limit. Although this skill doesn't add any attack power, it gives me a means of ranged attack, and as my level increases, the number of spirit swords I can control will grow. Chu Chen couldn't help but imagine a future where, with a single command, countless spirit swords would fly out, charging towards the enemy. The scene would surely be spectacular. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Chen took out other spirit wines. Having just 2 skills was not enough. You drank the advanced spirit wine dark fragrance, gaining a new skill, all things can break. All things can break, passive skill. When you attack a target, there is a 5% chance to ignore 20% of their defense, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. You drank the advanced spirit wine returning guest fragrance, gaining a new skill, returning willow technique. Returning willow technique, passive skill. When you take damage, there is a 1% chance to evade that damage, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. You drank the advanced spirit wine bamboo leaf green, gaining a new skill, heart returning sword formation. Heart returning sword formation. Control spirit swords to form a sword formation. The more spirit swords, the larger the formation area. At least 10 spirit swords are needed. Attack speed increased by 10%. Damage taken by targets within the formation increased by 5%. Cooldown time 3 minutes, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. After finishing the 3 types of advanced spirit wine, Chu Chen gained 3 new skills. Among them were 2 passive skills and 1 area attack skill. With these skills, I don't have to worry about tomorrow's novice dungeon, and I still have more wine left. Chu Chen looked at the remaining 9 jars of ordinary level spirit wine, which meant he could still obtain 9 different skills. Then, Chu Chen got up and went to the bathroom. After drinking for so long, he really couldn't hold it anymore. Coming out of the bathroom, Chu Chen looked at the 9 jars of ordinary level spirit wine on the table and for the first time felt that drinking wasn't as enjoyable as he thought. Drink up. Once again lifting the wine jar, Chu Chen began to drink. You have acquired a new skill. Interface after interface popped up, but at this point, Chu Chen couldn't be bothered. After spending half an hour and making a trip to the bathroom in between, he finally finished drinking all 9 types of spirit wine, and in the process, he gained 9 new skills. Combo. Deal 2 consecutive attacks to the target, with the second attack's damage increased by 50%, cooldown time 40 seconds, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Charged strike. Charge for 3 seconds to deal 100% damage to all targets within a 3-meter range in front. Cooldown time 1 minute, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Rending strike. Deal 150% physical damage to the target and cause a bleeding effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds, 1/10 level, 0/100 proficiency. Dodge. Move 1 meter in any direction to evade an attack. Cooldown time 3 minutes, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Sword mastery. Passive skill. Increases your comprehension of all sword techniques, enhancing your sword type attacks by 1%, 1/10 level, 0/100 proficiency. Flame slash. Deal 150% physical damage to the target and cause a burning effect that lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 3 minutes, 1/10 level, 0/100 proficiency. Spirit recovery technique. Passive skill. When you take damage, there is a 5% chance to recover 1% of your mana, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100. Proficiency. Restoration. Immediately restore 5% of health after use and recover 1% of health every second for the next 5 seconds. Cooldown time 1 hour, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Sword shield. Can manipulate the spirit sword to form a sword shield, reducing damage taken by 5%, with a 1% chance to become immune to damage, lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown time 10 minutes, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. 9 skills, including 2 passive skills and 7 active skills. Attack, defense, health recovery, and mana restoration are all covered. Lu Chanha let out a belch and headed to the bathroom again, checking his panel while he relieved himself. Name: Lu Chanha. Class: Wine Sword Immortal. Unique. Level 1, 0/100. Health 100 mana, 100 strength, 20 agility, 10 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 physical attack, 40 magical attack, 20 physical defense, 10 magical defense, 10 skills: detection technique, sword control technique, sword slash, returning willow technique, heart returning sword formation. Everything can be broken. Sword shield, restoration, spirit recovery technique, flame slash, sword mastery, dodge, rending strike, charged strike combo. Talent: Wine Immortal, Sword Immortal, Falling Mortal. The attributes hadn't changed at all, which didn't surprise Lu Chanha, but the skills section had become rich. Having 15 skills at level 1, only those top-tier second-generation players could achieve this. If he hadn't been so full, Lu Chanha would have considered buying more spirit wine from other shops in the mall. Closing the interface, Lu Chanha decided not to drink any more today, as he had something more important to do next. Having already tested the Wine Immortal talent, it was time to try the Sword Immortal talent. With that thought, Lu Chanha took out a long sword. Novice long sword, normal grade, strength +1, durability 10/10, equipment. Requirement, level 1. This was the sword-type weapon he had purchased. As a novice sword, he couldn't expect much from its attributes, and he wasn't after the attributes anyway. Then, Lu Chanha began to apply the Sword Immortal mark to the novice long sword. You have applied the Sword Immortal mark to the novice long sword, and you now possess a spirit sword. The Sword Immortal effect is triggered, increasing all your damage by 1%. The process of applying the mark was brief, taking only 3 seconds. Novice long sword, common grade, Sword Immortal trait, indestructible. The novice long sword with the Sword Immortal mark lost its durability and attributes. However, it gained an indestructible trait, which is comparable to a divine artifact to some extent. In addition, Lu Chanha discovered that the novice sword with the Sword Immortal mark could be absorbed into his body, allowing him to summon it again when needed. This is quite convenient. Otherwise, the current low quantity is manageable, but if I have too many swords in the future, I would need to buy quite a few storage rings. Lu Chanha nodded in satisfaction and then took out the novice sword to apply the Sword Immortal mark again. Next, he needed to gather troops in preparation for tomorrow's novice dungeon. In the living room, sword technique. Lu Chanha used the skill, and 10 novice swords immediately hovered around him. After a few seconds, he had applied the Sword Immortal mark to all of them. Initially, Lu Chanha had been applying the Sword Immortal mark one by one, but the quantity was indeed a bit overwhelming. This time he had bought 2,547 novice swords, which meant that if he took an average of 5 seconds per sword, it would take him 12,735 seconds, or 212.25 minutes, nearly 4 hours. While the current quantity was manageable for one-by-one application, what if he had billions in the future? Wouldn't he be exhausted? So, he had a sudden idea. Could he apply the Sword Immortal mark simultaneously? After some experimentation, he found that while using the sword technique, he could apply the Sword Immortal mark to 10 novice swords at once, although it consumed mana quite quickly. However, he didn't mind, as he had bought plenty of mana recovery potions, so he could just use them. While using the sword technique, taking potions, and applying the Sword Immortal mark in less than half an hour, all the novice swords had the Sword Immortal mark. Sword Immortal, you are a Sword Immortal fallen into the mortal realm. Only a famous sword can awaken your power. You can leave a Sword Immortal mark on spirit swords, with no upper limit on quantity. For each spirit sword you possess, your attack damage will increase by 1%, currently at 2,547%. Seeing the damage had increased by 25.47 times, Lu Chanha smiled. This meant he now had the ability to defeat novice monsters in seconds. Not enough, not nearly enough. Previously, I hadn't obtained the sword technique and thought I had to apply the sword immortal mark one by one, which is why I bought so few novice swords. Now that the speed of applying the mark has increased, I can buy more novice swords. Chu Chen looked at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon and there was still plenty of time. Just as he was about to head out again, the door opened and it was Lu Chanha. Since Chu Chen often had hangovers in the past, he had given Lu Chanha a key to his house. Old Chu, are you going out? Seeing Chu Chen putting on his shoes at the door, Lu Chanha asked in surprise. Yeah, I need to buy some things. You can stay home and make soup for me. I'll be back soon. Chu Chen nodded. Alright, then come back early. Lu Chanha didn't ask further. He had already noticed a significant change in Chu Chen, but this change made him very happy. After leaving home, Chu Chen took a taxi to the mall again. This time he didn't go to the previous store because he had bought all the novice swords there. Soon, Chu Chen arrived at another shop first, checking the spirit wine, only to find that this store did not have any rare grade spirit wine. As for common and high grade, they were available, but he didn't plan to buy them for now. The previous purchase was enough for him to drink for a while. He could come back to buy more once he finished, as there was no shortage of common and high grade spirit wine. When Chu Chen expressed his desire to buy all the novice swords in the store, it naturally caused quite a stir among the staff. Although the manager was puzzled, business had to be done. The novice swords of level 1 were priced at 100 gold coins each, and Chu Chen bought over 3,000 of them from this store, receiving some discounts totaling 300,000 gold coins. After that, Chu Chen browsed through all the shops in the mall selling novice swords, and when he left, his storage ring held over 20,000 novice swords. It could be said that he had cleared out the inventory of novice swords from all the major shops. What a pity, not a single shop had rare grade spirit wine. It seems this stuff is indeed very rare. Chu Chen felt a bit disappointed. Lin City was just a small town, and the demand for rare grade spirit wine was minimal. Of course, Chu Chen also knew that there must be rare grade spirit wine in Lin City, but it was certainly in the hands of those powerful individuals who didn't lack money and rarely sold it. After spending over 2 million gold coins, Chu Chen returned home. As soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. He knew Lu Chanha was making soup. You're back. Just in time to taste how it is. In the kitchen, Lu Chanha, wearing an apron, waved at Chu Chen and served him a bowl of soup. What kind of soup is this? Chu Chen took a sip, his eyes lighting up. It was indeed very good. This is the meat soup of a level 30 fireball brought back by my dad today for us to try, Lu Chanha said with a smile. Chu Chen looked at the panel, and sure enough, there was an additional message. You have consumed the meat soup of the fireball, gaining a special effect. Restores 10 health points per second, lasting for 30 seconds. What a pity my profession isn't chef. I heard that powerful chefs can make soups with even stronger effects, Lu Chanha remarked. Don't be ungrateful, others would jump at the chance for a rare profession. Chu Chen laughed, then downed the soup in one go. The effect didn't change much, just the duration increased. Why don't you take a break? I'll whip up a couple of dishes and then we can eat. Sure. Chu Chen went to the living room and directly used the sword control technique, starting to quickly apply marks to the novice swords. Wow, Lao Chu, is this your skill? Lu Chanha initially just glanced out of habit but was stunned. 10 swords floating in front of Chu Chen was quite a sight. Yeah, it's the sword control technique. Sword control technique? Is it the kind of sword control technique I think it is? You can fly with the sword, right? But you're only level 1. It's not that exaggerated. I can only control the swords to float. Flying with the sword is still out of reach. Chu Chen shook his head. He had tried to fly with the sword, but it was simply impossible. It might be because his level was too low, or perhaps sword control and sword flight were two different skills altogether. Now that you have the sword control technique, flying with the sword is just a matter of time. No way, when you can fly with the sword, you have to take me for a ride first. That would be flying with the sword. How cool. Sure, you almost gave me your first kiss. What's the problem with taking you for a ride? Chu Chen teased. Lu Chanha clasped his fists in salute and went back to cooking. He also noticed Chu Chen constantly switching swords, but he didn't ask, knowing this was Chu Chen's secret. The fact that Chu Chen could directly show him these things meant he regarded him as a brother. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. After finishing the meal, Chu Chen continued to apply the sword immortal mark to the novice swords, while Lu Chanha tidied up the kitchen. With over 20,000 novice swords, even with the tenfold speed boost from the sword control technique, it took Chu Chen nearly 4 hours until 10 o'clock at night to leave marks on all of them. Number of spirit swords, 29,485. Damage bonus, 29,485% plus 50%. Anomaly, a damage bonus of nearly 300 times left Chu Chen very satisfied. Everything was ready, he just had to wait until tomorrow to level up in the novice dungeon. That night, Chu Chen did not drink any more alcohol but instead rested well, waiting for the new player dungeon the next day. Early the next morning, Chu Chen woke up and Lu Chanha had already gotten up and prepared breakfast. Old Chu, you should check the news. The official report has come out about the celestial phenomenon you triggered yesterday. It's strange, though clearly, it was you who caused the phenomenon, so why does the official report Say it was this Shin Jianyun? Lu Chanha said while sipping his porridge and looking at his phone. Chu Chen also picked up his phone to take a look. The headline was still about yesterday's celestial phenomenon. And there was an additional official report. Yesterday, the swordsmanship family Shin from Yunchong province, Shin Jianyun, awakened a legendary class profession, triggering the celestial phenomenon Heaven and Earth Sword River. Below, there were many comments from netizens. So it was the prodigy Shin Jianyun from the Shin family. That makes sense. It's said that the professions awakened by the Shin family in recent generations have all been related to swords, which is why they are called a swordsmanship family. The old man of the Shin family awakened an epic class profession, and the current head of the family, Shin Lin, also awakened an epic class profession. Now it's Shin Jianyun's turn, and unexpectedly, he has awakened a legendary class swordsmanship profession. Who knows what profession Shin Jianyun awakened? Who can know? That's a legendary class profession. It definitely won't be made public. It's said that the principal of Qinglong Academy personally visited yesterday and took him away, so he must be groomed well. Looking at this news, Chu Chen appeared quite calm. This Shin Jianyun actually impersonated me. The Shin family isn't a good bunch either, Lu Chanha said indignantly on behalf of Chu Chen. Do you think the principal of Qinglong Academy and the higher-ups of our great Xia are powerful? Chu Chen asked, taking a sip of porridge. Of course they are powerful. I don't know about others, but it's said that the principal of Qinglong Academy is an 80-level legendary powerhouse. Then that settles it. If Shin Jianyun triggered the celestial phenomenon, do you think the higher-ups wouldn't have the means to investigate? The Shin family wouldn't even have the possibility to impersonate me, Chu Chen said. Lu Chanha was taken aback. He wasn't a fool and quickly guessed a possibility. Are you saying this is intentional from above? Since they couldn't find you, they let Shin Jianyun be your stand-in? Chu Chen didn't respond, but he felt that it was very likely the case. 100 years ago, a mythical class profession appeared in Great Xia, only to be attacked by foreign powerhouses. If it weren't for Great Xia being prepared, the opponent might have been eliminated before they even developed. Shin Jianyun was very likely a stand-in arranged by the higher-ups, specifically to attract the attention of foreign powerhouses. Lu Chanha stopped cursing Shin Jianyun and the Shin family. After all, their actions were likely meant to protect Chu Chen. After finishing breakfast, Lu Chanha and Chu Chen headed to school. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people there, and their homeroom teacher, Li Yun, waved at them. Not bad, you didn't drink last night. Li Yun sniffed and nodded in satisfaction at Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled back. He hadn't drunk last night, but he had certainly drunk quite a bit the day before. This time, a total of 184 people from our first high school are participating in the new player dungeon, along with students from the second, third, and fourth high schools, making a total of 431 people. There are a total of 8 rare professions, but 2 of them are life-type rare professions. There are only 2 main combat-type rare professions, and the remaining 4, including Lu Chanha, are considered support-type professions. With time to spare, Li Yun began to introduce the students participating in the dungeon. There are 4 high schools in the entire Lin City, and this year there are about 5,000 high school seniors, but among so many people, there are only 2 with main combat-type rare professions, highlighting their rarity. There are still half a month left until the college entrance examination. If you want to get into a good university, you need to reach level 9 at least in this half month, Li Yun continued. Oldly, what if we want to get into Qinglong Academy? Lu Chanha asked. Li Yun was not surprised. Lu Chanha was a rare profession and a decent shield warrior. Indeed, having a chance to enter the Qinglong Academy, though it was quite difficult. Last year, the admission standard for Qinglong Academy was level 15. If you are interested, you can put in some effort, Li Yun said with a smile. However, you must also know your limits. Leveling up is tough, but the hardest part is the breakthrough task. In this world, there was no issue of professional advancement for practitioners, but every 10 levels, there would be a breakthrough task. Li Yun was stuck at level 49, not because he wasn't leveling up, but because he was held back by the breakthrough task. Only by completing the breakthrough task could one continue to gain experience points and level up. To enter Qinglong Academy, one needed at least level 15, and in between, they had to complete a breakthrough task, which made the half-month time frame quite tight. Chu Chen was not too worried, as long as his breakthrough task wasn't too bizarre. Given that damage had increased nearly 300 times, it posed no difficulty for him. Soon, all the students from Class 1 participating in the Novice Dungeon had gathered and boarded the bus that the school had arranged, heading towards the Novice Dungeon. The Novice Dungeon was located within Lin City, and after an hour, everyone arrived there. Besides their Class 1, students from 3 other schools also arrived one after another, totaling over 400 people. Students, I won't say much more. This is your first time entering a Novice Dungeon. Once you enter, there is a risk of death. If you are scared now, you can step forward, no one will laugh at you. Once inside the dungeon, if you find yourself outmatched, you can exit at any time, but you must disengage from combat first. Additionally, the Novice Dungeon is limited to those not exceeding level 5, so if anyone among you reaches level 5, you can cap your level at 5 and exit the dungeon to re-enter, effectively allowing you to run the dungeon again. Yun finally looked at Chu Chen and the others, earnestly explaining. Although students died in the novice dungeon every year, he did not want it to be his students. Everyone listened seriously. The knowledge that had been repeated in class to the point of annoyance could now potentially save their lives. Alright, that's all I have to say. Those without weapons can come to me to collect them, Yun said, taking out weapons corresponding to their professions, all of which were novice weapons. Although everyone had already prepared their gear, they still took one just in case. You kid are lucky. I heard that someone in Lin City went crazy buying novice swords yesterday, clearing out several shops' inventories. Luckily, I prepared some half a month ago. Otherwise, you really wouldn't have one, Yun said with a smile when it was Chu Chen's turn. Chu Chen rubbed his nose. If nothing unexpected happened, the one who cleared out the shops of novice swords should be him. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the dungeon and began to line up to enter. Chu Chen, we are all ordinary professions. How about a race to see who levels up faster? Zhou Ming said to Chu Chen. After returning home, his family had prepared quite a few universal skills for him, and he even had a very powerful area skill. He didn't dare to compare himself to Lu Chanha, but he could still compete with Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled and said nothing, directly entering the dungeon. The dungeon was divided into 4 difficulty modes: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The novice dungeon did not have these. After entering the dungeon, Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings. He was currently on a stone platform, surrounded by a layer of flowing light. When he stepped out of the stone platform's range, the layer of flowing light would disappear, indicating that the dungeon had officially begun. Outside the stone platform was a forest, where 10 rabbits were hopping about 50 meters away. The novice dungeon only has one path, so you just need to keep going straight along that path. Chu Chen stepped off the stone platform, and the flowing light disappeared, bringing him to the front of 10 rabbits 50 meters away. In the novice dungeon, as long as you don't actively attack the wild monsters, they won't attack you either. Long-toothed rabbit, normal level, level 1 health points, 100 attack, 24 physical defense, 14 magical defense, 6 skill. Charge. Chu Chen cast a detection spell. It was just a low-level monster, posing no threat to him. Whoosh! In the next moment, Chu Chen summoned a novice sword and launched an attack directly. Minus 7,679 killed. Long-toothed rabbit, experience plus 5, additional 2.5 experience gained. Instant kill. Without any surprises, under a nearly 300 times damage bonus, a level 1 small monster was naturally killed in an instant. The additional experience gained was due to the effect of the anomaly being triggered. In this world, hunting wild monsters of the same level grants 5 experience points, and if the monster's level exceeds yours by 1, it adds 5 experience points. If the monster's level is lower than yours, it will reduce 1 experience point for each level lower, and hunting monsters that are 5 levels below you will not yield any experience points. Of course, hunting boss monsters will grant extra experience rewards. In this world, the benefits of killing monsters of a higher level are actually not that great. Even if Chu Chen were to kill a level 100 normal wild monster now, he would only gain 500 experience points, so the difficulty of leveling up increases as one progresses. Continue. Chu Chen did not stop, and he killed all the remaining 9 long-toothed rabbits in an instant. Killed long-toothed rabbit, experience plus 5, additional 2.5 experience gained. Killed long-toothed rabbit, experience plus 5, additional 2.5 experience gained. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Chu Chen glanced at his level. Level 1, 75/100. He needed just 25 more experience points to level up, and killing 4 more level 1 wild monsters would be enough. Thinking this, Chu Chen walked along the path ahead, where another 10 long-toothed rabbits appeared a few dozen meters away. Following the same method, Chu Chen killed all 10 of these long-toothed rabbits, and his level increased accordingly. Your level has risen to level 2, your attributes have each increased by 5 points, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. Chu Chen directly allocated the 10 free attribute points to strength, as he was a physical class and naturally needed to increase his attack. Moreover, with the enhancement of the sword immortal talent, 1 point of strength could now be counted as 300 points, and it would only get better in the future. Name: Chu Chen class, Wine Sword Immortal, Unique, Level 2, 41/200, Health, 150 Mana, 150 Strength, 35 Agility, 15 Constitution, 15 Spirit, 15 Intelligence, 15 Physical Attack, 70 Magical Attack, 30 Physical Defense, 15 Magical Defense, 15 Skills, Detection Spell, Sword Control Technique, Sword Slash, Returning Willow Technique, Hark Returning Sword. Formation: everything can be broken, Sword Shield, Rest, Spirit Recovery Method, Flame Slash, Sword Mastery, Blink, Severing Strike, Charged Strike Combo. Talents: Wine Immortal, Sword Immortal, Falling Mortal. Before level 10, each level up automatically increases 4 attributes by 5 points and grants 10 free attribute points. Between levels 10 and 20, each level up automatically increases 4 attributes by 10 points and grants 50 free attribute points. The higher the level, the greater the difference in attribute points gained with each level up. After allocating the attributes, Chu Chen looked at the ground, where 2 pieces of equipment had dropped. Iron Sword, normal level. Strength plus 1, level requirement 1. Iron bracelet, normal level, spirit +1, level requirement 1. Chu Chang directly put on the bracelet. He hadn't bought any other equipment before entering the dungeon, all he had purchased were beginner swords. The attributes of the iron sword were the same as those of the beginner sword, which were trash for other professions, but for him, they were just right for applying the sword immortal mark. The drop rate has indeed increased. With that thought, Chu Chang glanced at the anomaly effect. Anomaly effect, all sword type attack damage increased by 50%, experience points gained increased by 50%, skill cooldown time reduced by 50%, drop rate increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%. The drop rate in the beginner dungeon was extremely low. Generally, killing 100 wild monsters might yield just one piece of equipment. Now, after killing only 20 wild monsters, he had already dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Besides his good luck, the effect of the anomaly was also at play. Chu Chang continued to move forward, encountering about 10 wild monsters every 50 meters or so. Now that he was level 2, killing a level 1 Longfang rabbit only granted him 4 experience points, but with the 50% experience boost from the anomaly, he received 6 experience points for each. After killing another 26 Longfang rabbits, Chu Chang's level rose to 3, while the experience gained from killing level 1 Longfang rabbits dropped to 4.5 experience points each. Fortunately, there were only 50 Longfang rabbits in total. After all the Longfang rabbits were killed, Chu Chang's level was level 3, 21/400. Next up are the level 2 monsters. Chu Chang looked ahead 50 meters to see the level 2 red-eyed rabbits, too lazy to check their attributes since they would be one-shot kills for him anyway. Thus, Chu Chang charged forward, killing any wild monsters he encountered. At the same time, as his level increased, the level of sword control technique was also rising. At level 3, he was already able to control 30 swords simultaneously and attack within a 30-meter range. While Chu Chang was leveling up, the teachers waiting outside the dungeon were chatting. "Oldly, I heard your class has a rare profession. Maybe there's a chance to get into Jinghua University," the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class said to Li Yun while handing him a cigarette with a smile. "Don't tease me, doesn't your class also have a rare profession? And it's a main combat type, while our rare profession is more of a tank, so the leveling speed can't compare," Li Yun replied as he took the cigarette and lit it. He, let's celebrate together. Who do you think from our 4 schools will have a student reach level 5 first? You know the other 3 schools also have rare professions. Who knows? Although rare professions have a significant advantage in the early stages, it's still limited. In previous years, there have been ordinary and advanced professions that reached level 5 first. That's true. Speaking of which, the profession levels are also classified by our human race. Last year, I heard someone defeated a rare profession of the same level using an ordinary profession. Soon, an hour passed, and a distortion appeared at the entrance of the dungeon, with a figure walking out. "Finally out, I almost died in there." As a voice filled with lingering fear rang out, a boy emerged from the dungeon. "Wang Kai? How did you come out so quickly?" Upon seeing this boy, a teacher from the 2nd middle school approached him. You're already level 2. Did you go provoke level 3 or even level 4 monsters?" The teacher looked puzzled. Although the boy was also an ordinary profession, he was an archer with a significant early advantage, and the teacher thought he still had a good chance of reaching level 5 before exiting the dungeon. "Not really. I felt the leveling speed was too slow, so I tried to hunt 3 wild monsters at the same time. At first, it was fine, but then one of the wild monsters suddenly used a skill on me right before it died. I was careless and didn't dodge, which threw off my rhythm." Wang Kai had a face full of regret. Then the other 2 wild monsters came over, and in my panic, I shot a few monsters that had no aggro. Luckily, I ran fast, otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. Hearing Wang Kai's words, the teacher's expression darkened. He had previously told him not to group farm, as a moment's carelessness could lead to death inside. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't listen at all, leaving the dungeon after just 2 levels. With so many teachers watching, it was a small matter of losing face for him, but what if the other party died in the dungeon? "Come with me," the teacher said coldly, and Wang Kai, looking fearful, followed behind him. Soon, the sound of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat came from not far away, and the other teachers shook their heads. Every year, there are students who are oblivious to the dangers, thinking that learning area attack skills means they can group farm, only to pay a painful price. Time continued to pass, and gradually, students began to leave the dungeon one after another, all having encountered various dangers and reluctantly exiting the dungeon. The previously bored teachers began to take action, understanding in detail the situations their students faced and informing them of solutions. This was also the reason the teachers stayed here. No matter how much is taught in class, it is not as effective as letting students try it themselves first, followed by targeted explanations. The entrance to the dungeon twisted again, and another person walked out. "Chu Chen. Chu Chen, how did it go? Did you run into any trouble?" Li Yun, who had been watching the entrance to the dungeon, approached. Currently, none of the students in his class had come out of the dungeon yet, so he was relatively free. However, he was also more anxious. The fact that no students had come out early was good news, but from another perspective, it could also mean something had gone wrong. Seeing Chu Chen come out, Li Yun felt a slight sense of relief. Chu Chen looked puzzled. What trouble could he have? If there was any trouble, it was that he was killing monsters too quickly, leaving most of the time spent running around looking for monsters. However, upon seeing the students who had come out early around him, he suddenly realized, Teacher Li, I reached level 5, so I came out. I didn't run into any trouble, Chu Chen said, voluntarily revealing his level. Level 5, 998/1000. What? You actually reached level 5? Looking at Chu Chen's level, Li Yun was shocked. Originally, he had expected that the first in the class to reach level 5 would be Lu Chanha. Although Lu's profession leaned towards being a tank, it also meant he could take more hits, making monster farming easier. But he didn't expect Chu Chen to be the first to reach level 5. It was worth noting that the two main combat rare professions had not come out yet, meaning they had not reached level 5 either. Although Li Yun's voice was not loud, all the teachers present were at least level 40, so they naturally heard him and looked over. Wow, a student has really reached level 5 already. It's only been 2 hours. Logically, even for a rare profession, it should take at least 4 to 5 hours to reach level 5. It's a student from number 1 high school. No wonder it's the best high school in Lin City. Strange, this student looks so unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be one of those rare professions from number 1 high school. Many teachers began to discuss in low voices, while those students who had exited the dungeon for various reasons looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. In a situation where they were all still level 1, with a few reaching level 2, how could someone already be at level 5? Teacher Li, is there anything else? If not, I want to continue into the dungeon, Chu Chen said, not liking being the center of attention and deciding to continue farming. Do you want to take a break? I'm not tired. Chu Chen shook his head and then re-entered the dungeon. Damn, Old Li, I didn't expect one of your students to take the lead this time. What's up with this student? Isn't he the god of wine from your class? How is he so strong? The teacher who had spoken with Li Yun approached and asked. The other 3 middle schools might not know Chu Chen, but many people from number 1 high school do. Even if they haven't seen him, they know there's a drunkard by that name. That's him, Chu Chen. He awakened the swordsman profession. As for why he leveled up to 5 so quickly, it might be because he learned some powerful skills, Li Yun replied. He didn't know why Chu Chen had progressed so fast, but he felt quite happy about it. The student he was most worried about was Chu Chen, and now seeing him not only working hard again but also ahead of all the other students, as a teacher, he felt very gratified. I knew this kid was talented when he first came to my class. If it weren't for the issues at home later, he wouldn't have fallen behind like that. Now, he's back on track, Li Yun said with a smile. If he can maintain this momentum, getting into a good university shouldn't be a problem. Chu Chen had no idea that Li Yun was recounting his past to other teachers in the instance. After re-entering the instance, he easily killed 2 level 1 Longfang rabbits, gaining 3 experience points, and his level rose to 6. Name Chu Chen profession, drunken swordsman, unique, level 6, January 2000, strength, 95 agility, 35 constitution, 35 spirit, 35 intelligence, 35 physical attack, 190 magical attack, 70 physical defense, 35 magical defense, 35 skills, detection, sword control, sword slash, returning willow technique, park returning sword formation, everything can be broken, sword shield, rest, spirit recovery method, fiery slash, mastery of sword techniques, blink, rending strike, charged strike, combo. Talents, wine immortal, sword immortal, falling mortal. Indeed, it gets harder to level up as you go. Level 5 only requires 1,000 experience points, but level 6 doubles that. I'm already at level 6, and this is my last time entering the novice instance. I wonder how high I can level up by clearing the entire instance. Chu Chen thought to himself as he ran straight down the main road. The Longfang rabbits no longer provided him with experience points, only level 2 monsters awaited him. The increase in agility made him much faster than before, and he soon arrived in the area of level 2 monsters. Chu Chen ignored these monsters, and 20 sharp swords appeared around him. 10 of the swords instantly killed the 10 level 2 monsters in front of him, while the other 10 swords shot towards another 10 monsters 50 meters away, also killing them in an instant. He gained a total of 30 experience points. Now at level 6, he could control 60 swords simultaneously, and the range had increased to 60 meters. Keep going, keep going. Clear the novice instance, and then it's time to leave here and find other places to level up, Chu Chen thought, moving like the wind, slaying monsters before they even had a chance to react, turning them into his experience points. Time passed little by little, and more students emerged from the instance. The highest level reached was only level 4, with no one hitting level 5 yet. Zhou Ming also came out, but he hadn't reached level 4, he was only at level 3. Teacher Li, has Chu Chen not come out yet? Zhou Ming asked. Seeing that the other 2 from his class had already emerged, he thought he had held on long enough, only to find that besides Lu Chanha, Chu Chen was also missing. He wasn't surprised that Lu Chanha was absent. After all, he had a rare profession and should be able to reach level 5 before coming out. But how could Chu Chen, who was just an ordinary profession like him, last longer? Chu Chen came out an hour ago and then re-entered the instance, Li Yun said. Zhou Ming suddenly Understood, a smile spreading across his face. So, Chu Chan had already come out. This meant he had won this time. But just as his thoughts emerged, Li Yun continued. He only came out after reaching level 5, and it's been an hour since then. At his previous speed, he might already be level 7 by now. The smile on Zhou Ming's face vanished, unsure whose face it had shifted to. How is that possible? Isn't he in ordinary class? How could he already be level 5, and that was just an hour ago? Zhou Ming asked incredulously. It's worth noting that he had a range skill and was only at level 3, still a third of the way to level 4, and now you're telling me Chu Chan might be close to level 7? Zhou Ming, when Teacher Li told us earlier, we were shocked too, but many people saw Chu Chen's level, so this is indeed true. Zhou Ming, didn't you say before entering the dungeon that you wanted to compare with Chu Chen to see who could level up faster? Are you still up for that? Two other classmates laughed. Zhou Ming's expression darkened. Compare? Compare what? How can I compare my level 3 to his level 7? Although shocked, Zhou Ming didn't voice any foolish accusations of Chu Chen cheating. Even if he did cheat, that would still be his skill. Alright, you're all classmates, what's there to compare? If Chu Chen becomes famous in the future, wouldn't you, as his classmates, share in that glory? Li Yun said. Zhou Ming, why don't you tell us what's going on? What troubles have you encountered? You too can listen in and learn to avoid such situations. Zhou Ming stopped thinking about why Chu Chen leveled up so quickly. Although he felt a bit disheartened, he quickly rallied. It's not over yet. Sooner or later, he Zhou Ming would wield his sword to sweep the world, suppress countless demons, and become a great hero admired by many. Another hour passed and nearly all the students had left the dungeon. Over 400 students participated in the novice dungeon, and currently, most of the rare classes had reached level 5, while advanced classes had reached level 4. There were also a few students with ordinary classes who had reached level 4. Old Li, you said old Chu came out 2 hours ago? And he was already level 5 then? Lu Chanha looked at Li Yun, nodding and unable to suppress a chuckle. He wasn't as shocked as the others, after all, he was the only one in the world who knew that Chu Chen had obtained a unique class. According to what was said online, Chu Chen's class was at least legendary, so such performance was considered normal. Good thing I didn't team up with him. Otherwise, I would have dragged his progress down. Lu Chanha felt relieved. Although he knew Chu Chen wouldn't mind, he would. It's not easy for a good brother to rise up. How could he hold him back? Let's take a break, eat something, and recover before going back in, Li Yun said as he took out the food he had prepared from his storage ring. They had set off at 8 in the morning, and around 9 the students entered the dungeon. Now, over 6 hours had passed and it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Alright, although I ate a bit in the dungeon, I do need to adjust my state, Lu Chanha said with a smile. He had prepared soup the night before, and both he and Chu Chen had brought plenty. This soup not only filled the stomach but also had restorative effects on health. Old Li, how high do you think old Chu could reach if he clears the dungeon? Lu Chanha asked. While eating. From level 6 to 7 requires 2,000 experience points, from 7 to 8 requires 4,000, from 8 to 9 requires 6,000, and from 9 to 10, it's even more, needing 10,000, Li Yun replied. The boss in the novice dungeon is only level 6, and as his level increases, the experience gained will decrease, so even if he clears it, he'll probably only reach level 8. Aren't you curious why I said Chu Chen could clear the dungeon? Lu Chanha asked in surprise. Curious, huh? But every professional has their own secrets. As your teacher, aside from taking care of you in life, my role is to protect you when you are weak and guide you to grow stronger. If you encounter trouble, feel free to come to me, perhaps I can offer some help. Li Yun said with a smile, twisting open the thermos and handing it to Lu Chanha. No one is competing with you, so take your time eating. Lu Chanha was not polite, taking the thermos and sipping from it, swallowing his food with a look of disdain at Li Yun. I say, Old Li, your goji berries are tasteless now. I'll bring you a pack of my dad's goji berries tomorrow. You little brat, and you're still complaining. Hee, Old Li, I've rested enough. I'm heading into the dungeon now. If old Chu comes out later, let him handle it himself, no need to wait for me. Lu Chanha laughed as he ran towards the dungeon entrance. Hey, my thermos. It's tasteless, you're drinking something without nutrition. As he spoke, Lu Chanha had already entered the dungeon. Li Yun shook his head with a smile, then activated his storage ring, and another thermos appeared in his hand. He took a sip and chewed for a moment. You little brat, tricking me out of a thermos. Kill level 6 Fire Wolf King, experience plus 3, additional 1.5 experience. You successfully killed the boss, gaining 100 experience points with an additional 50 points. Inside the dungeon, as the boss fell, it also meant that this dungeon held no significance for Chu Chen anymore. Name Chu Chen profession, Wine Sword Immortal, unique, level 9, 4517/10,000, health 500 mana, 500 strength, 140 agility, 50 constitution, 50 spirit, 50 intelligence. 50 physical attack, 280 magical attack, 100 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 50 damage bonus, 295.35 times skills, detection technique, sword control technique, sword slash, returning willow technique, park returning.
Sword formation, everything can be broken, sword shield, rest, spirit recovery method, flame slash, sword mastery, flash, rending strike, charge strike, combo. Talents, wine immortal, sword immortal, falling from grace. Li Yun was right, under normal circumstances the number of monsters in the novice dungeon would not be enough for Chu Chen to reach level 9. However, Chu Chen had a 50% experience bonus, so just from the novice dungeon he directly reached level 9. Besides the level increase, his skills also improved individually. While grinding in the dungeon, he did not forget to drink and all his skills had reached level 2, with some even reaching level 3. Once the experience for level 9 is full, I can trigger the breakthrough quest. Next, I should find a new place to level up. Chu Chen did not rush to leave but instead looked at the items dropped by the boss. Although the boss in the novice dungeon had been killed by countless people, he had a 50% drop rate bonus for anomalies, so he still dropped quite a few items. Wolf Fire Sword, normal level, strength plus 10, agility plus 3, equipment requirement, level 5. Tough leather armor, normal level, constitution plus 12, spirit plus 1. Equipment requirement, level 5. There were quite a few items dropped and Chu Chen equipped all the usable gear. I'll keep this Wolf Fire Sword for now, Lu Ma should be able to use it. After putting the Wolf Fire Sword into his storage ring, Chu Chen looked at the other two items, the first being a stone the size of a fist. Skill Stone, normal level, has a 50% chance to gain a skill corresponding to the profession upon use. A Skill Stone actually dropped, but it's just normal level. Skill Stones of all levels only have a 50% chance of granting a skill, but the higher the level of the Skill Stone, the better the effect of the skill once obtained. Skill Stones above epic level have a chance to grant talents. This is also why even ordinary level professions have the opportunity to become stronger. After all, the profession levels are defined by the human race itself. This world has never categorized any profession by level. He put away the Skill Stone, as it was useless to him. If he wanted to gain skills, he could simply drink alcohol without needing to gamble on that 50% chance. He decided to leave it for Lu Ma. Then, Chu Chen looked at the last item. Task Enhancement Scroll, ordinary level, has a 50% chance to increase the difficulty of any one of your tasks by 1 tier upon use. Note, once this item is used, the task difficulty cannot be increased again. Task Enhancement Scroll, this item is quite good. In this world, there are no NPCs, which makes it difficult for professionals to obtain tasks. Generally, tasks can only be triggered in special circumstances, such as monster sieges or the emergence of new dungeons. For many, the only opportunity to encounter a task in their lifetime is the breakthrough task after leveling up. Task difficulties are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Most people receive breakthrough tasks that are either ordinary or difficult, which is naturally a cause for celebration for ordinary individuals. The simpler the task, the easier it is to complete, allowing them to break through and continue leveling up quickly. However, the simpler the task, the fewer the rewards. For those with considerable strength, overly simple tasks can lead to dissatisfaction, as breaking through is the easiest way to obtain tasks, meaning that completing one task reduces the number of available tasks. They naturally want to complete a high difficulty task to gain better rewards and enhance their strength. At this time, the Task Enhancement Scroll comes into play. Those who feel their task difficulty is too low can use this item to increase the task difficulty. However, once an ordinary level Task Enhancement Scroll is used, that task can no longer be leveled up. It is said that legendary level Task Enhancement Scrolls can even allow one to choose their tasks. Although it's just ordinary level, it's still not bad. If I sell it, I could get a few thousand gold coins. If it weren't for my increased drop rate, I probably wouldn't have been able to obtain it. Chu Chen put away the scroll. He was not far from receiving a breakthrough task, and perhaps he would need this item then. After checking all his gains, Chu Chen chose to exit the dungeon. Chu Chen, how was it? Upon seeing Chu Chen come out, Li Yun immediately approached him. Teacher Li, I can no longer enter this dungeon, so I want to level up on my own, Chu Chen said, not wanting to showcase his level again, fearing he would be surrounded by the teachers and classmates once more. Alright, just be careful, Li Yun said, taking out a long sword. You can take this weapon, it should provide you with some help. Golden Light Sword, Advanced, Strength plus 46, Trait, ignores 5% of the target's defense, equipment requirement. Level 5. Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the sword's attributes. He hadn't expected it to be an advanced piece of equipment. The biggest difference between advanced equipment and ordinary equipment is not just the attribute bonuses but the presence of a trait. Rare level equipment has 2 traits, epic level weapons have 3 traits and even skills, and legendary or mythical equipment is even more powerful. This sword has been with me for many years. I was lucky to have encountered a boss in the wild that dropped it. After I became a teacher, every year, outstanding students would borrow this sword from me, Li Yun said with a smile. A level 5 advanced weapon is quite rare in Lin City, especially for newly transitioned students. It's no different from a divine artifact. No need, Teacher Li, I don't need this equipment, you should give it to Lu Chanha. Chu Chen originally wanted to give the Wolf Fire Sword to Lu Chanha.
But it seems it's unnecessary now. I didn't expect old Li to have such good stuff in hand. Alright, since you say so, you must have confidence, so I'll leave it for Lu Chanha. Li Yun hesitated for a moment but still listened to Chu Chen's words. By the way, when he entered the instance just now, he said you didn't have to wait for him. Okay, then I'll head out first. When he comes out, let him give me a call, Chu Chen said. He planned to make a trip to the mall first, although he could kill monsters in an instant. Using the sword control technique would consume mana and he had almost used up the recovery potions he bought earlier, so it was just right to replenish them. Be careful yourself. Don't worry, Teacher Li. Watching Chu Chen's departing figure, Li Yun sighed. Although he watched the children leave every year, he still felt a bit sad at this moment. The children have grown up, it's time for them to soar on their own. An hour later, Chu Chen arrived at the mall by car. Just as he got out, Lu Chanha called. Old Chu, where are you? I just came out of the instance. I'm at the mall, getting some recovery potions. How about you? What level are you now? I'm level 6. The monsters ahead are too hard to kill, I almost died. In there. Alright, then go wait for me in the wild boar forest. I'll take you to grind the instance later. Don't worry about holding me back, I'm already level 9 and will soon trigger the breakthrough quest, so I won't gain any experience then. Okay, just right to try out the golden light sword old Li just gave me. The wild boar forest refers to another instance within Lin City, which requires reaching level 5 to enter. However, unlike the novice instance, the wild boar forest instance allows players to choose the difficulty, and the wild monsters inside will also attack proactively. After replenishing a good amount of potions in the mall, Chu Chen took a taxi again towards the wild boar forest, and by the time he arrived, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Old Chu, eat something first. Lu Chanha handed over a hand-grabbed pancake which he had made himself last night. Chu Chen didn't hold back, took the pancake, took a bite, and handed over a regular skill stone to Lu Chanha. You can use this skill stone, I can't use it. Sure. Lu Chanha didn't say much and directly used the skill stone after taking it. How is it? Did you succeed? Pretty lucky, I got a displacement skill, Lu Chanha said with a smile. Charge. Move quickly forward 3 meters with a 10% chance to knock the target back. Cooldown time 1 minute, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Not only does it have displacement, but it also has a control effect, making it a decent skill. That's good, let's enter the instance. Chu Chen sent a party invitation and then he and Lu Chanha arrived at the entrance of the wild boar forest instance. At this moment, aside from the people shopping, there were no others around, as the wild boar forest instance isn't high level. Every year, only students come here to level up. However, today is only the first day and many students are still battling in the novice instance. It will take at least 2 or 3 days before more people gather here. With that in mind, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha entered the instance, and a prompt interface popped up. You are the team leader. Please select the difficulty of this instance. 1. Normal. 2. Hard. 3. Nightmare. 4. Hell. Looking at the difficulty options that popped up, Chu Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose Hell difficulty. The wild boar forest instance is different from the novice instance. The novice instance only has a level requirement. As long as the level does not exceed level 5, one can enter countless times. But the wild boar forest instance can only be entered once a day, so Chu Chen didn't want to waste the opportunity. Damn, old Chu, why did you choose Hell difficulty? The worst monsters in there are high-level wild monsters. Lu Chanha also received the information and exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Chu Chen shook his head and said, as the two entered the dungeon, appearing on the stone platform. The wild boar forest dungeon was also a forest, and outside the stone platform, 10 wild boars were rooting in the dirt. Sharp-toothed wild boar, advanced, level, 5 health points, 1000. Attack, 141 physical defense, 39 magical defense, 17 skill. Charge. Truly the monsters in a hell difficulty dungeon, just level 5, yet their attributes are much stronger than ordinary wild monsters, Chu Chen thought to himself. Old Chu, are you sure we can take them on? Lu Chanha also saw the attributes of these sharp-toothed wild boars and couldn't help but swallow hard. If it were just one, they could manage, but the problem was that attacking one would attract the hatred of the other 9. Chu Chen said nothing, stepping off the stone platform, and instantly, the protective light around them vanished. Immediately, with a wave of his right hand, 10 sharp swords flew out. In the next moment, terrifying damage numbers appeared. -142,358 critical hit, -71,179, -71,179. The 10 sharp-toothed wild boars didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were instantly killed. Your team has killed a level 5 sharp-toothed wild boar, advanced, experience +1, additional 0.5 experience points gained. Your team has killed a level 5 sharp-toothed wild boar, advanced, experience +1, additional 0.5 experience points gained. The notification sound kept ringing, and Chu Chen was not surprised. The experience from advanced wild monsters was double that of ordinary ones, and rare wild monsters would yield double that of advanced ones, and so on. However, since he was in a team with Lu Chanha, the experience would be halved, otherwise he would gain 3 experience points for killing one wild monster. Not bad, Chu Chen was quite satisfied. This time, aside from leveling up himself, the main goal was to help Lu Chanha level up. On the other side, Lu Chanha was stunned to see that the 10 sharp-toothed wild boars had been killed instantly, with damage exceeding 100,000, leaving him frozen in place. At the same time, he received a notification. Your team has killed a level 5 sharp-toothed wild boar, advanced, experience plus 4. Your team has killed a level 5 sharp-toothed wild boar, advanced, experience plus 4. Lu Chanha was currently level 6, so killing a level 5 monster only granted him 4 experience points. Although the experience from advanced monsters was doubled, it was halved due to being in a team. If he were not in a team, he would have gained 8 experience points, but he didn't have that capability. Old Chu. This. Lu Chanha looked at Chu Chen in shock. Although he knew Chu Chen was strong, he didn't expect him to be this terrifying. Could over 30,000 damage really be dealt by a level 9? Stop dawdling, I'll handle the monsters and you collect the loot, Chu Chen said, taking a sip from the purple spirit gourd. Only then did Lu Chanha notice that the 10 wild monsters had dropped items after dying, and he quickly ran to collect them. He realized that even though this was a hell-level difficulty dungeon, he didn't need to lift a finger. He had initially wanted to try out the golden sword given by Oldly, but now it seemed better to just lie back. After all, my brother is so impressive. The two continued forward, encountering numerous wild monsters along the way, but none could withstand a single sword strike from Chu Chen, all being instantly killed. Moreover, this was without him using any skills, otherwise, the damage would have been even higher. Your level has increased, reaching level 7. Old Chu, I leveled up. When Lu Chanha killed 100 sharp-toothed wild boars, his level also reached 7. Yeah, if we clear this dungeon, you might even reach level 9 and trigger the breakthrough quest, Chu Chen said. You can easily clear hell-level dungeons because you can instantly kill these monsters. Others who come in would just kneel at the sight of 10 sharp-toothed wild boars blocking the entrance, Lu Chanha said. Although he leveled up quickly, it was all based on Chu Chen's ability to kill monsters in an instant, something others simply couldn't do. As the two were talking, the ground suddenly shook and they saw a 5-meter-tall black-haired wild boar charging towards them from 100 meters away. Sharp-toothed wild boar, rare level, 5 health points, 10,000 attack, 247 physical defense, 142 magical defense, 105 skills, stab, strong, charge. It's a boss, and it has 3 skills. It's not the final boss, this is a hell-level dungeon, and the final boss is epic level, Chu Chen replied, as he directed his swords towards the sharp-toothed wild boar king. The sharp-toothed wild boar king sensed danger and dodged 2 sword lights, but one sword still struck it. Minus 40,710 accompanied by a high damage notification. The sharp-toothed wild boar king let out a wail as it continued to run, then its health was completely depleted. Its massive body, propelled by inertia, continued forward for several meters before crashing to the ground, motionless. With that damage, you could probably instant kill even the final boss. Although Lu Chanha was prepared, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Time to get to work. Chu Chen didn't respond. At level 9, he could control 90 swords, making it easy to take down the final boss. Alright then. Lu Chanha rubbed his hands and approached the corpse of the sharp-toothed wild boar king to loot it. Old Chu, 2 good items dropped. After checking all the loot, Lu Chanha spoke up. Task Enhancement Scroll, Advanced, can be used to increase the difficulty of any one of your tasks by 1 tier. Note, after using this item, the task difficulty cannot be increased again. Chu Chen was already familiar with the first item, but the previous normal level had only a 50% chance, while the advanced level had a 100% chance. Boartooth Magic Wand, Advanced, Spirit plus 35, Trait, 5% chance to cause your attacks to have a burst effect, Equipment. Requirement, level 5. Let's keep the scroll, and we don't need the wand, we can sell it after leaving the dungeon, Chu Chen said. This piece of equipment was decent for magic professions, although the 5% chance wasn't high, it was better than nothing. Sure, I'll follow your lead. Lu Chanha nodded and helped Chu Chen put it away, then the two continued to grind monsters and level up. An hour passed quickly as Chu Chen led Lu Chanha through the dungeon, grinding monsters and leveling up. He had no idea how many monsters he had killed during this time. He only knew that the wild monster levels gradually increased from 5 to 6, 7, and 8. At first there were mostly high-level wild monsters, but as they delved deeper, rare-level wild monsters began to appear occasionally. Swoosh! Deep in the forest, a flash of swordlight cut through the air, and a red-haired wild boar fell in response. Your team has killed the level 8 Crimson Flame Wild Boar King, rare level, experience plus 8, and gained an additional 4 experience points. Your experience points have reached the limit, you cannot continue to gain experience points until you complete the breakthrough task. Seeing the notification, Chu Chen took a deep breath. It was finally time to start the breakthrough task. Randomly generating your breakthrough task. Due to your profession being a unique class, the difficulty of the breakthrough task has been raised to hell level.
Monster Slayer, Hell level, kill 100 monsters not lower than your own level with a quality not lower than epic. This task can be done in a team, with a maximum of one teammate, and the teammate's level must not exceed your own by 5 levels.
Task completion rewards profession-specific talent.
Awakening Scroll X1, profession-specific equipment, can grow, X1, free attribute points X500, current progress, 0/100. Looking at his breakthrough task, Chu Chen frowned tightly. He didn't expect that due to his unique profession, the difficulty of the breakthrough task would directly reach Hell level.
This task is a bit troublesome, Chu Chen thought to himself. It wasn't that he couldn't complete it, even against epic level monsters he was confident he could slay them. But the problem was, where could he find 100 epic level monsters for him to kill? Take the Wild Boar Forest dungeon, for example, the final boss of the dungeon is epic level, but there is only one. Moreover, the Wild Boar Forest dungeon can only be entered once a day, and in the entire Lin City, there is only this one level 5 dungeon. If he relied on the Wild Boar Forest dungeon, it would take him over 3 months to complete this task. But the college entrance examination is in half a month, and there simply isn't enough time. Other cities do have level 5 dungeons, but each city only has 1 or 2. To complete the breakthrough task before the college entrance examination, he would need to clear at least 6 or 7 dungeons every day, with each dungeon taking at least 2 hours, not to mention the time spent traveling to other cities. It simply wouldn't be feasible. Dungeons above level 10 do have more epic level monsters, but the problem is he is only level 9 and cannot enter dungeons above level 10. That's why Chu Chen found it troublesome. It wasn't that he couldn't complete it, but that it would require a significant amount of time and effort. No wonder many people get stuck at their levels when faced with such tasks. Even if they don't want to be stuck, it's impossible. However, no matter how troublesome the task is, it still needs to be completed, firstly to continue leveling up, and secondly because the rewards for this task are indeed generous. If he could complete it, the attribute points are secondary. The most important thing is the profession-specific talent. He has 3 profession talents, each of which is very powerful, and if he could obtain another one, it would greatly enhance his strength. Moreover, there is also a piece of equipment that can grow. Such equipment can improve as his level increases, and it is said that it can eventually grow to mythic level, so he naturally cannot miss it. Old Chu, what's wrong? Lu Chanha asked curiously when he saw Chu Chen standing still with a frown. At this time, his level had also reached level 8. I've hit my experience limit and triggered a breakthrough task. Hell level. Hell level. Wow, that's terrifying. The difficulty isn't high for me, but it's quite troublesome to do. It will take a lot of time, Chu Chen said, not thinking too much about it. Even if he couldn't complete the breakthrough task before the college entrance examination, it wouldn't matter. With his damage output, he would still be fine for the exam. Let's continue leveling up. First, let's get you to level 9 and see what your breakthrough task is. With that, Chu Chen continued to lead Lu Chanha in leveling up. They had now reached the deepest part of the Wild Boar Forest dungeon, where rare level monsters were becoming more and more numerous, but it made no difference to Chu Chen. If one sword couldn't kill, then 2 swords would do. At least for now, no monster could withstand a single sword strike from him. Finally, they arrived at the end of the dungeon. This was a valley, and in the center of the valley stood a 3-meter-tall pig-headed man, holding a wolf-tooth club. Pig-headed leader, epic level, 10 health points, 400,000 attack, 887 physical defense, 181 magical defense, 94 skills, rage, intimidation, heavy strike, strong body. Looking at the opponent's attributes, Chu Chen knew this was the final boss of the Wild Boar Forest. Truly an epic level monster. Its attributes are terrifying. Not only is its health high, but its attack is also incredibly strong. Lu Chanha swallowed hard and said, if he were alone, he would probably be smashed into a meat paste by the opponent. Chu Chen, however, remained calm. The final boss of an ordinary level dungeon only had 50,000 health. But the Hell level Wild Boar Forest dungeon was a 100-man raid, so the final boss would naturally not be weak. Roar! The pig-headed chief also spotted Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, letting out an angry roar as it leaped into the air, swinging its wolf-toothed club down towards the two. Chu Chen was not idle either. The moment he saw the opponent, 90 swords had already floated around him. Sword slash. To be safe, Chu Chen decided to use a skill. This time, Sword Slash deals 350% physical damage to the target. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Level 5 tense. 75/1000 proficiency. Minus 204,435. Critical hit. Minus 102,217. Minus 204,435. Critical hit. This was the damage of a single sword strike from Chu Chen, which triggered 2 critical hits. Boom! Without any surprises, the pig-headed chief, still in midair, only saw the flash of the sword light before its health bar was instantly emptied. Its massive body stiffened and then crashed down. Crash! In the next moment, a variety of lights erupted from the enormous corpse and a large number of equipment items dropped. Your team has killed the level 10 pig-headed chief, epic level, experience plus 40. Your team has killed the Wild Boar Forest, level 5 to 9, dungeon boss, gaining 1000 experience points. Your team has successfully refreshed the Wild Boar Forest, level 5 to 9, dungeon record, completion time 2 hours 45 minutes 31 seconds, reward, trait scroll, epic level, 100,000 gold coins. As Chu Chen killed the pig-headed chief, a series of notifications popped up in front of Lu Chanha, and his level also reached the maximum of level 9. Old Chu, you're too fierce. You actually one-shot an epic level boss, and I've hit my level cap too. At this moment, Lu Chanha came back to his senses, looking at Chu Chen with excitement. Calm down, let's see what dropped, Chu Chen replied. Sure, you rest, I'll handle looting the corpse. Chu Chen didn't refuse, knowing that Lu Chanha wanted something to do, while he checked the rewards from the refreshed dungeon record. Trait scroll. Epic level, using it will add 3 random traits to equipment with a 10% chance to add an extra skill. Not bad, if luck is on my side, ordinary level. Equipment could directly become epic level. Chu Chen nodded but had no intention of using it. He wouldn't benefit from traits on his weapon, as weapons with the sword immortal mark would not provide him with attributes, including trait effects. As for the other equipment he had, there was no need, they were all level 5 transitional gear that he would replace once he broke through. Old Chu, this is a huge drop. Your drop rate is terrifying. Lu Chanha began counting the items dropped by the boss. 100,000 gold coins, 6 skill books, 13 pieces of equipment, 32 potions, and 25 miscellaneous items. According to the current market prices, these items were worth about 2 million gold coins. This wasn't much, considering this was a hell level 100-man dungeon, and this boss could only provide an average of about 20,000 gold coins per person. Of course, this was just the profit from this boss. The overall value of the entire dungeon was naturally much more than this. Chu Chen said, pick out what you can use, sell the rest after we leave the dungeon. He still needed gold coins. A jar of rare level spirit wine cost over 200,000 gold coins, not to mention better epic level or legendary level spirit wines, which could easily be priced in the millions or even tens of millions. By the way, what's your breakthrough mission? Chu Chen asked. His own breakthrough mission was currently difficult to complete, but he could see if he could help Lu Chanha with his. Wait a moment, let me check. Lu Chanha opened the panel and quickly found his breakthrough mission. Guardian of the Shield Armor, difficulty level hard. You will be teleported to the assessment space to undergo a guardian assessment. Please withstand the attacks of a level 10 epic monster for 10 minutes, or defeat it. This mission can be done in a team, limited to 5 teammates, and their levels must not exceed yours by more than 5 levels. Mission completion rewards, defensive skill stone, rare, X1, random class. Equipment, rare, X1, 50 free attribute points. Chu Chen said, this mission is quite challenging for you. They had just seen the attributes of the epic monster, and it wouldn't be easy for Lu Chanha to last 10 minutes. Even finding 5 teammates would be difficult. Fortunately, there was no time limit for breakthrough missions, and one could attempt it countless times. If it became too overwhelming, one could exit the assessment space at any time. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. With Chu Chen around, it would be incredibly easy for Lu Chanha to complete this task. No, wait, my mission is to kill 100 epic monsters. Can I do it together with Lu's mission? Chu Chen's eyes lit up. After all, Lu Chanha's current mission was only at the hard level. If it were raised to nightmare or even hell level, perhaps the number of epic monsters faced would increase. He could easily exploit a bug to complete both his and Lu Chanha's breakthrough missions. Even if the difficulty of Lu Chanha's mission increased and the number of epic monsters didn't rise, but the time to endure did, it wouldn't affect him at all. Immediately, Chu Chen shared his breakthrough mission and thoughts with Lu Chanha. No problem, Lao Chu, let's give it a try. Lu Chanha agreed right away. After all, he was being carried by Chu Chen, and if he could help Chu Chen with his mission, that would be the best outcome. There's no rush. I only have high-level mission enhancement scrolls on me right now. Let's see if we can buy rare or even epic level enhancement scrolls after we go out. Saying this, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha chose to exit the dungeon. Your team has refreshed the record for this dungeon. Please set a team name, or the names of the team members will be displayed directly. At this moment, a prompt sounded. Chu Chen thought for a moment and set a team name, hidden. Setting successful, your team is exiting the dungeon. Soon, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha appeared at the entrance of the dungeon, and it was just past 8 in the evening. Let's go, we'll first check them all to see if there are any rare or epic level mission enhancement scrolls. Arriving at the roadside, Chu Chen hailed a taxi and he and Lu Chanha headed towards the mall. Not long after the two left, 5 students arrived at the entrance of the Wild Boar Forest dungeon. Everyone, we are the best students in Lin City this year. With our strength, we definitely have a chance to clear the normal level dungeon of the Wild Boar Forest, said a boy at the front with a smile. Zhao Meng, a student from number 2 high school, had the rare class of heavy crossbowman, possessing extremely strong ranged attack capabilities. The 4 others beside him also came from number 2 high school. Although they didn't have rare classes, they were all advanced classes, with support and tank roles, and the lowest level among them was level 5. These people were all gathered by Zhao Meng to form a team to grind the Wild Boar Forest dungeon and level up quickly. With Zhao Go leading us, we'll definitely be fine. Yeah, let's all listen to Zhao Ji's commands and not run around. I heard that this year, a powerful character emerged from Lin City No. 1 High School. He's just an ordinary class swordsman, yet he was the first to reach level 5. By the time he leaves the dungeon, he might even be level 7. It's just an ordinary level profession. As levels increase, the gap between me and Brother Zhao's rare profession will only grow larger. Listening to the compliments from a few people, Zhao Meng smiled. With his strength and rare profession, he could easily team up with other rare professions. But he didn't. Instead, he teamed up with these high-level professions to ensure he had absolute authority within the group. Alright, let's not compare ourselves to others. If we have that mindset, we might as well focus on leveling up quickly, Zhao Meng said. He knew that having an ordinary profession reach level 5 first would indeed be shocking, but he wasn't upset. If an ordinary profession could reach level 5 before their rare professions, it just meant the other party had skills. Besides, the upper limit of ordinary professions wasn't high and couldn't compare to his rare profession. What he needed to do was to develop himself quickly in preparation for the college entrance examination in half a month. Hey, you guys, look at the record stone tablet. Why is there suddenly an extra record? Just as the group was about to enter the dungeon, one person noticed something unusual on the stone tablet, and everyone turned to look. First place, Hidden Team, Hell Difficulty, Time, 2 hours 45 minutes 31 seconds. Second place, Tianhu Team, Hell Difficulty, Time, 8 hours 59 minutes 41 seconds. Third place, Menglong Team, Hell Difficulty, Time, 9 hours 47 minutes 2 seconds. Damn, the first place actually cleared the Hell Difficulty in less than 3 hours. That's terrifying. I checked yesterday, and the first place was clearly the Tianhu Team. How did it become this Hidden Team today? So, this Hidden Team refreshed the record yesterday. Or today. It can't be students from our Lin City this year, right? Impossible. That's Hell Difficulty, a 100-person dungeon. If 100 people really came here to team up, we would have heard something about it. Zhao Meng also saw the record and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was still thinking about clearing the ordinary level dungeon, and yet someone had already cleared the Hell level dungeon? And the dungeon time was less than 3 hours? He had looked into it. The last time the Hell level dungeon record in the Wild Boar Forest was refreshed was 100 years ago. At that time, mythical level professions emerged, and the entire Great Xia dynasty saw a surge of talent, with several epic level professions even appearing in Lin City. The second place, the Tianhu Team, was formed by those epic level professions combined with many rare level professions to create a 100-person team. Under such circumstances, they managed to refresh the dungeon record to within 9 hours. But now the record had been refreshed again, and it was under 3 hours. This, Zhao Meng gasped. Did they have hidden legendary level professions in Lin City? Or did legendary level professions from other cities come to Lin City and happen to clear this dungeon? He didn't know, but amidst the shock, Zhao Meng also reined in his previously inflated thoughts. He had been feeling pleased about awakening a rare profession, but now it seemed he was nothing. Others were already clearing hell level dungeons while he was still hoping to clear the ordinary level dungeon. The gap was too vast. Let's go into the dungeon. Zhao Meng took a deep breath. There was a sense of defeat, but more than that, there was motivation. Zhao Meng's future was just beginning to be written. Meanwhile, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha arrived at the shopping mall. Hello, sir. How can I assist you today? In the shop's reception room, Jin Hai smiled broadly at Chu Chen, who was a big client. Do you have rare level or even epic level task enhancement scrolls here? Chu Chen asked. Sir, we do have rare level task enhancement scrolls, but unfortunately, we don't have any epic level ones, Jin Hai said, taking out a rare level task enhancement scroll. Task enhancement scroll, rare level. After use, it can elevate the difficulty of one task by 1 tier. The biggest change with the rare level task enhancement scroll is that after use, it can still be used again. Unlike the ordinary and advanced levels where the task difficulty becomes fixed after use and cannot be raised again. Alright, I'll buy it. Chu Chen nodded. 1 rare level and 1 advanced level scroll would be enough to raise Lu Chanha's task difficulty to hell level. Then Lu Chanha took out the items he had obtained from the dungeon earlier, which were all things they couldn't use. Calculate how much these items are worth, Chu Chen said. Looking at so many items, Jin Hai was taken aback. These items were not simple, and there were even advanced and rare level props among them. Although surprised, he didn't ask further and began to calculate the value of these items. Sir, these items are worth a total of 3,320,000 gold coins. Jin Hai quickly calculated, and Chu Chen was not surprised. These items were not just from the final boss but were the total loot from the entire dungeon. It looked like a lot, but if calculated per 100 people, each person would only gain a little over 30,000 gold coins. Of course, this was because there were still many useful items they hadn't sold, such as the epic level characteristic scroll, which was worth at least over 1 million. The rare level task enhancement scroll was valued at 350,000 gold coins, and Jin Hai gave some discounts, so in the end, Chu Chen received 3 million gold coins. Naturally, Lu Chanha didn't take this money, as the dungeon was cleared by Chu Chen. He was just along for the ride. Just give me 2,900,000 gold coins, and that 100,000 gold coins will be a deposit. Please help me collect some novice swords, and if you can find rare or even epic level spirit wine, that would be even better. Chu Chen said. Novice swords and rare level spirit wine are no problem, but epic level spirit wine is too precious. I can only do my best. How many novice swords do you need, sir? Jin Hai didn't know why Chu Chen wanted so many novice swords, but he wouldn't pry. No limit, just as many as you can get, Chu Chen said. Although nearly 300 times damage was already considerable, it would be best if it could be even higher. After completing the transaction, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha left the mall and took a taxi home. By the time they got home, it was already past 9 in the evening. The two sat on the sofa, and Chu Chen took out the rare level task. Enhancement scroll. Use it, let's see what the enhanced task is like, Chu Chen said, feeling a bit hopeful. Whether he could quickly complete his breakthrough task depended on Lu Chanha. Lu Chanha didn't hesitate and directly used the rare level task enhancement scroll, and soon his task changed. Guardian of the Shield Armor, Nightmare level. You will be teleported to the assessment space to undergo the Guardian assessment. Please withstand the attacks of 5 level 10 epic monsters for 20 minutes, or defeat them. This task can be done in a team, limited to 3 teammates, and their levels cannot exceed yours by more than 5 levels. Task completion rewards. Selectable skill scroll, epic level, x1, selectable equipment, epic level, x1, 100 free attribute points. The difficulty of the Nightmare level breakthrough task is much stronger than the hard level. Not only has the number of epic monsters increased from 1 to 5, but the duration to withstand has also increased from 10 minutes to 20 minutes. In addition, the previous number of teammates was 5, but now it can only have a maximum of 3 teammates. Looking at his Nightmare level task, Lu Chanha couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it weren't for Chu Chen, he would have almost no chance of completing this task. After informing Chu Chen about this task, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. There's a chance. He completely had the opportunity to complete his task through Lu Chanha's task. Should we try the Hell level task? Chu Chen took out the advanced task enhancement scroll and asked. With you here? There's nothing I can't face. Lu Chanha took the scroll and used it again, and the task changed once more. Guardian of the Shield Armor, Hell level. You will be teleported to the assessment space to undergo the Guardian assessment. Please withstand the attacks of 10 level 10 epic monsters for 30 minutes, or defeat them. This task can be done in a team, limited to 1 teammate, and the teammate's level must not exceed your own by more than 5 levels. Completion rewards. Class-specific talent awakening scroll x1, Guardian medal. Free attribute points x500. The Hell level breakthrough task is never simple. Chu Chen's breakthrough task requires him to kill 100 epic monsters of at least his own level, although Lu Chanha's task only requires him to withstand the attacks of 10 epic monsters. For 30 minutes, the difficulty is no less than that of Chu Chen's. After all, Chu Chen can choose to kill alone, while Lu Chanha's task requires him to face the siege of 10 epic monsters at the same time. However, this task brought a smile to Chu Chen's face. If it was as he had anticipated, it meant that both of their tasks could be completed. Luma, let's give it a try, Chu Chen said, wanting to confirm whether killing the epic monsters in the other person's task would advance his own task progress. Okay. Lu Chanha directly sent Chu Chen a team invitation, and after Chu Chen accepted, he opened the task assessment. You are about to enter the assessment space. Do you wish to enter? Both Lu Chanha and Chu Chen received the prompt, and they both chose to enter. As they confirmed, a force enveloped them, and a few seconds later, they had disappeared from the living room and appeared in another space. Inside the assessment space, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha stood on a stone platform, surveying their surroundings. Before them lay an ancient battlefield that had existed for an unknown amount of time, with broken weapons and equipment scattered across the ground. Fierce battles must have taken place here. You have entered the assessment space. When you step off the stone platform, the assessment officially begins. When you return to the stone platform, you can choose to exit the assessment, and you and your teammate will be teleported away. Due to the assessment task, if you kill the monsters, you will not receive any rewards. You stay on the stone platform, Chu Chen said, listening to the prompt. Be careful. Lu Chanha nodded, knowing he couldn't help much. He just needed to avoid causing trouble for Chu Chen. Then, Chu Chen stepped off the stone platform, and the previously calm space began to tremble. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by a series of roars, a white tiger with wings swiftly charged from a distance, tearing through the right side of the space. A dark figure stepped out, and the ground cracked open as a massive creature emerged. In just a few moments, 10 colossal creatures appeared on the battlefield. Winged white Tiger, Epic, Level, 10 health points, 500,000 attack, 1085 physical defense, 184 magical defense, 157 skills, Pounce, Tiger's Roar, Fiery Inferno, Winged Guardian. Space Assassin, Epic, Level, 10 health points, 500,000 attack, 1,241 physical defense, 144 magical defense, 111 skills, Space Tier, Backstab Instant Kill, Shadowy Body, Furious Stab. Earth Dragon Leader, Epic, Level, 10 health points, 650,000 attack, 689 physical defense, 204 magical defense, 178 skills, Ground Assault, Venom Spray, Split, Tenacious Life. 10 epic monsters flying in the sky, running on the ground, burrowing underground, magic types, physical types, tanks, ranged, melee, assassins, buffs. Almost covering all aspects. Truly a hell-level task. The difficulty is terrifying. Chu Chen secretly clicked his tongue. If it were just Lu Chanha alone, let alone killing these monsters, surviving for even a minute under their assault would be impressive. Return Heart Sword Formation. Chu Chen sent out 90 spirit swords, directly forming the Return Heart Sword Formation and charging towards those epic-level monsters. He didn't even look at the outcome. After releasing the skill, he shouted, "Exit." Lu Chanha, who had been ready, chose to exit without any hesitation. In the next moment, their eyes flashed, and they had already left the assessment space, returning to the living room. Seeing that they were back in reality, Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't simultaneously kill those 10 epic-level monsters yet. The two-winged white tiger flew in the air, over 100 meters away from him, out of his attack range, and there was also the spatial assassin who was directly hidden in the space, making him impossible to locate. That's why he chose to use a skill and run. After all, while his damage was high, being hit by those monsters could still lead to death. It wasn't time to risk his life. Yet, he mainly wanted to test if there was any response to his task progress. Old Chu killed 5 heads. At that moment, Lu Chanha said, having received a prompt sound. Just now, Chu Chen's strike had killed 5 monsters, but his assessment task had naturally failed. Chu Chen also received a prompt and opened his breakthrough task. Monster Slayer, Hell level, kill 100 monsters not lower than your own level, quality not lower than epic level. This task can be done in a team, with a maximum of 1 teammate, and the teammate's level must not exceed your own by 5 levels. Task completion rewards, profession specific. Talent Awakening Scroll X1, Profession Specific Equipment, can grow, X1, Free Attribute Points X500, Current Progress, 6 out of 100. Looking at his task progress, Chu Chen felt a surge of joy. It really was useful. Lu Ma Wong for me. Chu Chen smiled at Lu Chanha. He had thought he wouldn't have a chance to break through before the college entrance examination, but unexpectedly, Lu Chanha had obtained such a breakthrough task. It seems to be useful. That's good. Lu Chanha also smiled, feeling relieved. He had been worried about not being able to help Chu Chen. Let's continue. Not for now. This thing needs an hour of cooldown before we can enter again. An hour, huh? That's not too long. We can have some late-night snacks and come back in an hour. Sure, I'll go grab something to eat. Lu Chanha went into the kitchen while Chu Chen drank wine and improved his skill proficiency. Your skill Sword Slash has been upgraded to level 6. Your skill Return Heart Sword Formation has been upgraded to level 6. Your skill Dodge has been upgraded to level 7. Half an hour later, Lu Chanha brought out the dry pot he had prepared. Want some? No, I'll stick with this. Chu Chen initially wanted to pour Lu Chanha some wine to try, but Lu Chanha took out calcium milk, inserted a straw, and started drinking. Old Chu, our leveling speed should be the fastest in the entire Lin City, maybe even the fastest in the whole Yunzhong province. Eating the dry pot, the two casually chatted. Even now, Lu Chanha felt like he was dreaming. In just one day, he not only reached level 9 but also broke the Hell level dungeon record and even the breakthrough task was Hell level. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. Not necessarily. Yunzhong province is so big, with over 500,000 high school seniors every year, and there are bound to be prodigies among them. Chu Chen said. Some students might awaken to ordinary level professions, but with strong backgrounds, reaching level 9 in a day isn't difficult. If the other party's breakthrough task was still ordinary level, they might have already reached level 10 by now. Our levels might not be the highest, but if we're talking about strength, you are definitely the strongest among this year's high school seniors, Lu Chanha said. This point, Chu Chen did not refute. After all, a 300 times damage bonus is no joke. After finishing their late-night snack, Lu Chanha's task assessment cooldown time was up, and the two entered the assessment space again. As before, after using his skills, Chu Chen didn't need to say anything. Lu Chanha directly chose to exit. You have killed 6 epic-level monsters. Task progress increased, currently 12/100. Looking at the prompt, Chu Chen smiled. With another 10 or so times, he and Lu Ma's Hell level task would be completed. However, it was already quite late, so Chu Chen decided not to continue. After washing up, he and Lu Ma prepared to rest well and continue tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Ma got up early to make breakfast. After casually eating a bit, the two began to continue their tasks. They spent the entire day at home grinding task progress. Once an hour, killing 5 to 7 epic level monsters each time. Chu Chen's task progress was rapidly increasing. Until around 11 o'clock at night, when Chu Chen and Lu Chanha emerged from the assessment space again, Chu Chen finally received the task completion prompt. You have killed 6 epic level monsters, task progress increased, currently 100/100. You have successfully completed the breakthrough task, level increased, reaching level 10, and gained 10 free attribute points. Task rewards have been distributed. As the prompt sound faded, Chu Chen's level also reached 10, and he received the system rewards. Chu Chen first opened the profession panel, and at this time, the attribute points he could allocate had reached 510, which he directly added entirely to strength. Name, Chu Chen, profession, wine sword. Immortal, unique, level 10, 0/20,000, health 550, mana 550, strength 655, agility 55, constitution 55, mentality 55, intelligence 55, physical attack 1310, magical attack 110. Physical defense 55, magical defense 55, damage bonus 295.35, skills, detection technique, sword control technique, sword slash, returning willow technique, heart returning sword formation, everything. Can be broken, sword shield, rest, spirit recovery technique, flame slash, sword mastery, flash step, rending strike, charged strike, combo. Talent, wine immortal, sword immortal, falling mortal. This is the panel without accounting for the equipment on him. Looking at his attributes, Chu Chen smiled. It was indeed a hell-level breakthrough task, just. The reward of 500 attribute points was enough to create a gap between him and countless others. If combined with his 300 times damage bonus, without any defense from the opponent, a normal attack could deal nearly 400,000 damage, and he was only at level 10. Then Chu Chen looked at the other 2 rewards, the first being the Profession Exclusive Talent Awakening Scroll. Profession Exclusive Talent Awakening Scroll. Using it grants a Profession Exclusive Talent. Without hesitation, Chu Chen used it directly. You have used the Profession Exclusive Talent Awakening Scroll. You have gained the Profession Exclusive Talent. Sword Heart. Sword Heart. You have regained the sword path, comprehending the sword heart. The spirit sword in your hand is connected to your mind, providing you with additional vision, increasing critical hit rate by 1% and critical hit damage by 1%. For each level your profession increases, the effect increases by 1%. Looking at the new talent effect, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Now that he was level 10, it meant a 10% increase in critical hit rate and a 10% increase in critical hit damage. It should be noted that his damage was already terrifying. With the effect of this talent, a normal attack could deal over 800,000 damage. Adding the power of his skills, dealing over 1,000,000 damage would be effortless. Then he looked at the exclusive equipment. You have obtained the class exclusive equipment, Immortal Wind Sword Robe. Immortal Wind Sword Robe, normal grade, can grow, constitution +1, equipment requirement, wine sword immortal. Chu Chen put it on directly, and the information about the equipment changed. Immortal Wind Sword Robe, high grade, class exclusive for wine sword immortal. Constitution +50, trait, reduces damage taken by 10%, can grow, will increase with the owner's level. To grow to rare grade requires reaching level 30. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't yet see the power of this equipment, but that was because his level was too low. This was equipment that could grow to mythical grade, becoming more powerful as time went on. Old Chu, you look too cool in that outfit. You really have the look of a sword immortal now. Lu Chanha assessed. Chu Chen's current appearance, the white robe with silver edges, added a special aura to the already handsome Chu Chen. I've successfully broken through. I'll help you complete your task later, Chu Chen said. Lu Chanha nodded, feeling excited. Once he completed the hell level task, his strength would also increase. Although he couldn't compare to Chu Chen, he would definitely be stronger than most people. Soon, the cooldown time for the assessment was up, and the two entered the assessment space again. As before, as soon as Chu Chen stepped off the stone platform, 10 epic level monsters appeared. Go! Chu Chen didn't hesitate. He attacked the spatial assassin first. As long as he took it down, the remaining monsters would pose no threat to him. The spatial assassin had just emerged from the void when it was met with 10 sharp swords. It was too late to dodge, and in a panic it raised its dagger to block. But it was all in vain. Minus 648,574, critical hit. With just one sword, a critical hit cleared its 500,000 health points, and it fell in defeat. Seeing the spatial assassin defeated, Chu Chen smiled. The next part would be much simpler. Sword formation. Minus 345,175, minus 302,587, minus 325,474 terrifying damage numbers appeared, and the 8 epic level monsters within the sword formation were all killed before they could even attack. 9 of the 10 epic level monsters were now dead, and Chu Chen looked up at the sky. Only the twin-winged white tiger remained. The twin-winged white tiger gazed at the corpses of its 9 companions, its eyes flickering with fear. And for a moment, it didn't dare to approach. Chu Chen wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly, and half an hour passed.
The twin-winged white tiger kept flying in the air, refusing to enter the 100-meter range. Although Chu Chen felt helpless, he had completed Lu Chanha's task. You have completed the task. You will exit the assessment space with your teammate in 3 seconds. Lu Chanha received the message, and 3 seconds later, he and Chu Chen returned to the living room. Old Chu, I completed my task, Lu Chanha said excitedly. This was a hell-level task. He had never even dared to think about it before, and he didn't expect to complete it without doing anything. Go claim your task reward, Chu Chen said with a smile. Lu Chanha thanked him, and he was equally grateful. To Lu Chanha, if it weren't for this task, it would have taken him a long time to complete his own. Lu Chanha nodded and hurriedly claimed the task reward. First was the class-exclusive Talent Awakening Scroll. Chu Chen had also received this reward before, and after using it, Lu Chanha gained a talent. Wrath of the Shield Armor. As a guardian, you also have a heart filled with anger. 0.5% of all damage you receive will be returned to the attacker as true damage. For every level you increase, the effect will improve by 0.5%. Currently at level 10, the return damage is 5%. When Chu Chen saw the other party's talent, his eyes lit up. This was the god-level talent of the Shield Armor. If Lu Chanha could reach level 100, the reflected damage would also reach 50%. Moreover, this returned damage was based on true damage, meaning that no matter how thick the enemy's shield was, it would be useless. They would have to endure the damage. I thought I could get another offensive talent, Lu Chanha said. Don't be ungrateful. Isn't this thing better than an offensive talent? Chu Chen replied. The other 3 talents already made Lu Chanha quite tanky, and now with the addition of the Shield Armor's Fury talent, squishy characters simply couldn't kill him. That's true. With you around, I don't need to deal damage, I just need to protect you, Lu Chanha nodded, then looked at another reward. Guardian Medal, normal level, you are a natural guardian, your health limit increases by 10%, you can designate a target to activate the Guardian Light, and you will bear 10% of the damage they receive. It can grow and be upgraded to advanced level, requires level 10. Lu Chanha equipped it directly, and then the effect changed. Guardian Medal, advanced level. You are a natural guardian, your health limit increases by 20%, you can designate 3 targets to activate the Guardian Light, and you will bear 20% of the damage they receive, with a 5% chance to be immune to damage. It can grow and be upgraded to rare level, requires level 30. The advanced, Guardian Medal effect was much stronger than the normal level. Not only did the health limit increase by 20%, but the number of targets that could be protected also increased to 3. Although the damage taken also increased, there was now a chance to be immune to damage. Currently, it was only advanced. Once it reached rare, epic, or even legendary and mythical levels, its effects would surely be even more terrifying. This equipment makes you a real tank, Chu Chen said with a smile. Yeah, I do have quite a bit of health, Lu Chanha nodded, then directly tossed 3 detection spells to Chu Chen, who then saw the other party's panel. Name, Lu Chanha, class, Shield Armor. Warrior, level 10, 0/20,000, health 7,860, mana 550, strength 55, agility 55, constitution 655, spirit 55, intelligence 55, physical attack 110, magical attack 110, physical defense 655, magical defense 55, skills. Earthquake, detection spell, slash, strike, sweep, heavy hit, charge, talents, unyielding, super recovery, shield armor guardian, shield armor's fury. Although Lu's mom often complained that she wasn't a main combat class, she still obediently allocated points to constitution, and with the effect of the Guardian Medal, her health was over 7,000. It's worth noting that Chu Chen currently only had 550 health, making it impossible to compare with her. Moreover, her physical defense had reached 655 points, meaning that physical attacks below 655 would not be able to break through Lu's mom's defenses. Although he was still afraid of magic attacks, with the Shield Armor's Fury talent, he would have some resistance even against magic. This panel didn't even account for Lu's mom wearing equipment, otherwise, her attributes would be even higher. Not bad, not bad, a few more levels and your health will exceed 10,000, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This round of hell-level quests had also made her quite prosperous. He estimated that even epic or legendary tank classes wouldn't have as much health at level 10 as Lu Chanha, unless they also completed hell-level quests or had a full set of rare level equipment. Alright, it's getting late, let's rest. We'll head out of the city to level up tomorrow, Chu Chen said. At level 10, they could freely leave the city to level up, and the level 10 dungeons were outside the city. Lu Chanha nodded. If it weren't for the previous dungeon and the experiences from the assessment space over the past 2 days, he would still prefer Chu Chen to solo the dungeon while he refrained from gaining experience. But now, his brother is so impressive, dealing hundreds of thousands of damage with a single sword strike, and he's tackling a hell-level dungeon. What's wrong with me lying back for a bit? After a night of silence, it was already the 3rd day since their professions awakened, with just 14 days left until the college entrance examination. In the morning, Lu's mother prepared breakfast, and after the two had eaten their fill, they took a taxi heading out of the city. At the city gate of Lincheng, the streets were bustling With people, lively and vibrant, with numerous shops lining both sides, weapon shops, potion shops, item shops, basically everything one could need. Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha didn't visit these shops as they had already bought plenty of supplies at the mall, enough for their journey outside the city. Moreover, the weapon shops here only sold items for level 10 and above, since one needed to be at least level 10 to leave the city. The monsters outside were all at least level 10. Let's go, we should head to the Adventurers Guild first, Lu Chanha said, looking at a massive building. The Adventurers Guild was affiliated with the Dacia government, and one could only register there after reaching level 10. Just having awakened a profession only qualified one as a prospective adventurer. One had to reach level 10, which meant completing the first breakthrough task and then register at the guild to be considered a formal adventurer. There were many benefits to becoming a formal adventurer, such as being able to accept commission tasks to earn gold coins, using the teleportation array within the city, and forming guilds. This time, Lu Chanha not only intended to register as a formal adventurer but also planned to take on some tasks before heading out of the city. Of course, the most important thing was that he intended to post a task to purchase spirit wine. Entering the Adventurers Guild with Lu Chanha, they found it quite crowded. Anyone present here was at least level 10. The arrival of Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha attracted quite a bit of attention, with many surprised to see the two, as it was obvious they still looked like students. Had children really reached level 10 just 3 days after their profession awakening this year? These onlookers were merely curious and didn't disturb the two. Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha made their way directly to the registration window. Since only 3 days had passed since the profession awakening, there were very few students who had reached level 10, if any, so there was no one at the window. "Excuse me, we're here to register as formal adventurers," Lu Chanha said to the bored young man behind the window. You're students from Lincheng this year? You reached level 10 so quickly?" The young man looked at Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha in surprise, as this was the first time he had encountered anyone coming to register this year. If nothing unexpected happened, these two should be the first students in Lincheng to reach level 10 this year. Lu Chanha smiled and nodded, then handed over his student ID and identification card. "Ah, so you're from Ijeong, Lu Chanha, right? Not bad, a rare profession too. Show me your level." The young man quickly found Lu Chanha's information on the computer, and Lu Chanha displayed his level directly. Indeed level 10 already. The young man then looked at Lu Chanha. "This classmate is here to register as well, right?" "Yeah." Lu Chanha nodded, handing over his student ID and identification card as well, while also displaying his level. "Lu Chanha from Ijeong, although you have an ordinary profession, reaching level 10 so quickly means you have great potential. You need to keep working hard in the future." The young man found Lu Chanha's information too, smiling. "You two are the first students to register this year. Well done. Last year, the first student in Lincheng to reach level 10 took 5 days. As he spoke, the young man began processing the registration for the two, and there were no issues at all. It was all settled in just a few minutes. "This is your professional badge. Congratulations on becoming official professionals. With less than half a month until the college entrance examination, do your best to bring glory to our Lin City. If you encounter any problems, you can also come to our professional guild for feedback, and we will do our best to resolve your issues." The young man handed 2 professional badges through the window to the two. Professional badge, special equipment, wearing it grants plus 1% experience, wearing requirement, level 10. Lu Chanha looked at the information on the badge in his hand, surprised to find it had an experience boosting effect. Although it was only 1%, it was still quite good. By the way, scan the code next to you to download the Professional Guild app. After registering, there will be a detailed introduction to the guild inside, where you can accept tasks. Of course, after completing a task, you still need to come to the guild to submit it. If you want to commission a task, you also need to come to the guild. The young man continued. Then, Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha downloaded an app, registered, and logged in. The first thing that popped up was a newcomer introduction, explaining the various functions of the guild. "Let's go over there and post a commission task," Lu Chanha said as he walked to another window, picked up a commission task form to fill out for purchasing rare and epic spirit wines, and finally handed it to the staff, leaving behind 1 million task coins. Lu Chanha checked on his phone. The task had already been posted, but no one had taken it yet. He wasn't surprised, as it had just been released. "Let's go, we've finished our business, and it's time for us to leave the city to level up," Lu Chanha said, and then he and Lu Chanha left the professional guild, heading towards the city gates. Just as they arrived at the city gate, a figure was standing there. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Lu Chanha spoke up, and the person was indeed his father, Lu Yun. "So you've already reached level 10. Lu Yun directly cast a detection spell on Lu Chanha to confirm that he had indeed reached level 10, and a smile appeared on his face. "Didn't you say you were going out of the city to level up? I've prepared a few things for you." Lu Yun then took out 2 storage rings for the two. Inside are some potions and equipment just right for you at level 10, and there's also a map that records the distribution of monsters around our Lin City. The areas marked in green are safe for you to level up, but you must absolutely avoid the red areas. Those have monsters that are at least level 20, and occasionally level 30 monsters may appear.
Listening to Lu Yun's words, Chu Chen realized his preparations were insufficient. He hadn't even thought to get a map before. By the way, I've also prepared 5 signal flares for each of you, along with 2 specially made masks. Outside the city is different from inside. You need to be careful of those monsters and also other professionals. If you encounter any danger, immediately fire the signal flare and we will come to rescue you. He didn't stop his son from going out to level up. The child had grown up and should venture out on his own. You should listen to Xiao Chu more. Xiao Chu, you must keep an eye on him and not let him go wild as soon as he leaves the city. Lu Yun looked at Chu Chen, guessing that his son's rapid rise to level 10 was related to Chu Chen, but he felt there was no need to ask. Uncle Lu, don't worry, I will definitely keep a close watch on him. Chu Chen nodded with a smile. Alright, I need to go patrol over there, so I won't say much more. You two take care of your safety. Lu Yun came quickly and left just as fast. He was the captain of the city guard and had taken leave just to meet the two. My dad is really thoughtful, otherwise we wouldn't know where to level up after leaving the city, Lu Chanha said with a smile. Chu Chen nodded, then took out the masks Lu Yun had just mentioned. 1 black face and 1 white face. Concealment mask, ordinary level, can hide your appearance and block detection from professionals whose level does not exceed yours by 10 levels. Both masks had the same effect. Chu Chen chose the white face, while Lu Chanha chose the black face. After putting on their masks, the two arrived at the city gate and exited the city after showing their professional badges. As they gradually moved away from Lin City, they both began to feel a sense of oppression in the atmosphere, with the scent of blood lingering in the air. Occasionally, they could hear the roars of beasts and see people fighting monsters in the distance. Some also noticed them, but both sides maintained a safe distance. This was outside the city, where there were no legal constraints. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way, and soon they reached the leveling area marked on the map. Old Chu, look ahead, there are monsters, Lu Chanha said quietly, having long since put away his playful demeanor and pointing forward. Chu Chen looked over and indeed saw 5 dog-like monsters emerging from behind a small hill. As soon as the two spotted these creatures, the monsters also noticed them and, without any hesitation, charged towards them. Unlike the monsters in the novice dungeon, which had no aggro, wild monsters would actively attack as soon as they saw you. Swift Wind Hyena, normal level, 11 health points, 2000 attack, 254. Physical defense, 64 magical defense, 38 skill. By glancing at the attributes, Chu Chen immediately commanded 5 spirit swords to fly out. Minus 367,570 minus 808,654. 5 terrifying damage numbers appeared, and even though Lu Chanha was prepared, he was still startled. This was just too fierce. Your team has killed an 11-level Swift Wind Hyena, experience points plus 5, additional 2.5 experience points gained. With all 5 monsters dead, Chu Chen gained 37.5 experience points, while Lu Chanha received 25 points as Chu Chen had a 50% experience bonus. Keep moving forward, Chu Chen said, simultaneously dispersing 10 spirit swords to hover within a 100-meter range. With the sword heart talent, he could now use these spirit swords to provide him with vision. If monsters were spotted within 100 meters, he could eliminate them in advance to avoid any surprises. In the wilderness, the two moved at a steady pace without any breaks. Whenever they spotted monsters, they were all killed by Chu Chen before the creatures could react. Sometimes, Lu Chanha would receive experience notifications even before he saw the monsters. Old Chu, I suddenly feel so useless, Lu Chanha sighed after receiving another experience notification 2 hours later. Although he was prepared to just lie back, the feeling of having monsters killed without even seeing them made him somewhat uncomfortable. Just protect me well, my attack is high, but I am indeed too fragile. Chu Chen replied with a smile, pulling out the map. Stop dawdling, ahead is the level 10 dungeon. With that, the two continued forward, and after a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the level 10 dungeon, Goblin Fortress. This was a dungeon for levels 10 to 19 outside Lin City. When Chu Chen and Lu Chanha arrived, there were already over 100 professionals gathered here, most of whom were above level 15. These professionals were mostly those who had failed the college entrance exam last year and stayed in Lin City. As soon as Chu Chen and Lu Chanha arrived, they attracted the attention of these people. Hey, are these newcomers? Could they be this year's high school seniors? No way, hasn't it only been 3 days since this year's professional awakening? How could anyone reach level 10 so quickly? Who knows, maybe we have a genius from Lin City. The crowd laughed, and the reason they recognized the two as newcomers was that they were wearing masks, while everyone else on site was not. Chu Chen ignored them, but Lu Chanha looked displeased. You two, are you this year's high school seniors from Lin City? At that moment, a man with a mohawk blocked their path. That's Chicken Brother. Those two guys are in for some trouble. 2 years ago, Chicken Brother was also a senior in high school, but unfortunately, he missed the college entrance exam by 1 point. After that, Chicken Brother stayed in Lin City, clearly already at level 19, yet he refuses to take on the breakthrough mission. Instead, he likes to hang around the entrance of the Goblin Fortress dungeon every year just to bully those students who have just stepped out of campus and haven't grown up yet, seeking a sense of satisfaction from it. Even though Chicken Brother couldn't get into college, isn't he still bullying those who can? I heard last year he blocked a little girl and did something that made her cry. You have to say, Chicken Brother has some connections. He hasn't been caught and locked up by the city guards. The onlookers shared stories about Chicken Brother's history over the years while sympathetically glancing at Chu Chanha and Lu Chanha. Is there something you need? Chu Chanha looked up and asked. You two don't need to be nervous, I'm a good person, Chicken Brother said with a friendly smile. Chu Chanha and Lu Chanha exchanged glances at each other's colorful rooster combs, although they didn't speak. Their eyes said it all. Hee hee, isn't it special to have a unique mark as the big brother? Chicken Brother said, pressing his palms together and stroking his rooster comb. What do you think? Handsome, right? Chu Chanha and Lu Chanha looked speechless, but at this moment they could tell he had no malicious intent. They just didn't know why he was stopping them. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ji Yuan. They used to call me Brother Ji, but I don't know which bastard started calling me Chicken Brother instead, Ji Yuan said with a displeased expression. Chu Chanha and Lu Chanha felt he shouldn't be too bothered by that title, especially since he had that rooster comb going on. Did you need something from us? Lu Chanha asked. Indeed, I have something to discuss. Can we go over there and talk for a bit? Ji Yuan pointed to a large tree not far away. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chanha nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. If he intended to make a move against them, it would be just right to take him out in a secluded place. Soon, the three arrived under the tree. Go ahead, what is it? Lu Chanha asked, half of his body shielding Chu Chanha. To be honest, Chicken Brother is suffering here. Not getting into college is one thing, but after reaching level 19, I ended up with a nightmare level breakthrough mission. I'm just an ordinary level profession, yet I got a nightmare level task. Isn't that asking for death? There's no way around it. Who told me I was so unlucky? I can only find a way to complete this task, so every year I wait at the entrance of this dungeon, hoping that a genius will appear in Lin City to help me finish this mission. They all say I'm psychologically twisted for being stuck at level 19 because I couldn't get into college, just to bully freshmen. That's all nonsense. Am I sick? If I could level up, why would I still be stuck at level 19? What followed was Chicken Brother's tearful lament, and Chu Chanha and Lu Chanha finally understood his intentions. So you want us to help you? Chu Chanha asked. Exactly. In previous years, our high school seniors in Lin City needed at least 5 days to reach level 10, but here you are. On the 3rd day, which means you're definitely geniuses. Don't worry, Chicken Brother has some savings over the years. As long as you can help me complete this task, I'll give you 1 million gold coins directly. Of course, I can't fully trust you. At least you need to reach level 15 before the college entrance exam to prove you have the capability. Even if the task fails in the end, I can still give you 100,000 gold coins as a reward for your hard work. What do you think? Chicken Brother looked at Chu Chanha and Lu Chanha with anticipation. Being stuck at level 19 was too painful for him. Although nightmare level tasks are difficult, with so many people in Lin City, there should be a chance to help you complete the task, especially since there are quite a few higher level players over there, Lu Chanha said, puzzled. Brother, you're mistaken. Think about it, who can come to a level 10 dungeon now? Aside from you newcomers, everyone else has at least awakened their profession for a year. If they're still coming to a level 10 dungeon, what kind of combat power do you expect from them? Hell, they won't even be a hindrance to me. This task is deadly if I'm not careful. I can't let them go to their deaths, Ji Yuan said seriously. That's why I sought out geniuses like you. Perhaps there's still a chance you can help me complete the task. Then why do you think we would help you? Chu Chanha asked. 2 million. As long as you help me complete the task, I'll give you 2 million gold coins. Brother Ji directly raised the price. Chu Chanha wasn't very interested. 2 million gold coins was less than what he could earn from a single hell-level dungeon run. However, he casually replied, I'm not interested in money. Do you have any spirit wine? So you like that, huh? No problem. As long as you help me complete the task, I'll provide you with plenty of high-grade spirit wine, Brother Ji said. Chu Chanha remained silent, merely looking at him with a half-smile. Brother Ji chuckled awkwardly, knowing that even high-grade spirit wine couldn't compare to 2 million gold coins. Epic-grade spirit wine, if you have that, I can help you, Chu Chanha said directly. This was already a rejection, as he didn't believe the other party had epic-grade spirit wine. Of course, he didn't expect the other party to actually produce epic-grade spirit wine. He just thought that after being in the Lin City professional circle for so long, perhaps they might have news about it. Brother, you're putting me in a tough spot. That's epic-grade spirit wine. I haven't heard of anyone having it. But if you want rare-grade spirit wine, I can still give you some after the task is done, Brother Ji said helplessly. Chu Chanha, who was originally planning to leave, paused at this. You have rare-grade spirit wine. Not right now, but the reward for this task is rare-grade spirit wine. Saying this, Brother Ji also displayed his task to Chu Chanha and the others. Archer's Green Shadow, Nightmare level, you will be teleported to the Green Wilderness Camp where 100 level 20 rare-grade monsters are hidden. Please kill them all. This task can be done in a team, with a maximum of 3 teammates, and their levels must not exceed yours.
Task completion rewards: Green Wilderness Brew, Rare Grade, X50, Optional Skill Scroll, Epic Grade, X1, Free Attribute Points X500, Random Profession Equipment, Rare Grade, X1. Green Wilderness Brew, Rare Grade, said to be brewed from flowers and dew collected by a powerful being living in the wild. Drinking it increases critical hit rate by 30%, critical hit damage by 30%, and attack speed by 30% for 1 hour, with a 10% chance to gain permanent attribute points. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. The effect of this Green Wilderness Brew was clearly much better than the Rare Grade Ching wine he had drunk before, ranking among the best in Rare Grade spirit wines. This was normal. Ching wine was clearly brewed by professionals themselves, while Green Wilderness Brew was created by the world's will, so the effects were naturally worlds apart. What do you think, brother? If you can really help me complete the task, I can give you all of it. Ji Yuan gritted his teeth. He also knew how exceptional Green Wilderness Brew was. On the market, it would sell for at least 500,000 gold coins a jar, and 50 jars would amount to a whopping 25 million gold coins. But as long as he could complete this task that had been stuck for nearly 2 years, it would all be worth it. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Chu Chen could help him complete the task. Okay, but I have one request. Chu Chen nodded, noticing that the other party was indeed very sincere. 25 million gold coins was no small amount, which also indicated that the level 20 breakthrough task was indeed worth more. What are the requirements? Use this. As Chu Chen spoke, he threw an item to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan caught it and, upon seeing it, stood there dumbfounded, then looked at Chu Chen in shock. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? This is a nightmare level task, and you want me to use a task enhancement scroll? That's right, what Chu Chen had given him was indeed a task enhancement scroll. A nightmare level task rewards rare level spirit wine. If it were a hell level task, it might even yield epic level spirit wine. But Ji Yuan was on the verge of breaking down. A nightmare level task had nearly pushed him to his limits, let alone a hell level task. This was completely cutting off any chance for him to survive. I'll give you time to think. After we finish the dungeon, you give me your answer. Chu Chen knew that simply asking the other party to upgrade the task to hell level was impossible, especially since the other party didn't know him well. And this level 10 dungeon was just the opportunity for the other party to understand him better. After saying that, Chu Chen led Lu Chanha towards the dungeon, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back to Ji Yuan and extended his hand. Give me the money for the task enhancement scroll. In the end, Ji Yuan still handed over the money to Chu Chen. Watching Chu Chen and Lu Chanha's departing figures, he glanced at the task enhancement scroll in his hand, feeling utterly bewildered. Were all the newcomers this bold now? Looking down on nightmare level tasks while wanting to complete hell level tasks? Is this guy trying to trick me? Ji Yuan couldn't help but think. If it really got upgraded to hell level and he couldn't complete it with the other party's help, wouldn't his life be ruined? He could also see that Chu Chen wanted to use the dungeon to prove his strength. But it was just a level 10 dungeon. What strength could it really prove? Could it be that he could clear a hell level difficulty dungeon? Hell level. As Chu Chen selected the difficulty, he and Lu Chanha entered the dungeon. Upon seeing the two enter, the onlookers at the dungeon entrance began to stir. What's going on with Brother Ji? He actually let those two go? Isn't it obvious? He probably saw they had nothing good on them and sent them to the dungeon to fetch something. What good stuff can 2 newcomers get? How long do you think they can last in the dungeon? I estimate they'll be out in half an hour at most. Not necessarily. These 2 newcomers reached level 10 so quickly, they probably have rare level classes. If it's a normal level dungeon, I think an hour shouldn't be a problem. The game is on, the game is on. While the outside world was buzzing, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had already entered the dungeon. Like the previous dungeon, the two appeared on a stone platform, surrounded by a cavernous scene. 10 meters away from the stone platform, 50 goblins were patrolling with large clubs in hand. Goblin Warrior, Advanced, Level, 10 health points, 5000 attack, 387 physical defense, 141 magical defense, 94 skill. Smash. The difficulty of the hell level dungeon at level 10 was indeed strong. Not only were the monster attributes high, but there were also 50 monsters blocking the entrance, making it impossible to get out without strong power. However, these were not problems for Chu Chen. 50 spirit swords flew out, accompanied by terrifying damage numbers, and all 50 goblin warriors were instantly killed. Your team has killed 10 level goblin warriors. Since this is a hell level dungeon, experience points are increased by 8 times. You gain 20 experience points and an additional 10 experience points. As mentioned earlier, normal level dungeons grant normal experience, which means killing monsters of the same level yields 5 experience points. The difficulty level doubles from normal to hard, the nightmare level doubles from hard, and the hell level doubles from nightmare, meaning that the hell level grants 8 times the experience of the normal level. However, due to team play, the experience is halved, regardless of how many people are in the team. So either you don't team up, or if you do, the more people there are, the better the cost effectiveness. To elaborate further, so everyone knows how to calculate it, your team has killed a level 10 goblin warrior. Since this is a hell level dungeon, the experience is increased by 8.
times, and you gain 20 experience points plus an additional 10 experience points. Looking at the series of notifications, Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha both smiled. Indeed, grinding dungeons was the fastest way to gain experience. Let's go, let's speed up and aim to break another record. I just checked the record for the hell level dungeon. The first place team took 15 hours to clear it. Let's try to finish it in 4 hours. As Lu Chanha spoke, he and Lu Chanha quickened their pace. Although Lu Chanha was there to relax, he didn't completely slack off. At least he cast Guardian Light on Lu Chanha to prevent any accidents. The two moved quickly, and Lu Chanha released 100 spirit swords, which could also serve as his eyes. As soon as he spotted a monster, he would eliminate it instantly. They cleared monsters along the way, and in less than half an hour, Lu Chanha's level reached 11,5/35,000. Your level has increased to 11, and each of your attributes has increased by 10 points, gaining 50 free attribute points. After level 10, each level gained increases each attribute by 10 points, with 50 free attribute points awarded. After level 20, each level gained increases each attribute by 50 points, with 100 free attribute points awarded. As before, Lu Chanha allocated all his attribute points to his strength. Name: Lu Chanha. Class: Wine Sword Immortal, Unique. Level: 11, 0/35,000, Health: 1250 Mana, 650 Strength, 715 Agility, 65 Constitution, 125 Spirit, 65 Intelligence, 65 Physical Attack, 1430 Magical Attack, 130 Physical Defense, 125 Magical Defense, 65 Damage Bonus, 295.35 times Skills: Detection, Sword Control, Sword Slash, Returning Willow Technique, Heart, Returning Sword Formation, Everything Can Be Broken, Sword Shield, Rest, Spirit Recovery Technique, Flame Slash, Sword Mastery, Blink, Severing Strike, Charged Strike, Combo. Talents: Wine Immortal, Sword Immortal, Falling Mortal, Sword Heart. Due to the Immortal Wind Sword Robe, which increased his constitution by 50, his health exceeded 1,000. However, looking at the experience required for level 11, Lu Chanha couldn't help but take a deep breath. The experience needed was terrifying. He was currently grinding in a hell level dungeon, with 8 times the experience plus an additional 50% experience bonus from anomalies, which was equivalent to 12 times the experience. To reach level 12, he only needed to kill nearly 600 monsters of the same level. But those students who could only grind in normal level dungeons had to kill 7,000 monsters of the same level to level up. The gap was indeed frightening. No wonder every year, those who can reach level 15 are basically recruited by the Qinglong Academy. The difficulty of leveling up is really not small, Lu Chanha thought to himself. He then continued to grind monsters with Lu Chanha, and at this point they encountered monsters that were level 12 or 13, yielding even more experience. He also noticed that after reaching level 11, the effect of sword control had changed. At level 10, he could only control 100 spirit swords, with a range of just 100 meters. But at level 11, he could control 200 spirit swords, with a range extended to 200 meters. This change delighted Lu Chanha. He hadn't expected the effect of sword control to improve so significantly after level 10. He estimated that once he reached level 20, each level he gained would allow him to control an additional 1,000 spirit swords, and the range would also increase by a kilometer. If this progression continued, by the time he reached levels 80 or 90, wouldn't he be able to control tens of millions or even billions of spirit swords, with an attack range reaching tens of millions or billions of meters? Thinking of that future scene, Lu Chanha felt even more motivated to level up, which also led to Lu Chanha reaching level 11 in less than half an hour. Time passed slowly, and the levels and strengths of the monsters they encountered increased, yet they still could not hinder the two's progress. Any monster was no match for Lu Chanha's terrifying damage. As long as its health did not exceed 300,000, it would be killed in an instant. Even if it exceeded 300,000, a critical hit could still take it down in one blow. During the monster hunting, Lu Chanha was not idle either. He occasionally took a sip from his wine gourd to improve his skill proficiency. Although he couldn't use the skills yet, he knew he couldn't be without them when the time came. Time continued to pass, 1 hour, 2 hours. While Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha were frantically grinding monsters, the crowd outside the dungeon grew a bit impatient. What's going on? It's been over 2 hours, and they still haven't come out. Is this what genius looks like? They managed to last 2 hours on their first run. They might have died in there. Don't jinx it. Even though we're all useless, we wouldn't be able to survive this long without these geniuses supporting us. Ji Yuan was also among the crowd. He said nothing but kept his eyes fixed on the dungeon entrance. Time kept slipping away. And before long, 3 hours had passed. Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha had reached the depths of the dungeon. There stood a castle in ruins, and in the center of the square outside the castle was a smaller goblin wielding a staff. Goblin Priest, Epic. Level, 20 health points, 2.4 million attack, 3487 physical defense, 1041 magical defense, 1254 skills, healing aura, slow aura, defense aura, holy light strike. Looking at the final boss's attributes, Lu Chanha was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this boss to be a priest. Beside the boss, there were also 100 goblin guards. Frenzy Goblin, Rare, Level, 19 health points, 100,000 attack, 1587 physical defense, 658 magical defense, 284 skills, Frenzy, Smash. Goblin Archer, rare, level, 19 health points, 80,000 attack, 1387 physical defense, 447 magical defense, 210 skills, piercing arrow, precision. Goblin Shield Guard, rare, level, 19 health points, 150,000 attack, 787 physical defense, 1247 magical defense, 874 skills. Piercing arrow, precision. Among the 100 goblins, there were 50 frenzied goblins, 20 archers, and 30 shield guards. The difficulty of this hell-level dungeon at level 10 is truly terrifying. Even a 100-man team at level 19 would be wiped out here if they were not careful, Lu Chanha thought to himself. Killing 100 rare-level monsters was already quite challenging, and with the boss being a priest, the difficulty skyrocketed. Chu Chen said nothing, glanced at his own level, and having killed quite a few monsters along the way, he was now level 13, with his strength reaching 835 points and physical attack at 1670. Without triggering a critical hit or using skills, he still couldn't take down the boss and the goblin shield guards in one hit, but he could easily slay other monsters with a single sword strike. At this moment, the goblins also noticed Chu Chen and his companion. With a loud shout from the boss, the 50 raging goblins charged at the two with their large blades. The goblin archers were not idle either, hiding behind the raging goblins and drawing their bows, while the goblin shield guards protected the boss. Chu Chen naturally did not hesitate. Now at level 13, he could control 300 spirit swords simultaneously, with an attack range of 300 meters. As the raging goblins entered the attack range, the spirit swords transformed into streaks of light and flew out into the air. Minus 298,540 minus 656,788 critical hit, minus 298,540. Waves of terrifying damage floated up, and all 50 raging goblins were instantly killed from 200 meters away. The boss, hiding behind the goblin shield guards, seemed momentarily stunned by this scene, the staff he had just raised suddenly leaving him unsure of what to do. But it was not over yet. The spirit swords continued to fly out, quickly reaching the goblin archers. These archers had an attack range of 200 meters, but Chu Chen was not within that range, which meant they could only endure his attacks. Minus 360,785 goblin archers were much more fragile than the raging goblins, with a single sword dealing over 300,000 damage. As experience gain notifications appeared, 30 goblin archers were wiped out in an instant. Finally, Chu Chen's gaze turned to the boss and the 20 goblin shield guards. Sword Slash. This time, Chu Chen used a skill. The skill, Sword Slash, had reached level 8. Due to his persistent drinking, allowing him to deal 600% damage to his target. His base damage was already high, and with the skill increasing it sixfold, the result was naturally terrifying. Minus 748,710-1692084, critical hit. The 20 goblin shield guards didn't even have time to react before being swept away by the terrifying damage, with some instances exceeding 1,000,000 damage. Everything happened too quickly. The boss hadn't even had time to release a skill. Watching its subordinates fall to the ground, the boss displayed a moment of human-like confusion. Who was the real boss? But its confusion did not last long. Chu Chen would not allow the opponent to remain dazed. Without the shield guard's protection, the boss was like a chicken ready for slaughter on the chopping block. 1676083. Critical hit. All things can be broken. A sword fell, directly demonstrating the blood bar disappearance technique, and the boss's health instantly dropped to less than 1,000,000. Just as the boss was about to resist, an even more terrifying damage floated up from its 3016950, critical hit. All things can be broken. Combo. All things can be broken. Passive skill. When you deal damage to a target, there is a 10% chance to ignore 20% of their defense, level 5/10. Combo. Deal 2 consecutive attacks to the target, with the second attack's damage increased by 80%, cooldown time 40 seconds, level 6/10. Roar. A roar erupted from the boss's throat, and it ultimately fell down unwillingly. It was frustrating. As a boss, it was the first time it felt so humiliated, having not even released a single skill before being killed. As the boss fell, a series of notification sounds popped up in front of Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. Your team has killed a level 20 goblin priest, epic, experience plus 140, additional 70 experience gained. Your team has killed the boss of the goblin bunker, level 10 to 19, gaining 2,000 experience points. Your team has successfully refreshed the record for the Goblin Bunker, level 10 to 19, Hell level dungeon, with a completion time of 3 hours 27 minutes 6 seconds. Reward, Deadly Badge, Epic, Gold X 500,000. Deadly Badge, Epic level. When you receive a fatal attack, you will be immune to this damage, remove all negative states, and restore 10% of your health and mana. Usage, 1 time. Looking at the rewards from the dungeon, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Although this Deadly Badge is a one-time item, its effect is undoubtedly very powerful. With this thing, it's like having an extra life. After all, this isn't a real game. Once you die, it's really over, and there won't be any spring water to revive you. Old Chu, you're really amazing. You actually took down a level 20 epic boss in one hit. Did you see the damage you just dealt? 3 million. I can't even break the defense when I hit a boss, and you managed to deal 3 million damage. Lu Chanha was visibly excited. The damage was terrifying. He felt that in terms of damage, even his level 49 father couldn't compare to Chu Chen. Basic skills, don't mess it up. Let's see what the boss dropped, Chu Chen said with a smile. The high damage was just a lucky critical hit, otherwise, it would have only been a little over a million damage. Lu Chanha then began to pick up the items dropped by the boss and those rare level monsters. There were quite a few, over 100 items, including skill books, equipment, monster materials, rare items, basically everything. The equipment was unusable for both of them. The lowest requirement was level 15, and the gear dropped by the boss required level 20 to equip. Select the equipment we can use. We can wear it once we reach the required level. We can also keep some useful items, Chu Chen said. Lu Chanha nodded and started sorting through the items, some of which were quite good. Random teleportation scroll, rare level, randomly teleports to any location within 100 kilometers. Life resurrection potion, epic level, instantly restores 100% health upon consumption and grants a 1% health recovery effect per second for the next half hour. Identification stone, rare level, can identify unknown items. The higher the item level, the lower the success rate of identification. Naturally, Chu Chen planned to keep these valuable items. They might not be useful right now, but they couldn't be without them when the time came. After sorting out the unusable items, the two calculated that selling these would easily fetch over 10 million gold coins. If they added the items they were keeping, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had no idea how many gold coins they could make. Just the epic level life resurrection potion alone could be worth tens of millions. This is the value of a hell level dungeon. One run could set you up for life, Lu Chanha said with a smile. However, there were very few professionals capable of clearing a hell level dungeon, let alone two people like them who managed to do it, and one of them was just along for the ride. Let's go, it's time to leave. We can't run it again today, we'll have to wait until tomorrow, Chu Chen said, taking a sip of his drink. This dungeon run was very rewarding. Besides various equipment and items, his level increased by 3, reaching level 13, while Lu Chanha was slightly behind but also reached level 12. With 14 days left until the college entrance examination, it meant they could run it 13 more times, which should allow them to reach level 20. Plus, there was a hell level quest waiting for him. He believed that at this moment, Brother G had already made his choice. After that, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha exited the dungeon. At the dungeon entrance, the crowd waiting outside was staring blankly at the record stone tablet. Did I see that right? Has the record on this thing been refreshed? Damn, this hidden team is too strong. They cleared the hell level dungeon in just 3.5 hours. A hell level dungeon. The last record was refreshed decades ago. I never thought I would see a record refresh in my lifetime. By the way, it seems like there were only those two in the dungeon, right? So those two newcomers are this hidden team? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on site fell silent, but the shock in their hearts grew even stronger. A hell level dungeon with 100 players was cleared by two newcomers? Not only did they clear it, but they also set a new record? These two shouldn't be from our Lin City, right? Someone couldn't help but say. Is there such a powerful presence in Lin City? At that moment, the entrance to the dungeon twisted and two figures walked out from inside, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. As the two emerged, the 100 people present all stood in attention. Although they said nothing, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha could still read a special emotion from the wide eyes of the crowd. Chu Chen ignored these people, scanning the area before finally landing his gaze on Ji Yuan. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Chen walked towards Ji Yuan, and the crowd parted to make way. Have you made up your mind? Chu Chen asked. Ji Yuan had been in a daze, but upon hearing this, he snapped back to reality and directly took out the task. Enhancement scroll to use on the spot. Archer's Green Shadow, Hell level, you will be teleported to the Green Wilderness Camp, where 100 level 20 epic monsters are hidden. Please defeat them all. This task can be done in a team, with a maximum of one teammate, and the teammate's level must not exceed your own. Task completion rewards: Clear Wind and Rain Dew, Epic. X1, Random Class Talent Scroll, Epic, X1. Free Attribute Points X1000, Random Class Equipment, Rare, X1. Clear Wind and Rain Dew, Epic Level Spirit Wine, brewed from the spring breeze. And Summer Dew collected by the elf race. After drinking, within 6 hours, health plus 50%, attack damage plus 30%, skill cooldown time minus 60%, critical hit rate plus 40%, critical hit damage plus 40%. The first time you drink it, all skills increase by 1 level. Chu Chen smiled. He didn't care about the effects of the epic spirit wine because he wouldn't gain these effects after drinking. What mattered more to him was what kind of skills he could obtain after drinking the epic spirit wine. Big shot, please take me along. Ji Yuan looked at Chu Chen with eager anticipation, his heart filled with nervousness. If Chu Chen turned around and left at this moment, he really wouldn't know what to do, and his life would be ruined. Let's find a quiet place. No problem, just wait a moment, big shot. Ji Yuan said as he hurriedly ran to the side, soon returning with an off-road vehicle. Big shot, get in the car. Then Chu Chen and Lu Chanha got in the car, and Ji Yuan drove off quickly. Meanwhile, the more than 100 people at the dungeon entrance exchanged glances, and after a few seconds of silence, someone finally spoke up. Aren't you going to rob them? Someone asked. As soon as this was said, it earned disdainful looks from everyone. Of course, they were interested in what Chu Chen and the others had gained in the dungeon. After all, it was a hell-level dungeon, and they had set a record, so there must be extra rewards. If they could get their hands on what the two had obtained, it would definitely be a windfall. But they also understood what it meant for two people to clear a hell-level dungeon. Each person present, combined, probably wouldn't be enough to withstand a single skill from them. They certainly didn't want to go to their deaths. This will do. When the car reached a hillside, Chu Chen spoke up. Big shot, let's just head back to Lin City. The wilderness isn't safe. After all, it's a hell-level task and it will definitely take 1 or 2 hours, Ji Yuan said. It's fine, it will be quick. Let's do it right here. Chu Chen shook his head. Although level 20 epic monsters were tough, they were still no match for his damage. Seeing that Chu Chen was insistent, Ji Yuan finally stopped the car. Let's team up. Lu Ma, you wait here for a moment. Lu Chanha nodded and took out a badge, handing it to Chu Chen. Take this, just in case. This badge is the deadly badge, and both Chu Chen and Lu Chanha have one. Originally, Chu Chen thought it was unnecessary, but after some consideration, he decided to wear it just in case he encountered danger. With 2 deadly badges on him, Chu Chen felt a surge of security. Boss, shall we start now? Let's begin. With that, Ji Yuan initiated the hell level mission, and Chu Chen received a prompt. After clicking agree, the two vanished from the car. As a flash of white light appeared, Chu Chen and Ji Yuan found themselves on a stone platform, facing a dense forest. Boss, there are a total of 20 camps in this forest, each with 5 monsters. If we can take them down one by one, it would be manageable. I wouldn't have been stuck for so long. But once we attack one camp, the remaining 19 camps' monsters will come to support. I've tried many times, and it's impossible to fight. Of course, this information is for nightmare level. Now that the mission has reached hell level, I'm not sure what the situation is. Ji Yuan recounted the information he had gathered earlier, while Chu Chen's gaze shifted to a green tent about 100 meters away. The tent was small, roughly 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, and the monsters were hiding inside. Do the monsters that come to support arrive all at once, or is there a certain interval? There is an interval. A new batch arrives approximately every 5 minutes. I'm not sure about hell level. Alright, I understand. After Chu Chen finished speaking, and under Ji Yuan's shocked gaze, a spirit sword shot out quickly towards the tent 100 meters away. When the spirit sword landed, it didn't cause any damage, but the tent exploded, revealing 5 epic level monsters. Boss, be careful. Ji Yuan's expression turned tense, ready to retreat at any moment. After all, these were epic level monsters, much stronger than the rare level monsters he had faced during his nightmare level missions. Chu Chen remained silent, sending out another 99 spirit swords in quick succession. Heart-returning sword formation. These 99 spirit swords, along with the one from earlier, formed a sword formation that trapped the 5 monsters within. Roar. The 5 monsters roared in anger, their voices echoing through the heavens and earth, and distant roars responded in kind. It seems other monsters are already rushing. Here, then you won't be of any use, Chu Chen thought, and the 100 spirit swords launched their attack. The 100 spirit swords transformed into streaks of light, weaving through the monsters, each sword strike inflicting massive damage. Minus 125,847, minus 158,471, minus 324,876. Critical hit. In an instant, the 5 epic level monsters fell to the ground with a reluctant long cry. In this assessment type mission, killing monsters wouldn't yield any loot or experience points. Otherwise, professionals could simply stall the mission and farm monsters every day. 5 minutes for a wave is a bit slow. Is there any way to make these monsters come faster? Chu Chen asked, mainly concerned about Lu Chanha outside. He had thought he could take them all down instantly upon entering, but he didn't expect these monsters to follow such rules, coming in waves. I don't know either. Ji Yuan was completely dumbfounded. He knew that someone capable of clearing hell-level dungeons was impressive, but he didn't expect it to be this incredible. He hadn't even had time to see what each of those 5 monsters looked like before they were taken down. They were epic-level monsters, not ordinary ones. Could they really be taken down that quickly? At the same time, he was astonished by the spirit swords flying in the air. What kind of divine profession was this boss? How could he make the swords fly, and so many at once? Hearing the boss say that the monsters were coming too slowly nearly left him speechless. When it was still a nightmare-level task, he tried every possible way to hope that the other monsters would come a bit slower, but now they all came rushing to the big boss? However, thinking of the big boss's earlier display of instantly taking down 5 epic-level monsters, it suddenly seemed quite reasonable. Alright then, let's wait, Chu Chen said helplessly. Although he could actively seek out those monsters, venturing deeper into the forest would inevitably lead to unexpected dangers, and he was too fragile to take such risks. As for Lu Ma, she shouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter danger. If she did, she could hold out for a while, and many of the items dropped in the dungeon were on her, so she could always use a teleportation scroll to leave. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and with a tremor in the ground, 5 monsters burst out from the dense forest. Ji Yuan was about to see what these 5 monsters looked like when he saw a flash of sword light followed by a flurry of damage numbers, and the 5 monsters fell in response. The big boss is so fast. Ji Yuan marveled in his heart, feeling excited at the same time. He knew this task should be a sure win, and now he was facing a hell-level task. If he completed it, just those 1,000 free attribute points would make him a top contender among his peers. Not to mention the Talent Awakening Scroll, which could completely elevate his ordinary class to a high-level class. If he obtained a powerful talent, he could even rival those rare-level classes. Looking at Chu Chen's back, if it weren't for the inappropriateness of the moment, Ji Yuan would have wanted to kneel down and directly acknowledge him as his adoptive father. With such an adoptive father around, wouldn't all future boundary-breaking tasks be hell-level? If every boundary-breaking task were hell-level, his ordinary class would have a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with myth-level classes. Adoptive father. What did you say? Chu Chen turned his head, looking at him with a strange expression, thinking he must have misheard. Ji Yuan's face turned red. Damn it, he had only thought about it in his heart. How did he blurt it out? Ahem, big boss, I wanted to ask where you bought that outfit. It looks really cool, Ji Yuan hurriedly said. Task reward. Chu Chen realized, indeed he had misheard. This guy was older than him. How could he call him adoptive father? It turned out he was attracted by his outfit. Reasonable. Big boss, your boundary-breaking task should also be hell level, right? Although Ji Yuan knew he was stating the obvious, he would rather the other think he was foolish than let him know the truth from earlier. Chu Chen nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. After all, with his damage output, no one would believe he wasn't completing a hell-level task. Big boss, can I ask you to help me with boundary-breaking tasks in the future? Ji Yuan asked cautiously. He felt embarrassed to acknowledge him as an adoptive father, but if there were other ways, that would be even better. Sure, but I need spirit wine, at least epic level, Chu Chen said casually. However, he thought the other probably wouldn't have the opportunity, despite being at a higher level now. With his speed of leveling up, he would soon surpass him. Moreover, epic level spirit wine wasn't so easy to obtain. Although Ji Yuan didn't know why Chu Chen needed spirit wine, he didn't mind. He just made a mental note to pay more attention to spirit wine news in the future. Time passed little by little, and basically, every 5 minutes, 5 epic level monsters would burst out from the dense forest. The outcome was naturally the same. They were all killed by Chu Chen. Soon, over an hour passed, and after killing another 5 epic level monsters, Ji Yuan also received the task completion notification. The two exited the assessment space and appeared in the car. How was it? Did you pass? Lu Ma asked when she saw the two appear. Completed, Chu Chen nodded. Thank you for your help, big boss. This is the promised epic spirit wine, and here are all the gold coins I have on me. Please accept them. Ji Yuan's face was filled with excitement. This was a hell-level task, something he had never even dared to dream of before. He never expected that one day he would actually be able to complete such a top-tier mission. Chu Chen took the epic spirit wine and didn't refuse the gold coins, which totaled just over 5 million. Big boss, can I have your contact information? I can be your driver before the college entrance exam, ready to go at any time. And if I get epic spirit wine in the future, I can also reach out to you. Ji Yuan looked at Chu Chen with anticipation. Sure. Chu Chen thought for a moment and agreed. Having a car was indeed much more convenient, and mainly, Ji Yuan's character was quite good. He had even called him foster father before. He wouldn't really think he hadn't heard that, would he? The three exchanged contact information, and Ji Yuan's face broke into a happy smile. He felt embarrassed to call him foster father, but now that they had contact information, he could keep in touch with the big boss in the future. Chu Chen then looked at the epic spirit wine in his hand, opened it directly, and tilted his head back to drink. Lu Chanha remained calm, while Ji Yuan was momentarily stunned. That was epic spirit wine. Although he had never tasted it, he knew its effects. Shouldn't it be drunk while farming monsters? But thinking of the big boss's damage, he suddenly felt it might not be necessary. Soon, Chu Chen finished a jar of spirit wine. You have consumed Ching Feng Yulu, epic, triggering the wine immortal talent, and gained the skill, sword flight. Sword flight, level 13, a skill exclusive to the wine immortal. You can control a spirit sword to fly. This skill has no proficiency requirement, and its effectiveness increases with your level, with no upper limit. Upon seeing the prompt, Chu Chen felt a surge of joy. No wonder he couldn't fly on a sword before, there was a dedicated skill for it. With that thought, Chu Chen immediately got out of the car, and, under the astonished gazes of Lu Ma and Ji Yuan, stepped onto a spirit sword and flew towards the sky. Holy crap, the big boss is flying. This is sword flight. Ji Yuan exclaimed, while Lu Ma, after a brief shock, became excited. Old Chu, take me with you. I want to try too. Lu Chanha shouted after getting out of the car. Hearing Lu Ma's voice, Chu Chen summoned a spirit sword and placed it in front of her, and Lu Chanha excitedly stepped on it. He then felt a special force enveloping him, preventing him from falling. And the next second, the spirit sword took him flying away. I'm flying. I'm really flying. Ha ha ha. Lu Ma shouted joyfully in the air, as excited as a 200-pound child. Ji Yuan also got out of the car, watching the two flying on their swords in the sky, filled with envy. But he didn't propose to try it himself. After all, they had only just met and he didn't have the right to make requests. But the next second, a spirit sword appeared in front of him and he heard Chu Chen's voice, "You can try it too." "Thank you, big boss." Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. Who could refuse sword flight? He immediately stepped onto the spirit sword and flew into the sky. It really doubled the consumption. Chu Chen looked at his mana panel. When he was flying alone just now, he consumed about 1 mana point per second. When Lu Chanha joined, it became 2 mana points per second, and now with Ji Yuan, it was 3 mana points per second. His current mana was 650 points, which meant he could maintain solo flight for about 10 minutes, but with 2 people, it could only last 5 minutes. Not bad, considering I'm only level 13. Flying is something only level 60 professionals can achieve, Chu Chen thought to himself. Level 60 professionals were called extraordinary powerhouses, primarily because they could fly. Now, at just level 13, he had already gained the ability to fly. His speed certainly couldn't match that of a level 60 extraordinary being, but among practitioners below level 60, he had already established an undefeated position to some extent. A minute later, the three of them returned to the ground, with Lu Chanha and Ji Yuan still looking somewhat unsatisfied. "Let's go, we need to level up," Chu Chen said as he got into the car. Flying with the sword was not very practical for traveling right now. It was better to take the car. "Let's head to the level 20 leveling area." "Sure thing, boss," Ji Yuan nodded, knowing that this was an invitation to level up together. Chu Chen indeed had this in mind. After all, whether he brought Ji Yuan along or not, the experience points would be halved anyway, so it didn't matter. Then Ji Yuan drove while Chu Chen used his sword technique, letting 10 spirit swords survey the area within 100 meters of the car. As soon as they spotted a monster, they would kill it without needing to get out of the car. "This is the first time I feel leveling up is this easy," Ji Yuan remarked while driving. Although he had reached level 20 and Chu Chen was only killing monsters below level 15, he couldn't gain experience, but the idea of leveling up while sitting in the car was just too enjoyable. "Old Chu, should we pick up the loot that drops?" Lu Ma was still as frugal as ever. Although he knew the loot wouldn't compare to what they gain in dungeons, he still felt a pang of regret at the thought of leaving it behind. "No need to waste time, our main focus now is leveling up." Chu Chen shook his head. He wasn't worried about the loot. He had less than 4 days left of his anomaly, and he needed to make the most of this time to level up quickly. Ji Yuan was very familiar with the area outside the city. As the car continued to drive, the levels of the monsters they encountered increased, allowing him to still gain experience even after reaching level 20. This made Ji Yuan reflect. He had never imagined that one day he would be carried along by someone of a lower level. An hour later, the car arrived at the level 20 area, which was a dense forest no longer suitable for driving. "Boss, should we go in?" Ji Yuan asked after stopping the car. "Do you have a way to lure the monsters over?" Chu Chen inquired, not wanting to take risks by entering the forest. What if monsters were hiding in the shadows and ambushed him? "I do," Ji Yuan nodded, then took out a red incense stick. This thing is called demon luring incense. Once lit, it emits a scent that attracts monsters, but it takes some time to spread. "How many do you have?" "I have over 100 on me. This stuff isn't very valuable. I bought it a while ago." "Let's light 10 and see how it goes." 10? That might attract a lot of monsters. "Go ahead." Chu Chen was actually hoping for more monsters. The more, the better for leveling up. Without hesitation, Ji Yuan took out 10 sticks and lit them. Soon, Chu Chen caught a whiff of a pungent smell. As the demon-luring incense burned, the three of them waited. Occasionally, a few level 20 monsters would run out of the forest, but they were all instantly killed by Chu Chen. They waited for half an hour, and the once quiet forest became lively, the ground starting to tremble. "They're coming." Chu Chen perked up, his gaze fixed on the forest. Judging by the tremors, there were definitely a lot of monsters. Moments later, a monster was the first to dash out of the forest. Unicorn Rhino, normal level 21 health points, 8000 attack, 747 physical defense, 651 magical defense, 547 skill. Charge. This was a unicorn rhino. As soon as it emerged, it locked onto the demon-luring incense stuck at the edge of the forest, charging towards it with red eyes, completely ignoring Chu Chen and the other two not far away. However, just as the unicorn rhinoceros set off, a flash of sword light appeared, accompanied by over 300,000 damage, and it fell to the ground, lifeless. But that was not the end. As the unicorn rhinoceros collapsed, more than 30 monsters rushed out from the dense forest, all at least level 20, with a few at level 23.
Like the unicorn rhinoceros, these monsters charged towards the magic-attracting incense, their blood-red eyes resembling those of someone who had seen their father's murderer. Chu Chin paid no mind to them, executing the same tactic, the sword light flashing continuously as he reaped the lives of these monsters.
Next came the usual monster farming time, as one monster after another burst forth from the forest, all slain by Chu Chin.
Watching the experience points accumulate, Ji Yuan, who had been somewhat worried, finally broke into a smile. Having a big shot around was great, he didn't have to do anything to gain experience.
Let's not just sit around, let's prepare some food, Lu Chanha suggested, knowing he couldn't be of much help and might as well handle the logistics.
Alright, Lu Gu, Ji Yuan replied, eagerly opening the trunk of the car, pulling out pots, pans, and a gas canister to start cooking. Despite Ji Yuan sporting a rooster comb hairstyle, he was quite skilled in the kitchen, his cooking no worse than Lu Ma's.
Under the combined efforts of the two chefs, 5 dishes and a
soup were ready in half an hour. By this time, the magic-attracting incense had burned down, but still, many monsters continued to emerge from the forest. Another quarter of an hour passed, and perhaps the lingering scent of the incense had faded, as the number of monsters began to sharply decline until none were left. Old Chu, come over and have something to eat and take a break, Lu Chanha called out.
Chu Chen nodded and approached the already set table to eat.
Ji Yuan ate quickly. Chu Gu, Lu Gu, you guys rest, I'll go clean up those monster corpses. I learned the disassembly skill, so don't worry, I won't take anything.
Ji Yuan was quite understanding of social dynamics.
Lu Chanha lying down was a sign of his good relationship with Chu Chen, but if he were to lie down without reason, he wouldn't feel comfortable himself.
Cleaning up is a good idea, Chu Chen agreed, as there were quite a
few monster corpses. He had killed at least 1,000 in the past hour, piling them up like a small mountain.
Then I'll go.
You just leave it after you finish eating, I'll come wash later. With that, Ji Yuan hurried off towards the monster corpses, using his disassembly skill, causing the bodies to vanish, replaced by various materials. Of course, he could also manually disassemble them without the skill, which would allow him to keep the monster
meat, but that wasn't suitable at the moment.
This disassembly skill is quite useful, I'll learn one when we get back, Lu Chanha said.
Ji Yuan couldn't always follow them. In the future, monster farming would be Chu Chen's job, and handling the monster corpses would be his responsibility.
Chu Chen nodded, planning to learn one as well. Having more skills was never a bad thing. After Chu Chen and Lu Ma finished their meal, Lu Ma went to wash the
dishes. Such small tasks shouldn't really wait for Ji Yuan to return to do, as he wasn't their servant.
Meanwhile, Ji Yuan had almost finished disassembling the monster corpses. You can give all these materials to Lu Ma, I'll
continue farming monsters. No problem, Chu Gu. Are we staying in the wild tonight or heading back to the city?
The wild at night should be quite dangerous, right? It is indeed quite dangerous. Many monsters prefer to move at
night, and their attributes are enhanced during the night.
Then let's stay in the wild, it's just right for farming monsters. With that, Chu Chen lit 10 more sticks of magic-attracting incense and began farming monsters again. That night, they spent the entire time in the wild. Although the monsters they encountered were a bit stronger, they were still limited, and none could withstand Chu Chen's sword.
Perhaps due to their level increase and attribute enhancement, they didn't feel much fatigue.
The harvest of this night was delightful. Chu Chen didn't know how many things had exploded or how many materials he had collected, but his level had risen from 13 to 14, and he was not
far from reaching level 15. Lu Ma also reached level 13, while Ji Yuan, needing too much experience to reach level 20, did not level up. After having a warm breakfast around 8 in the morning, Chu Chen decided to return to Lin City.
First, they needed to sell the items they had on them, as the storage ring was getting a bit full. Additionally, they needed to buy some mana recovery potions, as using the sword control technique also consumed mana. Then there was the need to purchase more magic incense, as they had basically used it all up overnight and needed to restock. Ji Yuan and Lu Chanha naturally had no objections. Ji Yuan also planned to buy more groceries. Previously, he had only prepared food for himself, and now 3 people definitely wouldn't be enough. Anyway, he had already decided to stick with these 2 for the next few days. Although he couldn't help with monster hunting, he still needed to take care of their daily needs. Having a car was indeed much more convenient, and this car had been modified by Ji Yuan. In less than 2 hours, the 3 of them returned to Lin City.
On the way, Chu Chen glanced
at his commission task and found that no one had taken it, which didn't surprise him. After learning about the effects of the epic level spirit wine, he understood that ordinary people wouldn't be willing to sell it even if they
had it.
Let's go straight to the mall, Chu Chen said. He had just received a call from Jin Hai, who had already purchased quite a few novice swords and asked him to come pick them up. Soon, Ji Yuan drove the car to the mall, where Jin Hai had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the 3 of them, his face broke into a wide smile as he approached.
Brother Chu, Brother Lu, you go ahead with your business. I also need to buy some things, so let's meet back here later.
Ji Yuan knew that Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had matters to discuss with Jin Hai, so he wisely decided not to tag along.
Chu Chen nodded and then followed Lu Chanha into Jin Hai's shop's reception room.
Mr. Chu, according to your request, our shop has immediately started collecting novice swords.
We have currently gathered 31,471 swords. I wonder if this quantity meets your needs, and should we continue collecting? Jin Hai spoke as they entered the reception room. Although novice swords were the lowest level equipment, they were rarely stocked in large quantities by shops due to their low level. They were only purchased during the annual job awakening period, and even then, the quantity was not high. For example, in Lin City, there were about 5,000 high school seniors this year, but most of them were just in life professions, with only a little over 400 students leveling up. Among those 400, some wouldn't even use sword-type weapons due to their professions. Selling 200 to 300 novice swords each year in Lin City would be considered good. Previously, when Chu Chen bought over 20,000 novice swords, those swords would last Lin City for decades. This was also why many shops were happy when Chu Chen purchased novice swords, as they could finally clear out this junk. This situation was not unique to Lin City, other cities faced the same issue. No one would specifically manufacture level 1 novice swords. Generally, only students who awakened the blacksmith profession would make novice swords at the beginning to practice. Continue collecting until just before the college entrance examination, Chu Chen instructed. Alright, Mr. Chu, I will continue to help you collect, Jin Hai replied. With a smile. Collecting novice swords was not difficult for him, but he didn't dare to collect too many. If Chu Chen didn't need that many, it would be a burden on him. Jin Hai then handed over the more than 30,000 novice swords to Chu Chen, who checked and confirmed that everything was in order. Is there any news about the spirit wine? Chu Chen asked. Yes, we found a type of spirit wine for you, called Autumn Breeze. Epic level? You're joking. Epic level spirit wine is not so easily obtained. This Autumn Breeze is rare, but there are quite a few, 30 jars. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Although it was only rare level spirit wine, the quantity was indeed considerable. I'll take all of these spirit wines. Hearing this, Jin Hai smiled, feeling relieved. Purchasing 30 jars of rare level spirit wine cost over 5 million gold coins. If he couldn't sell them, he would suffer a huge loss, but thankfully he had won the gamble. Also, give me more of the mana recovery potions, as well as some demon summoning incense, antidotes, and potions to remove negative statuses. No problem, I'll have them prepared as soon as possible. Well then, calculate how much all these items are worth. The things I just bought will be deducted from that. As Chu Chen spoke, he nodded to Lu Chanha, who then took out several storage rings, revealing a large number of items. We've already sorted these items for you, but you'll need to assess their specific value. Take your time, we're not in a hurry, Chu Chen said. Looking at the small hills of items before him, Jin Hai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a brief moment of daze, he became excited. Please wait a moment, I'll personally count them. There will definitely be no mistakes, Jin Hai said excitedly, then shouted outside, Shao Li, bring tea for the two gentlemen, and get some fine snacks. Soon, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were enjoying snacks and tea while Jin Hai counted the items. One by one. Heavens, this is a rare level necklace. What's the difference between this effect and a divine artifact? This is rare level armor. Who can hit a meat shield class wearing this? A mage's blink skill book. This thing is rarer than rare level items. As he counted each item, Jin Hai's shock was hard to conceal. Did these two just clear a hell level dungeon? How could they have so many good things? Moreover, this was just what he could see. What about the valuable items that the two hadn't taken out? Suppressing his astonishment, Jin Hai counted meticulously. With so many items, any mistake would have serious consequences. This counting took over an hour. During this time, Ji Yuan also arrived. He had already bought his items and was waiting in the car. Seeing that Chu Chen and Lu Chanha hadn't returned, he made a call and was then invited over to have tea and snacks together. Finally, when Jin Hai finished counting the last item, he felt a great sense of relief. He had counted 3 times to prevent any issues. Sir, everything has been counted. There are rare level items inside. No need for further introductions, we know what we have. Just tell us the price. Chu Chen waved his hand. The total value is 45,328,900 gold coins. Let's round it to 45,330,000 gold coins. Can your shop handle this? Yes. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them left the mall, with Jin Hai smiling as he saw them off. Our Lin City has truly produced a prodigy. Watching the three leave, Jin Hai thought to himself. Initially, he was uncertain, but now he was completely sure that it was Chu Chen who had reset the hell-level dungeons of the Wild Boar Forest and the Goblin Fortress. The records of these two dungeons had already been known by many in Lin City, especially the hell-level dungeon of the Goblin Fortress. When the news spread yesterday, it shocked quite a few people. At first, many didn't believe it and even went to check the entrance of the Goblin Fortress dungeon themselves, only to confirm that it was all true. Jin Hai had thought it was some passing prodigy, but after seeing Chu Chen take out so many items today, he knew that the other party was indeed that prodigy. Although he knew this, Jin Hai kept it to himself and had no intention of telling anyone else. He understood that the most important thing now was the college entrance examination, and he didn't want to be the sinner of Lin City for exposing information that could delay the emergence of a prodigy. With the hell-level dungeon cleared,
This year's top scholar in Yunzhong province is likely to be from Lin City, Jinhai thought, a smile appearing on his face as he felt a sense of pride. Chu Chen was unaware of Jinhai's thoughts. At that moment, after purchasing what they needed, they left Lin City once again. As soon as they left, Chu Chen took out the rare-level spirit wine, Autumn Breeze, that he had just bought and started drinking it. Ji Yuan, who had witnessed this once before, was not surprised this time and continued to drive steadily. After finishing a jar of spirit wine, Chu Chen checked the prompt. You have consumed Autumn Breeze, rare level, triggering the wine immortal. Talent, gaining the skill, sword nurturing technique. Sword nurturing technique, you can nurture your own spirit sword. When using this spirit sword to attack, damage is increased by 50%, level 110, 0/100 proficiency. Looking at his new skill, Chu Chen smiled. It was important to note that he currently possessed nearly 30,000 spirit swords, not counting the more than 30,000 he had just bought. However, due to his own level being only 14, he could only control 500 spirit swords at the moment. The remaining spirit swords were stored within him, rarely used, purely for stacking damage. But with the sword nurturing technique, it was different. He could nurture the spirit swords that he usually didn't use. If he encountered a strong enemy, he could unleash them all at once, which would be like having a trump card. Moreover, the more spirit swords he nurtured, the more trump cards he would have. When the enemy thought he could only unleash once, he could actually unleash tens of thousands of times, likely leaving the enemy dumbfounded. Of course, the enemies capable of forcing him to unleash would definitely not be simple. This is just the level 1 effect that can increase damage by 50%. The max level effect will surely be even more terrifying. With that thought, Chu Chen drank another jar of Autumn Breeze, increasing his proficiency by 100, and the sword nurturing technique reached level 2, raising the damage increase from 50% to 100%. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. If he could reach max level, the damage could increase by 500%. However, with only 28 jars of Autumn Breeze left, it would definitely not be enough to reach max level, so he would need to buy more from Jinhai later. Brother Chu, are we going to continue leveling in the wild? Ji Yuan asked while driving. Let's go to a dungeon first, Chu Chen replied, as they hadn't cleared today's dungeon yet. Alright, Ji Yuan nodded. Although he couldn't enter the Goblin Fortress dungeon, he didn't mind. There would be plenty of time to level up later. For now, his main priority was to be a good driver for these two gentlemen and build a good relationship. Soon, the three arrived at the entrance of the Goblin Fortress dungeon, and Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had already put on their masks. Look, it's Brother Ji, and those two big shots. Wow, Brother Ji is already level 20. Did he complete the breakthrough quest? I think his breakthrough quest is nightmare level. What's nightmare level? With the help of those two, I bet even hell level quests could be cleared. Brother Ji has really ingratiated himself with those two big shots. I'm so envious. The number of people at the dungeon entrance was several times more than yesterday. In addition to the more than 100 from the previous day, many more had come to check it out after hearing the news, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chu Chen and the others. Upon seeing Chu Chen and Lu Chanha arrive, someone quickly squeezed through the crowd and approached them. Gentlemen, I am the manager of the Wind and Rain Chamber of Commerce. After hearing about your situation, our boss is willing to provide you with all equipment under level 60 in the future. I am the manager of the Ching Chamber of Commerce. We are not only willing to provide you with free equipment and items up to level 60, but we are also willing to give you 100 million gold coins to use as you please every year. I am the steward of the Black Wind Gang. Our leader has said that if you two are willing to join, you can directly become our vice leaders without having to do anything, and you can freely use the resources of the gang. Many people took out their business cards and handed them to Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to win the two over. After all, these two had just cleared a hell-level dungeon and even set a record. Their future potential was limitless. We're not interested. Please step aside. We need to go clear a dungeon. Chu Chen shook his head. Sir, we clang. These people wanted to say something more, but several spirit swords appeared around Chu Chen. Chu Chen remained silent and walked steadily forward with Lu Chanha. As the sharp swords drew closer, these people felt no real threat, yet they couldn't help but step back. After all, they were here to win over Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, not to offend them. Looks like there are no hot-headed fools, Ji Yuan thought to himself as he watched the scene unfold. He knew the terrifying damage Chu Chen could deal. If anyone continued to block him out of dissatisfaction, the outcome would be predictable. Soon, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha arrived at the dungeon entrance, ignoring the others, and directly chose the hell level option to enter the dungeon. Once the two disappeared, the others exchanged glances, not feeling too disappointed as they had come with the mindset of just giving it a try. However, many people turned their attention to Ji Yuan. They had seen Ji Yuan with Chu Chen earlier, and if they could gather some information about the two from him, perhaps they could find a way to win them over. As Ji Yuan was watching the show, he was quickly surrounded by the crowd inside the dungeon. Since they had already cleared it once, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were very familiar with it.
Chu Chen first killed the goblin warrior at the entrance and then led Lu Chanha deeper into the dungeon. While farming monsters, Chu Chen also took out the novice sword he had just bought from Jin Hai. Now at level 14, he could control 500 spirit swords simultaneously, with 100 swords for killing monsters and the remaining 400 for marking the immortal sword mark. He could mark 400 swords in about 5 seconds, and it took him less than 2 minutes to mark all 30,000 novice swords. Number of spirit swords, 60956, damage bonus, 60,956% plus 50%, anomaly, with over 60,000 spirit swords and the damage boost from the anomaly, his damage bonus reached 610.06 times. Chu Chen looked at a goblin not far away and struck down with a sword. Minus 873,520 over 800,000 damage instantly took down this goblin, and this was just a basic attack from Chu Chen. If he used a skill, the damage could exceed 3 million. If he triggered a critical hit, a combo, and the effect of all things can be broken, the damage would directly surpass 10 million. To deal over 10 million damage at level 14 is quite rare, I suppose. Chu Chen smiled and continued to farm the dungeon. The speed of clearing the dungeon was not faster than yesterday. After all, even yesterday, his damage had also been enough to one-shot these monsters. After more than 3 hours, the hell level dungeon was cleared, and the record was refreshed by a few minutes, but there were no special rewards. After all, the team formed by Chu Chen and Lu Chanha was already in first place. By the end of this dungeon run, Chu Chen had reached level 16, meeting the admission standards of the Qinglong Academy. Lu Chanha had reached level 14 and was expected to reach level 15 by tonight. Name: Chu Chen. Occupation: Wine Sword Immortal, Unique, Level 16, 2154/100000. Health: 2350 Mana, 1150 Strength, 1015 Agility, 115 Constitution, 235 Spirit, 115 Intelligence, 115 Physical Attack, 2030 Magical Attack, 230 Physical Defense, 235 Magical Defense, 115 Damage. Bonus: 610.06 times skills: Sword Cultivation, Sword Flight, Detection Technique, Sword Control, Sword Slash, Returning Willow. Technique: Heart Returning Sword Formation, Everything Can Be Broken, Sword Shield, Rest, Spirit Recovery Technique, Fiery Slash, Mastery of Sword Techniques, Blink, Rending Strike, Charged Strike, Combo. Talents: Wine Immortal, Sword Immortal, Falling from Grace, Sword, Heart. Looking at his panel, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The number of skills had reached 17, and the damage bonus was a staggering 610 times. The health exceeding 2000 was due to the Immortal Wind Sword Robe. Immortal Wind Sword Robe, high level, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal profession. Constitution plus 110, trait, reduces damage taken by 10%, can grow, will increase with the owner's level, currently at level 16, requires reaching level 30 to grow to rare level. The Immortal Wind Sword Robe will increase as his level rises, and it was precisely because of the additional 110 points in Constitution that his health surpassed 2000. Of course, this amount of health was incomparable to Lu Ma, whose health was likely already over 10,000. Let's go, leave the dungeon, and we'll continue leveling up. Let's aim for you to reach level 15 tonight, Chu Chen said to Lu Chanha, and the two left the dungeon. With the college entrance examination approaching, his anomaly boost had only a few days left, so he naturally needed to seize the time to level up. In the following time, Chu Chen continued to level up with Lu Chanha and Ji Yuan. Occasionally, they would return to Lin City to replenish supplies and sell the items dropped in the dungeon. 3 days later, Chu Chen's level had reached 18, but the time for the anomaly had also ended, and he lost 50% of his experience bonus. Reaching from level 18 to 19 required a full 150,000 experience points. Even though he was grinding hell-level dungeons with Lu Chanha, due to his level increase, monsters below level 14 in the dungeon could no longer provide him with experience points. This meant that to level up, he would need to kill at least 10,000 monsters, but his leveling speed was still much faster than others. After another 3 days, his level reached 19, Lu Chanha's level also rose to 17, and even Ji Yuan leveled up to 21. At this point, there were still 6 days left until the college entrance examination. During this time, Ji Yuan had also gathered some information. Among the students in Lin City this year, the highest level was only 13, which created a significant gap between them and Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. Chu Chen didn't mind this. He wanted to make the most of his time to reach level 19 fully before the exam, and if possible, it would be best to complete the breakthrough task to reach level 20. Time continued to pass, and one day, when Chu Chen killed another rare level monster, his experience points reached the cap for level 19. Your team has killed a level 19 Goblin Archer, rare, experience points plus 20. Your experience points have reached the limit and you can no longer gain experience points. You can continue to level up after completing the breakthrough task. Name: Chu Chen. Occupation: Wine Sword Immortal, Unique, Level 19, 200000/200000. Health: 2950 Mana, 1450 strength, 1195 agility, 145 constitution, 295 spirit, 145 intelligence, 145 physical attack, 2390 magical attack, 290 physical defense, 295 magical defense. 145 damage bonus, 610.06 skills, sword cultivation, sword flight, detection technique, sword control, sword slash, returning willow technique, park returning sword formation. Everything can be broken, sword shield, rest, spirit recovery technique, fiery slash, mastery of sword techniques, blink, rending strike, charged strike, combo. Talents, wine immortal. Sword immortal, falling from grace, sword heart. Seeing the prompt, Chu Chen knew he had reached level 19 fully, and the next step was to complete the breakthrough task to continue leveling up. Thinking about it, Chu Chen began to check his breakthrough task. If it was a monster-slaying task, it would be quite easy for him to complete. Random breakthrough task is being generated for you. Due to your occupation being a unique class, the difficulty of the breakthrough task has been raised to hell level, and this task cannot be changed. Chu Chen was not surprised. He estimated that his future breakthrough tasks would all be hell level. At that moment, the breakthrough task was displayed. Ultimate damage, hell level. As a unique class, as a future powerhouse, you must learn to control your power. Please deal 10,000 instances of 1 point of damage. Task completion reward, exclusive talent awakening. Scroll for your profession, exclusive equipment can grow, free attribute points x 1000, current task progress 0/10,000. Staring at his breakthrough task, Chu Chen stood frozen in place. Thinking he must have read it wrong, so he looked again several times. Confirming he hadn't made a mistake, Chu Chen gasped. This task was just too damn perverse. If he had to deal 10,000 instances of damage exceeding 10 million or even 100 million, it would be somewhat challenging but not too difficult. He could just find a way to stack some sword damage. But this task actually required him to deal 1 point of damage. He had been a professional for half a month now, and he had never seen himself deal such low damage. Even when he was still level 1, he dealt over 7,000 damage. How am I supposed to complete this task? Chu Chen frowned tightly. This task might not be difficult for others, but it was extremely challenging for him. In this world, there was no such thing as mandatory 1 point of damage. As long as your attack power was not higher than the opponent's defense, it wouldn't break through their defense, and no damage could be dealt. As for having the opponent's defense slightly higher than his own, that would allow him to deal 1 point of damage. This method could work for ordinary professionals, but it was useless for him, because he had a 600 times damage bonus. Even if his attack power was just 1 point higher than the opponent's, the damage dealt would still be over 600. Using magical damage wouldn't complete the task either, as his damage bonus also included magical damage. He also couldn't erase the sword immortal mark, because as long as the sword was present, the marked spirit sword would only lose its mark if he died. Moreover, this task couldn't be changed, which meant that even if he had epic or even legendary task enhancement scrolls, he could only do this task and couldn't switch it. This left him quite troubled. He never expected to be worried about having too high damage. If he couldn't find a way to complete it, he might be stuck at level 19 for the rest of his life. Old Chu, what's wrong? Lu Chanha, who was nearby, noticed Chu Chen frowning and asked curiously. Chu Chen didn't hide it and showed his breakthrough task to Lu Chanha, who was also stunned after reading it. He had seen Chu Chen deal over 10 million damage, but he had never seen even 1 point of damage. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He truly had no idea how to help Chu Chen complete this task. How about we go back to Lin City and ask Old Li? Maybe he will have a solution, Lu Chanha suggested after thinking for a moment. Let's clear a dungeon first. There's no need to worry, since this task has appeared, it means there is a chance to complete it. We just don't know how. Chu Chen nodded. Even if Old Li doesn't know, Qinglong Academy, as our Dasha's top institution, must have a way. Half an hour later, the two left the dungeon. Let's head straight back to Lin City. Sitting in the car, Chu Chen said, and Ji Yuan didn't ask why. Directly driving back to Lin City. 2 hours later, the car arrived at the high school. Brother Chu, Brother Lu, the car can't go in. I'll wait for you outside, Ji Yuan said, then parked the car in a nearby space while Chu Chen and Lu Chanha entered the school. Although the third-year students had already undergone their career awakenings and were out leveling up, the first and second-year students still needed to attend classes. It was class time, and there weren't many people in the school. The two headed straight to Li Yun's office. You two are here, take a seat. In the office, upon seeing Chu Chen and Lu Chanha arrive, Li Yun smiled and got up to pour them a cup of hot water. Lu Chanha had already called Li Yun to inform him before coming. Old Li, we've all graduated, why are you still in the office? Lu Chanha drank the hot water in one go, then picked up the thermos on Li Yun's desk to pour himself another cup, gesturing to Chu Chen, who waved his hand to indicate he didn't need any. You two haven't graduated yet. You won't officially graduate until you take the college entrance exam. I'm still working, staying in the office just in case you have questions. Li Yun didn't mind Lu Chanha's behavior. After all, this brat had even borrowed his thermos. So, how's it going? There are 3 days left until the college entrance exam. What levels are you both at? Old Li, don't be shocked when I tell you, Lu Chanha. grinned and directly displayed his level. Level 18 35147/150000. Looking at this level, even though Li Yun was prepared, he was still stunned, but then a brilliant smile broke out. Level 18. As far as he knew, the highest level among other students in Lin City seemed to be only level 14. He didn't expect his student to exceed them by 4 levels. With this level, getting into Qinglong Academy was basically guaranteed. What level is Chu Chen at? Li Yun asked with anticipation. Since Lu Chanha was already at level 18, Chu Chen surely wouldn't be far behind. Chu Chen didn't hide anything and displayed his level. Level 19, 200000/200000. When he saw Chu Chen's level, Li Yun was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath. Level 19, and it was a full experience level, which should be considered level 20, but he was stuck at level 19 because he hadn't completed the breakthrough task. He had taught for over 20 years, and the strongest student he had encountered before had only reached level 16 before the college entrance exam. But now, with 3 days left until the exam, Chu Chen had already reached level 19, and Lu Chanha was at level 18. You two are the most outstanding students I've ever taught, Li Yun couldn't help but say after a while. His eyes filled with joy. Such impressive students were actually taught by him. He would have plenty of stories to share for the rest of his life. The Wild Boar Forest Dungeon and Goblin Fortress Dungeon weren't done by you two, were they? Li Yun suddenly thought of something and asked. Normally, it would be very difficult to level up so much just by grinding monsters in the wild. Only by clearing hell-level dungeons could that be possible. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha nodded. Li Yun stood up directly and walked around the office twice, finally calming the shock in his heart. During this time, the news about the Wild Boar Forest Dungeon and the Goblin Fortress Dungeon had spread throughout Lin City, becoming well known. At that moment, he was curious about where this overachiever had come from, but he never expected it was his own student. As he thought about it, with his back to the two, Li Yun couldn't help but let his lips curl up in a wild smile. If it weren't for the two students being here, he would have already celebrated his joy with drums and gongs. Ahem, so you two came to find me because Chu Chen is having trouble with the breakthrough mission, right? After a while, Li Yun managed to suppress his excitement, took a sip from his thermos, and asked. It wasn't hard to guess. With the leveling speed of these two guys, only the breakthrough mission could pose a challenge. That's right, old Li. My mission has hit a snag, so I wanted to ask if you have any solutions. Chu Chen nodded. Li Yun smiled. It was the first time this kid called him old Li, which showed that he had indeed changed. What kind of trouble? Even if I can't solve it, I can go find the principal. He definitely won't refuse the temptation of having a student reach level 20 before the college entrance examination, Li Yun said. Right now, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were practically set to be the promotional figures for their school for the next year or even several years. If Chu Chen could reach level 20 before the college entrance examination, it would directly create history for their school and would surely be recorded in the school's annals, admired by countless future students of Lin City. Upon hearing Li Yun's words, Chu Chen directly displayed his breakthrough mission. The smile on Li Yun's face froze when he saw the mission, and he fell into silence. Lu Chanha, seeing that Li Yun hadn't spoken for a long time, couldn't help but ask, Old Li, what do you think? Do you have a solution? Of course, there are solutions, and not just one, but hearing Li Yun's words, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha's eyes lit up. As expected, Old Li was reliable. A task that seemed impossible for them had a solution so quickly, and there was more than one. But upon hearing the twist in Li Yun's words, Chu Chen's heart sank. But what? But they are all quite troublesome. We don't have the conditions to meet them here in Lin City, so you can forget about completing this mission before the college entrance examination, Li Yun said with a sigh. You're unlucky, running into a hell-level mission, otherwise, you could have reached level 20 before the exam and made history. Chu Chen felt relieved. It turned out that Li Yun was regretting this, which he didn't mind at all. Old Li, what are the solutions? Chu Chen asked. The first solution is for you to find a group of support classes to inflict various negative effects on you, thereby reducing your damage until you meet the requirements, Li Yun continued. Upon hearing the first solution, Chu Chen frowned. He had thought of this method before but deemed it impossible to implement. After all, his damage had increased by 600 times. What kind of powerful being could reduce his damage by that much? This solution isn't very feasible, but it can be kept as a backup, Chu Chen said. With such a vast land as Daxia, there might really be someone capable of reducing his damage that much. Then let's talk about the second solution. There is a special item called the Heaven and Earth Ban, which has the effect that all damage dealt to the target within 3 minutes is reduced to 1 point, Li Yun continued. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. This item was great. Forget 3 minutes, if he had 5 seconds, he could complete the breakthrough mission. After all, he was currently level 19 and could control 1,000 spirit swords, easily attacking 10 rounds in 5 seconds. Old Li, where can I buy this item? How much does it cost? Chu Chen asked. He had quite a bit of money now, and even if it wasn't enough, he could farm hell-level dungeons every day to make up the difference. The heavenly and earthly prohibitions, myth-level artifacts, we definitely have them in the Great Xia National Treasury, Li Yun said. Chu Chen's smile faltered and he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He never expected that this item was actually a myth-level artifact and that it was in the Great Xia National Treasury, which meant it couldn't be bought with money. Oldly, isn't that the same as saying nothing? Are there no ordinary or rare-level heavenly and earthly prohibitions? Lu Chanha complained. No, this thing is always myth-level as soon as it appears. And it's a foundational combat resource for our Great Xia. Li Yun shook his head. Don't think that just reducing damage to a point for 3 minutes is trivial. Our Great Xia used this artifact to kill a demigod-level powerhouse. A demigod, which is a level 100 powerhouse. With Li Yun's words, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha understood the terrifying effect of this artifact. The value of this artifact completely depended on the level of the enemy faced. It will be very difficult for you to obtain this artifact, but if you enter the Azure Dragon Academy, your chances should be greater. Does the Azure Dragon Academy have this artifact? I'm not sure, but as one of the top 4 academies in our Great Xia, they should have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Chu Chen nodded. The college entrance examination was in a few days, and he could inquire about it after entering the Azure Dragon Academy. Are there any other ways? Chu Chen continued to ask. Yes. Li Yun nodded, then punched Lu Chanha, who didn't react in time, and a minus 85 damage value immediately floated above his head. Damn, old Li, what are you doing? You scared me. When Lu Chanha finally reacted and rubbed his chest, he found it wasn't painful. Did you see that? Li Yun looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Li Yun was a level 49 berserker, and his attack was definitely over 20,000. Although Lu Chanha had completed a hell-level task and added 500 attribute points to his physique, his defense was only a little over 1,000. Normally, Li Yun's punch could instantly take down Lu Chanha, but now it only dealt 85 points of damage, indicating that the other party had means to control damage. How did you do that? Is it a special skill? Chu Chen asked. It's not a skill, but a technique, Li Yun explained. When you enter university, there will be a required course called Power Control, which teaches you how to control your own strength. Although our world is combined with games, it is still reality at its core. As levels increase, attributes also grow. The increase in attributes does enhance our strength, but it doesn't mean we can master our own power. If facing an enemy, it's naturally fine. High damage isn't a concern, but insufficient damage is. But what if facing friends and family? For example, you and Lu Chanha, if you can casually deal tens of millions in damage, while the other can only deal a few hundred, and then you shake hands, the other might just die. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha exchanged glances, secretly thinking that old Li was indeed remarkable. How did he know that he could deal tens of millions in damage? Wait a minute, old Li, isn't there an attack judgment? Lu Chanha countered. Not every action counts as an attack, otherwise people wouldn't dare to interact, and they would have to understand each other's attack and defense before interacting. That's right, there is indeed an attack judgment, but sometimes accidents are unavoidable. For example, if Chu Chen gets excited and slaps you, and unfortunately passes the attack judgment, then you die. Such accidental injuries have happened before. In some desperate situations, we humans can often unleash greater strength, but the panel can limit that explosive power. If you cannot control your own power, no matter how much you unleash it, it will only be a futile rage, and the damage will be based on your stats. Once you master your power, you can choose how much strength to use to eliminate your target based on the situation, and the consumption on yourself will be lower. For example, if you can deal millions in damage but are facing a level 1 monster with only 100 health, would you really use millions in damage to kill it? Newbie players might think it's impressive, but seasoned players would think you're insane. Li Yun said as he took a sip from his thermos, these concepts will be taught to you by your professors once you enter university. I'm just giving you a brief mention so you have some understanding. The two nodded, especially Chu Chen, who recalled dealing hundreds of thousands in damage to monsters with only a few thousand health. At that moment, he thought his damage was quite impressive, but hearing Li Yun's words made him feel it was a bit wasteful. This was all because he couldn't control his own power, he just dealt as much damage as his stats allowed. So, old Li, are you saying the third method is for me to learn how to control my power after entering university? Chu Chen asked. Exactly. How long does it take to learn to control power? It varies from person to person. Some have exceptional talent and might master it within a year, while others may take 3 to 4 years. As for someone like you, who needs to control damage to just 1 point, that will be even harder. Chu Chen's expression darkened. He thought there might be a solution. A year was acceptable, but 3 to 4 years felt too long. He now deeply understood why many people get stuck at a level for years or even decades. He was about to face that situation himself. Actually, I think the first method is the most reliable. You will definitely have no problem entering the Qinglong Academy, where countless strong and talented individuals from our Great Xia gather. Perhaps they can help you with your issue. Li Yun also sensed Chu Chen's thoughts. Moreover, these methods are just what I could think of based on my experience. With so many strong individuals in the Qinglong Academy, they should be able to provide you with more solutions. Chu Chen nodded. It seemed everything depended on entering the Qinglong Academy. If there were No other solutions there. He would have to honestly learn to control his power, just taking a bit longer. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha did not linger any longer, chatting with Li Yun for a few more moments before leaving. Once outside the school, let's go, continue leveling up, Chu Chen said. With only 3 days left until the college entrance examination, he had to put his breakthrough task on hold for now, but he could make the most of the time to help Lu Chanha reach level 19. Soon, the three arrived at the wilderness outside Lin City. They had already cleared today's dungeon, so they could only go to the level 20 area to grind. As for the level 30 area, Chu Chen had no plans to go there. Although his damage could take down level 30 monsters, it would be troublesome if any danger arose. So, to be safe, it was better to level up in the level 20 area without taking unnecessary risks. For the next 3 days, the three of them focused on leveling up in the dungeon and the level 20 area. Although Lu Chanha reached level 18 and could no longer gain experience from monsters below level 14, the 3 days still allowed him to successfully reach level 19. However, reaching level 19 fully was unlikely, as time was running out. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Let's head back to town, Chu Chen said. Although there was nothing to prepare, it wasn't necessary to continue lingering in the wilderness. Alright, old Chu, this time we will definitely all get into the Qinglong Academy, Lu Chanha said excitedly. Previously, he thought reaching level 15 before the exam would be good enough, but he never expected to be at level 19 now and even complete a hell-level task. This was something he had never dared to imagine before, yet it was now happening to him. Brother Chu, Brother Lu, if you guys can't get into the Qinglong Academy with your levels, then others can. Forget about it, Ji Yuan said with a smile. He felt quite envious in his heart. The Qinglong Academy, one of the top institutions in the Great Xia, only accepted the best of the best. Unlike him, who hadn't even passed the university entrance exam. However, he only felt a bit regretful. During this time spent with Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, he had gained quite a lot, reaching level 22. Moreover, after completing a hell-level quest, he had also obtained a powerful talent, so the future looked promising. You've worked hard during this time too. Brother Chu, don't mention it. I haven't done anything hard. It's great that you guys let me tag along to gain experience. The three chatted and laughed as they quickly returned to Lin City, but Chu Chen didn't rush home. Instead, he made a stop at the mall and came out with over 30,000 new beginner swords. However, Chu Chen wasn't in a hurry to mark them with the sword immortal seal. He would wait until he completed his breakthrough quest. After leaving the mall, Ji Yuan drove to the entrance of the community where Chu Chen lived. Brother Chu, Brother Lu, tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Should I come pick you up early? No need to trouble yourself, the school is just a few steps away from here. Alright, then I wish you both success in the exam. And hope you can be the top scorers in our Yunzhong province this year. Thanks for your good wishes. Ji Yuan drove away, and Chu Chen and Lu Chanha returned to their place. After more than 10 days away, the house was still impeccably clean. Chu Chen knew this was because Lu Changha's mother had come over to clean yesterday. Old Chu, my mom also bought a lot of vegetables and put them in the fridge. You rest for now, it's already afternoon, so I'll start preparing dinner. After Lu Chanha finished speaking, he put on an apron and got busy in the kitchen. The next morning, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha got up early. After having breakfast, they headed towards the school. Today was the day for the third-year students of the Great Xia to take their college entrance exams. When they arrived at the school, many students were already there, and quite a few parents were at the school gate sending off their children. After verifying their identities at the school gate, the two finally entered the school. As they entered, two figures outside were watching their backs. They've gone in, I told you they wouldn't miss the exam. Isn't that just worrying? We had to come and check. Since they're in, let's head home. The exam will take quite some time, and we can prepare some good food for them. Alright, it's been a while since I cooked. Let these two little brats taste my skills. A man and a woman said as they left. They were Lu Changha's parents. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha made their way to the classroom, where over 30 out of 50 students had already arrived, with the rest trickling in. What levels are you all at? I'm already at level 12. I can't even dream of the Qinglong Academy, but getting into a decent university should be fine. Hee, I've been lucky. I joined a team and just hit level 13 yesterday. I heard that 2 people from our school reached level 15. If they perform well, they have a good chance of getting into the Qinglong Academy. The students in the classroom were quietly discussing, and some asked about Chu Chen and Lu Changha's levels, but the two only smiled and said they hoped to get into a good university without mentioning their specific levels. Hey, what's wrong with Shou Ming? Lu Chanha suddenly said, and Chu Chen looked over to see Zhou Ming with his head down, looking quite gloomy. You guys don't know? Zhou Ming teamed up with a few others to grind dungeons, but because he was too impulsive, one of his teammates almost died. He's probably still feeling guilty about it, explained a classmate sitting in front of Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha understood. Such a near-death experience would leave anyone feeling down, even if it happened to them. Is there no student from Lin City in trouble this year? Lu Chanha asked. There haven't been any deaths, but quite a few people have been seriously injured. Our school alone has 2. The so-called serious injuries refer to missing limbs. These kinds of injuries cannot be healed just by restoring health points. Although they can be treated, those affected will definitely not be able to participate in this year's college entrance examination, and there is no option for repeating the year, which means these individuals have lost their chance to enter university. As the conversation continued, all the students in the class had arrived, and Li Yun walked in from outside, causing the classroom to fall silent. Classmates, I believe you have all heard that many people are unable to take the college entrance examination due to injuries, so all the teachers are very pleased that our classes students are all here. There are 10 minutes left until the exam starts. You have 5 minutes to adjust your state. After 5 minutes, I will distribute the teleportation stones to you. Through the teleportation stones, you will be transported to the actual examination venue. Although there will be no life-threatening dangers during the exam, injuries can still occur. Do not blindly trust in your own confidence. If you feel in danger, stop the exam immediately. If you cannot even recognize your own strength, then getting injured is your own fault, and no one will take responsibility for your recklessness. Li Yun spoke these words seriously, his tone quite cold. 20 years ago, there were death quotas for the college entrance examination. A century ago, during one exam, over 500,000 students died across the entire Great Xia. In comparison, today's students are quite fortunate, at least they won't die. Hearing Li Yun's words, everyone calmed down and began to adjust their states in preparation for the upcoming exam. Soon, 5 minutes passed and Li Yun began distributing the teleportation stones to everyone. There are 3 minutes left until the official exam starts. Different professional types will be teleported to their corresponding examination venues. Remember, once you enter the examination venue, no matter what you see, you must remain silent. If you cannot control your own mouth, then there is no need for you to participate in the college entrance examination. Li Yun said, now you can activate the teleportation stones to enter the examination venue. After the exam ends, you will be teleported back to your original position. The teachers will wait for you here. As his words fell, all 50 students in the class activated their teleportation stones. Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha exchanged encouraging glances and activated their stones as well. You have activated the college entrance examination teleportation stone. Are you sure you want to teleport to the main examination area? Yes. As Lu Chanha confirmed, a special force enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge square. Apart from him, others began to teleport in one after another. Within just a few seconds, tens of thousands of people appeared in the square. These were all students from Yunzhong province participating in the college entrance examination. Everyone curiously surveyed their surroundings, but no one spoke, as they had all been instructed by their teachers. At that moment, a screen appeared in the sky above the square. Time until the examination starts, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Number of participants, 25,478. Lu Chanha did not know how many people from Yunzhong province were taking the college entrance examination this year, but based on last year's data, it was around 400,000. However, since this was the examination venue for main combat professions, the number of participants was not too high. In the examination venue for life professions, the number could reach 200,000 to 300,000. Time continued to pass, and the number of participants rapidly increased. When only 1 minute remained, a dignified voice rang out. Entry time is up, stop teleporting. As this voice sounded, indeed no more students teleported in. Meanwhile, many students outside who had not yet managed to teleport turned pale as they discovered that the teleportation stones were unresponsive. The teachers of these students also looked helpless. Every year they instructed students to enter the examination venue as soon as possible, yet every year there were a few noticeable cases that missed out for various reasons. In the main examination hall, as no one else entered, the number of participants remained at 31,587. This meant that among the more than 400,000 students in Yunzhong province this year, over 30,000 had awakened to the main battle profession. The examiner did not care how many students had not entered and spoke again. Next, I will announce this year's examination rules. Please listen carefully, all candidates. You will participate in 3 rounds of assessment. The first round is a basic assessment where you will face 10 waves of monsters, with 5 monsters in each wave, appearing at 5-minute intervals. For each monster you kill, you will earn 1 point. And these points will serve as a reference for various universities' admissions. During the assessment, there are 2 ways to be eliminated. The first is if a candidate voluntarily withdraws due to feeling insufficient strength, and the second is if you are attacked by monsters and your health drops to 1 point, you will be automatically teleported away. Throughout the assessment, all your equipment can be used normally. Even if you are wearing mythical grade gear, it will not violate the examination rules. However, no items can be used. If discovered, you will be expelled and your exam results will be voided. Potions for restoring health and mana will be distributed for free, 3 bottles per person. This is the total number of potions you can use during the entire examination, so plan when to use them wisely. The examiner detailed the rules, and everyone listened attentively. to avoid inadvertently violating the examination rules. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported into the assessment scene. You may make your final preparations. At the same time, a countdown appeared on the screen in the square. With over 30,000 people, there was not much to prepare, they were just adjusting their states. Soon, the 10-second countdown ended and everyone was enveloped in a golden light beam, then vanished from their spots. But Chu Chin was different. As the light beam enveloped him, a prompt suddenly popped up. The examination space is probing your information, triggering the falling into the mortal realm effect. Do you agree? Staring at this prompt, Chu Chin was momentarily stunned, not expecting that his falling into the mortal realm talent would be effective even in the examination space. Seeing that everyone else had already been teleported away while he remained in place, Chu Chin understood that if he did not agree, he would not be able to take the exam. He directly chose to agree, and at the same time, his figure also disappeared from the spot. After everyone vanished, over 50 figures appeared in the sky above the square, all flying, which meant that these individuals were at least level 60 extraordinary powerhouses. The college entrance examination is the most important event in Daxia every year, not only in Yunzhong province but nationwide, naturally drawing the high-level attention of Daxia. The more than 50 people present were all high-ranking officials from Yunzhong province, none below level 60. This year's college entrance examination has begun again. I wonder how this batch of students will perform. These students this year have the blessing of the anomaly, Heaven and Earth Sword River. Their levels are certainly higher than last year's. I didn't expect that our Yunzhong province would produce such a prodigy this year, actually triggering a heavenly anomaly covering the entire province. Just now, it seemed that a student had a teleportation issue, arriving a second later than the others. You must be mistaken. How could there be a problem with the examination space? As they were speaking, two more figures appeared, causing everyone to fall silent. These two were Wu Jun, the governor of Yunzhong province, and Feng Yun, the principal of Qinglong Academy. Both were legendary powerhouses above level 80. Old Feng, I didn't expect you to come in person this time. Wu Jun had once been a student at Qinglong Academy, where Feng Yun was already the principal and had guided him. There's no choice, a prodigy has emerged in Yunzhong province, and if I don't come, the other 3 academies will snatch him away. Feng Yun laughed heartily. I just don't know if this prodigy is also participating in this college entrance examination. We must find him quickly and protect him to prevent any accidents, Wu Jun said. As the governor of Yunzhong province, he naturally knew that the celestial phenomenon was not caused by Shin Jianyun of the Shin family. However, there was no other choice. Since they couldn't find Chu Chen, they could only let Shin Jianyun take the brunt of it to attract the attention of powerful outsiders. There's no need for that. If we can't even find him, it will be even harder for the outsiders to discover him. What he needs most right now is time. Feng Yun shook his head and said, Old Feng, how is that kid from the Shin family doing? He's fine for now, but he can only hold on for another 3 years at most. It's tough on that kid. 3 years, let's hope that prodigy can grow stronger quickly. Thinking too much about it now is useless. Let's first see how this college entrance examination goes. With that, the two turned their attention to the light screens in the square. These light screens split into over 30,000 segments, each corresponding to a candidate. In addition, there was a large light screen that displayed the students' score rankings. Let's check the levels first. I wonder how this year's students' levels are with the celestial phenomenon bonus, Wu Jun said, and the light screen immediately changed, displaying all students' levels from highest to lowest. First, level 19, Chu Chen, Wine. Sword Immortal 2nd, level 17, Zhao Wulin, Weapon Hunter 3rd, level 17, Sun Jin, Destruction Mage 4th, level 17, Liu, Dragon Spear Overlord 5th, level 17, Yang Yunpeng, Riot Summoner 100th, level 15, Lu Miao, Icebow Archer. Looking at the level rankings, Wu Jun and Feng Yun were both taken aback. There's actually a student who reached level 19. How is that possible? Wu Jun's tone was filled with surprise. In previous years, students had only reached level 18 at most before the exam. Wine Sword Immortal. I've never heard of that profession. Do you think it could be him? Feng Yun raised an eyebrow. Guessing is useless. Let's first see how this student named Chu Chin performs in the assessment. Wu Jun shook his head. At the same time, other examiners also noticed Chu Chen's level, all expressing surprise, as they had never encountered a student who reached level 19 before the entrance examination. Immediately, one examiner projected Chu Chen's assessment scene onto the largest screen, and everyone turned to look. Chu Chen opened his eyes to find himself on a grassland, and in the distance 5 prairie wolves appeared, charging towards him. Prairie wolf, normal. Level 5, health 1000, attack 81, physical defense 38, magical defense 19, skill pounce. The 5 prairie wolves were only level 5, posing no threat to Chu Chen. However, he understood that this was just the basic assessment, which needed to accommodate most candidates. If monsters above level 10 appeared right from the start, those students who were only level 9 would find it very difficult to score. Chu Chen looked at the 5 prairie wolves, which were still over 20 meters away, and a spirit sword flew out. -1411200-3358656 critical hit -1411200.
You have killed a monster, score +1. You have killed a monster, score +1. You have killed a monster, score +1.
With 5 damage numbers exceeding 1 million appearing, the notification sound rang out. The 5 prairie wolves provided 5 points, and there were still 5 minutes until the next wave of prairie wolves arrived. Chu Chin was not in a hurry. He sat down to check his own situation. First, there were the health recovery potions and mana recovery potions that the examiner had mentioned, lying in his storage ring. Health recovery potion, special for the college entrance examination, instantly restores 10% of health upon use and restores 1% of health every second for the next 10 seconds. Mana recovery potion, specifically for the college entrance examination, it instantly restores 10% of mana upon use and for the next 10 seconds, it restores 1% of mana per second. The recovery effects of both potions are quite similar, with 3 bottles of each, totaling 6 bottles. The health recovery potion shouldn't be of any use to me, but then again, maybe not. As Chu Chin was pondering, he suddenly paused, his gaze falling on his storage ring. I can't believe the storage ring isn't banned. Chu Chin was taken aback. At this moment he realized that the storage ring was not prohibited and he could even take out the items inside to use. Yet he felt no joy. Didn't the examiners know this? They must know, but why would they still do this? Testing strength is also a test of character. If someone can't resist using their own items, they will be directly eliminated, and their exam results will be voided. Chu Chin understood this was a trap, and he estimated that someone would definitely fall for it. Glancing at the wine gourd in his storage ring, Chu Chin silently warned himself not to habitually take a sip at this moment, or he would be eliminated. Besides that, Chu Chin also noticed a light screen appearing in front of him. The screen displayed several names, with scores following each name, likely indicating the candidate's rankings. Ranking 99 plus, candidate Chu Chin, score 5. The first wave of monsters was only level 5, and it wouldn't be hard for others to kill them instantly. Since he had entered a few seconds late, Chu Chin was not surprised by this ranking. Those currently ranked higher might not be able to last until the basic assessment ended, while Chu Chin was waiting idly for the next wave of prairie wolves to arrive. The examiners outside were all frozen in place. What did I just see? A student actually dealt 3 million damage? Are you kidding me? Are you sure he's a student? I would believe it if you said he was a transcendent powerhouse. Let me check. Chu Chin, a student from Lincheng number 1 high school. Isn't he an awakened swordsman? How did he turn into a wine swordsman? And what's with this damage? All the examiners did not expect that just as the college entrance examination was beginning, they would witness such a shocking scene. Wu Jun and Feng Yan naturally saw this scene and exchanged glances. Is it him? If it's not him, I would find it hard to understand how he dealt such high damage, and the wine swordsman profession has never appeared before. The celestial phenomenon over the past half-month is also related to swords? Is this the terror of a mythic level profession? He's only around level 10, yet this damage is too high. You need to handle the follow-up matters well. Don't worry, Elder Feng. This time, the higher-ups arranged for Elder Chen to cast the forgetting spell. Even I can't leak any information. Feng Yan nodded. Elder Chen, named Chen Binghe, was a level 93 mythic level powerhouse. Since the higher-ups arranged for such a national pillar to come, it showed how much they valued this matter. This little guy has such high damage at just level 19. Once he develops, perhaps our great Xia can push its territory further into the outer domains. Feng Yan thought, smiling, because this prodigy would soon become a student of his Qinglong Academy. Chu Chin had no idea that he was being watched by all the examiners, and the terrifying damage had stunned them all. After waiting for 5 minutes, the second wave of prairie wolves arrived. Slightly stronger than the first wave, but still limited. For Chu Chin, they were still easy kills. Ranking 5, candidate Chu Chin, score 10. Looking at the ranking again, he had directly reached 5th place, meaning he was the 5th to clear the field. Another 5 minutes passed, and the third wave of prairie wolves arrived. With this wave's level increased to 6, their health rising from 1000 to 1200, and all attributes also increased. Swish, swish, swish. As these prairie wolves appeared, a spirit sword flew out, and all the prairie wolves fell dead once again. Ranking 1, candidate Chu Chin, score 15. Glancing at the ranking, he had already reached 1st place, indicating he was the fastest to clear the field. However, within just a few seconds, another 9 people had completed the clearing, occupying the top 10. Chu Chin looked at the rankings, calculating the time, and found that the 50th place took 16 seconds, while the 100th place only took 43 seconds to clear the field. With such a vast area in Yunzhong province, there was no shortage of talents, but as the rounds progressed, the gaps between some students became apparent. The 4th wave, the 5th wave. As waves of monsters appeared, Chu Chin couldn't be bothered to move, simply sitting on the ground and instantly slaying the monsters with a single sword strike as they appeared. Seeing Chu Chin so idle, the examiners outside glanced at the other students battling the monsters, momentarily unsure of what to say. The assessment continued. Soon, the 10th wave of monsters appeared. Although they were still prairie wolves, their levels had reached level 10. Naturally, Chu Chanha still killed them all in an instant, maintaining his first position, while the other students found themselves in a tough battle. Especially those students below level 10 who struggled against the assault of 5 prairie wolves, with some already starting to drink healing potions. After Chu Chanha finished his instant kills, he waited for about 10 more minutes before the basic assessment officially ended. The basic assessment is over. Everyone has half an hour of rest time. During this time, you can recover your state and also decide whether to participate in the upcoming assessment. The examiner's voice rang out, and many students collapsed onto the ground, a light screen appearing before them. Time until the next round of assessment starts, 29 minutes and 12 seconds. Number of candidates, 26,214. Looking at the number on the light screen, many students felt a tightness in their hearts, not expecting that around 5,000 people would be eliminated in just the first round of the basic assessment. Among these 5,000, some were eliminated due to insufficient strength, while others were successfully baited using their own items, thinking they wouldn't be discovered, only to be eliminated right after using them, with their scores rendered void. During this half-hour break, over 100 students chose to withdraw, most of whom were severely injured and had to exit. Half an hour quickly passed, and the examiner's voice sounded again. All candidates, please pay attention, the second round of assessment is about to begin. Next, you will still face 10 waves of monsters, each wave consisting of 5 ordinary level monsters. But these monsters will be above level 10. Additionally, after every 2 waves, a high-level monster will appear, and in the final wave, a rare-level monster will appear. Killing an ordinary-level monster earns 1 point, killing a high-level monster earns 10 points, and killing a rare-level monster earns 50 points. Each wave of monsters will appear at intervals of 10 minutes, and this round of assessment will last only 2 hours. After 2 hours, regardless of how many monsters you have killed, you will enter the next round of assessment. During the assessment, if you find your strength insufficient, you can choose to stop the assessment. After stopping, you can still participate in the third round of assessment. The assessment will begin in 10 seconds. The countdown started, and Chu Chanha understood the rules of the second round of assessment, which were similar to the first round, except that in the second round, choosing to stop the assessment would not lead to immediate elimination, allowing entry into the third round. After all, the first round was just a basic assessment. If one couldn't even pass that, there was no point in participating in the second and third rounds, and elimination would be normal. Over 20,000 students also perked up, vigilantly looking around, waiting for the monsters to appear. 10 seconds quickly passed. 5 figures appeared 100 meters away. Prairie wolf, normal level, 10 health points, 3,000 attack, 178 physical defense, 94 magical defense, 69 skills, pounce. Like the attributes of a level 10 prairie wolf are significantly stronger than those of the previous level 5 prairie wolf, but still limited. For Chu Chanha, it's just a matter of one sword strike. As these prairie wolves appeared, before they even had the chance to launch an attack on Chu Chanha, a beam of sword light descended first. 1377600-1388880, all things can be broken. 33333312. Critical hit, all things can be broken. 5 damage numbers exceeding 1,000,000 floated above the heads of the prairie wolves, and the 5 prairie wolves turned into white light and vanished. Chu Chanha gained another 5 points, still ranking first, with a total score of 55 points. Meanwhile, the examiners watching Chu Chanha outside remained silent. Over 3 million damage, this was actually dealt by a student. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe such a prodigy existed. At the same time, these examiners were not fools. They recalled the celestial phenomenon that had appeared half a month ago. Although it was said that the phenomenon was triggered by Shin Jiangyun of the Shin family, Chu Chanha was clearly even more monstrous, and his profession had never been seen before. Moreover, his sword control techniques bore some resemblance to that phenomenon. This led many examiners to suspect that it was actually Chu Chanha who triggered the celestial phenomenon. Wu Jun and Feng Yan naturally noticed the doubts of these examiners but didn't care. After all, once the college entrance examination was over, not only would these examiners forget, but even Wu Jun, the governor, would be subjected to a forgetting spell, erasing memories of events that occurred during the examination. This method wasn't introduced because of Chu Chanha. Rather, every year during the college entrance examination, including the governor, all examiners would be subjected to a forgetting spell to ensure that information about certain prodigies wouldn't leak out. The second round of assessments continued. While other students fought fiercely against the prairie wolves, Chu Chanha was quite relaxed. He simply sat on the grass, counting the blades of green grass in front of him. Soon, the second wave of monsters appeared. In addition to 5 normal-level prairie wolves, there was also a high-level prairie wolf. Just as the examiners thought this might pose a slight threat to Chu Chanha, another beam of sword light flew by, and all 5 normal-level prairie wolves fell dead, with the high-level prairie wolf meeting the same fate. The 6 monsters hadn't even had the chance to assess this world before losing their lives. High-level monsters can also be killed in an instant. What about the rare-level monsters? Don't think about it. Over 3 million damage, no epic-level monster could withstand that. Could it be that the difficulty of this year's college entrance examination is too low? No, it's that his damage is too high. Then the group of examiners fell silent again. The third wave, the fourth wave. As time passed, waves of monsters appeared. The first wave consisted of level 10 monsters, but the second wave was level 11, and so on. If there were no surprises, the 10th wave of monsters should be level 19. Moreover, a rare level monster would appear at that time, likely reaching level 20. These monsters posed no difference to Chu Chen. As soon as they appeared, they would be instantly killed by him. However, for other students, it was incredibly difficult. When the 7th wave of monsters appeared, even those students who had reached level 15 and above felt the pressure. While Chu Chen was effortlessly killing monsters without taking damage, many students chose to stop the assessment as they simply couldn't bear it any longer. After all, not every student could kill monsters like Chu Chen. Many were still dealing with the previous wave of monsters when the next wave arrived. The pressure grew increasingly intense until they could no longer withstand it and had to choose to stop the assessment. Those students who stopped the assessment were not disheartened. Instead, they began to adjust their state, preparing for the third round of assessments. When the assessment time reached 100 minutes, the 10th wave of monsters appeared, including 5 ordinary-level prairie wolves and an additional rare-level prairie wolf king. Prairie Wolf King, rare level, 20 health points, 30,000 attack, 1158 physical defense, 514 magical defense, 489 skills, berserk, strike. Although they are all rare level, these attributes are far inferior to those of rare level monsters in hell level dungeons, Chu Chen said, as the spirit sword swept through again. 2678928 critical hit. A damage of over 2 million appeared, instantly killing this rare level monster. The examiners outside exchanged glances, and after a while, someone finally spoke. At least when facing rare-level monsters, even with a critical hit, the damage doesn't reach 3 million. As soon as this was said, another person chimed in, but don't you think his critical hit rate is a bit too high? It's almost around 20%. With this remark, the other examiners suddenly realized this point. Indeed, the critical hit rate was quite high, and the critical damage was also around 20%. Perhaps he has a talent or equipment related to critical hits, one examiner concluded. They weren't wrong. Chu Chen's high critical hit rate was indeed due to his talent. Sword Heart, you have regained the sword path, comprehended the sword heart, and the spirit sword in your hand is connected to your mind, providing you with extra vision, increasing critical hit rate by 1%, critical damage by 1%, and for each level your profession increases, the effect increases by 1%. Current effect, critical hit rate 19%, critical damage 19%. It was also because of this talent that Chu Chen's critical hit rate was not low, and as his level increased, the critical hit rate would also rise. If he reached level 100, the critical damage could increase to 100%, allowing every strike to be a double critical hit. Wu Jun and Feng Yun wore smiles. They weren't afraid of Chu Chen being strong, but rather feared him not being strong. The stronger he was, the better. After Chu Chen wiped out all the monsters in the 10th wave and waited another 20 minutes, the 2-hour assessment time came to an end, and the second round of assessments concluded. The second round of assessments is over. Next, you have half an hour to rest and prepare for the third and final round of assessments. The examiner's voice rang out, and all the students began to adjust their states while also opening the leaderboard. Ranking 1, candidate Chu Chen, score 190. Ranking 2, candidate Sunjin, score 120. Ranking 3, candidate Yang Yunpeng, score 110. Ranking 4, candidate Zhou Wulin, score 110. Ranking 5, candidate Chengyu, score 109. Ranking 100, candidate Zhang Pei, score 91. This was the total score for the 2 rounds, with a perfect score of 190. Naturally, Chu Chen had achieved all of it, and the gap between him and the second place was a full 70 points, indicating that the other had not killed any rare-level monsters or 2 high-level monsters. Starting from second place, the score gap between candidates steadily decreased, with no more drastic differences like Chu Chen's. Many people were surprised when they saw the leaderboard. Who is this Chu Chen? Achieving 190 points means he must have killed rare-level monsters too? Interesting, I thought only a few others were my opponents, but another one has emerged. He even killed rare-level monsters. Could he have used a big move? Some students were astonished by Chu Chen's score, while others remained calm. Especially some of the top-ranked prodigies. During the first round, many had noticed the first-ranked Chu Chen, but they hadn't paid much attention. After all, the first round was just a basic assessment, and the rankings were only temporary. Everyone had the same score, so there was no need to fight for first place. But the second round was different. This round could already show some gaps between the students, and unexpectedly, Chu Chen was still ranked first. However, some prodigies were merely surprised and did not give up on the idea of competing for first place. For them, killing rare-level monsters was also achievable, but it required using their ultimate skills, even consuming the 6 free recovery potions provided. The cooldown time for the ultimate skills was too long. If used in the second round, they might not be available in the third round, and the recovery potions were also reserved for the third round. Using them early would be somewhat counterproductive, which is why they did not score full marks in the second round. In their view, Lu Chanha's strength might not be weaker than theirs, but he must have used his ultimate skill or consumed recovery potions in the second round. Although the opponent was temporarily in first place in the second round, they were confident they could surpass him in the third round. The examiners outside naturally noticed these students' thoughts and were somewhat speechless. If these students knew that Lu Chanha had only been using basic attacks from the beginning and hadn't used any skills, they might be directly discouraged and lose confidence. Half an hour wasn't long, but it was enough for the students to adjust their state, especially to ensure that some skill cooldowns ended. Break time is over. All students will now begin the third round of assessment. In the third round, you still need to hunt monsters. Ordinary level monsters are worth 1 point, advanced monsters 10 points, rare monsters 50 points, epic monsters 200 points, and legendary monsters 1000 points. During the assessment, you can still choose to stop. This round will last for 6 hours. The assessment will begin in 10 seconds. The examiner's voice rang out again, but everyone felt a shiver at the mention of the third round. Not only would there be epic monsters, but there would also be legendary monsters, even. Those students who ranked high in the second round tightened their expressions. 10 seconds quickly passed, and suddenly, thousands of light beams descended upon the grassland, revealing 10,000 monsters. On the grassland, when the candidates saw the dense swarm of monsters appear, they were all taken aback. How could the third round of assessment be so extreme? So many monsters could tear them to shreds. But soon everyone realized that even though the assessment had begun, these monsters did not actively attack them. Could it be that these monsters only gain aggro when we attack them? A student immediately mustered his courage and walked towards the nearest monster. However, as he entered the 10-meter range of the monster, it launched an attack on him. It seems that in the third round of assessment, monsters will only attack when you enter their 10-meter range. Understanding this, the candidates breathed a sigh of relief. They certainly did not want to be torn apart by so many monsters. Safely farming monsters was not a problem, and they also had to ensure that during battles with monsters, they did not enter the 10-meter range of other monsters. With this understanding, many students began to control the battle area with the monsters. Those capable could farm multiple monsters at once, while those with slightly less strength would only engage one monster. The third round has begun. This year's students are quite good, and some have already discovered the hidden rules. This isn't really a hidden rule. Soon they will find out that for every 10 ordinary level monsters killed, an advanced monster will spawn. For every 100 ordinary level monsters killed, a rare monster will spawn. For every 1000 ordinary level monsters killed, an epic monster will spawn. As for legendary monsters, they will only appear after all 10,000 ordinary level monsters are defeated. This year's candidates are at a higher level than in previous years. There will definitely be students capable of killing epic level monsters. As for legendary level monsters, don't forget that student named Lu Chanha. Do you really think he can't kill a legendary level monster given his damage output? As soon as these words were spoken, many examiners paused. Indeed, this year had produced a freak. I don't think so. His damage is indeed high, but using sword control should also consume mana. To kill 10,000 monsters, his mana wouldn't be enough, and he might not even encounter a legendary level monster. Who knows? Maybe he has skills or talents that can restore mana. Look, that little guy has started to attack too. All the examiners turned to the largest screen, which was now dominated by Lu Chanha, displaying the scenes of his assessment. Lu Chanha looked at the monsters appearing on the grassland and naturally noticed that these monsters would not attack on their own. Seeing so many monsters, Lu Chanha did not rush to attack. None of these monsters were above level 20, so they were still one-hit kills for him. But as the examiners had said, controlling the sword technique also required mana, and if he killed them one by one, even using mana recovery potions wouldn't be enough. When he had been grinding dungeons with Lu Chanha, the most he had consumed was mana recovery potions. He hadn't even used any life recovery potions. Since I can't grind them one by one, I'll just do it in groups. Lu Chanha thought to himself as he happened to have a group grinding skill. Heart returning sword formation. Control spirit swords to form a sword formation. The more spirit swords there are, the larger the area formed. At least 10 spirit swords are needed. Attack speed increases by 20%, and targets within the formation take 15% more damage. Cooldown time is 3 minutes, level 7/10. This skill is most suitable for group grinding, especially since he was already level 19 and could control 1000 spirit swords. If he could gather these monsters together, he could wipe them all out with one skill. Let's test these monsters' aggro values. Lu Chanha thought, sending a spirit sword flying out to kill a monster 20 meters away in an instant. But after waiting a few seconds, the other monsters showed no reaction. This made Lu Chanha raise an eyebrow. Could it be that these monsters have no aggro values? How would he gather them then? After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Chen walked towards one of the monsters. As he entered a 10-meter range, the monster immediately attacked him. A smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. It turned out he needed to be within 10 meters to attract the monster's aggro. Now to test how these monsters react when they leave the aggro range. Thinking this, Chu Chen quickly ran back. Although he hadn't allocated any points to agility, this monster was only level 10 and couldn't keep up with him. After creating a distance of over 200 meters, the monster still relentlessly pursued him, making Chu Chen realize that perhaps these monsters did not have an aggro disengagement mechanism, or their range was quite large. Regardless, it's enough for me to gather the monsters. With that thought, Chu Chen immediately started running again, but this time he ran towards those monsters. When he entered the 10-meter range of one monster, it immediately locked onto Chu Chen and began to chase him. Chu Chen ignored it and continued to run within the 10-meter range of other monsters, with more and more monsters chasing after him. The examiners watching this scene outside were also taken aback. What is he trying to do? Lure monsters? But does he really need to lure this many? There are over 300 now. It seems he understands that his mana is insufficient. He must have a powerful area attack skill and wants to lure enough monsters to grind them in groups. Even if his skill range is wide, it can't possibly cover this many monsters, right? Who knows? Before this, could you believe that a student under level 20 could deal millions in damage? Although some of the examiners had their doubts, Chu Chen's actions caught their attention, and they all stopped watching the other candidates, waiting for Chu Chen to attract the monsters. Meanwhile, the candidates who were busy fighting monsters also noticed Chu Chen's ranking, especially the few candidates at the front. They all wanted to see if Chu Chen could achieve a score far exceeding theirs in this third round, just like in the second round. However, after waiting for a long time, they only saw Chu Chen increase his score by 1 point, and then there was no further movement. As time passed, the scores of the candidates ahead had already caught up with Chu Chen, and it looked like they were about to surpass him. Strange, even if he used his trump card in the second round, it shouldn't result in only a 1-point increase in the third round, right? What is he doing? He can't be giving up on the assessment, can he? The candidates at the front were puzzled, but their speed in killing monsters did not slow down. Soon, half an hour passed, and Chu Chen's score remained stagnant, while some candidates' scores had surpassed his, causing Chu Chen's ranking to drop from first place to outside the top 100. It seems he was injured in the second round while forcibly killing a rare level monster. Maybe he really has stopped the assessment. Many candidates speculated quietly, some even reveling in his misfortune. What did it matter if he was first in the second round? The third round was the true determinant of the final score. While these candidates were speculating, Chu Chen also stopped running. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue attracting monsters, but he had already been surrounded by them. Centered around him, monsters were coming from all directions, numbering over 5,000. That's enough. Chu Chen looked at the monsters charging towards him, a smile on his face. The examiners outside saw that Chu Chen had finally stopped and widened their eyes, eager to know how he would deal with the more than 5,000 monsters. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all the examiners, Chu Chen pointed his sword, and with him as the center, 1,000 spirit swords flew out rapidly, forming a sword formation imprint that appeared in the sky. Kill! Accompanied by Chu Chen's soft command, a massive burst of sword light erupted from the sword formation, charging towards the surrounding monsters. 1425875-1435847-3698541 Critical hit. Everything can be broken. Within the sword formation, dense damage numbers erupted above the heads of the more than 5,000 monsters, and large groups of monsters fell. Originally, the area around Chu Chen seemed very crowded, but now it was completely cleared. As these monsters fell, Chu Chen also saw his score rapidly increase. 1,000, 2,000. In just a few seconds, his score had already reached over 5,000, reclaiming the first place. All the examiners watching this scene were left dumbfounded, even though they had been prepared. However, seeing Chu Chen slay so many monsters in just a few seconds still left them in disbelief. Wu Jun and Feng Yan both took a deep breath and exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew that myth-level professions were strong, this was just too excessive. We must ensure that his news does not spread, Feng Yan said seriously, his body slightly trembling. He was excited. A level 19 Chu Chen was already this powerful. If he became an 80 or even 90 level powerhouse, wouldn't he have the hope of hunting demigods or even divine level beings? Moreover, with his current performance, as long as he didn't fall midway, he could even potentially become a divine level powerhouse in the future. He saw hope, the hope that from now on, the great Xia would no longer fear the powerful beings from beyond. Wu Jun also nodded deeply. If Chu Chen's performance got out and was known by the powerful beings from beyond, they would surely do everything possible to eliminate him. A genius that dies young is not considered a genius. This is bad. If he kills so many monsters, won't that instantly refresh a large number of high-level and rare-level monsters and even 5 epic-level monsters? At this moment, an examiner suddenly spoke up. They glanced at Chu Chen's score, which was currently 5,658 points, indicating that he had killed 5,468 ordinary-level monsters in the third round. According to the monster respawn mechanism, he would next face 546 advanced monsters, 54 rare monsters, and 5 epic monsters. They naturally knew that with Chu Chen's damage output, even epic monsters would be killed in an instant. However, they also saw that Chu Chen had just used such a powerful move, which must have consumed a significant amount of his mana, meaning his combat power would not be as strong as before. Realizing this, all the examiners felt a renewed sense of concern. Although even if Chu Chen stopped the assessment now, first place was basically secured, they still hoped that he had considered all aspects and had a way to cope. But as all the examiners worried, the scene on the screen left them dumbfounded. After over 5,000 monsters had been killed, the advanced monsters, rare monsters, and epic monsters followed closely behind and respawned. Yet, these monsters had just appeared, and even the examiners had not clearly seen what they looked like when a flurry of sword lights swept across, instantly killing all these monsters again. At the same time, Chu Chen's score skyrocketed to 14,818 points. Meanwhile, the second place score was only 597 points. So what were we worried about just now? One examiner couldn't help but say, looking at Chu Chen's score, while the other examiners remained silent in response. Indeed, why were they worrying about him when they should have been concerned about those epic monsters? It's only been a little over half an hour since the third round started, and he already has over 10,000 points? I remember the third round assessment is supposed to last 6 hours, right? 6 hours? Give him another half hour, and he'll have killed all the monsters in the third round. I never expected that. After all these years, we would actually be fortunate enough to see a student achieve full marks in the third round. Yes, the college entrance examination has been around for so many years, and there has never been a student with full marks in the third round. But let's not get our hopes too high. That last move must have consumed a lot of his mana. What are you afraid of? Not to mention he hasn't even used his mana recovery potions yet. There are still more than 5 hours left, which is more than enough for his mana to recover. The examiners began to discuss, eagerly anticipating Chu Chen's next performance. At the same time, although they did not voice it, each of them understood that the celestial phenomenon that appeared in Yunchong province this year was definitely brought about by Chu Chen. Although after the college entrance examination, they would surely be subjected to a forgetting spell. Once Chu Chen became a powerful figure in the future, the effects of the forgetting spell would be lifted, and they would remember what happened today. While these examiners were excited, the other candidates were left stunned. What the hell, what's going on with this Chu Chen? Just now, I saw he only had a little over 100 points and had already dropped out of the top 100. How did his score suddenly soar to over 10,000 in just a few seconds? How did he do it? Even if he has a powerful move, it shouldn't be this insane, killing over 5,000 monsters in just a few seconds? Could it be that there are other ways to assess in this third round? Not only testing our combat power but also our intelligence? All the candidates were shocked by Chu Chen's soaring score. The gap with the second place was simply too large, as the second place score was not even a fraction of Chu Chen's. These candidates did not consider that Chu Chen might be cheating. After all, this was the college entrance examination, and countless powerful figures were watching, making cheating impossible. Chu Chen's high score instead made many candidates doubt whether their brute force monster grinding was the correct approach for this round of assessment. Perhaps this round could rely on intelligence, but they just hadn't discovered what that method was. In an instant, quite a few candidates slowed down their monster grinding speed, carefully observing their surroundings, hoping to find a way to quickly grind monsters. This situation naturally caught the attention of the external examiners, who all wore helpless expressions, not expecting that Chu Chen's high score would mislead these candidates. If these candidates knew the truth, that their wild imaginations had led to a decrease in monster farming speed, they wouldn't know what expression to wear. In the assessment space, Chu Chen was unaware that his terrifying score had caused a large number of candidates to slow down their monster farming speed. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground, waiting for his mana to recover. His mana had been completely drained, and now there wasn't a drop left. Fortunately, the results were promising. With his current score, even if he didn't continue farming monsters, no one should be able to surpass him. However, I must kill all the remaining monsters, and I can't let a legendary monster escape. I want to enter the Azure Dragon Academy with a perfect score that should be enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Great Xia. Perhaps I might have a chance to obtain the Heaven and Earth Ban. Chu Chen thought to himself. If he obtained the Heaven and Earth Ban, he could quickly complete his breakthrough task and then continue leveling up. Time passed little by little as Chu Chen sat on the lawn waiting for his mana to recover. Although there were still over 4,000 monsters left, they did not attack him since he was out of their aggro range. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Chen slowly got up. His mana had fully recovered, and he could deal with the remaining monsters. He then ran towards the monsters, and once again, the scene of a person running ahead with a group of monsters chasing behind appeared on the vast grassland. There were still over 4,000 ordinary-level monsters left on the grassland. Half an hour later, as the last monster was drawn into aggro, all the monsters gathered again. Then, under the watchful eyes of the external examiners, Lu Chanha repeated his previous method, sending out another 1,000 spirit swords and directly using the return to heartsword formation. The sword light crisscrossed, and the over 4,000 monsters only saw a flash of white light before their health bars were completely emptied. After these monsters died, a large number of high-level, rare, and epic monsters also respawned. But the result was the same: these monsters had just appeared when they were instantly killed by Lu Chanha, adding to his score. Even though they had seen it once before, the external examiners were still shocked. After all, this method of farming monsters was terrifying, and it made them understand why Lu Chanha could reach level 19 before the college entrance examination. They even guessed that Lu Chanha's experience points were already maxed out, and the reason he hadn't reached level 20 was likely because his breakthrough task was stuck. Is that it? In less than 2 hours, he cleared the third round of the assessment? The assessment time is a full 6 hours. He hasn't cleared it yet. There's still a legendary monster. What's the difference? With his damage, do you think he can't kill a legendary monster? Not necessarily. If his luck is bad and a defensive-type legendary monster spawns, no matter how high his damage is, it won't matter. He won't be able to break through its defenses. Look, the legendary monster has appeared. As the examiners were speaking, a beam of light descended from the sky in the footage. Lu Chanha raised an eyebrow, knowing that a legendary monster had spawned. He didn't rush to attack. After all, it was his first encounter with a legendary monster, and it surely wouldn't be easy to deal with. As the beam of light gradually faded, a colossal creature appeared on the grassland. Golden Armored Demon Bull, Legendary, Level, 20 health points, 5 million attack, 4358 physical defense, 2914 magical defense, 2598 skills, Golden Armor Protection, Frenzied Demon, Earthshaking Impact, Fierce Charge, Roar, Earth Revival. This Golden Armored Demon Bull stood a full 5 zheng tall, resembling a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in golden armor, and its pair of horns were incredibly sharp, glinting coldly in the sunlight. What shocked Lu Chanha the most was the opponent's attributes. These attributes were far stronger than the epic level boss he had encountered in the Hell level dungeon. Lu Chanha glanced at his own health, which was just over 2,000, even lower than the opponent's attack. This meant that the opponent could easily take him out in one hit. This defense is too high. When he saw the opponent's physical defense, Lu Chanha felt even more helpless, as the opponent's defense was higher than his physical attack. This meant that even with a 600 times damage bonus, he couldn't break through the defense. His attacks would deal 0 damage. Of course, this didn't mean he couldn't kill the opponent, as he had a passive skill that ignored the opponent's defense. All things can be broken. Passive skill: when you attack the target, there is a 12% chance to ignore 20% of the opponent's defense, level 7 out of 10. If this skill triggers, he could deal damage to the Golden Armored Demon Bull. Although the chance was only 12%, using the return heartsword formation to attack 6,000 times was not a problem, meaning this passive skill would trigger 720 times. After reducing the opponent's defense by 20%, the Golden Armored Demon Bull would only have 2,331.2 points left, while his attack was 2,390, which normally would deal 58.8 points of damage. But with the 600 times damage bonus, a single hit could deal over 35,000 damage. The opponent had 5 million health, so it would only take a little over 140 strikes to kill it. He could do it. However, Lu Chanha didn't rush to attack. That last wave had drained his mana, and he needed to wait for it to recover. As for the 3 mana recovery potions he hadn't used yet, he planned to save them in case of unexpected situations later. Fortunately, even legendary level monsters followed the assessment rules. As long as he stayed more than 10 meters away, the opponent wouldn't attack him proactively. Nevertheless, Lu Chanha maintained a distance of over 1,000 meters, just in case the opponent went berserk and charged at him, giving him time to react. While recovering his mana, Lu Chanha also opened the leaderboard to take a look. Unsurprisingly, he was still in first place with a score of 27,190 points. If he killed the legendary monster, he could gain an additional 1,000 points, meaning the total score for the 3 rounds of assessment would be 28,190 points. He was just one legendary monster away from a perfect score. Then Lu Chanha glanced at the rankings. Behind him, the second place was far behind, currently only at 1,471 points, third place at 1,452 points, fourth at 1,426 points, and fifth at 1,411 points. Among the top 5, only he had created a chasm-like gap. The other candidates were not far apart, and sometimes in the blink of an eye, the one who was second could drop to fifth. Others are working hard too, Lu Chanha couldn't help but say. At the same time, he thought of Lu Chanha, whose profession was support. They were not in the same examination room, and he had no idea what Lu's situation was now. However, Lu was already level 19, although his experience points weren't maxed out. He should be considered top tier in this round. While Lu Chanha waited for his mana to recover, the examiners outside showcased the skills of the Golden Armored Demon Bull. Golden Armor Protection, passive skill, reduces all damage taken by 30%. Frenzy, passive skill, triggers when health drops to 5%, entering a frenzy state, during which all damage is immune for 10 seconds, usable once per day.
Earth-shaking tremor causes the ground to shake, dealing 300% damage to targets within a 100-meter radius, with a 20% chance to knock the target back.
Cooldown time of 5 minutes.
Violent charge moves rapidly in one direction for 100 meters, dealing 500% damage to the target. Cooldown time of 3 minutes. Roar, angrily roar towards the heavens and the earth, causing targets within a 100-meter radius to be stunned for 1 second, with a 30% chance to inflict a 5-second dizziness effect. Cooldown time of 5 minutes. Earth's revival. When health drops to 5%, it will invoke the power of the earth, entering a state of dominance, instantly restoring 50% of its health and subsequently recovering 1% of health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours.
The golden armored demon bull. He actually encountered this legendary monster. I thought he had a chance to kill a legendary monster, but now it's hopeless. Among legendary monsters of the same level, the golden armored demon bull is the strongest in defense and recovery. His attack is too low to break through its defenses. Not only that, but the golden armored demon bull's frenzy and Earth's revival are a perfect match, equivalent to having 2 lives. The difficulty of killing it is too great. The examiners all sighed. If it were a legendary monster with lower defense, Chu Chen might still be able to kill it with his extremely high damage. But the golden armored demon bull is not that easy to kill. The examiners sighed, but all the candidates were once again stunned by Chu Chen's terrifying score. At this moment, Sun Jin, who was in second place, looked bewildered as he glanced at Chu Chen's score, 27,190 points. Then he looked at his own score, 1,490 points. There was a full difference of 25,700 points. How did he do it? He's almost at full marks. Sun Jin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He calculated carefully and found that Chu Chen was just one legendary monster away from a perfect score. He even thought that Chu Chen's score was no different from a perfect score. After all, legendary monsters are not so easy to kill, at least he wouldn't dare to think about it. The third round lasts a total of 6 hours, and less than 2 hours have passed. He has killed all the monsters except for the legendary ones? Sun Jin took a deep breath. He awakened as an epic class profession, the destruction mage, and while his monster killing speed was not slow, compared to Chu Chen, it was practically turtle speed. Just as he was thinking, Sun Jin suddenly realized he had dropped from second to fifth place. It seems the other guys have also been stimulated. Sun Jin looked at the monsters on the grassland. He had originally planned to wait until the last hour to unleash his power, and it seemed others had the same idea. But Chu Chen's appearance disrupted their plans. They no longer dared to think about first place and could only compete for second. Looks like I need to put in some effort too. Sun Jin thought, then attracted more than 10 monsters, and after casting a group skill, all those monsters died within seconds, and his score increased, but he only moved up 1 place. Sun Jin no longer paid attention to the leaderboard and threw himself wholeheartedly into killing monsters, and his score began to rise rapidly. Besides Sun Jin, the other candidates were also stimulated, and their monster killing speed increased by several times compared to before. Although they knew it was impossible to surpass Chu Chen, they could still compete for second place. The examiners also noticed this scene and smiled. These guys have been stimulated by Chu Chen and have all sped up their monster killing pace. Some skills they were reluctant to use before are now being unleashed. This is getting interesting. First place is a foregone conclusion. But who will take second? We can't tell. I didn't expect that in this year's third round of assessments, first place would be determined in just over an hour, leaving the other students to compete for second place, which is also amusing. The examiners watched the other candidates with great interest, temporarily not focusing on Chu Chen, as they didn't believe he could kill legendary monsters as well. Time passed little by little, and soon another hour went by. Chu Chen's score still hadn't changed, but the second place had already reached over 3,000 points. The candidates behind were hot on their heels, and their scores had seen a huge increase compared to an hour ago. As the examiners discussed which candidate could secure second place, Chu Chen slowly stood up and walked towards the golden armored demon bull a kilometer away. Look, Chu Chen is heading towards the golden armored demon bull. Does he really intend to try and kill it? Although the examiners were focused on other candidates, Chu Chen's assessment was displayed on the largest screen, so any movement was quickly noticed. It's completely meaningless. His damage is high, but he can't break the bull's defenses. Maybe he has some method? What method? Even if he could break the defenses, the golden armored demon bull effectively has 2 lives. His mana can only sustain 1 round of attacks. What will he do in the second round? By then, the bull will have aggro and won't give him a chance to recover his mana. Let's just watch. If he really manages to kill the golden armored demon bull, it would be historic. The examiners debated, most of them not optimistic about Chu Chen, as the disparity in strength was too great. The golden armored demon bull could be attacked many times, but Chu Chen would lose his combat ability after just 1 hit. However, considering Chu Chen's score, it seemed that even if he failed, it wouldn't have much impact. Old phone, do you think he can succeed? Wu Jun asked, looking at Chu Chen on the screen. I'm not sure, but if this little guy didn't have confidence, he wouldn't be doing this. The power of a mythical class profession is beyond our imagination, Feng Yan replied with a smile. but I do hope he succeeds. Wu Jun nodded. He also hoped for Chu Chen's success. The stronger he was, the greater the hope for the great Xia. Chu Chen, of course, was unaware that so many people were watching him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He stopped when he was 500 meters away from the golden-armored demon bull, a distance that kept him safe while still within his attack range. Let me see how strong this legendary monster really is. Heart-returning sword formation. Chu Chen pointed his sword, and 1,000 spirit swords flew out, surrounding the golden-armored demon bull that was resting on the grass. Immediately, the 1,000 spirit swords connected, and a sword formation mark appeared above the bull's head. Kill! As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the sword formation erupted, and sword light surged towards the golden-armored demon bull. 0-24,696, all things can be broken. 0-58,776, critical hit, all things can be broken. After the sword light fell, countless damage numbers floated above the golden-armored demon bull. Some damage was 0 because Chu Chen couldn't break its defenses, but if the effect of all things can be broken was triggered, it would deal damage. The examiners watching from outside initially thought Chu Chen had no chance, but when they saw him actually inflict damage on the golden-armored demon bull and it was over 10,000 points, they were once again shocked. He really did deal damage to the golden-armored demon bull. Does he have a skill that ignores defenses? It seems so. I knew he wouldn't act recklessly if he didn't have confidence. Although this damage isn't as terrifying as the previous millions, it's still quite substantial. He really has a chance to kill the golden-armored demon bull. Not necessarily. Don't forget the golden-armored demon bull has 2 lives. After this move, his mana will be exhausted. How will he deal with the bull's second life? By the way, does he know that the golden-armored demon bull has a second life? He probably doesn't. Hearing this, the examiner's rising expectations gradually faded. If Chu Chen knew about the bull's second life and still dared to attack, they would feel there was a significant chance. But since he didn't know, the hope was slim. Chu Chen indeed did not know about the golden-armored demon bull's second life. Although the detection technique could reveal the monster's attribute panel, it couldn't show the effects of its skills. However, even if Chu Chen knew, he would still make his move. Whether he could successfully kill the golden-armored demon bull didn't concern him. After all, his score was already high enough, and he had secured the first place. However, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to fight a legendary-level monster, as failing in this battle wouldn't lead to death, but encountering a legendary-level monster in the future could very well be fatal. At this moment, Chu Chen frowned as he looked at the damage numbers floating above the golden-armored demon bull. The damage was much lower than he had calculated before. It seems there's a damage reduction passive skill, Chu Chen realized, but the sword light showed no signs of stopping, continuing to attack the golden-armored demon bull. The sleeping golden-armored demon bull woke up after taking the first hit, and by the time it got up to look for its enemy, its health had already dropped by 1/10. Moo! The golden-armored demon bull then locked onto Chu Chen, letting out a roar before quickly charging towards him. Watching the charging golden-armored demon bull, Chu Chen remained calm. Although the opponent was fast, the 500 meters distance would still take about 10 seconds to cover. And that 10 seconds was enough for him to kill it. Chu Chen watched the opponent's health bar as the sword light wreaked havoc, causing its health to plummet. 80%, 50%, 30%. In just about 5 seconds, the golden-armored demon bull's health had dropped to 10% and was still rapidly decreasing. At this moment, the golden-armored demon bull was still 300 meters away from Chu Chen. Another second passed, and the golden-armored demon bull's health dropped to 5%. Just when Chu Chen thought he could take it down, the running golden-armored demon bull suddenly let out a roar. Moo! The sound echoed through the heavens and earth, and the golden-armored demon bull's eyes instantly turned blood red, its golden armor stained with a hint of blood energy, an extremely terrifying sense of oppression spreading outwards. 000. Although the spiritual swords were still attacking, all damage had turned to 0. Is this the frenzy skill? It can actually become immune to damage. Chu Chen's eyes flickered, thinking to himself that it was no wonder it was a legendary-level monster. It even had a health-locking skill. But it wasn't over yet. In its frenzy state, the golden-armored demon bull's blood energy sank into the ground, and then Chu Chen saw its health instantly recover by 50%, reaching 55%. Moreover, with each passing second, its health would recover by 1%. The golden-armored demon bull, which had just been brought to the brink of death, was now rapidly recovering. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, knowing this must be the opponent's Earth Revival skill. It's a pity I can't see the effects of its skills, otherwise, I could have thought of a way to deal with it in advance. Chu Chen shook his head, and at that moment, the sword formation also collapsed, all the spiritual swords being retracted into his body. His mana had been exhausted. As expected, if his mana had been sufficient, perhaps there would have been a chance to kill the golden-armored demon bull. Don't forget he still has 3 mana recovery potions, there's still a chance. That's not certain. The golden-armored demon bull's aggro has already locked onto him, and now that it's in an immune damage state, recovering mana would be useless. The frenzy state of the golden-armored demon bull still has 6 seconds left, that's enough time for it to enter Chu Chen's 100-meter range and launch an attack. The examiners outside observed this scene and commented. And indeed, it was just as they said. After using the Earth Revival skill, the golden armored demon bull did not stop and continued charging towards Chu Chen. 3 seconds later, the golden armored demon bull was only 100 meters away from Chu Chen, a distance sufficient for its skills to cover him. Roar! Without any hesitation, the golden armored demon bull directly used the roar skill, sending a shockwave spreading outwards. It was over. The external examiners thought to themselves that once Chu Chen was stunned for 1 second, the golden armored demon bull would immediately follow up with the Yi Fierce Charge skill to kill him instantly. But the next second, the examiners, who had already lost hope, suddenly widened their eyes. Because in the scene, Chu Chen was actually flying up while standing on a spirit sword. In the air, Chu Chen had just finished drinking a bottle of mana recovery potion, and his mana had recovered a bit. Mana recovery potion, specially for the college entrance examination, instantly restores 10% of mana and recovers 1% of mana every second for the next 10 seconds. After realizing that his return heartsword formation could not instantly kill the golden armored demon bull, Chu Chen took out the mana recovery potion and drank it. It was also thanks to the recovered mana that he flew directly into the air, avoiding the control skills of the golden armored demon bull. Before level 60, flying skills are indeed a dimensional strike. Chu Chen looked at the golden armored demon bull, which was a full 200 meters below him, and smiled. The golden armored demon bull looked up at Chu Chen in the sky, its eyes showing a confused expression. It wanted to attack Chu Chen, but it simply couldn't fly. Moreover, the distance was too great for its roar skill to have any effect. A few seconds later, the blood-red color in the golden armored demon bull's eyes faded, and its golden armor returned to normal. It seems the immunity to damage effect has disappeared. The reason Chu Chen did not attack was that he was waiting for the opponent's frenzy state to wear off, otherwise, no matter how he attacked, he would not be able to inflict damage. Still 65% health can kill. Thinking this, Chu Chen focused his mind, and 100 spirit swords floated around him. But these 100 spirit swords were completely different from before, as they all had a faint layer of spiritual light. These swords were cultivated using the sword cultivation technique. Sword cultivation technique. You can cultivate your own spirit swords. When using this spirit sword to attack, it deals 250% damage, level 5/10, 1400/1600 proficiency. After obtaining 30 jars of rare-grade spirit wine Autumn Breeze, Chu Chen drank them all, which also raised the level of sword cultivation technique to level 5. Since he had already used the flying sword technique, he might as well see what effect the spirit swords cultivated by this technique would have. Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his sword finger, 100 spirit swords flew out, transforming into beams of spiritual light as they charged towards the golden armored demon bull. 0-61,740, all things can be broken, -146,941, critical hit, all things can be broken, out. Of the 100 spirit swords, 10 dealt damage, and among them, 2 even caused critical damage. Just this round dealt nearly 800,000 damage to the golden armored demon bull, reducing its health from 65% to 41%. Not bad, much higher than my previous damage. 2 more waves and I can finish it. As Chu Chen spoke, he took out another bottle of mana recovery potion and drank it, restoring a portion of his mana that was almost depleted. Boom boom boom. Below, the golden armored demon bull, which could only passively take hits, was getting increasingly anxious, constantly roaring at Chu Chen and stomping its feet on the ground, but it was completely useless against him. 10 seconds later, with 20% mana restored, Chu Chen took out another 100 cultivated spirit swords and charged towards the golden armored demon bull again. The golden armored demon bull considered dodging, but the spirit swords were extremely fast and controlled by Chu Chen. Even if it dodged once, the spirit swords would turn and continue attacking. This time, Chu Chen was lucky, triggering the passive ability All Things Can Be Broken 13 times, with 3 of them resulting in critical hits, totaling 1 million damage. At this point, the golden armored demon bull's health was only 18% left. Last round. Chu Chen drank the last bottle of mana recovery potion, waiting for the potion's effect to disappear after 10 seconds, and summoned another 100 spirit swords. 15%, 10%, 5%, 1%, -146,941, critical hit. Everything can be broken, accompanied by a critical hit. The health bar of the golden armored demon bull was completely empty, its massive body stiffened, and then it fell straight to the ground. The enormous body crashing onto the grass created a booming sound, and a prompt appeared before Chu Chen. You have killed the legendary monster golden armored demon bull. Score plus 1000. Ranking 1, candidate, Chu Chen, score 28190. Full score. Chu Chen returned to the ground, looking at his score. With a smile, this round of the college entrance examination was a success. But legendary monsters are indeed powerful. The golden armored demon bull was only 1 level higher than me, yet its attributes were so much greater. That means I had a 600 times damage bonus, and the most important thing was the sword flight skill, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to kill it. Chu Chen's smile faded. If he hadn't had sword flight and had been on the ground, he would have been killed countless times by now. Fortunately, he won in the end, and he also gained an understanding of the power of legendary monsters. It seems there's nothing else to do next. Chu Chen glanced at the time. There were still over 4 hours until the end of the third round of assessments, which meant he had effectively submitted his paper early. While Chu Chen was idle, waiting for the third round to conclude, the examiners outside were silent as the grave. He succeeded. After a long pause, one examiner finally spoke, but no one answered. After all, they weren't blind and had all seen it. Moreover, at this moment, they were focused on something else. Mythical class professions are indeed powerful. At just level 19, he could already fly, and it was sword flight. Yeah, you guys don't know. At that moment, I thought he was done for. Who would have thought he would step on his sword and fly up, flying over 200 meters? My brain almost shriveled up. His ability to kill legendary monsters mainly relied on this sword flight, taking advantage of the golden armored demon bull's lack of flying capability. His advantage with sword flight is too great, at least before level 60. If he wants to run, no one can stop him. And have you noticed his attack range is too far? He can completely fly in the sky and attack. As long as he doesn't encounter a level 60 or above powerhouse, no one can do anything to him. Our Cloud province has truly produced a prodigy. This last statement garnered agreement from all the examiners. Although they were shocked by Chu Chen's strength, they were more excited, hoping for more such prodigies. I'm really amazed, being able to fly at level 19. I wonder how many powerful techniques he will have in the future. Wu Jun remarked repeatedly. Don't worry, our Qinglong Academy will nurture him well. Feng Yun had a beaming smile. Such a prodigious student was about to become part of their Qinglong Academy. While the examiners outside were excitedly discussing, the students undergoing the assessment were left dumbfounded. What the hell? What's up with this Chu Chen? How did his score increase by another 1,000? Full score. This guy killed a legendary monster. My god, how can such an incredible existence appear among our students? Amazing, he can even kill legendary monsters. This guy must at least be a legendary class profession. This is a true big shot. With over 4 hours left in the third round, he has already achieved full marks and finished the assessment early. All the candidates were stunned by Chu Chen's score. Although it was just an increase of 1,000, every student understood its significance. The value of this 1,000 points was worth more than their several thousand points. After all, it was 1,000 points that could only be earned by killing a legendary monster. In an instant, Chu Chen gained quite a few admirers. If the gap were smaller, it might have sparked jealousy in others, making them think, I could do that too. But once the gap is too large, it will make others admire. At least they will know that this person is beyond their reach. This guy, I originally wanted to chase after him, but I didn't expect he wouldn't give me a chance at all. Sunjin looked at Chu Chen's score with a bitter expression. After his efforts, his score had already surpassed 4,000, ranking him second again. But the additional 1,000 points that Chu Chen gained was even more shocking to him than the previous increase of 10,000 points. He knew very well that, at least with his own strength, it was absolutely impossible to kill a legendary level monster. Perhaps you will become the myth of our great Xia in the future, so I can't slack off either. At least I want to see you're back. That would mean I have become the man behind you. Sunjin smiled, then waved his staff, causing a rain of meteors to fall, killing one monster after another, and his score quickly rose. Other top-ranking candidates also accelerated their monster killing speed. In their school, they were all top students, the ones others wanted to catch up to. But now they found that they also had a target to chase after. There was some discouragement, but more so, motivation. Their future was equally promising. Time slowly passed. Although Chu Chen had finished the assessment early, the other candidates were still working hard. However, some candidates, due to insufficient strength or bad luck, attracted too many monsters and had to stop the assessment helplessly. At this moment, Chu Chen was naturally lying bored on the lawn, looking at the blue sky and white clouds of this space. He had already asked if he could end the assessment, but the examiner told him that he still needed to stay in the space until everyone else finished, unless he was seriously injured and needed treatment. Naturally, Chu Chen wouldn't injure himself just to leave early, so he lay there bored. However, he wasn't just lying there. He suddenly thought that the 3 rounds of assessment were a bit unreasonable. The first and second rounds only add up to 190 points, but the third round has a full 28,000 points. The gap is too large. Chu Chen pondered the purpose of the higher-ups setting it up this way. The first round is a basic assessment meant to eliminate students with insufficient strength, so the score doesn't matter much. As for the second round, the purpose isn't to eliminate students either. After all, even if you stop the assessment in the second round, you can still participate in the third round. So the goal should be to consume the potions on the candidates? Or to exhaust some of the candidates' trump card skills? If that's true, those candidates who used recovery potions in the second round will probably regret it to death when they see the ground full of wild monsters in the third round. Chu Chen thought of himself, if it weren't for those 3 bottles of mana recovery potions, he really wouldn't have been able to kill the golden armored demon bull. Then Chu Chen began to think, if he weren't a wine sword immortal class with such high damage, but just an ordinary level swordsman class, how would he cope with the third round of assessment to score enough points? First, kill ordinary level monsters. Chu Chen suddenly realized that ordinary level classes also had the opportunity to score high points. Killing advanced, rare, and epic level monsters was difficult, but killing ordinary level monsters wasn't too hard. It should be noted that there were a full 10,000 ordinary level monsters in this third round. If he could kill them all, he would also earn 10,000 points. So the best approach was to first kill ordinary level monsters, tackle advanced monsters as the situation allowed, and as for rare and epic level monsters, he should just give up on them entirely. At the same time, he understood why. Each monster needed to enter the opponent's 10-meter range to attract aggro. It was definitely set up that way by the examiner. Otherwise, it would be too unfriendly to candidates of ordinary level classes. I wonder how many people have noticed this. Chu Chen shook his head. Anyway, he had already finished the assessment, and he couldn't care less about the situation of others. As he thought and thought, Chu Chen fell asleep. He had initially wanted to drink some wine to moisten his throat, but after considering it, he decided against it. If the examiner deemed it a violation of the rules, he would have no place to argue. Soon, 4 hours passed. The third round of the assessment has ended. All candidates will be teleported away in 1 minute. Wake up. The examiner's first sentence was directed at all the candidates, while the second was specifically for Chu Chen. The voice exploded directly in Chu Chen's ear, jolting him awake. Is it over? Chu Chen glanced at the assessment timer and saw that it had indeed ended. Taking advantage of the time before teleportation, he opened the leaderboard to take a look. Ranking 1, Candidate Chu Chen, score 28190. Ranking 2, Candidate Yang Yunpeng, score 12787. Ranking 3, Candidate Sunjin, score 12345. Ranking 4, Candidate Xingu, score 12101. Ranking 5, Candidate Zhou Wulin, score 12003. Ranking 100. Candidate Lu Chanha, score 9514. It was not surprising that Chu Chen ranked first, but he was somewhat astonished to see that the fourth place was a student named Chen Gu. In his memory, this Chen Gu had never even entered the top 100 before. He hadn't expected that in these 4 hours. The other party had managed to surpass everyone. Indeed, it's not about who eats first but who laughs last that matters most. Just then, a beam of light descended, and Chu Chen felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened them again, he was back in the square. Over 20,000 people appeared in the square. But the scene was extremely quiet. Everyone wanted to speak but dared not, as it was all over now. If speaking led to the cancellation of their exam results, it would be too unfair. However, everyone was looking around, not searching for acquaintances, but trying to figure out who Chu Chen was. The college entrance examination is over. In 10 seconds, all candidates will be teleported away. The examiner's voice rang out again. Soon, the 10 seconds were up, and everyone was enveloped in light once more, disappearing from their spots and returning to their respective classes. But when Chu Chen opened his eyes again, he was stunned because he had not returned. Instead, he found himself in a bright space. Chu Chen, let me introduce myself. I am Feng Yun, the principal of Qinglong Academy. An old man appeared and spoke to Chu Chen. Greetings, Principal Feng. Chu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the principal of Qinglong Academy to come in person. However, considering his college entrance exam results, it seemed quite normal. You did very well. The celestial phenomenon in Yuncheng province half a month ago was caused by you, right? Feng Yun said with a smile. That's right. Chu Chen nodded. There was no need to hide this, as the other party must have known about his performance in the assessment space. Are you interested in coming to my Qinglong Academy? I had planned to apply to Qinglong Academy anyway, especially since you came in person. Upon hearing this, Feng Yun laughed heartily. I always need to ask for your opinion. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. Our Qinglong Academy will do its utmost to nurture you. Chu Chen's heart stirred. He had no other requests, but he did need the heaven and earth restriction. Even if the other party couldn't provide the heaven and earth restriction, if they could find a way to help him complete the breakthrough task, that would be excellent. After all, the other party was the principal of Qinglong Academy, a legendary powerhouse above level 80, and his vision would surely be much broader than old Li's. Principal Feng, how can I obtain the heaven and earth restriction? Chu Chen asked. He didn't ask directly. What if the other party couldn't provide it either? That would be awkward. But if the other party could provide it, his question would surely convey his underlying meaning. The heaven and earth restriction? This is a mythical level item. What do you need it for? Originally smiling, Feng Yun was taken aback. Although he had said that the other party could make requests if they had needs, there was no need to start with a myth level item. To complete the breakthrough task, Chu Chen said, displaying his breakthrough task to the other party. As Feng Yun looked at Chu Chen's breakthrough task, his expression changed repeatedly before returning to normal. Your first breakthrough task is also hell level, right? That's right. As expected, all breakthrough tasks for myth level professions will be hell level. Feng Yun began to ponder. There are many ways to complete your breakthrough task. I can tell you at least 10 methods right now. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. As expected of a legendary powerhouse, he could come up with so many methods in just a few seconds.
He didn't necessarily need the heaven and earth ban, after all, he felt that using such a myth level item capable of killing demigods just to complete his level 20 breakthrough task was somewhat wasteful. If there were other methods, that would be best. However, the other methods take a long time, the shortest would require at least a month, and given your growth rate, spending a month on the breakthrough task would be somewhat wasteful, Feng continued.
A month isn't too long, Shu Chen replied.
Even if he got stuck for a month, he was confident he could catch up with others afterward.
Feng shook his head. Under normal circumstances, completing a hell-level task in a month wasn't long, but Shu Chen didn't have that much time. Let's use the heaven and earth ban.
I will apply for it from above, and you can report to Qinglong Academy in 7 days.
I will hand it over to you, Feng said.
Shu Chen stared blankly at him. This was a myth-level item, and they were really going to use it for his level 20 breakthrough task? But soon, Shu Chen sensed that the other party seemed eager for him to grow quickly, not wanting to waste even a month.
Old Feng, may I ask why? Shu Chen inquired. Feng Yun was silent for a few seconds.
I originally wanted to wait until you were at least level 60 to tell you this.
But since you are the person involved, it's fine to tell you now.
Half a month ago, you attracted a phenomenon of heaven and earth.
We publicly claimed
that Xin Jiangyun from the Xin family awakened a legendary profession, which was also to deceive the foreign powerhouses. But the foreign powerhouses somehow found out that there was a myth-level profession emerging in our Great Xia and demanded that we hand it over.
Feng Yun said. Naturally, we couldn't agree, and after friendly negotiations between both sides, we decided to set up a competition. We would send out myth-level professions, and they would send out the top talents from various races to fight.
Shu Chen narrowed his eyes, knowing that the so-called friendly negotiations must have involved a
fight. So we sent out
Xin Jiangyun. That kid indeed awakened a legendary profession. Feng Yun paused. However, the profession he awakened is not
a main combat profession, but a lifestyle profession. Shu Chen's heart trembled. A lifestyle profession? Sending a lifestyle profession to fight against foreign talents?
Don't worry, his lifestyle profession is very special, and his combat power is not weaker than that of a main combat profession.
We wouldn't
let him go to his death. However, a lifestyle profession is still not a main combat profession. His profession is extremely strong in the early stages, but becomes weaker as time goes on. So according to our estimates, he can last at most 3 years.
After 3 years, not only will he be in danger
of losing his life, but the foreign powerhouses will also realize that he is not a myth-level profession. These 3 years are the best growth time for you.
Feng Yun said. This is also why Ning Yuan wants you to use the myth-level item and doesn't want to waste a month of your time. Shu Chen fell silent. He hadn't expected there to be so many things behind this. To put it bluntly, Xin Jianyun was just his scapegoat. Alright, you don't need to feel
psychological pressure, that kid volunteered.
He even said that if I see you, I should pass on a message. What message? Feng Yun did not speak, but a light screen appeared in front of Shu Chen.
Shu Chen looked over, and within the light screen appeared a resolute-looking young man.
Shu Chen knew that this person was Xin Jianyun.
Xin Jianyun also seemed to be someone who didn't like to talk much. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. I'll take the spotlight from you for 3 years. Shu Chen returned to the classroom.
Other students were discussing how difficult this college entrance examination was, how many points they had scored, but Shu Chen seemed a bit silent. Xin Jiangyun. Shu Chen memorized this name.
From Feng Yun, he learned that the other was 3 months younger than him, yet when he spoke those words, it was filled with determination. The other was not just doing it for him, but for the entire Great Xia. There would always be someone standing at the forefront.
Old Chu, what's wrong? You haven't said a word since the exam ended.
Lu Chanha, who had also come out, asked curiously as he looked at Shu Chen.
It's nothing. How did you do on the exam? Shu Chen shook his head and asked.
I didn't embarrass you. I got 13102 points. First in support, Lu Chanha said with a smile. We can both get into Qinglong Academy now.
Chu
Chen nodded. This result was not unexpected. After all, the other's level had reached 19, far surpassing other candidates. However, the other was assessed in support, which was definitely different from their main combat assessment. I have to say, there are really a lot of geniuses in our Yunchong province. Don't be fooled by my first place. In reality, the second place is only 7 points lower than me, and he is only level 17, Lu Chanha sighed. He felt lucky to have gotten first place, partly due to his level advantage and partly because he had gained a good talent from a previous breakthrough task. While they were talking, Li Yun clapped his hands and all the students quieted down.
Students, the college entrance examination is over. As for how you did, you all have a rough idea. Tomorrow, the official rankings will be announced and you can fill out your school preferences based on your rankings. Remember, you only have 1 day to fill out your preferences. Within 3 days, you will receive the admission notice from the school, and in 7 days, you will need to report to the college you are admitted to. If you encounter any problems during this process, feel free to come to the school to find a teacher. The teachers will be waiting for you in the office. Alright, that's all for now. You all must be tired after the exam. You can pack your things and go home to rest well.
There was no concept of a holiday after the college entrance examination. Even the students didn't want a break, they just wanted
to enter university and become stronger as soon as possible. How about you two? Li Yun stopped Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, who were about to leave. Old Li, first. Lu Chanha grinned. Old Chu is also first. Although he was prepared for this, Li Yun couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this was the provincial champion. There were only 3 provincial champions, and 2 of them were his students, something he had never dared to imagine before. Well done. Do you have a school in mind? Li Yun said, twisting open his thermos and handing it to Lu Chanha. Of course, it's Qinglong Academy. Old Chu and I decided that earlier, Lu Chanha replied, taking a sip from the thermos and noticing that the goji berries today were particularly plump. Li Yun looked at Chu Chen, who nodded. He did not mention the news about meeting Feng Yun. Good. If you have any trouble in the next few days, you can call me, Li Yun said with a smile. The 3 of them chatted as they walked out of the school gate, exchanged a few more words, and then parted ways. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha did not go to Chu Chen's house but instead went to Lu Chanha's home. Xiao Ci, you're here. Come in, I've been waiting for you to come back. As soon as they entered, a woman warmly pulled Chu Chen to the sofa. She was Lu Chanha's mother, Li Shiyun. You're back. Everyone sit down, dinner will be ready soon. The middle-aged man in the kitchen, tying his apron, also leaned out with a smile. He was Lu Chanha's father. Lu Yun. Old Chu, here. After entering, Lu Chanha took out 2 bottles of calcium milk from the fridge, handing one to Chu Chen. You must be hungry. Your uncle fried some crispy meat. At that moment, Li Shiyun came out of the kitchen with a plate of golden crispy meat. You guys should fill your stomachs. First. Thank you, Aunt Li. Chu Chen nodded. Hey, why be polite with me? It's all thanks to you for taking care of Chanha during this time, Li Shiyun said with a smile. You and Chanha can watch some TV, I'll go help your uncle. She understood Chu Chen's personality and didn't want to stay there, to avoid making him uncomfortable. Old Chu, eat up. My dad's cooking is way better than mine, Lu Chanha said, popping a piece of crispy meat into his mouth. Crunching away. Chu Chen didn't hold back either, grabbing a piece of crispy meat to eat. It was indeed delicious. Before long, the meal was ready, and Lu Chanha and Chu Chen didn't waste time, rushing into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Dad, this is quite a feast today. At the dining table, looking at the spread before them, Lu Chanha remarked, with at least 10 dishes. Isn't it because you both just finished your college entrance exams? We should celebrate, Lu Yun said, just as he took off his apron. Xiao Ci, want a drink? Then let's have a drink. Lu Yun then brought out a jar of wine, fragrant and high-quality spirit. Uncle, let me handle it, Chu Chen said, getting up to take the jar, pouring a glass for Lu Yun and one for himself. As for Lu Chanha and Li Shiyun, they were drinking calcium milk. Xiao Ci has changed quite a bit compared to before, Lu Yun said with a smile. Chu Chen used to come over often for meals but rarely spoke, let alone poured wine like he was now. Li Shiyun also smiled brightly. The kids have grown up. Come, let me raise a glass to congratulate the 2 students on finishing their college entrance exams and about to enter university life. Lu Yun said, raising his glass, and Chu Chen followed suit, while Lu Chanha and Li Shiyun clinked their calcium milk. After finishing a glass, Chu Chen picked up the jar again to refill Lu Yun's glass. We're all family here, no need to be so polite. Eat first, your uncle hasn't cooked in a while, let's see if his skills have declined. Yeah, Xiao Ci, your uncle should pour his own drink, don't mind him, come eat a big chicken leg. Li Shiyun said, directly picking up a big chicken leg and placing it in Chu Chen's bowl. Chu Chen smiled and nodded, starting on the chicken leg. The meal was very warm and cozy. Lu Yun and Li Shiyun didn't ask about the exam results but talked about what the 2 should pay attention to when they go to university. It took over an hour for the meal to finish. And Chu Chen didn't sit idle, helping Lu Chanha wash the dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Xiao Ci, just let Chanha do it, you're the guest. It's not right to make a guest wash dishes. Aunt Li, we're all family now, why are you still being polite? Hearing this, Li Shiyun finally smiled and let it go. After half an hour, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha finished cleaning the kitchen while Lu Yun and Li Shiyun were watching TV, which was from the Yuncheng province station. The TV was broadcasting news about this year's college entrance exams. Dear viewers, this year's national college entrance exams have concluded. According to the information we received, there were 3 rounds of main assessments in Yuncheng province, which were in the 3rd round of assessments. To discover more talents, the officials tried a special rapid monster clearing method for the first time to test the students' observation skills. However, this method is difficult for the average person to notice. It is said that only one person discovered this method, thus achieving a score far exceeding other candidates. When Chu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but pause, suddenly realizing that this was a patch being made by the higher-ups. Because his score was too high, there would definitely be candidates wondering how he achieved such a high score. Many candidates in Yunzhong province suddenly realized why Chu Chen's score was so high. It turned out that the officials had set up a special method for clearing monsters. Those who had many speculations about Chu Chen could only lament their bad luck for not discovering that method. But thinking about it, it was normal. This method could even kill legendary level monsters, and if it were that easy to find, wouldn't everyone be able to score full marks?
In the living room, Li Shiyun handed 2 peeled
apples to Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. Xiao Xi, Chanha, how do you feel about this college entrance examination? Was it difficult? After watching the news, Lu Yun finally spoke up.
I thought you could hold back from asking, Lu Chanha replied with a smile.
Lu Yun also smiled. He had wanted to ask for
a long time but felt it wasn't right to ask the kids right after the exam, so he had held it in until now. However, seeing his son still smiling and Chu Chun looking calm, he knew their results should be good.
Mom and Dad, I won't tell you for now. You'll get a surprise tomorrow morning when the results come out, Lu Chanha said. You little rascal, learning to keep secrets now?
Give me back the apple, Li Shiyun said, reaching out her hand.
Lu Chanha,
however, wouldn't listen. He took a bite out of the apple, leaving a ring of teeth marks which made Li Shiyun look at him with disdain. Her son was really something. She wondered which girl would be foolish enough to like him in the future. Mom, don't worry, both my and old Chu's scores are quite good.
I guarantee we won't disappoint you, Lu Chanha said with a grin. Alright then, we won't ask anymore.
You, on the other hand, haven't told us what level you are now, and now you won't even say how you did on the exam. Lu Yun waved his hand.
How good could the results be? It couldn't be that he was the top student in the province, could it? The family spent the rest of the time watching TV and chatting until after 10 at night when Aunt Li went to cook a bowl of sweet rice dumplings for a late-night snack.
After eating and drinking their fill, they each washed up and went back to their rooms to sleep.
There was no conversation that night.
The next morning, Lu Chanha and Chu Chen got up around 7, planning to prepare breakfast, but they were startled when they
entered the living room. Mom and Dad, what are you doing sitting here? Seeing Lu Yun and Li Shiyun sitting in front of the computer with dark circles under
their eyes, Lu Chanha frowned.
You didn't stay up all night, did you?
I couldn't sleep thinking about your college entrance exam results.
It's only
10 minutes until 8, and then we can check the scores, Lu Yun yawned.
As parents, how could they not care about their children, especially for something as important as the college entrance exam? If you really want to know, just ask me.
I can't not tell you, Lu Chanha said with a wry smile.
We've waited this long, you might as well not say anything now.
Let us figure it out ourselves, Lu Yun said, waving his hand.
Breakfast is ready for you too. It's in the kitchen. We've already eaten. Lu Chanha and Chu Chen exchanged glances and then went to the kitchen to get their breakfast. Soon, 8 o'clock arrived. As soon as Lu Yun saw the time, he immediately opened the academic affairs system and entered Lu Chanha's student ID to check.
There was no lag as he had imagined, because many parents had already learned their children's scores from them. As the webpage loaded, Lu Yun and Li Shiyun became tense. Although their son said he would give them a surprise, they still felt uneasy not seeing the results. Finally, the webpage finished loading.
Candidate Lu Chanha student ID 202354512 school, Lincheng number 1 high school occupation, shield warrior type, support score 13,102 ranking 1.
When they saw the information on the webpage, Lu Yun and Li Shiyun were both stunned. Then Lu Yun picked up the small notebook in his hand, which had Lu Changha's student ID written on it, and he compared it number by number.
No mistake? That's strange. How could there be no mistake?
Lu Yun looked puzzled. In fact, he already had a guess in his heart but still dared not confirm it.
Is it possible that this is our son's score? Li Shiyun whispered. Do you think he could be the top scorer? The provincial champion in the auxiliary category?
After Lu Yun finished speaking, the couple quietly turned to glance at Lu Chanha, who was having breakfast, and saw him
devouring a bun.
The couple shook their heads. No matter how they looked at their son, he didn't seem to have the talent of a top scorer.
Mom and Dad, what's wrong?
Lu Chanha noticed his parents' expressions and, while swallowing a few bites of his bun, picked up another
one and came over to them, smiling at the page on the computer. Isn't this what you found?
Why do you look like that?
Are you sure this is your score? Of course, didn't you find it? The name, school, and student ID all match. You can't suspect that I made a webpage to trick you, right?
Lu Chanha said with a puzzled expression. Why weren't his parents as happy as he imagined they would be
about him being the provincial champion in the auxiliary category?
The couple exchanged glances, their eyes gradually brightening.
My son is the provincial champion? Lu Yun took a deep breath. Why did it feel so surreal?
Li Shiyun stood up and carefully examined Lu Chanha, unable to understand how this kid had become the provincial champion.
He didn't even look the part. By the way, what level are you now?
Li Shiyun suddenly asked. Before the college entrance examination, they had asked Lu Chanha what level he was, but he didn't say, only telling them to rest assured.
Since their son was unwilling to share, the couple didn't use any probing techniques, so they simply let it be.
But now that their son had actually become the provincial champion, his level must be impressive.
Lu Chanha grinned and then showed his level. Level 19.
Li Shiyun exclaimed, and Lu Yun felt a jolt in his heart. His son had actually reached level
19 before the college entrance examination? Are you sure your profession is shield warrior? After the shock, Lu Yun felt confused. He knew his son had a rare profession, but it was just an auxiliary type. Leveling up couldn't be that fast, right? It's all thanks to old Chu. He trained with me. Lu Chanha pointed at Chu Chen. Lu Yun then realized, yes, these two little guys had been leveling up together during this time. Since his son had reached level 19, then Chu Chen, Xiao Ci, Yu, Li Shiyun began. I'm also level 19. Chu Chen simultaneously showed his level. Looking at this level, Lu Yun and Li Shiyun were momentarily stunned. If they remembered correctly, Chu Chen seemed to have an ordinary profession, right? Mom and Dad, you should check old Chu's score first. It will surprise you even more, Lu Chanha said with a smile. Lu Yun and Li Shiyun came back to their senses, and upon hearing their son's words, their eyes lit up. Could it be that their family was going to have two provincial champions? Thinking of this, Lu Yun took out the small notebook again, which also recorded Chu Chen's student ID. For the past 3 years, it had been the couple who attended the parent-teacher meetings for Chu Chen. He entered Chu Chen's student ID, and soon the page jumped again. Candidate, Chu Chen student ID, 2023544501. School, Lincheng No. 1 High School. Profession, swordsman. Type, main combat class. Score, 28,190. Ranking, 1. Although they were somewhat prepared, when they really saw Chu Chen's score, the couple was still shocked. Our family has two provincial champions? Lu Yun said, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. He wanted to calm himself down, but thinking that there were only 3 provincial champions in the province each year, and this year 2 of them were from their family, how could he stay calm? Calm down? Calm my ass, just laugh. When Lu Chanha saw Chu Chen's score, he was also taken aback. Wow, Lao Chu, you actually got a perfect score. Lu Chanha knew that Chu Chen was first in the main battle assessment, but he had no idea what the score was. Now seeing Chu Chen's score, he was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to actually achieve a perfect score. What? Perfect score? Lu Yun suddenly remembered the news he saw last night. Could it be that the candidate who discovered the fast monster farming method is Xiao Ci? That's me. Chu Chen nodded, and as for the so-called method, it was just his extremely high damage. At the same time, he noticed that his profession displayed on the page was swordsman, which should mean they didn't intend to reveal his true profession. Lu Chanha raised an eyebrow. He knew Chu Chen's situation. Did the other party really need that so-called method? Or was it that this so-called method didn't exist at all, and the official explanation was just because Chu Chen's score was too high? Ah, great. Our family has 2 provincial top scorers. This is the first time in so many years. Lu Yun didn't care about that much, and the smile on his face never faded. Li Shiyun was a bit more observant and knew that Chu Chen must have some secrets. Not to mention the college entrance examination, just the fact that he helped Lu Chanha reach level 19 before the exam was something an ordinary student couldn't achieve. However, she didn't say anything. After all, the 2 boys in the family were doing well. Soon, the 2 of them began to fill out their college applications, naturally choosing Qinglong Academy. Just as they both submitted their applications, within less than a minute, their phones rang. It was a call from the admissions officer of Qinglong Academy, and the purpose was simple: to inform them that they had been successfully admitted. This speed left Chu Chen and Lu Chanha dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the other party had been waiting for them. Since they had confirmed their admission, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha tidied up and went out. They naturally went to level up. Although Chu Chen could no longer gain experience points, Lu Chanha was not yet at level 19. Before entering Qinglong Academy, he might still be able to help Lu Chanha complete the breakthrough task. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Li Shiyun were not idle either. They reminded the 2 to pay attention to safety and then went to the market, planning to celebrate later that evening. At the same time, Lincheng No. 1 High School also hung up banners. Warm congratulations to our student Chu Chen for achieving first place in the main battle assessment of Yunzhong Province and becoming the provincial top scorer. Warm congratulations to our student Lu Chanha for achieving first place in the auxiliary assessment of Yunzhong Province and becoming the provincial top scorer. 2 top scorers in 1 year. When the principal learned this news, he was almost grinning from ear to ear. As the homeroom teacher of Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, Li Yun was also received by the principal, and besides a bundle of praise and compliments, he naturally received some benefits as well. When Li Yun left the principal's office, he was also grinning, which made the other teachers envious. But they could only envy. Having 2 provincial top scorers in 1 class was something they couldn't replicate. Meanwhile, everyone in Lincheng quickly learned of this news. Wow, this year both provincial top scorers are from our Lincheng. We are about to take off. No wonder our Lincheng has the best school. No. 1 High School really made a big splash this time. The last time we had a provincial top scorer was 30 years ago, and unexpectedly, this time we have 2. Do you remember when the records for the Wild Boar Forest and Goblin Fortress dungeons were refreshed? I bet it was these 2 provincial top scorers who did it. Case solved. I thought it was some prodigies from other cities passing by. Turns out it was our own Lincheng people, and they are students from No. 1 High School. Awesome. Next year, my child will also be in high school. I hope they can get into No. 1 High School and maybe become a provincial top scorer too. With 2 provincial top scorers in one city, many people in Lincheng were stunned when they first heard the news, but soon after, they were filled with joy. A sense of pride naturally welled up in his heart. The children of Lin City are just that accomplished. Of course, this also made it tough for those students in Lin City who didn't perform well. Look at others, then look at yourself. How can the gap be so big? This is the closest you've ever been to becoming the provincial champion. There are only a little over 400 students in the main examination this year, and one of you has become the provincial champion. That means you didn't seize the chance of being one in over 400. Honey, let's have another child. This one is a failure. In an instant, many students were lectured by their parents, while those in their second year of high school were also fed a wave of encouragement, hoping their children could become the provincial champion next year. Besides that, the Lin City Education Bureau was also jubilant, and the director was ecstatic. This was already his 5th year as the director of the Education Bureau in Lin City. He hadn't made any mistakes, but he certainly hadn't produced any remarkable results either. Just as he was about to be reassigned and was feeling anxious about where he would end up, unexpectedly, this year saw the emergence of a provincial champion, and 2 at that. He exclaimed that Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were his lucky stars, 2 provincial champions in the same year. As long as he didn't make mistakes in the future, his later life would be very secure thanks to this achievement. With this thought, the Education Bureau director could hardly sit still. He immediately took some people to visit the first high school, only to find that the city lord had already arrived. The city lord was equally restless. This achievement was not only useful for the Education Bureau director but also for him, and even the entire upper echelon of Lin City would benefit from it. In the end, the city lord and the director, accompanied by the principal of the first high school and Li Yun, went to pay a visit to his 2 lucky stars. However, the result was disappointing. They found themselves empty-handed, being received by Lu Yun and his wife. Upon learning that the 2 lucky stars had gone to level up, the city lord and the director expressed their full understanding. Although a bit disappointed, they recognized that leveling up was naturally more important than meeting them. At the same time, upon discovering that Lu Yun was the captain of the city guard and Li Shiyun worked in the plant cultivation department, both of them, though saying nothing, had thoughts of promoting them. The family of a provincial champion, and 2 provincial champions at that, if they didn't promote them, they wouldn't deserve to sit in their positions. Additionally, media from Yunzhong province flocked to Lin City, wanting to interview Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. However, they were stopped by the city lord and the director. We haven't even met them, do you think you can? This was just wanting to disturb our provincial champions while they leveled up. Get lost. That day in Lin City felt like a festival. The Lin City TV station repeatedly aired the news of Chu Chen and Lu Chanha becoming provincial champions. Naturally, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were unaware of this. After leaving home, they had informed Ji Yuan in advance, and he then took them to level up. They continued leveling up until the afternoon when Lu Yun called them back for dinner. Just as Lu Chanha finally reached level 19, he received his breakthrough mission. Best teammate, normal level, please team up with a teammate to complete a dungeon once. The teammate's level must not exceed your own, and the number of teammates is unlimited. During the dungeon, if your damage taken reaches 20% of the entire team, the mission reward is free attribute points x 50. This was Lu Chanha's breakthrough mission. This mission is too easy, Lu Chanha said. It was also the first time Chu Chen had seen a normal level breakthrough mission. He didn't expect it to be this simple, but the rewards weren't that generous. Normal level missions are boring. I'll try to level up. Lu Chanha shook his head. Having already completed hell level missions, he no longer looked at normal level missions with any interest. Moreover, even if this mission were raised to hell level, he could still team up, allowing Chu Chen to carry him through. Soon after, Lu Chanha took out a rare level task enhancement scroll and used it directly, causing the task to change. Best teammate, difficulty level, hard. Please team up with teammates to complete a hard level dungeon. Teammate levels must not exceed your own, and the number of teammates must not exceed 10. During the dungeon, your damage taken must reach 60% of the entire team. Task completion reward, random profession equipment, high level, x1, free attribute points x 200. The difficulty of the hard level task has increased significantly, and so have the rewards. Even without Chu Chen's help, there was still a chance to complete it. However, Lu Chanha naturally did not intend to stop there. He used another rare level task enhancement scroll, raising the task to nightmare level. Best teammate, nightmare level. Please team up with teammates to complete a hell level dungeon. Teammate levels must not exceed your own, and the number of teammates must not exceed 3. During the dungeon, your damage taken must reach 50% of the entire team. Task completion reward, selectable skill scroll, epic level, x1, random profession equipment, rare level, x1, free attribute points x 500. After reaching nightmare level, the difficulty skyrocketed, making it nearly impossible for an average person to complete. Lu Chanha still did not stop. He took out a high-level task enhancement scroll and directly raised the difficulty of this task to hell level. Best teammate, hell level. Please team up with a teammate to clear a hell level dungeon, and the dungeon time must be in the top 10. Teammate level must not exceed your own, and the number of teammates is 1. During the dungeon, your damage taken must reach 100% of the entire team. Task completion reward, profession-specific talent awakening scroll, selectable profession. Equipment, epic level, free attribute points x 1000. Looking at the hell level task, Lu Chanha took a deep breath. The difficulty of this task was terrifying. Taking 100% damage for the entire team also meant that the teammate absolutely could not be injured. Once injured, the task would fail. This not only placed high demands on himself but also on his teammate. Old Chu, this task. Lu Chanha looked eagerly at Chu Chen, counting on him for support. Just come to clear it tomorrow, Chu Chen said with a smile. Clearing a hell-level dungeon without taking damage was not difficult for him. He had done it before. Soon, Ji Yuan drove the two back home, still at Lu Changha's house. During dinner, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha learned about the visit from the city lord and the director. Chu Chen was not surprised. Two provincial champions, their political achievements were impressive. By the way, these are rewards brought by the city lord for both of you, Lu Yun said, taking out two storage rings, both rare level, with a space of 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters and containing quite a few items. Each storage ring held 1 million gold coins, skill books, level 20 rare equipment, magic scrolls. There were over 100 items, all very suitable for their current stage. Just take them. Even if you can't use them, you can exchange them for gold coins. Once you get to university, you'll definitely need money, Lu Yun said. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha nodded. Although these items were not much for them after all, they obtained more from clearing a hell-level dungeon. They appreciated the city lord's goodwill. Soon, the next day arrived, and Ji Yuan came early to the community to take the two back to clear the dungeon again. This should be my last time entering this dungeon, Lu Chanha said with a smile as they arrived at the Goblin Fortress dungeon. Chu Chen nodded. The other party would soon complete the breakthrough task and reach level 20, at which point they would no longer be able to enter. You go first, Chu Chen said, looking at the goblin warrior at the entrance. All right. Lu Chanha smiled, then directly walked off the stone platform and charged into the group of goblin warriors. The goblin warriors, seeing Lu Chanha, showed no hesitation and immediately launched their attack. Soon, Lu Chanha began to lose health, and when he was down to half, Chu Chen stepped in and swiftly eliminated the goblin warriors. Old Chu, it's your turn now, Lu Chanha said with a smile. Chu Chen nodded, then moved ahead, leading Lu Chanha through the dungeon with reckless abandon. They had run this dungeon countless times, so they were very familiar with it. With Chu Chen's damage, the monsters were taken out from hundreds of meters away, so he wouldn't take any damage, ensuring that Lu Changha's damage taken reached 100%. After more than 3 hours, when Chu Chen defeated the goblin priest, a notification sound rang out. Your team has successfully refreshed the record for the Goblin Fortress, 10-19, Hell-level dungeon, completion time, 3 hours 01 minutes 41 seconds. The dungeon record was refreshed again. But there were no special rewards this time, and both Chu Chen and Lu Changha were indifferent, as they had known this beforehand. How's it going? Is the mission complete? Chu Chen asked. Completed, Lu Chanha nodded, then used the detection spell on Chu Chen 3 times, revealing his stats. Name Lu Chanha class, Shield Warrior level, 20, 0/250 000, health, 27,060 mana, 1,550 strength, 155 agility, 155 constitution, 2,255 spirit, 155 intelligence, 155 physical attack, 310 magical attack, 310 physical defense, 2,255 magical defense, 155 skills, earthquake, detection, slash, strike, sweep, heavy hit, charge, blood shield talents, unyielding, super recovery, shield guardian, shield's fury, counterattack. In desperation after completing the breakthrough mission, Lu Changha's health directly exceeded 20,000, which was a significant difference compared to Chu Chen's little over 2,000 health. In addition, Lu Chanha also gained a new talent, counterattack in desperation. When health drops to 10%, you gain a 10-second invulnerability state during which all constitution attributes will temporarily convert to strength attributes at a ratio of 1:5, lasting for 1 minute, usable once per day. Seeing this talent, Chu Chen was also surprised. Although Lu Ma was a qualified tank, his attack power was indeed too low. However, with this talent, he could temporarily act as a main combat class, potentially yielding unexpected results at certain times. Additionally, Lu Chanha chose an epic-level piece of equipment. Fierce Bear Armor, epic level, Constitution plus 500, traits, 1, all. Damage taken reduced by 10%, 2. When a target deals damage to you, there is a 1% chance to inflict a stun state, 3. All negative effects reduced by 20%. Skill, Fierce Bear Protection. For the next 10 seconds, you can be immune to all damage not exceeding your maximum health. Cooldown time 1 hour. This was the first time Chu Chen had seen epic level equipment, and its effects were astonishing, not only having 3 traits but also including an active skill. Moreover, this skill was very powerful. It either prevented Lu Chanha from taking damage or resulted in him being instantly killed. After Lu Chanha equipped this item, his health directly surpassed 30,000, turning him into a true tank. In the following days, Chu Chen led Lu Chanha and Ji Yuan to grind monsters in the wild, and they did not return to the dungeon. One day, at Lu Chanha's home, Li Shiyun and Lu Yun were packing up their things in large and small bags as they were to report to Qinglong Academy the next day. "Mom, that's enough, the school has everything," Lu Chanha said helplessly. "Alright, let me pack some pickles for you, they probably don't have this at school," Li Shiyun said as she took out 2 jars of her homemade pickles and placed one in the boxes of Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. This time, Lu Chanha didn't refuse. These pickles were special, made by his mom using a unique plant she cultivated, and they tasted amazing. After busying themselves for over half an hour, they managed to pack up 6 suitcases. "These 2 suitcases are filled with your clothes. Since you're going to university, we bought all these new outfits for you. And this suitcase." Li Shiyin explained a bit more, and Chu Chen and Lu Chanha stored the suitcases in their storage rings, which was very convenient. "Alright, the kids have grown up, they know how to live on their own. Let's go, it's time to head to the teleportation array," Lu Yun said, as he extinguished his cigarette. He then drove the car, taking Chu Chen, Lu Chanha, and Li Shiyun towards the direction of the teleportation array. The teleportation array was located in the central square of Lin City, guarded by dedicated sentinels. Usually, people travel to other cities using the teleportation array, as the wilderness was filled with monsters and any carelessness could lead to danger. When they arrived, the square was already bustling with people, all there to send their children off to university. "Chu Ge, Lu Ge, you're here." As soon as they got out of the car, Ji Yuan ran over. He knew that Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were leaving today, so he came specifically to see them off. "Ji Ge, what happened to your hairstyle?" Lu Chanha looked at Ji Yuan in surprise. Just yesterday, he had a rooster comb hairstyle, and today it was a buzz cut. "Hee, I'm here to see you off, so I couldn't keep that rooster comb hairstyle and ruin your image," Ji Yuan explained with a smile. "You should stick with the buzz cut. It looks sharp," Chu Chen said. "Alright, I'll listen to Chu Ge." The 3 chatted for a bit, and then a group approached from a distance, led by the City Lord of Lin City, followed by the director of the Education Bureau, the principal of the high school, and their homeroom teacher, Li Yun. "You must be Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, right? Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. This time, our Lin City is benefiting from your presence. Even though you're going to university, if you ever need anything, feel free to let us know. We will fully support you." The City Lord had a kind expression. He had made quite an impression recently, having been specially praised at a meeting of all the city lords in Yunzhong province a few days ago. "I apologize for any trouble I may have caused the city lord and the director," Chu Chen said politely. Both the city lord and the director were sharp, naturally understanding that Chu Chen was referring to the media issues. "Ah, Chu Chen, don't be so polite, this is no trouble at all. We hope to have this kind of trouble every year." The director laughed heartily. The city lord and the director were both very tactful, and after exchanging pleasantries, they left, giving Chu Chen, Lu Chanha, and their families some time to say goodbye. "I don't have much to say, just wish you all the best," Li Yun said as she stepped forward, handing 2 thermos cups to Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. "Here, just brewed." "Hee, then we won't be polite," Lu Chanha said as he took the thermos and stuffed one into Chu Chen's arms. Li Yun didn't linger, as besides Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, there were other students present. Next came the time to say goodbye to Lu Yun and Li Shiyun. Although Lu Chanha usually seemed carefree, this was his first time leaving his parents, and he felt a bit down. After a moment of reluctance, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha stepped into the teleportation array, and with a flash of white light, the 2 disappeared. "I wonder if they will adapt well at Qinglong Academy," Li Shiyun said, her eyes reddening. "Don't worry. Qinglong Academy is one of the top institutions in our daxia. Others wish they could go but don't have the chance. By the time they come back, they might have already surpassed me." Lu Yun comforted Li Shiyun, saying, "The children will always grow up." On the other side, when Chu Chen and Lu Chanha opened their eyes again, they found themselves in another square. This square was even more magnificent than the one in Lin City, with over 100 teleportation arrays surrounding it. At that moment, people were occasionally emerging from these arrays. "You must be Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, right? Hello, I am Zhang Guang, a second-year student from Qinglong Academy. Welcome to Qinglong City. I will take you to Qinglong Academy next." A young man in a robe approached with a warm smile. "Hello, senior. I am Lu Chanha, and this is Chu Chen," Lu Chanha replied. Zhang Guang nodded. Although he had not met the 2 before, their information was available in the academic system. "This is the East District Square of Qinglong City, not far from our Qinglong Academy. Let me show you around here first, and then we can head to the academy," Zhang Guang suggested. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha naturally had no objections. The Great Xia has 4 main cities: Qinglong City, Xuanwu City, Zhuke City, and Baihu City, each housing a top-tier academy. As one of the 4 main cities, Qinglong City was extremely prosperous, with roads twice as wide as those in Lin City. Vehicles were bustling on the streets, and shops lined both sides, with various commercial establishments like stores, supermarkets, and shopping centers gathered here, showcasing a dazzling array of products on their shelves. Since this place is close to our Qinglong Academy, it is much more prosperous than other areas. Over there is the snack street. The duck leg shop has been around for 100 years and tastes great. If you have time, you should try it. This side is the commercial street. If you want to buy something, you can come here on regular days. The academy does not restrict outings. Additionally, while our academy does not restrict the use of gold coins, the real hard currency is credits. 1 credit is roughly worth 10,000 gold coins. But the academy has a rule: credits can be exchanged for gold coins, but gold coins cannot be exchanged for credits. Zhang Guang explained as they walked. There are many ways to earn credits. The most common is by completing tasks. For example, hosting you now is a task I accepted, and upon completion, I will earn 10 credits. You might wonder, since gold coins can also be used within the academy, what is the significance of credits? This brings us to the academy's exchange center, where there are many valuable items. The least valuable are rare grade items, and if you have enough credits, you can even exchange for epic or legendary items. Only credits can be used at the exchange center, which is said to be directly connected to our Great Xia Treasury. Even mythic grade items are available there. However, during my year at school, I have yet to see anyone exchange for mythic grade items. Zhang Guang was very responsible, explaining in detail many things that Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha did not know. Both were extremely interested in the exchange center of Qinglong Academy, as it was a place where mythic grade items could be exchanged. After walking and stopping, Chen and Lu Chanha gained some understanding of the area around Qinglong Academy, ensuring they wouldn't get lost while shopping. After more than half an hour, the three arrived in front of a giant white stone gate standing 30 meters tall, inscribed with the 4 characters, Qinglong Academy. Just this gateway exuded a powerful aura. Senior, where is Qinglong Academy? Why do we only see the gate? Lu Chanha looked around, finding the area empty, with only this one gate standing there. Do you see this gate? Our Qinglong Academy is in a different space. As long as you wear the Qinglong Academy badge, you will be teleported inside the academy, Zhang Guang explained with a smile. If outsiders want to enter, they also need someone to guide them. Then if someone with ill intentions obtains the school badge, wouldn't they be able to enter the academy at will? Lu Chanha continued to ask. Don't forget that Qinglong Academy is not just an educational institution, but also a gathering place for the strong. Unless one seeks death once inside, even legendary level powerhouses are likely to meet their demise. Chu Chen shook his head in response. What junior brother Chu Chen said is correct. Not to mention our 4 major academies, even other universities have various countermeasures. Outsiders can't just waltz in. Zhang Guang nodded, knowing that the higher-ups wouldn't overlook these matters, though he wasn't clear on what countermeasures were in place. Zhang Guang then led Chu Chen and Lu Chanha through the portal, and upon passing through, they found themselves facing a wide stone path. On either side stood sycamore trees over 20 meters tall, and beneath these trees, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha felt their own insignificance. Wow, these trees are legendary level, Lu Chanha suddenly exclaimed, and Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback before casting a detection spell. Qingmu Sycamore. Legendary level. Chu Chen was also surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter legendary level items for the first time upon entering Qinglong Academy. Zhang Guang was quite pleased with their reactions. He had been similarly shocked when he first entered Qinglong Academy. Who would have thought that the incredibly precious legendary trees outside would merely serve as welcoming trees here? Don't get any ideas about these Qingmu sycamores. They were cultivated by a legendary powerhouse from our academy, and a legendary formation master set up a formation with them, making it our second line of defense, Zhang Guang explained. Second line of defense? Then what about the first? Zhang Guang remained silent, merely glancing at the portal behind them. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha quickly cast another detection spell, but found nothing. They certainly didn't think Zhang Guang was lying. The fact that they couldn't detect anything only indicated the portal's complexity. It might even be a myth-level item. Zhang Guang didn't elaborate, as he didn't know what level the portal actually was. After all, the senior who brought him in last year had told him the same thing. Alright, let's go. I'll continue to introduce you to Qinglong Academy, and we need to take you to register. Zhang Guang waved his hand, leading the two into the academy. Qinglong Academy was vast, or rather, this alternate space was enormous. Everything found in the outside world was here, and even things not found outside were present. Rather than an academy, it felt more like a city. I won't go into detail about the infrastructure, you all are familiar with that. Instead, let me introduce you to some special things. Do you see over there? That's the dungeon area. Our Qinglong Academy has over 500 dungeons, with various levels, mostly located over there. Among these dungeons, there is a special one called the Attribute Dungeon. In this dungeon, defeating monsters won't yield equipment or experience, but will drop a type of attribute potion. This potion, when consumed, grants free attribute points, but you need to be level 20 to enter the dungeon. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha's eyes lit up. It was no wonder Qinglong Academy was so renowned, having such a beneficial dungeon. Do you see that tower? That's the Divine Communication Tower. Each time you clear a level, you receive rewards, and the academy also grants credit points. It's said that someone once obtained equipment that could grow. You should try it when you have time. There's also a skill training room where the proficiency gained from using skills is doubled, but you need to spend credit points to enter. The power control room is for us to master our strength without being completely restricted by the panel. Entering also requires credit points. Afterward, Zhang Guang introduced over 20 unique aspects of Qinglong Academy, noting that some places were not suitable for them but rather for life-oriented professions. However, in most places, you need to spend credits to get in, which is why Zhang Guang said earlier that credits are hard currency at Qinglong Academy. That's about it. There might be some things I haven't mentioned, but you don't need to worry. After I take you to register, there will be a brochure that details everything. As Zhang Guang spoke, the three of them arrived in front of a teaching building, which was the registration place for new students. You must be Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha, right? I was the one who called you earlier. My name is Feng Hui. A middle-aged man at the registration desk said with a smile. Teacher Feng, Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha called out in unison. Welcome to Qinglong Academy. Please take out your ID cards. I will help you with the enrollment procedures, Feng Hui said. The enrollment process was not complicated. Feng Hui completed it in just a few minutes and handed them 2 items, the Qinglong school badge and a brochure about the academy. You two are the top students in the province. Later, you can go to redeem your rewards, Feng Hui added at the end. Thank you, Teacher Feng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Guang led Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha away. You need to take good care of your school badges. They are like your campus cards from high school, and you'll need them in many places. After stepping outside, Zhang Guang said, if you lose it, you need to get it replaced as soon as possible, but the first replacement costs 1,000 credits, the second 2,000, and the third 5,000. As for the fourth time, I'm not sure, as no one has lost their badge 4 times yet. So, someone has lost their badge 3 times? However, the replacement fees are indeed not low. After all, Zhang Guang had only earned 10 credits after taking them around for so long. Let's go, I'll take you to the redemption center. Since you are the top students in the province, you have special rewards. Zhang Guang then led Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha towards the redemption center. On the way to the redemption center, they encountered quite a few students from Qinglong Academy. These students greeted Zhang Guang, indicating that his status in the academy was not low. Lu Chanha said, Senior, I didn't expect you to be so well liked in the academy. If you were also in the top 3 of your grade, you'd be well liked too, Zhang Guang replied with a smile. Top 3? Lu Chanha was shocked. Even Lu Chanha was surprised, not expecting the other party to have that level of identity. Zhang Guang still wore a smile, but it was even more pronounced than before. The feeling of showing off in front of the juniors was surprisingly nice. However, Lu Chanha's next words made his smile falter. Senior, are the top 3 in our academy really this poor? You actually care about 10 credits? Lu Chanha exclaimed. He never expected the top 3 to be doing so poorly. Zhang Guang's smile stiffened. Although he indeed looked down on 10 credits, he wasn't as poor as Lu Chanha suggested. What kind of thought process does this guy have? Senior, you wouldn't be doing this just for us, would you? Lu Chanha asked, wondering if a top 3 student would guide freshmen for just 10 credits. He certainly didn't believe it. That's right, I also come from Yunzhong Province. I was the life category champion from Yunzhong Province last year. Zhang Guang nodded. Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha suddenly understood. No wonder they hadn't heard of his name. He was the life category champion. Although he was also a champion, most people were more focused on the main combat and support category champions, making the life category champions much less noticeable. At least Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha didn't know who this year's life category champion from Yunzhong Province was. Did you need something from us, Senior? Lu Chanha asked. Let's talk about it after you reach level 20. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you, Zhang Guang smiled, and the 3 of them arrived at the redemption center. The redemption center was just like a bank, with many windows. Zhang Guang led the 2 of them to a window in the far corner, where an elderly man was seated. This is Elder Wu, who manages the exchange office, Zhang Guang introduced. Elder Wu, these 2 are Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha, this year's top scholars from Yunzhong Province, here to collect their rewards. Give me your school badges, Elder Wu said, glancing at Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha, nodding. The 2 promptly handed over their badges, and after a short wait, Elder Wu returned the badges to them. The reward for the top scholar is quite simple. The scores you achieved in the college entrance examination will be converted to credits at a ratio of 1:10. The second place will be 1:5. The third place will be 1:2, and all other students will have a 1:1 conversion, Elder Wu explained. After all, the academy doesn't know what you need, so it's easier to convert them into credits for you to spend as you wish. Lu Chanha realized that. He scored 28,190 points in the exam, which means a conversion of 1:10 would give him 281,900 credits, nearly 300,000 credits. Additionally, as the top scholar, you will have a separate residence. You two will stay in villas 7 and 8 in the East District. Zhang Guang, take them there, Elder Wu instructed. Yes, Elder Wu. The three then left the exchange office. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had no immediate plans to exchange anything, as they didn't particularly need anything at the moment. Soon, Zheng Guan led them to the East District, where there were standalone villas. Those who could live here were the top talents of Qinglong Academy. The East District is where new students will reside. Second-year students are in the West District, third-year students in the South District, and fourth-year students in the North District. I live in Villa 4 in the West District, so you can come find me if you need anything, Zheng Guang explained. You can stay here for a month. The academy conducts assessments every month, and based on your rankings, your accommodations will be reassigned. Your school badges serve as the keys to the villas. Unless you invite someone, outsiders cannot force their way in, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Also, regarding your courses, you can log into the academic system later to check. Alright, that's about it. Let's add each other as friends. Feel free to ask me any questions. I won't disturb you any longer, Zhang Guang said, taking out his phone. Come on, give me a 5-star rating. After Zhang Guang left, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha entered their respective villas to start unpacking. The villas were well furnished with all necessary living supplies, ready for immediate occupancy. Once they finished tidying up, they called Lu Yun to let her know they were safe. Old Chu, want to go out for a stroll? Lu Chanha asked after hanging up the phone. Yeah, it's a good chance to familiarize ourselves with the academy. Chu Chen nodded, and the two set out to wander around Qinglong Academy. Many new students were reporting to Qinglong Academy today, all of them top talents from other provinces. Each year, Qinglong Academy only enrolls 5,000 new students, and the least among them have rare-level professions, with many even having epic or legendary-level professions. Just getting into Qinglong Academy means that even the least among them are considered geniuses outside. After wandering around Qinglong Academy for an hour, they still hadn't seen the entire campus, highlighting just how vast it was. At noon, they went directly to the cafeteria, where meals were free and they could eat as much as they wanted, with a wide variety of food available. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha decided to leave Qinglong Academy and explore Qinglong City, where they encountered many interesting things and broadened their horizons. By evening, they returned to Qinglong Academy, had a hearty meal, and then went back to their villas to rest. After all, classes would officially start tomorrow. Not long after Chu Chen lay down, a figure suddenly appeared in his room. Sensing something, Chu Chen opened his eyes and, illuminated by the artificial moonlight from the alternate space, recognized the visitor. Elder Feng, Chu Chen said as he got up. The visitor was none other than Principal Feng Yun. Not bad, you woke up in 14 seconds. Although it's still far from the soldiers on the battlefield, it's a sign of some vigilance, Feng Yun said with a smile. Change your clothes, I've brought you the heavenly order. Chu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He could finally break through. After changing into a new outfit, Feng Yun took Chu Chen and they vanished from their spot, reappearing in a plaza. This is the heavenly order. Feng Yun then took out a purple gold token, which had only the character on it, palm-sized. Yet it was a mythical grade item. He waved his right hand, and a level 20 epic monster appeared. Use it and attack directly, Feng Yun instructed. A level 20 epic monster was enough for Chu Chen to break its defenses. 1,000 spirit swords flew out, and Chu Chen nodded, saying, Old Feng, I'm ready. Without hesitation, Feng Yun used the heavenly order, and Chu Chen received a prompt. You are restricted by the heavenly order for the next 3 minutes. All damage you deal will be reduced to 1 point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment the prompt appeared, 1,000 spirit swords flew out, transforming into beams of swordlight that struck the level 20 epic monster. The monster attempted to resist but was bound by Feng Yun, forced to watch helplessly as the swordlight approached, its eyes filled with despair. My life is over. -1, as the spirit swords fell, a flurry of damage appeared, all showing 1 point. The monster had braced itself for death, only to find that these attacks merely gave it a tingling sensation. Hope surged in its heart, and its gaze towards Chu Chen turned mocking. You think this damage can kill me? Chu Chen was unaware of the monster's thoughts. After his attack, he checked his breakthrough task. 5841/10000. Upon seeing the task progress increase, Chu Chen smiled. If a mythical grade item couldn't help him complete the breakthrough task, he would truly be spitting blood. Seconds later, the task progress reached 100%, and a prompt popped up. You have successfully completed the breakthrough task, level up to 20, all attributes increased by 10 points. And you gain 50 free attribute points. Task rewards have been distributed. You have received a class-specific talent awakening scroll. You have received a class-specific equipment, immortal sword seed, can grow. You have gained 1,000 free attribute points. Listening to the prompts, Chu Chen allocated all his attributes to strength and then used the scroll. You have used the class-specific talent awakening scroll and gained a new talent, sword intent. Sword intent, the heart of the sword is clear. Understanding the sword intent, your attacks will contain the true meaning of the sword path, with each attack having a 1% conversion to true damage. For each level increase in class, the effect increases by 1%. Currently at level 20, effect is 20%. Looking at his new talent, Chu Chen's eyes sparkled. It was indeed true damage. This ability, combined with his extremely high damage, meant that even if the enemy's defense exceeded his physical attack, it wouldn't matter. This talent was different from All Things Can Break. All Things Can Break only ignored 20% of defense, but true damage could directly ignore all defenses. Even if the opponent's defense was 10 million, a single strike from him would still cause them to lose health. If he had this talent during the battle with the golden armored demon bull, he could have easily taken it down in one blow. This talent is incredibly strong. A mythical great item is worth it. Chu Chen beamed with a brilliant smile. Although he could previously kill monsters above his level, he hadn't done so often, as high-level monsters had too much defense. Even with All Things Can Break ignoring 20% of defense, it was still possible not to break through. But with true damage, even if a god came, they would still lose health from his strike. It seems you've gained a very impressive new talent. Feng Yun said with a smile. Chu Chen fell silent for 2 seconds, then showcased his talent to the other party. Since the high-level officials of the Great Xia were willing to use a myth-level item to help him complete the level 20 breakthrough task, he also needed to demonstrate some potential that would reassure the higher-ups. The smile on Feng Yun's face froze when he saw the effect of Chu Chen's talent, replaced by shock. As a legendary powerhouse above level 80, he naturally understood the terror of Chu Chen's talent even more. This was a talent that could increase with level, and once it reached level 100, it could completely ignore the opponent's defenses, with all damage being true damage. Moreover, true damage was an extremely rare effect among professionals. In his experience, he had never seen anyone obtain a true damage talent, not even skills that included true damage. There was only one type of true damage potion that could grant a 5% true damage effect for 30 seconds, and that potion was at the legendary level. Compared to Chu Chen's current 20% true damage effect, that true damage potion was nothing. Good, it's worth it, so worth it. Feng Yun laughed heartily. A mere myth-level item had directly given Chu Chen the ability to slay deities, which was truly invaluable. If the deity did not resist, Chu Chen could indeed kill it. Immediately, Feng Yun's expression turned serious. Regarding your information, it must never be leaked, not even by me. Rest assured, Elder Feng, I know the importance of discretion. Chu Chen nodded. I understand your meaning. I will inform the higher-ups about this. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, you can tell me directly. Whatever the Great Xia has, you can use. Even if we don't have it, we will find a way to get it for you, Feng Yun said earnestly. He saw hope in Chu Chen, the hope for the rise of the Great Xia. He even wondered if Chu Chen was truly a myth-level professional. From what he knew, while myth-level professions were indeed abnormal, they weren't this abnormal. Chu Chen nodded, then checked the remaining reward, which was a small white orb the size of a fingertip. Sword Seed, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal. Once the sword type is established, the immortal sword will emerge, requiring the consumption of 100,000 spirit swords for it to grow. 100,000 spirit swords? And there are no restrictions on the grade and level of the spirit swords? Is that a lot? Not really, but Chu Chen currently didn't have that many spirit swords. He only had over 30,000 novice swords. Elder Feng, I need 100,000 swords. Chu Chen looked at Feng Yun. He definitely couldn't gather that many swords himself, but Feng Yun could. 100,000 swords? That's not a big deal. Are there any level or grade requirements? Feng Yun nodded. He also realized that Chu Chen needed these swords for that white orb in his hand. He didn't know what the orb was. After all, he hadn't used the probing technique. Using the probing technique without the owner's consent is considered impolite. No level or grade requirements, just 100,000 novice swords will do. Chu Chen shook his head. Upon hearing this, Feng Yun frowned instead. If you needed swords of level 20 or even 50, I could bring them to you right now, but you want 100,000 level 1 novice swords? Even I can't produce that right now. Level 1 novice swords? How many years had it been since he had seen such things? As one of the top 4 academies of the Great Xia, the students admitted were at least above level 10. How could there be level 1 novice swords? The Qinglong Academy was prosperous, but don't even mention level 1 novice swords. You wouldn't even see swords below level 10. Chu Chen also realized that level 1 novice swords were indeed not easy to come by. It wasn't that they were particularly precious, but the demand was low, so naturally, there was no production, especially at the Qinglong Academy. Then any level will do, Chu Chen said. Wait for me 10 minutes. After the effect of your heaven and earth restriction disappears, I'll take care of this monster as well, just in time to test your new talent. Feng Yun finished speaking and left. 3 minutes quickly passed, and the effect of the world's prohibition vanished. Whoosh! A spirit sword flew out, directly attacking the epic-level monster. The monster, seeing Chu Chen attack again, was filled with disdain. After taking so many hits earlier, it had only lost 10,000 health. Could it really be killed now? -1703120 in the next second. A terrifying damage number appeared, causing the epic-level monster to tremble, its eyes filled with disbelief. With just one sword, it felt its vitality drop to a mere thread. How could this be? Wasn't this human only able to inflict 1 point of damage before? Why? But at this moment, it had no chance to think. Another damage number floated up. -547,780 true damage.
You have killed a level 20 epic monster, gaining 5 experience points.
Killing an epic monster grants a reward 100 experience points.
Looking at the over 500,000 true damage, Chu Chanha smiled. The effect of true damage was terrifying. Over 500,000 true damage was already quite high, and now he still had more than 30,000 novice swords. Once he imprinted all the sword immortal marks, his damage would increase by more than 300 times. In less than 10 minutes, Feng Yun returned and a storage ring appeared before Chu Chanha. Inside are 100,000 swords, all between levels 20 and 50. Chu Chanha took a glance, and as Feng Yun said, although they were all ordinary grade, it didn't matter. After all, this immortal sword seed had no grade requirements. Then, Chu Chanha took out the immortal sword seed and pulled out a sword. As soon as it got close to the immortal sword seed, the sword was instantly devoured. Seeing it was indeed effective, Chu Chanha no longer wasted time and directly controlled 2,000 swords to fly out, all descending towards the immortal sword seed. Sword control technique, level 20, exclusive skill of the wine sword immortal. You can control the spirit swords in your hand for ranged attacks. Currently, the controllable number is 2,000, with a control range of 2,000 meters. This skill has no proficiency. Its effect increases with your level, with no upper limit. At level 20, the effect of the sword control technique underwent a significant change, with the controllable number increasing from 1,000 to 2,000, and even the attack range expanded to 2,000 meters. As these 2,000 swords approached the immortal sword seed, it quickly devoured them, visibly growing larger, and the spiritual light on it became increasingly brilliant. Feng Yun, watching this scene, felt a stir in his heart, and immediately, a hidden barrier appeared within a 100-meter radius, preventing outsiders from peering in. 6,000, 10,000. One by one, the swords were devoured by the immortal sword seed, which grew from the size of a finger to that of a goose egg. Half an hour later, when the last sword was devoured, the immortal sword seed erupted with a pillar of light, and countless sword lights swept out. Had it not been for Feng Yun using a method to cast a hidden barrier early on, it would surely have alarmed the powerful beings of the Qinglong Academy. Accompanying phenomenon, divine object emerges. Feng Yun took a deep breath, his heart filled with anticipation. Chu Chanha was already strong, and now with such a treasure in hand, his power would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. This phenomenon lasted for just over 10 breaths, and all the sword lights re-entered the immortal sword seed, which then became ethereal, gradually transforming into a 3-foot-long sword. Destined immortal sword, high grade, exclusive to the wine sword. Immortal profession, power plus 150, trait, 1% of damage dealt will be converted into the wielder's health, can grow, and will increase with the owner's level, rare grade growth requirement. Reach level 30. It actually has a lifesteal effect. Chu Chanha was also astonished, knowing that his sword dealt over 1,000,000 damage, even with just 1% lifesteal, that meant over 10,000 health. This trait doesn't seem very useful to me. Being able to instantly kill his blood-sucking ability is useless. If he can't do it, he will also be killed by the opponent. However, he wasn't too disappointed. It might not be useful, but it couldn't be absent. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You should head back to your dorm as well. We have classes tomorrow, Feng Yun said. He didn't probe into what attribute Chu Chanha's life sword was, as he didn't know himself, so the enemy would be even less likely to know. Thank you, Elder Feng. Chu Chanha expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't know how long it would take to break through. Feng Yun smiled and then left, while Chu Chanha walked towards his residence. As he walked, he opened his panel. Name, Chu Chanha, occupation, wine sword immortal, unique, level 20, 105/250,000, health 3,150, mana, 1550. Strength 2,395, agility 155, constitution 315, mentality 155, intelligence 155, physical attack 4790, magical attack 310, physical defense 315, magical defense 155, damage. Bonus 610.06 times. Skills: sword cultivation, sword flight, probe technique, sword control, sword slash, returning willow technique, heart returning sword array. Everything can be broken, sword shield, rest, spirit recovery method, fiery slash, sword mastery, blink, rending strike, charged strike, combo. Talent: wine immortal, falling mortal, sword. Heart, sword intent at level 20. His attributes were twice as powerful compared to level 19. If he had such attributes during the battle with the golden armored demon bull, he could have killed the opponent with just a few strikes. Getting stronger and stronger. After returning to his residence, Chu Chanha took out the 30,000 novice swords he had purchased in Lin City and marked them. In just a few minutes, all 30,000 novice swords bore the mark of the sword immortal, and his damage bonus reached 935.14 times. With my current damage, a single strike can deal over 3 million damage, and the real damage is around 900,000. Chu Chanha nodded in satisfaction. With his damage, even if he encountered monsters at level 50 or 60, he had a chance to slay them. It was just a chance. After all, some monsters had damage immunity skills, and failing to kill the opponent could easily
lead to being counter-killed. In the early morning, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha got up early, had breakfast in the cafeteria, and then headed to their respective classrooms. He and Lu Chanha were not in the same class. After all, he was a main combat class while Lu Chanha was a support class. The first year main combat class 1 was Chu Chen's class, and those who could enter this class were basically geniuses from various provinces. There were a total of 30 students in their class, and each student's occupation was at least epic level. When Chu Chen arrived, more than 10 people were already in the class. I heard that this year, a full-score genius appeared in the college entrance examination in Yunzhong province. I wonder if he has come to our Qinglong Academy. That's impressive. Although our assessment methods differ by province, the scores are the same. I only scored a little over 13,000 in my college entrance exam. A full score is something I can't even dream of. It's just luck. I heard that Yunzhong province set up a quick monster clearing method in this year's college entrance exam, but that guy discovered it. So many people didn't notice, and he was the only one who did. That's quite impressive. As everyone was talking, they suddenly saw Chu Chen arrive and turned their gazes towards him. However, they only glanced at him and didn't say much. After all, being in class 1 meant they were all outstanding talents, and no one would be foolish enough to make enemies. Chu Chen found a seat by the window and sat down. As he waited, more and more people arrived in the class, and by around 8 o'clock, all 30 people were present. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in from outside. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years at Qinglong Academy, Wei Tao, class of 76, and my profession is the Berserk Fist King. Next, let's introduce ourselves to each other. Since we will be together for 3 years, we should get to know one another. Wei Tao said with a smile. Let's start with the students in the first row. As soon as Wei Tao finished speaking, the first boy in the first row stood up. Zhang Yu, level 18, profession, Rending Apostle, from Tianqing Province. Ning Lan, level 17, profession, Shadow Ranger, from Lijiang Province. Yang Yunpeng, level 18, profession, Arms Hunter, from Yunchong Province. Everyone began to introduce themselves in order, and Chu Chen glanced at Yang Yunpeng, who was also from Yunchong Province. Soon it was Chu Chen's turn. Chu Chen, level 20, profession, swordsman, from Yunchong Province. After speaking, Chu Chen sat down, but all eyes in the class were on him. Chu Chen? Is he the top student from Yunchong Province? Level 20? No way, he leveled up so fast. How did he reach level 20? The scariest part is his profession, right? I remember the swordsman profession is just a normal level. How did he become the top student from Yunchong Province? Everyone was shocked, especially by Chu Chen's profession. If Chu Chen had an epic or even legendary profession, they wouldn't be so surprised. But a normal level profession becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination was truly terrifying. However, soon everyone recalled what had been said about a fast monster clearing method in the college entrance examination in Yunchong Province, and their shock diminished somewhat. Although they thought it might be just luck for Chu Chen, no one underestimated him. After all, many people had not noticed, and the fact that he did was a skill in itself. Continue, Wei Tao glanced at Chu Chen and then clapped his hands. The remaining students continued to introduce themselves, and soon everyone had finished, making them a bit more familiar with each other. However, after listening to everyone's introductions, Chu Chen realized that everyone in the class had physical professions, and all were melee professions. It seemed that ranged and magic professions were in other classes. Alright, everyone has introduced themselves. There will be plenty of time to get to know each other later. Next, I will talk about some rules of Qinglong Academy. The academy will not restrict your freedom. You can come to class when you want, and no teacher will call you if you don't want to come. However, there will be a monthly exam, and if you pass, there will be no problem. But if you don't meet the standards, then we will have to account for it. Besides that, you have seen the class schedule. Don't think that some theoretical classes are useless. Sometimes, these theories that seem useless to you might save your life. As your homeroom teacher, I will teach you how to control your power. Some students may have already heard of this course and might be curious about why we need to control our power. Isn't it better to have higher damage when fighting monsters? Higher damage is indeed better, but controlling your own power is a necessary process. Before you become professionals, you may have experienced this. In moments of anger, you can unleash far more power than usual. But once you become professionals, no matter how angry you are, if you haven't mastered your power, no matter how much you unleash, if your panel shows 10 points of strength, then you can only deal 10 points of damage. The emergence of the professional panel has made our own strength clearer, but it has also limited our potential for explosive power. Of course, it doesn't completely limit it. At this point, we need to talk about a special effect, which is critical hits. The critical hit effect actually balances our own explosive potential, allowing us to exert far more strength than usual, but it is unstable. But if you learn to control your own power, you will be able to control your critical hit rate to a certain extent. Theoretically, if you completely master your own power, even if you only have a 1% critical hit rate, you can achieve a critical hit every time.
This statement brightened everyone's eyes. They already had high damage, and if they could achieve critical hits every time, one could only imagine how much their strength would increase. In addition, controlling your own power is also related to your skills. Wei Tao continued, you all should know that the skill level is 10 and it requires constant use to gain proficiency and level up. So, do you think level 10 is the upper limit of skill levels? Among the 30 students in the class, some had calm expressions, clearly knowing something, while others looked puzzled, including Chu Chen. Skills can still be improved after reaching level 10, and this is referred to as a mastery skill. However, making a skill a mastery skill is very difficult. But if you can control your own power and not be completely bound by the attribute panel, the chances will increase significantly. At this point, Wei Tao smiled. Since we're on this topic, let's talk about the content of your first year final exam. Having 1 mastery skill is considered passing, 2 mastery skills is good, and 3 mastery skills is excellent. You have a year to work hard. As for 4 mastery skills, Wei Tao did not mention it. After all, having 3 mastery skills in 1 year was already extremely difficult. The group exchanged glances, surprised to suddenly learn about the final exam content for a year later. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. His way of improving skills was different from others. Others needed to release skills to increase proficiency, but he only needed to drink alcohol. He just didn't know if drinking could turn a skill into a mastery skill. Chu Chen glanced at his panel. Among the many skills, many had already reached level 8, and he was not far from level 9. Once he reached level 10, he could give it a try. Let's continue. Wei Tao continued to explain knowledge about power control, and the class quickly passed. Alright, today's lesson ends here. Everyone gather in the classroom at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I will take you to the power training room to experience it, Wei Tao said. This class was just to let everyone understand the importance of power control. To truly master power, they still needed to go to the training room. By the way, let me add one more thing. You all should know that our academy has an attribute dungeon that can be entered at levels 20 to 29, but I suggest that everyone wait until you reach level 20 before rushing in, Wei Tao said, because this dungeon is not simple, and each person can enter it 10 times within a year, so it's best to wait until you are level 29 and find some good teammates to go in, to avoid wasting opportunities. This made everyone glance at Chu Chen. After all, the highest level among them was only 18, while Chu Chen had already reached level 20. It was clear that Wei Tao's words were actually directed at Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded, although it was said that each person could only enter 10 times a year. In reality, for them, there would only be 10 opportunities in their lifetime. They couldn't stay at level 29 just for an attribute dungeon. A year was enough for them to reach level 30 or above. Alright, class dismissed. Seeing that Chu Chen was listening, Wei Tao directly announced the end of the class and then left the classroom. As soon as Wei Tao left, the others looked towards Chu Chen. They all wanted to talk to him but didn't know how to start. After a few seconds, it was Yang Yunpeng, who was also from Yunzhong province, who stood up and approached Chu Chen. Hello, Chu Chen, my name is Yang Yunpeng. We both come from Yunzhong province. Yang Yunpeng introduced himself in a very official manner, extending his hand as he spoke. Chu Chen helplessly stood up and shook hands with him. Hello. After both sides released their hands, Chu Chen looked at Yang Yunpeng, who was also looking at him, and the two exchanged a silent glance. Although Yang Yunpeng was tall, he was clearly not a man of many words. Is there something you need? Chu Chen felt the awkwardness and couldn't help but ask. Well, I wanted to ask how you scored so many points in the college entrance examination, Yang Yunpeng asked shyly. The others in the class perked up their ears. They were all curious about how an ordinary professional swordsman like Chu Chen managed to achieve such high scores. Didn't the officials say there are ways to quickly farm monsters? Chu Chen paused. As for what those ways are, I'm sorry, I can't disclose that. He really couldn't come up with a fabricated method. I understand. It's a confidentiality agreement. A male classmate approached with a smile. Chu Chen remembered his name was Zhang Yu. By the way, Chu Chen, you're really impressive. If I remember correctly, the swordsman is just an ordinary profession, yet you've reached level 20 so quickly, Zhang Yu said with a grin. Just got lucky, Chu Chen replied, and it was indeed luck. If it weren't for the heavenly ban, these guys would probably all be level 20 while he was still at level 19. Luck is also a part of strength. Since we'll all be in the same class, we should look out for each other. Zhang Yu's personality was more lively, and he glanced at the others in the class, who all nodded in agreement. The atmosphere became much more relaxed, and they began to chat casually, no longer feeling as distant as before. Is anyone interested in leveling up together? Chu Chen is already level 20. We can't fall behind, Zhang Yu suggested. I happen to know a few support players, I can bring them along. They only had this one class in the morning, and another in the afternoon. It was just past 9 o'clock. And although the homeroom teacher Wei Tao hadn't arranged anything, they were still quite self-motivated. Count me in, I'll aim to reach level 18 today. Me too. Others chimed in, as they were all talented individuals, and leveling up together would significantly speed up the process. Plus, being in the same class would help them become more familiar with each other through leveling. I'll pass, Chu Chen said. It's Wouldn't help you anyway, you're already level 20 and you can't even enter the dungeons we go to, Zhang shrugged helplessly. In fact, with so many people in the class, he was quite eager to level up with Chu Chen, because he wanted to see how an ordinary profession could level up so quickly. But there was no opportunity now, they would have to wait until they reached level 20. The group then set off together, planning to gather a few more people from the support class. Chu Chen also didn't stay in the classroom, he called Lu Chanha and then went downstairs to find him. Old Chu, they all went to level up, what should we do? There were people who wanted to team up with me, but when they heard I was already level 20, they all left, Lu Chanha asked with a smile, having already learned that Chu Chen had successfully broken through that morning. Let's go level up too, Chu Chen suggested, since he had nothing else to do. Sure, let's go see how impressive the dungeons at Qinglong Academy are, and that a tribute dungeon, I didn't expect we could only enter it 10 times a year. I thought we could go in as much as we wanted. They chatted as they quickly arrived at the dungeon area. There were many dungeons here, divided into areas based on their levels. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha came to the level 20 to 29 dungeon area. There weren't many students in this area, as currently, it seemed they were the only 2 freshmen who had reached level 20. As for the upperclassmen, they generally wouldn't come to this area since their levels were at least above level 30. However, there were still some people in this area, all second-year students in life professions. Chu Chen wasn't familiar with these people. He just noticed them looking over, nodded in acknowledgement, and then began to select a dungeon with Lu Chanha. There are quite a few dungeons in this area, more than 30 in total. Old Chu, let's farm this. 1. Just as Lu Chanha was pondering which dungeon to tackle, he suddenly pointed at a dungeon with excitement in his voice. Chu Chen looked over, his expression turning a bit strange, because the dungeon was named Elf Gathering Place. Cough, cough, don't look at me like that. Don't you want to see what the elves look like? Noticing Chu Chen's gaze, Lu Changha's face turned bright red, but he still tried to maintain his composure. Haven't we seen them in books? Chu Chen replied. Back in high school, they were taught to identify various monsters, including their characteristics and common skills, among which were elves. Seeing them in books counts as having seen them? If we're going to look, let's see the real thing. Chu Chen fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Since Luma wanted to see, they might as well go take a look. Just to be clear, he only wanted to fulfill Luma's small wish, not because he wanted to see for himself. Absolutely not. He then teamed up with Lu Chanha and headed to the entrance of the Elf Gathering Place dungeon, directly selecting Hell level before entering. Those 2 guys must be freshmen, right? How can you tell? Duh, only freshmen would honestly wear their school badges on their chests. Didn't we come here the same way back then? That makes sense, but didn't freshmen just officially start today? How are they already level 20? That's way too fast. It is indeed a bit too fast. Those 2 are probably the top players among this year's freshmen. Ha! Did they just enter the Elf Gathering Place dungeon? Oh wow, fellow travelers. I remember when we first came here, we also chose this dungeon. No need to reminisce, that was just last year. Can't you let me have my moment? But the elves in this dungeon are quite explicit. I hope they can handle it. How long do you think they can last? I bet they'll be out in 10 minutes at most. Not necessarily, I'll bet 5 minutes. A few second-year students couldn't help but chuckle, their laughter tinged with mischief. They weren't even in a hurry to level up anymore, planning to wait a bit, though. It was a pity they couldn't see the live action. Meanwhile, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had also entered the dungeon, standing on the familiar stone platform. Holy crap! Is this really an elf? That's way too explicit. Before Chu Chen could take in the surroundings, Lu Chanha exclaimed. Chu Chen looked over and saw 50 elves flapping their wings and flying about 10 meters away, and these elves were very explicit. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha exchanged glances, not expecting the elves in this dungeon to be like this. The elves before them had bodies resembling skeletons, their skin rotting away, revealing exposed black bones. A pair of dragonfly wings were also pitch black and quite tattered. It was hard to tell how these wings helped the elves fly. This was completely different from the elves they had imagined, who were supposed to be graceful and majestic. Rotting elf. Archer, advanced, level 20, health 6000, attack 1547, physical defense 651, magical defense 647, skills, archery mastery, dark arrow. It was clear that this was a group of undead type elves. Although they were advanced monsters, their attributes could only be considered average for Chu Chen. However, he also knew that the most troublesome aspect of these elves was their ability to fly. He had experienced the advantage of flying before level 60, when he killed the legendary golden armored demon bull. It was thanks to flying. If other melee classes encountered these elves, they would easily be kite to death. Let's go, time to farm some monsters. Although Chu Chen felt some disappointment towards these elves, their appearance made it easier for him to kill them without any psychological burden. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, 50 spirit swords flew out. -3095972-895730 true damage, terrifying. Damage floated up from the decaying heads of these monsters, and by the time the elves realized they were under attack, they were all dead. Your team has killed a level 20 elite monster, experience plus 20. A series of prompts popped
up, and in an instant, he gained 1,000 experience points. It's still comfortable to grind in hell-level dungeons, and the experience is plentiful. Chu Chen thought, continuing to delve deeper with Lu Chanha, having no other thoughts about the elves. Instead, to avoid looking at the grotesque faces of these elves, Chu Chen directly began his slaughter from a kilometer away. Meanwhile, a few second-year students waiting at the dungeon entrance looked puzzled. It's strange, it's been 20 minutes, why haven't they come out yet? From their equipment, they should all be melee classes. Those elves are the nemesis of melee fighters, how could they last this long? Could something have happened? Should we go find a teacher to check? If something really happened, it would be troublesome. Those two freshmen reached level 20 so quickly, they must be exceptional in this cohort, we can't let them fall in this dungeon. The expressions of the few became serious, although they initially wanted to watch the excitement, they didn't want to see Chu Chen and Lu Chanha die in the dungeon. It would be too regrettable for a human prodigy to die in a dungeon. You all keep an eye here, I'll go find a teacher right away, one of the boys said, hurriedly running outside. Soon, this boy returned, followed by a young man. What's going on? They still haven't come out? Han Shan asked the group in a low voice. He was the teacher responsible for level 20 to 29 dungeons and rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Teacher Han, they haven't come out yet, it's been 20 minutes. Do you think they might? Han Shan didn't answer but took out a stone mirror. Although he couldn't see the situation inside the dungeon, he had ways to know if the students were truly in trouble. As the stone mirror lit up with fluorescence, Han Shan raised his eyebrows, somewhat uncertain about what he saw. Besides the two of them, has anyone else entered the Elf Gathering Place dungeon during this time? Han Shan asked. The group exchanged glances and then shook their heads. We've been here for about half an hour, and during this time, no one else has entered this dungeon besides them. As for half an hour ago, we don't know. Then it must be them. Don't worry, they're fine, the dungeon is still operating. Han Shan nodded. Although the stone mirror couldn't show the situation inside the dungeon, it could indicate how many dungeon spaces were functioning. Currently, only one dungeon space of the Elf Gathering Place was still operating. Normally, meaning Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were safe. By the way, are you sure they are freshmen? Han Shan continued to ask. They should be, after all, only freshmen would wear the school badge on their chests. One person nodded. Han Shan nodded, his expression calm, but inside, he was stirred up, because he saw on the stone mirror that Chu Chen and the others had chosen a hell-level dungeon. Two freshmen actually chose a hell-level difficulty, and it was the Elf Gathering Place, a very strong dungeon. What was the difference from seeking death? If he could interfere with the dungeon, he would definitely go in personally to bring the two out. Alright, I'll stay here, you all go level up, Han Shan said. It's fine, Teacher Han, we want to see how long they can hold on. The group shook their heads. Hearing that Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and smiles returned to their faces. Do as you please, Han Shan said, no longer saying much, chatting idly with a few people while waiting. However, this wait left everyone gradually dumbfounded. An hour had passed, and Chu Chen and Lu Chanha still had not come out. Fortunately, Han Shan could see through the stone mirror that the instance space was still operating normally, otherwise he would really think something had happened to the two. Where did these gods come from? Clearly two melee fighters, yet they have lasted almost an hour and a half in the elf instance. Do you think they might clear it on their first try? Impossible, right? Even normal difficulty isn't that easy to clear. At least, it's not hell difficulty. I've heard that this instance's hell difficulty is basically impossible to clear. A few students whispered among themselves while Han Shan took a deep breath, for only he knew that those two freshmen were not in a normal instance but in a hell difficulty instance. However, he also did not believe that these two freshmen could clear the hell difficulty. The reason, of course, was that the final boss's abilities were too perverse, almost invincible. He could only hope that these two freshmen would come out soon and go find something else to do. Time continued to pass, and the few people outside the instance were still waiting. However, waiting was always dull. A few students took out tables and chairs, set out sunflower seeds and peanuts, and even brought out a deck of cards. A few students called Han Shan to join them, but Han Shan had no mood for that. He kept his eyes on the stone mirror, only wanting to confirm whether the two students were still alive. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had no idea that someone was waiting for them outside. At this moment, they had arrived beneath an ancient tree. This ancient tree was hundreds of meters tall, requiring more than 20 people holding hands to encircle it. On the ancient tree, there were wooden houses, over 100 of them, but all were dilapidated. The most eye-catching was still at the top of the ancient tree, where there was also a wooden house, but it was much more luxurious. As Chu Chen and Lu Chanha stepped into this place, the door of the luxurious wooden house slowly opened, and a figure walked out from inside. It was still an elf, but this elf was even more explicit. The other elves at least had a layer of decaying skin, but this elf was completely a skeleton. Moreover, the skeleton was different from the other elves. On the purple skeleton were engraved intricate and complex patterns, densely covering its entire body. Dark energy emanated from its hollow eye sockets, and a pair of emerald green wings did not match its aura at all, and one of those wings was missing. Chu Chen knew that this was the final boss of the instance. The elf boss glanced at Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, and the staff in its hand suddenly shone with dazzling purple light. Crack crack.
In the next moment, among the 100 wooden houses on the ancient tree, 99 of them slowly opened.
And one elf after another flew out from inside. Is this boss a spellcaster? Or a summoner?
Chu Chen thought, as spirit swords flew out, one of which flew right in front of the boss.
Using
the vision provided by the spirit sword, he cast a detection spell.
Name, Buddha race, elf class, sacrificer level, 30 health points, 1 attack, 1 physical defense, 1 magical
defense, 1 skill, curse of the sacrificer. Looking at this elf's attributes, Chu Chen's pupils constricted. If the opponent had thousands of attributes, he wouldn't think much of it. After all, it was a level 30 monster. But these attributes were even inferior to those of a level 1 ordinary monster, with health points only at 1, even tripping while walking could lead to death.
Not normal, far too not normal. What kind of 30-level boss has such attributes?
But then Chu Chen was taken aback. He suddenly realized that this elf actually had a name. It's worth noting that after encountering
so many elves before, none had a name. Although puzzled, Chu Chen's hands did not stop moving.
As the 99 rare level elves just stepped out of the wooden house, the spirit sword fell accordingly.
At the same
time, Han Shan at the entrance of the dungeon frowned deeply. It had already been over 3 hours, and those 2 freshmen still hadn't come out.
It's been so long, what are they doing in there? Why haven't they come out yet? They can't be fighting the boss, can they?
That's unlikely.
In a normal difficulty dungeon, the boss is level 30, and they're only level 20, right? Wouldn't facing the boss be like seeking death? They might not be fighting monsters but just waiting inside for time to pass. They wouldn't do something like that, would they?
That's just plain crazy.
A few second-year students were gathered around
a table, munching on sunflower seeds. After waiting so long, they had lost interest in playing cards.
Han Shan didn't speak, but he also didn't think the two were fighting the boss. After all, it had only been a little over 3 hours, and they hadn't even seen the boss yet. Moreover, that boss was no simple foe.
Although it seemed to have worse attributes than a level 1 monster, its unique skill was extremely perverse. Curse of the Sacrificer, you can sacrifice other beings to make them your followers. All damage you take will be transferred 100% to the followers. After the followers die, they will resurrect in 1 minute, but you will also be cursed, and all your attributes will be forcibly set to 1 point. The boss had a full 100 followers, all of which were rare level monsters at level 29.
To defeat the boss, one would need to kill all 100 rare level monsters within a minute. But is that even possible?
This was just a level 20 to 29 dungeon. Even with a team of 100 facing flying monsters, it was simply impossible
to kill that many monsters in a minute.
Before reaching level 60, almost no professional could fly, and those who could fly at level 60 were unable to enter this dungeon.
Even if someone could kill all the
monsters in a minute, the boss could just fly in the sky and wait for a minute, and those monsters would resurrect again. The boss was practically invincible. Of course, there were ways to clear the dungeon.
Many
students from their Qinglong Academy had studied this dungeon and eventually found several methods. The best method was to use special fire oil to burn the trees. Those wooden houses were the monsters' resurrection
points, and as long as they were burned, the monsters couldn't resurrect.
However, even with special fire oil, it would take at least half an hour to burn down the ancient trees. So, this method had a prerequisite: one must survive among 100 rare level monsters for at least half an hour. Otherwise, before the fire could finish burning the trees, they would be torn to shreds by those monsters.
Han Shan
didn't think these 2 freshmen had the ability to survive among 100 rare level monsters. He even suspected that these 2 freshmen probably didn't even know about burning the trees.
Chu Chen and Lu Chanha
indeed didn't know the way to clear this dungeon, but even if they did, they wouldn't care, as they wouldn't need it at all. 2386120-895,730 true damage. As Chu Chen's spirit sword fell, terrifying damage numbers appeared above the heads of the 99 elves. Although these elves were all rare level and reached level 29, their health was only around 300,000, so they naturally couldn't withstand Chu Chen's
damage. In almost an instant, all 99 elves perished, and a large amount of loot fell from the ancient tree. Standing at the entrance of the wooden house atop the ancient tree, Buddha, who was eager to watch the show, had his smile freeze, his eyes filled with disbelief. What's going on? His 99 followers had just appeared, and they were all taken out in an instant? And what was with that damage? Why was it so high? Who exactly was the boss? Just as Buddha was lost in thought, a beam of sword light fell directly upon him. The moment this damage appeared, Chu Chen frowned tightly. With the opponent's attributes, his strike had actually dealt no damage. Not even true damage worked. Could it be that his skill is damage immunity? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew the opponent was not simple, but even if there was a means of damage immunity, it shouldn't last too long. Just as he was thinking this, a damage notification suddenly floated up from a wooden house on the ancient tree. 3582920-895,730 true damage. When this damage appeared, Chu Chen was completely stunned. He hadn't attacked that wooden house, had he? But then it dawned on him that besides the boss wooden house at the top of the ancient tree, there were still 100 wooden houses on the tree, yet only 99 had shown elves earlier. So, is there also an elf among the remaining wooden houses? Does the boss's skill effect transfer damage? Chu Chen's heart suddenly had a guess, thinking that this boss was quite cunning, hiding an elf in a wooden house. Looking back at the boss, he found the opponent was looking panicked, flapping a damaged wing and flying over 200 meters up. Trying to run? Chu Chen sneered. Now that he knew the boss's trump card, the opponent could die. At this moment, Buto was over 700 meters away from Chu Chen, and as he flew in the air, he looked down at the two black dots, feeling relieved. At such a distance, they should have no way to deal with him. As long as he waited a minute, all his followers would revive, and he would once again stand invincible. But just as he was thinking this, Buto suddenly noticed a beam of spirit light rapidly approaching below. When he saw what it was, his expression changed drastically because it was a sword. But it was too late to dodge, the sword was too fast. Whoosh! The cold light flashed, and the sharp sword pierced through Buto's body. 3582920-895730. True damage, over 4 million damage to take out Buto's 1 point of health was indeed a bit extravagant. As Buto felt the life force fading, his expression first showed some astonishment, but then he revealed a smile. He glanced at Chu Chen below, then at his wooden house, and finally rolled his eyes. And died completely. At the same time, a burst of light erupted from his body. The things that burst out fell from the sky like rain. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha also received the prompt for clearing the dungeon. Your team has killed the level 30 boss, experience plus 200. Your level has increased to level 21, each attribute increases by 50, free attribute points 100. Your team has killed the boss of the elf gathering place, level 20 to 29, gaining 5,000 experience points. Your team has successfully refreshed the record for the hell level dungeon of the elf gathering place, level 20 to 29, clearing time 3 hours 41 minutes 16 seconds, reward 100 green ancient leaves, epic. 100 green ancient leaves, epic, made from 100 different ancient tree leaves collected by the elf clan, when placed on the body, restores 1% of mana per second, and using it directly will allow skills to be cast without consuming mana for the next 3 minutes, with all skill cooldowns reduced by 20%. Looking at the rewards after refreshing the dungeon, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This item was quite good, just right since his mana was low. Moreover, using it directly meant that skills cast within 3 minutes wouldn't consume mana, making this effect a trump card for him. Currently, he has more than a dozen skills, but his mana cannot support him in casting even one round. If he had 3 minutes of unlimited firepower, combined with his damage, even a level 60 or 70 powerhouse would likely not withstand it. Old Chu, a lot of good stuff dropped. After Chu Chen allocated his attribute points, Lu Chanha also picked up the items dropped by the boss. There were quite a few items: gold coins, skill books, equipment. However, there wasn't much that caught his eye, just a decent epic level directional teleportation scroll. Old Chu, are we leaving? Lu Chanha asked after counting the items. Not yet. Chu Chen's gaze turned to the luxurious wooden house at the top of the ancient tree. He had noticed the expression on Buto's face before he died, especially the way he glanced at the wooden house one last time. This made him feel that there might be some secrets within that house. Even if nothing was found, it would only delay them a little. Let's go, let's take a look. As Chu Chen spoke, 2 spirit swords flew out, and they directly soared to the wooden house at the top of the ancient tree. Lu Chanha was puzzled but did not ask further. The door to the wooden house was closed, and there were no windows around, so they couldn't see inside. Just as Chu Chen was about to approach, Lu Chanha stopped him. I'll open the door. Don't worry, I have the deadly badge. I can escape if there's danger. Chu Chen paused for a moment and then handed his own deadly badge to Lu Chanha, just to be safer. Lu Chanha did not hesitate, putting away the badge and walking towards the door, while Chu Chen controlled 100 spirit swords to guard in front of him, preventing any accidents. Arriving at the door, Lu Chanha carefully opened it, while Chu Chen sent 10 spirit swords flying inside. Using the vision feedback from the spirit swords, Chu Chen saw the situation inside the house. The interior was very simple: a bed, a table against the wall, and on the table, a palm-sized round jade disc with a green wing pressed beneath it. Chu Chen suddenly recalled that the boss's wings were incomplete. It turned out there was another one here. There's no danger, let's go in, Chu Chen said, and he and Lu Chanha walked directly inside. Because the room was too simple, the most eye-catching items were the 2 things on the wooden table. Chu Chen picked up the round jade disc and cast a detection spell. Sacrifice crystal, epic level. After use, it can sacrifice a living being to become your follower. All damage you receive will be transferred to the follower until the follower dies. Requirements: target not exceeding your level, grade not exceeding epic level. Looking at the information of this item, Chu Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect to find such a good item. This item was most likely created by the boss. An artifact has appeared. Chu Chen thought to himself. He didn't lack attack damage, but his health had always been in urgent need, and he was reluctant to allocate free attribute points to his constitution.
With the deadly badge, he could be immune to one fatal damage, providing him with some sense of security. However, there was only one deadly badge, and even with Lu Chanha's, there were only two. So when farming monsters, he would always attack first, not giving the monsters a chance to get close, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand even one hit. But this sacrifice crystal could completely solve his problem. He could easily sacrifice a high health, high defense monster to become his follower, and even if he was attacked, the monster would take the damage. This item was indeed almost like an artifact for him at this moment. Old Chu, look, this is actually a quest item. At that moment, Lu Chanha spoke up and Chu Chen looked at the green wing in Lu Chanha's hand. As soon as he touched the wing, a prompt popped up. The longing to return home. Hello, unfamiliar friend, I am Buta, the prince of the Elven clan. When you receive my wings, it means your strength far surpasses mine. Therefore, I hope you can take my wings to the Elven clan and deliver them to my mother, Her Majesty Queen Kayleigh of the Elven clan. I believe you have already discovered the effect of the sacrificial crystal. This is my reward. Moreover, this sacrificial crystal is merely crafted from my fragmented power, so it is only of epic quality. There is a complete legendary sacrificial crystal that I left behind in the Elven clan. If you can help me, my mother will gift it to you, along with other generous rewards. You have obtained a special item and triggered a new quest. Do you accept? Note, this quest is unique and can only be accepted by one person. Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that Buta was actually a prince of the Elven clan. But how did he end up in this instance and become a boss? Although he guessed that there might be good things in this wooden house, he didn't expect to trigger a quest directly. In this world, there are no NPCs, so aside from breakthrough quests, some people might never obtain other quests in their lifetime. This was also the first quest he encountered aside from the breakthrough quest. Old Chu, this is a unique quest, hurry up and accept it. Such quests are hard to come by, Lu Chanha said with a smile. It was his first time encountering this quest, but he didn't accept it. Not to mention that he was just here to relax, gaining experience was already good enough. His strength alone didn't allow him to take on such a quest. Alright. Chu Chen nodded. He was quite tempted by the sacrificial crystal. An epic level sacrificial crystal was already impressive, let alone a legendary one. Moreover, since he was going to the Elven clan, the water of life and the leaves of the ancient tree of life were all good things, perhaps he could obtain some. However, this quest wouldn't be easy to complete, as the Elven clan was in the outer realm, where many strong individuals resided, and he didn't dare to go there now. He accepted the quest anyway, as there were no penalties for not completing it. You have obtained a new quest, the longing to return home. This quest has no time limit. Seeing that he had successfully accepted the quest, Chu Chen put away Buta's wings. He also used a detection spell, but the wings were only introduced as a quest item and had no other function. After he accepted the quest, a prompt sound for the instance suddenly rang out. You are about to leave this instance. Please set your team name. If not set, it will default to the names of team members. Looking at the prompt, Chu Chen set it as hidden team as usual, and then he and Lu Chanha exited the instance together. Outside the instance, Han Shan and the others, who had been waiting somewhat bored, suddenly saw a flash of golden light on the stone tablet next to the instance. Subsequently, the previous first place dropped to second place. First place, hidden team, difficulty, hell level, time, 3 hours 41 minutes 16 seconds. Second place, class 2, battle department, 22nd year, difficulty, hell level, time, 9 hours 12 minutes 47 seconds. Third place, class 1, battle department, 21st year, difficulty, hell level, time, 9 hours 15 minutes 11 seconds. What's going on? Why did the leaderboard suddenly change? Hidden team? That's strange, we've been here for almost 4 hours and haven't seen anyone else come by. They cleared it in less than 4 hours, and it's the Elven Gathering instance. Where did this god come from? Isn't this clearing time a bit insane? It can't be a group of epic or even legendary professionals, right? What's with this name? Do they not want to reveal their identity, or do they not know which year in class to set it to? Listening to the five of them, Han Shan was startled and quickly picked up the stone mirror to check, discovering that there was only one instance space operating in the Elven Gathering. Could it be? No way, 2 freshmen cleared a hell-level dungeon? And they even broke the record? Han Shan swallowed hard. If this were true, his worldview would be completely overturned. This was Qinglong Academy, where at least rare class professions could come, and there were definitely not a few epic class ones. The value of dungeon records here was far greater than that of the outside world, but now the record had been broken, and it seemed to have been done by 2 freshmen. This, Han Shan was momentarily at a loss for words to express the shock in his heart. Do you think it's possible those 2 freshmen did it? One of the 5 suddenly said in a low voice during their discussion. As soon as the words were spoken, the other 4 paused, and their pupils constricted. They had been here for so long, and apart from those 2 freshmen, no one else had entered the dungeon. Moreover, the name of the setup was too fitting for the freshman's style, but just thinking about it being done by 2 freshmen made them hesitant to believe. 2 freshmen clearing a hell-level dungeon? Who would believe that? Even in a place like Qinglong Academy filled with geniuses, such a thing had never happened before.
Teacher Han. The five couldn't help but turn their gaze to Han Shan.
Although they found it hard to believe, there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. There is only one dungeon space operating inside, and those two chose the hell level. Difficulty, Han Shan said.
He didn't say whether the record was set by those two freshmen because he didn't know.
But his words made the five take a deep breath. Although Teacher Han didn't say it outright, it had already proven
something. So, did the two freshmen really break the hell level dungeon record?
After a brief silence, the eyes of the five erupted with dazzling brilliance.
Damn, that's amazing.
This year's freshmen are just too fierce.
Breaking the dungeon record on the very first day of school, we have a big shot in Qinglong Academy.
Not only did they break the record, but they also shortened the time to under 4 hours.
This is in a dungeon with flying monsters, and their time is more than half less than the second place.
The five were excitedly discussing when a ripple at the dungeon entrance announced the arrival of Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha.
Lu Chanha glanced at the time. It was just past 12, almost 1 o'clock.
They could grab a bite to eat first, as they had class at 2 in the afternoon. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly noticed 5 pairs of intense eyes staring at them. These 5 were the same ones they had seen before entering the dungeon, and while they were puzzled about what these people wanted, the 5 quickly ran up to them. "Hello, seniors. I'm Lu Chanha from class 5 of the second year. My profession
is equipment enhancer.
Let's add each other as friends. I can help enhance your equipment strength."
"Seniors, I'm an alchemist.
If you need any potions, come to me. I'll give them to you for free, as long as you can help me
level up." "And me, I'm..." The 5 enthusiastic second-year students introduced themselves with great fervor.
It was no wonder they were so eager. 2 freshmen had cleared a hell-level dungeon, and it was the most difficult
flying monster dungeon, breaking the record in the process.
As long as they weren't foolish, they all knew these 2 freshmen were big shots. Now that only they knew about this, they naturally wanted to befriend them early on. Moreover, they were all life professions. Although the level requirement wasn't high, they still needed to level up. Currently, among all the life profession students in the second year, these 5 were the only ones who hadn't reached level 30. If they wanted to level up, they were all life professions, and while grinding monsters wasn't efficient, it was about the same. Finding others to help them level up was difficult, as those main combat
professions had long surpassed level 30 and couldn't take them into dungeons. They didn't feel safe looking for people outside the school. The freshmen had just started school, and many hadn't even reached level 20, let alone be able to help them. So their current situation is quite awkward. But now it's different. These 2 gentlemen in front of them have cleared a hell-level dungeon, and if they could just cling to their legs, they might be able to level up with them.
"Alright, stop crowding around them," Han Shan said as he walked over, bringing silence to the 5. "You 2 students, I'm Han Shan, the teacher in charge of the 20 to 29 level dungeon area today. Please come with me. I need to ask you a few questions." Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha nodded, and as for the friend requests from the 5 second-year seniors, they agreed as well. They knew that having more friends means more
opportunities.
"Don't say anything reckless after you 5 go out," Han Shan warned them.
"Don't worry, Teacher Han, we know the rules. We definitely won't say anything out of line."
"You 2 juniors, when you have time, take us to level up. We're counting on you to save us." The 5 nodded in agreement. Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha then followed Han Shan to a small room not far away, which was where Han Shan was on duty.
"What are your names, students? Which class are you in?
Who is your homeroom teacher?" Once inside, Han Shan poured them a glass of water and asked with a smile.
"Lu Chanha, class 1 of the battle department, homeroom teacher is Wei Tao. Lu Chanha, class 1 of the
support department, homeroom teacher is Zhu Yan."
The 2 shared their information.
Han Shan nodded. Being in class 1 meant they were among the best students of this cohort.
"You are the hidden team, right?" Han Shan asked.
Lu Chanha and Lu Chanha nodded. There was no need to hide this since the other party had seen them come out of the dungeon. Seeing their acknowledgement, Han Shan worked hard to maintain his expression.
"Can I ask how you managed to do that?"
Han Shan said, "Of course, if it involves any of your core secrets, you don't have to tell me. I just want to know if there are other quick ways to clear this dungeon." "Teacher Han, can I ask what the clearing methods
for this dungeon are?"
Lu Chanha inquired, as he had a question. This dungeon had clearly been cleared many times, so why had no one discovered that unique quest before?
Did no student check that wooden house after clearing the dungeon?
This dungeon appeared 10 years ago, but initially, many students couldn't clear it, as flying-type monsters at level 20 were nearly unbeatable. Until one student thought of a method, which was to use special fire oil to set the trees on fire, and that's how the dungeon was cleared, Han Shan explained. "I believe you've also noticed that the elves' respawn point is that wooden house. As long as the wooden house is gone, you only need to defeat the
monsters once."
Lu Chanha realized, no wonder no one had discovered that unique quest before. The ancient trees had been burned, and the wooden house on top must have also been destroyed, making it impossible to trigger the quest. As for Han Shan's mention of the wooden house being a respawn point, he truly didn't know that. After all, he had killed too quickly. The boss had died in less than a minute, so there was naturally no chance for respawning.
"Teacher
Han, our method isn't suitable for others," Lu Chanha said.
"Is that so?
That's a bit of a pity.
If your method were suitable for most people, it would be equivalent to providing a new strategy and you could at least earn 100,000 credits, Han Shan said. Of course, since you broke the dungeon record, you can also earn 5,000 credits as a reward. I will record this and you can exchange it for credits tomorrow. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he didn't press further. He thought these two might have used some powerful item to clear the dungeon quickly. This method indeed wasn't suitable for most people. There's nothing else, you can leave now, you should still have classes in the afternoon. Han Shan said, by the way, if you refresh the dungeon records in the future, it's best to use your class name. Consider it a kind of class honor. Okay, Teacher Han. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha nodded and then left. The two went to the cafeteria, and after finishing lunch, it was already past 1 o'clock, so they slowly headed towards their respective classrooms. When they arrived at the classroom, many people were already waiting. The difficulty of our academy's dungeons is not low, they are much harder than the ones we cleared before. That's normal. The dungeons in our academy are carefully selected from above, and they all have their own characteristics. I heard there's even an elf dungeon. Unfortunately, that's a level 20 dungeon. We can't enter yet. We can't enter, but isn't there someone in our class who can? Everyone turned to look at Chu Chen, who was gazing out the window. Noticing their gaze, Chu Chen looked over in confusion. Chu Chen, you went to clear a dungeon this morning, right? Did you go to the elf dungeon? Zhang Yu directly walked up to ask. Yes, what's up? Chu Chen replied, puzzled. Is it really the elf dungeon? Tell us what the elves inside look like. Are they all broad-minded? Zhang Yu winked. Although the others didn't speak, their eager expressions said it all. Even a few girls in the class pretended to be uninterested but were secretly all ears. They all look very. Chu Chen paused for a moment and then said one word, explicit. This made everyone's eyes light up, as if many images suddenly filled their minds. Is that true? Our academy would really give us such a dungeon? Zhang Yu questioned, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, very explicit, the kind that's hard to look at. Chu Chen nodded. What he said was true, the final boss was directly a skeleton, and those with a weak heart didn't dare to look. Everyone couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for the upcoming class, they might have rushed out of the classroom to level up. Chu Chen didn't know that because of his words, everyone in the class went crazy leveling up to reach level 20. However, when they finally reached level 20 and saw those explicit elves, everyone was mentally devastated and looked at Chu Chen with resentful eyes. For a whole month, seeing the excited expressions of everyone, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile as well. Could he not know that everyone misunderstood his meaning? Of course, he knew, because before entering the elf dungeon, he thought the same way. But since he had already been caught in the rain, there was no need for others to hold an umbrella. Soon, it was 2 o'clock and Wei Tao walked in from outside. Everyone follow me, I'll take you to the strength training room. Wei Tao waved his hand and led everyone out of the classroom, quickly arriving in front of another teaching building. As soon as they entered, Chu Chen saw Lu Chanha there too, but the two just nodded at each other, and then followed their class to different rooms. These are the training pods for controlling strength. Wei Tao pointed to 10 upright cylindrical devices and said, these training pods were researched and created by the top alchemists of our great Xia. Once you enter, they will automatically adjust your panel attributes based on your condition. There are a total of 10 levels. Level 1 corresponds to strength control of 0 to 10%, and so on. Different levels also require different credits. Level 1 requires 10 credits for 1 hour. Level 2 requires 50 credits for 1 hour. You are all freshmen, and you have 100 hours of free time each month. This benefit will be gone after your second year, so cherish it. Listening to Wei Tao, everyone curiously examined the training pods. Teacher, what powers these training pods? It shouldn't be electric power, right? Someone asked curiously. You can take a guess. Wei Tao replied with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, offering various guesses, but Wei Tao just shook his head. Let me tell you, the energy for these training pods comes from gold coins. Wei Tao announced the answer. Gold coins? Everyone was surprised, unable to fathom how gold coins could be used for energy. Gold coins are the most common items. They can drop from monsters, and now they have become currency. Naturally, we in the Great Xia have also studied gold coins. As early as hundreds of years ago, we discovered that gold coins contain a special kind of energy, but we have never been able to extract or utilize it. After years of research, it was only a century ago that we developed the technology to extract energy from gold coins and put it to use. You rarely encounter devices that consume gold coins for energy, but if you go to the front lines of the outer realms, you'll find that many offensive and defensive devices there consume this kind of energy. Alright, just understand this for now. Next, I will demonstrate how to use the training pod. After finishing, Wei Tao approached one of the training pods. After entering the training pod, place your badge here. It will record your information and deduct credits based on the time you use. Wei Tao stepped inside the training pod and placed a school badge into a slot. Soon, a screen inside the pod lit up, displaying information about Wei Tao. Name, Wei Tao. Identity, teacher of Class 1, Battle Department, Class of 23. Control level, 73% training level, Level 7 training cost 10,000 credits/hour free time. 100 hours. This is my information. On this screen, you can choose to consume credits or free time.
Free time resets to 0 at the end of each month, so my suggestion is to start by consuming credits.
If you can raise your control level to over 20% by the end of the month, it will be more cost-effective to use free time after entering level 2. Wei Tao said as he took out his school badge and looked at everyone. Any questions? Teacher, what do we do inside? We can't just stand still, right? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Remember the military exercises you learned in high school?
If you don't want to do those, you can also do some simple exercises like running or sit-ups. There are no specific restrictions, just do what you feel is appropriate, Wei Tao replied with a smile.
Then others raised their doubts, and Wei Tao answered them in detail. Students, I hope everyone can quickly improve your control over strength.
Because once your control level increases, it will greatly enhance your power. It will not only affect your critical hit rate and convert skills into ultimate techniques, but it will also influence your critical hit multiplier. For example, my control level is 73%, theoretically allowing me to unleash an 8-fold critical hit, but so far, I've only achieved that once, and it was in a dire situation. Wei Tao said, however, when farming monsters, hitting a 4 or 5 times critical hit is quite easy. Everyone's eyes lit up. They were all at the class professions with high combat power. If they could trigger multiple critical hits, the damage would be even more terrifying. Even Lu Chanha was quite tempted. This was a critical hit multiplier. His damage bonus was over 900 times, and if he triggered a critical hit, that would be over 1800 times, and a triple critical hit would be over 2700 times. If skills were factored in, dealing tens of millions in damage would be a breeze. Alright, there are a total of 10 training pods here. Each of you can experience half an hour first, and this half hour will not count against your free time. Lu Chanha and the other 9 entered the training pods, placing their school badges in the slots as Wei Tao had just taught them. Name, Lu Chanha. Identity, student of Class 1, Battle Department, 23rd. Session, control level, 0%, training tier, tier 1, training consumption, 10 credits/hour, free time, 100 hours, teaching experience, 30 minutes. After reviewing his information, Lu Chanha took a deep breath and clicked the start button on the screen. In the next moment, the cabin door closed, and a peculiar force gradually spread throughout the training chamber, making Lu Chanha feel as if his body was weightless. Thinking about it, Lu Chanha began to run, but he soon discovered that his right leg seemed unresponsive, unexpectedly covering a distance of 1 meter. When he tried to retract his left foot, he felt a resistance, but when he exerted force, his left foot suddenly became light and was quickly pulled back. Is this simulating a state of uncontrolled power? Lu Chanha threw a punch forward and found the same thing. He felt resistance one moment, but the next moment, his punch speed increased a bit. It seems I need to find a balance point in this state of uncontrolled power. Lu Chanha realized this in his heart and immediately began to run while controlling his own strength. The sensation of alternating between fast and slow was very uncomfortable and tiring, and within just a few minutes, he started to pant. Aside from Lu Chanha, the other 9 were in a similar situation, with only Yang Yunpeng performing exceptionally well. Oh, this kid actually has a 6% control level. Wei Tao looked at Yang Yunpeng's training chamber, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Some students came from martial arts families and had been training since childhood, making them sensitive to their own strength growth. Even after successfully transitioning to a new profession, they would still retain some level of control over their power. It was clear that Yang Yunpeng was one of those students. Soon, half an hour passed, and the 10 training chambers opened. Except for Yang Yunpeng, who only had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, the others were drenched in sweat, their clothes completely soaked. The alternating fast and slow is too torturous. In half an hour, I didn't even achieve 1% control. As if anyone else is doing any better. Not necessarily. Yang Yunpeng had 6% control as soon as he entered. Damn, Yangge, please give us some pointers. I've been training since I was little, so I have some control, but I can offer some tips. They might not suit you all, but you can consider them. Watching the students gather around Yang Yunpeng, Wei Tao looked on with a smile. He naturally knew some techniques, but these techniques were more about instinct. If a simple pointer could teach them, he would have shared it long ago. Alright, the next round of students can go in. If you want to discuss, you can wait until after class. After giving everyone a few minutes, Wei Tao finally interrupted. Another 10 students entered the training chamber, and like Lu Chanha and the others, when they emerged half an hour later, they were also drenched in sweat. The last 10 students can go in now, Ning Tao said. The final 10 entered the training chamber, but this time there was a difference. One of them had a certain level of control. Lu Chanha remembered her name was Ning Lan, a very quiet girl whose profession was Shadow Ranger. Although she only reached a 3% control level, it was still much better than most of them. Alright, everyone has finished their experience. If you want to go in again later, you will need to consume your free time or credits. Today's class ends here. I know everyone is eager to improve their strength, but you also need to pay attention to reasonably allocating your rest time. After giving a few instructions, Wei Tao announced the end of class.
He wasn't worried about anyone exhausting themselves in the training chamber, as it also had a life status detection function. If someone fainted, the supervising teacher would arrive immediately. It was only around 4 in the afternoon, and 10 people planned to stay and continue training, while the rest prepared to go level up by completing dungeons. Chu Chen arrived at the class where Lu Chanha was, learning that the latter also planned to continue training. After agreeing to meet at the cafeteria later, Chu Chen left just in time to check the exchange center to see if there are any epic or legendary spirit wines. With that thought, Chu Chen headed towards the exchange center. Thank you for the gift, and I humbly request a good review. Upon reaching the exchange center, Chu Chen approached a window where the familiar Wu Lao was seated. Little guy, what do you want? To exchange? Wu Lao smiled at Chu Chen, still remembering him, especially since he had earned over 200,000 credits upon entering the Qinglong Academy all those years ago. Wu Lao, I'd like to ask if there are any spirit wines available? Preferably epic or even legendary spirit wines, Chu Chen inquired. A hint of surprise flashed in Wu Lao's eyes. While many new students often sought to exchange for good items, it was rare for someone to directly ask for epic or legendary spirit wines. Of course, we do have spirit wines, but right now our exchange center can only offer epic spirit wines, as such items are seldom exchanged by students, Wu Lao explained. As for legendary spirit wines, they can be exchanged as well, but you need to place a reservation first. They will arrive within 3 days. Spirit wines above the epic level have strong effects, but the benefits are time limited. Spirit wines are considered strategic resources primarily provided to the front lines in foreign realms. Within the academy, epic wines can be exchanged, but for legendary ones, an upper-level application is required. Hearing that legendary spirit wines could also be exchanged, Chu Chen smiled. It was just a matter of waiting a few more days. Wu Lao, could you show me what epic and above spirit wines are available? Chu Chen asked. Wu Lao nodded, took out a tablet, operated it for a moment, and then handed it to Chu Chen. Looking at the tablet, Chu Chen saw that there were over 200 types of epic spirit wines available for exchange, but currently, only a little over 10 types were in stock and could be obtained immediately. The rest needed to be reserved. As for legendary spirit wines, there were 42 types available for exchange, all of which were out of stock and required reservations. The tablet also displayed the effects of these legendary spirit wines. Huanglong wine, legendary level, made from the reverse scales of the legendary monster Huanglong, brewed with thousands of materials. After consumption, within 3 hours, all damage dealt plus 1000% damage. Received minus 1000%, health cap plus 1000%, can cast the skill Huanglong transformation once, with a 5% chance to gain one of Huanglong's talents. Life Ice Dew, legendary level, made from the roots of the ancient life tree of the elf race. Brewed with thousands of materials. After consumption, within 3 hours, restores 5% of health per second, immune to all negative effects below divine level, with a 5% chance to gain a permanent blessing effect from the ancient life tree. Sangluo Valley Rain, legendary level, made from the morning dew of the divine tree Fusang, brewed with thousands of materials. After consumption, within 3 hours, each time attacked by a being below divine level, there is a 10% chance to be immune, a 100% chance to convert one skill into a supreme skill, a 50% chance to convert 2 skills into supreme skills, and a 1% chance to convert 3 skills into supreme skills. Although Chu Chen knew that the effects of legendary spirit wines would be incredibly strong, he did not expect them to be this powerful. He had only consumed epic-level spirit wines twice. The first time was when he drank a mythic-level spirit wine and awakened the wine sword immortal class. The second time was when he helped Ji Yuan complete a breakthrough task and received the epic spirit wine Clear Wind and Rain Dew, but its effects were completely incomparable to those of legendary spirit wines. Of course, these legendary spirit wines were not cheap. The cheapest one cost 1 million credits, equivalent to 10 billion gold coins. This was in the Qinglong Academy. Outside, not to mention 10 billion gold coins, even 100 billion gold coins might not be enough to buy them. Such things are generally only possessed by the strong. They don't lack gold coins and prefer to barter instead. It is precisely because the Qinglong Academy is one of the top institutions in the Great Xia that these students have the opportunity to access legendary items. So, what do you think? Want to make a reservation? Your credits aren't enough. You might as well look at the epic level spirit wine, Old Wu said with a smile. Although Chu Chen had a fair amount of credits, it was still insufficient to purchase legendary spirit wine. Chu Chen fell silent for a moment. Naturally, he wanted the legendary spirit wine, but his credits were indeed lacking. Of course, he could directly approach Principal Fengyun, and it was likely that if he mentioned it, the principal would send the legendary spirit wine over directly. However, he didn't want to trouble the other party. He had already used a mythic-level heaven and earth prohibition for his breakthrough task last time. Was legendary spirit wine a necessity for him? At least not for now. Even if he obtained a powerful skill, he could still clear instances with ease. To trouble someone for something he didn't urgently need seemed unnecessary to Chu Chen. Moreover, he wasn't incapable of earning credits himself. It was just 1 million credits, and with some effort, he should be able to earn that in a month. Old Wu, I want these 4 types of epic level spirit wine. Chu Chen said, pointing to the 4 types of epic level spirit wine that were in stock. Epic level spirit wine was much cheaper, with the least expensive costing 50,000 credits and the most expensive only 200,000 credits. Alright, give me your school badge. Chu Chen handed over his badge, and the total for the 4 types of epic level spirit wine came to 260,000 credits. After the deduction, he was left with just over 20,000 credits. After the credits were deducted, Old Wu handed the 4 types of epic level spirit wine to Chu Chen, without any fancy gift boxes, just jars of wine. Is there anything else you need? Old Wu continued to ask. Chu Chen was about to shake his head when he suddenly thought of something. By the way, Old Wu, do we have mythic level spirit wine at the exchange? He hadn't seen any mythic level spirit wine on the tablet just now. We do, but you can't afford it. Old Wu nodded. Mythic level items can't be bought with credits, they require military merit. Military merit? That's right. After you enter your 2nd year, there will be an opportunity to go to the front lines of the outer domain where you can earn military merit, Old Wu said. But just having military merit isn't enough, you also need a rank. Different ranks have different exchange privileges, and to exchange for mythic level items, you need at least the rank of a major general. Chu Chen suddenly understood, it made sense. Mythic level items belonged to the foundation of the Great Xia, and it would be strange if anyone could exchange for them. Even the mythic level heaven and earth prohibition that Feng Yun had brought him before was decided after a meeting. After that, Chu Chen didn't linger any longer, he left the exchange and returned to his residence. I wonder what skills these 4 types of epic level spirit wine will bring me. With that thought, Chu Chen took out one of the jars of epic level spirit wine, opened it and poured it directly into his mouth. He quickly finished the entire jar. You have consumed Fragrant Flow, epic level, triggering the wine immortal talent, and gained a new skill, Void Sword Condensation Technique. Void Sword Condensation Technique. You can gather the power of the void to condense a void sword. The void sword is formless and shadowless, making it hard to defend against. When dealing damage to a target, it can leave a layer of void mark. 4. Each additional layer of mark, the target will receive a 1% increase in all damage taken within the next minute, stacking up to 5 layers, 1/10 level, 0 out of 100 proficiency. Looking at the new skill, Chu Chen's mind stirred, and immediately, numerous void swords were condensed. When his mana was completely consumed, there were over 100 void swords. It took about 10 mana to condense one. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although stacking 5 layers only increased the damage effect by 5%. This was just at level 1, as levels increased, the effects would also improve. Moreover, the void sword was formless and shadowless, making it perfect for ambushes, and there was no limit to the number. Theoretically, as long as he had enough mana, he could condense countless void swords. With this thought, Chu Chen took out the remaining 3 jars of epic spirit wine and drank them all in one go. You have consumed Rao Chun Su, epic, triggering the wine immortal talent, and gained a new skill, Sword Light Escape Technique. You have consumed Tiger Whip Wine, epic, triggering the wine immortal talent, and gained a new skill, Sword Flash. You have consumed Jade Pearl, epic, triggering the wine immortal talent, and gained a new skill, Sword Drawing Technique. Sword Light Escape Technique. After use, for the next 5 minutes, your body transforms into sword light, doubling your speed, with a 5% chance to gain the invulnerability effect. Cooldown time, 30 seconds, level 1 out of 10. 0/100 proficiency. Sword Flash. After use, you can teleport to any spirit sword in front of you and become immune to all damage for the next 0.5 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 minutes, level 110, 0/100 proficiency. Sword Drawing Technique. Using your destined immortal sword, charge for 3 seconds. Your next attack will deal 150% damage to all targets within a 100-meter range and inflict bleeding effects. Cooldown time, 10 minutes, level 110, 0/100 proficiency. The 3 types of epic spirit wine provided Chu Chen with 3 powerful skills. The Sword Light Escape Technique and Sword Flash greatly enhanced Chu Chen's survivability. The former was very suitable for fleeing. If the invulnerability effect was triggered, the enemy's control methods would have no effect on him. The latter was suitable for combat. His control range over spirit swords had now reached 3,000 meters, meaning he could teleport 3 kilometers and also had a 0.5 second immunity to damage, completely avoiding the possibility of being caught off guard. As for the sword drawing technique, it was an extremely powerful area skill that dealt damage to all targets within 100 meters. Given Chu Chen's damage output, it meant that as long as the targets were within that range, no matter how many there were, he could take them all out with a single sword strike. And all of this was still at level 1. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 4 types of epic spirit wine had given him 4 new skills, increasing his offensive capabilities. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden knock at the door. When Chu Chen opened it, he found Principal Feng Yan standing at the door with a beaming smile. "Old Feng, what brings you here?" Chu Chen asked, as he welcomed him in. "I heard from that old guy Wu that you need legendary spirit wine?" Feng Yan asked with a smile after entering. Chu Chen paused, surprised that the news had spread so quickly. "Old Feng, I do need legendary spirit wine, but I can still earn 1,000,000 points with some effort," Chu Chen replied. I believe that. Feng Yan nodded. He already knew that Chu Chen had cleared the elf gathering place dungeon with Lu Chanha. Refreshing a record would yield a reward of 5,000 credits, so 1,000,000 credits was just a matter of refreshing 200 dungeon records. Moreover, equipment and items above epic level could also be exchanged for credits. The academy also had the divine tower, and passing each level would also grant credit rewards. He understood Chu Chen's situation. For him, 1,000,000 credits was just a matter of spending a bit more time. Don't worry, I know your thoughts. I came here this time to ask you for a favor, Feng Yan said. Please go ahead, old Feng, Chu Chen said, curious. After all, the other party was a legendary powerhouse above level 80. What could he possibly need from him? A secret realm appeared on Fishing Island some time ago, and it will open in half a month. However, only practitioners below level 30 can enter. But aside from our great Xia, the pirates from Japan have also discovered this secret realm, and they naturally don't want to miss out. Feng Yan said. In the end, both sides discussed and each sent 100 people into the secret realm. What they can gain depends entirely on their abilities. Are we afraid of the Japanese pirates? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Although Japan's strength was not weak, it was far inferior compared to Great Xia. If Great Xia wanted, it could level Japan to the ground in a day, slaughtering all the pirates. Of course not. In the past, we in Great Xia also discovered the secret realm at the same time as Japan. When they wanted to compete, we sent a few myth-level powerhouses to their small island for a stroll, and they didn't dare to act recklessly afterward. But this time is different. In recent years, Japan has ingratiated itself with the Lighthouse Nation, and their audacity has grown. This time, the presence of the Lighthouse Nation is evident. Of course, even with the help of the Lighthouse Nation, if we are unwilling, Japan cannot enter the secret realm. Feng Yan looked at Chu Chen and said, however, the reason the higher-ups have retreated this time is because of you. Me? That's right. The higher-ups are very clear about your situation. Although your strength is formidable, you have not been baptized by blood. Killing monsters and killing people are not the same. So you need to participate in this secret realm. Although the higher-ups haven't given you any requirements. Feng Yan grinned. I, an old man, don't like Japanese pirates wandering around in our Great Xia's secret realm. Chu Chen understood the reason the higher-ups agreed to let Japan enter the secret realm was to provide him with targets. Rest assured, old Feng, I also don't like Japanese pirates wandering around in our Great Xia's secret realm. Chu Chen nodded. Killing people, he had killed quite a few monsters, but he didn't know what it felt like to kill a person. Well, you handle it yourself. Originally, the higher-ups wanted Japan to send 500 or even 1,000 people into the secret realm, but Japan is quite shrewd. They probably feared all would die inside, so they only sent 100. What a pity, Feng Yan said, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Without giving Chu Chen a chance to speak, Feng Yan continued, alright, I will take you there in half a month. Now that we've talked about the matter, let's discuss the benefits. Actually, there is only one benefit. Everything you obtain in the secret realm belongs to you. Of course, if you have things you don't need, you can take them to the exchange to trade. 4 credits. Chu Chen nodded. This benefit was already quite good. After all, without Great Xia, he wouldn't even have the chance to enter the secret realm. Besides that, since I, the old man, have given you a task, there will definitely be a task. Reward. This is the legendary spirit wine, Ching by Nian Yang, and it is now yours. Feng Yan said as he took out a jar of spirit wine and placed it in front of Chu Chen. Ching by Nian Yang, legendary level, brewed in a container. Made from the legendary plant Ching bamboo, combined with thousands of materials over 100 years. After consumption, all attribute damage caused within 3 hours plus 1000%, attribute resistance plus 99%. After the effect ends, there is a 100% chance to permanently gain plus 20% in 1 random attribute resistance, a 50% chance to gain 2, and a 1% chance to gain 3. Looking at this jar of legendary spirit wine, Chu Chen realized that Old Feng had come specifically to deliver spirit wine to him. Old Feng, don't be so wishy-washy. This is a task I personally assigned to you, so what rewards I give you is naturally up to me. Then we can discuss it after the task is completed. What? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? Do you think you can't complete this task? That's not it. Then that's settled. Take it. This spirit wine has been in my hands for over 10 years. I can't use it anyway. Chu Chen stopped being pretentious and accepted the spirit wine. Alright, there isn't much else to discuss. Feng Yan stood up with a smile, about to leave when he turned back. By the way, when are you planning to go run the attribute dungeon? I was thinking of checking it out tomorrow, Chu Chen replied. Tomorrow? You're not planning to go with Lu Chanha, are you? That was indeed the plan. Feng Yan took a deep breath. It was a good thing he asked, otherwise, it would have been a waste to let the two of them go run the dungeon alone. Let's go in 3 days, I'll find you 98 more teammates to form a 100-person team. Okay. Chu Chen nodded. Leading a team to run a dungeon was easy for him. After that, Feng Yan left, and Chu Chen took out the legendary spirit wine. He had originally thought it would take at least a month of hard work to earn enough credits to buy the legendary spirit wine, but unexpectedly, he had a pleasant surprise. Opening the wine jar, Chu Chen took a sip. It tasted great, but it was still far from the mythical spirit wine. After finishing a jar of wine, Chu Chen also gained a new skill. You have consumed the aged green silk brew, legendary, triggering the wine immortal talent, and gained a new skill, Life Sword Chi. Life Sword Chi, you comprehend the power of heaven and earth, allowing your sword chi to contain the power of the 5 elements, and you can freely switch the attributes of your sword chi. 1. Wood Spirit Sword Chi can restore 21% of the damage you dealt to the target as health, with a 21% chance to remove the target's negative status. 2. Metal Spirit Sword Chi can put the target in a severely injured state, reducing the effectiveness of health recovery by 21%. 3. Water Spirit Sword Chi slows the target, with a 21% chance to trigger a freezing effect. 4. Fire Spirit Sword Chi causes a burning effect on the target, with a 21% chance to make the burning target explode. 5. Earth Spirit Sword Chi reduces the damage of the target's next attack by 21%. The attack range of the sword chi increases with level. Currently, it is 3,000 meters, level 21. Looking at the new skill, Chu Chen gasped. Although he knew the skills gained from legendary spirit wine would be powerful, he didn't expect them to be this overpowered. Just the 5 different attributes of sword chi were already terrifying, and the wood spirit sword chi even gave him, a main combat class, the ability of a healer. Not only could he restore health, but he could also remove negative statuses. How terrifying is a 21% damage recovery? A fact? Chu Chen now dealt 3 to 4 million damage with a single strike, so a 21% effect could restore hundreds of thousands of health. Currently, the tankiest player he encountered at level 20 was Lu Chanha, whose health was still under 40,000. A single strike would fully heal him. As long as Lu wasn't one-shot, with his healing capacity, Lu would definitely survive. Besides that, the attack range was also frightening. His sword control now had a range of 3,000 meters, and with the sword chi's range added, it meant he could kill enemies within 6,000 meters with a single strike. With the increase in level, he could completely achieve this across the 14 continents. Is my class really mythical? Chu Chen couldn't help but doubt. He wasn't even sure what level his class was. It was Fengyan who told him it was mythical. But with his damage and various powerful skills, it didn't seem like a mythical class at all. If mythical classes were this powerful, the Great Xia would have long since conquered the outer realms. Chu Chen shook his head, not wanting to think too much. The class levels were defined by the human race, not by the will of the world. Theoretically, every class has the potential to become a deity. After reviewing the new skill, Lu Chanha called, and they met up in the cafeteria. Old Chu, this power control is too difficult. I'm exhausted, and I haven't even made 1% progress, Lu Chanha said while eating. If it were that easy, the academy wouldn't have created those devices, Chu Chen replied with a smile. That's true, we can only work hard slowly afterwards. In our class, 3 people have a certain level of control, with the highest reaching 7%. It is said that if one reaches 10% control, there's a chance to convert skills into ultimate techniques. Chu Chen was surprised. The highest control in their class was Yan Yunpeng, who only had 6%. He didn't expect that Lu Chanha's class would have someone with 7%. Although it was just a 1% difference, the higher you go, the slower the improvement becomes. It was like Lu Chanha had worked hard for over an hour and didn't even gain 1%. There were no classes in the evening, and actually, there weren't many classes during the day either. In a week, there were only 2 or 3 theoretical classes. The rest of the time, students were grinding dungeons to improve their strength. Holidays? No student would think about taking a break. All the students were working hard to enhance their abilities. Especially the students of Qinglong Academy, they were very clear that their goal was the front lines of the outer domain, and they were destined to be the ones standing at the forefront of the Great Xia. Death was something they feared as well. But generation after generation, people still rushed to the front lines, using their flesh and blood to build the walls of the Great Xia, inheriting the will of their ancestors. After dinner, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha didn't waste any time and headed to the dungeon area to continue leveling up. However, as soon as they arrived, they found 5 people gathered there, the same 5 sophomore seniors they had seen during the day. Hey, junior brothers, you're here to level up, right? Can you take us along? After some pushing and shoving, Lu Cheng shyly stepped forward and said, don't worry, we won't let you do it for free. We can offer you credits as a reward. How about 2,000 credits for each of you? After saying that, the 5 looked at Chu Chen and Lu Chanha with anticipation. They were already in their second year and would enter the outer domain in half a month. But before entering the outer domain, there was a test. They had to reach level 30, or they wouldn't be able to enter. Although the outer domain was extremely dangerous, they still hadn't thought about backing down. It was fine if they couldn't go to the battlefield, at least they could serve in logistics. We can take you, but forget about the credits. Chu Chen shook his head. In the academy, taking life profession students to level up wouldn't earn credits, but life professions needed to provide some consumables during the dungeon runs. After saying that, Chu Chen sent a party invitation to the 5. Junior brother, you're really righteous. Lu Chang gave a thumbs up, and then all 5 accepted the invitation together. Chu Chen glanced at the dungeons and ultimately chose the dungeon, Spider Cave. It was still at hell difficulty.
When the 7 entered the dungeon, Lu Chang and the others received a prompt about the hell difficulty. If it were anyone else, they might think the others were crazy. But having seen Chu Chen and Lu Chanha clear hell difficulty dungeons, they were only excited. Hell difficulty dungeons were something they, as life profession students, would never be able to enter in their lifetime. Because even if there were other main combat professions leading, they wouldn't. Take life professions alone, having one more life profession meant less combat power. Junior brothers, the most troublesome thing about the spider cave dungeon is those spider webs. Once you touch a web, there's a chance you'll enter a state of paralysis. There are quite a few types of spider monsters in this dungeon, and the webs they spit out have different effects: poison, fire burns, freezing. The boss's webs even have a curse effect. In addition to the webs spat out by those spider monsters, you'll also encounter webs on the way, and some webs are even hidden in the soil. Lu Chang and the others knew they couldn't provide combat power, so they detailed what they knew about the dungeon. Of course, the 2 junior brothers don't need to worry. With Wang Liang here, those negative states won't affect us at all, Lu Chang said, patting the other person beside him. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but I do have a potion here that can counter the negative effects of these spider monsters, Wang Liang said as he took out a potion. White light potion, epic level, reduces all negative effects received by 20% for 1 hour, with a 10% chance to become immune to negative effects. Here, 2 junior brothers, this potion is all made by me, and there aren't many. You each take 3 bottles first, and if you need more later, I'll find a way to make some, Wang Liang said, as he handed 6 bottles of potion to Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. Senior, you can brew epic level potions now? Lu Chanha looked at Wang Liang in shock. I got lucky and brewed it, but the success rate is too low, about 1 in 10,000. I still need to improve it later. Wang Liang shook his head. Previously, many main combat classes took us to level up, but we've been focused on researching new things, Lu Chang explained. For example, Wang Liang, this white light potion is his own research, and the cost is 1/10 lower than most similar epic level potions on the market. I'm researching equipment enhancement scrolls, not as good as Wang Liang, although I've also developed an epic level enhancement scroll, but the effect isn't great, so I need to continue improving it. And the 3 of them are researching a type of area weapon suitable for the battlefield, and they've already made some progress, but they still need to test it in the outer realms, so we absolutely cannot miss this opportunity to enter the outer realms. Listening to Lu Chang's explanation, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha suddenly understood why the 5 of them were still below level 30 in their second year. It turned out most of their energy was invested in research. Don't just stand there, bring out any good stuff you have. We can't really let the 2 junior brothers level us up for free, Lu Chang said, with a smile. Junior brothers, my profession is related to alchemy. This is a thunder bomb I developed. Although it's only rare level, it has decent area damage and a certain chance to cause paralysis on the target. I'm still researching an epic level 1. My profession is similar to a mechanic. This is a mech leg guard I developed. Wearing it can increase movement speed and allows for short-term flight. I originally developed a full set of mechs, but I haven't succeeded yet, mainly due to energy issues. And me, don't be fooled by this disc being only palm-sized. Once activated, it can release a formation. Although the damage to rare-level monsters is a bit low, even epic-level monsters can't break through the confinement formation in a short time. The other 3 also smiled as they took out their items, all of which they had made themselves. Although they were not yet mature, they were quite impressive for level 20. Chu Chen looked at these items and thought that indeed there were no idle people at Qinglong Academy. Although these 5 seniors were not high level, their achievements in other areas were also commendable. Senior, put the items away, we don't need these for monster grinding, Chu Chen said. Junior brother, don't be polite. Lu Chang was about to persuade when 50 spirit swords flew out, directly attacking the 50 spider monsters not far away. 3841744-9297020. Critical hit, minus 999,421, true damage. Terrifying damage numbers appeared, and the 50 spider monsters didn't even have time to react before their health was completely drained. The 5 of them also received notifications for gaining experience points. The 5 of them stared blankly at the monsters lying on the ground, dropping some equipment. Senior brothers, you should keep these items for use in the outer realms. The warriors on the front lines there need them more than we do, Chu Chen said, and Lu Chanha also smiled as he returned the potions in his arms to Lu Chang, then hurriedly ran to pick up the dropped items. The 5 people from Lu City exchanged glances, all able to see the shock in each other's eyes. If they didn't know that Chu Chen was a newcomer, they would have thought he was a level 60 extraordinary powerhouse. The damage he dealt was simply terrifying. Don't worry, Junior, we absolutely won't leak anything about what happens in the dungeon, Lu City said seriously, and the other 4 nodded in agreement. If it weren't for their forgetfulness spell, they would definitely have to give themselves a dose after leaving the dungeon. Let's go, we'll continue hunting monsters. Chu Chen smiled and nodded, then led everyone deeper into the dungeon. Although they had brought 5 more people, the experience points gained were the same as when he was with Lu Chanha. The group moved smoothly along the way. Despite being a hell-level dungeon, they had not encountered any monsters after the initial 50 they saw at the entrance.
Is this a hell level dungeon? Why does it suddenly feel so easy? Of course, that's because the junior is leading us. Otherwise, the few of us would probably struggle to even defeat those 50 monsters at the entrance. No wonder the junior could clear the elf gathering place dungeon so quickly. It turns out his damage is so high, and he even knows sword control techniques. He's clearly a melee fighter but has ranged attack methods. The 5 from Lu City marveled. It was their first time experiencing such an easy monster hunt. The reason they didn't see any monsters was that Chu Chanha directly controlled the spirit sword to a kilometer away, killing any monsters he found in advance. As long as they saw the experience increase prompt, they knew a monster had been killed by Chu Chanha. However, they weren't idle either. They learned from Lu Chanha to pick up the dropped items, at least to have something to do. The monsters in the Spider Cave dungeon posed no threat to Chu Chanha, all were dealt with in one sword strike. However, the cave was complex and often required detours to kill monsters, which took quite a bit of time. Even so, in just over 3 hours, Chu Chanha led the 6 of them to the boss. At the deepest part of the dungeon was a massive cavern, its ceiling covered in spider webs, with hundreds of cocoons formed from the webs. Inside was a gigantic spider covered in purple patterns. Spider Queen, epic, level, 30 health points, 4.5 million attack, 4587 physical defense, 2001 magical defense, 1784 skills, split, web spray, venom irrigation. This was the first time Chu Chanha saw the attributes of a level 30 epic boss. Previously, the attributes of the boss Buta in the elf gathering place were clearly an anomaly. Not bad attributes, but can be one-shot, was Chu Chanha's thought upon seeing the boss's stats. Junior, you need to be careful. Those cocoons contain rare level monsters, and then there's the boss. If you get hit by the venom, not only will you lose health points, but you'll also lose health based on a percentage, and it has a very nasty split skill. Once the health is depleted, the boss will split into thousands of small spiders, all of which are only high level and have just one skill, self-detonation, Lu City said. Chu Chanha nodded, feeling a sense of caution. If thousands of small spiders self-detonated, he indeed wouldn't be able to withstand it. At the same time, cracks began to appear in the cocoons at the top of the cavern, and rare-level spiders were preparing to emerge. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Chanha naturally wouldn't give these monsters a chance. Hundreds of spirit swords flew out, and the flashes of sword light instantly killed these rare-level monsters. The boss, who had been waiting to watch the show, was momentarily stunned to see its minions perish. But in the next moment, beams of sword light also fell upon it. -4621144, critical hit. -1903660, true damage, critical hit. Originally, Chu Chanha had prepared 5 spirit swords, but unexpectedly, the first sword fell and directly emptied the boss's health. The 5 from Lu City were also dumbfounded. Although they knew this junior's damage was terrifying, they never expected him to be able to kill the boss in one hit. The boss was already stunned. Clearly, its health had been emptied, yet it stood there for 2 seconds before letting out a cry and collapsing. Boom! After it fell, its body exploded, releasing thousands of small spiders. These little spiders, carrying the boss's dying will, immediately targeted Chu Chanha and pounced on him. Sword drawing technique. But just as these little spiders moved, a crescent-shaped sword light flashed by. Instantly, thousands of little spiders put on a spectacular explosion feast, various liquids splattering across the cave. Looking extremely disgusting. Your team has cleared the spider cave, level 20 to 29, earning 5,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 22, each attribute increases by 50 points, and you gain 100 free attribute points. Your team has successfully refreshed the hell level dungeon record for the spider cave, level 20 to 29, with a completion time of 3 hours 01 minutes 32 seconds, earning the reward, Wailing Scroll, Epic. Wailing Scroll, Epic level, upon use, emits a piercing wail, stunning the target for 10 seconds. I leveled up. This is too fast. I'm finally at level 29. There's hope to reach level 30 within half a month. I'm almost there too, but this speed is insane. If we were leveling up on our own, it might take us half a month to level up. Thanks to the junior, this leveling efficiency is terrifying. I estimate that by the time the junior is in his 2nd year, he'll be at least level 50 or even level 60. The few from Lu City were overjoyed, and they also took out the dungeon record rewards they had received. Junior, you can have these scrolls. We won't be needing them. No need, you're about to head to the front lines. Having these scrolls will keep you safer, and even if you can't use them, you can give them to other soldiers. Chu Chanha shook his head. Although the Wailing Scroll was good, it didn't serve much purpose for him. One for self-defense was enough. Let's go, it's only a little past 9. Let's continue leveling up. Chu Chanha didn't give them a chance to refuse and directly chose to exit the dungeon. At the same time, when exiting the dungeon, he set the team name to Class 1 of the 23rd battle year, and no one objected, as they were all just along for the ride. After exiting the dungeon, the 7 entered another dungeon, still at hell level. After more than 3 hours, they cleared this dungeon again. All 5 seniors reached level 29, and this time, Chu Chanha didn't level up, but Lu Chanha reached level 23. It was already past midnight, and all dungeon attempts had refreshed again. Are we still going to grind? Lu City asked. Clearing 2 hell-level dungeons in one night and refreshing the records, the 5 of them were very excited. Although their sense of participation wasn't strong, at least they were involved, right? Yes, we have no classes tomorrow, let's go grind. The elf gathering place, dungeon. Lu Chanha nodded. The reason he wanted to grind this dungeon was to see if there were any changes after he accepted the unique quest. Even if there was no unique quest, getting another sacrifice crystal would be nice. Moreover, he had another thought. If this thought was correct, this dungeon would be extremely suitable for leveling up. Seeing that Lu Chanha wanted to grind the dungeon again, the 5 from Lu City naturally had no objections. They were even worried about being a burden. Fortunately, the junior was nice and didn't mind them. Entering the elf gathering place dungeon once again, Lu Chanha, already familiar with this instance, wasted no time and began farming monsters directly. For others, flying monsters could be quite troublesome, but for him, they were just manageable. Watching these elves get taken down in an instant, Lu Chanha and the others had become much calmer, having seen too many scenes like this before. This time, it took just over 2 hours for Lu Chanha to lead the 6 of them to the ancient tree. The boss was still Buta, the prince of the elf clan. Although he had received the task from the other party, Lu Chanha showed no mercy. Those elves that had just emerged from the wooden huts were instantly killed by him. As before, Buto was shocked to see this scene, frantically flapping his damaged wings to fly into the sky. But this time, Lu Chanha did not kill him. Instead, he waited. Soon, a minute passed, and 100 wooden huts opened again, releasing another 100 rare-level elf monsters. Lu Chanha followed the same method, defeating these monsters while keeping an eye on the prompt panel. You have killed a level 29 rare monster, gaining 140 experience points. Seeing that he could indeed continue to gain experience points, Lu Chanha smiled. 100 monsters would respawn every minute, allowing him to earn 14,000 experience points each time. He glanced at his level. Level 22, 130,000/400,000. This meant that as long as he farmed 20 waves of monsters and waited 20 minutes, he could level up. His thoughts were indeed correct. This dungeon was a treasure trove for quick leveling. Junior, are you planning to level up here? Lu Chanha noticed Lu Chanha's intentions and asked uncertainly. That's right. I originally thought that these respawn monsters would only give experience points the first time they died, but I didn't expect to still gain experience after they respawned. Since that's the case, we can just level up here. A minute isn't long, and these are all rare level monsters, much more efficient than farming other dungeons. Lu Chanha nodded with a smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Buta in the sky. What a good guy. Not only did he give him a unique quest, but he also provided such a great leveling spot. Only you would dare to use this method, Junior. Lu Chanha said with a wry smile. In the past, there were people who thought about leveling up here, but they could only last a few waves before they couldn't hold on anymore. After all, others' damage wasn't as outrageous as Lu Chanha's. He could take them down with a basic attack, hardly consuming any resources. Let's farm here until a few seniors reach level 29 with full experience before we head out, Lu Chanha said. As for the breakthrough tasks of the others, he really couldn't help with that. They were all life class professions, and the breakthrough tasks were related to their professions, definitely not about farming monsters. I have to say, the atmosphere at Qinglong Academy is great. Lu Chanha had thought that once he entered, he would encounter various villains trying to make him show off and embarrass him. It turned out he was overthinking it. The seniors in their second year were preparing to enter the outer domain in half a month. The third-year seniors only returned to the academy occasionally, spending most of their time on the outer domain battlefield. As for the fourth-year seniors, some had taken positions in various cities, while others were stationed on the outer domain battlefield, returning only for a day or two at most during graduation. Some seniors had even fallen on the outer domain battlefield, with their remains possibly never to be recovered. Only the first-year students could still laugh and chat in the academy. While the second years were preparing for battle, the third years were engaged in combat, and the fourth years were fighting to the death. Each cohort had gone through this. 20 minutes later, Lu Chanha reached level 23. Leveling up was monotonous. Lu Chanha and the other 5 had already set up tables and chairs, brought out snacks and fruits, and started playing cards. We can only have fun for these few days. Soon we'll be heading to the outer domain, and we won't have time to play, just single A. Yeah, although the academy has released some videos from the outer domain, it's not the same as experiencing it firsthand. 2. Crushed to death. We're fine, all of us have jobs related to logistics, while those on the front lines are the ones heading to the battlefield, which is very dangerous. Wangjia. What you said is wrong. We're teammates, so your Wangjia means nothing. I'm reporting the order. As they played cards and chatted, Lu Chanha didn't participate, merely sipping from his wine gourd and brushing up on his skill proficiency. Senior, is the outer realm really that dangerous? Lu Chanha peeled an orange and handed it to Lu Chanha, asking curiously. Yeah, it's very dangerous. In the past, we didn't know, but when the seniors entered in their fourth year, there were a total of 5,410 people, and already 1,189 have died on the battlefield. Third years are a bit better, but still, 214 have died on the battlefield. You haven't been to the Divine Tower yet, right?
Next to the Divine Tower, there's a cemetery where all the fallen seniors from our Qinglong Academy since its establishment are buried.
Lu Chang's expression turned serious.
You had a chance to go in during your second year, but aside from that, the cemetery only opens when a senior has died in battle.
Do you know what we fear the most in the academy? What we fear the most is the bell ringing outside the cemetery.
Every time it rings, it means a senior has died in battle.
One ring represents one person.
Last year, it rang 34 times, and one time it rang 41 times, meaning that 41 seniors died that time.
Lu Chanha took a deep breath.
You have to know that those who can enter Qinglong Academy are at least rare-level professions, with many being epic level, yet the battle losses are still so high, which shows how dangerous the outer realm is.
You should say less, they're only
freshmen and not at the stage to think about these things yet.
Wang Liang, seeing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, changed the topic. Junior, do you have a girlfriend yet?
This topic change was too abrupt, leaving Lu Chanha, who was still
feeling a bit heavy-hearted, stunned.
And no, why do you ask, senior? Lu Chanha shook his head, he hadn't even held a girl's hand.
Then you better hurry up.
By the third year, the academy will start pushing for marriage. Those who aren't
married aren't allowed to take on dangerous tasks.
Wang Liang said with a smile, so many of our seniors will get married in their third year. Lu Chanha and Chu Chen exchanged glances, surprised that such a thing existed.
Parents don't
push for marriage, but the academy starts pushing for it. You guys don't need to rush, after all, you've just entered the academy, there's still time. Maybe you'll find a girlfriend this year.
Lu Chang said with a smile, if not, the academy will organize a social event with other academies, so there will be plenty of opportunities. Do all of you seniors have girlfriends? Lu Chanha asked.
Of course, we met our girlfriends during the social events.
The five nodded.
In agreement, being in their second year, it was hard to believe anyone wouldn't have found a girlfriend by now.
We're still young, let's talk about it later. Lu Chanha said awkwardly, as he hadn't even considered the matter of a girlfriend. Chu Chen remained silent, as if he had considered it. Oh, come on, don't be shy. Let me tell you how to make a girl happy.
Immediately, Lu Chang and the others began sharing their experiences, and as they got into it, heated debates erupted, such as, nonsense, my girlfriend doesn't do that, if you dare say that in front of your girlfriend, you're impressive, don't listen to him, he's too greasy, and other intense arguments.
Soon, 5 hours passed, and Lu
Chang and the others had already reached level 29. The ones who leveled up the most were still Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, whose levels had reached a full 27. Looking at their levels, Lu Chang and the others couldn't help but click their tongues. The leveling speed was terrifying, having gained 5 levels in one night, and in another 5 hours they could reach level 29. However, they also knew that only Chu Chen could achieve such results. It was impossible for anyone else.
Junior, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Lu Chang said hesitantly.
Please, senior, go ahead, Chu Chen replied.
Junior, whether you bring a few of us or 99 people, it's still the same. Have you considered taking care of your freshmen this year?
If you lead them, they could reach level 29 in just a day or two.
Perhaps your presence will make this year's freshmen the strongest generation in our Qinglong Academy's history, Lu Chang said, a bit anxious.
Of course, I don't want to morally bind you, I just hope you can help them a bit so that the bells outside the graveyard ring a little less in the future. Chu Chen was silent for a few seconds, then nodded seriously, I'll consider it. The 7 left the dungeon. Although Chu Chen had not yet reached level 29, he decided to leave for now, as the leveling speed, while fast, was a bit too monotonous. After the dungeon resets tomorrow, he would run it again and should be able to reach level 29.
Junior, thank you.
If it weren't for your help, we 5 wouldn't know when we could reach level 29. Lu Chang and the others expressed their sincere gratitude.
Outside the dungeon.
No need to be polite, seniors, you are the ones ahead of us. Chu Chen shook his head. Don't make us sound so grand. On the battlefield, we in the life professions still need to hide behind. You main fighters and supporters are the ones truly standing in front of us, Lu Chang laughed.
Alright, let's not be sentimental. Keep these items, they might help you. After saying that, Lu
Chang and the others took out the items they had originally planned to give to Chu Chen and his companion. We'll be leaving now, we still have to complete the breakthrough task.
Stuffing the items into Chu Chen
and his companion's arms, Lu Chang and the others quickly left without waiting for a response, leaving the two with 5 retreating figures.
Old Chu, this. Just take it, it's the senior's goodwill, Chu
Chen said, glancing at the time, which was around 6 in the morning. Let's go to the cafeteria, we're going to have the first basket of buns. When the two arrived at the cafeteria, they found that apart from themselves, only a few uncles and aunts were busy preparing breakfast. Just as they were about to go to the window to get today's first basket of buns, a sudden rush of wind sounded behind them. Before they could react, a man had already dashed past them, reaching the window in an instant while shouting, Uncle Chen, hurry, hurry, I'm dying here. As the voice rang out, a bun flew out from the window, perfectly
blocking the man's mouth. Thanks for the feed, Uncle Chen.
It really has to be your buns to cure me. I've been thinking about this taste outside, the man said, devouring the bun in a few bites, a look of
enjoyment on his face. You've graduated, you should tone down your personality a bit, the middle-aged man at the window said, tossing out another bun. But I haven't graduated yet, it won't be so easy to taste. Your buns in the future, the man replied. As long as you come back, there will be plenty of buns, Uncle Chen said, tossing another bun to him. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha exchanged glances and approached the window, only to see that although the man looked young, he had 3 scars on his face. Moreover, the palms of his hands were missing. Oh, you look quite unfamiliar. Are you perhaps a freshman who just enrolled? This year? The man noticed Chu Chen and Lu Chanha, sizing them up as he asked. Hello, senior, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha greeted with a nod. You really are freshmen, not bad, not bad. You look very spirited. Since this is our first meeting, here's a gift from the senior, the man said, taking out 2 blood-red crystals. Crimson blood crystal, epic level, it can instantly restore health and mana, remove negative effects, and grant immunity to the next 3 instances of damage. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were taken aback. They didn't expect that during their first meeting, the senior would gift them such a valuable item. Alright, I'm full now. You two work hard, and when you come to the outer realm, just mention my name. The man didn't give Chu Chen and Lu Chanha a chance to refuse, and after speaking, he quickly left. While biting into a bun, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha looked at each other's backs, wanting to call out to him. You haven't told us your name yet. His name is Li Tiandao. At that moment, Uncle Qian in the window said with a smile, Uncle Qian, is he a senior in his 4th year? Last year he was a 4th-year student and now he has officially graduated. He should be back to handle some post-graduation procedures. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha realized that they had entered their 1st year, which also meant that the previous 4th-year seniors had graduated. He must be back for the graduation ceremony, right? Lu Chanha picked up a plate of buns and handed it to Chu Chen. What graduation ceremony? Even if they held one, the kids from his year wouldn't be able to gather. Uncle Chen sighed, then shook his head. Alright, enough of that. If you go to the outer realm in the future and encounter any problems, you can look for that guy. Don't be fooled by his unreliable appearance. He was the first from his year to become a level 60. Extraordinary, and his strength is quite impressive. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha nodded, took some breakfast, and found a spot to sit down. It wasn't long before more and more students came in for breakfast. Meanwhile, Li Tiandao walked through the campus with a bun in his mouth, a smile on his face. Interesting, the new students just enrolled, and they've already reached over level 20. They're much stronger than I was back then. Li Tiandao thought of Chu Chen and Lu Chanha. He didn't use the detection technique on them but sensed that Lu Chanha had reached over level 20. As for Chu Chen, he found it amusing that he couldn't sense him at all. He felt these two were not simple, which is why he gave them the epic level item, considering it a good deed. Chu Chen and Lu Chanha were unaware of Li Tiandao's thoughts. After finishing breakfast, the two didn't go level grinding but headed to the strength training room. Today, they planned to spend the day in the training room, and tomorrow they would go to grind in the elf gathering place to reach level 29. A day passed quickly. They spent the entire day in the training room, yet their mastery still hadn't reached even 1%. The next day, they had a cultural class in the morning, mainly explaining some monster skills, including those of legendary monsters. After class, they returned to the elf gathering place dungeon, and after grinding for about 5 hours, both of their levels reached the maximum of 29. Your experience points have reached the limit, and you cannot continue to gain experience. You can only continue leveling up after completing the breakthrough task. Name Chu Chen class. Wine Sword Immortal, Unique, Level, 29, 800,000/800,000, Health, 12,150 Mana, 6,050 Strength, 4,195 Agility, 605 Constitution, 1,215 Spirit, 605 Intelligence, 605 Physical Attack, 8,390 Magical Attack, 1,210 Physical Defense, 1,215 Magical Defense, 605 Damage Bonus, 935.14 times Skills, Sword Drawing Technique, Void Sword Condensation Technique, Sword Control Technique, Destiny Sword Chi. Click to view the remaining 18 skills, talents, Wine Immortal, Sword Immortal, Falling from Grace, Sword Heart, Sword Intent. Looking at his panel, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, as long as he completed the breakthrough task, he would reach level 30. At that time, not only would he gain a new talent, but the 2 pieces of growth-type equipment on him would also upgrade from high level to rare level. Random breakthrough task is being generated for you. As the prompt popped up, a new breakthrough task appeared before Chu Chen. Master of Ultimate Skills, Hell Level. As a unique profession, a future powerhouse, powerful skills can unleash even greater strength. Possessing 10 ultimate skills. Task completion reward. Profession-specific talent awakening scroll. Profession-specific equipment can grow. Free attribute points x 2000. Current task progress 0/10. Looking at his new breakthrough task, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. This task was not simple. According to his homeroom teacher Wei Tao, only when the mastery of power reached 10% would there be a chance to convert skills into ultimate skills, and his current mastery was still 0. Another time-consuming breakthrough task. Chu Chen sighed. If it were about grinding monsters, even legendary or mythic level
Monsters wouldn't pose much difficulty for him, he was just afraid of tasks that required time. Lost in thought, Chu Chen took a sip of spirit wine. You drank purple bamboo brew, skill sword / proficiency +3. Your skill sword / has reached level 10, effect enhanced. Sword / deals 700% physical damage to the target, cooldown time 30 seconds, level 10, conversion to ultimate skill requirement 5% power mastery, 0/50,000 proficiency. This was his first skill to reach level 10, but upon seeing the information, Chu Chen couldn't help but brighten his eyes. There's actually a requirement for conversion to ultimate skill. The 5% power mastery was much lower than he had anticipated, and as for proficiency, he didn't care much, he could just drink more. The most important thing was that he now had a clear direction, so he wouldn't be working in vain. Then, with a thought, Chu Chen took out the high-level spirit wine dark fragrance and drank it heartily. You drank dark fragrance, skill all things can break proficiency +7. You drank dark fragrance, skill all things can break proficiency +10. Your skill all things can break has reached level 10, effect enhanced. All things can break, passive skill. When you deal damage to a target, there is a 35% chance to ignore 20% of their defense. Conversion to ultimate skill requirement, 10% power mastery, 0/50,000 proficiency. Just as I thought, sword / is a skill obtained from drinking ordinary spirit wine, requiring only 5% mastery to convert to an ultimate skill, but all things can break is a skill obtained from high-level spirit wine, making the conversion a bit more difficult, requiring 10% mastery. Chu Chen realized. He glanced at his skills. There were a total of 22 skills, 10 of which were obtained from ordinary spirit wine. Perfectly, he could convert these 10 skills into ultimate skills, thus completing the breakthrough task. However, the prerequisite is to first have 5% power mastery. As for proficiency, that's easy to handle. 5% wasn't too much or too little. With some effort, it could be achieved. Chu Chen felt much more relaxed. He was now at level 29, fully leveled, and the upcoming time could be entirely devoted to improving his power mastery. Lu Ma, how's your breakthrough task going? Chu Chen asked. Lu Chanha didn't speak but displayed the task instead. Assisting Glory, Hell level, refresh the records of 3 Hell level difficulty dungeons and maintain them for a month. This task can be done in a team, with a maximum of 1 teammate, and the teammate's level must not exceed your own by 5 levels. Task completion reward, profession-specific talent awakening. Scroll X1, profession-specific equipment, can grow, X1, free attribute points X2000, current progress, 0/3. This task was very difficult for others, but for Lu Chanha with Chu Chen's help, it was quite easy. Just 3 hell level difficulty dungeon records. Chu Chen could help Lu Chanha complete it in a day. Let's go, I'll help you break 3 records, and then we just have to wait a month, Chu Chen said. Lu Chanha nodded, and the two casually selected a dungeon with hell level difficulty before entering. With Chu Chen leading the way, Lu Ma could just relax. That night, the 3 dungeon records were freshly minted, and the times were more than twice as fast as the second place. It was nearly impossible to break these 3 records. However, since the records had to be maintained for a month, Lu Changha's breakthrough task was not completed, and he still had to wait a month. After resting for a night, the next day, Chu Chen originally planned to go to the strength training room to quickly improve his control, but Feng Yun came looking for him. You've been leveling up these past few days, right? Feng Yun asked. That's right, Chu Chen nodded and then showed off his level. When Feng Yun saw that Chu Chen was already at level 29, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, even though he had anticipated that the other party would level up quickly. It had only been a few days since school started. How could he level up so fast? Old Feng, I just wanted to discuss something with you. Chu Chen then quickly shared the method for leveling up in the dungeon, elf gathering place. You want to help this year's students level up quickly? Exactly, with me leading, they can reach level 29 in just 1 day at most. I'll consider it. Let's talk about it after we return from the secret realm. Feng Yun was indeed tempted. If he could quickly get this year's freshmen to level 29, the students would have more time to improve their strength. However, he didn't agree immediately because he didn't want to delay Chu Chen's progress. Come on, I'll take you to meet some people, Feng Yun said as he led Chu Chen into a hall where 98 people were present. When the two arrived, all eyes turned to Chu Chen. For the next 10 days, you will lead them in grinding attribute dungeons to get familiar with things. They will accompany you to the secret realm later. Don't worry, they are tight-lipped. Nothing that happens in the dungeon will leak out. Feng Yun looked at the 98 people. You all understand the situation. From now on, listen to Chu Chen. Yes. The 98 people stood like pine trees and replied in unison, their voices shaking the entire hall. Old Feng, are they from the military? Chu Chen asked in surprise. These people's ages seemed similar to his, but each carried a capable aura. Just sitting there, one could feel they were different from ordinary people. That's right, they are from the same year as you. But they are all legendary class professions. After awakening, they were directly recruited by the military and won't take the college entrance examination. Feng Yun nodded. Chu Chen realized that although there were many geniuses at Qinglong Academy, none in his class were legendary class professions. He had previously wondered if there were no legendary class professions at Qinglong Academy.
It turned out that all legendary class professions went directly to the military. He hadn't gone to the military either because he awakened an ordinary class profession at school. The wine sword immortal profession was awakened later. At the same time, he felt a bit shocked. There were 98 legendary class professions gathered here, which one couldn't see outside. If nothing unexpected happened, these people would all become top figures in the Great Xia in the future. Alright, you can act on your own now. You are their captain, Fengyan said before leaving. The people before him were the future pillars of Great Xia, and Chu Chen would eventually become a leader, so this was a good opportunity to get to know each other. After Fengyan left, the 98 pairs of eyes focused on Chu Chen, making him feel a bit awkward. Just as Chu Chen was about to speak, one person stepped forward. Report, Captain, my name is Fuan, temporary vice-captain of the squad, level 28, profession forbidden mage. Please give your orders, Captain. The young man stepped forward, saluted Chu Chen, and then spoke. Chu Chen wanted to say that there was no need to be so serious, but seeing the earnest expressions on everyone's faces, he thought better of it. Chu Chen, professional wine sword immortal, level 29 max. As he spoke, Chu Chen also displayed his level. Upon seeing Chu Chen's level, the expressions of the 98 people changed instantly. How could he possibly be level 29 max? They had paid a great price, and with the help of the military, many of them were only at level 26, with the highest being Fuan at level 28. They were all legendary class professionals and top geniuses of the Great Xia, so naturally, they felt a sense of pride. When they heard that a student from the Qinglong Academy would lead them in dungeon runs, they felt somewhat dissatisfied. Because in their view, the students of Qinglong Academy might not even have a higher level than them, and it was impossible for them to lead them in leveling up. Fuan stepped forward to assert his identity and level, intending to put some pressure on Chu Chen. They would obey the orders of their superiors and follow Chu Chen into the dungeon, but that didn't mean they would blindly follow his commands. However, they didn't expect that Chu Chen's level would actually be higher than theirs. Was this something a freshman from an academy could achieve? Alright, let's form a team first. There's one person who hasn't arrived yet. Chu Chen sent out a team invitation to everyone and waited a few minutes until Lu Chanha ran in from outside. Old Chu, who are they? Lu Chanha was startled to see so many people, especially the military aura emanating from them, which instinctively made him wary. As he spoke, he moved to Chu Chen's side, subtly positioning himself in front of him. They're from the military, all legendary class professionals. The principal asked me to take them to run the attribute dungeon, Chu Chen briefly introduced. Lu Chanha was taken aback, looking at the 98 people. Were they all legendary class professionals? Let's go. The attribute dungeon can be run 10 times a year, once a day, so we need 10 days to complete this year's runs. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he walked towards the exit, and Lu Chanha hurriedly followed, with Fuan and the others orderly trailing behind them. 100-person team appearing in Qinglong Academy was quite eye-catching, especially since 98 of them were marching in perfect military formation, which attracted the attention of many students. Who are these people? They look unfamiliar. Do we have these people in our academy? They're not from our academy, they should be from the military. From the military? I heard all legendary class professionals went to the military. Could these people all be? That's possible. I wonder what they're doing at our academy. Under the gaze of many students, the group quickly arrived at the dungeon area. You're here. I received a notice from above, and I'll open the attribute dungeon for you shortly. As soon as they arrived, the duty officer Han Shan walked up to them. Thank you, Teacher Han. Chu Chen nodded. Han Shan waved his hand dismissively. He didn't ask much and led everyone to the entrance of a dungeon. This was the attribute dungeon, but it was currently closed, as they were concerned that some students might enter too early and waste their attempts. Han Shan took out a stone mirror and operated it, and the dim dungeon entrance gradually lit up, completely opening after a minute. There are no strategies for the attribute dungeon because each entry presents different scenes, and the monsters vary as well. Additionally, the monsters in the attribute dungeon are different from those in other dungeons. Epic monsters are just mini-bosses, while legendary monsters are the final bosses. Killing monsters will not yield experience points or drop equipment, only attribute potions will drop, and there are no dungeon records. You'll understand the specifics once you go in. Han Shan said, be careful, I'll wait for you outside. Chu Chen nodded and approached the dungeon entrance. Upon entering, a difficulty option popped up, and naturally, it was set to hell level. Fuan and the other 98 people also saw the hell level difficulty, and everyone looked normal. They had come specifically for the hell level challenge. As Chu Chen confirmed, beams of light fell upon everyone, and then they all vanished from their original spot. When they reappeared, they had already entered the dungeon. It was still the familiar stone platform, but perhaps due to the large number of people, the platform was much larger than what Chu Chen had seen before. Captain, let us go first, Fuan said as he approached Chu Chen. Chu Chen paused for a moment and then nodded. It was a good opportunity to gauge the strength of these individuals since they would be entering the secret realm together later. Moreover, they had just entered the dungeon, and all the monsters were level 20 elite creatures, posing no danger to these legendary class professionals. Seeing Chu Chen nod, Fuan casually selected 10 people to step off the stone platform and charged towards the 50 monsters not far away. Minus 54,174 minus 32,547 minus 38,514. As the 10 began their assault, damage numbers appeared one after another, and the 50 monsters didn't even have their health drop below 10,000 before being swiftly killed by the 10. While the 10 were slaying the monsters, many people were quietly observing Chu Chen's expression, wondering if the damage would impress him. In the end, they were disappointed. Chu Chen's expression remained calm, even Lu Chanha appeared indifferent. After all, having witnessed Chu Chen dealing millions to tens of millions in damage, these tens of thousands of damage points hardly stirred any emotions in Lu Ma. As the 50 monsters were defeated, several attribute potions dropped. Attribute potion, normal level, grants 1 free attribute point upon consumption, usage limit, 0/10. Just a normal level attribute potion, the increase in attributes was too little to be worth using. Only the first 10 potions had effects, so it was best to consume potions of a higher grade. Continue, Chu Chen said, and everyone began to delve deeper into the dungeon. Chu Chen did not take action. With so many legendary class professionals present, it was not yet his turn to step in. Moreover, these individuals were eager to showcase their abilities, and he didn't want to hinder them, so he simply relaxed with Lu Chanha nearby. Lu Chanha took out some sunflower seeds and cracked them as he walked, while Chu Chen sipped from his wine gourd, preparing to level up all the skills obtained from the 10 normal level spirit wines to level 10 first. Time passed slowly. The legendary class professionals were indeed powerful, especially with nearly 100 of them attacking together. Even epic level monsters could not withstand for long before being defeated. Along the way, many attribute potions dropped. Normal level increased 1 free attribute point, advanced level increased 10 points, rare level increased 50 points, and epic level increased 100 points. As for legendary level attribute potions, Chu Chen had yet to see one, but they were certainly more potent than epic level ones. Soon, 5 hours passed, and with the combined efforts of the 98 legendary class professionals, the dungeon progress reached its climax. Captain, next up are the legendary monsters. Fuan approached Chu Chen, and although he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. After all, it was agreed that Chu Chen would lead them, yet he hadn't taken action along the way. Don't worry, I will take action, Chu Chen said, leading everyone to the deepest part. A legendary monster that had been lying on the ground sleeping opened its eyes. Earth Star Dragon Beast, legendary level, 30 health points, 15.5 million attack, 14,214 physical defense, 4,517 magical defense, 3,954 skills. Earth Guardian, Dragon Flame Breath, bright silver scales. This was a level 30 legendary monster, the final boss of this dungeon. In terms of attributes, it was far stronger than the level 30 epic boss Chu Chen had encountered before. The opponent had 9 skills, making it one of the top-tier existences among legendary monsters. It turns out to be a Earth Star Dragon Beast, which could be a bit troublesome. This kind of race possesses the bloodline of dragons. Although not as pure as true dragons, their strength should not be underestimated. Legendary monsters are never easy to deal with. We can kill it, but the cost will surely be heavy. The crowd murmured among themselves. They could indeed kill a legendary monster, but they were uncertain how many of them would survive afterward. Everyone's gaze turned to Chu Chen, as they had heard him say he would take action. They were also curious about just how strong Chu Chen really was, considering they had to follow his orders, and he was even the captain for their upcoming expedition into the secret realm. Captain, how about? Fuan hesitated. Although his pride made him reluctant to accept Chu Chen, he didn't want to watch him walk into danger. He intended to persuade him to back off, especially since they were still quite far from the boss, but before he could speak, Chu Chen had already pointed his sword forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a series of spirit swords flew out, and soon, 10,000 spirit swords gathered in the sky. Everyone present was stunned by the sight. It was their first time witnessing Chu Chen in action. They had guessed he wouldn't be weak, but they never expected him to be this monstrous right from the start. So many spirit swords. Even if each sword could only deal 1,000 damage to the Earth Star Dragon Beast, that would add up to tens of millions of damage. Chu Chen noticed the expressions of the crowd. His face remained calm, but inside, he felt quite satisfied. Now at level 29, he could control 10,000 spirit swords, with an attack range reaching 10,000 meters. Was it worth using all his spirit swords against a single Earth Star Dragon Beast? Of course not, but he needed to give these people a little shock. After all, they were heading into the secret realm soon, and as the captain, he needed to establish his authority. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, among the 10,000 spirit swords, only one sword flew towards the Earth Star Dragon Beast. Fuan and the others' pupils constricted. What does the captain mean? Why not use all the swords? Does he think he can kill the boss with just one sword? What a joke, that's a legendary monster. But just as this thought crossed their minds, that spirit sword descended. Sword slash. Minus 81,800,000. Critical hit, all things can be broken. Minus 28,330,000. Critical hit, true damage. 2 damage numbers appeared above the Earth Star Dragon Beast, which was still lying on the ground, but the blood-red, glaring figures left Fuan and everyone else frozen in place. 8 over 80 million damage?
No, to be precise, it was over 100 million damage. The crowd looked at Chu Chan's back, their shock beyond words. They finally understood why they were instructed to keep everything they saw in the dungeon a secret. They also understood why they had to obey Chu Chan's orders. Over 100 million damage with a single sword? Was this really a newcomer? They could believe that Chu Chan was a hidden god-level powerhouse of the Great Xia. Moreover, he had over 10,000 such swords. Looking at the damage Chu Chan dealt, and recalling the few thousand damage they had boasted about along the way, everyone felt their faces flush. After all their efforts, they couldn't compare to the shock of a single sword strike from him. With one sword, everyone was convinced. After Chu Chan's sword fell, the Earth Star Dragon Beast, which had just opened its eyes, closed them again. One could say the Earth Star Dragon Beast was the most bewildered. In the blink of an eye, its health bar was gone. What had it done to deserve this? Chu Chan also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Earth Star Dragon Beast didn't have a death immunity passive skill, or else his rare chance to show off would have failed. After the Earth Star Dragon Beast died, it didn't drop anything, but a prompt from the dungeon appeared. Your team has successfully killed the level 30 legendary monster Earth Star Dragon Beast. You have received one bottle of legendary attribute potion. Attribute potion, legendary level, consuming it grants 200 free attribute points, usage limit, 0/10. A bottle of legendary attribute potion can provide 200 attribute points, so consuming 10 bottles means 2,000 attribute points. Chu Chan nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, everyone who participated in the dungeon besides him received a bottle of legendary attribute potion. No wonder Old Fong asked him to bring these people. If he and Lu Ma had come in, they would only have received 2 bottles of legendary attribute potions, which would indeed be a waste of opportunity. Let's go, we're leaving the dungeon, Chu Chan said, while also recalling all the spirit swords. Having already intimidated these legendary class geniuses, there was no need to continue showing off. Yes, Captain. Fuan was the first to come back to his senses and shouted. The others also completely tucked away their pride. Compared to the captain, what pride did they have? At that moment, everyone fully regarded Chu Chan as their captain. Chu Chan smiled and said nothing, directly choosing to exit the dungeon. With a flash, everyone appeared outside the dungeon. You're out, everything okay? Han Shan, who had been waiting at the dungeon entrance, immediately counted the number of people and breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that no one was missing. He knew some details about these people. They were all legendary class professionals, and losing one would be a huge loss for the Great Xia. If sacrifices were to be made, they should be on the front lines, not in a dungeon. What are your plans next? Where will you stay? Chu Chan asked Fuan, as they still had to run the dungeon 9 more times, and these people would definitely not leave Qinglong Academy for the time being. Report, Captain, we will be running the dungeon to level up next, and the academy has already arranged accommodations for us, so you don't need to worry, Fuan replied seriously. Chu Chan nodded. In that case, you can move about freely. He still needed to go to the strength training room to improve his control. Yes, Captain, Fuan said, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face. If you have something to say, just say it, Chu Chan said. Captain, can we add each other as friends? Fuan said with a shy smile, and the other 97 people also felt a bit awkward. They were most aware of their previous attitudes. No problem. Chu Chan nodded, not minding such trivial matters. Everyone was a genius, and if he were in their position, he wouldn't have been very impressed by a captain who dropped in from nowhere at first either. Hearing Chu Chan agree, everyone felt relieved. Thankfully, the captain didn't hold a grudge. After spending a few minutes, not only did Chu Chan add everyone, but even Lu Chanha did as well. In fact, the function of adding friends didn't have much significance. It wasn't like in games where you could chat privately or trade from a distance. The only real purpose was to see if a friend's avatar was lit up, serving as a way to confirm life or death. Chu Chan didn't stay with Fuan and the others to level up. These guys were all legendary class professionals. Although their damage couldn't compare to his, there were no legendary class monsters in other hell-level dungeons, so leveling up was still quite easy. After parting ways with everyone, Chu Chan and Lu Chanha went to the strength training room to start their extra training. Besides that, all the first-year students were also working hard to level up. By now, quite a few had reached level 19, and as long as they completed the breakthrough task, they could reach level 20. After a day of hard training, Chu Chan checked his control level and found it's still at 0%. He wasn't disappointed. Despite no improvement in control after a day of hard work, he had gained some insights. Soon, the next day arrived. Chu Chan once again led Fuan and the others into the attribute dungeon. Just as Han Shan had said, the scenes and monsters in the attribute dungeon were random. Yesterday they had entered a vast wilderness, but today it was a dense forest. And the monsters were different as well. Captain, let us handle these small monsters, Fuan said, his tone carrying more respect than yesterday. No, I'll take care of it. As Chu Chan spoke, thousands of spirit swords flew out, directly heading towards the distance. As long as it was within his 10,000-meter range, no monster could survive. They were all instantly killed. Watching Chu Chan's abnormal monster clearing method, Fuan and the others fell silent. The captain didn't let them participate, seemingly thinking
They were too slow at clearing monsters. Were they being looked down upon by the captain? As they progressed, no one encountered any living monsters, only corpses remained, and beside the bodies they found bottles of attribute potions that had dropped. After Chu Chen took action, the progress of the dungeon was incredibly fast. In just about an hour, they reached a point 10,000 meters away from the final boss. Your team has successfully killed the level 30 legendary monster, the demonized white ape. You have received 1 bottle of legendary attribute potion. As soon as they entered the boss's 10,000 meter range, everyone saw the prompt pop up. They exchanged glances, as it was their first time encountering a situation where the boss had already been killed before they even saw it. Looking at Chu Chen's calm expression, their shock was replaced by admiration. Stop dawdling, go pick up the dropped potions. Noticing everyone's gaze, Chu Chen frowned. Although the boss had been killed, there were still plenty of monsters on the way to the boss, and the dropped potions lay on the ground uncollected. Yes, Captain. Everyone shouted in unison, then hurriedly went to pick up the potions. If others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be shocked. After all, these were all legendary class professionals, treated like ancestors outside. Who would dare to let these big shots do such rough work? Yet, this was happening, and everyone was more than willing. By the way, I'm quite curious about how you all level up, since picking up potions took some time. Feeling bored, Chu Chen looked at Fuan and asked. Old Feng had told him that these guys were from the same generation as him, meaning they all awakened their professions on the same day. But their level increases seemed a bit too fast. He couldn't make a direct comparison, but currently, apart from him and Lu Chanha, there wasn't a single 20-level freshman in the Qinglong Academy. Could it be that the military had some fast leveling methods? Hearing Chu Chen's question, Fuan was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Chu Chen with determined eyes. Captain, the reason we can level up so quickly is that we work hard. Work hard? Chu Chen didn't believe that was what the other meant. The firmness in their eyes clearly expressed the literal meaning of the words. How do you work hard? Chu Chen asked curiously. The military has some special dungeons, and the experience gained from monster clearing inside is significantly higher, even more than those hell-level difficulty dungeons in Qinglong Academy. However, these dungeons have a huge drawback. They consume lifespan, or rather, it's not so much a consumption of lifespan, but the flow of time inside is faster than outside. How much faster? About 50 times. Chu Chen frowned. All professionals had a fixed lifespan of 100 years. No matter what congenital disease one had, as long as they became a professional, their lifespan was 100 years. Moreover, leveling up did not increase lifespan, at least not a single second before level 60. Only upon reaching level 60 would the lifespan increase from 100 years to 200 years. This is also why level 60 is referred to as the realm of extraordinary power. One can fly, and secondly, it breaks the fixed lifespan. According to Fuan, the flow of time in those special instances is 50 times faster than in the outside world, and since Fuan and the others are not yet extraordinary beings, it means that if they stay in the instance, only 2 years will pass in the outside world. This is equivalent to having only 2 years of lifespan. So you need to become extraordinary within 2 years? Chu Chen asked. That's right, we need to become extraordinary within 2 years, and then our lifespan will increase by another 100 years, Fuan said with a smile. Captain, you don't need to worry. Although 2 years is not long, it's not short either. The survival rate of this training method in the military is as high as 90%, and the military also consulted our wishes. If we are unwilling, the military will train us in the usual way. 90%? This means that among 100 people, there will still be 10 legendary professionals who cannot become extraordinary within 2 years, thus exhausting their lifespan and perishing. They might fall during the leveling process, or they could be stuck on a boundary-breaking task that they cannot complete. Is the front line in the outer domain that tense? Do we need to use such a radical method? Chu Chen asked curiously. If these legendary professionals were given 4 or 5 years, there would still be a good chance of becoming extraordinary. Surely, the Great Xia cannot hold out for just 4 or 5 years in the outer domain. Well, Captain, it involves a confidentiality agreement, so I can't say, Fuan replied helplessly. Chu Chen understood in his heart that the military's use of this radical training method indeed had other purposes, not just to guard the front line. Since the other party could not explain, he did not press further. He would find out in due time. While the two were chatting, the others also gathered the scattered attribute potions, and Chu Chen chose to exit the instance. In the following days, apart from spending over an hour each day leading everyone to farm the attribute instance, Chu Chen spent most of his time in the training room. Perhaps hard work pays off. On the 7th day, his control finally broke through, reaching 1%. At the same time, he did not forget to improve his skill proficiency. After continuously drinking, all 10 ordinary level spirit wines had their skills reach level 10. Next, he only needed to increase the proficiency of each skill by 50,000, and with a control level of 5%, he would complete his boundary-breaking task. Soon, 10 days passed, and this day was also the last time Chu Chen led Fuan and the others to farm the attribute instance. As before, it was completed in just over an hour, and everyone received the 10th bottle of legendary attribute potion, with each person's free attribute points increasing by 2,000. Although Chu Chen also gained 2,000 free attribute points, he did not rush to allocate them. He was afraid that after allocating points, his control over strength would drop from 1% back to 0. He decided to wait until the boundary-breaking task was completed. Fu Wen and the others did not leave the Qinglong Academy because they would be heading to the secret realm of Fishing Island together in 2 days. Chu Chen originally planned to continue to the training room but encountered someone on the way. "Junior, long time no see," Zheng Guang said with a smile. "Senior, is there something you need?" Chu Chen asked, remembering that the other party had mentioned needing his help before. "Junior, you should have finished farming the attribute instance by now, right?" Zheng Guang asked. He had naturally heard about the temporary team and guessed that those people were all legendary professionals from the military. After all, 100 people acting together was quite conspicuous, and he knew that Chu Chen was among them. "Yes, we just finished today," Chu Chen nodded. "I see. I thought you would take at least 2 or 3 months to farm the attribute instance. I didn't expect it to be so quick," Zheng Guang remarked. Although he didn't know what level Chu Chen was, it was clear that his strength must be considerable to be able to act alongside those legendary professionals from the military. "Junior, do you remember when I asked for your help? I was hoping that after you clear the attribute dungeon, you could sell me a bottle of epic level attribute potion," Zheng Guang continued. "Epic level attribute potion? Why? Does Senior need that?" Chu Chen asked, puzzled. Although some epic level attribute potions had been given to Fu Wen and the others, he still had quite a few on hand. After all, he was using legendary level attribute potions, and the epic level ones were of no use to him anymore. He was thinking of trading them for credits later. Moreover, Zheng Guang was already in his 2nd year, and he must have used attribute potions before. Even legendary level attribute potions seemed to be of no use to him. "To be honest, Junior, my profession is related to alchemy. Last year, when I learned about attribute potions, I was wondering if I could research the formula for such potions. Now, in our Great Xia, we already have formulas for ordinary, advanced, and rare attribute potions. I've done some research and have some insights, so I was thinking if I could reverse engineer the formula for epic level attribute potions. In previous years, although some people have managed to obtain epic level attribute potions, the numbers were few, and they all use them themselves, let alone give them to me for research. So I thought of you, Junior. With your college entrance examination results, you might have the opportunity to obtain a large number of epic level attribute potions. Now that you are with those legendary level professionals from the military, I am even more certain. You know, Junior, while farming monsters can yield many items, things like potion formulas do not drop. Generally, you can only obtain them in secret realms," Zheng Guang said, his face filled with helplessness. "Besides that, we living class professions study the various potions that drop and reverse engineer the formulas." Chu Chen nodded. He was aware of this. Things like potion formulas, alchemy formulas, and equipment blueprints do not drop from monsters. They are all reverse engineered from existing equipment and items. Living class professions are more like researchers. Ordinary living class professions usually use formulas reverse engineered by predecessors to create items. Zheng Guang, as an epic level living class professional, was already thinking about reverse engineering new formulas or even creating a new type of potion, but the difficulty was immense. "Senior, reverse engineering the formula for an epic level attribute potion shouldn't be easy," Chu Chen asked. He didn't believe that only Zheng Guang had such an idea. Those legendary level living class professionals must have attempted this as well, but they had not succeeded. "It's indeed not simple, but I have a special talent that allows me to analyze potions to a certain extent. Although the chances are still slim, I still want to give it a try," Zheng Guang said. Chu Chen knew that the other party wouldn't give up just because it was difficult. "How many do you need?" "Just 1 bottle. 1 bottle of epic level attribute potion is enough. I'll give you 5 bottles, Chu Chen said as he took out 5 bottles and handed them over. Although he had given some epic level attribute potions to Fu Wen and the others before, he still had over 100 on him. Looking at the 5 bottles of epic level attribute potions, Zheng Guang was taken aback. He didn't expect Chu Chen to have so many. Could it be that the other party cleared the attribute dungeon and obtained legendary level attribute potions? "Thank you, Junior. Our academy requires 50,000 credits to exchange for an epic level attribute potion totaling 250,000 credits. Let's go to the exchange office, and I'll give you the credits," Zheng Guang said hurriedly. 5 bottles of epic level attribute potions far exceeded his expectations and would greatly aid his research. Chu Chen's heart stirred. He had over 100 epic level attribute potions. If he exchanged them all for credits, wouldn't that amount to over 5 million? So credits are this easy to earn? Regarding Zheng Guang wanting to spend credits to buy the potions, Chu Chen did not refuse. Although he wanted to help the other party, he wouldn't give without thought. The three of them then arrived at the exchange point where, under the witness of Old Wu, they completed the transaction by handing over the goods and receiving the credits. Thank you, junior brother. I'll be on my way now. If you need anything, feel free to find me. After receiving the potions, Zhang Guang was already eager to return and study them. Chu Chen nodded, and after the other party left, he turned his gaze to Old Wu. Old Wu, could you please exchange all these attribute potions for me into credits? After saying this, Chu Chen took out a large number of attribute potions totaling several hundred bottles. Among them were 107 epic grade potions and 558 rare grade potions, while he gave all the high and normal grade attribute potions to Fuan and the others. Looks like you've made quite a haul, Old Wu said, not too surprised, and began calculating the credits for Chu Chen with a smile. The exchange price for epic grade attribute potions was 45,000 credits, while rare grade ones were 4,000 credits. In total, that's 7,047,000 credits. Old Wu said. By the way, a barrel of legendary grade spirit wine came in a couple of days ago, priced at 2 million credits. Do you want it? Yes. Chu Chen nodded immediately. The skills brought by the legendary grade spirit wine were too powerful to miss. Moreover, being worth 2 million credits meant it was a rare find among legendary grade spirit wines. Soon, Old Wu took out the barrel of legendary grade spirit wine. Heavenly Dragon Jade Liquid, legendary grade, brewed using the immature reverse scales of the Heavenly Dragon, combined with thousands of epic grade materials. Drinking it grants you dragon might for 10 hours, during which legendary grade and below monsters will not actively attack you, and there is a 50% chance to gain a talent from the Heavenly Dragon. The Heavenly Dragon is a top-tier race among dragons, much stronger than the yellow dragon wine Chu Chen had seen before, and just the chance to gain a talent from the Heavenly Dragon made it worth so many credits. Is there anything else you need? Old Wu asked with a smile. Old Wu, I'd like to buy 10 barrels each of the 4 epic grade spirit wines I purchased last time, and also get a container for the wine, plus another storage ring, Chu Chen said. The 4 skills he obtained last time were only at level 1, and he needed to continue drinking epic grade spirit wine to increase their proficiency levels. Soon, Old Feng brought out everything Chu Chen needed. 10,000 liquid wine gourd, epic grade, contains 100 independent spaces, each capable of holding 100 barrels of spirit wine, price 50,000 credits. Purple light ring, epic grade, has a space of 1 million cubic meters plus 50% resistance to theft skills, comes with a shield skill that, when activated, provides a shield equal to your health points, cooldown time of 1 hour. Price 60,000 credits. After purchasing these items, Chu Chen spent 4,710,000 credits, leaving him with over 2 million credits. Old Wu, save any legendary grade spirit wine for me next time. After saying this, Chu Chen left with Lu Chanha. When the two arrived at the training room, Chu Chen immediately opened the legendary grade spirit wine and drank deeply. You drank the Heavenly Dragon Jade Liquid, legendary grade, triggering the wine immortal talent, and gained a new skill, Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique. Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique, you can more easily control your own power, gaining a 29% evasion rate. When you fail to evade once, you will recover 5% of your health. If you fail to evade twice, you will gain a purification effect, lasting 1 second. If you fail to evade 3 times, your next evasion will be guaranteed to succeed. This skill improves with level, currently at level 29. Looking at the new skill, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. If he reached level 100, wouldn't he have a 100% evasion rate? Others wouldn't be able to inflict damage even if they attacked him. A good life-saving skill. After closing the panel, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha also entered the training room, and the two began to train again. After practicing hard for an hour, Chu Chen suddenly felt something was off, as he noticed that today's training felt a bit easier, and he was more sensitive to his own strength. Could it be the Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique? Chu Chen read through the skill description again, finally focusing on the first sentence. This skill indeed seemed to help him better control his own power. If that's true, then my control should improve quickly. Chu Chen couldn't be sure yet, so he decided to practice for a while longer. In the following 2 days, Chu Chen spent most of his time in the training room, while Lu Ma occasionally trained in the skill training room to improve her proficiency. Although he felt a bit tired, the results were significant. His control had already reached 2%. It may seem like just a 1% increase, but Chu Chen was very satisfied, and he was even more convinced that it was the effect of the Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique. At this rate, he would soon be able to raise his control to 5% and complete the breakthrough task. Today, he didn't go to the training room but instead came to a square at Qinglong Academy with Lu Chanha. When they arrived, Fuan and the others were already waiting there. Today they were set to depart for the secret realm of Fish Island. Alright, everyone is here, so let's not waste time. In a moment, I will activate the teleportation array to first go to Deer City, which is closest to Fish Island, and then we will take a flying boat to Fish Island, Feng Yin said as he appeared, activating the teleportation array, a beam of light rising in the square, enveloping everyone. The next second, everyone felt a darkness before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they had left Qinglong Academy and arrived at another small square.
Lord Zhao Yuanshan of Deer City welcomes Elder Feng and all the talented individuals. A voice rang out as a middle-aged man cupped his hands in greeting.
No need for formalities, Lord Zhao. How is the situation on Fish Island? Feng Yun waved his hand and asked.
The people from the Wokoku arrived at Fish Island 2 hours
ago, led by the legendary powerhouse Satoyama. In addition, there are 10 epic-level powerhouses escorting them.
Among the 100 participants in the secret realm, only 10 are legendary class professions, the rest are all epic class.
Professions, Zhao Yuanshan replied. Only 10 legendary class professions? It seems they are afraid everyone will die inside, Feng Yun remarked, then changed the subject. Is there anything unusual happening in Deer City lately?
Yes.
Recently the monsters in the waters outside Deer City have suddenly decreased.
It seems a marine overlord has appeared, gathering those monsters, and we don't know when they will launch an attack on Deer City. Zhao Yuanshan's expression
turned serious.
You don't need to worry about this matter, the higher-ups have anticipated it, which is why I came personally. They will also participate in the city defense later. Feng Yun nodded, glancing at Chu Chen and the others. His true purpose in bringing so many legendary class professions was to help Deer City eliminate those monsters in the sea. The secret realm was just a secondary matter. Hearing Feng Yun's words, Zhao Yuanshan felt relieved. With a legendary
powerhouse stationed, Deer City's safety would be greatly enhanced. If a crisis arises in Deer City, notify me immediately.
I will take them to Fish Island first.
Understood.
Then, with a wave of his hand, a flying ship appeared in the
sky. Cloudlight flying ship, legendary class.
Let's go, board the ship. There are still half an hour until the secret realm opens. As Feng Yun finished speaking, Chu Chen and the others boarded the flying ship, which then started up and
flew towards Fish Island. Elder Feng, is a great battle about to happen in Deer City?
On the ship, Chu Chen looked down at the defensive works being constructed outside Deer City and asked curiously.
Yes, the secret realm of Fish Island is opening for the first time, which will release a lot of energy.
This energy radiates to the surrounding waters, greatly enhancing the strength of the monsters in the sea during this time.
Those monsters have now fallen silent. It must be
that the ocean overlord has gathered them, preparing to attack Deer City. Our main purpose for coming this time, aside from the secret realm, is to resolve the crisis in Deer City.
Once you all emerge from the secret realm, you should be able to join the battle directly.
Feng Yun said, this is your first time participating in a monster siege, especially against monsters from the ocean. Although the danger is not high, it is still a good opportunity for training.
Even
Fuan and the others had never participated in a monster siege. Their main focus in the military was grinding dungeons to level up.
Old Feng, how is a secret realm formed? Lu Chanha leaned in to ask. There are many ways a secret realm can form.
For example, when our world comes into contact with an outer world, spatial rifts can appear, which over time become secret realms. Or, when powerful beings battle, the space can collapse, eventually evolving into a secret realm after many years. Feng Yun explained, some secret realms are born automatically along with the world, and some are formed from spaces left behind by former powerful beings. So, does that mean the space where our Azure Dragon Academy is located is also a secret realm?
Lu Chanha asked.
That's right. The space where our academy is located was once a secret realm. If, many years from now, our Azure Dragon Academy disappears from the annals of history, that independent space may once again become a secret realm. Feng Yun nodded. As they spoke, they quickly arrived at Fishing Island. Above Fishing Island, there was also a flying ship flying the flag of the Woku, and from a distance, one could see a crowd of people on board. However, the front of the ship had a gaping hole as if it had been attacked. Below, on Fishing Island, 20 people sat cross-legged around a massive portal, which was the entrance to the secret realm. These individuals were powerful beings dispatched by the Great Xia to guard the secret realm at Fishing Island.
Feng Yun ignored the Woku's ship and directly landed on Fishing Island. You really timed it well. The secret realm will open in 10 minutes, so prepare yourselves. One of the elderly men among the 20 sitting around the portal spoke up. Old Yen, with you all here, even if the secret realm opens, those Woku wouldn't dare to go in first, Feng Yun said nonchalantly. The old man surnamed Yen smiled but said nothing. With them present, the Woku indeed did not dare to force their way in. The crowd below was filled with laughter and chatter, but aboard the Woku ship in the sky, the atmosphere was tense. Lord Sato, the Great Xia is too arrogant. We've been here for so long, and they still won't let us land on the island, a man with a samurai hairstyle said coldly to an elderly man. Satoyama glanced at the man and then looked down at Feng Yun and the others. So what should we do? Why don't you go talk to them?
The samurai-haired man's expression stiffened. Although he was quite displeased, he truly did not dare to go down. Despite being an epic-level powerhouse above level 70, he could guarantee he wouldn't come back alive if he dared to approach. They had arrived over 2 hours ago and had wanted to land directly on the island, but the Great Xia's powerful beings had acted immediately. That gaping hole at the front of their ship was a result of that encounter.
Lord Sato, are we just going to wait like this? The secret realm is about to open, another epic-level powerhouse asked. What else can we do? The only reason we can enter the secret realm is because of the help from the Lighthouse Nation. The Great Xia may give face to the Lighthouse Nation, but that doesn't mean they will give us Woku any face, Satoyama said. There's no rush, at worst, we can go in a little later. Although we will lose some advantage, there's nothing we can do about it. The others exchanged glances inside. Even if they were unhappy, what could they do? If they weren't clinging to the Lighthouse Nation, the Great Xia would have the capability to wipe out their Woku. Do you still remember the purpose of this trip? Satoyama asked. Remember, once we enter the secret realm, we must seize the core of the realm and keep the entire secret realm under our control in our country. The man with the samurai head said. Yes, besides that, we also need to pay attention to those young people from the Great Xia. If possible, try to incite them to our side. Satoyama looked at Chu Chen and the others, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. The prodigies of the Great Xia are indeed numerous. He could sense that the worst among those 100 young people were at least level 27, and there were quite a few who reached level 29. It might not be that easy. If we are discovered by the Great Xia, our country could be in big trouble, the man with the samurai head said, his face showing difficulty. They had considered inciting the prodigies of the Great Xia, but those prodigies would hardly look down on their small country. They had once tried to tamper with the memories of the Great Xia's prodigies using coercive means, but they were discovered. Then the Great Xia sent 10 myth-level powerhouses, who killed 3 of their myth-level powerhouses, and ultimately, under the mediation of the Lighthouse Nation, they had to give up 10 secret realms and more than 10 myth-level artifacts before the Great Xia relented. Moreover, at that time, the Lighthouse Nation almost couldn't stop it. If it weren't for their country's slight influence in the outer realms, the Great Xia might have directly wiped them out. Just be careful. I remember that among the 100 people entering the secret realm this time, one of them is a wandering singer who might be able to play some role, Satoyama said. You must be talking about Sakuramoto Kanako. Her profession is indeed a wandering singer, and she has the ability to charm minds. Yes, inform her about this and let her act according to the situation. Understood. While the pirates were talking, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the portal to the secret realm on the fishing island. Everyone's gaze turned towards it, knowing that the secret realm was about to open. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Time passed slowly, and the light on the portal grew increasingly dazzling until it was completely enveloped in light. Splash! A minute later, the light dissipated, revealing a blue vortex in the center of the portal. The secret realm has opened, everyone prepare to enter. Fengyan looked at the crowd and said, remember, once you enter the secret realm, find the core as quickly as possible. This is only a level 20 secret realm. Under normal circumstances, even if there are monsters inside, they would only be level 20 to 30. Of course, there might also be monsters above level 30, so if you encounter them, protect yourselves first. Since the secret realm is opening for the first time, we are also unfamiliar with the situation inside. You may be randomly teleported to various places within the secret realm. Take this jade talisman. As long as you are within 10 miles, you can sense each other. Also, be careful of those guys from our country. Fengyan gave a series of instructions while distributing jade talismans to everyone. Old Feng, if we don't disperse after entering the secret realm, can I directly eliminate those guys from our country? Chu Chen asked as he approached Fengyan. Do as you wish. Fengyan replied nonchalantly, after all, it's all killing, whether early or late. As for the impact on the Great Xia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs might issue a lengthy statement expressing the sorrow of the human race for losing their prodigies. Chu Chen understood. From Fengyan's tone, it was clear that the Great Xia was very strong. Alright, let's all enter the secret realm. With Fengyan's words, under Chu Chen's lead, 100 people entered the secret realm together. Lord Yenyu, the secret realm has opened. Can our country enter it? At this moment, Satoyama asked. Yenyu, the legendary powerhouse who had spoken with Fengyan earlier, merely glanced at Satoyama upon hearing his words. Wait. Although Satoyama was furious inside, he had no choice, not to mention the gap in national strength between the two countries. Just the fact that there were 2 legendary powerhouses on the Great Xia side made him dare not act rashly. Half an hour passed, and Satoyama was getting anxious. With such a long wait, if there were any good items in the secret realm, they would have been cleaned out by those from the Great Xia. Lord Yenyu, bang! Before Satoyama could finish his sentence, a streak of light crashed directly onto the spaceship. You can wait as long as you want, but if you keep talking, then don't bother going in, Fengyan said coldly. Satoyama felt a surge of anger but was helpless. He saw the killing intent in Fengyan's eyes. Another half an hour later, just as Satoyama was contemplating whether to head back, Yenyu's voice rang out, go in. This made Satoyama breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were an hour late, the core of the secret realm was not so easily obtained, and they still had a chance. Following that, with a command from Satoyama, 100 people from the Yamato nation entered the secret realm, and this time, neither Fengyan nor Yenyu stopped them. Fengyan looked at Satoyama's smiling expression and felt a similar amusement in his heart, wondering how many people from the Yamato nation would make it out alive this time. After all, if that kid encountered them, they would definitely not survive. An hour ago, Chu Chen and the others had entered the secret realm. Chu Chen appeared in a dense forest, took out the jade talisman Fengyan had given him, and found that it did not react. This meant that there were no other temporary teams within a 10-mile radius. It seems to be a random teleportation. Too bad I can't just wipe out those guys from the Yamato Nation right at the entrance. Chu Chin shook his head. Let's see what the surroundings are like first. With a thought, he flew into the sky on his sword. In the sky, Chu Chin flew on his sword and looked around. It was then that he realized he was on a small island, surrounded by an endless sea. In the distance, he could see some small islands rising above the surface of the water. This secret realm is actually a vast ocean. No one got teleported into the sea, right? Chu Chin frowned. None of them were even level 30, and they couldn't fly at all. If they really got teleported into the ocean and encountered monsters, even legendary classes could easily meet their demise. Then Chu Chin looked to his right front, where he could vaguely see a flicker of blue light in the distance, likely the location of the secret realm's core. I need to find the others first. It would be troublesome if they really ended up in the ocean. With that thought, Chu Chin used the skill, Sword Light Escape Technique, transforming into a beam of sword light and flying towards the nearest small island. Tang Mang was feeling a bit panicked because after entering the secret realm, she found that her companions were nowhere to be seen, and she had ended up on a beach. The most troublesome part was that she was being targeted by a group of snake-like monsters. These monsters were only level 20, but there were many of them, over 100. Although she was a legendary class, she was a support-type Holy Light Blessing Master, and most of her skills were for buffing teammates, leaving her with almost no combat power. Fortunately, I was prepared. The instructor was right, even as a support class, I need to have means of self-defense. Tang Mang took a deep breath, and while the snake-like monsters were still over 300 meters away, she waved her staff to stack several buff effects on herself. Then she put away her staff and took out a pink Gatling gun from her storage ring. The Gatling gun was a gift from one of her girlfriends, who was also a legendary class, but in a life-related profession, dealing with mechanical manufacturing. Die, you bastards. Day. As soon as Tang Mang finished speaking, the pink Gatling gun immediately spat out tons of fire. -1529, -1529, -1529 damage numbers popped up from those monsters. Although using the Gatling gun did not consume mana, the damage was fixed. Once the monster's defense exceeded the fixed damage of the Gatling gun, it would no longer deal damage. Fortunately, these snake-like monsters were only level 20, so breaking through their defenses was quite easy. However, Tang Mang felt no joy. The speed of the snakes was already fast, not to mention they were monsters. A distance of over 300 meters could be covered by these creatures in just a few seconds. After spraying for several seconds with the Gatling gun, she managed to kill some monsters, but others were already closing in within 100 meters of her. Tang Mang immediately held the Gatling gun with one hand and continued firing. Thankfully, her female friends had considered that she was a girl, so the Gatling gun was much smaller than usual. At the same time, a spherical object appeared in her other hand, which she threw to a spot 50 meters away before turning to run. Boom! -4529, -4529. In the next moment, an explosion sounded as the monsters reached the blast zone, with over 4/5 of them dying on the spot. Sister really didn't lie to me. This thing is powerful. What she had thrown was a high explosive bomb made by her female friends, which could also deal fixed damage and had a wide range. While thinking this, her hands didn't stop moving. The Gatling gun swept across again, killing the remaining monsters. Confirming that all the monsters were dead, Tang Mang let out a sigh of relief. Although the instructors at the military academy had taught them how auxiliary classes should fight, this was her first time facing monsters head-on. Previously, she only needed to buff the main combat legendary classes behind her. Just as Tang Mang was contemplating what to do next, a rustling sound came from the dense forest behind the beach, and some tall trees began to sway. A chill ran through her heart. She couldn't be that unlucky, could she? Without daring to hesitate, Tang Mang took out a giant cannon that stood 3 meters tall, making her 1 meter 60 frame look quite petite in comparison. She then pulled out her staff to refresh her buffs, her gaze fixed on the increasingly agitated forest. Seconds later, hundreds of snake-like monsters appeared, but Tang Mang's attention was drawn to a massive creature behind them. A giant snake over 10 meters long was flicking its tongue, its bright silver scales glinting coldly in the sunlight, and its blood-red eyes were coldly staring at her. Crimsonite Silver Snake, Epic, Level, 30 health points, 4.2 million attack, 4214 physical defense, 2144 magical defense, 1952 skills, Venom Injection, Constriction, Silver Scales, Cold-Blooded. Looking at the attributes of the creature, Tang Meng's face turned pale. What kind of terrible luck was this? She had just landed and already encountered a level 30 epic monster. Although she was a legendary class, as an auxiliary, it was impossible for her to defeat a level 30 epic monster. As for the giant cannon beside her, while it had considerable power and could deal a fixed damage of 100,000, it could only attack once before the boss would be right in front of her. Not to mention, there were so many minions around. Maybe I should just run. Tang Meng thought to herself. Fighting was definitely out of the question, and she couldn't win.
But running was still an option. She had teleportation scrolls on her, though they were random, so she couldn't be sure where she would end up if she were teleported into another monster's lair. She was starting to doubt her luck. Hiss hiss hiss. But the crimsonite silver snake didn't give her time to think. With a flick of its tongue, hundreds of minions surged out, charging towards Tang Meng.
I can only run.
Tang Meng immediately stowed away the Gatling gun and cannon, pulling out the teleportation scroll to use.
Clang! But in the next instant, a sword's ringing echoed.
-7.19 million, -18.55 million, critical hit, -7.19 million sword-like crisscross, and terrifying damage numbers appeared as the monsters charging at her were instantly killed. The spirit sword did not stop after slaying all the monsters, but instead charged towards the crimsonite silver snake.
With a single strike, the health bar of the crimsonite silver snake instantly vanished, and its massive body collapsed. Captain, you finally made it. Everything happened so quickly, but upon seeing the damage, she knew it was Chu Chen who had arrived. Recognizing people by their damage, Tang Meng hurriedly looked around, trying to find Chu Chen. Look up.
Tang Meng looked up and saw Chu Chen flying on a spirit sword.
Captain, you can fly? Tang Meng was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with shock.
They had been with Chu Chen for over 10 days, but it was the first time she learned that he could fly.
Yeah, are you okay? Chu Chen nodded.
Although he had just arrived, his control range over the spirit sword had reached 10,000 meters, and the spirit sword could also provide him with
vision, allowing it to arrive first.
Naturally, he had also seen Tang Meng sweeping through monsters with a Gatling gun just moments ago.
He initially thought she
could handle it, but then an epic monster appeared, prompting him to intervene. However, he also didn't expect this girl, despite her petite appearance and being a support class, to fight so fiercely. Indeed, there was nothing simple about legendary classes, even if they were just support.
Captain, I'm fine, I'm just glad you came, otherwise, I would have had to run away.
Tang Meng said, feeling fortunate to have encountered Chu Chen.
Well, if you're okay, let's go and find the others. Aren't we going to farm monsters?
There should be plenty of good stuff on these small islands. No, once we get the core of the secret realm, the
entire secret realm will belong to our great Xia, so why waste time here? Chu Chen shook his head.
Although there would still be pirates coming in, they could
just be dealt with.
Tang Meng nodded but showed a hesitant expression. Chu Chen could fly, but she couldn't.
Get on. Chu Chen noticed her thoughts and a spirit
sword landed in front of her.
Captain, I can also fly on a sword?
Yeah, it just costs me a bit more mana, but it's no problem. Now at level 29, he had 6,050 mana points, not to mention taking Tang Meng. He could even carry 100 people without issue. After all, he had prepared plenty of mana recovery potions. Hearing this, Tang Meng felt a surge of joy. Flying on a sword was something that not only boys found hard to refuse, but girls did too.
What's wrong? Chu Chen
asked, seeing her just staring at the spirit sword without getting on, looking puzzled.
And nothing.
Tang Meng smiled shyly, then stepped onto the spirit sword. She couldn't exactly tell the captain that she was just contemplating what pose would look the coolest while flying on the sword.
Let's go. Seeing Tang Meng step
onto the sword, Chu Chen said, and then the two soared away on their swords towards another small island.
Woohoo! Tang Meng, flying on a sword for the first time, let out an excited monkey-like shout.
Initially, she was worried about falling, but soon realized there was a special force stabilizing her body. After getting used to it for a few seconds, Tang Meng secretly glanced at Chu Chen beside her, noticing that the captain wasn't paying attention to her, and then began to strike some poses she thought looked cool while flying on the sword. Ultimately, she felt it still wasn't cool enough, so she simply imitated Chu Chen's posture, resting one hand behind her back and calming her expression.
Yes, indeed, the captain's pose was the coolest.
Before long, the two arrived at another small island, where there were two people, one support and one main combatant. When Chu Chen brought Tang Meng over, the two were chopping trees, planning to build a boat.
Captain, Tang Meng, you guys are here.
Upon seeing Chu Chen and Tang Meng, both showed surprised expressions, as they had no idea that Chu Chen possessed
the ability to fly on a sword. Yeah, get on, let's go find the others.
Chu Chen nodded, and two spirit swords landed in front of the two. As the two stepped onto the spirit sword and soared into the sky, they let out monkey-like cries just like Tang Meng.
Captain, how many people can you carry while flying? One of
them finally managed to calm his excited heart and asked,
If my mana is sufficient, I can carry 10,000, Chu Chen replied. Tang Meng and the others were
shaken. The thought of 10,000 people flying on swords was simply astonishing. The key point was that the captain was only at level 29. As legendary class professionals, they seemed to be cheating to many, but compared to the captain, they realized they were quite normal. It was the captain who was truly extraordinary. Captain, I can help you restore your mana, said the legendary support class member, then waved his staff, casting a stream of light that fell upon Chu Chen, instantly replenishing his recently consumed mana, with a continuous recovery effect lasting for 5 minutes.
Since someone could help him restore his mana, Chu Chen no longer needed to drink recovery potions. After that, Chu-chen led the 4 to other small islands in search of the remaining members. This sea area was vast, with many islands, but with the jade talisman in hand, they wouldn't waste time if there were no companions on the small islands. Soon, an hour passed, and streams of light streaked across the sky, quickly stopping above a small island. In this hour, Chu-chen had found a total of 78 people, but Lu Chanha and Fuan were not among them. However, he wasn't too worried, based on what he knew. Although they would be randomly teleported to various places after entering the secret realm, they would only land on islands, not in the sea. Lu Ma was strong and had various means of survival. Even if she encountered a level 30 epic monster, she could hold on for a long time, and if it became too much, she could run away. Soon, the 2 on this small island returned to the team, bringing Chu-chen's total to 81 members. Just as Chu-chen was about to recall the spirit swords scattered across the small islands and lead everyone to find the remaining members, he suddenly paused. This was because one of the spirit swords had returned a vision showing 2 pirates. Yamamoto-kun, it seems there was a sound of fighting over there just now. Could it be that there are people from the Great Xia on this island? I heard it too. If it's people from the Great Xia, that would be great. We could find an opportunity to ambush them. Lord Sato said that if we kill a person from the Great Xia, we can obtain an epic item, and if we can kill 10, there will be a legendary item. Then let's hurry over. If there are too many of them, we can forget it. We might not be able to win. But if there are few, the 2 pirates exchanged glances, seeing the cruel intent in each other's eyes. Ha! Why is there a sword here? Just as they were about to sneak over, one of them suddenly spotted a sharp sword floating in the air. A treasure. The thought sprang up in both their minds. There were no monsters around, yet there was a sword that could fly on its own. Wasn't that a treasure? As they pondered how to obtain this treasure, they saw the sharp sword transform into a beam of sword light, swiftly charging towards them. Instead of feeling fear, the 2 were overjoyed. If the opponent was in the air, they would have no way to deal with it, but as long as it got close, they would have a chance to seize the treasure. I'll go. The pirate called Yamamoto stepped forward, while the other pirate, though expressionless, had a glint of cold light in his eyes. He knew very well that Yamamoto wanted to claim the treasure for himself, but even though he felt displeased, there was nothing he could do. He was just a support, while Yamamoto was a main combat class. Yamamoto, unaware of his companion's dissatisfaction, wouldn't have cared. Even if he did know, at that moment he habitually cast a detection spell on the sharp sword. Novice sword, sword immortal trait, indestructible. When he saw the results of the detection, Yamamoto was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it a treasure? How could it be a novice sword? Whose novice sword could fly on its own? As he was momentarily distracted, the novice sword had already arrived in front of him. But he did not panic. It was just a novice sword, incapable of causing him any harm. -6.91 million. A terrifying damage value appeared above his head, and Yamamoto's health bar was instantly emptied, his pupils dilating, and then he lost his level up, collapsing to the ground. Yamamoto, -7.10 million. The remaining Japanese pirate's face changed drastically, but before he could react, his health bar was also emptied, and he fell alongside Yamamoto. 2 Japanese pirates, taken by surprise. Captain, what's wrong? Tang Meng saw Chu-chen was originally prepared to leave but stopped in place, curiously asking, while others also looked over. Chu-chen said nothing and led everyone into a dense forest on the small island. It's the Japanese pirates. Upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, everyone understood what had happened. We hadn't encountered any Japanese pirates before. It must be that old Fong and the others kept them outside, allowing them to come in now. Chu-chen said, we still have 19 people unaccounted for. If we encounter Japanese pirates, accidents are inevitable. You all stay here, I will look for the others. The group exchanged glances and then nodded. Although they were all legendary level professions, the Japanese pirates also had legendary level professions. If the other 19 encountered multiple Japanese pirates, accidents could easily occur. Captain, take this. It's a jade talisman from the Japanese pirates. Tang Meng approached a Japanese pirate's corpse, removed the storage ring from the other, and handed a jade talisman to Chu-chen. Alright, you all practice here for now, I'll come back to pick you up. Chu-chen nodded. He had already checked. The strongest monsters on this small island were only a few level 30 epic monsters, with 80 legendary level professions together. Sweeping through all the monsters on this small island was a piece of cake, so safety was not a concern. After saying this, Chu-chen transformed into a beam of sword light and disappeared under everyone's gaze. The captain is amazing. Not only is his damage terrifyingly high, but he can fly at just level 29, and it's the coolest sword flight. Otherwise, how could he become our captain? Stop being dazed, deal with the corpses, and let's hurry to see if we can clear all the monsters on this small island before the captain returns. Flames and thunder rained down, and the 2 Japanese pirate corpses were instantly reduced to dust, after which everyone began to clear the monsters on the small island. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lord Sato, Yamamoto, and Tabii are dead. The samurai-headed man looked at the 2 gray avatars in the friend list. Satoyama frowned. It had been less than 5 minutes since they entered, and already 2 people had died. What about the others? The others are fine for now. Satoyama nodded. It must be that those 2 had bad luck and ended up in a monster's lair. Is it possible that it was the Daxia people? There is that possibility, but even if it was the Daxia people, we have no way to stop it. Once we enter the secret realm, we can kill the Daxia people, and the Daxia people can also kill our people. Satoyama said, don't dwell on this matter, as long as most people are safe. Some losses are inevitable when entering the secret realm. The samurai-headed man nodded. As long as they could obtain the core of this secret realm, losing some people would be worth it. But just as this thought settled, the samurai-headed man's expression changed, because he saw 2 more gray avatars appear in the friend list. This meant that 2 more people had died. The most terrifying part was that a gray avatar would appear every 5 minutes at most, or as little as 1 minute. If this death rate continued, it wouldn't be long before all 100 of their Japanese people would be dead. Lord Sato, what should we do? The samurai-headed man informed Satoyama of the situation, and upon learning this, Satoyama fell silent. What to do? What could he do? Don't mention that the entrance to the secret realm is guarded by the Great Xia. They don't even dare to approach it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm. As for getting those who have entered the secret realm to come out, there is absolutely no way. The secret realm has only one exit. To get out, one must find the exit or wait for the secret realm to close automatically and be teleported out. What else can be done? They can only wait for the secret realm to end and then return to the land of the rising sun to celebrate in style. On a small island, 2 figures were busy hunting monsters. Old Lu, are you sure this is just a rare level profession? Your tankiness is on par with legendary level professions. Fuan waved his staff, and a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters shot out, accompanied by an explosion that cleared the health of all monsters within a 100-meter radius. I may be a bit tanky, but my damage can't compare to yours, Lu Chanha chuckled. By the time he finished speaking, the health he had lost from the earlier monsters had already fully recovered. Fuan certainly didn't think so. While the other party's damage was indeed low, their tankiness was very high. Moreover, the other party had a counterattack ability, and it was true damage, which was the most terrifying part. Although his damage was high, under Lu Chanha's counterattack effect, he couldn't confidently say he would win. I wonder how the others are doing, Fu Un said. Don't worry, with old Chu around, nothing will go wrong, Lu Chanha replied with a smile. Fuan knew well about their captain's terrifying damage, but now that everyone was scattered across various islands, it wouldn't matter how high the captain's damage was, unless the other party could fly. But how could that be possible? Let's continue hunting monsters. Since we've been teleported to this small island, there must be a reason for it, Fuan said, and the 2 continued their monster hunting. Meanwhile, as the 2 were diligently hunting monsters, a phantom figure slowly retreated behind them, eventually revealing itself under a large tree over 1,000 meters away. Little Yikuan, how is it? Are they from the Great Xia? A provocatively dressed woman asked. She was Sakuramoto Kanako. Yes, they are from the Great Xia, and there are 2 of them. I've observed for a while, one is a mage-type profession, and the other is a tank-type profession. From their performance, they should both be legendary-level professions, Onogaku nodded. You weren't discovered by them, were you? Don't worry, I'm a legendary-level stealth assassin, and my specialty is concealment. They didn't notice me. 1 mage and 1 tank, although it's a bit troublesome, it's not impossible to kill. Sakuramoto Kanako thought for a moment and said, when they are engaged in battle, I'll first control that mage, and then you can launch a sneak attack to assassinate. There's a good chance we can take him down. The remaining tank poses no threat to us. Her profession was a songstress, and although it was only an epic-level profession, she had many control skills, making her even more effective than some legendary-level professions. Alright, let's do it. Your way, Onogaku nodded, a glint of excitement in his eyes. If he could hunt down the pride of the Great Xia, he would become a hero in the land of the rising sun upon his return. After discussing their plan, Onogaku concealed himself again, while Sakuramoto Kanako approached Fuan and Lu Chanha. At that moment, Lu Chanha and Fuan had just defeated over 10 rare-level monsters and were about to move forward when they suddenly heard movement behind them. Woku? Upon seeing Sakuramoto Kanako, Fuan frowned. Aside from their own people from the Great Xia, the only others in the secret realm were from the land of the rising sun. Great Xia people. Sakuramoto Kanako's face changed drastically upon seeing the 2, and she turned to run. Fuan and Lu Chanha exchanged glances but did not pursue, as they were unsure if there was an ambush. After running a distance, Sakuramoto Kanako saw that the 2 were not chasing her and inwardly cursed them for being too vigilant. Originally, she intended to attract the attention of the 2, ideally making Lu Chanha distance himself from Fuan, thus creating an opportunity for Xiaoye gang to carry out an assassination. However, she did not expect that in this desolate wilderness, these 2 men would be completely unmoved by the sight of such a beautiful woman alone. Since this method was ineffective, Ingben Kanako stopped running and instead began to twist her body, letting out A series of seductive sounds. Not good, she is Ingben Kanako, a professional courtesan singer. Fuan reacted first, but it was already too late. The sounds had reached their ears, and various unsightly images appeared before him and Lu Chanha. As a forbidden mage, Fuan had a high mental value and was the first to break free from these images, but he still experienced a brief moment of daze. This also created an opportunity for Xiaoye Gang, who had been hiding in the shadows. Whoosh! A flash of cold light passed, and Xiaoye Gang's figure appeared behind Fuan, a dagger descending towards him. Minus 42,456, critical hit, as Xiaoye Gang's dagger struck, a damage number floated above Fuan's head, and a magical shield appeared around him, reducing his health by only half. Minus 17,341 immediately. After, a damage number also floated above Lu Chanha's head thanks to the effect of the Guardian Metal, which helped Fuan absorb 29% of the damage. Minus 5,028, true damage. At the same time, Xiaoye Gang was also stunned, as a damage number floated above his head. Lu Chanha's talent, Wrath of the Shield, allowed him to reflect true damage. Xiaoye Gang was shocked. He was nearly an assassin class, with health just over 10,000. Lu Chanha's counterattack had directly halved his health. What kind of monster is this? I was clearly attacking that mage. How did I end up taking damage, and true damage at that? For a moment, Xiaoye Gang hesitated. He had originally planned to execute a combo, but now he feared that he would be killed by the counter damage before he could finish it. Fuan seized this opportunity, his figure flickering as he vanished from his spot, appearing 10 meters away. Lu Chanha, having freed himself from those unsightly images due to the damage, let out a loud shout. Ha! At that moment, Lu Chanha unleashed the battle roar skill he had learned earlier. Although it couldn't deal damage to the target, it could cause a brief stun. As the sound rang out, Xiaoye Gang felt a dizziness in his head. Although he quickly regained his senses, Lu Chanha would not miss this chance. He charged towards Xiaoye Gang, who had just come to his senses and was unable to dodge in time, getting knocked away by Lu Chanha. Minus 769. This was the damage dealt by Lu Chanha, which seemed rather low compared to Xiaoye Gang's over 10,000 damage. However, Xiaoye Gang had no mood to mock. He hurriedly used a control clearing skill to shake off the knockback effect while quickly retreating. Just as he was backing away, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the spot he had just vacated. Xiaoye Gang was drenched in sweat, nearly dying. He dared not hesitate and quickly used his stealth skill, his figure gradually disappearing into the shadows, already planning to retreat. But just as he was about to leave, an invisible sword suddenly pierced through his body. Minus 7 million a damage number appeared, and Xiaoye Gang's health bar was instantly empty, his body stiffening before collapsing to the ground. It's Old Chu has arrived. Seeing this damage, Lu Chanha smiled, and Fuan breathed a sigh of relief, though he was puzzled about how Chu Chen had suddenly appeared. Did the other party also end up on this small island earlier? Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Chu Chen soared through the air on his sword, his gaze fixed ahead, where a figure was rapidly approaching him. Xiaoye Gang actually died. Kanako Sakimoto looked at the gray avatar of Onagaka in her friends list, her expression quite grim. When Onagaka failed to instantly kill Fuan, she sensed something was wrong and decided to flee. However, she never expected that Onagaka would actually die. After all, he was a legendary class player, and an assassin at that, skilled in stealth and escape. Even if he wasn't a match for those two from the Great Xia, he should have been able to leave using a random teleportation scroll. Wait, how could so many of us be dead? It was only then that Kanako Sakimoto noticed that, apart from Onagaka, a third of the avatars of the others who had entered the secret realm had turned gray. This filled her with dread. They had only been inside for less than half an hour. Was there some great terror within this secret realm that had caused so many deaths? I did it. Just as Kanako Sakimoto was lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out. She was startled and looked around, finally raising her head to see Chu Chen soaring through the air on his sword. Kanako's pupils constricted as she stared at Chu Chen in disbelief. He could fly. Didn't it mean he was at least a transcendent powerhouse? The Great Xia is truly despicable, Kanako thought to herself, not knowing how the Great Xia had managed to let a transcendent level powerhouse enter. But a transcendent level powerhouse in this secret realm was nearly invincible. No wonder the usually domineering Great Xia would allow them from the Wokaku to enter. It was all a trap, with no intention of letting them leave alive. I can't die. I must leave the secret realm and tell Lord Sato about this, Kanako Sakimoto thought, quietly taking out a teleportation scroll, planning to leave immediately. But before she could use the scroll, her mind went blank. Swish! An invisible sword pierced through her head, blood dripping from her brow. But at that moment, she could no longer think. Her enchanting eyes gradually lost their luster, devoid of life. This was, of course, the void condensing sword technique used by Chu Chen. After glancing at her, Chu Chen ignored her and flew off toward Lu Ma and the others, while behind him, Kanako Sakimoto's corpse was also carried along by the invisible sword. Bang! The invisible sword dissipated, and Kanako Sakimoto's body fell to the ground. Old Chu, I knew you could find us, Lu Chanha said with a smile as he stepped forward. Is everyone alright? Chu Chen nodded. All good, just Fuan got a bit injured, but he's fine now, Lu Chanha replied, shaking his head. Fuan had just come to his senses. He had been startled by the sight of Chu Chen flying in on his sword. If he hadn't known Chu Chen, he would have thought he was already a transcendent powerhouse. Captain, I'm fine now too, Fuan said, having just taken a recovery potion, his health fully restored. Alright, let's deal with the bodies. I've found everyone else, it's just you two left. We'll gather everyone shortly, Chu Chen said. Yes, Captain, Fuan nodded, and then he and Lu Chanha began to handle the bodies, looting the storage rings and equipment from the two corpses. After that, Fuan released a flame, and the two bodies turned to ashes. Once they finished with the bodies, the three did not linger. Chu Chen led the two away from the small island. Along the way, Fuan was quite excited. After all, this was flying on a sword, and he understood even more the strength of his captain. On the way back, Chu Chen stopped at several small islands, killing more than 10 pirates. Under the void condensing sword technique, these pirates didn't even know how they died, let alone have the chance to use their teleportation scrolls. A total of 100 pirates had entered. Now he had killed 42, leaving 58 still alive. He didn't plan to search for them one by one. Instead, he intended to first secure the core of the secret realm with everyone. Very soon, the three of them arrived at the gathering island, and all 100 members of the Great Xia had gathered under Chu Chen's search. Captain, you're back. We've cleared all the monsters on this island, Tang Meng said. Moreover, after clearing it, we discovered a teleportation array, which should lead to the core of the secret realm. Chu Chen looked at the teleportation array surrounded by everyone and understood the situation of this secret realm. It seemed that every small island had such a teleportation array, but these arrays were guarded by monsters and could only be used after defeating them. It made sense. Without the teleportation array, they couldn't really build ships to cross the sea. Chu Chen could fly, but the others couldn't. This was just a secret realm below level 30. Well, everyone is here, let's head directly to the core, Chu Chen nodded and said, and then everyone gathered at the teleportation array. The teleportation array was large and had no limit on the number of people, but before teleporting, all support classes added various buffs to avoid any accidents. Once they were ready, they activated the teleportation array, and everyone disappeared. Lord Sato, 42 of the 100 people we sent in have already died. Outside the secret realm, on the ship from the Yamato nation, the samurai-headed man looked somewhat grim. In just about an hour, nearly half of them had died. If this continued for another hour, wouldn't they all be dead? Sato Yama's expression was also not good. Among the 42 dead, there were 3 legendary class professionals. Their Yamato nation already had few geniuses, and epic and legendary class professionals were treated as treasures. Now that so many had been lost, he didn't know how to report back to the higher-ups. If they can obtain the core of the secret realm, it will all be worth it, Sato Yama said solemnly. Even with such losses, he had no other choice. If they could obtain the core of the secret realm, he would not only be in the right but also gain merit. Although it was just a secret realm below level 30, its value was still extraordinary. Moreover, this was a secret realm that had appeared for the first time, and treasures within would surely be abundant. The samurai-headed man remained silent, only praying that those who entered could obtain the core of the secret realm. At the same time, he was also worried. Even if they obtained the core, would the Great Xia let them leave? At this moment, after passing through the teleportation array, Chu Chen and his group arrived in a square. This was also a small island, with cliffs on 3 sides of the square, and occasionally a gust of wind would sweep through, making a whistling sound. In front of the square was a staircase completely paved with jade stones, consisting of 100 steps. The staircase extended upward, and at the end of the staircase was a portal, identical to the one they had entered through. Chu Chen and the others knew that this portal was the exit of the secret realm. In front of the portal was a stone platform, on which stood a blue light column, with a translucent white crystal floating within it. Indeed, this blue light is where the core of the secret realm is located. That crystal should be the core. Chu Chen had seen a glimpse of the blue light column from afar on the small island and had speculated at that time. Captain, that should be the core of the secret realm, but it's strange that there are no monsters here. These jade stone stairs might be unusual, Fuan said. Chu Chen remained silent, only summoning 100 spirit swords to fly around. When these spirit swords reached the edge of the square, they found an invisible barrier that could not be breached, and even attempts to attack were futile. When the spirit swords approached the jade stone stairs, there was also an invisible barrier present. Even when Chu Chen tried to use the void condensation sword technique, he could not break through the space on the jade stone stairs. It seems we cannot take shortcuts to directly obtain the core of the secret realm. Chu Chen also felt that these jade stone steps were peculiar, which is why he thought of using the spirit sword to directly take the core of the secret realm, but unfortunately, he failed. Captain, let me try these jade stone steps. Even if there's danger, I'm not afraid. I have a damage immunity talent. At this moment, a person stepped forward and said. This person was named Bao Yuan, with a baby face, and had awakened a legendary class of meat shield. He possessed a powerful talent that could not only immunize all damage for 1 minute but also immune all negative states, though it could only be used once a month. Be careful. If you notice anything wrong, retreat immediately, Chu Chen nodded. The core of the secret realm was right in front of him, and he didn't believe there was truly no danger. Here, even if dozens of legendary monsters appeared, he wouldn't find it strange. Then, Chu Chen surrounded Bao Yuan with hundreds of spirit swords. Although they couldn't enter the Jade Stone Steps, they could be ready outside at any time. Bao Yuan approached the Jade Stone Steps, turned back, and nodded to everyone. All of them drew their weapons and prepared. The support classes also began to apply various buff enhancements to Bao Yuan. Buddha's golden body, activate. Bao Yuan shouted, and then a golden light erupted from his body, with a phantom of a Buddha appearing behind him, looking quite imposing. However, the crowd, who had been focused, couldn't help but smirk. Using a talent was one thing, but shouting about it? Didn't he feel embarrassed? Bao Yuan didn't care about that. As the golden body activated, a layer of golden light enveloped him, greatly increasing his sense of security. He didn't waste time and directly stepped onto the Jade Stone Steps. With another step, he reached the second layer of the steps, and his pace didn't slow down but rather quickened. There were a total of 100 layers of steps, and Bao Yuan only stopped when he reached the 75th layer. After trying hard for a while, he still couldn't step onto the 76th layer, and finally, he jogged back down the steps, returning to the square just as the Buddha's golden body disappeared. How was it? Chu Chen asked. Captain, these Jade Stone Steps are really something. I wasn't attacked when I went up, nor did I experience any negative states, but there was a force washing over my body, actually enhancing my control over my strength a bit, Bao Yuan said with shining eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the true purpose of these Jade Stone Steps is to help us enhance our strength control. Each layer represents 0.1% control, and to reach the top, we need 10% control. Chu Chen paused upon hearing this. He wasn't surprised by the effect of the Jade Stone Steps, but rather that Bao Yuan had actually reached the 75th layer. What's your strength control percentage? Chu Chen asked. 7%. What's wrong, Captain? Bao Yuan replied, puzzled. 7%? Chu Chen fell silent. How could this guy's strength control be so high? Was he also from a martial arts family? But he didn't look like it. 10% strength control to reach the top? Has anyone achieved that? Chu Chen asked. Originally, he thought it was impressive that Bao Yuan could reach 7% control, but he didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, 26 people stepped forward. Captain, I have 11% control. I have exactly 10%. I have 14%. Everyone spoke up, with the highest being Fuan, who had an astonishing 15% control. Compared to them, Chu Chen's 2% control was nothing, not to mention Lu Ma, who only had 1% control. Captain, you don't need to be surprised. After all, our situation is quite special, Fuan said. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that they had mentioned before that the time flow in the dungeon they went to was 50 times that of the outside world, so having such high control was normal. After all, these guys had risked their lives for it. Does this mean we can directly obtain the core of the secret realm? Chu Chen didn't expect it to be so easy, but under normal circumstances, it certainly wouldn't be this simple. Not to mention that achieving a 10% control before level 30 is not easy. If there were others from the Great Xia here, a battle would surely break out on the Jade Steps. In that case, let's go together, Chu Chen said. And then he and the others stepped onto the Jade Steps. As Chu Chen stepped onto the Jade Steps, he immediately felt a force enveloping him. This sensation was quite similar to that in the training room, but somewhat different, with a higher intensity than in the training room. This place is very suitable for enhancing control over power. Chu Chen observed the Jade Steps, noting that the rate of improvement here was several times faster than in the training room, and with his immortal wind cloud body technique, the speed of enhancement would increase even more. Although once the control exceeded 10% it would have no effect, it was still quite good, allowing newcomers to save a lot of time. When Chu Chen reached the 23rd level, he found that he could not proceed any further. He knew that only by increasing his control could he continue upward. In contrast, Lu Ma was even further behind, having stopped at the 11th level. Fuan and the others, however, strode upward without any pause, with the weakest among the 98 stopping at the 57th level, indicating that their control was also above 5%. Soon, Fuan and his group crossed over 100 steps and reached the platform at the top, encountering no unexpected events along the way. Captain, I'm going to take the core of the secret realm, Fuan said, looking down at Chu Chen. Okay, get ready for battle. Chu Chen nodded, and everyone took out their weapons, while various buffs were cast on Fuan. Once everyone was ready, Fuan approached the stone platform, reached his right hand into the blue light column, and grasped the pearly white crystal. As the crystal left the blue light column, it seemed as if the Jade Steps lost their energy, and the layer of spiritual light above vanished. At the same time, Chu Chen felt the energy that had been helping him enhance his control disappear, and the barrier that had been blocking his progress also vanished. Boom! Fuan, having obtained the core of the secret realm, barely had time to feel joy when he saw that the blue light column on the stone platform did
not disappear. Instead, it thickened dozens of times, and a phantom figure gradually emerged within the light column.
Shu Chen shouted, "Everyone retreat, there's a monster."
Without the barrier's obstruction, thousands of spiritual swords flew out, carrying Fu Wen and the others into the air, while the remaining swords
circled around the light column.
I didn't expect there to be a monster. I knew it wouldn't be that simple.
What kind of monster is this? It looks huge, at least. Legendary level, right? The pressure it emits exceeds that of a level 30 legendary monster. It can't be a monster above level 40, can it? What are we afraid of? With the captain here, even a mythic level monster could be taken down in an instant.
Shu Chen was also watching the phantom within the light column. He had tried to attack, but unfortunately, it had no effect. It seemed they had to wait for the entity to fully descend.
Roar! After a full minute, accompanied
by a roar, the blue light column vanished, revealing a massive figure. Silver Moon Sky Wolf, legendary level, 39 health points, 30 million attack, 18,417 physical defense, 8,987 magical defense, 9,011 skills, Wolf Howl, Sky Wolf transformation, King's Majesty, Phantom 100 kills, Hunting Claw. This was a giant wolf standing 3 meters tall, with pure white fur all over its body, and its eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of a crescent moon's shadow. The opponent's attributes were the highest among all the monsters Shu Chen had encountered so far, with a health pool reaching 30 million, and its defense once again surpassing his attack value. I didn't expect it to be a level 39 legendary monster.
Captain, what should we do? Fu Wen asked.
After consuming 10 bottles of legendary attribute potions, his attack power was slightly higher than Shu Chen's, but he could only barely break through the Silver Moon Wolf's defenses. If it weren't for Shu Chen, their group of 98 legendary class players could have taken it down, but the cost would certainly be high, and half of them might end
up dead on the spot.
Shu Chen remained silent, and the thousands of spirit swords that had been hovering around the blue light pillar suddenly launched an attack on the Silver Moon Wolf. -0, normal attack, -2,270,000, true damage, -1,120,000, everything can be broken. As the 1,000 spirit swords flashed by, the Silver Moon Wolf tried its best to evade, but it was hit by several swords, and its health dropped to 0.
Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf sensed the life and death
crisis and immediately roared again, a silver moon rising from behind it, its fur gradually tinged with a shade of blood.
It was about to unleash its werewolf transformation.
However, before the skill could fully manifest, the Silver Moon Wolf's body suddenly stiffened. -5,860,000 true damage, critical hit, the 30 million health was instantly depleted, and the Silver Moon Wolf's corpse crashed heavily to the ground, clearly having lost its chance to level up.
At the same
time, Shu Chen received a notification of experience gain, but since he had not yet broken through, this experience was of no use to him.
You all handle it, Chu
Chen finally said to Fu Wen. Fu Wen's lips curled slightly, although he knew the captain's damage was formidable and that the Silver Moon Wolf was no match for him. The fact that a level 39 legendary monster was resolved in less than a breath still left him in shock. Especially the captain's true damage effect was terrifying. With such an effect, let alone a level 39 Silver Moon Wolf, even an 80 or 90 level monster would lose health from a single hit.
As for level 100 demigods and
gods above level 100, he had no idea. Those kinds of powerful beings should have ways to deal with true damage effects. Stop dawdling, handle the corpse, Fu, and called out, and everyone gathered around the Silver Moon Wolf's body. They did not use the disassembly skill. While the disassembly skill was convenient, it would only break down parts deemed useful by the world's will. In reality, the Silver Moon Wolf's entire body was a treasure, and using the disassembly skill would be a bit of a waste. Captain, this is the core of the secret realm. Fu Wen handed the recently obtained secret realm core to Shu Chen. Only extraordinary beings above level 60 can fully refine the secret realm core. For now, we can only use some basic functions. Shu Chen took a glance, and indeed, as Fu Wen said, he could only use some basic functions, such as opening the exit of the secret realm.
These should be people from the Wokoku. The core displayed a map with over 100 red dots, with 100 clustered together representing them, while 58 other dots were scattered across various islands in the secret realm.
The Wokoku people are still on those islands. We'll just wait for them here, Shu Chen said, but unfortunately, he couldn't use the secret realm core to teleport
directly, nor could he waste time searching one by one. Now that they had obtained the secret realm core, the secret realm would not close on its own, so if the invaders wanted to leave, they would have to find the exit. They just needed to guard the exit and wait. It's just the right time to improve our control. With that thought, Shu Chen activated the core crystal, and the white jade steps immediately glowed with spiritual light. As he stepped into it, that power reappeared. Outside the secret realm, the samurai-headed man in Sato Yamaguchi let out a breath. The secret realm has been open for more than 3 hours now, and their people have been inside for 2 hours. Aside from the first hour when many died, there have been no casualties since. They were genuinely worried that everyone would perish inside. Lord Sato, it seems there have been no casualties. On the Great Xia side, said the samurai leader. Sato Yamato also noticed this. They had been observing the expressions of Feng Yun and the others, who were chatting and laughing. If people had really died, they certainly wouldn't be so carefree. From the looks of it, our people were most likely killed by the Great Xia, Sato Yamato said. If the secret realm were truly that dangerous, it shouldn't be that only their country suffered casualties. But even knowing it was the Great Xia who killed them, they had no way to intervene and could only wait outside. Just then, the portal of the secret realm suddenly rippled, and a figure stepped out. Feng Yun, who was chatting with Yenyu, paused and looked at the person coming out, realizing it was one of their own from Great Xia. Sunwei, why are you out? Feng Yun asked. Old Feng, old Yen, we have obtained the core of the secret realm. Inside is a vast ocean with many small islands. Sunwei stepped forward and explained the situation within the secret realm. The most valuable thing in the secret realm should be the final jade stone steps. There is a special energy on it that can quickly enhance one's control over power, but it can only increase by up to 10%. Listening to Sunwei's account, Feng Yun and Yenyu nodded. An increase of 10% is already quite good. It can save a lot of time. What about the Japanese? Feng Yun asked. Those pirates are still on various islands and haven't yet used the teleportation array to enter the plaza. However, the captain has already killed 48 of them and there are still 52 alive. The captain asked me to come out and inform you that he plans to enhance his control within the secret realm while waiting for the pirates to arrive, Sunwei said. If monsters attack Lu Chanha, I will go back in to inform the captain. It seems this kid really intends to leave none alive. Feng Yun chuckled. You should rest for now. There's nothing happening in Lu Chanha at the moment. That kid is impressive. Originally, the secret realm was supposed to open for 7 days, but he obtained the core in just over 3 hours, Yenyu added. Yes, it was faster than I expected, but it also shows his strength. Although he is only level 29, his combat power is not inferior to that of a level 60 extraordinary. Feng Yun nodded. There are only 6 months left until the sequence competition begins. I wonder if he can catch up. His leveling speed is quite fast. It shouldn't be a problem. Once the situation in Lu Chanha is resolved, he will be heading to Lighthouse Country next month, as the Black Abyss secret realm is about to open. Oh, isn't Lighthouse Country always against us intervening in the Black Abyss secret realm? Why are they willing to make concessions this time? This is thanks to the Japanese. This time, our Great Xia agreed to let the Japanese enter the secret realm mainly because they relinquished a spot in the Black Abyss secret realm. Otherwise, even if Lighthouse Country intervened, it would have been useless. Will he be alright going in alone? The Black Abyss secret realm has been in Lighthouse Country for over 300 years. They have only gained some authority but not the core of the secret realm, and the dangers inside are considerable. A hint of worry flashed in Yenyu's eyes. The Black Abyss secret realm was not comparable to the current one. The Black Abyss secret realm appears within Lighthouse Country and opens once every 3 years, allowing up to level 69 experts to enter. Great Xia doesn't have much information about the Black Abyss secret realm because Lighthouse Country keeps it tightly guarded. However, Lighthouse Country gradually became stronger after the Black Abyss secret realm appeared, and the Japanese also grew stronger after clinging to Lighthouse Country's leg 30 years ago, gaining a spot to enter the Black Abyss secret realm. The Great Xia was very eager for the Black Abyss secret realm and had previously discussed it with the Lighthouse Nation, but the Lighthouse Nation had never agreed. This time, it was the Japanese nation wanting to intervene in the Fishing Island secret realm that gave the high-ranking officials of Great Xia a glimmer of opportunity. They had never expected the Lighthouse Nation to agree, nor did they know what price the Japanese had paid to gain that agreement. But there was only one spot available. The danger is indeed not low, but there are plenty of opportunities. The Lighthouse Nation has become stronger without even obtaining the core of the secret realm. If that kid goes in, even if he can't get the core, he will still gain a lot. And there are several myth-level items prepared above. Even if he can't gain much, returning safely shouldn't be a problem. Feng Yun smiled and said, I haven't discussed this with him yet. I'll ask for his opinion after the matter in Lu Chanha is resolved. Is the upper management in such a hurry for the foreign domain sequence competition in half a year? But one must reach at least level 60 to enter. Can he reach level 60 in half a year? Not a big problem. After he entered the Qinglong Academy, the upper management has already been selecting suitable leveling dungeons for him. The only trouble is the breakthrough task. Some tasks may not be completed even with myth-level items. Yenyu nodded. Since the upper management had already made arrangements, he wouldn't say more. Lord Yenyu, may I ask what the situation is within the secret realm? At this moment, the voice of Sato Yama rang out. He had seen Sunwei come out of the secret realm, but unfortunately, while Feng Yun and the others were talking, they had set up a barrier that prevented him from hearing, so he can only ask. Not possible. Yenyu coldly replied. Sato Yama was furious. They were all legendary level powerhouses, yet he was given no face at all. The people of Great Xia were truly detestable. Yenyu didn't care what the other party thought. There was no need for them to know what was happening in the secret realm. In any case, the 100 Japanese who entered would never come out alive. Time passed slowly, and Chu Chanha was still enhancing his control on the jade stone steps within the secret realm. The speed of improvement here was indeed very fast, and coupled with the hidden effects of the immortal wind cloud body technique, he reached the 30th level in just 5 hours, meaning his control had reached 3%. Only 2% remained to meet the requirements of the breakthrough task. If given another day or two, he would definitely achieve it. Meanwhile, on a small island within the secret realm, 2 Japanese bandits teamed up to kill an epic-level monster. Finally done. The 2 bandits panted, gulping down recovery potions to restore their condition. Shen Jokuan, this teleportation array should lead to the core of the secret realm. We need to recover quickly. I wonder if the others have gone. We also need to be careful of the Great Xia people. We came in an hour later, they might have already gone. The 2 bandits spoke while resting. They were lucky, both being legendary level classes, one melee and one ranged, and their cooperation allowed them to clear monsters quickly. However, they also saw that 42 people had already died in their friend list, which made them wary. In the secret realm, they had to be cautious not only of monsters but also of the Great Xia people. After about 15 minutes, the 2 had rested enough, prepared various life-saving measures, and then stepped into the teleportation array. With a flash of brilliant light, when the 2 opened their eyes again, they had arrived in a plaza. But as soon as they appeared, a chill ran down their spines. Looking around, they saw pairs of mocking eyes. Damn it, boom boom boom. In the next moment, the 2 were engulfed by a flurry of colorful attacks. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, Fuan and the others smiled. After so long, these bandits finally arrived. Get ready, as soon as someone teleports in, we'll go all out, Fuan said. The entire secret realm, apart from the people of Daxia, was filled with pirates. They were all here, and the only ones being transported over would be the pirates. Yes, everyone shouted in unison, then began to methodically handle the corpses. Outside the secret realm, watching as 2 more people died, and they were both legendary class professionals, Satoyama's face twitched, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Could it be that when they came, there was a group of them, and now only a few would return? As if to prove Satoyama's thoughts, someone would die every little while, sometimes just 1 or 2, but at other times, over a dozen would perish in 5 minutes. Lord Yenyu, we from Wokoku wish to withdraw from this secret realm. Satoyama gritted his teeth and spoke. With only 24 people still alive, he no longer hoped to obtain the core of the secret realm, only wishing to bring these 24 people back safely to Wokoku. Hearing Satoyama's words, Yenyu and Fengyan exchanged glances, guessing that too many pirates had died. Otherwise, Satoyama wouldn't say such a thing. If you can get in, I won't stop you, Yenyu said. Satoyama's expression darkened. If only he could get in, but unfortunately, this secret realm only allowed those below level 30 to enter. Lord Yenyu, didn't you just have your Daxia people come out? I wonder. Get lost. Yenyu interrupted him directly. It's you who want to go in, and it's you who want to come out. What a hassle. Satoyama's face looked grim, but he dared not say more. He realized that Daxia had no intention of letting their Wokoku people come out alive. While they were speaking, 3 more pirates met their end, which left Satoyama in despair. If they all died inside, he feared he would have to commit seppuku upon returning to Wokoku. Another 2 hours passed, and Satoyama completely gave up. For just a moment ago, the last Wokoku person had also died. They had entered with 100 people, including 10 legendary class professionals, yet not a single one had come out alive. Daxia actually did such a thing. We from Wokoku will not let this go unpunished. After leaving a harsh remark, Satoyama took his people and piloted the ship away. Fengyan and Yenyu paid no mind to the harsh words exchanged, smiling as they watched the other leave. Since Satoyama had left, it also meant that all the Wokoku people who had entered the secret realm were dead. You stay here, I'll go check on Lu Chanha, Fengyan said. With the Wokoku people gone, he no longer needed to remain. Let me know if anything comes up. I will bring them back to Lu Chanha then, Yenyu nodded. With the pirates gone from the secret realm, Chu Chen and the others felt more at ease in enhancing their power control. 2 days passed, and Chu Chen's power control finally reached 5%. Your power control has reached 5%. Your skill sword slash meets the requirements to be transformed into a supreme skill. Do you wish to transform? Looking at the prompt, Chu Chen opened the panel. Sword slash deals 700% physical damage to the target, cooldown time 30 seconds, level 10, transformation requirements for supreme skill 5% power control 50000/50000 proficiency. Can be transformed, finally reached 5%. I wonder how effective the supreme skill will be. With that thought, Chu Chen confirmed the transformation. Your skill sword slash has been successfully transformed into a supreme skill. Sword slash supreme skill deals 1000% to 2000% physical damage to the target, cooldown time 30 seconds. The effect of the supreme skill is much stronger than before, and a range of damage intervals has appeared. The supreme skill is a skill that is completely under one's control. How much damage it can deal can also be controlled by oneself. Chu Chen understood in his heart that in The future, when using this skill, he could guarantee to deal 10 times the physical damage, and if he unleashed it fully, it could reach 20 times. This is just a skill obtained from ordinary spirit wine. I wonder what the effect would be if it were a skill from epic level spirit wine. With that thought, Lu Chanha took out a jar of purple bamboo brew and started drinking. You have consumed purple bamboo brew, ordinary level, strength attribute increased by 5% for 3 hours. Previously, drinking purple bamboo brew only increased proficiency, but now it could grant the effects of the brew. It seems that the skill sword/can no longer be upgraded, Lu Chanha mused, realizing he wouldn't need to drink this kind of spirit wine anymore. He glanced at the breakthrough task and the progress had changed to 1/10, with 9 more ultimate skills needed to complete it. However, his control over strength had now reached 5%, and the remaining 9 skills only required a bit more proficiency, which could be easily managed by drinking more wine. Just as he was thinking, a figure walked out from the portal. It was Sunway. Captain, the monsters have appeared near Deer City, and the monster siege is about to begin, Sunway said. It's about time. Let's head out. Chu Chen nodded, not wanting to miss the monster siege, and his sacrificial crystal had yet to be used so he could see if there were any suitable monsters. Everyone prepare to leave the secret realm. As soon as Lu Chanha finished speaking, everyone stepped into the portal and left the secret realm. Alright, little ones, let's go. I'll take you to see what a monster siege looks like. Yen Yu, seeing everyone come out, led them onto the spaceship, then activated it to fly towards Deer City. Deer City. As a coastal city, the practitioners here needed to be wary of the monsters in the ocean. After the fishing island secret realm appeared, the city lord of Deer City, Zhao Yuanshan, anticipated that the ocean monsters would revolt, so he began constructing defensive fortifications early on. At this moment, the entire Deer City was on high alert, with city guards stationed on the walls, and various attack and defense tools already prepared. Outside Deer City, the usually calm sea was now turbulent, with the sea level rising by several dozen meters in just a few days, and occasionally, one could see the figures of monsters among the crashing waves. The sea level is rising too quickly. There are at least 10,000 tide beasts, Fengyan said, looking at the seawater that was spreading towards Deer City. Tide beasts, although only ordinary level, were quite special monsters in the ocean. Their combat power was very low, and even a level 10 practitioner could easily slay them. However, tide beasts had a unique talent called tide control, which could change the direction of water flow and even gather seawater. 1 or 2 tide beasts could at most stir up a splash, but once their numbers exceeded 10, their talent effects would double, capable of creating a massive wave. 10,000 tide beasts could control a body of seawater, easily submerging a city. Every time ocean monsters launched an attack on land, tide beasts were indispensable, as most ocean monsters would significantly lose their combat power once they left the water. Although this seawater is troublesome, there are legendary water-repelling pearls in Deer City, so this seawater still cannot flood into Deer City, Zhao Yuanshan said beside Fengyan. As a coastal city, there were naturally various ways to deal with ocean monsters, and water-repelling pearls were the nemesis of tide beasts. Have you found that ocean overlord? We've been keeping an eye on the sea, but haven't discovered it yet. It seems that guy is hiding very well. Although the current situation is quite significant, that guy shouldn't have reached the legendary level yet. As long as we can kill it, the monsters in the sea won't be a threat anymore. While the two were talking, a spaceship arrived above Deer City. It was Lu Chanha and the others returning. How is the situation in Deer City? Lu Chanha and his group arrived at the city wall, and Yen Yu looked at Fengyan and Zhao Yuanshan and asked, "We haven't found that ocean overlord yet. This matter will trouble you," Fengyan said. "What's the trouble? Just leave this matter to me," Yen Yu said as he took out a stack of talismans. As he scattered these talismans, they transformed into fish swimming in the sea, searching for the ocean overlord. After doing this, Yen Yu continued, although Lu City is facing a monster siege this time, it is also an opportunity. It's not often we see so many monsters. If we can capture them all, the strength of Lu City's people will surely improve. Zhao Yuanshan nodded beside him. The monster siege was both dangerous and fortuitous. As long as they could achieve victory, the treasures dropped by these monsters would be countless. 100 people can help defend on the city wall. Just make sure not to leave the city, Fengyan said, looking at Lu Chanha and the others. The city guards were all above level 40, and there were quite a few extraordinary ones at level 60, so they didn't expect Lu Chanha and the others to provide much help. The main purpose was to broaden everyone's horizons. Lu Chanha and the others nodded and then chose a section of the city wall to defend. Time passed slowly, and the sea water surged in, finally stopping 3 meters away from Lu City. The water avoidance pearl released an invisible force that enveloped the entire Lu City, preventing the sea water from approaching. Due to this power, prepare for battle. As soon as Fengyan finished speaking, thousands of monsters appeared in the sea, launching attacks towards Lu City. At the same time, everyone present received a prompt sound. You have triggered the mission, Lu City Crisis. Lu City
Crisis, the monsters in the sea have been greatly enhanced by the energy spilling from the secret realm, and a sea overlord has also appeared. Please protect Lu City, fend off this monster siege, and kill ordinary monsters for 1 point, advanced monsters for 10 points, rare monsters for 100 points, and epic monsters for 1000 points. After this monster siege ends, a points shop will be open, where points can be exchanged for items. This voice echoed in the minds of everyone in Lu City. Although they were prepared, smiles still appeared on their faces. Professional missions were not so easily obtained. For many, the only way to encounter a mission in their lifetime was through breaking through realms. The monster's siege was also a way to trigger professional missions. If they could seize the opportunity, unimaginable benefits awaited. The monster's siege mission. This is the first professional mission I've received aside from the breakthrough mission, Lu Chanha said, looking at the mission interface. Us too, Fuan and the others nodded in agreement. Even in the military, professional missions were not easily obtained. Chu Chen remained silent as he had already received a unique mission earlier. However, he was also curious about what items were in the points shop. The battle continued. Although the monster siege mission had suddenly popped up, the city guards showed no signs of relaxation. Facing the attacks from the sea monsters, the city guards on the wall raised their shields to block the assaults. At the same time, they threw various items to kill the monsters that dared to show their heads. Aren't these monsters a bit too weak? Lu Chanha spoke up. Those monsters were only around level 10. They didn't even have a chance to strike before the city guards had wiped them out. It's just the first wave of monsters. The city guards are also using fixed damage items. Both sides haven't officially engaged in battle yet, they're just testing each other, Chu Chen said, gazing at the sea outside the city wall, not daring to underestimate the situation. Just the influx of this seawater into Lu City could cause countless casualties. Soon, the first wave of battle ended, and there were no casualties on Lu City's side. The sea outside gradually calmed down. But no one let their guard down, knowing that this first wave of monsters was hardly even an appetizer. 5 minutes later, the once calm sea suddenly turned turbulent, with fierce winds and towering waves, and among the waves there were at least 100,000 monsters. Everyone, be careful! Chu Chen shouted. Fuan and the others naturally did not dare to be careless. Before the monsters got close, their ranged classes began their attacks. Although there were 100,000 monsters, there were only about 1,000 approaching the city wall. Captain, let us earn some points, Fuan said. If Chu Chen took action, they wouldn't even have a chance to sip the soup. Chu Chen nodded. These monsters were only over level 20 and all of them were ordinary, so they posed no threat to the group. A few minutes later, only a small number of dozens of monsters approached the city wall, and they were quickly killed by the melee fighters of the team. Recover in place, Chu Chen said, while looking towards the other city wall. This second wave of monsters, although significantly larger in number, still posed no threat to the city guards, and within just a few minutes, they were all slain. We've tasted the appetizers, next should be the main course. Chu Chen stared at the sea surface where the waves were still rising, and as time passed, their momentum was several times greater than before. Half an hour passed, and suddenly a sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. Woo! A horn sounded, followed by the arrival of thousands of horn blasts. You are affected by the sound waves of the demon sound conch, receiving a negative effect. Defense attribute decreased by 5%. Your immortal wind cloud body technique successfully evaded this negative effect. Looking at the prompt, Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. The immortal wind cloud body technique could be used like this? It could even evade negative effects? Chu Chen truly did not know this, as he had always been the one to kill monsters instantly and had never had the chance to try it. This was not over yet. As the horn sounded, clouds of black mist quickly drifted in from the distance. You are affected by the poison mist of the crimson poison octopus, receiving a negative effect. Recovery speed of consumed potions decreased by 5%. Your immortal wind cloud body technique evasion effect did not trigger. Your health recovers by 5%. Although this time he did not successfully evade, the health recovery effect was quite good. Unfortunately, he was already at full health. Meanwhile, the monsters in the sea launched a full-scale attack. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of monsters emerged from the water. In addition to level 10 and 20 monsters, there were also a large number of monsters above level 30, including even extraordinary level monsters. You all go first, Chu Chen said. Fu and the others had no objections and began attacking to hunt the monsters, hoping to earn more points. There were many monsters, and there were over 100,000 monsters approaching their section of the city wall. In this situation, there was no need to aim, they could just throw randomly and hit the monsters. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. About 5 minutes later, Fuan shouted. There were too many monsters, and their levels were not low. They simply couldn't kill them all. The elderly at home were hospitalized, and I spent the day taking care of them at the hospital, returning to type at night. I apologize for the delay. I will ensure 3 chapters daily, plus 1 more. Hearing Fuan shout, Chu Chen immediately took action. Hundreds of spirit swords flew out, instantly killing all the thousands of monsters that had come close. He initially wanted to kill the distant monsters, but when the spirit swords entered the water, Chu Chen frowned. He noticed that the mana consumption of the sword control technique was 5 times greater than usual. Now his mana was just over 6,000, and at this consumption rate he could only maintain control of 100 spirit swords in the water for a little over 10 seconds. Then I'll use another trick. After killing several hundred monsters, Chu Chen recalled the spirit swords. At this point, he had already consumed half of his mana. Drinking a bottle of mana recovery potion, Chu Chen focused his mind, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Destined Immortal Sword, high level, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal profession, strength plus 550, trait, 1% of damage dealt will be converted into the user's health can grow and will increase with the owner's level, currently at level 29 effect. To grow to rare level requires reaching level 30. Speaking of which, it has been a while since Chu Chen obtained the Destined Immortal Sword, but he has yet to use it. It's not that he doesn't want to, but rather that he hasn't had the opportunity. Most monsters he encounters can hardly withstand a single strike from him, making the use of the Destined Immortal Sword unnecessary. However, the current situation is different. Although these monsters still can't endure a single strike from him, their numbers are overwhelming. He has area attack skills, and not just one. There's one skill he has wanted to use for a long time. Watching the monsters rapidly approaching from the sea outside the city, Chu Chen stepped forward. Everyone, step back. Fu Wen and the others paused for a moment, then retreated, looking at Chu Chen with confusion, unsure of what he was about to do. Chu Chen gripped the Destined Immortal Sword and swung it down. Destined Sword Chi. Whoosh! In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a frosty blue sword chi shot out, directly tearing the surging seawater in half. -7.12 million, -8.94 million, -6.25 million terrifying damage. Numbers floated up in the sea, and all the monsters in the path were instantly killed. The sword chi spanned a full 3,000 meters before disappearing. Points plus 1 dot. Points plus 1,000 dot. Points plus 100 dot. The prompt interface began to scroll rapidly, continuing for several breaths before stopping. Chu Chen glanced at his points. 61,200, one strike netted over 60,000 points, and the number of monsters killed was no less than 8,000. Captain, you're too fierce, Fu Wen and the others exclaimed, staring in shock at the now tranquil sea. Because where the sword chi had passed, the seawater had been frozen solid, forcibly cutting through the water. One strike severed the sea for 3,000 meters. At this moment, everyone was at a loss for words to describe what they were witnessing. They all knew their captain was extraordinary. Whether it was in damage or the ability to fly with a sword, it all seemed quite abnormal. But the visual impact of severing the sea for 3,000 meters was simply too great, making them unable to hold back their awe. There's no such thing as the most abnormal captain, only a more abnormal one. Not just Fu Wen and the others, even the city guards fighting on both sides were taken aback. What the hell? What's going on? How did the seawater get cut off? This attack range is terrifying. It's at least 3,000 meters. Could it be a transcendent level powerhouse? Not a transcendent level powerhouse, it's those people. I heard they are the top talents of our great Xia, but I didn't catch who did it. They seem to be under level 30, yet their combat power is scarier than that of transcendent powerhouses. Otherwise, how could they be considered the top talents of our great Xia? It's ridiculous that I just doubted whether this group of kids could hold that section of the city wall. Chu Chen didn't hear the discussions of the city guards because the scene was too chaotic. The sound of the tsunami drowned out everything. You all continue. If it gets too tough, I'll step in, Chu Chen said as he retreated to the back, simultaneously taking out a mana recovery potion to drink. Although this strike killed many monsters, it also drained his mana completely. Moreover, the sword chi was merely a linear attack and there were still plenty of monsters charging towards them. Thank you, Captain. Fu Wen and the others didn't hesitate and charged forward again to hunt the monsters. At that moment Feng Yan came to Chu Chen's side. You really made quite a stir. Put this on. Feng Yan took out a black cloak and handed it to Chu Chen. Cloak of Divine Concealment, mythical level, a relic abandoned by a deity, infused with a trace of divinity. When worn, it can transform into different shapes and sizes, undetectable by non-deities, and those below divine level will gradually forget memories related to you. Once again, it was a myth-level artifact. So far, Chu Chen had only encountered 2 myth-level artifacts, the myth-level Spirit Wine and the Heavenly Earth Prohibition. The shrouded cloak before him was the third. Old Feng, this artifact. Take. It was originally prepared for you, Feng Yan said. A few myth-level artifacts had been prepared for Chu Chen to participate in the abyssal secret realm of the Lighthouse Nation, and the shrouded cloak was one of them. Feng Yan had obtained this artifact earlier, but at that time, Chu Chen was still at the academy, so it was of no use. However, he hadn't expected that Chu Chen would cause such a commotion just now, severing the sea for 3,000 meters. Although many people at the scene were too focused on the battle to notice him, it was better to be safe than sorry. Hearing Feng Yan's words, Chu Chen no longer hesitated, took the cloak and put it on, simultaneously transforming his appearance into an unremarkable one. With this artifact, you can let loose
If the city guards in other areas encounter danger, do your best to help, Fengyan said before leaving. His main task was to deal with that ocean overlord, but unfortunately the opponent was hiding too deeply and Yin Yu had not yet found it. Now that he had the shrouded cloak, Chu Chen no longer kept a low profile. He flew into the sky on his sword, scanning the surroundings. The section of the city wall they were on was about 50 meters high, and with him there, those monsters couldn't possibly rush up. The situation was different in other areas, although some monsters were killed by the city guards as they approached the wall. It was certainly not as easy as it was for them, especially at a section of the wall 300 meters away. Some monsters had already climbed up, and the city guards had also sustained injuries. He would definitely help, but first he needed to deal with the monsters on their section of the wall. Immediately, Chu Chen unleashed a fiery sword aura. Boom, boom, boom. The fire spirit sword aura hit the water, causing the seawater to boil instantly, and the monsters ahead were all killed. However, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow because the fire spirit sword aura dissipated at 2,800 meters, which was 200 meters less than the water spirit sword aura. It seems that seawater does have a restraining effect on fire spirit sword aura. With such a battlefield allowing him to unleash his potential, he naturally wanted to test the effects of different attribute sword auras so he could use them according to different situations in the future. Next, you all be careful. I'll go help others, Chu Chen said. By the way, leave me a few support units that can restore mana. The potions took a bit of time to recover, but with the help of support he could keep fighting. Yes, Captain, Fuan replied, and soon 5 support units capable of restoring mana gathered around Chu Chen. You all just wait for me here, Chu Chen said, then used the sword light escape technique, which he had upgraded to level 3, allowing him to triple his speed. In just a few seconds, he arrived at the city wall 300 meters away. Whoosh! A golden sword aura shot out, instantly killing all the monsters in front of him, and the golden sword aura continued unabated until it stopped at 3,200 meters. Does the golden spirit sword aura have a penetrating effect? Chu Chen understood in his heart, then quickly returned to his original position. The 3 support units wasted no time and cast a skill that instantly restored his mana. The city guards who were fighting the monsters were momentarily stunned. They only saw a flash of golden light, and then the monsters were killed in an instant. But soon, they resumed their battle as more monsters surged from the sea. Time passed little by little, and Chu Chen flew on his sword in the sky. Whenever a section of the city wall was in crisis, he would immediately rush over to resolve it with his sword. However, because he was wearing the shrouded cloak, even if others saw him, they wouldn't know his true identity, and their memories of him would gradually blur until forgotten. More than 2 hours passed, and Chu Chen had not made a move for half an hour, as the number of monsters had significantly decreased, and the remaining monsters were no match for the city guards. He glanced at his score, 3.24 million. With over 3 million points, he had killed at least a third of the more than a million monsters. Unfortunately, the monster siege was not yet over, and the points shop had not opened, so he had no idea what he could exchange for. I found it. At that moment, Yin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Where is it? What kind of monster? Fengyan stepped forward to ask. It's a level 79 legendary poisonous demon. Octopus. This guy was really well hidden, burying itself at the bottom of the sea, and there were hardly any monsters around. It was pure luck to find it, Yin Yu said. Fengyan realized that under normal circumstances, a sea overlord would be surrounded by a large number of monsters, making it easy to locate. He didn't expect this poisonous demon octopus to do the opposite. The so-called sea overlord actually referred to a special talent that could not increase its own combat power but could command numerous sea monsters. It was also because of this talent that the poisonous demon octopus could lead so many monsters in the siege. Since we've found it, let's take action. Okay. Then, Fengyan and Yin Yu flew out, quickly distancing themselves from Deer City, as they certainly could not fight the poisonous demon octopus near the city. It seems we've found the sea overlord. Chu Chen also saw Fengyan and Yin Yu leaving but had no intention of following them. The aftermath of such a powerful battle could spread for thousands of miles, and his attack range was only 10,000 meters. If he followed, he would likely be taken out before even seeing the monster, let alone engaging in battle. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the already turbulent sea became even more chaotic, and a powerful pressure swept over. Flying on his sword, Chu Chen saw a massive creature emerge from the ocean in the distance, with tentacles extending thousands of meters long. However, as the poisonous demon octopus revealed itself, Fengyan and Yin Yu also moved simultaneously, pulling the creature into a void battlefield. This was a technique used by those above level 70, allowing them to create a battlefield in the void where they could fight without affecting the outside world. Chu Chen merely glanced and then withdrew his gaze. Such a high-level battlefield was not something he could interfere with. Then I'll just kill more monsters. After the poisonous demon octopus appeared, the monsters in the sea became even more frenzied, and their numbers surged again, densely packed as far as the eye could see, stretching for miles. These monsters clearly intended to fight to the death. Having not made a move for a while, Chu Chen saw so many monsters and naturally got busy. His figure
darting across the battlefield, sword energy flying, and large groups of monsters were instantly killed. With 5 legendary support characters restoring his mana, he only needed to keep moving and swinging his sword. Although the monsters in the sea surged forward, they could never reach the walls of Deer City, because whenever they got close, a beam of sword light would take them away. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Chu Chen's score had already surpassed 5 million, and the monsters in the sea gradually became sparse. Citywide announcement: Feng Yun and Yin Yu of the Great Xia successfully killed the sea overlord. As this voice rang out, the monsters that had been charging forward suddenly paused, as if they sensed something, and all let out a mournful cry. The sea began to recede, and the monsters retreated in droves. Everyone, pursue and attack. City Lord Zhao Yuanshan shouted, a relaxed expression appearing on his face, knowing that the monster siege was nearing its end. Others naturally understood this as well, no longer conserving their mana, wanting to take advantage of this last bit of time to kill more monsters and earn more points. Half an hour later, the sea water had completely returned to the ocean, leaving behind countless monster corpses and a dazzling array of items outside Deer City. Citywide announcement: Monster Siege has ended, Points Mall is now open. We won. With the prompt appearing, everyone felt a sense of relief, but no one cheered. Although they had defended Deer City, some comrades had inevitably sacrificed their lives. After a brief moment to catch their breath, all the city guards returned to their posts, on guard against monster ambushes. Zhao Yuanshan, as the city lord, issued one command after another: treat the wounded, tally the casualties, collect the spoils. The work after the battle was equally demanding. Old Chu, I'm exhausted. These sea monsters are really hard to kill. Lu Chanha plopped down on the ground. During the fight, he felt invigorated, but once the battle ended and he relaxed, fatigue set in. You didn't even kill any monsters, Fuan said with a smile. Fighting off monsters is tiring too, Lu Chanha replied, and it hurts. Chu Chun chuckled and took out a thermos, handing it to him. I brewed this for you before the battle. Lu Chanha opened the thermos to find it filled with goji berries. Old Chu really understands me. Wow, the stuff in the Points Mall is incredible. Even mythic level items are available. While they were talking, Sunway suddenly exclaimed. Everyone paused. Right, there was also the Points Mall. They then opened the Points Mall and were dazzled by the items available for exchange. There were many items, with 100 items per page, totaling 99 pages, and even mythic level items were included. When Chu Chin saw one of the mythic level items, his heart stirred. Mythic level spirit wine. Blueprint, mythic level. Using it grants a blueprint for brewing mythic level spirit wine. It was actually a blueprint for mythic level spirit wine. There were several ways to obtain mythic level items, such as completing special quests that reward mythic level items, or killing at least demigod level strongholds, which also had a chance to drop mythic level items. Regular monsters would not drop mythic level items. The most stable way to acquire them was to craft them yourself. Crafting oneself could be divided into two situations. The first was if one was a life profession, like an alchemist. Upon reaching mythic level, they had a chance to craft mythic level potions. The second was if one was not a life profession but wanted to craft mythic level items. In this case, the issue of blueprints came into play. Non-life professions must have blueprints to craft mythic level items, and one blueprint could only craft one mythic level item. Without a blueprint, even if you had ample materials, you couldn't craft anything. Blueprints provided non-life professions with a quick way to create items. However, blueprints were also quite rare. They wouldn't drop from monsters and could only be obtained in special circumstances. For example, the Points Mall open after the recent monster siege had many blueprints available for exchange. Although mythic level items were not unique, they were not easy to obtain either. Chu Chin glanced at the points required for the mythic level spirit wine blueprint, which was a staggering 500 million points. But he only had around 6 million points, which was quite a gap. He wanted to directly exchange for the mythic level spirit wine, but unfortunately there were no finished products in the mall. Or rather, there were no finished mythic level items, only blueprints. What's wrong? Looks like you're short on points? At that moment, a voice rang in Chu Chen's ear. Old phone, I indeed don't have enough points. Chu Chen nodded. You must be wanting to exchange for the mythic level blueprints, right? That is indeed not enough, but you don't need to worry, your points won't reset to 0. The Points Mall will remain open once it starts. Feng Yandao said, so from now on, you can slowly accumulate points, and it won't be long before you have the chance to earn a large number of points again. What do you mean by opportunity, Elder Feng? Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. As long as there was an opportunity, he certainly didn't want to miss it. I originally planned to tell you after returning to the academy, but it's fine to mention it now. There is a Black Abyss secret realm over in the Lighthouse Nation, which will open next month. This time, the Japanese nation was able to intervene in the secret realm because they relinquished a spot to enter the Black Abyss secret realm. Feng Yan said, although we don't know much about the Black Abyss secret realm, we have still gathered some information. There are ways to earn points inside, and coincidentally, you have also activated the Points Mall feature.
Listening to Feng Yun's words, Chu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the Great Xia was so strong yet allowed the Japanese nation to intervene in the fishing island's secret realm. It turned out to be for this reason. Then Chu Chen's heart stirred. Elder Feng, are you saying that although there are ways to earn points in the Black Abyss secret realm, the points mall won't be activated? That's natural. If you don't activate the points mall in advance, you won't even qualify to participate in earning points. You need to have points first to get involved. Then the monster siege in Deer City wasn't arranged on purpose by them, right? It wasn't intentionally arranged. After all, our Great Xia has no way to control the appearance of secret realms. It was just an accident. However, even without this monster siege, if you agree to go to the Black Abyss secret realm, they would arrange a monster siege for you. Chu Chen took a deep breath. Just to get him to activate the points mall, they were arranging a monster siege for him. It was evident how much importance they placed on him. You don't need to feel psychological pressure. They will arrange some resources for you, but whether to accept them is still up to you. If you don't want to go to the Black Abyss secret realm, they will arrange other resources for you. Feng Yun said with a smile, our Great Xia is not lacking in secret realm dungeons. I'll go, Chu Chen said. Although he wasn't clear on what was so special about the Black Abyss secret realm, the fact that they were willing to make concessions to the Japanese nation and even help him activate the points mall showed that this Black Abyss secret realm was definitely not simple. Moreover, he needed points to exchange for the mythical level spirit wine blueprints. He wondered what powerful skills or other changes the mythical level spirit wine could bring him. Okay, I will send you the information we have collected about the Black Abyss secret realm later. Feng Yun nodded. It's about time. Let's prepare to return to the academy. There wasn't much to prepare. Although Chu Chen had obtained many things during this monster siege, he didn't plan to take them, leaving them for Deer City to strengthen itself. 15 minutes later, after bidding farewell to the city Lord Zhao Yuanshan, Feng Yun led everyone to the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, they returned to Qinglong Academy once again. You two can have free activities. I will take them back to the military department, Feng Yun said. Captain, see you on the battlefield in the future. Captain, you must come to the outer domain quickly. We are leveling up fast. Don't let us surpass you. Old Lu, don't fall behind either. Let's see who is tougher. Then, Fuan and the others all said their goodbyes. Although they had only spent half a month together, they had already recognized Chu Chen as their captain. Elder Feng, could you let them go back a bit later? Chu Chen interrupted the emotional farewells. What's wrong? Feng Yun asked, puzzled. Elder Feng, you know my situation. Some of them are already level 29 and have triggered the breakthrough mission. Perhaps I can help them complete the breakthrough mission directly, Chu Chen said. Feng Yun's eyes brightened. Indeed, with Chu Chen's combat power, if it was a monster-slaying breakthrough mission, it could be completed in an instant. Okay, I will inform the military department about this. I will ask the military department for a hardship fee. We can't work for free. Feng Yun nodded. Originally filled with the emotions of parting, everyone smiled upon hearing that they would not be leaving for the time being. By the way, old Feng, about what I mentioned earlier regarding training the freshmen. Chu Chen spoke again. At this moment, his breakthrough task was also nearing completion. He just needed to drink later to gain enough proficiency. How much longer until you break through? At most about 5 days, but I can wait. Let's say 10 days. Alright, I'll arrange this as soon as possible. This year's freshmen are quite fortunate, Feng Yun said with a smile. Also, here is the core of the secret realm. Chu Chen then handed the secret realm core to Feng Yun. Although obtaining a secret realm was great, he had no time to develop it, so it was better to hand it over for the Great Xia to develop. Is there anything else? Feng Yun asked as he put away the secret realm core. Nothing else. If there's nothing else, then go take a break. You'll have plenty to do tomorrow. Yes. The next morning, Chu Chen arrived at the auditorium. Inside, Fuan and the others were already seated. Upon seeing Chu Chen arrive, they all stood up and saluted. Good morning, Captain. The scene before them was quite similar to their first meeting. The difference was that during their first encounter, they were somewhat unconvinced by this parachuted captain, but now they all genuinely recognized him. Please sit down. Are you all ready for the breakthrough tasks? Chu Chen asked. Report, Captain, we have a total of 98 people, of which 21 have reached level 29 and triggered the breakthrough task. Some of the breakthrough tasks were originally solo tasks, but last night the military sent us a batch of epic and legendary task enhancement scrolls, so now everyone can team up for their breakthrough tasks. Fuan said, taking out 4 task enhancement scrolls. These are for you and Lu Chanha from the military. Task enhancement scroll, epic level, after use, can increase the difficulty of one's task by 1 level and randomly generate new task content. Task enhancement scroll, legendary level, after use, can increase the difficulty of one's task by 1 level and allows for free selection of new task content. The biggest difference between epic and legendary levels is that the former randomly generates new task content, while the latter presents 3 new tasks from which to choose one. Chu Chen nodded and accepted them. Although he wouldn't use them, Lu Ma might find them useful in the future. Alright, let's first help the 21 of you complete your breakthrough tasks. As for the rest, I will take you to level up later. Shu Chen said, looking at Fuan, you go first. Yes. Fuan stepped forward, teamed up with Chu Chen, and in the next second, the two disappeared from the spot, reappearing 5 seconds later. Next, Shu Chen said. Although everyone was prepared, they were still astonished by the speed. They knew that these were hell-level difficulty breakthrough tasks, and previously, completing such tasks would consume a lot of time. They could never have imagined that Chu Chen could finish it in just 5 seconds. But soon, everyone was filled with excitement. Completing the breakthrough tasks so quickly would save them a lot of time, and what they lacked the most was time. Captain, I'll go next. Sun Wei smiled as he ran forward, showing his task to Chu Chen. After Chu Chen nodded, the two disappeared from the spot again. Another 5 seconds passed, and they reappeared. With Sun Wei's face filled with excitement, the hell-level breakthrough task was completed just like that. Next, Chu Chen continued, and one by one, people stepped forward, quickly completing their breakthrough tasks with Chu Chen's help. In less than 5 minutes, all 21 of them had completed their hell-level breakthrough tasks. The captain is really fast. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. The remaining 77 people follow me, Chu Chen said, and then brought 77 people to the instance area, directly choosing to enter the elf gathering place. No need to waste time, let's go straight in. Remember to help me restore my mana. After entering the instance, Chu Chen summoned his spirit sword and flew with everyone on their swords, while hundreds of spirit swords circled around. As soon as an elf appeared, it was instantly killed. In just about half an hour, everyone arrived under the ancient tree. As before, when they appeared, the wooden house on the ancient tree opened, and, one by one, elves flew out. But as soon as these elves stepped out of the wooden house, a spirit sword struck them down, turning them into experience for everyone. After that, Chu Chen killed monsters while drinking. 2 hours later, as the last person reached level 29, Chu Chen finally chose to exit the instance. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: the captain is really fast. Now let's prepare for the breakthrough task, Chu Chen said, looking at everyone. The group nodded. Some had already received team tasks and just needed to increase the difficulty. Others had received solo tasks, so they would first use epic task enhancement scrolls, and if that didn't work, they would use legendary task enhancement scrolls. After a few minutes, everyone had prepared their breakthrough tasks and looked at Chu Chen with anticipation. There I seemed to say, Captain, come and bless me. Chu Chen smirked slightly and then began to help everyone complete their breakthrough tasks. A quarter of an hour later, all 77 remaining people's breakthrough tasks were completed, reaching level 30. It was at this moment that Feng Yun appeared. How is it all done? Feng Yun asked. Yes, they are all level 30 now, Chu Chen nodded. That's good, they worked hard, and you've given them more time. Feng Yun said, I've also arranged things on the academy side. Later, you'll wear the cloak of invisibility to avoid unnecessary trouble. I've used up my attempts for elf gathering place today, Chu Chen said. Don't worry, use this, Feng Yun said, taking out a blue crystal. Instance crystal, epic level, can reset the entry attempts for one instance after use. Can this be used on attribute instances? Chu Chen asked. No, attribute instances are very special, protected by special rules, and we were lucky to get this in the outer domain. Feng Yun shook his head. Perhaps legendary or mythic instance crystals would work, but we only have epic ones. What a pity. If it could be used, he could farm a large number of legendary attribute potions. Although he no longer needed attribute potions, there were still many soldiers fighting bravely on the front lines. By the way, this is the hardship fee I got for you from the military department, Feng Yun said, taking out a golden crystal. Invincible crystal, mythic level, after use, immune to all damage in negative states below divine level for the next 5 minutes, cooldown time of 3 months. Chu Chen's pupils constricted. A mythic level item, and you tell me it's a hardship fee? Is the military department this generous? Chu Chen couldn't help but ask. Ha, the old guys in the military department also know how to pick their dishes. They understand your situation, and since you will be going to the outer domain in the future, it will fall under military jurisdiction, so this is considered an early investment, Feng Yun said with a smile. Take it. They originally prepared an invincible crystal for you for entering the Black Abyss secret realm later, now it's saved. Chu Chen accepted it. Mainly, this mythic level item would help him greatly. To escape? Of course, it's for attacking. With this item, it meant that even when facing demigod level powerhouses, he would have 5 minutes of output time. He had true damage, as long as the demigod level powerhouse didn't run and had no means to counter true damage, he would have a chance to kill them. Including this item, he had now come into contact with a total of 4 mythic level items. Mythical grade spirit wine, mythical grade heavenly prohibitions, mythical grade invisibility cloaks, and mythical grade invincible crystals. Among these 4 mythical grade items, 3 were provided to him by the Great Xia. If it weren't for the Great Xia, he would have only encountered 1 mythical grade spirit wine by now. Thinking of this, Chu Chen smiled. I have a powerful motherland. 15 minutes later, 99 freshmen arrived at the instance area. These students came from 4 classes, including classmates from Class 1 of the Battle Department. Where Chu Chen was. Do you know where Teacher Wei is taking us? Isn't this the direction of the level 20 instance? Of course, I know we're going to the instance, but Teacher Wei is a level 70 epic level powerhouse. Is there really a way for him to take us to level up? And it's 4 classes together. Actually, I'm more concerned about where Chu Chen is going. We haven't seen each other for almost a week, right? And it seems like those big shots from the military department also left a while ago. Could it be that there's some secret mission? Zhang Yu and others chatted casually as they walked, still puzzled about why they were suddenly gathered together. Teacher Wei, what are we going to do in the instance? Yang Yunpeng directly asked their homeroom teacher, Wei Tao. It's not a secret, the principal has invited a powerful person to help you. He will take you all to level up, Wei Tao explained with a smile. A powerful person? Even if they're a level 29 professional, they shouldn't be considered a powerhouse, right? Yang Yunpeng questioned. I don't know either, Wei Tao shook his head. He didn't know who that powerful person was. The principal had called a meeting immediately after returning yesterday, and there was only one thing discussed. That was to send students from each class in batches to the instance area today, where one person would lead these students in leveling up. To be honest, when they heard this news, all the homeroom teachers of the freshmen were puzzled. They simply couldn't understand how powerful the person the principal mentioned could be, to the extent that he planned to take all the freshmen to level up by himself. But no one questioned it because Feng Yun was not discussing it with them, he was giving a direct order, and they could only obey. Now, Wei Tao was also curious to see the person the principal spoke of. He didn't believe Feng Yun would be playing tricks on them. Hearing Wei Tao's words, the students from the 2 classes exchanged glances, feeling both curious and somewhat doubtful. They were all geniuses. Even if the other party was a legendary professional, could he really take them to grind in a hell-level instance? As they spoke, they arrived at the level 20 instance area, and they immediately saw Chu Chen standing next to Feng Yun. He looks quite ordinary, everyone thought to themselves as they looked at Chu Chen. Because Chu Chen was wearing an invisibility cloak, what they saw was just the illusion he created. However, Yang Yunpeng raised an eyebrow. Although he had never seen this face before, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Principal, Class 1 has 30 students, 29 present, 1 absent. Class 2 has 30 students, all present. Class 3. The 4 teachers stepped forward to report the numbers, totaling 99 people. Well, students, let me introduce you. This is your team leader, and he will lead you into the instance and help you level up quickly, Feng Yin said to everyone. I know you have doubts, but you will understand everything once you enter the instance. Remember, inside the instance, you must follow your team leader's commands. After Feng Yin finished speaking, he nodded at Chu Chen, who wasted no time and directly sent a party invitation to everyone. With the invisibility cloak on, his name was hidden during the party formation. Let's go. Once everyone was in the party, Chu Chen first used the instance crystal and then headed to the entrance of the elf gathering place instance. Your team is about to enter the instance Elven gathering place, hell difficulty, do you confirm? At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of everyone. Is it really hell difficulty? And it's the instance of Elven gathering place? They had all reached level 20, so they naturally understood how difficult the Elven gathering place instance was. Even though they were all epic class professions, they wouldn't dare to say they could clear this instance. Moreover, even if they did clear it, it would come at a tremendous cost, with at least half of the people present expected to die. They didn't believe the academy would send them to their deaths. Could this so-called captain really lead them through this instance without any deaths? Everyone exchanged glances and ultimately clicked confirm. They wanted to see what this captain was truly capable of. If danger arose, they could always exit the instance. As everyone confirmed, the entrance to the instance twisted and they disappeared from their original spot, appearing within the instance. Captain, you. As soon as they entered the instance, Zhang Yu approached. He hadn't dared to speak outside, but now he was eager to know more about Chu Chen. Stop wasting time. Chu Chen interrupted him directly, waving his right hand, and 100 spirit swords flew out. He himself stepped onto one of the spirit swords and soared into the sky. Upon seeing this move from Chu Chen, the 99 others were left dumbfounded. Since this captain could enter the instance with them, it meant his level was at most 29. But how could someone under level 30 fly? And it was the coolest sword flight at that. Everyone looked at each other, putting away their pride. They weren't fools, just this sword flight technique was enough to leave them in awe. Get on. Seeing that everyone was still, Chu Chen spoke again. See Captain, are you saying we can also fly on swords like you? Zhang Yu swallowed hard, his eyes shining brightly. Not just him, but everyone present, regardless of gender, showed a hint of excitement in their eyes. They watched Chu Chen fly on his sword, and amidst the shock, they also felt envy. After all, it was sword flight. Who could refuse a chance to fly on a sword? Just as Chu Chen was about to nod, suddenly, 50 elven monsters charged towards them from a distance. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, and 5 spirit swords flew out again.
minus 9,580,000 minus 21,410,000. Critical hit. The sword light flashed, and terrifying
damage numbers floated up, instantly killing the 50 elven monsters.
After slaying the monsters, the 5 spirit swords returned, circling around Chu Chen, before he finally spoke. Hurry up. Gulp. Zhang Yu and the others felt their throats tighten, feeling dry and parched, their hearts trembling.
What did they just see? My goodness. Over 10 million damage with a single sword? This was the kind of damage a profession under level 30 could deal? Being able to fly on a sword and dealing such terrifying damage, at that moment, everyone understood why the academy had them train with this person. Clearly, they were all under level 30. Wasn't this gap too large? Yang Yunpeng was the first to step onto a spirit sword, his gaze fixed tightly on Chu Chen. He had felt a sense of familiarity before, and now seeing this damage, he began to suspect that this captain might be Chu Chen. If it really was him, then it wouldn't be surprising for him to score full marks in the college entrance examination. After all, such damage would be hard to explain without full marks. Perhaps this year's college entrance examination in Yuncheng province didn't have any special monster farming methods. It was purely that Chu Chen's damage was too high? The more he thought, the more certain Yang Yunpeng became of his idea. But just a few seconds later, the speculation in Yang Yunpeng's mind began to fade, something he didn't even notice himself. Alright, Captain, we're coming right now. Everyone, stop dawdling and don't waste the captain's time. Seeing Yang Yunpeng soar into the sky on his sword, Zhang Yu shouted as he stepped onto his spirit sword and followed suit. The others cautiously stepped onto their spirit swords, and when they realized they could truly fly with them, excitement surged in their hearts. So cool, incredibly cool. If it weren't for the terrifying damage from Chu Chen that had scared them, they would have been screaming in delight by now. Chu Chen noticed everyone was on their swords and took out a bottle of mana potion to drink. These people were all main combat classes and couldn't help him recover his mana. Let's go. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, 100 beams of sword light streaked across the sky of the dungeon, flying deep into its depths. Deep within the dungeon, the ancient tree remained, the wooden houses were still there, and the elves were unchanged. The ancient tower, serving as the boss, had also soared hundreds of meters into the air. As the sword light passed, all the elves that had just emerged from the wooden houses were instantly killed. Zhang Yu and the other 99 players received notifications of experience points gained. I didn't expect this dungeon could be used like this. It's my first time seeing such a leveling method, Zhang Yu remarked, looking at his level of 25 with a sense of wonder. It had been 2 or 3 hours since they entered this dungeon, and most of them had only just reached level 20. Yet, in just over 3 short hours, their levels had skyrocketed as if they were riding a mythical sword launched by a powerful being. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and experienced it himself, he would never have believed leveling up could be this fast. Only the captain would dare to do this. If it were us, we would only last a few waves before suffering damage. Yang Yunpeng shook his head, his level also reaching 25. At this moment, he understood why the school had asked this captain to lead them in leveling up. This captain was simply incredible, and the damage from each of his strikes was astonishing. They doubted whether they could deal such high damage even if they reached level 60 and became extraordinary. However, at this point, everyone was completely convinced. After all, who could argue with the fact that this captain could help them level up so quickly? Soon, 8 hours passed, and when the last person reached level 29, Chu Chen also defeated the boss, the ancient tower, concluding this dungeon run. The 4 homeroom teachers had been waiting outside the dungeon and, upon seeing everyone emerge, first counted the number of students to ensure everyone was present, then sighed in relief. How was it? At this moment, Wei Tao and the other 3 homeroom teachers finally asked. 8 hours had passed, and they had no idea how many levels these kids had gained. They should have at least leveled up once, right? All the students remained silent, exchanged glances, and then simultaneously revealed their levels. All were at level 29, and their experience points were maxed out. Wei Tao and the others stared in shock at this scene, completely dumbfounded. Level 29 maxed out? All of them at level 29 maxed out? Hiss. Wei Tao and the others gasped in disbelief. They had gone from level 20 to level 29 maxed out in just 8 hours. This leveling speed was simply outrageous. Looking at Chu Chen standing next to Feng Yun, the 4 finally understood why the principal had done this. If all the freshmen could level up this quickly, this cohort would be the strongest in history. Alright, let's take them back, Feng Yun said with a smile, though he had anticipated this. He still felt a bit excited. The stronger these kids became, the easier it would be for them to survive in the outer realms in the future. Wei Tao and the others led the students away, but as they left, all the students bowed to Chu Chen in unison, without words, but it conveyed more gratitude than 1,000 thanks. Do you want to take a break? Feng Yun asked Chu Chen. No need, just a bit bored, not tired at all. Chu Chen shook his head and said, Old Feng, their breakthrough mission. I know what you want to say, but we can't delay your progress. For now, being able to lead them part of the way is enough. They can't rely on you forever. Feng Yun said seriously, once you become stronger, wherever your sword reaches will be part of our great Xia, and that will pave a smooth path for them. Chu Chen fell silent for a few seconds before smiling and nodding. It won't be long. At the same time, after Wei Tao and the 4 class teachers took their students away, they began to inquire about what had happened. In the instance, wondering why the leveling was so fast. Many students wanted to speak up but suddenly found it hard to remember, and the more they tried to recall, the more blurred those memories became. This scene made the 4 of them exchange glances, realizing that further inquiries were pointless. These students must have been subjected to some sort of forgetting spell. Even the 4 of them, epic level 70s, could not recall the face that Chu Chen had transformed into, only knowing that such a person existed. Old Yang, we've all left the instance, so why is your level still showing? Zhang Yu asked Yang Yunpeng. Yang Yunpeng glanced at him but did not answer, continuing to walk ahead. Zhang Yu wanted to say more, but a group of students approached from the front, the second batch entering the instance. Wow, isn't that Yang Yunpeng from class 1? How did he reach level 29 so quickly? It really is. The class teacher said someone would take us to the instance for leveling. Could it be that Yang Yunpeng's rapid progress is the reason? Yang Ge, what's going on? How did your level increase so fast? Many students from the second batch were shocked by Yang Yunpeng's displayed level, and several came closer to ask. Yang Yunpeng calmly looked at everyone. Fortunately, his will was strong, or he wouldn't have been able to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Yu, who had been puzzled about why Yang Yunpeng's level was still showing, now understood. This old Yang looked serious, but I didn't expect him to be so showy, and he didn't even bring me along. Zhang Yu thought to himself, then straightened up and raised his head to show his own level. Wow, Zhang Yu is also level 29. He was only level 21 yesterday. Someone noticed Zhang Yu's level, and another round of exclamations erupted. Zhang Yu's willpower wasn't as strong as Yang Yunpeng's, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. It must be said, the feeling of showing off was quite pleasant. Seeing Yang Yunpeng and Zhang Yu flaunting their levels, others immediately joined in, revealing their own levels. A uniform display of level 29 stunned the second batch of students. Are you crazy? How come all of you are level 29? A student couldn't help but shout, as they had all been at the same level just yesterday. How had the gap grown so large? Overnight? Of course, some students were clever and guessed it had to do with entering the instance for leveling, immediately urging their class teachers to hurry up and not delay their leveling. If other classes were all level 29 and we were still at level 20, don't you think it's embarrassing? Teacher? The class teachers of the second batch felt helpless. They hadn't expected to be criticized by their own students, but they did indeed quicken their pace. If others had it, their students had to have it too. They had to reach level 29. Soon, the second batch of students arrived at the instance area, and all eyes turned to Chu Chen. There was anticipation, excitement, but not a hint of doubt, as they had just witnessed a successful case. After confirming the number of participants, Chu Chen sent out a group invitation as usual. Everyone responded quickly and accepted. Seeing this batch of students so obedient, Chu Chen felt quite satisfied, then used the instance crystal to lead everyone into the instance. Time passed day by day, and every day Chu Chen would rest for 4 hours, spending most of his time leveling up the freshmen. On average, he could bring all the students from level 20 to level 29 in just about 8 hours, and within 7 days, all main combat and support classes had reached level 29. The second-year students were no longer at school, having gone to the outer realms. Otherwise, if they returned and saw the freshmen's levels, they would probably question their lives. On the 8th day, Chu Chen stopped leveling up others. In fact, there were still many freshmen in life skills classes, but there was no way to help them since many of these students hadn't even reached level 20 and couldn't enter dungeons. So Chu Chen naturally couldn't assist them. There are about 10 days left before heading to the Black Abyss secret realm. Your breakthrough task is going well, right? Feng Yun asked Chu Chen. No problem, I can complete it anytime. Chu Chen nodded. A few days ago, he had already acquired 9 ultimate skills, and he only needed one more skill, which required just 100 proficiency points to finish. He had been holding off on completing the breakthrough task because he needed to level up the freshmen. Well, prepare during this time. Although 10 days isn't long, you should be able to reach level 39, Feng Yun said with a smile. The dungeon for leveling has been prepared for you, just go to the slime nest dungeon. The monsters in this dungeon were slimes, and the final boss was called the Slime Splitter, which had a special skill called Rapid Split, allowing it to split into many slimes like giving birth. As long as the boss didn't die, Chu Chen could farm monsters and level up just like in the Elf Gathering Place dungeon. However, the speed would be a bit slower since splitting required a 5-minute interval. Oh, right, Elderphone, I also want to visit the Fishing Island secret realm to improve my power control, Chu Chen said. His current power control was around 5%, and once his breakthrough attributes increased, the control would definitely drop. That's a small matter. Our Qinglong Academy has already established a teleportation array in the Fishing Island secret realm. You can enter anytime you want, Elder Feng replied. Chu Chen nodded and then thought of something else. Elder Feng, help me find an epic level monster. Saying this, Chu Chen took out a sacrificial crystal. He had not used this crystal yet, mainly because he couldn't find a suitable monster. A good item. I will find you a level 39 epic monster, but you'll have to reach level 39 first. Feng Yun agreed with a nod. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Chu Chen returned to his residence. It's time for the breakthrough. With that thought, Chu Chen took out a jar of spirit wine and drank it. You have consumed clear rice wine, normal level, skill combo. Proficiency plus 5. Your skill combo proficiency has reached 50,000. Your power control has reached 5%, and your skill combo meets the requirements to be transformed into an ultimate skill. Do you want to transform it? Transform. Your skill combo has successfully transformed into an ultimate skill. Your number of ultimate skills has reached 10, successfully completing the breakthrough task, and you have received the reward, class-specific talent awakening scroll, class-specific. Equipment, growth potential, free attribute points x 2000. Your level has reached 30, all attributes increased by 50 points, and you gain 100 free attribute points. As a series of prompts appeared, the breakthrough task was completed. And Chu Chen's level also reached 30. But it wasn't over yet. Your level has reached 30, your equipment, Celestial Wine Sword Robe, growth potential, meets the quality upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade it to rare level? Your level has reached 30, your equipment, Destined Celestial Sword, growth potential, meets the quality upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade it to rare level? Chu Chen didn't rush, he first allocated all his attributes to strength. Not only did he gain 2,100 free attributes from the breakthrough mission and leveling up, but he also obtained 2,000 free attributes from drinking a legendary great attribute potion earlier. To prevent a decline in his power control, he had not allocated them until now, and now he used them all at once. Then, Chu Chen used the class-specific talent awakening scroll. You have used the class-specific talent awakening scroll, and you have gained a new talent, wine tasting and people reading. Wine tasting and people reading. As a wine immortal, you possess the ability to discern people through wine. After drinking spirit wine, you have a certain chance to ignore the level difference between you and the target, allowing you to see all the information about the target. The chances vary with different grades of spirit wine. Ordinary grade spirit wine 10%, advanced grade spirit wine 20%, rare grade spirit wine 30%, epic grade spirit wine 50%, legendary grade spirit wine 70%, mythic grade spirit wine 100%. This talent does not conflict with the wine immortal talent. Looking at the new talent, although it wouldn't increase his combat power, the effect made Chu Chen extremely satisfied. The effect of the detection skill was still too poor. It could only show the monster's panel information, but he couldn't see the effects of the monster's skills. However, the wine tasting and people reading talent was different. It allowed him to see all the information about the target, which meant he could also see the effects of the opponent's skills. Some monsters had skills that could prevent death, and without knowing it, even if Chu Chen dealt high damage, he could still be caught off guard. But if he knew the effects of the opponent's skills in advance, he could prepare many countermeasures. Although his falling from grace talent also had the effect of seeing all the information about the target, it required the opponent to first detect him, making it an uncertain passive talent. But wine tasting and people reading was an active talent, and its effects were completely different. Then, Chu Chen checked his exclusive equipment. Spirit Light Sword Boots, rare grade. Exclusive to the Wine Immortal class, Agility plus 1000, Trait 1, when you take damage, your agility attribute will temporarily increase by 1000 for 5 seconds. Trait 2, the mana cost of your skills is reduced by 15%, currently at level 30 effect. Requires level 60 to grow to epic grade. Exclusive equipment that increases agility? Not bad, especially the reduction in mana consumption, Chu Chen thought, then looked at the other two pieces of exclusive equipment. Immortal Wind Sword. Robe, rare grade, exclusive to the Wine Immortal class, Constitution plus 1000, Trait 1, reduces damage taken by 15%, Trait 2, restores 1000 health points per second, currently at level 30 effect, requires level 60 to grow to epic grade. Destined. Immortal Sword, rare grade, exclusive to the Wine Immortal class, Strength plus 1000, Trait 1, 1% of the damage dealt will be converted into your own health, Trait 2, attack range increased by 0.3 times, currently at level 30 effect, requires level 60 to grow to epic grade. The previous two pieces of equipment had also reached rare grade and had obtained a good trait. Once I reach epic grade, I will gain an additional trait and an active skill, making me even stronger then. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction and then opened his attribute panel again. Name, Chu Chen, Occupation, Wine Sword Immortal, Unique, Level 30, 0/1000000, Health, 16,550, Mana, 6,550, Strength, 8,795, Agility, 1,655, Constitution, 1,655, Spirit, 655, Intelligence, 655, Physical Attack, 17,590, Magical Attack, 1,310, Physical Defense, 1,655, Magical Defense, 655, Damage Bonus, 935.14 times, Skills, Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique, Life Sword Chi, Void Condensing, Sword Technique, Sword Light Escape Technique, Sword Flight,
Click to view remaining skills, talents, wine immortal, sword immortal, falling from grace, sword heart, sword intent, wine tasting and recognizing people. Looking at his stats, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now even a basic attack could deal tens of millions in damage. Even if the opponent's defense was higher than his attack, he could still inflict 5 million in true damage. Moreover, with his level reaching 30, many of his skills had also changed. Sword Control Technique, Level 30, a skill exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal, allowing you to control the spiritual swords in your hand for ranged attacks, currently able to control 20,000 swords within a range of 20,000 meters. This skill has no proficiency requirement, and its effectiveness increases with your level, with no upper limit. Skills like Life Sword Chi, Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique, and Sword Flight have also seen improvements. There are only 10 days left until the Black Abyss Secret Realm. My damage, while not low, can always be higher. It seems necessary to gather another batch of spiritual swords to boost my damage, he thought, closing the attribute interface before leaving the Azure Dragon Academy and entering Azure Dragon City. Azure Dragon City remained as bustling as ever, with people coming and going on the streets filled with laughter and joy. Chu Chen arrived at a weapon shop. Hello, student, how can I help you? A sales assistant greeted him with a smile, clearly recognizing him as a student from Azure Dragon Academy. Is your boss in? Chu Chen asked. Yes, please follow me to the reception room and wait a moment. The assistant nodded, leading Chu Chen to the lounge and pouring him some tea. Soon, a figure walked in from outside. Upon seeing the person, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Manager Jean, I didn't expect to see you here. The person was Jean Hai, with whom he had previously collaborated in Lin City. Haha, I'm also benefiting from Mr. Chu's reputation. Our boss promoted me to Azure Dragon City after learning that I had done business with you, Jean Hai said with a laugh. As for the reason for the promotion, Jean Hai didn't elaborate, but Chu Chen understood. They were all smart people. Does Mr. Chu need spiritual wine? Or perhaps spiritual swords? Jean Hai cut to the chase. That's right. How many spiritual swords and spiritual wines can your shop provide? Chu Chen nodded, realizing there was no need for further pleasantries since they were acquaintances. We have 100,000 novice swords in our shop. As for spiritual wine, we have quite a few rare grade ones, but there are indeed not many epic grade ones. After all, such high-level spiritual wine is considered a strategic resource, and our Great Xia controls it very strictly, with only a small portion being released. Hearing that they actually had 100,000 novice swords, Chu Chen was momentarily stunned, but seeing the assistant's smiling face, he quickly understood. They had probably been waiting for him to come. These novice swords were prepared for him. Otherwise, in a shop located near Azure Dragon Academy, having even one novice sword would be a miracle, let alone 100,000. If you think that's not enough, give us a little time, and we can gather more for you, Jean Hai continued. In fact, according to his intention, the more beginner swords prepared, the better, but he was still stopped by the boss behind him. According to the boss's idea, beginner swords could be prepared, and it wouldn't matter if they were directly given to Chu Chen. However, they couldn't stock too many. It had to be a steady flow, otherwise, if they satisfied Chu Chen's needs all at once, he might not come to their store again in the future. Of course, if 100,000 beginner swords weren't enough, they would continue to acquire more, so that Chu Chen would come a second time. As for what they needed Chu Chen to pay, the boss hadn't really thought about it. He just needed to maintain a good relationship with Chu Chen, which would be a way to expand his network. Perhaps he would never use this network in his lifetime, but when the time came, it was essential to have it. Those who could open shops near the Qinglong Academy all had strong backgrounds. These people weren't just after profit, but aimed to build good relationships with the talented students of Qinglong Academy. If students from Qinglong Academy came to take advantage, they would be extremely pleased. I'll buy these 100,000 beginner swords and order another batch. Get as many as you can, Chu Chen said. Also, prepare some high-level and rare-level spirit wines for me, and stock up on various potions as well. I'll come to pick them up in 7 days. Then, Chu Chen informed them of the high-level and rare-level spirit wines he needed, all of which he had already consumed and gained skills from. Now, buying more was also to elevate all these skills to level 10. As for epic-level spirit wine, Chu Chen had no plans to purchase it. Buying once might mean they wouldn't have stock the second time, and even if he gained skills, he wouldn't be able to upgrade them. It was better to exchange them at the academy, where there wouldn't be a shortage. Jean Hai's heart stirred, seeing Chu Chen making such a large purchase. Could it be that he had some action planned? However, he didn't ask and instead smiled. Mr. Chu, don't worry, I'll prepare everything for you as soon as possible. Chu Chen nodded, then used 1 million gold coins to buy the 100,000 beginner swords before leaving. After Chu Chen left, Jean Hai immediately contacted the big boss and then began preparing the items Chu Chen needed. After returning to Qinglong Academy, Chu Chen went straight to the exchange center. You brat, you're here just in time. I've got a barrel of legendary spirit wine for you. 3 million credits, do you want it? Old Wu asked with a smile upon seeing Chu Chen. Yes. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. The previous legendary spirit wine had granted him the overpowered skill, Immortal Wine Cloud Body Technique. However, he only had a little over 2 million credits left, which wasn't enough to buy it.
Moreover, he had come to the exchange center mainly to redeem more epic level spirit wine. Old Wu, our exchange center should also accept item equipment, right? Chu Chen asked.
Yes, but it has to be at least rare level, Old Wu replied.
Hearing this, Chu Chen smiled. Is there a room? I have quite a lot of items.
Old Wu raised an eyebrow at Chu Chen and then stood up, walking towards the back. Follow me.
Soon, the two arrived in a room, and Old Wu said, Is this okay? Chu Chen nodded, then with a flash
of his storage ring, a large number of items appeared in the room, piling up into a mountain.
How do you have so many items?
Although Old Wu was prepared, he was still surprised. A rough glance showed that the quantity exceeded 50,000
pieces.
They all dropped from monsters. I just haven't dealt with them, Chu Chen said. Most of these items had dropped in the Elf Gathering Place dungeon. Previously, he had taken first-year students to level up, so all the items dropped naturally belonged to him, and those freshmen had no objections. They were just satisfied to be able to level up quickly. Wait a moment, let me count, Old Wu said, waving his hand, and one item after another flew up, quickly being counted. After about half an hour, Old Wu finally finished counting all the items. Total 74,715 items, 45,214 of common grade, 24,015 of advanced grade, 4,632 of rare grade, and 854 of epic grade.
We generally don't accept common and
advanced equipment items at our exchange, but since you have quite a few, let's consider it as 100,000 credits. If you were to sell them for gold coins, it would definitely be worth more than that, Old Wu said.
Let's go with
100,000 credits then, Chu Chen replied. As he wasn't short on gold coins, the value of credits was much higher than that of gold coins.
Alright, now for the rare and epic equipment items, you should understand that most of your items are around level 20.
Plus, since we are purchasing, the price will definitely be a bit lower. Let's consider it as 30 million credits in total, Old Wu continued.
No problem. Chu Chen nodded. The price offered exceeded his expectations.
Although the quantity was large, most of it was dropped in level 20 dungeons. The items were somewhat better, but the equipment was mostly restricted by usage level.
Even epic grade equipment would be worth much less.
Unlike epic grade spirit wine, which had no level restrictions and provided the same effects regardless of the drinker's level, making its price stable and quite high.
Actually, if it were in the past, these items would
easily be worth 35 million credits, Old Wu said with a smile, but unfortunately, I don't know where Old Feng found a powerful guy who helped all the first-year students reach level 29.
The remaining life skills can't use these items, so the price has dropped a bit. These items will probably only be useful for the next batch of freshmen.
Hearing this, the smile on Chu Chen's face stiffened.
So it was me who drove the price down? However, if you
can provide a large number of level 30 equipment items, the price will definitely be high, as those freshmen will need them, Old Wu continued. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He would definitely need to farm level 30 dungeons next to
make some profit.
Then, Chu Chen calculated his credits. He had about 2 million credits left before, and with the recent addition, he had around 33 million credits in total.
Was that a lot? Chu Chen didn't think so. To know, an epic grade spirit wine was about 50,000 credits.
To upgrade a skill obtained from an epic grade spirit wine from level 1 to level 10, he would need over 500 jars of epic grade spirit wine, costing over 25 million credits. So, his more than 30 million credits would only be enough to max out one epic grade skill.
Old Wu, how many jars of epic grade spirit wine flowing fragrance do we have at the exchange? Chu Chen asked. What? Do you need a lot? We have 100 jars, Old Wu thought for a moment and replied. Only 100 jars?
The flowing fragrance, spirit wine corresponded to the skill, void sword condensation, and he planned to max that skill first.
What? If I need more? Do we have it? Chu Chen asked.
Although epic grade spirit wine is precious, if you need a lot, we can get it, but it will take some time to arrange, Old Wu said.
How many do you need? 520 jars, please. Chu Chen said, as 511 jars would be enough to max out void sword condensation, and the extra could be used for the talent, wine tasting and identification.
Old Wu glanced at Chu Chen. You can pick it up in 5 days.
Chu Chen
nodded, then spent 5 million credits to buy 100 jars of flowing fragrance, epic grade, and then spent another 3 million credits to buy that legendary grade spirit wine, leaving him with 25 million credits.
After returning
to his residence, Chu Chen immediately took the legendary grade spirit wine and drank deeply. You have consumed the spirit wine Sang Luo Guyu, legendary grade, triggering the wine immortal, talent, and gaining a new skill, sword curse. Sword curse, a unique skill of the wine sword immortal. It uses the sword as a medium to cast a curse. It can consume a spirit sword with the sword immortal mark to apply the sword curse to a target, which will randomly receive one of various negative statuses such as silence, stun, freeze, confinement, blindness, disarm, or rigidity. The duration depends on the level difference between both parties, lasting as short as 0.1 seconds, and
this skill has no cooldown. Control skill. Seeing the new skill, Chu Chen felt overjoyed.
His damage was high, and he had many skills, but when it came to control skills, he couldn't say he had none, he certainly lacked them.
The sword curse skill perfectly filled the gap in his control abilities. Although the effect of this skill is random, does it matter to him? This skill has no cooldown, requires no mana, and only consumes spirit swords. This means he can unleash the sword curse with thousands of spirit swords, controlling his opponent to death. Moreover, to use this skill, the enemy must be at least level 60 extraordinary, not to mention the guaranteed 0.1 seconds of control. As long as he can control the opponent, even for 0.1 seconds, he has a chance to take them down. Now that I have a control skill, my weaknesses are fewer. Once I use the sacrifice crystal later, I can also make up for my low health. With this thought, Chu Chen called Lu Ma, and they agreed to meet at the teleportation array. What have you been up to lately? Upon arriving at the teleportation array, Chu Chen saw Lu Chanha. They had rarely met during this time because he had been leveling up new students. Lu Chanha shrugged and said, I still have 5 days to complete my breakthrough task. Since I'm idle, I might as well soak in the training room to improve my control. Lu Chanha's level 30 breakthrough task was to clear 3 hell-level dungeons and maintain the record for a month. He still had 5 days left. Then let's go directly to the Fishing Island's secret realm. I also need to improve my strength control, Chu Chen said. His attributes had skyrocketed too much, and he probably didn't even have 5% control at this point. Lu Ma's breakthrough task was also not yet completed, so they could level up after 5 days. Sure, the Fishing Island's secret realm is much faster for improving control, but can we go? We can. Chu Chen nodded and took out a teleportation token which was given to him by Fengyun, allowing direct teleportation to the Fishing Island's secret realm. Then the two stepped into the teleportation array, and as Chu Chen activated the token and confirmed the teleportation location, they transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The Fishing Island's secret realm looked the same as before, but it was faintly visible that some construction had taken place in the realm. Perhaps Fengyun had paused all construction considering Chu Chen was coming here, leaving only the two of them. It was still the same jade stone steps, and Chu Chen and Lu Chanha walked up. Originally, Chu Chen had already been able to reach the 56th step, but this time he could only go up to the 43rd step before he couldn't continue. The explosive increase in attributes had reduced his control by 1%. However, Chu Chen was not worried. With the immortal wind cloud body technique, his control would improve quickly. On the white jade stone steps of the Fishing Island secret realm, two figures were adapting to their own power and enhancing their control. Besides improving his control, Chu Chen also left the sword immortal mark on the 100,000 spirit swords he had just obtained. In less than a minute, all 100,000 spirit swords had the sword immortal mark. Number of spirit swords, 193,514 damage bonus, 1,935.14 times. One sword could deal over 30 million damage, and if a skill was used, the damage could easily exceed 100 million. The true damage could be over 10 million. My profession is definitely not as simple as just being mythical. Chu Chen thought to himself, the great Xia also had mythical level professions, and if there were more like him, they would have long since flattened the outer realms. As for whether there are levels above mythic class professions, he was unclear. Even the great Xia had no records on this matter. Chu Chen stopped thinking too much about it. No matter how strong his profession was, if he didn't grow, it wouldn't mean much. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, 5 days had gone by. During these 5 days, both Chu Chen and Lu Chanha had been in the Fishing Island secret realm, and the results were quite pleasing. Chu Chen was already able to ascend to the 74th step, which meant his control over power had reached 7.4%. Lu Chanha was a bit behind, but he could still reach the 38th step with a power control of 3.8%. This speed was much faster than in the training room. On this day, Lu Chanha also received a notification that his breakthrough task was completed and his level had reached 30. Old Chu, I'm level 30 now, shall we go level up? Lu Chanha asked. Sure, I also need to get some things. Chu Chen nodded. He had about 5 days before heading to the Black Abyss secret realm, so it was time to raise his level to 39. After leaving the Fishing Island secret realm, Chu Chen took Lu Chanha to the exchange point. The spirit wine you wanted has arrived, Old Wu said upon seeing Chu Chen, tossing him a storage ring. Chu Chen looked at the 420 jars of flowing fragrance epic spirit wine lying inside the storage ring and smiled, then took out his school badge to pay the remaining credits, leaving him with 4 million credits. After completing the transaction, the two left the exchange point and arrived at the level 30 dungeon area. Following what Fengyun had said earlier, he found the Slime Nest dungeon, and after teaming up with Lu Ma, they chose the Hell difficulty level and entered the dungeon. Is this the slime? It looks pretty disgusting, Lu Chanha said, looking at the slimes not far away with disdain. These slimes were anything but cute. They looked like they had just crawled out of a swamp, exuding a foul odor. Chu Chen took a glance, then summoned his spirit sword to kill the slimes. Let's speed up and level up quickly. I need to leave the academy for a while in a few days, Chu Chen said, directly, taking Lu Chanha flying on his sword, quickly delving deeper into the dungeon. Leave? Lu Chanha was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent for a few seconds. How long will you be gone? He didn't ask where he was going. If he could know, Chu Chen would definitely tell him. Don't worry, it's safe. As for how long I'll be gone, I'm not sure, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Alright, during the time you're away, I'll work hard too. I can't rely on you for my whole life, Lu Chanha nodded. Soon, the two reached the deepest part of the dungeon and saw the final boss. Slime Splitter, Epic, Level, 40 health points, 10 million attack, 11,417 physical defense, 7,412 magical defense, 6,587 skills, split body, venom spray, attribute. Transformation. Looking at the boss, its attributes could only be described as average, and it was vastly inferior to the level 39 legendary monster, Silver Moonwolf, which he could kill with a single sword strike. However, this boss had its merits. Namely its ability to split. Chu Chin took out a jar of ordinary spirit wine and drank it, then used his talent wine tasting to know people. You used the talent wine tasting to know people, usage failed. You used the talent wine tasting to know people, usage failed. You used the talent wine tasting to know people, usage successful, you obtain all information about the target. On the third attempt, the talent activated successfully, and a more detailed information interface about the slime splitter popped up before Chu Chen, similar to what he had seen with the detection spell, but now he could also see the effects of its skills. Splitting body can quickly split into 100 subordinates that are one level lower than itself, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Unlike the boss in the elf gathering place, the slime splitter's skill, while similar in nature, does not allow the split subordinates to share damage with the main body. However, it still has considerable strength, as the maximum number of monsters in the elf gathering place is only 100. But this dungeon is different. Every 5 minutes, the slime splitter will create 100 rare level monsters, and the number increases as time goes on, with no upper limit. For others wanting to clear this dungeon, the best strategy is to quickly defeat the boss first, then take down the subordinates. Chu Chen naturally didn't need to consider these things. He came here hoping for the opponent to split more so he could level up. As they stepped into the boss area, the slime splitter, which had been lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, began to wriggle rapidly. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a towering giant over 10 feet tall. Buzzing. This was not the end. Immediately, cracks appeared on the slime splitter's body, and puddles of mud flew out as if it were excreting. This is the first time I've seen such a disgusting monster. Splitting is one thing, but it looks like it's taking a dump. Lu Chanha couldn't help but comment as he watched the scene. Chu Chen nodded in agreement, especially since it had a foul smell. If it weren't for leveling up, he would have solved it with a single sword strike. The slime splitter didn't care about these comments and quickly split into 100 rare level slimes, ready to send its minions to attack Chu Chen and the others when a flash of sword light appeared. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the blink of an eye, the 100 freshly spawned slimes were already killed. The slime splitter, witnessing this scene, although it had no eyes, froze in place, its entire body undulating as it shook off the mud. Is it scared? Lu Chanha asked. Probably. Chu Chen shook his head. After all, he hadn't studied the various behaviors of slimes to know what they meant. Is it trying to run? Lu Chanha saw the slime splitter starting to retreat, but its speed made him burst out laughing. It thinks it can run at this speed? The way the slime splitter moved was very much like a snail, using its foot to crawl, and its speed was incredibly slow. How slow was it? The two waited for about 5 minutes, and the slime splitter, gathering its strength, managed to escape about 10 meters. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, the slime splitter, which had still been running, came to a complete stop. Then, the familiar scene reappeared, and 100 slimes were split from it. The slime splitter looked at its minions, confidence rising again, and immediately ordered them to charge out. But just as the minions started to move, the sword light appeared once more, and in the next breath, all the minions fell dead again. The slime splitter was stunned for a moment, then began to twist its massive body, frantically trying to escape. This time, it showed some improvement, managing to escape a terrifying 11.24 meters in 5 minutes. Why such precision? Because Chu Chen had specifically used his spirit sword to measure it. This speed made both of them exclaim that they had encountered a master of escape. Compared to the elf gathering place, the leveling speed in the slime nest was much slower, as the slime splitter took 5 minutes to split a wave. But even so, it was still much faster than normal monster grinding. Especially since these rare level monsters were all level 39, killing one would yield 200 experience points, and a wave would provide 20,000 experience points. From level 30 to 31 required 1 million experience points, and with a wave spawning every 5 minutes, in just about 4 hours, both of them reached level 31. Although the time required to level up increases with each level, 3 days and 72 hours, even with 8 hours of rest each day, is enough for them to reach level 39. As the days passed, Chu Chen and Lu Chanha spent most of their time in this dungeon. Whenever they felt tired, they would exit the dungeon, rest, and then re-enter to continue leveling up. Although Lu Ma was there to relax, she didn't just lie around, she brought pots and pans in, cooking while Chu Chen farmed monsters, taking good care of his well-being. Soon, 3 days had passed, and with another wave of monsters defeated, both Chu Chen and Lu Chanha reached level 39. Your level has reached the limit, and you will not be able to gain experience points. You can continue to level up after completing the breakthrough task. Randomly generating your breakthrough task. You have received a new breakthrough task. Mythical Immortality, Level 40 Breakthrough Task. Hell. Level. As a unique profession, how can a future powerhouse not have mythical level items by their side? Own 3 mythical level items to complete the task. Rewards: Profession-specific talent awakening scroll, profession-specific equipment, can grow. Free attribute points x 5000, current task progress 2/3. Note: after submission, your 3 mythical level items will disappear. Looking at his new breakthrough task, Chu Chen frowned. 3 mythical level items might be a daunting challenge for others. But for him, it wasn't that difficult. He already had 2 on him: the Cloak of Invisibility and the Invincible Crystal. There was no way around it. Having a powerful homeland made things easier. However, this task was not so easy to complete, as it required the consumption of 3 mythical level items. Those were mythical level items, a foundational existence even for the Great Xia. The previous level 20 breakthrough task had used 1 mythical level item, the Heaven and Earth Prohibition, and this task required 3. One item could change the course of a battle at times, let alone 3. Moreover, both the Cloak of Invisibility and the Invincible Crystal were not one-time use items. Their value was even higher than the Heaven and Earth Prohibition. To some extent, Chu Chen was reluctant to lose these 2 mythical level items for the breakthrough task. He knew that as long as he asked Feng Yun, the Great Xia would definitely provide him with 3 mythical level items to complete the breakthrough task. But he had already received a lot, and he wasn't without opportunities to obtain mythical level items. The points shop had many blueprints for mythical level items. Although they were expensive, there were still opportunities. He was about to go to the Black Abyss Secret Realm, where he could earn points. Let's wait until I go to the Black Abyss Secret Realm. If I don't earn enough points there, I'll just have to rely on my homeland's support when I return. Chu Chen thought to himself. This task seemed to be just 1 step away from completion, but in reality, it was still 3 steps short. Chu Chen glanced at the points shop. The cheapest mythical level item blueprints cost 300 million points, totaling 900 million points for 3, which was no small amount. Speaking of which, the Lighthouse Nation will also enter the Black Abyss Secret Realm. Will their people bring mythical level items? Chu Chen squinted his eyes. He decided to ask Feng Yun later. If the Lighthouse Nation also brought mythical level items into the Black Abyss Secret Realm, he could just snatch them. This task consumed 3 mythical level items, but if the Lighthouse Nation helped him out, he wouldn't have to feel the loss. How's your breakthrough task? After looking at his own breakthrough task, Chu Chen turned to Lu Ma. Look, I guess I'll be stuck for a while. Lu Chanha displayed his breakthrough task to Chu Chen, who had only received a normal difficulty task. The requirements were simple. To possess a unique skill. This task was the same as Chu Chen's level 30 breakthrough task. If it were upgraded to hell level, it would likely require 10 unique skills. Just use the legendary task enhancement scroll directly, Chu Chen said. Previously, the military had given them 4 task enhancement scrolls, 2 epic and 2 legendary. He had given them all to Lu Ma, as his breakthrough task could not be changed. These task enhancement scrolls were just right for replacing the breakthrough task. Alright, Lu Chanha nodded and then took out the legendary task enhancement scroll to use. 3 tasks appeared on the interface, and he could freely choose one. Among them, 1 was a solo task and 2 were team tasks. Lu Chanha casually selected 1, and a few minutes later, with Chu Chen's help, his breakthrough task was completed and his level reached 40. When are you leaving? Either tomorrow or the day after. Okay, just be careful. During the time you're away, I'll also work hard to level up. I can't really live off you for the rest of my life. It's fine, wasn't I living off you before? The two chatted as they made their way to the cafeteria for a meal. You can take this, I won't be needing it anyway. Lu Chanha handed the deadly badge to Chu Chen, which could immunize against 1 fatal damage. Chu Chen accepted it, knowing that if he didn't, the other party wouldn't feel at ease. Lu Chanha then went to the training room, while Chu Chen left the Qinglong Academy and headed to a shop outside the campus. Mr. Chu, we have prepared everything you need. Additionally, our boss has prepared another 100,000 novice swords. If that's not enough, we'll find a way, Jin Hai said with a smile as he led Chu Chen to the reception room. That should be enough for now. Chu Chen counted. Besides the 100,000 novice swords, there were various potions, those for restoring health, restoring mana, removing negative effects, invisibility, acceleration. There were many types, and they were all complete. Then there were various spirit wines, mostly high grade and rare grade, with over 5,000 jars, most of which were high grade, and about 1,000 jars of rare grade. How much in total? Chu Chen asked. These items total over 40 million. You can just give 40 million gold coins, Jin Hai replied. Chu Chen nodded. 40 million gold coins wasn't expensive, it actually seemed a bit cheap. I don't have enough gold coins on me, so I'll use these items to offset the cost, Chu Chen said as he took out various equipment and items, all dropped from the slime nest. Of course, they were all normal and high-grade items. As for rare grade and above, he planned to exchange them for credits. Jin Hai's eyes lit up at the sight of these equipment items. Not only were there many, but the key point was that they were all above level 30. This also meant that the person in front of him was definitely above level 30, perhaps even at level 39. It had only been a little over a month since the semester started, and this leveling speed was much faster than he had imagined. Alright, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. Jin Hai didn't waste any time and began counting the equipment items. An hour later, Jin Hai had counted everything. Mr. Chu, there are a total of 31,472 items, worth a total of 72,852,100 gold coins. Let's round it to 73 million gold coins. How does that sound? Jin Hai asked. No problem. Great, here is 33 million gold coins. Please keep it safe, Mr. Chu. Jin Hai then took out a gold card and handed it to Chu Chen, and both parties completed the transaction. However, as he was leaving, Chu Chen also purchased some swords around levels 20 to 30. Chu Chen returned to Qinglong Academy, first imprinting the 100,000 novice swords with the sword immortal mark, and then imprinting those swords around levels 20 to 30, rounding it off so that the damage bonus reached 3,000 times. Name, Chu Chen. Occupation, wine sword immortal, the only one. Level 39, max, health 35150. Mana 15,550, Strength 12,395, Agility 3,455, Constitution 3,515, Spirit 1555, Intelligence 1555, Physical Attack 24790, Magical Attack 3110, Physical Defense 3515, Magical Defense 1550, Damage Bonus 3,000 times, Skills, Immortal Wind, Cloud Body Technique, Original Sword Chi, Void Condensing Sword Technique, Sword Light Escape Technique. Click to view all skills, talents, Wine Immortal, Sword Immortal, Falling from Grace, Sword Heart, Sword Intent, Wine Tasting and Recognizing People. This is Chu Chen's attributes at level 39. From levels 1 to 10, for each level gained, all attributes increase by 5 points and 10 free attribute points are awarded. From levels 10 to 20, for each level gained, all attributes increase by 10 points and 50 free attribute points are awarded. From levels 20 to 30, for each level gained, all attributes increase by 50 points and 100 free attribute points are awarded. From levels 30 to 40, for each level gained, all attributes increase by 100 points, and 200 free attribute points are awarded. Chu Chen increased from level 30 to level 39, gaining a total of 900 points in all attributes and 1800 free attribute points. Additionally, 3 pieces of exclusive equipment that can grow also increased by 900 points in attributes due to Chu Chen's level up. The higher the level, the greater the attribute difference gained. By levels 80 to 90, gaining a level could increase attributes by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Such a strong person could easily move mountains and fill seas. With a 3,000 times bonus, my pure damage from one sword can exceed 70 million. Chu Chen nodded secretly. If he encountered a critical hit, breaking 100 million with one sword would be effortless. After that, Chu Chen visited the exchange again, but this time there were no legendary spirit wines available. He exchanged all his rare and epic equipment items for academic credits, totaling 3 million credits. Adding the 4 million credits he had left, he now had a total of 7 million credits. Old Wu, please exchange all these credits for epic spirit wine at the exchange. Chu Chen said. You brat, are you here to clear out the stock? Old Wu chuckled. Of course, this was a joke, as there was no shortage of epic spirit wine. With 7 million credits, Chu Chen received a total of 104 jars of epic spirit wine, all of which he had previously consumed. After leaving the exchange, Chu Chen returned to his residence and began to tally his resources. 2 mythic great items. A total of 165 jars of epic spirit wine. He had already consumed most of the 520 jars he purchased while grinding dungeons, and his skill, Void Condensing Sword Technique, had reached level 9. Void Condensing Sword Technique. You can gather the power of the void to condense a void sword. The void sword is formless and shadowless, making it hard to defend against. When it deals damage to a target, it can leave a layer of void mark. For each additional layer of mark, the damage taken by the target increases by 9% within the next 5 minutes, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers, 9/10 level, 20500/25600 proficiency. In addition, there are 1,325 jars of rare spirit wine, 4,021 jars of advanced spirit wine, and 114 jars of ordinary spirit wine. Then there are over 50 types of potions, totaling around 10,000, with the most being mana recovery potions. There are also some decent items, teleportation scrolls, deadly badges. All of these are prepared for the upcoming Black Abyss Secret Realm. Just as he finished counting his belongings, there was a knock on Chu Chen's door, and the visitor was Feng Yun. No need for small talk. The Black Abyss Secret Realm will open the day after tomorrow. Here is the information we collected about the Black Abyss Secret Realm. Take a look and let me know if you have any questions. Feng Yun handed a stack of documents to Chu Chen. Chu Chen carefully flipped through the information. The Black Abyss Secret Realm appeared in the Lighthouse Kingdom 300 years ago, opening once every 3 years, allowing extraordinary beings up to level 69 to enter. Once, the Lighthouse Kingdom was incredibly weak, but it quickly became powerful thanks to the emergence of the Black Abyss Secret Realm.
Upon entering the Black Abyss secret realm, one must first traverse the Hell Road, which is filled with countless monsters. Only by passing through this road can one officially enter the secret realm. In the Black Abyss secret realm, killing monsters does not yield equipment or items but only a substance called black gold. The document does not specify what black gold is used for. Soon, Chu Chen finished reading the document. There wasn't much useful information, mostly just speculations from the Great Xia about the Black Abyss secret realm, none of which had been verified. Old Feng, you mentioned earlier that points can be obtained in the Black Abyss secret realm. Do you know how? Chu Chen asked. His primary reason for entering the Black Abyss secret realm was still to earn points. Of course, there was now an additional goal. He hoped that the Lighthouse Kingdom would bring myth-level items, which he could seize to complete his breakthrough task. There are indeed methods, but I'm not clear on the specifics. However, many years ago, our Great Xia fought alongside a powerful individual from the Lighthouse Kingdom, and from them, we learned it should be related to black gold, though they didn't elaborate, Feng Yun said. So after entering the secret realm, try to gather as much black gold as possible. Capturing a person from the Lighthouse Kingdom should provide you with answers. Chu Chen nodded. He shared the same thought. Although they were unclear about the Black Abyss secret realm, the people from the Lighthouse Kingdom would know. Just capturing someone and asking would suffice. Old Feng, will there be anyone from the Lighthouse Kingdom or the Wokoku bringing myth-level items inside? Chu Chen continued to inquire, as this was a matter of great concern for him. Of course they will bring them. The Black Abyss secret realm has appeared for over 300 years, and every time it opens, the Lighthouse Kingdom aims for the core of the secret realm. Not obtaining the core of the secret realm has allowed the Lighthouse Kingdom to grow stronger over 300 years. If they were to obtain the core, its value would be unimaginable. Therefore, they will definitely bring myth-level items inside. Not just the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Wokoku will also bring myth-level items. Although the Wokoku clings to the Lighthouse Kingdom, they absolutely do not want to be subordinate. If given the chance, they would also want to obtain the core of the secret realm. Feng Yun chuckled. As he spoke, if you have the opportunity, you could also bring the core back. If I bring it back, the Lighthouse Kingdom won't go crazy, will they? The Black Abyss secret realm is the foundation of the Lighthouse Kingdom's strength. If he were to obtain the core, the Lighthouse Kingdom would definitely not let it go easily. Just don't let them know. Even if they find out, it doesn't matter. Naturally, someone will sit down and negotiate with them. Feng Yun smiled. At most, they'll just bare their teeth. Chu Chen and Feng Yun talked for a long time, all about the Black Abyss secret realm. By the way, I found the monster you needed, let me take you to see it, Feng Yun said, and then he took Chu Chen and vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already in a square. How about this monster? Feng Yun pointed to a monster that was imprisoned in the square. Qingshan Blood Bull, epic level, 39 health points, 70 million attack, 4157 physical defense, 3584. Magical defense, 4715 skill, blood surge. The biggest characteristic of this Qingshan Blood Bull is its high health points, making it one of the top existences among level 39 epic monsters. Even the dragon race cannot compare. Feng Yun introduced. Chu Chen nodded. The attributes of this monster could only be considered at the bottom tier among level 39 epic monsters, but its health was very high. It should be noted that the level 39 legendary monster he encountered before, the Silver Moon Wolf, only had 30 million health points. Let's go with this, Chu Chen said as he took out the sacrificial crystal and directed it at the Qingshan Blood Bull. As the sacrificial crystal erupted with a dazzling light, it enveloped the Qingshan Blood Bull. The Qingshan Blood Bull wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, its body was already restrained and it could only watch helplessly as it was sacrificed. A minute later, as the light faded, the Qingshan Blood Bull also vanished without a trace. However, a miniature Qingshan Blood Bull appeared within the sacrificial crystal, resembling amber. Sacrificial crystal, epic level, sacrificed the Qingshan Blood Bull to become a follower. All damage received by the user will be transferred to the follower until the follower's death. Bound, health, 70 million. Although it is called a follower, Chu Chen found that he could not release the Qingshan Blood Bull, probably because this was only an epic level sacrificial crystal. But it didn't matter, he didn't need the other party to fight just to utilize its health. I wonder if this thing can restore health. If it could restore health, its value would be even higher. After all, his wood spirit sword chi could restore health. Old Feng, attack me once. Chu Chen looked at Feng Yun. Although Feng Yun was puzzled, he complied, striking Chu Chen with a palm, dealing just over 1,000 points of damage. While the damage appeared above Chu Chen's head, his health did not decrease. Instead, the Qingshan Blood Bull's health within the sacrificial crystal dropped by over 1,000. Chu Chen's mind stirred, and a wood spirit sword chi landed on the sacrificial crystal, plus 29 million. Now that Chu Chen was level 39, the wood spirit sword chi could restore 39% of the damage. He took nearly 30 million health. It really works. Seeing the Qingshan Blood Bull's health recover, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Although it had 70 million health, he could restore more than half of it with just 2 sword strikes. As long as the enemy couldn't deal over 70 million damage to him, he would be virtually invincible. I didn't expect you to have a skill to restore health. This makes your safety in the Black Abyss secret realm even more assured,
Feng Yun also noticed this, a smile appearing on his face. He felt that even if Chu Chin didn't have a mythic level item, he couldn't guarantee he could kill Chu Chin in a short time. Chu Chin was also very pleased. With the Qingshan Blood Bowl as his health pool, he basically had no weaknesses left. Alright, if there's nothing else, you should rest well for the next couple of days. The day after tomorrow, someone will take you to the Black Abyss Secret Realm, Feng Yun said. Aren't you going, old Feng? I won't be going, your safety is important. This time, a mythic level powerhouse will take you, Feng Yun replied. Although he was already a level 89 legendary powerhouse, he couldn't guarantee he could leave the lighthouse country unscathed. A mythic level powerhouse was definitely safer. Chu Chin didn't expect that the Great Xia would directly send a mythic level powerhouse to protect him. He knew that Great Xia didn't just value the Black Abyss Secret Realm, but rather him. After Feng Yun left, Chu Chin didn't actually rest. He first took out the epic level spirit wine flowing fragrance, and after a hearty drink, he raised Void Condensing Sword Technique to level 10. Void Condensing Sword Technique, you can gather the power of the void to condense the void sword, which is formless and shadowless, making it hard to defend against. When dealing damage to a target, it can leave a layer of void mark. For each additional layer of mark, the damage taken by the target increases by 10% within the next 5 minutes, stacking up to 10 layers. Level 10, conversion to ultimate skill requirement, strength control 50%, 0/50,000 proficiency. It really is much harder to convert skills obtained from epic level spirit wine into ultimate skills. Now, Chu Chen's strength control was only at 7%, no, he had added quite a few attribute points during the previous level up, so it was probably only around 6%. A 50% control was indeed a bit too far off, at least he couldn't achieve it in the short term. After closing the interface, Chu Chen took Luma back to the Fishing Island's secret realm. Although 2 days wouldn't significantly improve his control, it was better than nothing. 2 days passed in a flash, and on this day, Chu Chen was all set and arrived at Feng Yun's office. In the room, besides Feng Yun, there was also an old man. Old Chen, this is Chu Chen, Feng Yun introduced. Chu Chen, this is Chen Binghe, a level 93 mythic powerhouse. You two actually have some connections. Young man, I've met old Chen, Chu Chen said, cupping his hands in respect to Chen Binghe while also feeling puzzled about when he had any connection with such a mythic powerhouse. Ha, little guy, your principal was talking about the college entrance examination. It was I who went to your Yunzhong province and cast a forgetting spell on those examiners, Chen Binghe said with a laugh. I wanted to meet you back then, but at that time, the higher-ups kept me from contacting you for confidentiality. Chu Chen suddenly realized, not expecting, that he had such a connection with the other party. If it weren't for the other party mentioning it, he wouldn't have known at all. You two chat, there are still many things to handle at the school, Feng Yun said as she left the room, giving the two space to converse. Are you ready? We don't know the situation in the Black Abyss Secret Realm, but it is definitely extremely dangerous. Over the years, the Lighthouse Nation has sent many people in, but each time, less than 10% come out alive. Chen Bing has said, his smile fading and his expression serious. If you don't want to go, you still have a chance to back out. Old Chen, I will come back alive, Chu Chen said earnestly. Chen Binghe looked at Chu Chen for a while, then nodded. In fact, there were two factions regarding whether Chu Chen should go to the Black Abyss Secret Realm. One faction naturally hoped that Chu Chen would not go. With such a vast Great Xia, they didn't lack a Black Abyss Secret Realm for Chu Chen to enhance his strength. If something unexpected happened, the cost would be too great. The other faction hoped Chu Chen would go because there were indeed many opportunities within the Black Abyss Secret Realm. Moreover, the Black Abyss Secret Realm only opened once every 3 years, and if Chu Chen missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance to enter. 3 years later, Chu Chen would at least be a mythic powerhouse. Furthermore, they would provide Chu Chen with a large number of mythic great protective items, so coming back alive would definitely not be a problem. After much debate, it was ultimately the big shots from the military who spoke up. Go, why not? Strong individuals have never become stronger under protection. It would be best to bring back the core of the Black Abyss Secret Realm and annoy the folks from the Lighthouse Nation. Since you've made your decision, then these items should be handed over to you, Chen Binghe said, taking out one item after another, all of mythic grade. Mythic Seal, mythic grade, it contains the phantom of a mythic powerhouse. When activated, it can summon this phantom to fight. Heaven and Earth Ban, mythic grade, after using it on a target, all damage to the target is forced to be 1 point for the next 3 minutes, effective against those below divine level. 7-star lamp, mythic grade, 7 stars and 7 lives. When the user dies, 1 star is consumed to resurrect, randomly teleporting within a radius of 10,000 miles, effective only against those below demigod level. Breaking Ban Cone, mythic grade, can break all restrictions and rules below divine level. Interdimensional teleportation scroll, mythic grade, after use, can teleport to a marked location, ignoring spatial rules below divine level. There were a total of 5 mythic grade items, including the Heaven and Earth Band that Chu Chen had seen before. Looking at these mythic grade items, even Chu Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just one of them could change the tide of battle at certain times, let alone 5. Moreover, with the cloak of invisibility and the invincible crystal stone he had, it was equivalent to having 7 mythic grade items. With so many mythic grade items, even if there were demigod powerhouses in the Black Abyss secret realm, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Take it. First, bind the interdimensional teleportation scroll and set the teleportation location. Here. If you encounter danger, you can come back directly, Chen Binghe said. Chu Chen nodded, picked up the interdimensional teleportation scroll, bound it to himself, and set the teleportation location in this room. Keep these myth level items safe, familiarize yourself with their effects, and use them when necessary. Don't think it's a waste. No matter how powerful the items are, they are not as important as your life, especially your own, Chen Binghe said seriously. Don't worry, old Chen, I'm afraid of dying, Chu Chen replied. Chen Binghe smiled. If the other party was truly afraid of death, he wouldn't have gone to the Black Abyss secret realm. Also, you haven't learned this skill yet, Chen Binghe said, taking out a skill book titled Language Proficiency. Once learned, it allows one to understand most races' languages, and what one says can be automatically translated into the other race's language through this skill. Chu Chen nodded, took it, and learned it directly. Although this skill does not provide combat power, it is very useful for communication with other races. Alright, it's about time, let's set off, Chen Binghe said, waving his hand, and a spatial rift appeared before them. This was a spatial passage leading directly to the Black Abyss secret realm outside the Lighthouse Kingdom. Level 60 extraordinary beings can fly in the air, level 70 epic beings can open spatial battlefields, and level 80 legendary beings can create spatial passages. A 93 level myth level powerhouse like Chen Binghe can even open a space world similar to a secret realm. Creating a spatial passage is a piece of cake for him. The two entered the spatial passage, and after a short while they saw a bright light. As they stepped out of the spatial passage, they found themselves hovering above a mountain range. Is that the entrance to the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu Chen looked down at a huge black vortex on the mountain below. That's right. The secret realm hasn't opened yet, and if someone intrudes, even a myth-level powerhouse could be swallowed by the spatial turbulence, Chen Binghe was saying when a figure appeared before them. Chen, is this the person you are bringing into the Black Abyss secret realm? He looks quite ordinary. Is this really how you want to waste your only chance? An old man with blonde hair and blue eyes said with a smile. His name is Fred, a myth-level powerhouse from the Lighthouse Kingdom, and he is here to guard the Black Abyss secret realm. Chen Binghe introduced Chu Chen before turning to Fred. Fred, the Black Abyss secret realm has been in your Lighthouse Kingdom for over 300 years. I estimate you have already obtained the core of the secret realm. Our great Xia doesn't expect much. We just sent someone in to take a look. Although Chen Binghe spoke with a smile, Fred detected a hint of sarcasm. Who didn't know that the Lighthouse Kingdom had not obtained the core of the Black Abyss secret realm at all? That's good. The Black Abyss secret realm is very dangerous. It's wise for your great Xia to send only one person, which can also reduce losses, Fred said with a veiled jab. Chen Binghe felt disdain. If our great Xia had really sent many people, your Lighthouse Kingdom would probably be in a panic. Fred didn't linger. He just came to greet them and then left. Not long after Fred departed, another lean old man flew over. Lord Chen Binghe, long time no see, the old man said, his wrinkles forming a smile. Xin Jiuqing, I didn't expect you to be the one from your country. Chen Binghe raised an eyebrow, feeling alert. This old man looked less than 1.6 meters tall and was only level 91, but his profession was somewhat special, with attack methods leaning towards curses, making him hard to guard against. Lord Chen Binghe, there's no need to be so wary. I wouldn't dare to act here. I'm just here to ask how my grandson died in the Fishing Island secret realm, Xuanjiu Chengguan said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Xuanjiu family was not considered a major clan in Japan. It was only 10 years ago that he became a mythical level powerhouse, which allowed the Xuanjiu family to finally become a prominent clan in Japan, but even among the prominent clans, they were still at the bottom. It wasn't until his grandson, Xuanjiu Liangping, awakened a legendary class profession that he saw hope for becoming a top-tier clan. But unexpectedly, his grandson died in the secret realm of Yudao, a result he found hard to accept. He had thought about avenging his grandson, but the Great Xia was not something he, as a mythical level being, could handle, and Japan would not provoke the Great Xia for a grandson who was already dead. Yet he was unwilling to accept this, which is why he came to inquire. As long as he knew who killed his grandson, he would eventually be able to take revenge. He fell to his death, off a cliff in the secret realm, Chen Binghe replied. This made Xuanjiu Chengguan's expression darken. Lord Chen Binghe, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Yes, what's wrong with that? Chen Binghe said coldly. Want to fight? Let's see if I can kill you. Xuanjiu Chengguan's body trembled, and he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart, putting on a face that was difficult to describe, forcing out a smile. You jest, my lord. I was just asking. Since you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. After saying this, Xuanjiu Chengguan left, but as he departed, he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Chen. Do you know how his grandson died? After Xuanjiu Chengguan left, Chen Binghe looked at Chu Chen with interest and asked, Don't worry, I've set up a barrier, they can't hear us. I'm not sure, I don't even know. His grandson. He might have been killed by my sword, or perhaps he was smashed to bits by Fuan and the others. Chu Chen shook his head.
He had indeed killed quite a few Japanese pirates in the secret realm of Yudao, but he had no interest
in asking for names before killing them.
Chen Binghe chuckled, not expecting that the person involved didn't even know, making it even less likely for Xuanzhou Chengguan to investigate.
In the sky, Xu Chen and Chen Binghe waited for the secret realm to open while chatting idly.
Meanwhile, a few people gathered around Fred in the Lighthouse Nation. Your Grace, should we deal with that great Xia person? A man asked. The speaker was Angus, the leader of this expedition. Into the Black Abyss secret realm, a level 69 extraordinary powerhouse. That great Xia person is likely wearing a mythical level cloak of invisibility. Since Great Xia gave him this item, his strength must be considerable, Fred said. He approached Chen Binghe mainly to probe into Chu Chen's background, but unfortunately, with the cloak of invisibility, he couldn't even ascertain the other party's level. You don't need to worry about that Great Xia person.
Even if his strength
is formidable, at most he is just a level 69 extraordinary, and at best, he might reach level 70 epic after entering the secret realm. He's just one person, without any authority in hand, needing to start from the entrance of the secret
realm step by step, while we have the authority to directly enter the depths of the secret realm.
Our goal is the core of the Black Abyss secret realm.
As long as we obtain the core, we will completely control the Black Abyss secret realm,
and all the treasures inside will belong to our Lighthouse Nation.
At that time, we will be able to cultivate a large number of legendary and even mythical level powerhouses.
Fred continued, so there's no need for you to waste time on
that great Xia person.
The Black Abyss secret realm is fraught with dangers. Even if you don't take action, it will be difficult for him to reach the depths.
Angus nodded.
Their Lighthouse Nation had paid a huge price to reach the depths. Not to mention level 69, even level 70 epic powerhouses had died in large numbers. With just one person, it was indeed impossible for him to directly enter the depths of the secret realm.
However, we can't really ignore him. The great
Xia people are the most cunning. No one knows what tricks they have up their sleeves. Just let those guys in Japan deal with him. Fred said coldly. It just so happens that the Japanese have not been very settled these years, and they actually want to obtain the core of the Black Abyss secret realm.
Duke, your method is the best.
Angus smiled, having no good feelings towards the Japanese either. Initially, allowing the Japanese to enter the Black Abyss secret realm was merely to let them scout the way. Whether the people of the Great Xia died or the Japanese died was of no concern to them, the Lighthouse Nation. On the other side, even without Fred speaking, Xuanzhou Chengguan planned to deal with Chu Chen. U10, once you enter, find a way to capture that Great Xia person. I want to know clearly who killed my grandson. Even if he doesn't know, bring him back alive. We can negotiate with the Great Xia then.
Xuanzhou Chengguan said to the
10 vassals of the Xuanzhou family in front of him. As long as you handle this well, that myth-level artifact on that kid will be yours. Originally, the 10 vassals had some dissatisfaction in their hearts, but upon hearing this, their eyes
lit up. A myth-level artifact.
Even in the Black Abyss secret realm, they could never obtain such an item. Rest assured, Lord Xuanzhou, we will definitely capture that Great Xia person.
The 10 of them promised in unison. Xuanzhou Chengguan nodded in satisfaction, but inwardly he was sneering. How could a myth-level artifact truly be given to these guys? Once they came out, it would still belong to him.
It seems the Japanese have set their sights on you, Chen Binghe said.
With a smile,
Xu Qing glanced towards the direction of the Japanese, just in time to meet the gaze of the 10 vassals of the Xuanzhou family, seeing the coldness in their eyes.
Do those 10 have myth-level artifacts? Xu Chen asked.
Impossible. Although Xuanzhou Chengguan wants to deal with you, he's not a fool. The main goal of the Japanese is still the Black Abyss secret realm. Chen Binghe shook his head.
What about the Lighthouse Nation? Fred is very cunning. He won't waste time on you.
After all, they paid a great price to enter the depths of the Black Abyss secret realm back then.
They probably think you can't reach the depths. Xu Chen nodded, then stopped thinking too much. Once they entered
the secret realm, capturing a few Japanese and lighthouse people would reveal who had the myth-level artifacts. Time passed slowly, and the entrance to the Black Abyss secret realm was changing.
The originally black vortex was now beginning to glow blue, and it would soon fully open.
Meanwhile, outside the Black Abyss secret realm, 3 factions were positioned in 3 directions. The largest number was naturally from the Lighthouse Nation, which sent 5,000 people,
all at least level 60 extraordinary.
Next was the Japanese, with around 1,000. Finally, there was the Great Xia, with only Chu Chen and Chen Binghe. Only Chu Chen would truly enter the secret realm.
It's not too late to back out now, Chen Binghe said. Old Chen, if I kill them all, that's fine, right? Xu Chen countered.
Chen Binghe paused for a moment, then smiled. The Great Xia is much stronger than you think. Xu Chen stopped speaking. He understood the others'
meaning. Buzz.
At that moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared, and the entrance to the Black Abyss secret realm had turned into a blue vortex, with streams of spiritual energy spreading outwards.
The secret realm is opening, go
in, Fred said, and then the 5,000 from the Lighthouse Nation flew towards the entrance of the secret realm, quickly entering it. Following closely were the Japanese, with 1,000 also entering the secret realm, though 10 of them
glanced back at Chu Chen before going in. Go in, if there's danger, run.
Use the myth-level artifacts if needed. I'll wait for you to come back, Chen Binghe said as he sent Chu Chen to the entrance.
Yes. Chu Chen nodded and then stepped into the vortex. Chen, you actually want to personally send him into the secret realm? Could it be that he can't fly? Fred approached and asked. He had noticed that it was Chen Binghe who had been keeping Chu Chen flying in the air, and at that time he thought it was merely to protect Chu Chen. But now that we have entered the secret realm, it's a bit strange that Chen Binghe still has to be escorted here. He's only level 39, Chen Binghe nodded. This made Fred's mouth twitch, although the other party spoke seriously. How could he possibly believe it? Sending a level 39 into the Black Abyss secret realm was no different from sending him to his death. The Great Xiao wasn't lacking in level 69 individuals. You really are cautious. Am I not able to take action? Fred said discontentedly. In his view, the other party was just afraid he would suddenly strike, which was why he kept protecting him. Chen Binghe smiled but said nothing, only glancing at the distant walls of Xuanzhou City. Lord Chen Binghe, what kind of look is that? Do you think I would actually take action? Xuanzhou City frowned. Who knows? This was said by Fred. After all, Xuanzhou City's methods were the most bizarre, and if he really did take action, they might not even be able to react in time. At the same time, he suddenly realized that Chen Binghe was actually guarding against Xuanzhou City. Chen Binghe remained silent. He was speaking the truth, yet the other party didn't believe him at all. Clearly, he had stopped talking, but the other party began to overthink. Our people from the Great Xia are the most simple-minded. How could we be as cunning as you, thinking so much? Is this the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings. In front of him was only a rugged path. On either side of the path was darkness, and when he tried to use his spirit sword, he found a force on both sides that prevented the spirit sword from passing through. It seems this is the so-called Hell Road. Looking at the path ahead, Chu Chen thought to himself he was the only one around. Either because others with authority could directly bypass the Hell Road, or everyone else had been teleported to different spaces. Chu Chen stopped thinking too much and planned to fly with his sword, but a prompt suddenly popped up. This is a no-fly zone. Flying is not allowed. Then he could only walk. Chu Chen walked forward with 100 spirit swords guarding around him. Just after walking less than 100 meters, figures suddenly sprang out from the darkness on both sides of the path. Chu Chen remained vigilant, and as these figures appeared, the spirit swords flew out. -48.42 million, -134 million, critical hit, -49.25 million, terrifying damage numbers floated up, and before these figures even landed, they were all killed by Chu Chen. You have killed a level 60 Shadow Serpent, normal level. Beyond your level, due to your level cap, you cannot gain experience points. At the same time, prompts popped up and Chu Chen realized that these were monsters called Shadow Serpents at level 60. Looking at the 100 corpses of Shadow Serpents on the ground, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. The difficulty of this Hell Road was not low, with so many monsters appearing right away. Is this the black gold? Chu Chen approached a Shadow Serpent's corpse and picked up a piece of black gold. This black gold looked similar to gold coins but was black-purple in color. Black gold, a special item that can serve as currency. This was the information he saw using his detection technique, but Chu Chen knew that this black gold was definitely not as simple as currency. He immediately took out a spirit wine and drank it, then activated his talent wine tasting to identify people. Talent activation successful. He successfully triggered this talent on the first try, and more detailed information about the black gold appeared. Black gold, a special item that can serve as currency, containing unique powers that can mitigate the negative effects brought by the power of rules. Chu Chen frowned. Although the information was more detailed, he still didn't know what this thing was useful for. He had yet to come into contact with the power of rules. I'll just keep it for now. Chu Chen checked and found that the 100 Shadow Serpents had dropped 10 pieces of black gold. A 10% drop rate wasn't low. After that, Chu Chen continued forward. He wasn't in a hurry, as there was no time limit in the Black Abyss secret realm. Even if you stay inside for a lifetime, it's no problem. You can go out anytime you want, but the people outside can only come in once every 3 years. After walking more than 10 meters, another 100 monsters sprang out from the darkness. Chu Chen dealt with them in the same way. As soon as these monsters appeared, they were all killed, earning him 9 pieces of black gold. Soon an hour passed, and Chu Chen still hadn't seen the end of the Hell Road, but he had collected quite a bit of black gold, already over 600 pieces. The appearance of these monsters was unpredictable. Sometimes a wave would come after just a few steps, while other times he could walk 1,000 meters without seeing a single one. They relied on sudden attacks, and even a level 69 expert could stumble if they weren't careful. Fortunately, I brought the most mana potions. Chu Chen drank a bottle of mana potion. He had over 10,000 bottles on him, and at least half of them were mana recovery potions. Moreover, he also had a skill to recover mana. Spirit recovery technique, passive skill. When you take damage, there is a 10% chance to recover 10% to 20% of your mana, a unique skill. In the past, Chu Chen didn't dare to use this skill because his health wasn't high, but now it was different. With the Qingshan Blood Ox sacrificing crystal stones, he had
70 million health points at his disposal, so even if he took damage, it wouldn't be so easy to die. Once this passive triggered, he could instantly recover over 1,000 points of mana, and a single sword energy could restore the Qingshan Blood Ox's health. Chu Chen continued to move forward, and at the exit of the Hell Road, 10 figures were guarding the place. Miyamoto-kun, are we just going to stand guard like this? One of the pirates frowned. There's no choice. The Dasha person is entering the Black Abyss secret realm for the first time and has no authority. He must pass through the Hell Road first, so we can only guard here. Miyamoto Kenji shook his head. They had some authority in this secret realm, which allowed them to bypass the Hell Road and block the exit. I think he can't possibly pass through the Hell Road alone. When we from the Wokaku first came in, there were 3,000 of us, and I heard over 300 died in the Hell Road, let alone him alone. Yeah, the Hell Road is divided into 4 sections. The first section has 10,000 ordinary level 60 monsters, the second section has 10,000 advanced level 60 monsters, and the third section has 10,000 rare level 60 monsters. The fourth section has 1,000 epic level and 10 legendary level monsters. Even if he has a mythical item from Dasha, it's impossible for him to walk out of the Hell Road alive. Miyamoto Kenji naturally knew this, but this was the order from Lord Zuenjiacheng, and he had no choice. Let's wait 10 days. If he hasn't come out after 10 days, we'll leave, Miyamoto Kenji said. Don't forget Lord Xuanzhou's orders, and besides, we're not the main force entering the Black Abyss secret realm this time. The other 9 fell silent upon hearing this. It was just 10 days, so they could wait. Oh, advanced monsters? On the other side, Chu Chen looked at the monsters he had just killed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He thought there were only ordinary level monsters. Could it be that the quality of the monsters would increase later on? While pondering this, Chu Chen picked up the items dropped by the monsters. As expected of advanced monsters, the drop rate is much higher than that of ordinary level monsters. I actually got 20 pieces of black gold. Chu Chen counted the black gold he had, and with these 20 pieces he had a total of 1,020 pieces. Ordinary level monsters have a drop rate of 10%, so it seems I've already killed 10,000 ordinary level monsters. Chu Chen walked another 10 meters, and another wave of monsters appeared, still all advanced monsters. It seems the rest are all advanced monsters. A smile crept onto Chu Chen's lips. Although these monsters were all level 60, let alone advanced, even epic or legendary ones would only be one-shot killed in front of him. If one sword wasn't enough, he could always use 2. It's a pity this damn place prohibits flying. I can't take to the air. Thinking this, Chu Chen continued forward. Waves of monsters attacked, but they were all killed instantly, dropping black gold. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Chu Chen reflexively killed another wave of monsters, he discovered that this wave had actually reached the rare level. I currently have 3,000 black gold, with 1,000 from killing ordinary monsters and 2,000 from killing advanced monsters. It seems these monsters number only 10,000. Chu Chen picked up the black gold dropped by the rare monsters, collecting 30 pieces. The drop rate had indeed increased to 30%. If he killed all 10,000 rare monsters, he could earn another 3,000 black gold. Chu Chen stored the black gold and quickly rushed forward. He didn't know where the end of this hellish path lay, but with monsters constantly appearing for him to kill, it wasn't boring at all. Chu Chen rampaged through, and as long as monsters emerged from the darkness, they were basically killed before they even landed. His black gold was rapidly increasing, and when it reached 6,000 pieces, Chu Chen stopped. If he guessed correctly, he would soon face epic level monsters. Level 60 epic monsters could barely withstand a strike from him, so he didn't rush in. After walking about 100 meters forward, the dark areas on both sides suddenly twisted. Chu Chen felt a sense of alertness with 1,000 spirit swords surrounding him, and in the next moment, figures flew out from the darkness. Dark Trent, epic level 60 health points, 150 million attack, 36,547 physical defense, 13,874 magical defense, 14,587 skills, Vine Impact, Berserk. Dark Treant King, legendary level 60 health points, 300 million attack, 58,517 physical defense, 28,235 magical defense, 29,154 skills, lifelink, War Uprising, Earth Vein Absorption. Over 1,000 monsters in total, with 1,000 being epic level and 10 being legendary level. So this is what level 60 epic and legendary monsters look like? Their attributes are indeed high. With so many monsters, even a level 69 team of 1,000 would find it difficult to get through. Even if they could, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. No wonder only about 10% of people from the Lighthouse Kingdom could survive leaving the secret realm each year. This was just the first level of the Abyssal Secret Realm. Moreover, with the authority of the Lighthouse Kingdom, they shouldn't have to traverse the hellish path again, yet they still suffered heavy losses, indicating that there were even more dangerous levels ahead. These thoughts flashed through Chu Chen's mind, but the moment these monsters appeared, he had already launched his attack. Minus 19.97 million, minus 29 million, true damage, minus 55.53 million, critical hit, minus 80.62. million, critical hit, true damage. As the spirit swords flew out, damage numbers popped up above the Trent's heads, but soon Chu Chen noticed something was off. Although these monsters had high health, his damage was also considerable. Logically, a single wave should have wiped out a bunch. Yet, not a single monster had died. Chu Chen's mind stirred, and he took out a spirit wine to drink. Wine tasting talent activated. Lifelink can link the health points of the same race together. When attacked, damage can be shared. Earth vein absorption, rooted in the soil, can absorb the power of the earth, recovering 5% of health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Upon seeing the effects of the two skills from the 10 Dark Treant Kings, Chu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he hadn't killed a single one with his wave of attacks, it was because the damage was shared. But if my damage exceeds the total health of all your monsters, you will still die. Chu Chen thought this while the Dark Treants had already launched their attack. These Dark Treants are all level 60 epic monsters, their levels far exceeding that of Chu Chen, and their attack speed leaves him no chance to evade. Countless vines surged forth, completely surrounding Chu Chen from all sides. In the next moment, hundreds of vines struck him directly. But before these Dark Treants could rejoice, a flurry of sword lights quickly descended. Having witnessed Chu Chen's terrifying damage before, the Dark Treants hurriedly gathered their vines to form a vine shield. However, the sword lights instantly tore through the shield and continued to strike at the Dark Treants. All the Dark Treants panicked. They wanted to dodge, but the path was already narrow, with darkness on both sides, and once they emerged, there was no way back. Coupled with their massive bodies, there was simply no space to evade. Minus 19.97 million, minus 29 million, true damage, minus 55.53 million, critical hit, minus 80.62 million, critical hit, true damage. Thousands of spirit swords fell, and massive damage numbers floated up. Even with the life link from the Dark Treant King, they could not withstand it at this moment. Boom! As the first Dark Treant fell, it triggered a chain reaction, causing large numbers of Dark Treants to collapse, turning into withered wood and dropping black gold. In just a few breaths, all the epic Dark Treants on the scene had perished, leaving only 10 legendary Dark Treant Kings. These Dark Treant Kings were using their Earth Vein absorption skill to quickly recover health, but in the next moment, a firelight swept in. Minus 29 million, true damage, minus 80.62 million, true damage, critical hit. Because the Dark Treant King's defenses exceeded Chu Chen's attack, only true damage could harm them. Roar! As the 10 Dark Treant Kings let out a reluctant roar, their massive bodies began to wither, ultimately turning into withered wood, with pieces of black gold scattering on the ground. Done! 5 kilometers away, Chu Chen smiled as he watched this scene. When those Dark Treants attacked him earlier, he had directly used the Sword Flash skill to leave, and he had teleported to 5 kilometers away. Sword Flash, after use, you can instantly teleport to any spirit sword in front of you and become immune to all damage for the next 0.9 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes, level 4 out of 10. At level 29, he could control 10,000 spirit swords. Now at level 39, the number of spirit swords he could control had reached 100,000, with an attack range of 100 kilometers. Chu Chen had long placed a spirit sword 5 kilometers away, just in case of danger, allowing him to use Sword Flash. Although he had many life-saving methods, including mythic level items and the blood pool of the Qingshan Blood Bowl, these methods were for emergencies, and avoiding injury was naturally the best option. Oh, I can fly with the sword now? It seems I've killed all the monsters on this hell road. Chu Chen thought about flying out on his sword, and quickly arrived at the battlefield. At this moment, the 10 legendary Dark Treant Kings had turned into withered wood, and from each piece of withered wood, a spirit light flew out, ultimately merging together to form a light gate. Chu Chen knew this was the exit from the hell road. However, before that, he needed to collect the black gold that had dropped. As expected of epic and legendary monsters, the drop rate is high. Each epic monster dropped one piece of black gold, totaling 1,000 pieces. The legendary monsters dropped 100 pieces each, adding up to another 1,000 pieces. Including the 6,000 pieces he had previously collected, he now had 8,000 pieces of black gold. Time to leave. Chu Chen stored the black gold and then stepped into the light gate. At the exit of the Hell Road, Miyamoto Ken and 10 others were waiting. A day has already passed. I estimate that guy from the Great Xia has died in there. A level 69 pirate said boredly. Even if he didn't die, he would be close to it. Once you enter the Hell Road, unless you break through, you can't leave. There are still 9 days left. If he hasn't come out by then, we can leave. Few of them were idly chatting when suddenly, the portal in front of them twisted and a figure walked out from within. It was Chu Chen. As soon as Chu Chen appeared, he saw Gongben Jianhe and 10 others waiting here, their obvious samurai hairstyles revealed their identities to him. He thought to himself that indeed, the Wokoku had authority and could directly bypass the Hell Road. He didn't believe these people's monster farming speed could surpass his own. When Gongben Jianhe and the 10 saw Chu Chen, they were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before Gongben Jianhe stood up and approached Chu Chen. Are you that Da Xia person? Gongben Jianhe asked with a frown. He had seen Chu Chen before, but that was the face transformed by the cloak of invisibility? They had been waiting here for a day, only knowing they were waiting for a Dasha person, but had subconsciously forgotten Chu Chen's appearance. Chu Chen looked at them, knowing it must be due to the cloak of invisibility that they had forgotten his face. Moreover, the timing of their appearance was just right. He wanted to clarify some matters within the Black Abyss secret realm, and these people were just the right guides. Dongban Kuan, he must be that Dasha person. Lord Suwankyu mentioned he has a myth-level item, the Cloak of Invisibility, which would make our impression of him vague. Fortunately, we followed Lord Suwankyu's orders to wait here, and only Dasha people need to go through the Hell Road. A Wokoku bandit spoke up, his eyes filled with confusion. Strange, it's only been a day. How could he possibly come out? A day to clear the Hell Road? They wouldn't have dared to think of that in the past. The first time they sent 3,000 people, it took them nearly half a month to emerge from the Hell Road, and they suffered heavy losses. Yet this Dasha person had only taken a day to come out alone? It seems the myth-level item Dasha gave you is quite powerful, Gongben Jianhe said solemnly. He didn't believe the other party could walk out of the Hell Road solely on their own strength. It was definitely the work of a myth-level item from Dasha. At the same time, he felt displeased. Weren't they blocking the way here to capture Chu Chen and seize the myth-level item on him? Now that the other party had used it, what could they still take? But then he thought, if the other party hadn't used the myth-level item, it seemed unlikely they could have survived. Even if they couldn't obtain the myth-level item, capturing the other party would still yield substantial rewards from Suwankyu City. Chu Chen was unwilling to say much and planned to take action directly, but at that moment, Gongben Jianhe coldly said, "Consider yourself lucky to have come out of the Hell Road, but unfortunately, fighting is prohibited here. However, you will have to leave this place eventually. As long as you don't resist, I can spare your life." Chu Chen, who had initially intended to act, paused. He didn't care about the other party's threat, but from their words, he understood that fighting was not allowed. Here, are there special rules here? Chu Chen asked, recalling the no-fly rule within the Hell Road. Do you think we would tell you? Gongben Jianhe sneered, then fell silent. Chu Chen glanced at them and didn't ask further. Since fighting was prohibited here, it was better for him to abide by the rules as a newcomer. Moreover, he suddenly thought of the black gold. This item could negate the negative effects of rule power. Could it also negate the rule of not being able to fight? These were just his speculations, and without clarifying things, he couldn't take risks. At this moment, he had time to survey his surroundings. He was in a small town, surrounded by buildings, but beyond the town, it was still a dark land. Chu Chen wandered casually around the small town, which actually had only one road leading to its exit. As he walked, Miyamoto Ken and 10 others followed him at a distance, which he noticed but chose to ignore. He knew these 10 were waiting for him to leave the town, ready to act once the rule against making a move was lifted. However, by then, it would be uncertain who would end up dead. Not far into his stroll, suddenly the door of a building swung open, and 2 figures emerged. Dog-headed people? Chu Chen squinted at the 2 figures. Although they were dressed in clothes, their dog heads were too conspicuous. If it weren't for the rule against making a move here, he would have struck them down the moment they appeared. Even now, he remained on high alert. The 2 dog-headed beings were already accustomed to being called that by Chu Chen, their long mouths twisting into a sinister grin, exposing their gums. "Welcome, new guest, to our happy town. We at the Happy Casino would like to invite you to come in and play." The 2 dog-headed beings spoke, and fortunately, Chu Chen had learned a language proficiency skill, allowing him to understand their words. Chu Chen glanced at the room with the open door, where many half-beast people like the dog-headed beings were seated, including bull-headed and pig-headed ones. All sorts were present. These half-beast people were gathered around various gambling tables, having a great time. "What if I don't want to go?" Chu Chen asked. The already sinister smiles of the dog-headed beings grew even more menacing, and at the same time, the rooms on both sides of the road opened up, revealing figures emerging from within. The half-beast people in the casino also turned their gaze toward Chu Chen, their eyes filled with coldness. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen felt no real concern. Although there were many half-beast people, he wasn't afraid of being besieged. Moreover, he was curious, wasn't there a rule against making a move in this town? Why did it seem like these half-beast people were ready to attack him at any moment? Or was this rule only applicable to outsiders like him? But if that were the case, they could just attack him directly. "Guest, please." The dog-headed being spoke again. Chu Chen paused for a second, then lifted his foot and walked toward the casino. He wasn't afraid of a fight, but he wanted to clarify the rules of this place first. Plus, he wanted to see what tricks this casino had up its sleeve. As Chu Chen walked toward the casino, the half-beast people in the houses on either side of the street retreated back inside and closed their doors tightly. The half-beast people in the casino, who had initially looked cold, suddenly changed their expressions and revealed friendly smiles. However, just as he reached the entrance, Chu Chen suddenly stopped. "Don't they need to go in?" He referred to Miyamoto Ken and the 10 others. "They have authority, they don't need to," the dog-headed being replied. "Authority? Guest, we have all the information you want to know in our casino." Chu Chen nodded, no longer saying much, and entered the casino. This guy is doomed. This happy casino is anything but happy. It will drain his black gold dry. Without black gold, he won't be able to move an inch in this black
Abyss Secret Realm. It's a pity we can't make a move here, otherwise we could have taken his black gold too, but now it benefits those monsters. Should we go in? Better not. Once we go in, the authority won't matter, and all our black gold will be lost inside. That would be troublesome. Miyamoto-kan and the 10 others discussed as they stood outside, waiting.
Meanwhile, after entering the casino, Chu-chin was warmly welcomed. All the half-beast people looked at him with excitement, making way for him, and soon a gambling table was cleared for him.
Hello, new guest. I am the owner of the Happy Casino. You can call me Boss Fox.
As Chu-chin sat down, a pleasant voice accompanied the appearance of a
figure.
The other party was dressed in a red long dress, her figure enchanting, and as she moved, the fox tail behind her swayed back and forth, though her fox head somewhat wasted that figure.
Do you sell information here? Chu-chin asked. Directly.
We certainly have information, but we don't sell it. This is a casino, the fox boss replied with a smile. As long as the guests play a few rounds with us, whether you win or lose, you can ask for any information you want.
If I know it, I will definitely not hide it. How do we play?
You just came from the road of hell, and you're all alone, which means you have 8,000 black gold on you. How about we play for 1,000 black gold a round, the fox
boss said. Of course, if you lose 5 rounds, you can end it at any time. We absolutely won't stop you from leaving. Chu-chin looked around at the other half-beasts, seeing anticipation, enthusiasm, and even hope in their eyes. Did black gold have a special use for these guys? Alright, Chu-chin nodded. You're straightforward. May I ask what you're good at? Gambling is harmful. Stay away from gambling, Chu-chin replied.
Let's just use dice and compare sizes. At the gambling table, upon hearing Chu-chen's words, the fox boss displayed a broad smile, though the sight of that fox head smiling was indeed somewhat eerie. You can choose 3 dice, the fox boss said, taking out 6 dice.
That's too many, let's just play with 1.
If it's a tie, we'll roll. Again, Chu-chin casually picked up 1 die and said,
alright, as you wish, the fox boss nodded. Shall we begin?
Let's start, you go first,
Chu-chin nodded.
The fox boss wasted no time, picking up the dice cup and shaking it, a die clattering against the walls of the cup with a crisp sound.
Bang!
After a few moments, the fox boss slammed the dice cup onto the table and opened it.
6 points.
It's your turn, the fox boss said with a beaming smile. She must be smiling, but the way she grinned was quite strange. Chu-chen's expression remained calm as he picked up the dice cup, casually shook it twice, and then opened it.
5 points. Oh.
As soon as the number came out, the hundreds of half-beasts in the casino erupted in cheers.
They all looked at Chu-chen, hoping to see reluctance and disappointment on his face.
But they were disappointed. Chu-chen still wore a calm expression.
What are the rules in Happy Town? Please explain in detail. Chu-chin placed 1,000 black gold on the table and asked. Is the guest asking such a crucial question right off the bat? Don't you want to know if my little sister has a partner? The fox boss collected the 1,000 black gold and even flirtatiously winked at Chu-chen.
Chu-chen quietly looked at her, saying nothing.
You really are a killjoy. The rules in Happy Town are very simple. Outsiders must not take action, and we cannot act either, otherwise, we will be erased by the rules, the fox boss said with a smile. Chu-chen's eyes flickered. If what she said was true, then even if he hadn't come in just now, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to him? No, they
would indeed be erased by the rules if they acted against me, but under the condition that I don't know the rules, it's impossible not to resist. Once I resist, it means all the half-beasts can act against me. They plan to sacrifice one person to
gain the opportunity to act against me.
Chu-chen realized this in his heart, but he was also a bit puzzled. These half-beasts were clearly fighting hard for black gold, and they didn't hide this purpose at all. But what use did black gold have for them? What is the use of this black gold to you?
Chu-chen asked directly. That's a question for the next round, the fox boss replied.
Chu-chen said nothing, just picked up the dice cup, shook it once, and then opened it.
3 points.
The fox boss smiled and picked up the dice cup, shaking it before revealing a 4. What use is this black gold to you?
Chu-chen asked the question again, placing 1,000 pieces of black gold on the gambling table. The fox boss collected the black gold.
Before speaking, what the guest does not know is that the rules of this world are pervasive. Even our happy town must abide by them, and these rules will continuously erode us. Only black gold can slow down this erosion.
And what about us outsiders? Since the guest is so generous, I can answer this question for free.
Outsiders will only be eroded by the rules after staying for a year. By then, black gold will also be needed to slow it down.
Chu-chen nodded, then picked up the dice cup
to start the next round. A few seconds later, he opened the cup to reveal a 5.
The fox boss followed closely behind, rolling a 6.
Besides our happy town,
are there rules constraining other places in the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu-chen asked.
Yes, the fox boss answered with a single word, collecting another 1,000 pieces of black gold. But Chu-chen didn't mind and initiated the 4th round.
The result was the same. Chu-chen lost again. How can one obtain authority in the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu-chen inquired.
I am only familiar with Happy Town. As for other places, I am not clear. If the guest wants to know how to obtain authority in Happy Town, I can tell you, the fox boss replied.
Go ahead. Obtaining authority.
In Happy Town is simple, just lose 10,000 black gold in our Happy Casino and you will be given a token. When the guest enters the Black Abyss secret realm again, holding the token will allow direct teleportation to Happy Town without having to walk the hellish path, the fox boss explained. Moreover, this token is anonymous, meaning anyone can use it, but there are only 3 uses. Chu Chen nodded, realizing that Miyamoto can and the others must have such a token. Then the 5th round began, and once again, Chu Chen lost. Do you know where one can earn points in the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu Chen asked his 5th question. I'm really not sure about that. I don't know what points the guest is referring to. The fox boss thought for a moment and shook her head. The guest can ask another question. Alright, then let's talk about whether the people of Happy Town are restricted by the rules. If they are killed, can they be resurrected? Or do you fear death? Chu Chen asked. The fox boss frowned. She felt that Chu Chen's question was a bit strange, but she still nodded. Naturally, we fear death. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to obtain black gold. As for resurrection, the guest is joking. Such a method can probably only be achieved by deities. Not just deities, myth-level items can achieve that, as Chu Chen himself possessed such a myth-level item capable of resurrection. However, the answer from the other party satisfied him. As long as these guys could die and wouldn't resurrect, that was enough. Guest, we have already completed 5 rounds. Do you wish to continue? If you want to leave, you can do so at any time. If you wish to continue, after the 8th round, I can give you a brief map of the Black Abyss secret realm, which should provide some assistance. The fox boss said, of course, if you want the token from Happy Town, you will need to gather 2,000 pieces of black gold. Continue. Originally planning to flip the table, Chu Chen hesitated upon hearing about the map. He decided to get the map first. The 6th question. How many people are there in Happy Town? A total of 4,365 people. The 7th question. What levels are the people in Happy Town? They are all between levels 60 and 69. After answering this question, Boss Fox had already realized something in his heart and looked at Chu Chen warily. Guest, I advise you not to have any bad thoughts. After all, I really hope to see such a generous guest like you again next time. Hearing Boss Fox's warning, even the other half-beasts around him cast cold glances at him. Chu Chen directly ignored them and began the 8th round. It's the last round, so let me ask, what makes your casino special? Chu Chen said with a smile. You have to let me lose clearly, right? Since the guest has asked, I have nothing to hide. My casino is shrouded in the power of rules. As long as you enter the casino and are affected by the power of the rules, as the owner, I will definitely win. Of course, the price is that for every time the guest loses, you can ask me a question. Unless I don't know, I must answer anything I know, otherwise I will be erased by the rules. Boss Fox said, blushing a little. Even if the guest wants to ask what color of underwear I am wearing today, I will answer truthfully. I have no interest in your underwear. Just give me the map first, Chu Chen said as he stood up. The guest really doesn't understand romance, Boss Fox said, yet still handed a map to Chu Chen. Taking the map, Chu Chen took out a spirit wine and drank it, then examined it carefully, confirming that the map was indeed real. If the guest wants to obtain more black gold, my daughter can tell you some places to go, Boss Fox said. No need for that, isn't black gold readily available? Boss Fox still didn't understand what Chu Chen meant when he saw a series of spirit swords flying out. Chu Chen's gaze swept across all the half-beasts in the casino. Robbery, hand over all your black gold. Inside the casino, Chu Chen's sudden change of attitude left all the half-beasts frozen, momentarily unable to react. However, when they saw the gleaming spirit swords in front of them, all the half-beasts' expressions darkened and the killing intent in their eyes surged. They all looked at Boss Fox, waiting for him to speak. Boss Fox also narrowed its slanted eyes and said with a smile, what does the guest mean? Although you have lost quite a bit of black gold, you have also learned the information you wanted. Moreover, there are many ways to obtain black gold around here. Why must the guest turn against us? Don't bring harm upon yourself. It didn't think Chu Chen would really dare to make a move. After all, the other party already knew the rules of Happy Town. Once a fight broke out, over 4,000 people in Happy Town could launch unlimited self-defense against Chu Chen until he was dead. Furthermore, it didn't really want to fight. If it had been before, it would have been fine. Killing Chu Chen would still yield the black gold on him. But now, the black gold on Chu Chen had already been lost to it, and killing him would have little significance. It was better to let him go and help them obtain more black gold. Besides, these outsiders all had treasures on them. Even if they could kill him, they would likely lose a few of their own, making it a complete loss. Open the door, let the guest leave, Boss Fox said. Immediately, the 2 dog-headed men guarding the door were about to open the casino's main door, but as they just moved, a sword light flashed by. -45.87 million, -29 million, true damage, -42.58 million, -29 million, true damage. As the 2 damage numbers floated up, the 2 dog-headed men froze, their eyes going from shock to confusion, and then they lost their vitality. Bang! The 2 corpses fell at the entrance. I am a kind-hearted person and dislike killing the most. Hand over all the black gold, and I can let you continue to survive in this happy town, Chu Chen said calmly. Why you actually dared to make a move?
Boss Fox looked bewildered, equally shocked as it stared at Chu Chen. The other party clearly knew the rules of their town, so how could he still dare to act? Wasn't that seeking death? Chu Chen simply watched the other party quietly. Previously, he had indeed hesitated to take action because he thought that if he did so here, he would be directly erased by some inexplicable rule. Although he had many myth-level items to protect his life, he couldn't be sure if he could withstand the power of the rules. However, after learning from Boss Fox that taking action would only allow these half-beasts to retaliate freely, Chu Chen smiled. Even if these half-beasts were extraordinary, they were nothing more than a single sword's work in front of him. But just to be safe, he still asked the other party if there was anything special about this casino. After knowing that the casino's rules posed no threat to him, he felt no need to pretend anymore. Gambling harms people. We young people cannot coexist with gambling and drugs. Did they really think his black gold was so easy to earn? Boss Fox, let's do it. This kid actually dares to kill our people. He's simply asking for death. Yes, Boss Fox, this is our territory. How can we let an outsider be so arrogant? You scoundrel, do you really think we are easy to bully? The many half-beasts in the casino shouted angrily, but without Boss Fox speaking, they could only glare at Chu Chen from the side. Boss Fox remained silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Chu Chen. Since the guest wants black gold, Happy Town, will give it to you. Here is 10,000 black gold. Consider it a friendship between Happy Town and the guest. After saying that, Boss Fox took out 10,000 black gold, not only returning the 8,000 black gold to Chu Chen but also adding an extra 2,000. The other half-beasts looked at Boss Fox in disbelief. It wasn't that there hadn't been outsiders causing trouble in their casino before, but they had ended up being torn apart, their bodies ground to dust. This was the first time they had seen Boss Fox back down. Boss Fox didn't care about the confused looks from the other half-beasts. He secretly cursed them for being fools. Didn't they see that this guy had just dealt millions in damage with a single sword? And it was true damage. What did that mean? It meant that even if they were all level 60 extraordinary beings, they couldn't withstand a single sword strike from him. Even if they could eventually take him down, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. And paying such a high price would yield nothing in return. If 10,000 black gold could avoid this disaster, it didn't seem like a loss to him, especially since he was only out 2,000 black gold. Chu Chen put away the 10,000 black gold, looked at Boss Fox, and then sent out 10 sword lights, instantly killing 10 half-beasts before slowly speaking, not enough. A threat. A blatant threat. Looking at the 10 half-beasts that had already lost their lives, Boss Fox felt a chill run through his body. Those 10 half-beasts were all extraordinary, and one of them was even a level 69 extraordinary being, yet he had been killed with a single sword strike. Where did this monster come from, and how could his damage be so high? The half-beasts in the casino, who had just been shouting, suddenly fell silent as they looked at their fallen companions. They weren't fools. From Boss Fox's attitude and Chu Chen's terrifying damage, their gazes towards Chu Chen had shifted from anger to shock and even fear. How much black gold does the guest want to leave? Boss Fox continued to smile, but even Chu Chen could see that the smile was very stiff. It was a forced smile. 1 million, Chu Chen said. He had no idea how much black gold the other party had, but if they could really give him 1 million black gold, he wouldn't go back on his word and would turn to leave. Impossible. Guest, even if you kill us all, Happy Town cannot produce that much black gold, Boss Fox exclaimed. This guy must be crazy. He was asking for 1 million right off the bat, and he had never even seen what 1 million black gold looked like. Swish, swish. The spirit swords flew again, and another 10 were killed. 100,000. 100,000 black gold. Boss Fox hurriedly said. The spirit swords were still flying, and this time, 20 more were killed. 300,000. Guest, this is really the limit, otherwise, it would be a case of everyone perishing. Together, the Fox boss said angrily. Chu Chen looked at the other party's expression, which was very sincere. Although the 300,000 black gold he offered was quite different from the 1 million he initially asked for, it was still a considerable amount. Just as Chu Chen was about to agree, a thought suddenly struck him. He picked up the dice cup on the gambling table, shook it, and then opened it. 1 point. It's your turn, Chu Chen said to the Fox boss. The Fox boss's face turned pale. He had already guessed Chu Chen's intention, but he still wanted to take a gamble and picked up the dice cup, rolling a 3. How much black gold does your Happy Town have? Chu Chen handed over 1,000 black gold to the other party, and then asked. The Fox boss's heart trembled. He had lost. He had gambled and lost. The Fox boss fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Our Happy Town has a total of 513,214 black gold. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. You're afraid of dying. In fact, the other party could have chosen not to say, but the cost would have been that they would be devoured by the casino's rules. Yet, the other party still spoke. You are not afraid of dying, Chu Chen said again, referring to the other party's audacity to deceive him. Guest, I really didn't deceive you. 300,000 black gold is already the limit. If you take all the black gold, we will also be eroded by the rules, the Fox boss pleaded. Guest, please, leave us with 100,000 black gold. I can give you the rest, or we really won't survive. How pitiful. Chu Chen sighed. I am a kind-hearted person. The fox boss cursed inwardly, what kind-heartedness, but still felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed the other party had agreed. Since taking all the black gold will lead to your erosion by the rules, then I will just kill all of you, Chu Chen said with a warm smile. That way, you won't have to worry about the rules eroding you. Chu Chen's words echoed in the casino, but even though everyone was extraordinary and not afraid of the scorching heat, for some reason, they felt a chill down their spines, and their legs felt a bit weak. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would have thought it was arrogant. But having witnessed Chu Chen eliminate dozens of their companions, in an instant, leaving the casino feeling emptier, they knew he was not joking. He truly had that strength. The fox boss also felt stiff. Chu Chen's words had put her into a state of paralysis. Don't think I don't know you have ways to obtain black gold, otherwise, how could your happy town, with over 4,000 people, rely solely on newcomers entering the abyssal secret realm every 3 years to obtain black gold? Chu Chen said. In previous years, he didn't know, but this year he was the only newcomer, and he was the only one who had come to this casino. If Happy Town relied only on incoming newcomers for black gold, then with over 4,000 people, they would have long been eroded by the rules and all perished. Even if he took all their black gold, it would only reduce them from wealth to poverty, not to the extent that they claimed they couldn't survive. The fox boss fell silent because what Chu Chen said was true. Even if they lost over 500,000 black gold, they could still survive. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing the fox boss remain silent, Chu Chen was not going to let up. The spirit swords flew again, and another 30 people were killed, leaving fewer than 50 people in the casino. If you don't give it to me, I'll just take it. You can resist, Chu Chen said coldly, as thousands of spirit swords flew out, filling the entire casino. I'll give it. In the end, the fox boss admitted defeat. Initially, she had thought of fighting to the death. Even if Chu Chen's damage was high, with over 4,000 people in Happy Town, they could at least try to kill him at the cost of heavy casualties. But seeing those thousands of spirit swords, she completely lost the will to resist. With one person wielding one sword, Happy Town would be finished. They could only endure a period of poverty. After all, they wouldn't be completely wiped out. Then the fox boss took out 513,214 black gold coins. The other half-orcs in the casino wanted to say something, but just as they moved, a flash of sword light struck, taking them away directly. This left the other half-orcs completely frozen in place. Guest, this is all the black gold from our Happy Town. The fox boss gritted its teeth, feeling very unwilling, but there was nothing it could do. The person in front of them spoke of kindness, but when it came to action, there was no room for negotiation. Indeed, with the terrifying damage from the opponent, there were only two outcomes. Either they lived with full health or they died with empty health. Injured? There would be no injured. Well, I said I was kind-hearted. I can't really take all the black gold from your Happy Town, so I'll leave you a little bit, Chu Chen said with a smile, then handed 4 black gold coins to the other party. Originally, he had planned to wipe out Happy Town directly, but after killing some half-orcs earlier, he found that they didn't drop any black gold, not even equipment. In the future, Xia might send more people in, so it was better to keep Happy Town as a resting point. Looking at the 4 black gold coins in his hand, the fox boss was momentarily at a loss for words. Say thank you, Chu Chen said. Thank you, the fox boss gritted its teeth. Clearly we were the victims, yet we still had to thank you. You're welcome, Chu Chen said with satisfaction. Since there's nothing else, then I. The fox boss was excited, thinking the other party was finally going to leave, but Chu Chen's next words left it. Utterly disappointed. Then let's continue playing, Chu Chen said, sitting back down at the gambling table. Guest, you. The fox boss's expression was troubled. It didn't understand what Chu Chen meant. Having given all the black gold, what was the other party still doing here? As long as I lose 10,000 black gold, I can get a token from Happy Town, right? Is it limited to 1 per person, or can multiple be obtained? Chu Chen asked. The fox boss suddenly realized that the other party was after the token. Guest, there is no limit on the number of times. As long as you lose 10,000 black gold, the casino will automatically produce a token, the fox boss explained. Does it require consuming black gold? No. Isn't this just getting something for nothing? Chu Chen liked it. Although he had no use for the token, he could take it back for Xia. This time he entered the Black Abyss secret realm, and Xia had given him so many myth-level items, he had to bring back some local specialties. Let's start. With a game of 2,000, Chu Chen tossed out 2,000 black gold and then picked up the dice cup to shake it. The fox boss had no choice but to comply with Chu Chen. As the dice cup opened, it was clear that Chu Chen lost. How do we outsiders leave the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu Chen asked. I don't know about other places, but our Happy Town has an exit. It only requires 100 black gold to leave, the fox boss hurriedly explained. This black gold is not what we want from Happy Town, but is needed to open the exit. Chu Chen nodded and quietly watched the fox boss. The fox boss also realized and quickly took out a token and handed it to Chu Chen. Guest, this is our Happy Town's token. Chu Chen took it. It was just an ordinary wooden token, one side inscribed with happiness and the other with town. Using the detection technique, he saw that once he entered the Black Abyss secret realm, using this token would allow him to teleport directly to Happy Town, with 3 uses available. Can it be used in other places in the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu Chen asked.
No, it can only be used within the Hell Road, because the rules in other places are above those of our Happy Town, the Fox Boss shook its head.
Chu Chen nodded. In short, Happy Town was just a beginner's village. Continue. 1 token was certainly not enough, anyway, he had plenty of black gold and could take back more tokens.
Then the Fox Boss continued to cooperate with Chu Chen, and the next round was a wager of 10,000 black gold.
Have you lived in the Black Abyss secret realm for generations?
Yes, we have lived in the
Black Abyss secret realm since we became conscious. Is there anything special about Happy Town?
Like a place such as your casino? No, Happy Town only has our Happy Casino as its special place.
How do you obtain black gold? Apart from outsiders like the guests, there are dark lands surrounding Happy Town.
Once we step out of Happy Town, we can be attacked by the monsters inside, and after being killed, we have a chance to obtain black gold.
If you leave Happy Town, you shouldn't be bound by the rules of the town anymore, right?
Yes, but we have already been eroded by the rules of Happy Town.
We can
only be away for a maximum of 1 day. If we exceed that time and do not return, the rules of the outside world will conflict with the rules within us, leading to our immediate death.
By the way, if we directly wager 500,000 black gold in 1 round, can I directly obtain 50 tokens?
Yes. With each time Chu Chen opened the dice cup, he would ask a question, and the Fox Boss answered mechanically,
like a robot.
Soon, Chu Chen lost a total of 510,000 black gold, and he now had 52 tokens in his hand.
Chu Chen smiled and said, let's continue. The Fox Boss took a deep breath, fully understanding Chu Chen's intention.
She returned the 512,000 black gold she had just won from him. The two sides began a new round, but this time it was a wager of 500,000 black gold.
Outside the Happy Casino, Miyamoto-kan and 10 others were squatting at the entrance. It's strange, he's been inside for over 3 hours, why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he got into a fight inside? And was killed by the people of Happy Town? Even if he did fight, the casino door should have opened by now.
The 10 had initially thought that Chu Chen would be out in a quarter of an hour at most, but they
didn't expect to wait this long.
Fortunately, the casino had excellent soundproofing. Once the door was closed, it was like 2 different worlds, which meant the 10 had no idea what was happening inside the
casino.
Just as they were pondering, the casino door suddenly opened slowly, and Chu Chen walked out with a smile, followed by the Fox Boss and the surviving half-orcs.
Guest, welcome to visit again next time,
the Fox Boss said with a vacant expression in her eyes.
3 hours.
She had spent 3 hours with Chu Chen exchanging tokens.
If it weren't for Chu Chen's overwhelming strength, capable of destroying their Happy
Town, she would never have done such a thing. I told you gambling is harmful, Chu Chen said with a smile, estimating that the other party must be wishing he would never come back.
However, the gains from these
3 hours were quite good, not to mention the more than 500,000 black gold. He had obtained 50,000 tokens alone. At first, he asked some questions, but later there were really no more questions to ask. He had asked everything he could.
He even asked what color the Fox Boss's underwear was. What color? Not allowed to be lewd.
Only he could do such a thing. If someone else tried to get the Fox Boss to cooperate, they would be lucky not to be torn apart.
Oh, you are still here,
Chu Chen said with a friendly smile upon seeing Miyamoto-kan and the 10 others.
He had been so busy exchanging tokens that he had completely forgotten about them.
Upon seeing Chu Chen's smile, Miyamoto-kan felt an inexplicable sense of unease, but after glancing at the Fox Boss and the other half-orcs, he felt somewhat reassured. If the other party were to act here, these half-orcs could intervene, and at that point, Chu Chen would undoubtedly die. Therefore, he concluded that the other party would definitely not dare to act, especially
since they were 10 people, they had no reason to fear the other side. Whoosh!
But just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of sword light swept by, and Miyamoto-kan felt a chill brush against his face, accompanied by a scream as a Japanese pirate fell dead.
Why you dare to make a move? Miyamoto-kan looked at his companion's corpse, staring in disbelief at Chu Chen. How could he dare? The half-beasts were right. Here, what gave the other party the courage to act? Bastard, you killed Kuetenkuan, you're asking for death. Are you crazy to act in Happy Town?
You're finished, Boss Fox and the others won't let you go. The other 8 Japanese pirates glared at Chu Chen, never expecting him to be so decisive.
They hadn't even reacted when one of their companions died. Yet, despite their anger, they didn't dare to act. For once, they did. The half-beasts of Happy Town could retaliate.
Everyone turned to look at Boss Fox and the other half-beasts, waiting for them to strike and eliminate Chu Chen.
Boss Fox naturally noticed the gazes of these Japanese pirates. But why the hell are you looking at me? No way, no way. You can't be hoping we'll avenge you, right?
What a joke, we spent all our black gold just to protect Happy Town.
How could we provoke this ancestor again for you outsiders? Boss Fox and all the half-beasts looked elsewhere. The weather is nice today. Yeah, it's gray and quite poetic. The half-beasts chatted among themselves, completely ignoring Miyamoto-kan and the others. Miyamoto-kan and his companions sensed something was off. What's going on? Why aren't these half-beasts making a move?
In the past, when their compatriots acted in the
town, these half-beasts showed no mercy. Whoosh! Just as they pondered this, another flash of sword light appeared and another Japanese pirate's corpse lay on the ground. Bastard, you're asking for death. Seeing another companion die, one of the pirates could no longer hold back, drawing a long knife and charging at Chu Chen. But as he stepped forward, a sword light pierced through his skull, leaving a bloody hole. -48.54 million -29 million, true damage. This time, Miyamoto Kenhi and the others clearly saw their companion's death, especially the terrifying damage, which made their hearts tremble. How could the other party deal such horrifying damage? Even if they were extraordinary beings, they couldn't achieve that. At the same time, they suddenly understood why those half-beasts ignored Chu Chen. It was clear they feared his strength. Run! Miyamoto Kenhi shouted softly. With such high damage, they had no courage to fight. They needed to survive and report this person from the Great Xia back to Japan. Just as they turned to flee, a series of spiritual swords suddenly blocked their path. Want to run? Can you? Chu Chen said, as long as you tell me who in your Japan possesses the myth-level artifact, I will let you go. In your dreams, you wish. Whoosh. Miyamoto Kenhi's words were cut short as he felt a chill at his neck, and then his eyes lost their luster as he fell straight to the ground. What about you guys? Even if you don't tell me, I will find out sooner or later. I'm just wasting a little time, but you're losing your lives. Do you think the other Japanese pirates will be as unyielding as you? Chu Chen said lightly, we in the Great Xia have an ancient saying, those who are diligent are the heroes. Don't deceive yourselves. The few of them were stunned. Why did the other party's accent sound strangely familiar? No, this isn't the time to worry about accents. I'll talk. The leader of our Japan this time is Musashi Haishu, and the myth-level artifacts are all with him, one of the Japanese pirates hurriedly said. Unyielding to death? What a joke. If I die, I'll have nothing left. How many mythic-level items do you have? I really don't know. Do you have his photo? And no. Chu Chen smiled and nodded, then sheathed his spirit sword. I'm a person who values trust. Since I said you can leave, you can leave. But the next time we meet, I won't let you go. The remaining 6 people looked delighted. Indeed, the Great Xia was a land of etiquette, truly trustworthy. Say thank you, Chu Chen said. Thank you, we'll leave right away. The 6 didn't care about anything else at this point, they just wanted to get out of there quickly. As for the next meeting, once they returned to Japan, they would stay indoors and never go out again. They didn't believe they would run into him again. The 6 turned to leave, while Boss Fox looked at Chu Chen with suspicion. Did he really intend to let these 6 go? By the way, at that moment, Chu Chen suddenly spoke. The 6, who had already walked more than 10 meters, froze and turned around awkwardly. Master, is there anything else? Actually, there's nothing, just. As Chu Chen spoke, 6 beams of sword light directly sliced through the necks of the 6. We meet again. The 6 fell to the ground unwillingly, never expecting to die in such a humiliating way. Boss Fox, on the other hand, looked quite comfortable. He knew it. How could the other party let those 6 go? Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Chu Chen began to loot. He took all the equipment and items and found over 1,000 black gold on the 10 bodies. So poor. Chu Chen put away the black gold and, out of humanitarianism, he decided to help collect the bodies. Where is the exit of the secret realm? Chu Chen asked Boss Fox. Guest, I'll take you there. Boss Fox's eyes lit up. Could it be that this gentleman was planning to leave the secret realm? Great, this ancestor was finally going to leave. However, he was a bit puzzled as to why he was still carrying the bodies of those 10 people. Soon, under Boss Fox's guidance, Chu Chen arrived at a remote corner of the small town, where there was a portal. Guest, you just need to throw in 100 black gold to open the exit and leave here. Boss Fox pointed to a slot and said. Only one person can pass through at a time. It was like an automatic vending machine. Chu Chen placed 100 black gold into the slot, and then a spatial fluctuation appeared at the portal, followed by a blue vortex. Boss Fox looked at Chu Chen expectantly, waiting for him to step inside and leave, never to be seen again. Chu Chen ignored Boss Fox's eager gaze and directly picked up a pirate's corpse and tossed it inside. He thought the portal would close, but unexpectedly, the vortex remained. Of course, the pirates weren't human. Since there was no need to waste more black gold, Chu Chen didn't hesitate and threw the remaining 9 corpses in as well. I wonder if these corpses can return to the outside. When Suzhou City sees these bodies, their expressions will surely be quite interesting, Chu Chen thought to himself. This old thing actually dared to send someone to watch him. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind giving him a sword. What if he was a level 90 mythic powerhouse? With so many mythic level items on him, it wouldn't be hard to take him down. Guest, aren't you going back? Boss Fox's previously smiling expression became stiff. The environment of this happy town is beautiful. I plan to settle down here, Chu Chen said seriously. Boss Fox's face changed dramatically. Are you joking with me? You must be joking. How could this godforsaken place, where not even a bird would poop, be related to a beautiful environment? Are you crazy, wanting to settle down here? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Chu Chen smiled and shook his head, then flew out of the small town on his sword. He had already spent some time here, but the rewards were still quite substantial. The fox boss breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Chu Chen had truly left. Although the other party had not exited the secret realm, it was enough that he had left Happy Town. At the same time, he felt a sense of schadenfreude, wondering how the other guys in the secret realm would fare against this little ancestor. It's a pity I can't leave here, otherwise, I would really like to see it. The fox boss thought, then shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the small town, all residents prepare, we will go out to hunt dark monsters in an hour and obtain black gold. At this moment, Chu Chen had already left Happy Town. Outside Happy Town, the scene resembled Hell Road, still a wide path shrouded in darkness on both sides. However, unlike Hell Road, this place did not restrict flight. He could soar through the air on his sword. In the sky, as Chu Chen flew, he also examined the map he had received from the fox boss. The map was quite rudimentary, marking only a route and a few locations. After leaving Happy Town, follow this main road straight ahead and you will reach Bai Ping River. Beyond Bai Ping River is the chaotic star maze, and after passing through the maze, you will need to cross the 100 Zhang Abyss. See, then enter the endless wilderness. Only then will you have truly entered the Black Abyss secret realm. No wonder the Lighthouse Kingdom suffered heavy losses, there are so many checkpoints along the way. I haven't even truly entered the Black Abyss secret realm yet. Chu Chen put away the map, then transformed into a beam of sword light, quickly flying towards Bai Ping River. Meanwhile, outside the Black Abyss secret realm, Chen Binghe, Fred, and Xianju Chenjiwan sat together, a table with tea and pastries placed in the middle. The pastries from your great Xia are really delicious, I've been thinking about them all along, Fred said, raising his pinky as he picked up a piece of yokan and placed it in his mouth, savoring the flavor. Chen Binghe smiled but said nothing, compared to the biscuits, bread, and cakes from your lighthouse kingdom, yokan was indeed a good thing. Junsan seems to have a refined taste, still able to enjoy pastries. I just wonder if that great Xia person who entered the secret realm is still alive, Xianju Chenjiwan said coldly from the side. Logically, their country and the Lighthouse Kingdom should be allies, but Chen Binghe merely took out some pastries, and Fred began to treat him somewhat coldly, which made him quite displeased. Then don't eat, Chen Binghe raised an eyebrow and said. Xianju Chenjiwan had just brought the yokan to his mouth when he heard this and paused, but still ate it. Why not enjoy it while he could? Mr. Xianzhoucheng, why don't we properly savor the delicacies of Great Xia? Why say such discouraging things? Fred said with a smile. This seemed to support Chen Binghe, but in reality, it was backing Xianju Chenjiwan, as he also didn't believe that Great Xia person could still be alive. Not to mention that there were people from the Wokaku watching, even the Hell Road might not be passable. Our Great Xia people are still alive and well. I just wonder if the people from your two countries are still alive, Chen Binghe said, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. This made Fred and Xianju Chenjiwan fall silent. They had sent many people in, but now more than a day had passed and indeed some had died. If Chen Binghe was not lying to them, it meant that currently, only Great Xia maintained a 100% survival rate. You Great Xia are quite generous, Xianju Chenjiwan said, referring to the fact that Great Xia must have given Chu Chen many myth-level items, otherwise he wouldn't still be alive now. There's no way around it, my Great Xia is vast and rich. Something your Wokaku can't envy, Chen Binghe replied with a smile. Xianju Chenjiwan sneered and fell silent, but in his heart, he thought that if that kid didn't die on Hell Road, he would die at the hands of Miyamoto Ken and the others. In the end, those myth-level items from Great Xia would still not belong to him. As he was pondering, Xuanzhou Chengwan suddenly frowned, for he saw that among his friends, Miyamoto Ken and the others, one person had died. It must have been an accident. Before this thought could settle, another person died. This made Xuanzhou Chengwan's brow furrow even tighter. Weren't they supposed to be blocking that Daxia person in Happy Town? How could two people die in quick succession? But in the next second, a third person also died, and just a few seconds later, even Miyamoto Ken was dead. Now Xuanzhou Chengwan could no longer sit still. In just about a minute, 4 out of the 10 had died, including their leader, Miyamoto Ken. What on earth happened in the secret realm? Could it be that Daxia person did this? No, the difficulty of Hell Road is not low. It's only been a day. Even if that Daxia person had a mythical level item, it wouldn't be possible to pass through so quickly. Then it means Miyamoto Ken and the others encountered trouble in Happy Town, or perhaps they didn't follow my orders at all and left Happy Town for somewhere else. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Xuanzhou Chengwan's mind. Xuanzhou Chengwan, what's wrong? Your face looks dark. Could it be that all of you from the Yamato nation are dead? Chen Binghe asked with a smile. Fred also looked at Xuanzhou Chengwan, feeling quite curious. Just as Xuanzhou Chengwan was about to speak, the entrance to the secret realm twisted, and figures flew out from inside. What's going on? Why are people coming out at this time? Noticing the figures that had flown out, a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of Chen Binghe and the others. But soon, they revealed strange expressions, for they saw 10 people, but these 10 were already lifeless, clearly dead. The most critical point was that these 10 were from the Yamano nation. Xuanzhou Chengwan's heart sank, and he hurried to the 10 corpses. When he saw their faces clearly, his expression changed drastically. It was indeed Miyamoto Ken and the 10 others, not one less. Aren't these your Yamato people? They came out quite quickly, Chen Binghe said with a beaming smile. Xuanzhou Chengwan looked coldly at Chen Binghe. It was your Daxia, it was that Daxia person who killed our Yamato warriors. He had been puzzled about why Miyamoto Ken and the 10 suddenly died, but now seeing the corpses, he understood. It was done by the Daxia people, because these 10 were there to keep an eye on that Daxia person. Now that the 10 were dead and had been thrown out from the secret realm, only the Daxia person would do such a thing. Oh, if that's the case, then I should celebrate. Hell Road isn't as difficult as you say. Our Daxia strong ones can pass through in just a day, Chen Binghe said with a smile. This made Fred and Xuanzhou Chengwan pause for a moment. Indeed, it had only been a day. Even if that Daxia person had a mythical level item, it wouldn't be possible to pass through Hell Road in a day. Since they were still in Hell Road, it couldn't be the murderer of Miyamoto Ken and the 10. It can't be that Daxia person. Looking at the injuries on these 10, they must have been killed by a swordsman. Did a swordsman appear in Happy Town? Fred said. But according to our intelligence, there are only those half-beasts in Happy Town. There are no swordsmen at all, Xuanzhou Chengwan replied. It could be a newly appeared one, which would explain why the 10 were killed. They must have violated the rules of this swordsman. Fred thought for a moment and said, the Black Abyss secret realm can only be entered once every 3 years, and each time there are changes, so it's quite normal for a new swordsman to appear in Happy Town. And Miyamoto Ken and the 10, not being aware of this swordsman's rules, failed to avoid them, leading to their deaths. Everything could be explained. No, both of you, those 10 were killed by our Daxia people. This matter will be taken care of by us Daxia. Chen Binghe shook his head. Stop gilding the lily for your great Xia. Just because he's one person, does he really think he can kill 10 warriors from Manhwa country? Xian Jiucheng Chang snorted coldly. The deaths of these 10 men occurred within a minute. Saying they were killed in an instant wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even if the great Xia people are quite strong, it's impossible for them to be that powerful. Shen, my great Xia people can traverse the Hell Road in a day, so why can't we kill those 10? Chen Binghe said discontentedly. Chen, don't stir up trouble. We believe, isn't that enough? Fred said helplessly. What he was more concerned about was that a new strong figure had appeared in Happy Town, which also meant that other places in the Black Abyss secret realm would undergo similar changes. He wondered how many of their Lighthouse Nation people would survive this time. Chen Binghe felt amused. He spoke the truth, yet these 2 guys still didn't believe him. When he saw the sword wounds on Miyamoto Ken, he knew it was done by Chu Chen. He didn't expect the other party to really traverse the Hell Road in just one day. Compared to them, the thousands of transcendent beings from Lighthouse Nation were like useless trash. This is something you didn't believe yourselves, so don't bring it up again in the future. Chen Binghe feigned dissatisfaction and then returned to the table to continue drinking tea. Fred and Xian Jiucheng Chang ignored him and continued examining the 10 corpses. On the other side, it took Chu Chen a full 2 hours to finally see a large river. This is the Baiping River. Chu Chen stopped by the riverbank. Although it was called a river, it looked almost like a sea. He couldn't even see the opposite bank. Floating on the surface of the river were numerous white water lilies, which was the origin of the river's name. It seems I can only fly over. I wonder if there will be any restrictions on flying. Just as Chu Chen was thinking, suddenly, about 100 meters away from him, the river water surged, and a large head resembling that of a rhinoceros appeared. Outsider, do you want to cross the river? I can carry you over, but it will cost 100 black gold. The rhinoceros head spoke. Chu Chen cast a detection spell. White Rhinoceros Giant Turtle, Epic, level 69 health points, 164 million attack, 25,547 physical defense, 24,365 magical defense, 26,458 skills. Turtle Shell Guardian, charge, death roll. The opponent's attack was lower than the level 60 Epic Dark Treant he had seen before, but its defense was comparable to that of a legendary Dark Treant King. Just as Chu Chen was about to speak, the calm river water surged again. Outsider, let me carry you over. I'm the most stable. Last time, you flipped an outsider into the river, and he died a miserable death. Let me do it. Nonsense, slander, you're slandering me. In just a few seconds, nearly 100 white rhinoceros giant turtles appeared in the river, all wanting to carry Chu Chen across, and they started arguing. Everyone, can't we just fly over this Baiping River? Chu Chen asked. Sure, but if you fly over, those water lilies in the river will attack you, one white rhinoceros giant turtle hurriedly said. So let me take you over. I'm cheaper than them, only 99 black gold. Chu Chen ignored it and cast a detection spell on the water lilies in the river. Water lily, epic, a plant that grows in the river. Chu Chen shook his head. The detection spell was becoming less and less useful. He then took out some spirit wine and drank it, trying several times before triggering the talent effect of wine tasting and identifying people. Water lily, epic, a plant that grows in the river, will actively attack airborne prey, with an attack range of up to 10,000 meters. Chu Chen looked up at the sky above the Baiping River, where the darkness shrouded hundreds of meters high, let alone 10,000 meters. He couldn't even fly 1,000 meters. The most abundant thing in the Baiping River was the water lilies, densely packed. There were at least several million, if not billions. Just looking at them made him feel uneasy. Can you tell me the rules of the White Ping River? Shu Chen asked. It's no trouble to tell you, the rules here are quite simple. As long as you give us black gold, we will carry you across the river. Unless you attack us first, we cannot harm you, a white rhinoceros giant turtle said. Shu Chen raised an eyebrow. Was it really that simple? He felt a bit skeptical. There was no casino here, and he couldn't be sure if they were trying to deceive him. Then how wide is the White Ping River? Shu Chen inquired. Not long, just about 100 kilometers. The surface of the river is covered entirely with white duckweed, and only we can carry you across, the white rhinoceros giant turtle replied. We have lived in the White Ping River for so long that this duckweed is most familiar with our presence and won't attack us. 100 kilometers was quite wide for a river. However, 100 kilometers was just 100,000 meters, and his current attack range was exactly 100,000 meters. This meant that even without the white rhinoceros giant turtles carrying him, he could directly use Sword Flash to cross the river. With this in mind, a smile appeared on Shu Chen's face. He wanted to see what these white rhinoceros giant turtles were up to and whether they were truly trying to deceive him. Since that's the case, where is the one who just offered 99 pieces of black gold? Please take me across the river, Shu Chen said. It's me. Hee, outsider, you have a good eye. I guarantee your safe passage across the river, a white rhinoceros giant turtle said. With a grin. First, give me the black gold. Shu Chen nodded and handed over the 99 pieces of black gold, then climbed onto the turtle's broad shell. Hold on tight, we're setting off. As the white rhinoceros giant turtle spoke, it began to swim through the White Ping River, heading towards the opposite bank. Shu Chen glanced at the other white rhinoceros giant turtles and noticed that those who had just been eager to carry him were now silent, instead following along. Why are they following us? Shu Chen asked. Don't worry. As long as you don't attack, we won't attack you either. The white rhinoceros giant turtle beneath him chuckled. There was indeed something off. Shu Chen stopped speaking. If they safely brought him to the other side of the river, that would be fine, otherwise, he wouldn't mind wiping out these creatures. Surely, these white rhinoceros giant turtles had plenty of black gold as well. Time passed slowly. The speed of the white rhinoceros giant turtle was neither fast nor slow, but after swimming about 10,000 meters, the turtle suddenly came to a halt. Outsider, the black gold you provided is only enough to take you this far. If you want to continue, you'll need to pay more, the white rhinoceros giant turtle said with a smile. Hearing this, Shu Chen finally understood the turtle's intentions. They had brought him to the middle of the White Ping River and were now raising the price. Shu Chen looked around and realized that the number of white rhinoceros giant turtles had unexpectedly increased to over 1,000. They all poked their heads out, quietly watching Shu Chen. What if I don't pay? Shu Chen asked. Then I will have to go to sleep. The white rhinoceros giant turtle replied, retracting its head into its shell. My nap could last 10 or 8 years. If you're in a hurry to cross the river, you'll have to find a way yourself. Seeing the turtle's shameless demeanor, Shu Chen's expression turned cold. How much? The white rhinoceros giant turtle's head popped back out, smiling broadly. Not much, just 10,000 black gold will do. That's acceptable, but you have to answer me one question. Shu Chen nodded. The white rhinoceros giant turtle paused. It had intentionally asked for a high price, thinking that getting 1,000 black gold would be good enough. After all, there would be more charges later. It didn't expect Shu Chen to agree so readily. It had asked for too little. What question? The white rhinoceros giant turtle asked. How much black gold does your white rhinoceros giant turtle clan have? Shu Chen inquired. Hearing this question, the white rhinoceros giant turtle became alert and was about to refuse to answer, but then saw Shu Chen suddenly squat down. Don't be anxious, as long as you tell me, I can give you another 10,000 black gold. You should still need to share that previous 10,000 black gold with other clan members, but this 10,000 black gold belongs solely to you. Shu Chen coaxed, looking at you, you've lived for quite some time, you must not have any private savings, right? Don't you want to have some savings and not have to look at the faces of other white rhinoceros giant turtles? Earlier in Happy Town, Shu Chen had discovered that all the black gold in the town was in the hands of Boss Fox. It should be known that there were all kinds of half-beasts in Happy Town, and these white rhinoceros giant turtles in front of him were all from the same clan, so they would definitely gather all the black gold under the care of their leader. Even if you tell me, how could I possibly snatch it away? Not to mention your other clan members, you and I might not even be able to defeat each other. Shu Chen said, moreover, I still need to rely on you to cross this White Ping River. If I had ill intentions, you could throw me into the river at any time, and that shouldn't violate your rules, right? The white rhinoceros giant turtle's eyes flickered. Shu Chen was right. Although they were restricted by rules and could not actively attack him, they could easily dive into the water and get rid of him without breaking any rules. I can't tell you this. If the other clan members find out, I definitely won't survive. The white rhinoceros giant turtle shook its head. Shu Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting this guy to have some integrity. But the next second, the white rhinoceros giant turtle said, you need to pay more. Shu Chen's lips curled. It was indeed a greedy turtle. How much? Give me another 50,000. Shu Chen didn't say anything but took out 50,000 black gold and handed it over. There's still 20,000 left? 10,000 is for me to take you across the river, and another 10,000 is the price you just offered, the white rhinoceros giant turtle said after receiving the black gold. Chu Chen took a deep breath. This greedy creature was truly insatiable, but he still gave it. I didn't expect you to have so much black gold. The white rhinoceros giant turtle put away the black gold, feeling quite pleased, and had already made up its mind to continue extorting Chu Chen later. Can you tell me now? Chu Chen asked. Alright, I don't know exactly how much black gold our white rhinoceros giant turtle clan has, but when our leader called a meeting last year for the year-end summary, there were about 800,000 black gold at that time, the white rhinoceros giant turtle said. 800,000 black gold? Chu Chen squinted. Where is your leader? The white rhinoceros giant turtle glanced at Chu Chen with a mocking look. Although it was greedy, it wasn't foolish. Since Chu Chen asked how much black gold their clan had, he must have some intentions. Now inquiring about their leader made his purpose even more obvious. But was it worried? Not at all. Because there had been people with ideas about their white rhinoceros giant turtle clan's black gold before, and at one point they had gathered over 1,000 people. But in the end, all those people had died. In this White Ping River, their white rhinoceros giant turtle clan had little fear even when facing legendary strong beings. Even if they couldn't win, they could just dive underwater. Who could find them then? Our leader is at the center of the White Ping River. The biggest one, is it? The white rhinoceros giant turtle didn't care at all if Chu Chen really dared to make a move. Then the other party should be prepared to die here. Chu Chen nodded and didn't say anything further. He wasn't in a hurry to act. These white rhinoceros giant turtles were not important at all. What mattered most was their leader. To be precise, it was the other party's black gold. Soon, the white rhinoceros giant turtle took Chu Chen to a distance of 20,000 meters, and at this point it stopped again. This is 10,000 black gold. Chu Chen already knew what the other party was thinking and directly handed over 10,000 black gold. Not enough, now I want 20,000. The white rhinoceros giant turtle shook its head. Chu Chen didn't waste any words and handed over 10,000 black gold to the other party. The white rhinoceros giant turtle accepted the black gold and began to swim again, but Chu Chen's decisive demeanor made it feel a hint of unease. How is that possible? He's just one person, the white rhinoceros giant turtle thought, glancing at its companions nearby, regaining a sense of security. At a distance of 30,000 meters, Chu Chen gave the white rhinoceros giant turtle another 30,000 black gold as the price had increased. Again, at 40,000 meters, he handed over 40,000 black gold. So far, Chu Chen had given the other party a total of 160,099 pieces of black gold. Finally, they reached the 50,000 meter mark, which was the middle area of the White Ping River. Here, Chu Chen also saw the leader that the other party had mentioned. In the center of the White Ping River, a black island stood tall. Though it was called an island, it was actually the leader of the white rhinoceros giant turtle clan, and Chu Chen had not seen its full form. However, just the part of its shell that was exposed above the water measured about 10 meters in diameter. Is that your leader? Chu Chen asked as he took out some spirit wine and began to drink. That's right. So, what do you think? Isn't our leader powerful? The white rhinoceros giant turtle said proudly. It is indeed quite large, Chu Chen nodded, now only about a kilometer away from the leader of the white rhinoceros giant turtle. Very close. Stop wasting time. I need 50,000 black gold to continue taking you forward, the white rhinoceros giant turtle said. It felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something was about to happen. Chu Chen remained silent, continuing to drink. Just as the white rhinoceros giant turtle was becoming a bit impatient, Chu Chen suddenly paused. He had seen the information panel of the white rhinoceros giant turtle leader. White rhinoceros giant turtle leader, legendary level. Level 70 health points, 340 million attack, 46,258 physical defense, 40,125 magical defense, 43,258 skills, divine turtle protection, charge, death roll. Divine turtle protection. When health points drop to 30%, it will receive the blessing of the divine turtle, becoming immune to all damage for the next 5 seconds and recovering 10% of health per second, with a cooldown of 1 month. This was the attribute of the white rhinoceros giant turtle leader he saw. Its defense was maxed out, with over 40,000 defense, the highest he had seen so far. However, it didn't matter, he had true damage, so high defense was useless. The real trouble was the opponent's divine turtle protection skill. As expected, it has a life-saving method, Chu Chen thought to himself. He wasn't afraid of the enemy having high health or defense, he was afraid of them having such means to avoid damage, as even true damage would be ineffective. It can be killed. The opponent had over 800,000 black gold on it, and he naturally wouldn't let it go. He didn't even plan to spare the other white rhinoceros giant turtles in the White Ping River, especially the one beneath him. Are you going to give it or not? At this moment, the white rhinoceros giant turtle beneath him spoke up. Previously, Chu Chen had been very straightforward in giving, but now he was silent, which made it a bit displeased. No need, Chu Chen said as he put away the wine. Gourd. The white rhinoceros giant turtle squinted its eyes, unsure of what Chu Chen meant by that. In the next moment, a sword light suddenly appeared and struck directly at it. Boom! The white rhinoceros giant turtle felt pain engulf its body and its health points began to drop rapidly. He actually dared to attack me. The white rhinoceros giant turtle looked at Chu Chen, who had already taken off on his flying sword, its eyes filled with shock. Was this guy crazy? He clearly knew the rules yet dared to make a move, and their leader was right here. Wasn't that seeking death? The response it received was Chu Chen's indifferent gaze and more. Sword light. Minus 2,900 true damage, minus 8,062 true damage critical hit. As several damage numbers floated away, the white rhinoceros giant turtle's health was completely depleted. Before dying, the giant white rhinoceros turtle was filled with regret. It never expected that Chu Chen would strike, nor did it anticipate that Chu Chen's damage would be so high, leaving it with no chance to resist before its demise. If given another chance, it promised it would not ask Chu Chen for so much black gold. That was all life-saving money. Seeing that the opponent was dead, Chu Chen directly collected its corpse, which still had over 160,000 black gold on it. Everything happened very quickly. Almost in the instant Chu Chen made his move, he killed the giant white rhinoceros turtle and collected its body. The other giant white rhinoceros turtles around, as well as the white water lilies on the river surface, had not yet reacted. Not good, that outsider actually made a move and killed our kin. One giant white rhinoceros turtle was the first to react, immediately roaring. Roar! 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 The other giant white rhinoceros turtles also came to their senses, their eyes blazing with fury as they charged at Chu Chen. At the same time, the white water lilies on the river's surface seemed to have discovered prey. The white lilies within a radius of 10,000 meters surged, and slender, yet resilient roots shot out of the water, weaving into an impenetrable net that surrounded Chu Chen from all directions. Chu Chen had anticipated this and paid no mind to the attacking giant white rhinoceros turtles and white lilies. When his gaze fell upon the leader of the giant white rhinoceros turtles, a wave of fluctuation suddenly appeared in the space around it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, invisible swords flew out, landing on the leader of the giant white rhinoceros turtle. It was the void condensing sword technique. 2.38 minus 3,190 true damage, minus 9,674 critical hit true damage, minus 4,350. Just 5 invisible swords struck the leader of the giant white rhinoceros turtle, and its health had already dropped to 30% with 5 layers of void marks stacked on it. At the same time, when its health fell to 30%, its massive body trembled and a layer of golden light appeared on its shell. Chu Chen knew that this was the activation of its divine turtle life protection skill, meaning it would not take damage for the next 5 seconds. 5 seconds may seem short in everyday life, but at this moment, it felt long for Chu Chen, because the attacks from the other giant white rhinoceros turtles and white lilies had already arrived. Chu Chen glanced at the leader of the giant white rhinoceros turtle and decided not to take it head-on. He directly used a sword flash to disappear. When he reappeared, he was already at the riverbank of the white lilies. Before he set off, he had left a spiritual sword on the bank, just in case he needed to escape in danger. Where is he? How did he disappear? Damn, no wonder he dared to strike. It turns out he has a way to leave. Don't worry, he definitely hasn't crossed the river. Without our help, he absolutely can't get through. Leader, how is the leader? The giant white rhinoceros turtles that had just charged in were confused when they saw Chu Chen vanish. But the one most bewildered was the leader of the giant white rhinoceros turtles. It had just taken a nap, sleeping soundly, when suddenly it was attacked, startling it awake. But it didn't take it seriously at first, not to mention its own incredible defense. With so many little brothers around, the one attacking it would definitely not survive. However, when it slowly opened its eyes, it was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Why did my divine turtle life protection skill activate? No way. In the time it took me to open my eyes, my 340 million health points were reduced by 70%? Legendary level powerhouse? No, even an 80 level legendary powerhouse couldn't be this fierce. Mythical level powerhouse? What the hell? Our White Lily River has a mythical one, and it's targeting me. Run! I must run. Although I have a life-saving skill, it only lasts for 5 seconds. I have to take advantage of this time to escape. Leader, are you okay? At this moment, the deputy leader of the giant white rhinoceros turtle approached and asked. It was also level 70, but only of epic rank. Run, there's a mythical powerhouse. The leader of the white rhinoceros giant turtle left behind a sentence before plunging its head into the water to escape. Leader, don't be anxious, there are no myth-level powerhouses. Just an outsider, the deputy leader hurriedly said. What? An outsider? The white rhinoceros giant turtle leader paused and turned its head to ask, not realizing that its invincible state had vanished. It naturally knew about outsiders, although their strength was not to be underestimated. It was impossible for a myth-level powerhouse to appear. That's right, it's an outsider, the deputy leader quickly replied, just about to explain the
situation when suddenly it froze, for it saw the space beside the leader's massive body begin to twist. "Leader, be careful," the deputy leader shouted, but it was already too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Invisible swords slashed down, and terrifying damage erupted from the head of the white rhinoceros giant turtle leader. The white rhinoceros giant turtle leader's mouth opened slightly, but its health had already been depleted. By this time, its eyes rolled back, its tongue lolled out, and it died. The deputy leader stared blankly at its leader's corpse, stunned. It just died like that? This was way too fast. "Leader!" The deputy leader then cried out in despair, but as soon as it called out, the voice got stuck in its throat. In its final moments, it had only one thought. "Damn, where's my health bar?" By the banks of the Baiping River, Chu Chen heard a series of mournful roars, and he naturally knew they came from the white rhinoceros giant turtle. This isn't enough. The life-bound immortal sword appeared in Chu Chen's hand, and with a casual wave, a golden sword aura plunged into the river and shot out. Wherever it passed, all the Baiping were severed at the roots, and the sword aura continued unabated, quickly reaching a distance of 10,000 meters. There, the white rhinoceros giant turtles had already appeared. -29 million, true damage, -29 million, true damage, -80.62 million, true damage, critical hit, damage numbers floated up from the heads of the white rhinoceros giant turtles, and some began to die. Even those who weren't dead couldn't celebrate yet, as more sword auras followed. Waves of sword energy surged through the Baiping River, with some white rhinoceros giant turtles fleeing while others were directly killed. At the same time, Chu Chen kept an eye on the corpse of the white rhinoceros giant turtle leader. If any other white rhinoceros giant turtles tried to approach the body, he would directly use the void condensing sword technique to kill them. The sword energy lasted a full hour before gradually coming to a stop. The entire Baiping River had been plowed through by Chu Chen's sword energy, with only a few dozen white rhinoceros giant turtles managing to escape into the water. Meanwhile, the Baiping on the river was completely uprooted by Chu Chen. After drinking a mana recovery potion, Chu Chen waited until his mana was fully restored before flying over the Baiping River on his sword. Unlike before, he was not attacked this time. Even the Baiping seemed too weak or afraid to attack. Soon, Chu Chen arrived in front of the corpse of the white rhinoceros giant turtle leader and directly collected its body. Then he glanced at the water's surface before transforming into a beam of sword light and flying to the opposite bank of the river. He must have left, right? He should have left. Damn it, our clan was almost exterminated by this outsider. The leader is dead, the deputy leader is also dead, and we are left with just a few dozen. What do we do next? What else can we do? Let's hide for now. Do you dare to seek revenge? Deep in the riverbed, some white rhinoceros giant turtles hid in the mud, their heads tucked into their shells. When they saw Chu Chen's figure flash across the river's surface, all the white rhinoceros giant turtles breathed a sigh of relief. But none dared to poke their heads out to check. What if he came back for a surprise attack? They thought of their white rhinoceros giant turtle clan, which had existed in the Baiping River for an unknown length of time, with numbers exceeding 5,000. Yet in just one short hour, fewer than 100 remained alive, which was almost equivalent to extermination. They were angry, but more than that, they were afraid. They had never imagined that their tribe would suffer such a heavy blow one day. At the same time, they regretted it deeply. Had they known that the outsider was so powerful, they would never have dared to provoke him. No, it seemed they hadn't done anything at all. How had they provoked him? But thinking about this now was pointless. They should consider how to survive next. Chu Chen did not turn back. His goal was not to annihilate the white rhinoceros giant turtle clan, but primarily to obtain the black gold. When he reached the riverbank, Chu Chen took out the leader of the white rhinoceros giant turtle and the corpse of the white rhinoceros giant turtle that had carried him before. With the sword energy surging, he dismembered the two corpses, and a large amount of black gold appeared before him. First was the 160,099 black gold, which originally belonged to Chu Chen, so now it was just returning to its rightful owner. Next was the leader of the white rhinoceros giant turtle. TSK. It's even more than I expected. After counting, Chu Chen found he had obtained a total of 934,157 black gold, bringing his total to 1,457,371 black gold. Was that a lot? Chu Chen didn't think so. After all, this was the black gold accumulated from Happy Town and the White Ping River, both of which had existed in this secret realm for countless years. Don't mention just over a million. Even if there were tens of millions of black gold, Chu Chen wouldn't find it strange. The White Ping River is behind us. Next up is the Chaotic Star Maze. Chu Chen was quite looking forward to the upcoming Chaotic Star Maze, wondering how much black gold this place could bring him. He then used his decomposition skill to break down the two white rhinoceros giant turtle corpses, leaving only the useful materials, before flying towards the Chaotic Star Maze. Meanwhile, inside the Chaotic Star Maze, 100 pirates were swinging pickaxes, digging into the massive rocks before them. Ping Gong Kuan, come quick! I've found another piece of star ore. As the voice rang out, a man hurriedly
walked over. Not bad, not bad. This piece of star ore is quite large, it can at least be exchanged for 5 taels of star crystal. Ping Gong also smiled as he picked up the head-sized star ore. Sato-kun, you've done well, the Empire won't forget you. It's all thanks to Ping Gong-kun's leadership that I was able to find this ore, Sato-jiro said with a smile. Alright, let's keep working hard, we must bring back enough star crystals this time, Ping Gong said, and the other pirates continued their mining. 3 hours later, a figure arrived at the entrance of the chaotic star maze. This is the entrance to the chaotic star maze. Chu Chen looked at the wide cave before him and checked the map again, confirming he hadn't come to the wrong place. He then hid a spirit sword among the surrounding weeds and strode towards the cave. From the outside, one couldn't see what was inside the cave, but once he entered, Chu Chen felt that it was bright before him. The cave was large, with countless glowing stones embedded in the walls. Oh, another outsider has arrived? At that moment, a voice rang out, and Chu Chen saw a goblin about a meter tall walk out. Let me explain the rules here. First, no attacking. Anyone who attacks here will be punished by the rules, the goblin said. By the way, you can call me Burr. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. This rule was somewhat similar to that of Happy Town and the White Ping River, but the difference was that the rules would directly impose punishment. What kind of punishment? Chu Chen asked. I can't say for sure. The punishments imposed by the rules vary widely. The lightest would be a decrease in attributes for a few days, while the heaviest could lead to complete annihilation, the goblin Burr replied. Chu Chen nodded. It seemed that he couldn't make a move in this chaotic star maze. Now let's talk about the second point. To pass through this chaotic star maze, you need 100 liang of ordinary grade star crystal stones and 10,000 black gold. The way to obtain star crystal stones is quite simple. You can buy raw ore, and when you open it, there's a chance to get star crystal stones. Or you can go into the mines yourself to dig out raw ore, which also has a chance to yield crystals, though the chance is very low. You can also sell these raw ores to me, and I will exchange them for crystals. As Boar was speaking, Chu Chen suddenly furrowed his brow and interrupted. Wait a minute, isn't this a maze? How did it turn into a mine? From what the other person said, did that mean he was going to be a miner? This place wasn't originally a maze. It was actually a star mine. However, as more and more mines were dug, they crisscrossed and intertwined, which turned it into a maze, Boar explained. So saying it's a maze now isn't wrong. So we still have to mine? Chu Chen frowned. He wasn't interested in mining. If you don't want to mine, you can also spend black gold to buy raw ore and open it to get star crystal stones. As long as you gather 100 liang, you can leave, Boar said with a smile. However, most outsiders will choose to mine because star crystal stones hold great value for you. Can you show me what a star crystal stone looks like? Chu Chen thought for a moment and asked. Boar nodded and took out a crystal the size of a finger. The crystal was entirely black, but it was adorned with numerous bright spots. Star crystal stone, ordinary grade, a special type of crystal with unexpected effects. The detection spell was becoming increasingly useless. Chu Chen shook his head, then took out some spirit wine and drank it. This time he drank epic grade spirit wine, so he triggered his talent in one go. Star crystal stone, ordinary grade, a crystal containing special energy that can serve as a source of energy and can also enhance power control, effective only for control levels below 10%. Enhance power control? Chu Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good thing. Although it was only effective for control levels below 10%, this was just an ordinary grade star crystal stone. There must be higher and rare grades. So, have you made your decision? Buo asked as he put away the star crystal stone. Let me see the raw ore for the star crystal stone, Chu Chen said after some thought. Mining wasn't urgent for now. If he could directly obtain a large number of star crystal stones from the raw ore, that would be the best. Sure, follow me. Boar nodded and then led Chu Chen deeper inside. This chaotic star maze clearly had more than just Boar as a gnome. He was obviously the one in charge here. Besides him, Chu Chen also saw quite a few armored gnomes stationed inside. Soon, the two arrived in front of a bunker, which was also guarded by several gnomes, but there was one person at the entrance. Woku. Seeing this person, Chu Chen immediately understood. It seemed there were quite a few Woku in this chaotic star maze, all here for the star crystal stones. Lord Boar, our people have dug out quite a bit of raw ore and want to exchange it for star crystal stones. Ping Dong also smiled as he approached Boar upon seeing him return. However, when he saw Chu Chen, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes because he didn't remember anyone from Woku being there. Are you from the Great Xia? Suddenly, Ping Gong was shocked, looking at Chu Chen in disbelief. They had only entered the secret realm for 2 days, right? Shouldn't he still be on the Hell Road? How could he appear in the chaotic star maze? Moreover, he knew that Miyamoto-kan and 10 others had gone to intercept him. Since he appeared here, then, he hurriedly opened his friend list and indeed found that Miyamoto-kan and the 10 others' avatars had turned gray. You killed Miyamoto-kan and the others. Ping Gong's expression darkened, and his gaze towards Chu Chen was filled with killing intent. Do you dare to touch me? Chu Chen said. Ping Gong Yizhong gritted his teeth in anger. Of course, he didn't dare to act because someone had once done so here and was punished by the rules, dying on the spot. Damn the great Xia people. This matter is not over. Remember, it was the rules here that saved you, Ping Gong Yizhong said coldly. Chu Chen curled his lip. This was something he should have said. If it weren't for the rules here, not just the opponent, but all the Japanese people present would already be dead. Lord Boer, I want to exchange for star crystal stones. Ping Gong Yizhong shot a glare at Chu Chen, then turned to Boer with a smile that was as quick to change as his expression. Come in with me. Boer looked at the two with interest before entering the bunker. From the outside, it looked like a bunker, but inside it resembled a shop, with various counters displaying raw ores. Different raw ores were marked with different prices. Isn't this just gambling on stones? Chu Chen realized, and his heart stirred as he discreetly took a sip of spirit wine. Star raw ore, a piece of discarded raw ore, containing nothing. Upon seeing this information, a smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. It turned out that the talent of wine tasting and recognizing people could be used this way. Dear customer, you can take a look around first. I'll introduce you once I finish handling things. Here, Boer said to Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded and began to wander casually, his gaze sweeping over the raw ores, occasionally sipping his wine. Still hoping to find a bargain, what a dream. These raw ores are all covered by special rules, let alone probing techniques, even legendary. Identification scrolls are useless. Ping Gong Yizhong guessed Chu Chen's intentions and sneered inwardly. Bring out all the items, Boer said, interrupting Ping Gong Yizhong's thoughts. Ping Gong Yizhong hurriedly took out the raw ores one by one, and Boer began to price them based on the different raw ores. These few raw ores are too rough. Let's say one tael of ordinary star crystal stone each. This one looks decent. It can be counted as 2 taels. Oh, there's a big one here. I'll count it as 10 taels for you. Boer quoted prices based on the appearance and size of these raw ores. Chu Chen glanced over and happened to see the big one Boer had just mentioned, which was actually only the size of a human head. There were several larger ones in the room. Initially just a casual glance, but the information he saw stirred something in Chu Chen's heart. Star raw ore contains 3 rare-level star crystal stones. This raw ore actually contained 3 star crystal stones, and they were all rare-level. Chu Chen had already decided to buy this raw ore. Soon, Boer finished counting for Ping Gong Yizhong. For these raw ores, I'll give you 6.3 gene of ordinary star crystal stones, Boer finally said. Is that alright? No problem, thank you, Lord Boer. Ping Gong Yizhong smiled. This price was even higher than he had expected. Dear customer, do you have any raw ores you fancy? Boer then looked at Chu Chen. Ping Gong Yizhong didn't leave. He stood by, ready to watch the show, as he didn't believe Chu Chen could produce star crystal stones. How much black gold is a piece of ordinary star crystal stone? Chu Chen asked. Under normal circumstances, a 1 gene ordinary star crystal stone costs about 10,000 black gold. A high level one costs 100,000 black gold, and a rare level one costs 1,000,000 black gold, Boer said. As for epic level or even legendary level, those are priceless and rarely appear. Do I have to open it here after buying? Not necessarily, customers can take it away directly. Chu Chen nodded. It was good that he could take it away directly. Then I'll buy some, Chu Chen said, starting to pretend to select raw ores. This one, and this one. As Chu Chen walked, he occasionally pointed at a piece of raw ore. Buer's smile grew increasingly pronounced. The cheapest of these raw ores was 1,000 black gold, while the more expensive ones could reach 70 or 80,000 black gold. Moreover, the other party had bought quite a few. Just as he was selecting, Chu Chen suddenly turned his head. What you said about no fighting here is true, right? Buer was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Rest assured, even if you were to open a mythical level star crystal, no one would dare to lay a hand on you, and we will also protect you. Ping Gong also felt disdain in his heart. Did this guy really think he could open a star crystal? They had tried before, and out of 100 pieces of raw ore, only one could yield a star crystal, and it was usually of ordinary quality. It was precisely because they had suffered too much loss that the raw ores dug out in their country were sold off. Compared to gambling, they preferred to sell directly, securing their profits. Becoming rich overnight was indeed impossible, but they wouldn't incur losses either. Hearing Buer's words, Chu Chen nodded and continued to select. He had over 140,000 black gold on him, enough to choose quite a few. After spending more than an hour, Chu Chen selected 32 pieces of raw ore, not because he didn't want to choose more, but there were only a little over 1,000 pieces of raw ore available on site. There should be a second floor, right? Chu Chen glanced at the staircase around the corner. That's right, customer, but the raw ores on the second floor are more expensive. The cheapest is 100,000 black gold, and the most expensive can go over 1,000,000 black gold. Buer nodded. Let's calculate how much black gold these raw ores cost first, Chu Chen said. You selected a total of 32 pieces of raw ore, which will cost a total of 524,000 black gold, Buer said with a smile as he looked at Chu Chen. Ping Gong also realized, right, this guy selected so many raw ores, does he have black gold? Over 500,000 black gold is not a small amount. He only has a little over 30,000 black gold, and that was pooled together by their 100-man team. Ping Gong was just about to enjoy the show. There was a rule here that if someone bought something and didn't pay, the goblins could attack the target indefinitely. If the target resisted, they would face the consequences of the rules. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Chu Chin wave his hand, and 524,000 black gold appeared. How is that possible? How could you have so much black gold? Ping Gong looked at the black gold, his eyes filled with shock. De Xiao was clearly entering the Black Abyss secret realm for the first time, with no prior foundation, and he had come in alone. How could he have so much black gold? Was there a hidden way to make money in Happy Town and by Ping River that they hadn't discovered? Buer didn't care about all that. Seeing Chu Chin take out so much black gold, although a bit surprised, his smile grew even wider. A big client. Customer, here are the raw ores you purchased. Would you like to open them now? Buer handed the raw ores to Chu Chen, and the transaction was completed. Not in a hurry. Do you want to sell the raw ores you just bought? Chu Chen said, pointing at Ping Gong. Of course, I'm selling them. Which piece does the customer want to buy? Buer said as he took out the raw ores he had just acquired, over 300 pieces. Let me take a look, Chu Chen said while drinking, and after spending more than half an hour, he finally selected 2 pieces. One was the size of a human head, and the other was only the size of a fist, but it also contained a star crystal. Out of over 300 pieces, only 2 had star crystals. The drop rate was indeed low. How much? Chu Chen asked. Well, customer, just give me 100,000 black gold, Buer said with a smile. Beside him, Ping Gong secretly cursed the unscrupulous merchant. Just now, Bulk had only given him 3 taels of star crystal stones for these 2 pieces of raw ore, which only amounted to 3,000 in black gold. Chu Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out 100,000 black gold to complete the transaction. Does the guest want to continue selecting? After putting away the black gold, Bulk's face was filled with smiles, his eyes looking at this big fool. No need, just start. Chu Chen shook his head, knowing very well whether he was a big fool or not. Among these 34 pieces of raw ore, all contained star crystal stones worth far more than 600,000 black gold. As for why he didn't buy some waste material or keep a low profile, it was simply unnecessary. Was he afraid these guys would act against him? Of course not. In fact, he welcomed it. Whether it was the pirates or these goblins, once they acted against him, there would only be one outcome: death. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, he would have directly slaughtered everyone and looted everything, avoiding all this trouble. Even asking to open it on site was like fishing. Alright, guest, please follow me. Bulk, unaware of Chu Chen's thoughts, led him to the opening area, where Chu Chen saw a large guillotine with a groove in the middle. This thing was used for opening the ore, simple and brutal. Guest, can we start? Bulk approached the guillotine and lifted the blade. Chu Chen nodded and handed over a piece of raw ore. Ping Gong also followed, unable to understand why Chu Chen had so much black gold. But he was even more eager to see Chu Chen spend so much black gold only to end up with nothing. That scene would surely be delightful. Bulk didn't waste time and quickly placed the fist-sized raw ore into the groove, then forcefully brought the blade down. However, the guillotine stopped halfway through the raw ore. It was a hit. Bulk's eyes widened in surprise. The guillotine couldn't damage the star crystal stones, and now it was only halfway in, clearly blocked by the star crystal stone. Inside, Ping Gong was also startled. Could the other party somehow tell if there were star crystal stones in the raw ore? Impossible. Even the Lighthouse Kingdom couldn't tell, with legendary identification scrolls, whether there was anything in the raw ore. How could he possibly know? He must be lucky. With so many raw ores he bought, surely only this one has something. Ping Gong reassured himself, even if something did come out, the other party would still be at a loss. Bulk didn't waste time and soon completely opened the raw ore, revealing a star crystal stone. I thought it was something great, but it turns out to be just an ordinary star crystal stone, and it's only the size of a pea. Does this thing even weigh 1 tael? Ping Gong laughed mockingly as he looked at the revealed star crystal stone. Guest, this star crystal stone weighs 1.2 taels, Bulk said. At that moment, although it was only pea-sized, it was heavier than gold. Chu Chen glanced at Ping Gong and said lightly, it weighs 1 tael. Ping Gong felt as if his throat had been grabbed, his face turning red as he couldn't speak, while he also glanced at Bulk, wondering if the other party was doing this on purpose. Bulk ignored his gaze. To him, Ping Gong was just a worker, and his status could not compare to Chu Chen, who had spent over 500,000 black gold. Just lucky, Ping Gong retorted unwillingly. Chu Chen smiled and didn't argue with him, instead taking out another piece of raw ore. This piece of raw ore was the size of a human head, exactly what Ping Gong had. This raw ore does look quite good. It seems like it could yield something, but that's all it is, just a semblance. Ping Gong also couldn't believe that Chu Chen could extract star crystals. Even if he could, it would at most be of ordinary grade, hardly enough to recoup the costs. Buer smiled as he took the raw ore. He was most familiar with raw ores, and this one did look decent, but the probability of it yielding crystals was less than 10%. That was why he sold it to Chu Chen for such a low price. Placing the raw ore
Into the slot. At Chu Chen's signal, Buer pulled down the guillotine. Bang! A crisp sound echoed and surprise flickered in Buer's eyes, while Pingong also felt inexplicably tense. It came out. It really yielded something. Hopefully, it's just an ordinary grade star crystal, or he would regret it immensely. Buer turned the raw ore 90 degrees and pulled down the guillotine again, causing a quarter of the raw ore to fall away. This is a rare grade star crystal. Upon seeing the revealed portion, Buer's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The star crystal hadn't fallen completely, a part of it was still embedded in the ore, but the portion that was revealed weighed at least a pound. This meant it was worth at least 1 million black gold. Impossible, how could it be a rare great star crystal? After a brief moment of shock, Pingong also cried out. Their people had mined over 300 pieces of raw ore and only obtained a little over 6 pounds of star crystals, and those were ordinary grade. The value couldn't compare to this rare grade star crystal before them. The key point was that this raw ore was mined by their people. If they had mined it themselves, wouldn't it have been theirs? Regret flooded Pingong's heart at that moment. Had they known, they would have mined it themselves. Just this one piece was worth more than what their 100 people had gathered in 2 days. Oh, a rare grade star crystal? Looks like my luck is indeed quite good, Chu Chen said with a smile. I should thank you bandits for mining this raw ore. Hearing Chu Chen's mockery, Pingong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Chu Chen, wanting to say something, but words failed him. Buer, continue, maybe there's more than one. Chu Chen continued. Buer also came back to his senses, secretly thinking that the other party's luck was too good. 2 pieces of raw ore had yielded something. Moreover, this second piece had turned out to be a rare grade raw ore. As for Chu Chen's claim of more than one, he naturally didn't believe it. Having one was already a stroke of incredible luck. But soon, Buer realized he was wrong. After cutting away another quarter of the ore, the previous star crystal fell out, and 2 more star crystals appeared. 3 pieces, all rare grade. Buer gasped, his heart filled with shock. Although the 2 newly appeared pieces were smaller, they were still around 5 taels each, adding up to a pound, worth another million black gold. The other party had spent 100,000 black gold to buy 2 pieces of raw ore, and now the first piece was already worth over a million. Buer could hardly believe it. Seeing the 2 new pieces appear, Pingong clutched his chest. Pain. A pain that pierced to the core. This raw ore should have belonged to their people, but instead, pooh. This time, Pingong could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Isn't it just 3 rare grade star crystals? Isn't it just worth over 2 million black gold? Isn't it just mined by your people? There's no need to spit blood over it. Chu Chen sighed, then took out a bottle of health recovery potion. Here, take this, your health is dropping. Looking at the potion Chu Chen handed over, which was the most basic ordinary potion, Pingong felt deeply insulted, and his health dropped even faster. You, Pingong pointed at Chu Chen, about to speak, but Chu Chen put away the potion. Forget it, you're not worthy of this potion. I want to kill you. Pingong shouted angrily, unable to hold back any longer and ready to strike. A cold light flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. He had no intention of dodging. He was just waiting for the other party to make a move so he could strike back. Cough, cough, no fighting allowed here. But at that moment, Buer suddenly spoke up, snapping Pingong out of his rage. Chu Chen thought it was a pity, and his gaze towards Buer carried a hint of something else. Guess, these 3 pieces of star crystal stones weigh a total of 2.6 pounds. If you're willing, I would like to offer 2.7 million black gold for them, Buer said to Chu Chen. Normally, it would only be 2.6 million black gold, but he added an extra 100,000, hoping that Chu Chen would sell them to him. No rush, there are other raw ores that haven't been opened yet. Chu Chen put away the star crystal stones. They were rare grade, and he wasn't ready to sell them yet. A hint of regret flashed in Buer's eyes. He guessed that the other party probably wouldn't sell, but he didn't say more. Then Chu Chen took out another piece of raw ore to show him, which was still the one Pingong had just sold. Pingong and Buer thought it would be good enough to sell twice in a row, but when the third piece was opened, both were shocked again, because it yielded another stone. Although it was just an ordinary grade star crystal stone, weighing only about 3 taels, it still felt surreal to both of them. Pingong felt the most pain because these 2 pieces of ore were mined by them. If they hadn't sold them but kept them for themselves, he couldn't think any further. He was afraid he would slap himself. Continue. Chu Chen calmly put away the star crystal stone and took out the 4th piece of ore. Buer swallowed hard. If he still hadn't realized something was off at this point, he would be a fool. No way could this piece yield something. 2. The guillotine fell, and the familiar scene appeared. A 2-tailed star crystal stone was revealed. 4 in a row? Buer took a deep breath, doubting that Chu Chen had a way to probe the insides of the raw ore. But he also felt it was unlikely, unless it was a mythical grade item that could do so, and such items usually had limited uses. Would someone waste a mythical grade item just for some star crystal stones? He couldn't believe there would be such a fool. But if it wasn't that, why could the other party continuously open 4 pieces and yield results? Moreover, the amount of black gold on the other party was a bit too much. It was completely abnormal.
Continue. Chu Chen didn't care what the other party was thinking and took out the fifth piece of ore. Even if the other party discovered something, what could they do? He was just waiting for them to make a move, then evade the rules and eliminate them. Buer silently took the fifth piece of ore. When he opened it and saw the star crystal stone inside, he didn't know what to say. This guy was definitely up to something. As each piece of raw ore was opened, Buer went from shock to calmness, even numbness. After half an hour, all the raw ores were opened. Guessed, a total of 34 pieces of raw ore have been opened, and every single one yielded results: rare grade 2.6 pounds, high grade 8.7 pounds, ordinary grade 16.1 pounds. Buer spoke, unable to suppress a tremor in his heart. It was known that the other party had only spent 624,000 black gold, but the star crystal stones they had obtained, if converted to black gold, would be over 3.6 million black gold, a full 6 times the profit. Exchange the high and ordinary grade ones for black gold. Isn't there a second floor? Chu Chen said with a smile. I should be able to go to the second floor, right? Yes. Buer remained silent for a while before speaking. He was now basically certain that Chu Chen had a way to see whether there were star crystal stones inside the raw ore. As for still letting Chu Chen go to the second floor, there were naturally his own thoughts behind. Chu Chen glanced at the other party, not expecting that they would actually agree to let him go to the second floor, but that was fine. Although rare grade star crystal stones were good, having epic or even legendary ones would be best. By the way, guest, this is the token of our chaotic star maze, Buer said as he took out 62 tokens. In our chaotic star maze, for every 10,000 black gold spent, you can obtain 1 token. Chu Chen took the tokens. He was quite familiar with this item, as there were some in Happy Town before. As for Baiping River, there should be some too, but since he had basically wiped out the White Rhinoceros Turtle clan, he didn't get any. Let's go to the second floor, Chu Chen said, then looked at Ping Gongyi Zhong. Care to come along and take a look? Ping Gongyi Zhong snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. The reason he didn't follow was that there were rules in this place. Once on the second floor, one had to buy a piece of raw ore. The cheapest raw ore on the second floor cost at least 100,000 black gold, which he couldn't afford. Moreover, he didn't want to be humiliated again. He wasn't a fool and could naturally see that Chu Chen had the means to determine whether the raw ore contained star crystal stones. Lastly, he needed to go back and inform his subordinates to see if there was a chance to take down Chu Chen. No matter how many star crystal stones the other party offered, they would all belong to their country. Watching Ping Gongyi Zhong's departing figure, Chu Chen smiled. If the other party really intended to surround and kill him, he would have to thank them. Buer then took out 1,031,000 black gold and purchased all of Chu Chen's high-grade and ordinary grade star crystal stones. You guys are quite wealthy, pulling out 1,000,000 black gold so easily, Chu Chen said casually after receiving the black gold. What the guest doesn't know is that our chaotic star maze has a teleportation array directly leading to Huangming City, and the raw ores mined here are mainly sent to Huangming City, Buer explained. If the guest goes to Huangming City, you can check out the Goblin Pavilion. There are many raw ores there as well. Huangming City? Is that the city on the endless wasteland? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Although he had a map, it didn't mark the situation on the endless wasteland, and this was the first time he had heard of Huangming City. It seems the guest is unaware. Let me introduce it to you, Buer said. Under normal circumstances, guests must pass through the chaotic star maze, then cross the 100 Zhang Abyss, before they can enter the endless wasteland and find Huangming City. Buer continued, however, since Huangming City also needs star crystal stones, that's why we have a direct teleportation array in the chaotic star maze, which is generally not allowed for outsiders to use. So there are special circumstances? That's right. If the guest can produce a pound of epic grade star crystal stones, you can gain the privilege to use the teleportation array to enter Huangming City, Buer nodded. But achieving that is very difficult. Even I can't be sure if there are epic grade star crystal stones among those raw ores on the second floor, let alone a pound. Chu Chen nodded. It was indeed not easy. If there were no epic grade star crystal stones, even with his talent to assist, there would be no way. Guest, we've arrived at the second floor. As they spoke, the two arrived at the second floor. Compared to the first floor, there were significantly fewer raw ores on the second floor, roughly around 100 pieces. However, the quality of these 100 pieces was much better than those on the first floor, looking as if they could yield results, and the prices were higher. Chu Chen picked up a wine gourd and started drinking, his gaze sweeping over the pieces of raw ore. Buer kept staring at Chu Chen, curious about what method he used to determine whether these raw ores contained star crystal stones. Then he suddenly remembered that Chu Chen always drank wine while looking at these raw ores. Could it be that the wine had some special effect? Chu Chen was drinking epic level spirit wine, and his talent trigger rate had reached 50%, so in less than 10 minutes he had examined all the raw ores. The high price is not without reason. The yield rate is indeed much higher than on the first floor, Chu Chen thought to himself. Unfortunately, there were no epic level star crystals here, at most just rare level ones. Then Chu Chen began to purchase raw ores, this one, and this one. He only selected 5 pieces, while in reality, out of the more than 100 raw ores, there were about 30 that contained star crystals, but the quality was too low. For example, one piece of raw ore was worth 1.2 million black gold, but it only contained ordinary level star crystals. Unless it could yield 120 pounds, whoever bought it would be at a loss. Customer, are you not going to buy some more? I think this one is quite good, Burr said, pointing to the raw ore worth 1.2 million black gold. No need, just these for now. Chu Chen shook his head. Besides, I don't have that much black gold. If the customer is worried about insufficient black gold, I can make an exception. You can pay after you obtain the star crystals, Burr said with a smile. Oh, aren't you afraid I might lose? Naturally, I am not worried. Based on your performance on the first floor, you will definitely not lose. Chu Chen was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll select a few more. Since the other party said he could buy on credit, there was no need for him to be polite. Moreover, the fact that they allowed him to buy on credit clearly indicated they had some plans. He also wanted to see what the other party intended to do. If they planned to take action against him, that would suit him just fine. Then Chu Chen selected 31 more pieces, totaling 36, each containing star crystals. That will be all, Chu Chen said, as the other raw ores had no goods. Alright, customer, these raw ores are worth a total of 26.98 million black gold, and now I will open them for you, Burr said, his smile growing wider as he moved to the opening area to crack open the raw ores one by one. As Burr had anticipated, every piece yielded something, and all 5 pieces that Chu Chen had selected previously produced rare-level star crystals. This made Burr even more certain that the other party had the means to see through the raw ores. Perhaps it was indeed those spirit wines. About a quarter of an hour later, all the raw ores had been opened, and the star crystals appeared before Chu Chen's eyes. Customer, a total of 36 pieces of raw ores, among which there are 9.4 pounds of rare level, 42.1 pounds of advanced, and 136 pounds of ordinary level, Burr said, his face filled with smiles. Please pay 26.98 million black gold. Chu Chen did not speak, secretly thinking that gamblers indeed do not have a good ending. He spent 26.98 million black gold to buy all the raw ores that could yield something, but what was the result? The star crystals he obtained, even when exchanged for black gold, amounted to only 14.97 million black gold, meaning he had lost 12.01 million black gold. Customer, please pay the black gold, Burr continued, but his tone had already turned slightly cold. I don't have it. Chu Chen shook his head. This made Burr's expression darken. Customer, I specifically allowed you to pay later to ensure your satisfaction, but now you say you don't have it, which puts me in a difficult position. Chu Chen curled his lips. He knew this was intentional on the other party's part. Just as he was about to say that if it was difficult, then don't do it, the other party continued. Of course, if the customer does not have enough black gold, there are other ways, such as the customer telling me how you see through these raw ores. As long as you tell me, not only will you not have to pay that more than 20 million black gold, but I can also give you 10 million black gold as compensation. Burr revealed his fangs, and as he spoke, over 100 goblin guards arrived on the second floor, looking coldly at Chu Chen. As long as Chu Chen did not agree, these goblin guards would take action. Guest, although fighting is not allowed here, if you refuse to pay, we can attack you indefinitely. If you retaliate, you will face the consequences of the rules. I hope you can think this through, Buer continued. The reason he allowed Chu Chen to run a tab was to circumvent the rules and attack Chu Chen without limit. Even if I retaliate, I will only be punished by the rules once. As long as I'm lucky enough not to encounter a punishment that leads to my immediate death, I have a chance to leave alive, Chu Chen said with a grim face. Ha, even if you are lucky enough not to die, do you really think you can leave alive? Buer laughed heartily. Guest, surrender. Outside, all our people are waiting. So, you're saying I will indeed only face punishment once? Chu Chen's grim expression vanished, replaced by a smile. He wasn't afraid of being punished by the rules, but if he was punished every time he made a move, even with a mythical great item that could revive him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Buer's words had already told him that whether he acted once or 100 times, he would only be punished once. So it didn't matter, at worst he would revive once. Moreover, if he wanted to leave, he could do so without lifting a finger. After all, he had a spirit sword outside the chaotic star maze that he could use to flash away at any time. It seems you are stubborn, Buer frowned, not expecting that Chu Chen was still testing him and had succeeded. Yet he still didn't believe that Chu Chen could leave alive, even if the other party was lucky and only received the lightest punishment from the rules. There were thousands of goblins stationed here, all extraordinary, and he himself was a level 76 epic powerhouse. Was he really afraid of one person? Chu Chen said nothing, merely pointing his sword, and a spirit sword flew out, landing directly on a goblin guard. Minus 35,210,000 minus 29 million. True damage, terrifying damage floated up, and the goblin guard didn't even have time to react before being killed instantly. Buer was startled by Chu Chen's sudden attack, especially by the terrifying damage, which finally made him understand why Chu Chen was so tough. But then he revealed a cruel smile. The other party had already violated the rules by not paying and now dared to strike first. The punishment from the rules would definitely be severe. So what if the other party's damage was high? Even if he didn't die directly from the rules punishment, he would still suffer a significant loss in strength. The advantage is mine. At the moment Chu Chen made his move, a peculiar force suddenly appeared and enveloped him. At the same time, a notification interface appeared before his eyes. You have received the punishment of the rules, gaining the defeat effect. All your attributes will decrease by 99% for the next 10 days. And all damage dealt will decrease by 99%. It wasn't a direct death penalty, but this punishment was still severe. Just as Chu Chen was contemplating whether to flee, another prompt popped up. Your immortal wind cloud body technique has been triggered, and you have successfully evaded the defeat effect. Chu Chen paused, now at level 39. The evasion rate of the immortal wind cloud body technique had also reached 39%. He rarely triggered this skill's effect because he seldom got injured, but now he understood the power of this skill. It could even evade the punishment imposed by the rules. At the moment the prompt appeared, Chu Chen felt the peculiar force on him dissipate. Ah, guest. You really are seeking death. With such a dense power of rules, I suppose your punishment is not light. Buer laughed, believing that the power of rules that had enveloped Chu Chen had merely integrated into his body. Immune to the punishment of the rules? Such a thing was impossible, at least he had never seen it happen. Chu Chen said nothing, only surveying the hundreds of goblin guards surrounding him, his life spirit sword appearing in his hand. Still daring to resist? Capture him. When Buer saw Chu Chen like this, he immediately shouted. Over 100 goblin guards had long been prepared, and at Buer's command they were about to take action. But in the next moment, Chu Chen raised his gaze, and his life-bound immortal sword was drawn. Whoosh! All the goblin guards only saw a flash of spiritual light before they realized they could no longer move. Glancing at their health bars, they found that they had somehow been emptied. Bang bang bang! Over 100 goblin guards fell straight down, their eyes wide open in death, not because they couldn't close them, but because they simply had no time to do so. Sword drawing technique, using the life-bound immortal sword, after charging for 3 seconds. Your next attack will deal 200% damage to all targets within a 400-meter range and inflict bleeding effects on them, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, level 4 out of 10. This was the skill Chu Chen had just used. In fact, he had wanted to use it for a long time, but the monsters he encountered had mostly been slain from a kilometer away. It was only because he was surrounded this time that he thought of this skill. How should I put it? It was indeed quite cool, just like slicing through a cabbage head, very smooth. Chu Chen looked up at Buer, the only one still alive but frozen in place, and said, "It seems your people have all fallen asleep." That sword drawing slash had naturally enveloped Buer as well, but the other party had a damage reduction skill, so he wasn't instantly killed. You don't come over. Seeing Chu Chen walking towards him, Buer was completely panicked. Although he was an epic level powerhouse, if it weren't for his passive damage reduction, he would have died just now. This passive also had a cooldown, and he couldn't guarantee he could withstand Chu Chen's second strike. While speaking, Buer didn't give up. He threw something, and a cloud of smoke rose, quickly flying towards the outside. Woo woo woo. Immediately after, a series of horn sounds echoed throughout the chaotic star maze, startling all the goblin guards stationed in the maze, who rushed to provide support. Chu Chen stood in the smoke, watching the increasing number of goblin guards gathering outside, a smile tugging at his lips, calling for reinforcements. That saves me some time. Deep within the chaotic star maze were a series of mine tunnels, and these interwoven tunnels made this place a maze. 100 Japanese pirates were huffing and puffing as they mined the raw ore, wielding pickaxes that were not their own but purchased from those goblins. It's been so long, why hasn't Ping Gong Kuan returned? He's probably negotiating prices with that goblin named Buer. This time we've mined quite a bit of raw ore, we should be able to exchange for about 5 pounds of star crystal. It's been 2 days since we entered the secret realm. Previously, we had already obtained about 20 pounds of star crystal. If we work a bit harder, we will definitely receive rewards from the Empire once we get out. While the pirates were talking, Ping Gong Yizhong walked in from outside. Ping Gong Kuan, you finally returned. How many star crystals did we exchange this time? Seeing Ping Gong Yizhong come back, several pirates smiled and gathered around. Ping Gong Yizhong's face was gloomy. In the past, he might have happily said they exchanged for over 6 pounds of star crystals, but now he was simply not in the mood. Just thinking about how the raw ore they mined had yielded rare level star crystals from that Dasha person made his health bar want to drop. Gather everyone, I have something to say, Ping Gong Yizhong said. The few pirates paused, but seeing Ping Gong Yizhong's dark expression, they couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. Did something happen? They quickly went to notify the other pirates, and soon everyone gathered. Everyone, I just took the raw ore we mined to exchange, and we received a total of 6.3 pounds of ordinary level star crystals, Ping Gong Yizhong said, looking at the crowd. Hearing this number, everyone broke into smiles, which was more than they had expected. But at the same time, they felt puzzled. Although they had obtained quite a few star crystal stones, there was no need to gather all of them together, right? While I was going to exchange them, I encountered that Dasha person. He bought 2 raw ores that we mined, one of which yielded 3 taels of ordinary star crystal stones. As for the other one, Ping Gong Yezhong took a deep breath, still feeling a sharp pain in his heart. The other one yielded rare star crystal stones, and there were 3 pieces in total, weighing 2.6 Jin. Swoosh! The already silent mine became even quieter after Ping Gong Yezhong finished speaking. All the pirates were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses, followed by endless uproar. Rare star crystal stones? The ones we mined were opened by a Dasha person? What a joke! Those are rare star crystal stones. We worked ourselves to the bone to mine the raw ores, and they ended up with that Dasha person? Damn the Dasha person, those were clearly our mined raw ores. That's right, those rare star crystal stones originally belonged to our Wak Uni. It was that Dasha person who snatched them away. They toiled hard in the mines and only obtained 6.3 Jin of ordinary star crystal stones, equivalent to 63,000 black gold. Yet that Dasha person directly opened 2.6 Jin of rare star crystal stones, equivalent to 2.6 million black gold. The disparity was simply too great. What they couldn't accept the most was that the raw ores he opened were the ones they had mined. They were furious, filled with a sense of injustice, wishing they could immediately snatch back the rare star crystal stones. Ping Gong Yezhong was not the least bit surprised by everyone's reaction. As someone who had witnessed the scene firsthand, he was angrier and more unwilling than anyone else. Ping Gong Kuan, what should we do? Are we really going to let the Dasha person take away the rare star crystal stones? A pirate asked. In their anger, these pirates had completely forgotten why Chu Chen had arrived at the chaotic star maze in just 2 days. Of course not, that's why I came back to tell you all about this, hoping everyone can think of a way to deal with that Dasha person and reclaim the star crystal stones that rightfully belong to us, Ping Gong Yezhong said. Moreover, this time Dasha only sent him in alone, and he likely has mythical great items on him. If we can capture him. He didn't elaborate further, but everyone understood what he meant. Mythical great items were worth far more than star crystal stones. Since he has mythical great items, we need to be cautious. Satojiro stepped forward and said, Sato-kun is right. Although we have many people, this is the chaotic star maze, and we can't act recklessly. It would be best to find a way to lure him outside the maze, Ping Gong Yezhong said. However, that Dasha person is extremely cunning, and ordinary methods may not succeed, so let's all brainstorm together. All the pirates exchanged glances, starting to think and discuss among themselves, preparing to come up with a foolproof plan. But they overestimated their own intelligence, and after half an hour of thinking, they still hadn't come up with a single foolproof method. Just as Ping Gong Yezhong was feeling troubled, a series of horn sounds suddenly rang out. The sound of the horns was highly penetrating. Even in the mine, they could hear it clearly. It's the war horns of the goblins. What happened? Could there be monsters attacking the chaotic star maze? Ping Gong Yezhong was startled. Something that could make the goblins use war horns must be a big deal. Let's go out and take a look. As for that Dasha person, we can deal with him later, Ping Gong Yezhong said. If monsters really invaded the chaotic star maze, they would also face danger. The other pirates nodded, putting their picks into their storage rings and taking out their weapons as they rushed outside. In the bunker, Boer grimaced as he set down the horn in his hand, watching as more and more goblin guards gathered around him, which gave him a bit of a sense of security. Who would have thought that after so many years in the chaotic star maze, he would almost be killed today? Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise he would have been doomed. But what was up with that outsider? Shouldn't he have been punished by the rules? How could he still inflict such terrifying damage? Could it be that he was just lucky and received the lightest punishment? Yet he could clearly sense the overwhelming power of the rules emanating from the outsider. Boer couldn't make sense of it and was too lazy to think further. The most critical issue now was how to deal with that outsider. He just killed 100 guards with one move. That must be his trump card skill. Such a skill definitely has a long cooldown, so he absolutely can't use it a second time in a short period. As for his extremely high damage, I can afford to lose 1,000 guards. I don't believe we can't take him down. Your damage is high, but can you really wipe us all out in an instant? As long as 1,000 guards can hold him back, the remaining 4,000 guards can attack together, and he will undoubtedly die. The more Boer thought, the more settled he felt, and a confident smile appeared on his face. The advantage is mine. The goblin guards were quick. From the sound of the horn to the assembly, it took only 5 minutes. Looking at the 5,000-strong army, Boer felt a surge of pride. How could an outsider fight him on his own turf? Just as Boer was about to launch a direct attack, he suddenly saw Ping Gong also arriving with a group of people. Lord Boer, what happened? Is there a monster attacking the chaotic star maze? Ping Gong asked as he stepped forward. Boer's eyes flickered. He hadn't thought of these guys, but unexpectedly, they came forward on their own. Rather than sacrificing his own subordinates, it was better to let these guys be cannon fodder. After all, they were all outsiders, and he had previously noticed the significant conflict between Chu Chen and Ping Gong.
Although he intended to use these people as cannon fodder, Boer snorted coldly, "Humph, you outsiders are really bold to dare come forward. Guards, capture them all." Ping Gong and the other pirates' faces changed dramatically. They had no idea what was happening. Why were they suddenly being attacked? Lord Boer, what is going on? What did we do wrong? Don't forget, the rules of the chaotic star maze prohibit violence, Ping Gong shouted anxiously. If it were before, we indeed couldn't act, but now it's different. That outsider just went to the second floor and bought a lot of raw ore, not only refusing to pay but also using powerful means to kill 100 of my guards, Boer said coldly. You outsiders are all the same, I cannot let you go. Guards, kill them. Ping Gong paused, quickly, realizing that Boer was talking about Chu Chen. At the same time, he was shocked by what Chu Chen had done. How dare he? Not only did he refuse to pay, but he also dared to resist and kill goblin guards. Wasn't that courting death? He finally understood why these goblins had been summoned. It was to deal with that Dasha person. Then he felt a surge of joy. They had originally wanted to deal with Chu Chen, but due to the rules of the chaotic star maze, they had not dared to act. But now it was good. The other party had violated the rules first, and they could attack him without limit. Moreover, the other party would be weakened by the punishment of the rules. The only thing that pained him was that the other party had actually used a myth-level item. That's right, he believed that Chu Chen could kill 100 goblin guards only because he had used a myth-level item. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible. At least it proves that he indeed possesses a mythical great artifact. Although he has used one, it's possible that he has more. Ping Gong Yizhong thought to himself. These thoughts were fleeting, and as he saw the goblin guards obeying Buer's orders and preparing to attack them, Ping Gong Yizhong immediately shouted, Lord Buer, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We have no connection with that Dasha person, in fact, we have enmity between us. Lord Buer, you know what happened before. I would love nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. How could I possibly be in cahoots with him? If Lord Buer doesn't believe us, our warriors from Wokaku are willing to take the lead and will definitely help you slay this scoundrel. Hearing Ping Gong Yizhong's words, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Buer's eyes, though he concealed it well, maintaining a facade of skepticism. You really aren't in league with him? Lord Buer, we truly are not in league with him, and with so many of your guards, even if we were, what storm could we stir? As Ping Gong Yizhong spoke, he knelt down with a sincere expression. I only ask that Lord Buer give us a chance to prove our innocence. Please give us a chance to prove our innocence. The other Wokaku pirates also knelt down and shouted. Buer's eyes flashed with disdain. These guys were all above level 60, and Ping Gong Yizhong was even a level 70 epic level powerhouse, yet they were so spineless as to kneel before him. Such a thing was something even goblins would not do. Goblins never become slaves. Just as Buer thought it was about time to let these guys become cannon fodder, a voice rang out. Quite lively, isn't it? Chu Chen, with one hand behind his back, flew out of the bunker on his sword, looking at the crowd before him, smiling and nodding. Not bad, everyone is here. Damn. Dasha person, how dare you act in the Chaos Star Maze and kill Lord Buer's subordinates? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Ping Gong Yizhong, kneeling on the ground, glared at Chu Chen and shouted. You Wokaku really are like a child who clings to its mother. Where is your samurai spirit? Chu Chen asked with a smile. No more useless talk. Today is the day you meet your end. As Ping Gong Yizhong spoke, he looked at Buer. Lord Buer, please give us a chance to prove our innocence. Very well, don't let me down. If you can slay him, I can reward you with a pound of rare grade star crystal as a reward. Buer nodded. Having these cannon fodder was naturally the best, and he could also see if Chu Chen had any other means. As for a pound of rare grade star crystal, it was nothing to him. Hearing this, all the Wokaku pirates felt a surge of joy. A pound of rare grade star crystal was worth 1,000,000 black gold, which was no small amount. Moreover, they had heard Ping Gong Yizhong mention that this Dasha person had many star crystals and black gold, even mythical grade artifacts. If they could obtain all of that, this trip would be a complete success. Rest assured, Lord Buer, we will not disappoint you. As Ping Gong Yizhong spoke, he stood up. Warriors, let's use the method we discussed before. They had deliberated for a long time on how to cooperate to slay Chu Chen. They just hadn't thought of a way to lure him out of the Chaos Star Maze. Now, it was just the right opportunity. The other Wokaku pirates understood, and then they all flew into the air. With the meat shield at the front, followed by melee fighters, ranged attackers behind them, and support at the very back. Then, a blood-red orb appeared in Ping Gong Yizhong's hand. As the orb emitted a dazzling light, it instantly formed a massive light shield around Chu Chen and the 100 Wokaku pirates. Although I don't have a mythical grade artifact, I do have a legendary grade artifact, Ping Gong Yizhong sneered. Bloodlight Pearl, legendary level. After use, it can create a bloodlight domain. Within this domain, the target will receive the blood decay effect, increasing damage taken by 15%, reducing damage dealt by 15%, and decreasing maximum health by 10%. Meanwhile, allies will gain the blood surge effect, increasing maximum health by 20% and recovering 1% of health per second, up to a maximum of 60%.
This Bloodlight Pearl is the only legendary item in Ping Gong Yi Zhong's possession, and it is the most suitable item for team battles, as long as they are within the Bloodlight domain. Unless the enemy has the ability to kill them instantly, even if the enemy is powerful, they can be worn down. Moreover, they still have quite a few epic and rare items. This round, they are guaranteed to win. You are affected by the blood decay effect, triggering the immortal wind body technique effect. You successfully dodged this effect. Chu Chen looked at the 100 pirates in front of him, still smiling. He realized that Buer clearly intended to use these pirates as cannon fodder to test or even exhaust his trump cards. Unfortunately, what is a trump card to others is nothing compared to a basic attack from him. Kill. At that moment, Ping Gong Yi Zhong shouted loudly, and all the pirates immediately attacked, starting to unleash their skills. Cannon fodder must have the awareness of cannon fodder. Chu Chen stood with his left hand behind his back and pointed his sword with his right hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Invisible swords appeared from the void, and the 100 pirates who were about to unleash their skills felt a void in their heads, then lost their lives, falling downwards. Kill. As the 100 pirates perished, the last syllable of Ping Gong Yi Zhong's shout of kill just ended. If one didn't know better, they might think that Ping Gong Yi Zhong's shout was to prompt Chu Chen to take action. Nice shout, but don't shout next time. Chu Chen smiled at Ping Gong Yi Zhong. At this moment, Ping Gong Yi Zhong was as if petrified, his head stiffly looking down at the corpses of his companions. They just died? What a joke! Those were 100 warriors from their country, all level 60 transcendent beings. Not to mention they could summon winds and rains in the outside world. They were still respected. But now, they didn't even have a chance to resist before being killed, and he didn't even realize how these people died. Impossible, this is impossible. Ping Gong Yi Zhong's expression was incredibly rich at this moment, filled with confusion, shock, disbelief, and then fear, a textbook-level change of expression. Run, he must run. If he doesn't run now, he will definitely die. But just as this thought emerged, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, it turned out his heart was gone. Bang! Ping Gong Yi Zhong's body fell to the ground, his brain smashed. Chu Chen ignored these pirates, they were just a group of cannon fodder. His gaze was on Buer, not saying a word, just smiling. But this demeanor made Buer feel immense pressure. Although he guessed that this outsider must have some means, which is why he sent the pirates to be cannon fodder, when he truly witnessed this means, he was still frightened. He noticed those invisible swords, but even if he noticed them, he could dodge one or two, but could he dodge hundreds? Clearly, Chu Chen was just one person, and they had 5,000, but for some reason, he felt surrounded by Chu Chen. At that moment, he was afraid. I underestimated you. Your eyes were never that big. I can let you leave. I can leave just the same by killing you. Boo. Air took a deep breath. He knew this battle was inevitable, then let's fight. As Bu Er's words fell, the surrounding space began to distort, and the scene changed. In an instant, Chu Chen found himself in an independent space. Is this the battlefield space opened by a level 70 epic level powerhouse? Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings. This was his first time entering a spatial battlefield, but there were no prompts, which meant this battlefield had no negative effects on him. Of course, he had no way of knowing whether it had any beneficial effects on Bull. Kill. Bull stood in midair, and the 5,000 goblin guards, who had been prepared, sprang into action. Chu Chen naturally wouldn't give them a chance. He activated the void sword condensation technique, and invisible swords appeared, rushing towards the goblin guards. But at that moment, Bull snorted coldly, and a wave of power surged out, causing the invisible swords to reveal their traces. The goblin guards had already been on guard against Chu Chen's move, and upon seeing the trajectories, they easily dodged. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the opponent had such a means. He just didn't know if it was Bull's own ability or a power granted by this spatial battlefield. It wasn't unexpected that the goblin guards could evade his attacks. The greatest strength of the void sword condensation technique was assassination, and once the traces were revealed, the attributes of these goblin guards, which were already higher than his, allowed them to dodge naturally. But when the numbers increase, how much can you dodge? Chu Chen flicked his fingers, and over 10,000 invisible swords appeared, launching another assault. Bull's expression changed. Although he could make these invisible swords reveal their traces, he couldn't manage them all when their numbers increased. In the next moment, screams erupted like rain, as one goblin guard after another was killed and fell downwards. In just a breath, over 100 goblin guards had perished. But at that moment, those goblin guards also approached, not far from Chu Chen, and some ranged attacks even reached him. Chu Chen looked at these attacks, and thousands of spirit swords flew out. Then he directly used Sword Flash, arriving at the entrance of the chaotic star maze in the next second. Next, I'll play with you slowly. Chu Chen picked up a bottle of epic level mana recovery potion, drank it, and restored half of his mana. Then continued to control the spirit swords and invisible swords to slay and massacre. Where is he? Why has he disappeared? Bull felt a tightening in his heart upon seeing Chu Chen vanish, and hurriedly used various means to probe for Chu Chen's figure, but unfortunately, there were no results. Little did he know that Chu Chen was no longer in the spatial battlefield. Watching His subordinates die in increasing numbers while the enemy vanished without a trace. Bull was completely panicked. How the hell were they supposed to continue? In just 2 short minutes, out of 5,000 goblin guards, fewer than 100 remained around him. Run! Bull knew they couldn't continue like this, otherwise they would all die here. Immediately, Bull withdrew from the spatial battlefield, intending to lead the remaining subordinates away. Although he couldn't leave the chaotic star maze for long, he could at least avoid danger for a day and think of a way. But when he emerged from the spatial battlefield, his expression instantly turned blank, because all around him thousands of spirit swords surrounded them. While they were dazed, Chu Chen was not. At the moment they appeared, all the spirit swords surged forth. Watching the remaining guards fall one after another, Bull defended against the attacks while shouting, "Maybe we can talk." But before he could finish his sentence, an invisible sword appeared and pierced through his head. After the opponent fell, Chu Chen flew back on his sword, saying, "There is no maybe." Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, Chu Chen drank another potion, then sent out the spirit swords to probe the entire chaotic star maze. A minute later, confirming that there were indeed no survivors, Chu Chen finally recalled all the spirit swords. At this point, there was only Chu Chen left alive in the entire chaotic star maze. Next is the time to reap the rewards. Chu Chen first approached Bull, then began to loot the corpse. As he counted the items on Bull's body, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, he was quite the wealthy dog. 34.58 million black gold, 2,748 pounds of ordinary grade star crystals, 714 pounds of advanced grade, 45 pounds of rare grade, and 2.7 pounds of epic grade. This is what Burr was carrying. Besides this, there were quite a few equipment items. But Chu Chen was too lazy to count them. To think there are even epic grade star crystals, killing you was indeed the right choice. Chu Chen felt quite satisfied, although he had gained a lot in Happy Town and by Ping River before, it was nothing compared to what lay before him. After confirming that everything on Burr had been looted, Chu Chen turned his attention to the other corpses. I kind of miss Lu Ma. If Lu Ma were here, he would have an extra helper for looting corpses. With thousands of bodies, it would take him quite some time. Fortunately, these goblin guards didn't have much on them, just some equipment items, all of which could only be used at level 60, and they were all tossed into Chu Chen's storage ring. Then, Chu Chen approached the corpses of the pirates and looted everything they had as well. There weren't many good items, just over 20 pounds of ordinary grade star crystals, but there were a few legendary grade items on the flat palace, which counted as some gain. It took Chu Chen over 3 hours to finish looting all the bodies. I originally wanted to ask how to earn points in this Black Abyss secret realm, but unfortunately, there are no survivors. Chu Chen shook his head. He did want to leave a survivor, but due to the high damage, these guys died with just a touch. It was all because these guys were too fragile. Next, let's check out the mine. Chu Chen had no plans to leave the chaotic star maze for now. This place could yield star crystals. Although he had quite a few star crystals on him, it was nothing significant for the Great Xia. If he could obtain the core of the Black Abyss secret realm this time, that would be great. In the future, this place would become the backyard of the Great Xia. But if he didn't get it, he at least needed to bring back more star crystals. Soon, Chu Chen arrived at the end of a mine tunnel, where there were many signs of mining. It was likely that the pirates had mined here before. With a flick of his right hand, a pickaxe appeared in his grasp. Mithril pickaxe, rare grade, can be used to mine ores, mining speed plus 20%. When durability drops to 10, it will automatically restore durability. Durability 100/100. This was something Chu Chen found on the pirates, along with ordinary and advanced ones, but the best was this rare grade one. Chu Chen raised the pickaxe and struck down, and with a damage notification, a piece of raw ore fell. At the same time, the durability of the mithril pickaxe decreased by 1 point. Did that just decrease durability? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, then took out a spirit wine and drank it, examining the ore vein before him. Star crystal or vein, an ore vein that can yield star crystals. Mining will forcibly decrease the durability of mining tools by 1 point. Chu Chen realized, no wonder the pirates used this mithril pickaxe. It turned out this ore vein had such an effect. All equipped weapons have durability, and the pirates naturally wouldn't want to damage their weapons for mining. They were not like Chu Chen's spirit sword, which had the indestructible property due to the sword immortal mark. This place is quite suitable for me. Chu Chen smiled, then put away the pickaxe and summoned a spirit sword. With a flash of sword light, a piece of raw ore fell, and the spirit sword showed no signs of durability. Loss. In that case, I can speed things up. Chu Chen thought, and 5,000 spirit swords flew out, heading into different mine tunnels, and thus began the grand mining operation. All he needed to do was drink mana recovery potions. Outside the secret realm, Xianzhou's expression changed. What's wrong? Don't tell me your countrymen have died again? Chan Bing noticed the other's expression and couldn't help but ask with a laugh. Xuanjia Cheng's expression was grim, and he did not refute. Indeed, there had been deaths, and over 100 at that. What happened? Fred also asked. Your Excellency Fred, just now, we lost 101 people from our country, and these individuals should have perished in the chaotic star maze, Xuanjia Cheng said. Fred furrowed. His brow, it was one thing for a few people to die, but how could there be a sudden loss of over 100? Moreover, it was in the chaotic star maze. He knew this place well, according to their investigations, as long as one did not take the initiative to attack. Within the maze, nothing would happen. Instead, one could mine for star crystals that were unavailable outside. If there was a place in the entire Black Abyss secret realm that was the safest, it would undoubtedly be the chaotic star maze. Their lighthouse nation had once sent people in to mine, but in recent years they had stopped as they found other channels to obtain star crystals. Previously, your people died in Happy Town, and now so many have died in the chaotic star maze. It seems that indeed, changes are occurring in this secret realm that we are unaware of, Fred said. The dead were not from their lighthouse nation, so he did not care too much. Besides, even if he did care, it was useless, they could not enter. I think it was our people who did it, Chen Bingha spoke up. Fred and Chang did not respond. It had only been about 3 days since the secret realm began, and that Daxia person was probably still on the Hell Road. Even if he came out of the Hell Road, there were still Happy Town and Baiping River ahead. Especially Baiping River, they knew all too well the greed of those white rhinoceros giant turtles. No amount of black gold would satisfy them. That Daxia person had no idea about this information. By the time he reached Baiping River, he would probably have to work for the white rhinoceros giant turtles to earn black gold. I'm serious, our people are very strong, Chen Binghai insisted. Ah, right, we believe you, Fred and Cheng said, but their faces were filled with disdain. Chen Bingha sighed, he was speaking the truth, so why didn't these guys believe him? But it seems this kid has already reached the chaotic star maze. He wouldn't just flatten it, would he? Chen Bingha thought for a moment and felt it was unlikely. That kid looked quite kind-hearted. Come on, Xuanzhou, don't be angry, have some good food. Then Chen Bingha cheerfully placed a plate of pastries in front of him. Do you have something to say? Cheng asked warily. He did not believe that Chen Bingha would be so kind, especially since he had been mocked for eating pastries before. Nothing, we will definitely have to get along for a while. We can't just stare at each other, right? Besides, we have no enmity, Chen Bingha said with a smile. He indeed wanted to treat the other party better because he could learn about Chu Chen's news from him. As long as many from the Japanese country died, it meant that Chu Chen had arrived. So many people had died, what was wrong with sending some pastries? Oh right, Fred, you have some too, Chen Bingha said, taking out another plate of pastries and placing it in front of Fred. Although the Lighthouse Nation had not yet experienced a mass death, it was only a matter of time. These pastries could serve as a preemptive comfort. Fred, of course, was unaware of this and happily began to eat the pastries. Cheng had been quite vigilant, but upon thinking that he was just a dry old man with nothing for the other to covet, he decided to eat. Why not? Watching the two enjoy their food, Chen Bingha nodded in satisfaction. Eat up, let's arrange for some headless meals first. You two from different countries won't have the chance to eat, so let you two help eat. Then Chen Bingha also took out a plate of pastries and began to eat. A preemptive feast. 2 days quickly passed. Chu Chen had been in the mine, controlling the spirit sword to dig for ore. He wasn't sure how much raw ore he had extracted, but he had already filled 8 epic-level storage rings. These storage rings were all picked up from the pirates, and the one from Buer was even at the legendary level. 2 days is about enough. With this much raw ore, I should be able to obtain quite a few star crystals. Next, I should head to Huangming City. As Chu Chen thought this, he was about to retract the spirit sword and leave when suddenly one of the mine tunnels caught his attention. A bright light appeared on the mine wall. Chu Chen approached this tunnel, raising an eyebrow at the light. Could it be? The spirit sword flew out, and the ore scattered, making the light even more dazzling. But it wasn't a treasure that appeared, rather, it was because this tunnel had been completely dug through. Arriving at the exit of the thoroughly excavated tunnel, a gust of bloody wind rushed towards him, and before his eyes appeared a vast sea, but this sea was entirely blood-red. The 100 Zhang Abyss. Chu Chen had previously found the path from the Chaos Star Maze to the 100 Zhang Abyss. But he had intended not to go to the 100 Zhang Abyss. Instead, he planned to take the teleportation array of the Chaos Star Maze directly to Huangming City. He didn't expect to have dug through a tunnel and ended up directly at the 100 Zhang Abyss. This seawater can't really all be fresh blood, can it? Chu Chen frowned. The spirit sword flew out, reaching the limit of 100,000 meters, yet he still couldn't see the end. If the seawater in the 100 Zhang Abyss was all fresh blood, how many living beings would have to die to gather into a sea? The 100 Zhang Abyss is said to be this deep, but it's not just 100 Zhang, Chu Chen said after retracting the spirit sword. 100 Zhang refers to the depth. At that moment, a voice rang in Chu Chen's ear. He shivered in his heart and turned to look for the source of the voice, only to find that the speaker was an old man. However, this old man looked quite strange, with white eyeballs and no pupils, dressed in tattered clothes and a sword scar on his neck, as if he had just participated in a brutal battle. His feet were far from the ground, and there was not a trace of energy fluctuation around him, resembling a ghost. Moreover, he seemed to be a person. Let's go. That is the only path through the 100 zhang abyss, the old man said, pointing to a winding path not far away, which was directly laid over the 100 zhang abyss. Elder, are there any rules in the 100 zhang abyss? Lu Chanha asked, cupping his hands. Not many rules. As long as you don't touch the seawater, you can pass safely. The old man shook his head. Are you the guardian of this place? Lu Chanha continued to ask. Whether it was Happy Town, Baiping River, or the Chaos Star Maze, there were guardians, although he had eliminated the guardians of 2 of those places. Now, looking at the 100 zhang abyss, the only one present was this old man, who was very likely the guardian of this place. No, I'm just waiting for someone, the old man replied, shaking his head. Waiting for someone? May I ask who you are waiting for? As Lu Chanha spoke, he took out some spirit wine to drink, intending to check the old man's information. But soon he realized something was off. His wine tasting and recognition talent had not triggered. It wasn't a failure to trigger, it simply hadn't triggered at all. What was going on? Even if the old man had a high status, at most it would be a failure to trigger, not a complete lack of triggering. Unless this old man didn't exist at all. This thought startled Lu Chanha. The old man was clearly right in front of him, how could he not exist? I am waiting for someone who can help me take revenge. The old man seemed unaware of Lu Chanha's small actions and continued speaking. Revenge? What grievance do you have, elder? I don't remember, I just know I want revenge. Do you know your enemy? No, but I can't tell you. My enemy is very powerful. In the past, there were people who wanted to help me, but they couldn't even pass my test, so they couldn't help me take revenge. Lu Chanha squinted his eyes. This situation felt a bit like triggering a quest. Could it be that this old man had some kind of task for him? So far, aside from the breakthrough mission, he had only received 2 tasks. One was the unique task of the elf race, and the other was the siege mission in Deer City. Now, this old man might be about to present him with another task. Old man, may I give it a try? Lu Chanha asked. It was rare to encounter a task, and usually there would be generous rewards. Regardless of whether there was a task or not, he intended to give it a shot. Upon hearing Lu Chanha's words, the old man turned to look at him, his pale eyes sending a chill down Lu Chanha's spine. You will die, the old man said. Lu Chanha felt the spirit sword in his hand and confirmed that he could use sword flash to leave this place, calming his heart. Even if it was truly dangerous, he could always run away, especially since he had a myth-level life-saving item on him. There was no way he could die. I want to try, Lu Chanha continued. The old man fell silent for a moment before nodding, then let you try. As the old man's words fell, he extended his dry right hand, lifting his palm slightly. Come out. Lu Chanha looked on, puzzled about what the other party was about to do, when suddenly the previously calm abyss of the sea began to tremble. At first, it was just ripples, but soon these ripples transformed into gigantic waves, and a massive whirlpool appeared in the abyss of the sea thousands of meters away. In Lu Chanha's shocked gaze, a blood-red giant hand reached out from the whirlpool. The blood-red hand supported the surface of the sea, and a colossal figure slowly stood up, revealing its complete form after a few seconds. It was a blood man, a being entirely formed from the blood sea, towering at a height of 100 zhang. In the presence of such a massive entity, Lu Chanha felt his own insignificance for the first time. As small as an ant, even a single finger of the other was thicker than his entire body. As long as you can reduce its health by 30%, you will have passed my test, the old man said. Lu Chanha remained silent, quietly sipping the spirit wine. After failing twice, the information about the blood giant finally appeared. Abyss giant level, 90 health points, 50 billion attack, 2.2412 million physical defense, 1.1171 million magical defense, 1.0264 million skills, Abyss revival, despairing whale. Looking at the information, Lu Chanha's pupils constricted. Level 90, a myth-level powerhouse, with all attributes exceeding 1 million, and a health pool reaching 50 billion. He finally understood why the Lighthouse Kingdom had not completed the old man's test after so many years in the Black Abyss secret realm. The attributes were too monstrous, only a myth-level powerhouse could accomplish it. Seeing that Lu Chanha was not moving, the old man spoke, regretting it? I can let you attack him for a minute or even 5 minutes. Of course, if you choose to back down, this matter can also be dropped, and you can leave on your own. The old man's tone was calm, but the mockery in his words was palpable to Lu Chanha. Not regretting, just, Lu Chanha chuckled lightly, if I kill him, the old man shouldn't come looking for me, right? Lu Chanha's words left the old man momentarily stunned, his pale eyes lingering on Lu Chanha for a longer time. It seemed he wanted to see what gave Lu Chanha the audacity to say such bold words. Naturally, I won't blame you. On the contrary, I would be immensely pleased. Moreover, he is formed from the abyss of the sea. As long as the sea does not dry up, he will not die, the old man said. Lu Chanha nodded. He had also seen the abyss giant's still effect, abyss revival, which indeed allowed for infinite resurrection. The old man just said I could attack first. Is that still valid? Lu Chanha asked. Of course, it counts. You can attack for 5 minutes, the old man replied. 5 minutes? No need, 5 seconds will suffice. With Lu Chanha's words, he stepped forward, his sword pointing together. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, countless spirit swords flew out, and In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 spirit swords arrived above the abyssal sea, their ringing shattering the furious howls of the winds above. Go! Chu Chen whispered, and the myriad spirit swords paused for a moment before transforming into beams of sword light rushing towards the giant of the abyssal sea. 5 seconds? You really are. The old man finally snapped back to reality from Chu Chen's earlier words, but as he spoke, the scene before him left him completely stunned. Minus 29 million, true damage, minus 80.62 million, critical hit, true damage, minus 29 million, true damage. The myriad swords pierced through the massive body of the abyssal sea giant, and in an instant, the giant's health of 50 billion was completely drained. Boom. At the moment the health was emptied, the giant's massive body paused, then disintegrated, turning into countless streams of blood that fell down, creating towering waves that spread outwards. Chu Chen took a mana recovery potion and drank it, then turned to the old man with a smile and asked, "Elder, does that mean I've passed my test?" This test was impossible for others, but for him, who had true damage, it was not difficult. No matter how high the abyssal sea giant's health was, he could deal 29 million true damage with a single sword. Even without a critical hit, he only needed 1,725 strikes to take away 50 billion health. Not to mention the critical hits, his current critical hit rate had reached 39%, with an additional 39% critical damage increase, making his damage terrifying. You. The old man's eyes, which were clearly white, now revealed shock. But after the shock, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, good. Finally someone has avenged us. As he laughed, a tear of blood flowed from the old man's eyes. Although he was clearly laughing, Chu Chen could hear sorrow in that laughter. "Elder, who is your enemy?" "His name is Lester." Chu Chen waited for a while, but saw the old man just looking at him, which made him show a look of surprise. "That's it? No other information? Like his strength, where he is?" "I don't know, I only remember his name is Lester." The old man shook his head. Chu Chen fell silent. If this Lester was in the Black Abyss secret realm, perhaps he could still be found. If he was outside, it would be difficult. Moreover, this Lester's strength must be considerable. After all, this old man had the abyssal sea giant yet still couldn't take revenge. The opponent was at least a myth-level powerhouse, or even a god. "This can help you find him. As long as he is within 1,000 miles, there will be a response," the old man said, and something flew out from the abyssal sea, arriving before Chu Chen. "This is a tiger talisman?" Chu Chen's eyes widened. Although this item was somewhat damaged, he still recognized it. As he took it, a prompt popped up. "You have obtained the special quest item, Tiger Talisman, triggering the unique quest, The Roar of the Dead." The Roar of the Dead, unique quest. Buried in the endless abyss are countless soldiers of an ancient nation who, while battling monsters, fell victim to Lester's ambush and perished. However, Lester used powerful means to dissolve the flesh and blood of these soldiers, turning it into an endless sea of blood, and their souls are forever imprisoned, only able to emit the mournful cries of the dead. Find Lester and kill him. Quest reward, unknown. This abyssal sea, is it all transformed from the flesh and blood of my human ancestors? Chu Chen's heart trembled, unable to believe as he gazed at the abyssal sea before him. This sea was boundless, 100 fathoms deep. He could hardly imagine how many human ancestors it took to transform into this abyssal sea. What kind of terrifying war had occurred back then? Of course not. The old man shook his head. Chu Chen looked at the other person, remaining silent, while his heart began to speculate about the old man's identity. This 100 Zhang abyss, though it has 1,000,000 of our human race's flesh and blood, the flesh and blood of the alien races far exceeds that by 100-fold or more. As the old man spoke, a hint of pride rose on his face. Even the originally pale eyeballs gained a touch of black, a glimmer of spirit. But that touch of black quickly faded, and the glimmer of spirit vanished. The old man's words left Chu Chen even more shocked. 1,000,000 flesh and blood, 1,000,000 soldiers, yet they stand against over 100 million aliens. If it weren't for that Lester, these soldiers would not only survive but would likely slaughter those over 100 million aliens. "Old man, do you still remember which ancient country you came from?" Chu Chen asked. "I don't remember, I only remember revenge and going home," the old man said, becoming dazed. "But I can't go back." Chu Chen took a deep breath, gazing at the 100 Zhang abyss as if he could see countless soldiers struggling within. "Old man, I will definitely kill Lester," Chu Chen said earnestly. He didn't even care about the unknown rewards. Even if Lester were a god, he was determined to kill him. "Just do what you can. If you can't win, you can use the Tiger Talisman. We still have some strength left." The old man nodded. "Let's go." Chu Chen cupped his hands in salute and then turned to leave. As Chu Chen departed, the old man stood in place, letting the cold wind above the abyss brush against his body. "After so many years, finally, a junior has come to us. He is strong, you can rest assured. Our human race has produced another genius. They can't kill them all. We still have the strength to fight. We can't go back, but the juniors are still here. The human race is still here." The old man murmured, as if speaking to someone. The cold wind returned to the 100 Zhang abyss. "Is it the spirit of the ancestors?" Chu Chen returned to the chaotic star maze, his heart filled with speculation about the old man's identity, but then he shook his head. It no longer mattered. When he saw the 100 Zhang abyss, he deeply realized how brutal the battles were when the ancestors fought against the monsters. The ancestors were like this: even if their flesh turned into a sea of blood, they never retreated a single step. Their generation was the same. In that outer realm, who knows how many people built walls with their own flesh and blood. Even in their Azure Dragon Academy, each one a prodigy, clearly could live comfortably within the Great Xia territory due to their status, even wielding power. Yet they still rushed towards the outer realm one after another. What awaited them might be the sound of bells outside the cemetery of the Azure Dragon Academy. This bell sound Chu Chen had never heard. He hoped it would never ring. I am still too slow. It had only been about 2 months since he awakened, yet he still felt it was too slow. Moreover, there was someone in the outer realm waiting for him. That person was risking their life to make a name for him. Outside the secret realm, Xianzhou City Wall, who had been keeping an eye on the friend list, finally breathed a sigh of relief, for several hours had passed and their people from the Wa country had finally stopped dying. This time, 1,000 people from the Wa country entered the secret realm. 10 died in Happy Town, 101 in the chaotic star maze, and with other accidental deaths, only 701 remained. The secret realm had only just begun for 5 days, and this loss was already significant. He only hoped that fewer people would die in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Binghe, seeing the other person looking relaxed, which made him quite displeased. Speaking of which, only one person from the Great Xia had entered. Why had over 100 of their Wa country died while that lone survivor from Great Xia was still alive? Chen Binghe noticed Xianzhou City Wall looking over and smiled, asking, "What's wrong? More people dead? Humph, Ping Dong and the others just died by accident. They likely provoked that old man from the 100 Zhang Abyss." Xianzhou City Wall snorted. Fred, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. He had been discussing with Xianzhou City Wall what had happened in the chaotic star maze that led to the deaths of 100 people from the Wa country. 3 possibilities were ultimately discussed. The first was that Ping Dong and the others had violated the rules of the chaotic star maze and either died from the punishment of the rules or were killed by the goblins. However, Xianzhou Qingguang quickly dismissed this possibility. After all, the people of Wa Kingdom were not fools, and, knowing the rules, how could they still choose to violate them? The second possibility was that the chaotic star maze had encountered a monster attack, which had happened before, though the chances were low. The third was that Ping Gong and the others did not stay in the chaotic star maze but went to the 100 Zhang Abyss Sea, where they encountered that visitor, recklessly attempting to pass the others' test, resulting in their complete annihilation. After much thought, they felt the third possibility was the most likely. That old man in the 100 Zhang Abyss Sea clearly had a mission, but unfortunately, our Lighthouse Kingdom has tried many times over the years and failed each time. Fred sighed, to think that one needs to kill a level 90 monster to pass the test. Even when we had mythic level items back then, we couldn't complete it and ended up losing many people instead. Yes, we also lost a lot of people. It's really uncomfortable to know there's a mission but be unable to obtain it. Xianzhou Chengguang nodded. Moreover, whenever one encounters that old man, it's either passing the test or death. There's simply no other way. This is also why our Lighthouse Kingdom has completely given up on the chaotic star maze. Fred continued. If Chu Chen were here, he would surely be surprised, as the test he received was not like this at all. Not only did he only need to reduce the Abyss Giant's health by 30%, but the old man had also said that even if he didn't complete it, he could leave directly. The treatment between the two sides was completely different. I didn't expect you to leave such a good opportunity. Since you don't want it, we have the great Xiao will take it, Chen Bing has said with a smile. Fred and Xianzhou Chengguang remained silent, not caring at all. With just the great Xiao alone, they probably hadn't even stepped out of the Hell Road, let alone completed the 100 Zhang Abyss Sea's test. Chen Binghe noticed their disbelief but said no more, secretly laughing that Chu Chen must have already arrived at the chaotic star maze, and perhaps even gone to the 100 Zhang Abyss Sea, completing that old man's test and obtaining the mission. On the other side, Chu Chen had already returned to the bunker of the chaotic star maze. He planned to go directly to Huangming City, and there was a teleportation array within the bunker. The bunker had 3 levels. The first 2 were used for storing raw ores, and the teleportation array was on the 3rd level. Alright, I almost forgot to check the information on this tiger talisman. Chu Chen took out the tiger talisman and the spirit wine, quickly seeing the information on the talisman. Tiger talisman, damaged, mythic level, a tiger talisman from a powerful ancient nation capable of commanding 1,000,000 troops, but the army corresponding to this talisman has all perished. After use, it can awaken 1,000,000 military souls to fight again. This tiger talisman is only the left half of a complete talisman, with the left side in the hands of the general and the right side in the hands of the king. Even so, Chu Chen was surprised by this information. This tiger talisman was actually a mythic level item. Half of it was a mythic level item, and if it were a complete tiger talisman, it would probably be an item above mythic level. Another powerful item added. Unlike the elven task he received earlier, this tiger talisman, although also a task item, could be used by himself. After putting away the tiger talisman, Chu Chen arrived at the 3rd level, which was relatively spacious, with only a teleportation array present.
This teleportation array could be activated with just 10,000 black gold, yet that bull actually wanted to charge 1 pound of epic level star crystal, truly greedy. After consuming 10,000 black gold, the teleportation array was activated, and as Chu Chen stepped into it, everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a room. Hello, guest, welcome to the Goblin Pavilion. I am your exclusive guide, Ada, and I will introduce you to Huangming City. As soon as Chu Chen stepped down from the teleportation array, a goblin approached him with a smile. The Goblin Pavilion, which Chu Chen had heard about from Buer, was the Goblin clan's establishment within Huangming City. This confirmed that he had indeed arrived at Huangming City. However, the service at the Goblin Pavilion was quite good, and they even provided a guide. It made sense, under normal circumstances, using the teleportation array in the chaotic star maze required a payment of 10,000 black gold and 1 pound of epic grade star crystal. 10,000 black gold was a small amount, but 1 pound of epic grade star crystal was worth at least 10 million black gold, which made them a significant client for the Goblin Pavilion. Naturally, they would be warmly welcomed. However, Ada had no idea that Chu Chen had come here after exterminating the goblins in the chaotic star maze. If she knew, she might not be so enthusiastic. Then please introduce me to the rules of Huangming City, Chu Chen said. Having a free guide was the best, as it saved him the trouble of asking others. Sure, guest. The only rule in Huangming City is that fighting is prohibited. If a fight breaks out, the city guards will arrive immediately, Ada said. Even if you manage to escape Huangming City, it won't matter, as you will be marked by the rules and have nowhere to hide until you are killed. That rule is quite lenient, Chu Chen remarked. He had expected there to be rules that could lead to instant death, but simply prohibiting fighting didn't seem like much. The rules are set by the city lord, Ada replied with a smile. Chu Chen paused. Although she hadn't said much, her words implied that the city lord was the most powerful figure in Huangming City, as they had the authority to set the rules. If one were to provoke the city lord, any arbitrary rule they made could lead to unpredictable consequences for one's life. The city lord was the ultimate rule in Huangming City. May I ask what level of power the city lord possesses? Chu Chen inquired. Ada still wore a smile but extended her hand. Guest, your question is not part of my introduction. If you wish to know this, you will need to pay. Chu Chen realized, no wonder this goblin was so eager to provide a free introduction, it was all for profit. How much? Chu Chen asked. The city lord controls the rules of Huangming City, and we dare not speak carelessly about his information, Ada replied. But if the guest can give me 1 million black gold, I can inform you of the city lord's strength. Chu Chen looked at her deeply. She merely responded with a smile. Go ahead, Chu Chen said as he handed over 1 million black gold. If Ada knew what had happened in Happy Town, Beiping River, and the chaotic star maze, she would understand that those who took Chu Chen's money did not have a good ending. This money was essentially a life-buying fee. Ada accepted the 1 million black gold, her smile widening. This person was indeed a big client. Guest, the current city lord of Huangming City is a level 79 blood clan powerhouse. The city lord rarely makes appearances, but recently there has been an opportunity to meet him, Ada said. Since outsiders have come to Huangming City, the city lord holds a grand competition for strong individuals every 3 years. A competition for strong individuals? That's right. At that time, the city lord will set up a stage, and all the strong individuals in Huangming City can participate. If someone can win the championship, they will receive rewards from the city lord and even a chance to meet him. What kind of rewards? I don't know about that. Sometimes the reward is directly 10 million black gold, other times it could be legendary star crystals or some rare materials and items. Ada explained. Moreover, it is said that if one can achieve the championship, they might even receive a recommendation from the city lord to go to Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City? What kind of place is that? Chu Chen asked curiously. Guest, you may not know, but there are many cities like Huangming City on this endless wasteland. There are at least 800, if not 1,000. But there are only 5 main cities in the endless wasteland, and Tianyuan City is one of them. It is said that even mythical level powerhouses are countless there, and opportunities are everywhere along the roads. Our Huangming City is merely one of the subsidiary cities of Tianyuan City. If we could enter Tianyuan City and latch onto the thigh of a powerful person, the achievements we could attain would be unimaginable. Gu sighed as he spoke. Unfortunately, although Tianyuan City is above the endless wasteland, no one knows where it is except for the city lord. Chu Chen's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected there to be such a place as Tianyuan City. If given the chance, he naturally wanted to take a look. Gu then shared some information about Tianyuan City, but it was all hearsay, and its truthfulness was uncertain. Moreover, although there were 5 main cities, he didn't even know the names of the other 4. By the way, do you know how to obtain points? Chu Chen asked. Points? I've heard those outsiders mention it. It seems to be in the military arsenal to the north of the city. Chu Chen hadn't held out much hope, but he was surprised that the other party actually knew. He planned to check out the military arsenal later. You just said that one can't make a move within the city.
If someone were to attack and kill someone from the city outside, would they also be marked by the city's rules? Chu Chen inquired. That's an unusual question, but I do know the answer because such an incident has indeed occurred before, and the result was that the murderer was never found, Ida replied. Does the city lord not care? Care? Why should they care? What does it matter if a few die? As long as there isn't a large-scale death, it's fine, and, besides, they can't control it. Chu Chen nodded. From the other party's words, he understood that while the city lord could set the rules for Huangming City, they couldn't just make any rules they wanted, there must be limits. Perhaps the rule against fighting in the city was already the city lord's limit. Where are those outsiders? They are mostly to the north of the city. Do you need a map? Ida said, pulling out a map of Huangming City. It only costs 100,000. Black gold. Not expensive, I'll buy it. Chu Chen nodded with a smile. This goblin was quite good, remembering to ask him for money at this time. One last question, do you know a powerful person named Lester? I haven't heard that name before. Alright, thank you very much. I'll go take a stroll around Huangming City now, Chu Chen said. He didn't expect to find Lester so quickly. This Lester was at least a mythical level powerhouse and might even be a demigod. Perhaps he was in Tianyuan City. Seeing that Chu Chen was about to leave, Ida hurriedly said, by the way, guest, you must return to the city before nightfall. As darkness falls, many monsters will appear. Chu Chen acknowledged and then left. The Goblin Pavilion. Inside Huangming City, Chu Chen wandered around casually. The city looked quite similar to human cities, with various houses and shops on both sides. However, the inhabitants of these houses and shops were monsters from different races. These monsters noticed Chu Chen but appeared indifferent, clearly accustomed to the presence of humans. Or perhaps, even if some monsters harbored murderous intent towards him, they wouldn't dare act in Huangming City. Chu Chen turned a corner and then used the cloak of invisibility to transform himself into a tiger-headed man. Soon, he arrived at the north of the city but did not see anyone from the Wat Kingdom or the Lighthouse Kingdom. After asking a half-orc, he learned that people from these two countries rested in the military arsenal during the day and went out at night to hunt monsters in the darkness outside the city. Chu Chen wasn't surprised, although fighting was prohibited in Huangming City, these two countries' people certainly wouldn't dare stay at an inn, making the military arsenal the safest place. After walking for a while longer, Chu Chen arrived in front of a tall building. This was the military arsenal. Here, Chu Chen indeed saw many humans, all from the Lighthouse Nation and the Wokaku. Initially, these people paid no attention to Chu Chen's arrival as they knew that this military arsenal could only be used by their kind. However, when they saw Chu Chen walk in, many looked at him with mocking eyes. This tiger-headed man can't be thinking of gaining benefits from the military arsenal, can he? This is our human territory. Yeah, unless he has also opened the Points Mall, but only we humans have the Points Mall. Who cares, let's just not provoke him, otherwise, it would be terrible if we got caught by the city guards. Chu Chen scanned the crowd, noticing that the majority were from the Lighthouse Nation, with about 5,000 having entered, now roughly 4,900 remained. The Wokaku fared worse, with just over 700 left, more than 100 of whom were killed by Chu Chen. They are all here. Chu Chen grinned, the illusion of the tiger-headed man revealing sharp teeth, which made the people from both nations think that Chu Chen was warning them. Many were displeased but dared not show it. Chu Chen then looked at the crowd and asked, who is your leader? Here's an extra chapter, thanks for your support. Chu Chen's question caused a momentary pause among the more than 5,000 people, many of whom turned to look at their leader. Your Excellency, I am Angus, the captain of the Lighthouse Nation. May I ask what the matter is? Angus stepped forward with his people, asking Chu Chen while also feeling wary. They had no entanglements with these half-beasts, and if the other party came looking for trouble, they could only endure. There was no choice, fighting was not allowed in this city of Huangming. And them? Chu Chen glanced at Angus, memorizing his face, then pointed towards the Wokaku side. Your Excellency, I am Musashi Haijo, the captain of the Wokaku. A short man stepped forward. Chu Chen recognized the name. It had been mentioned by some Wokaku bandits back in Happy Town, but he did not know what the person looked like. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask. Chu Chen waved his hand. There was no need for any schemes to find out who the leaders of these two nations were, a direct question would suffice. Angus and Musashi Haijo exchanged glances, both seeing the dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. They had been toyed with by this half-beast. But what could they do about their displeasure? Did they dare to act? They could only suppress their feelings. Meanwhile, Chu Chen began to survey the entire military arsenal. The military arsenal was quite spacious. It could accommodate not just 5,000 people but even 100,000. The most eye-catching were the stone platforms. Chu Chen had just seen many people standing on the platforms, which should be the places for exchanging points. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Chen approached one of the stone platforms and was about to step up when a Wokaku bandit spoke up. Your Excellency, this military arsenal can only be used by our humans. You cannot use it, the bandit said. Chu Chen glanced at him and then stepped directly onto the stone platform. Just as the crowd looked on with mocking eyes, the platform suddenly lit up, a beam of light enveloping Chu Chen. They could no longer see him, but Chu Chen could still see them. How is this possible? Only humans can activate the exchange platform, isn't he a half-beast? Why? Can he do it too? Impossible, there have been half-beasts who tried before, but the exchange platform didn't respond at all. Something's off, this half-beast must have a secret. Not good. If this half-beast can activate the exchange platform, then in the future, other half-beasts might be able to do so too, which would be a huge loss for us. As everyone was shocked, their gazes towards Chu Chen grew more hostile. This military arsenal was theirs, and they would not allow outsiders to interfere. We must find a way to capture this half-beast, preferably to understand why he can activate the exchange platform. Angus looked at Musashi Pingzhang and said in a deep voice, but we can't make a move inside the city, we can only act if he leaves the city. Musashi Pingzhang replied helplessly, then we wait for him to leave the city. If he doesn't, we need to find a way to lure him out. No one knows how many good things are in this military arsenal, and with these half-orcs added, we'll end up with even less, Angus said coldly. Musashi Pingzhang nodded, and the two began to discuss how to lure Chu Chen out of the city. Chu Chen, of course, was unaware of this. If he had known, he would have been quite pleased. After the exchange stone platform was activated, a light screen popped up. Since the military arsenal is not fully open and only the basic functions have been activated, you can choose regular purchase, advanced purchase, or top purchase. Regular purchase, spend 100 black gold. With a 99% chance of obtaining a regular grade item, and a 1% chance of obtaining an advanced grade item. Advanced purchase, spend 10,000 black gold. With an 80% chance of obtaining a regular grade item, 15% for advanced, 4% for rare, and 1% for epic. Top purchase, spend 1 million black gold, with a 50% chance of obtaining a regular grade item, 25% for advanced, 10% for rare, 4% for epic, and 1% for legendary. Looking at the information that popped up, Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. This thing actually required spending money. So everything in the military arsenal had to be obtained through a lottery? Just as he was thinking, suddenly Chu Chen felt a stir in his heart and hurriedly took out the tiger talisman from his storage ring. At that moment, the tiger talisman was emitting a faint spiritual light. The instant the tiger talisman appeared, Chu Chen felt as if the entire military arsenal had paused and the content on the light screen changed. Tiger talisman detected. You automatically gain 50% access to the military arsenal, unlocking various functions. Supply function, once activated, you can directly view all supplies in the military arsenal. Purchase function, once activated, you can directly spend black gold to purchase anything in the military arsenal. Restriction function, once activated, you can restrict any target from using the military arsenal functions. Storage function, once activated, you can store supplies in the military arsenal and set prices for them. The light screen displayed over 30 functions, and Chu Chen stared blankly at the tiger talisman. So this military arsenal is a resource repository of those ancestors from the 100 Zhang Abyss? Chu Chen understood. No wonder there was a military arsenal here that only humans could use. This military arsenal originally belonged to the human race, a supply depot for that million-strong army, and naturally, it was not for foreign races to use. Chu Chen spent some time familiarizing himself with the various functions of the military arsenal. His access came from the tiger talisman, but he only had half of it. The other half was in the king's hands. If he guessed correctly, the other half of the tiger talisman would grant 100% access to the military arsenal. After all, it was the king's talisman. So even though he had 50% access, he couldn't just take whatever he wanted. This access was meant for the commander of the army, but even the commander needed to spend black gold to obtain items from the military arsenal. After figuring this out, Chu Chen began to set the functions of the military arsenal. All functions are not activated. Additionally, set it so that no one else can use the military arsenal functions except me. The Lighthouse Kingdom and the Woku didn't know how many good things they had obtained from the military arsenal. It was fine that he hadn't come before, but since he was here now, he certainly wouldn't give them another chance. After setting it up, Chu Chen also opened the supplies section of the military arsenal. There were many items listed, from regular grade to advanced, and even up to legendary grade, and Chu Chen even saw legendary grade star crystal stones. He merely glanced over these items until he saw the purpose of entering the Black Abyss secret realm this time. Points. Only after opening the points mall can purchases be made. 1 point equals 10 black gold, current stock 53.112 billion. Looking at the stock quantity, Chu Chen was shocked. It is known that in the points mall 500 million points would be enough for him to purchase the mythical spirit wine blueprint, yet the point stock in the military arsenal amounts to over 500 billion. This means he could buy more than 100 mythical spirit wine blueprints. Moreover, the points in the military arsenal must have been more than 500 billion at the start, as it was originally meant to supply 1 million soldiers. It is likely that at its peak, the points in the military arsenal exceeded trillions. How powerful must that ancient nation be to have so many points as resources for its army? It should be noted that when he was in Deer City, he only obtained over 6 million points. And this ancient nation surely has more than just this one army and this one military arsenal. If every military arsenal is like this, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh, as if he saw a formidable empire standing tall in the river of history. Even gods would have to bow before it. Chu Chen began to count the black gold on him. He had a total of 34.93 million black gold, which would convert to 3.493 million points if fully exchanged. Adding to the over 6 million points he already had, his points barely broke 10 million. 10 million points are not enough, at least 500 million points are needed. Unfortunately, points can only be purchased with black gold, and black gold must be obtained by killing monsters. This should be a military merit system established by that ancient nation. If you want resources, you must kill monsters. The more monsters you kill, the more black gold you earn, and naturally, you can purchase more resources in the military arsenal. I must find a way to get more black gold. Chu Chen couldn't help but think of Huangmeng City, or more precisely, the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion should have a lot of black gold. Task function activated. There are new tasks, please check them yourself. At this moment, a prompt popped up on the military arsenal screen, and Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew about the task function, he had half the permissions and could use the task function to issue tasks. However, he couldn't complete the tasks he issued himself, otherwise he wouldn't have to worry about black gold. He could just issue various simple tasks and set generous rewards, getting them for free. Besides the tasks he issued, the military arsenal would also randomly generate tasks, which he could complete. Thinking about this, Chu Chen opened the task section to check, and only 2 tasks appeared. Task 1, kill the city lord of Huangmeng City. Upon completion, you will receive 10 million points. Task 2, hunt monsters. With a time limit of 3 days, different point rewards will be given based on the number, level, and grade of the monsters hunted. Upon seeing the first task, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He had already considered killing the city lord of Huangmeng City, and now this task further solidified his intention. As for the second task, it didn't have specific requirements. It just required hunting monsters, and fortunately, the reward was also points. Accept. Chu Chen directly accepted both tasks. Ding, you have received 2 new tasks, please check them yourself. After he accepted the tasks, a screen popped up in front of him, leaving Chu Chen momentarily stunned. He had thought that the military arsenal's tasks were like those of the previous professional guilds and would not appear on his panel. But now it seemed he was mistaken, these tasks were indeed real professional tasks. This military arsenal is not simple. Chu Chen thought to himself, the difficulty of obtaining professional tasks is extremely high. And the only professional task an ordinary person might encounter in their lifetime is the breakthrough task. Even for him, he had only taken on 2 unique missions so far, in addition to the task he received during the monster siege in Deer City. But the fact that the military arsenal's task could be directly converted into a professional task changed everything. Perhaps professional tasks weren't as rare as they are now. Maybe something happened that caused them to become scarce? Chu Chen speculated in his heart, while taking out an epic level spirit wine to drink. As he finished a jar of spirit wine, he finally triggered his talent, and the information about the military arsenal appeared before him. Military Arsenal, ID 95474, a rule artifact crafted by a powerful ancient nation, used for storing war supplies, possessing strong protection and numerous functions. Upon seeing the information about the military arsenal, even though Chu Chen was prepared, he was still taken aback. An artifact. This military arsenal was actually an artifact. Just how powerful was that ancient nation to have a military arsenal for storing supplies that was an artifact? Moreover, judging by the arsenal's ID, there were nearly 100,000 such artifacts. Yet, such a powerful ancient nation still vanished into the annals of history, which made Chu Chen more acutely aware of the strength of the foreign races. No wonder the military arsenal's task can directly become a professional task. It turns out this is actually a rule artifact. At the same time, Chu Chen understood why the military arsenal had remained intact in this abyssal secret realm for so many years. Just the title of artifact was not something ordinary foreign races could touch. Unfortunately, although he had half the authority of the military arsenal, he could not bring it back to the Great Xia. He didn't know if the Great Xia had artifacts. Even if it did, it certainly wouldn't mind having one more. It's time to consider what to do next. Originally, he had only 2 purposes for coming to the abyssal secret realm. The first was to gain a large number of points, and now that he had found a way to earn points, that goal was half accomplished. The second purpose was to seize the myth-level items from the Lighthouse Nation and the Yamato Nation to complete the boundary-breaking task. Now, he had 2 more objectives: to kill the Lord of Huangmeng City and to find and kill Lester. Points can't be rushed. The Lord of Huangmeng City usually doesn't show himself, so I can wait for the strong competition to approach him and then deal with him. As for Lester, his whereabouts are uncertain. He may not even be in this abyssal secret realm. So, the next step is to seize the myth-level items from the Lighthouse Nation and the Yamato Nation to complete the boundary-breaking task. Shu Chen glanced at the people from the Lighthouse Nation and the Yamato Nation outside. He had initially planned to leave Huangming City and kill those inside from outside the city. This was also why he had asked Ida whether killing those inside from outside would be marked by the rules. But now he suddenly changed his mind because he noticed that the people from these two nations were watching him closely. They must see that I am a foreign race but can use the military arsenal, so they have murderous intentions towards me. Shu Chen understood in his heart that although he was of the human race, he was currently transformed into a tiger-headed man. They wouldn't dare to act against me inside the city, they would likely try to lure me outside. A smirk appeared on Shu Chen's lips. If that were the case, it would save him time, and he could directly kill these people outside the city. But I need to add some fuel to the fire. With that thought, Shu Chen held an epic level star crystal in his hand, which should be enough to provoke those guys. Then, he closed the light curtain of the military arsenal and the light column enveloping him dissipated, revealing his figure. What human-exclusive military arsenal? It's not like I, Lord Tiger, haven't benefited from it. As everyone turned to look, Shu Chen wore a defiant expression and tossed the epic level star crystal in his right hand. Epic level star crystal, damn, this half-beastman can really use the military arsenal. He can activate the military arsenal, so naturally he can use it. But I didn't expect he would actually obtain an epic star crystal. Before we entered, our Lighthouse Nation could bring in all the black gold we had previously acquired, but after spending it all, the best we could get was rare level items. What kind of luck does he have? Looking at the epic star crystal in Shu Chen's hand, everyone was envious, especially those from the Lighthouse Nation. They had discovered the Black Abyss secret realm for over 300 years and naturally had stored quite a bit of black gold. This time they came in hoping to take a gamble, bringing along 30 million black gold. However, after using it for 30 top-tier purchases, the best equipment and items they obtained were only rare level. If there hadn't been a comparison, it would have been fine, but now this half-orc had actually obtained an epic star crystal from the military arsenal, instantly throwing their mindset out of balance. By the way, do you know what the points are for? Shu Chen spoke again. I got 50 million points, but unfortunately, I don't know what they're for. What? 50 million points? This statement directly broke everyone's defenses. Angus and Musashi Pingzhang's pupils also shrank upon hearing Shu Chen's words. They had only obtained a little over 500,000 points this time, and that was the total for all of them combined. Yet this half-orc was telling them he had 50 million points? What a joke! Because the number was so exaggerated. Angus and Musashi Pingzhang were filled with disbelief after a brief moment of surprise. If the other party had obtained several 100,000 points, they might still believe it, but 50 million points were simply impossible. Moreover, the other party was a half-orc who didn't even have a point shop. How could it be? Well, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, he could use the military arsenal. Angus and Musashi Pingzhang exchanged glances. Although they knew 50 million points were indeed impossible, their desire to kill Shu Chen grew even stronger. Shu Chen noticed the expressions of the crowd and smiled inwardly. He naturally knew that saying 50 million points was a bit exaggerated, but millions of points were indeed real. Moreover, he was just using this method to further solidify their murderous intent towards him, hoping that everyone would go out of the city to kill him. Your human military arsenal is quite good. I'll come back to stock up later. Shu Chen said another provocative remark, then laughed wildly as he walked out of the military arsenal. Angus and Musashi Pingzhang exchanged glances, and then more than 10 people from each side quietly followed Shu Chen. Although they weren't allowed to make a move inside the city, they could first figure out Shu Chen's background and then find a way to lure him out of the city. Outside the military arsenal, Shu Chen naturally noticed that someone was following him, which made him smile. Since you're here, I'll give you a chance. With that thought, Shu Chen continued to wander aimlessly around the city, varying his speed and occasionally taking a detour. This guy isn't stupid, he's currently taking a detour to shake us off, one of the pirates following Shu Chen said. So he realized we were onto him? No, he just suspects we might be watching him, he's not sure. The detour is probably just him being overly cautious. Just as the pirate was speaking, he suddenly exclaimed, "Not good, where is he? Why can't I see him?" The others' expressions also changed. They had clearly seen Shu Chen bargaining with a half-orc at a stall just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Everyone hurriedly looked around, not to mention Shu Chen. Even the tiger-headed man was gone. What happened to the tiger-headed man who was just talking to you? A few of them rushed to the stall, where Shu Chen had just stopped to ask the stall owner. The stall owner was a minotaur, who had thought he was getting business, but was surprised to find they were just inquiring about his presence. I don't know, the minotaur snorted coldly. Being from different races, they had little goodwill towards these foreign humans. Moreover, he wasn't foolish. These humans were clearly tracking that tiger-headed man from earlier. Although he had argued with the tiger-headed man, it was merely a dispute over prices, and compared to the humans, the tiger-headed man, being a half-beast, was naturally closer to him. You, what? Do you want to make a move? Go ahead and try. In the face
Of the anger from the pirates and the people of the lighthouse nation, the bull-headed man showed nothing but disdain. The crowd naturally dared not act, seeing that this bull-headed man would not divulge anything, and they stopped asking. Let's search around first, you two. Go back and notify. Then, one person from the pirates and one from the lighthouse nation ran towards the armory while the others continued their search. As for Chu Chen, he stood less than 10 meters away from them, watching with great interest. However, at this moment, Chu Chen was no longer the tiger-headed man but a werewolf, and they naturally could not find him. Let's make you all a bit anxious first. Chu Chen ignored these people, glanced at the sky, and saw it was still noon. He casually found a tavern, ordered some food and drinks, and waited. Soon, 5 hours passed, and there were about 2 hours left until dark. By then, the city gates would close, and a large number of monsters from the darkness would appear outside the city of Huangmeng. Armory. Haven't found anything yet? Angus asked his subordinates. Sir, we have expanded the search area, but we still haven't found that tiger-headed man. Angus's face darkened. He had sent out more than 20 people, and they had lost track of him. Were they all a bunch of useless eaters? Musashi, how's it going on your side? Angus looked at Musashi Pingjiang. We haven't received any news either. It's a pity, Huangmeng City isn't small, and if the other party hides casually, it's very hard for us to find them. Musashi Pingjiang said helplessly. Moreover, this isn't our territory, and there are many places we simply can't search. Angus naturally knew this, but giving up like this was very frustrating. All along, they in the lighthouse nation had regarded the armory as their treasure trove. Adding a country like Japan was one thing, as they couldn't possibly stay in the abyssal secret realm forever. But the half-beasts were different. They were the natives of the abyssal secret realm and had always been within it. He feared that the next time the abyssal secret realm opened again, when the people of the lighthouse nation came to the armory, they would find it completely empty. But now that they had lost track, he had no choice but to continue searching later. If they couldn't find him, he would have to report this matter when he returned. While Angus was deep in thought, suddenly 2 people rushed in from outside. We found him, Captain. We found that tiger-headed man. One of them shouted as soon as he entered. Upon hearing this, Angus and Musashi Pingjiang's eyes lit up. Found him? Where? Angus asked one of them, who was from the lighthouse nation. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Is it really him? Musashi Pingjiang looked at the other person, who was from Japan. It was the same, the two had shouted directly at the entrance because both sides knew. Captain, he's at the city gate. The tiger-headed man has left the city. That's right. Although he made some disguises, we still recognized him. It's definitely him, and our people have already followed him. The two said in unison. Angus and Musashi Pingjiang exchanged glances. They had previously sent out hundreds of people to find Chu Chen, and naturally, they had not overlooked the city gate. Although they had found him, Angus frowned. Left the city? There are less than 2 hours until dark. Why would he leave the city at this time? As a native of the abyssal secret realm, the tiger-headed man couldn't possibly be unaware of how dangerous it was outside the city after dark, yet he still chose to leave. A slight misstep could lead to death outside. Is it possible that he has to leave the city? Musashi Pingjiang suggested. Angus wasn't foolish. He quickly understood the other party's meaning. Are you saying that the secret to using the military arsenal is just outside the city, and that he is risking leaving the city at this time has something to do with it getting dark? Exactly. I don't know what the secret is, but it should be related to the darkness. Perhaps he has colluded with those monsters lurking in the shadows. After all, they are all monsters. Musashi Haishu nodded. Angus remained silent, pondering. The question before them was whether they should follow. Following would certainly uncover the half-orc's secret, but it could also lead to danger, especially since it was getting dark soon. What do you think? Angus asked Musashi Haishu. We from Yamato have no intention of going. Even if the half-orc can use the military arsenal, it won't significantly affect us, so there's no need to take the risk. Musashi Haishu shook his head. Angus frowned. He knew the other was speaking the truth. Although Yamato could also use the military arsenal, all the gains would have to be shared with their lighthouse nation, otherwise they wouldn't have agreed to let Yamato in. The gains were already minimal, and even if they were completely lost in the end, it wouldn't be a significant loss. But the losses for lighthouse nation would be substantial, as they had always treated the military arsenal as their own. After pondering for a long time, Angus finally shook his head helplessly. Forget it, it's indeed too risky to leave the city now. He will definitely return, so we can just keep watching. Alright, it's almost dark. I'll take my men out for a bit of leisure. Those monsters are not easy to deal with. Musashi Haishu nodded. Speaking of monsters, our weapon durability has decreased quite a bit from the previous battles. Since we have time, we should go repair them, Angus said. Subsequently, both sides led their men out of the military arsenal, heading in different directions. A quarter of an hour later, outside the city, Musashi Haishu, leading 100 men, looked at Angus with his 100 men, and both sides fell into silence.
Musashi Haishu, didn't you say you weren't going? Angus, didn't you say you weren't going? The two fell silent again.
Outside Huangming City, 200 figures swept across the sky, heading in the same direction.
These 200 people were naturally from Yamato and Lighthouse Nation. Musashi, Haishu and Angus no longer dwelled on the earlier awkwardness. Both sides understood each other without needing to say more. We are already 100 miles from Huangming City. It's indeed strange for that half-orc to have run this far.
Angus spoke, and he also noticed the marks left by those who had followed earlier.
If it were too close to Huangming City, that would be odd.
After all these years, he couldn't be the only one to discover that secret.
Musashi Haishu replied.
Musashi, once we catch him, we from
Lighthouse Nation need to ask first.
Angus looked at him, his gaze turning colder.
Musashi Haishu's eyes flickered. He naturally understood the other's thoughts. Although he
was reluctant, there was indeed no way around it. After all, this abyssal secret realm originally belonged to Lighthouse Nation.
Rest assured, Lord Angus, I know what to do. Musashi Haishu smiled and nodded.
He had considered eliminating Angus and his group here to monopolize the half-orc secret.
But that was simply unrealistic. Both sides had
similar numbers and strength, but Angus possessed myth-level artifacts, making him not so easy to kill. As long as one person was let go, once they left the abyssal secret realm, Yamato would face threats from Lighthouse Nation, which would be a loss that outweighed the gain. Angus was quite satisfied with Musashi Haishu's attitude, although he knew the other was unhappy. He didn't care at all. Since they were to be Lighthouse Nation's dogs, they needed to understand their place. The group flew for a while longer, stopping 200
miles from Huangming City.
Captain, that half-orc is in the forest ahead. There's a cave there, and he's inside.
2 people from the Lighthouse Nation and the Woku
approached. Our people are watching from a distance, without letting him notice.
Well done. After this matter is resolved, you will all receive generous rewards, Angus said.
Looking at Musashi Haishu, Musashi, we will act together shortly.
Don't worry, after we have questioned him, I will hand that half-orc over to you. Musashi Haishu nodded.
With a cold face, Angus would indeed hand the half-orc over to him, but it would certainly be a corpse by then. However, he could not refuse. If this matter went awry, the Lighthouse Nation would not spare the Woku either. That despicable Angus had no credit at all. He had promised not to come, yet he sneaked over. If you had said earlier that you were coming, I wouldn't have had to bring people along. Cursing inwardly, Musashi Haishu still cooperated with Angus, signaling everyone to disperse and surround the forest.
More than 200 people, a bit fewer than expected. I thought everyone would come.
Inside a cave in the forest, Chu-Chin was drinking spirit wine, already aware of the
arrival of the Lighthouse Nation and the Woku.
Or rather, he had been secretly controlling the spirit swords to keep an eye on them since they left the city. Although there were fewer people, Chu-Chin didn't mind, as long as Musashi Haishu and Angus were among them.
Since you're here, then don't go back.
As Chu-Chin spoke, 200 spirit swords appeared before him. In the next moment, the 200 spirit swords trembled, then exploded on the spot, turning into countless streams of spirit light that vanished without a trace. At the same time, Musashi Haishu and Angus, who were approaching Chu-Chin with their subordinates, froze in place, various statuses appearing above their heads. Dizziness, stiffness, taunt, fear, blindness, confinement, more than 20 types of negative statuses hung over them, making them experience the feeling of their souls being exiled. This was the effect of Chu-Chen's use of the sword curse skill. Sword curse, a unique skill of the wine sword immortal, using the sword as a medium to cast a curse. It can consume a spirit sword with the sword immortal mark to apply the sword curse to a target, causing the target to randomly receive statuses such as silence, dizziness, freezing, confinement, blindness, disarmament, repulsion, etc. The duration is determined by the level difference between both parties, lasting a minimum of 0.1 seconds, and this skill has no cooldown. At the moment these statuses were applied, the void around the two twisted, and then an invisible sword appeared. Sizzle! The sword light flashed, and the health bars of the two were instantly emptied. But neither of them died. Their health was forcibly set to 1 point, and they began to rapidly recover health, also being in a state of damage immunity. Chu-Chin was not surprised by this. He had plenty of life-saving methods himself, let alone these two. However, life-saving methods were ultimately temporary and could not last long. If the two were in a conscious state, they might still have a chance to escape with myth-level items. But now, Chu-Chin unleashed another 200 spirit swords, continuing to inflict various negative statuses on the two. The sword curse is really useful, just a bit costly on swords, Chu-Chin thought to himself, but exchanging some novice swords for myth-level items was still very worthwhile. Meanwhile, the other 200 people also noticed the unusual situation of Musashi Haishu and Angus. Not good, there's Ga. Before one of them could finish speaking, his head was pierced by an invisible sword and his health bar was emptied, losing all vitality. Chu-Chin naturally did not forget about these 200 people. The invisible swords had long been prepared, mercilessly reaping the lives of these individuals. These people did not have the life-saving methods that Musashi Haishu and Angus possessed, and not even knowing where the enemy was, they were completely at the mercy of slaughter. In less than 3 seconds, all 200 people perished.
At this moment, Musashi Haishu and Angus were still under various control effects. They knew they were in danger but could not shake off these control effects. Berserk body? They used it, and it was the effect of a mythic level item's invulnerability. Yet it was still ineffective. They remained under control. It seems the control effect of the sword spell takes precedence over invulnerability, Chu Chen thought to himself. Although invulnerability provides immunity to control, it depends on who is applying the control. If a divine powerhouse casts a control on you, unless you are also a divine powerhouse, your invulnerability is useless. And Chu Chen's sword spell skill was clearly very domineering. Even the invulnerability effect from a mythic level item was ineffective. In the next moment, Chu Chen unleashed 200 spirit swords, keeping the two of them under control. 10 seconds passed and the immunity to damage status on them finally disappeared, while Chu Chen unleashed 2,000 spirit swords. But that was the end of it. Swish, swish. 2 beams of swordlight flashed by, and Musashi Haijo and Angus, still under the control effect, froze, their health bars completely emptied, losing all vitality. However, Chu Chen did not rush. Instead, he unleashed another 2,000 spirit swords, waited 10 seconds, and confirmed that the two were truly dead before stopping. It seems there are no means of resurrection. Chu Chen flashed to the corpses of the two. He then began to loot, searching through everything they had. Of course, what Chu Chen was most concerned about was the mythic level items. When he opened the storage rings of the two and saw the contents inside, a smile appeared on his face. Mythic level items in hand. Here's an extra chapter thanks to the support of the readers. During this entry into the Abyssal Secret Realm, the Wokaku brought 2 mythic level items, while the Lighthouse Nation brought 3 mythic level items. However, just now, Musashi Haijo and Angus each used 1 to save their lives, leaving 3 remaining. Chu Chen glanced at the effects of these 3 mythic level items. All were offensive, and what he lacked the least was attack damage. Just right for completing the breakthrough task. With that thought, Chu Chen opened the breakthrough task and then submitted it. You are submitting a task, please. Select 3 mythic level items from your possession. After selection, the 3 mythic level items will disappear. Naturally, Chu Chen chose the 3 he had just obtained. As he confirmed his selection, the 3 mythic level items transformed into countless spirit lights, one merging into Chu Chen's body, one turning into a scroll, and the other becoming a piece of equipment. Your breakthrough task has been successfully completed. You have received the reward, Profession-Specific Talent Awakening Scroll, Profession-Specific Equipment, can grow, free attribute points x 5000. Your level has successfully reached level 40. Each of your attributes increases by 100 and you gain 200 free attribute points. Let's see what the new talent is. Chu Chen picked up the Profession-Specific Talent Awakening Scroll and then used it. You have used the Profession-Specific Talent Awakening Scroll and gained a new talent, Sacrificial Wine. Sacrificial Wine, exclusive talent for the Wine Sword Immortal. As a Wine Immortal, you can communicate with the long river of history through the sacrifice of spirit wine, invoking the will of your ancestors to summon their projections. The higher the grade of the sacrifice spirit wine, the stronger the ancestors you can summon, and the duration of their presence varies based on the strength of the ancestors. Is this a summoning type talent? Chu Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected his profession to have such a talent. I can try different grades of spirit wine to see what level of powerhouse can be summoned. Chu Chen thought, then looked at the new growable exclusive equipment. Xianyu Sword Pendant, rare level, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal profession, Spirit plus 2000, Trait 1, increases mana cap by 20%, Trait 2, reduces mana consumption by 20%, current effect at level 40, to grow to epic level requires, level 60. Not bad, with this equipment, my mana has also surpassed 40,000. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. After reaching level 40, the number of spirit swords he could control had reached 200,000. But all along, due to insufficient mana, he had hardly any opportunity to unleash his full power. This piece of equipment could alleviate some of the mana shortage. With the Xianyu sword pendant hanging at his waist, Chu Chen finally opened the panel, first allocating all his free attribute points. Name: Chu Chen. Occupation: Wine Sword Immortal, unique. Level 40 health, 36,550 mana, 43,860 strength, 17,795 agility, 3,655 constitution, 3,655 spirit, 3,655 intelligence, 1,655 physical attack, 35,590. Magical attack, 3,310 physical defense, 3,655 magical defense, 3,655 damage bonus, 2,960 times skills, sword spell, immortal wind cloud technique, destiny sword chi. Click to view remaining skills, talents, wine immortal, sword immortal, falling mortal, sword heart, sword intent, wine tasting and recognition, sacrificial wine. The attributes had increased significantly again. Although the recent explosion of 4,000 spirit swords had reduced the damage bonus by 40 times, the damage itself had not decreased. Instead, it had increased quite a bit. Breakthrough successful. Next, I can continue to gain experience by farming monsters.
Chu Chen closed the attribute interface, then took out a jar of high-grade spirit wine, which was the worst spirit wine he had on him.
Let's try the sacrificial wine talent. Chu Chen held the wine
jar with both hands, his expression serious. With this high-grade spirit wine, may the ancestors descend. You have used the sacrificial wine talent, communicating with the river of history using high-grade spirit wine.
Talent triggered successfully, and ancestors will as cast its gaze upon you.
As the prompt appeared, the spirit wine in Chu Chen's hands transformed into countless light points, slowly coalescing into the phantom of a middle-aged man,
holding a long knife.
At the same time, the information about the figure appeared before him. Namewha Lin, Ancestor Projection, Level 68 Health, 10 million Attack, 69,547 Physical Defense, 16,587 Magical Defense, 10,958. Chu Chen was astonished. He hadn't expected that just a high-grade spirit wine could summon a level 68 Ancestor powerhouse.
If it were a mythic-grade spirit wine, could it directly summon a divine-level Ancestor powerhouse?
Chu Chen tried to communicate with the figure but found that it did not respond.
However, if he issued a combat command, it would comply.
The projection lasted for half an hour before slowly dissipating, but Chu Chen knew this was because there had been no combat. If there had been a fight, the projection would have lasted only 5 minutes at best.
I still need to gather more spirit wine. I don't expect to get mythic grade spirit wine for now, but I can manage to get some legendary grade spirit wine.
Even if I don't drink it myself, I can use it to activate my talents. Thinking this, Chu Chen continued to loot the corpses. Over
200 bodies didn't take him much time.
After counting, he found that the haul was not small. Besides 3 mythic grade items, there were over 2 million black gold, along with various items and equipment,
including some legendary grade ones.
No wonder Musashi Pingjiang and Angus only brought 100 people out. It turns out they didn't have enough black gold.
Chu Chen realized entering the city required paying 10,000 black gold.
If they truly brought out a few thousand people, they wouldn't have enough money to enter the city.
Bringing out over 200 people was already the limit for both sides. After counting everything,
Chu Chen looked at the sky. It had darkened, and there was only about half an hour until complete darkness. He had no intention of returning to Huangmeng City. After all, he was farming monsters, and it didn't matter whether he farmed inside or outside the city. Soon, half an hour passed, and darkness completely enveloped the land. Chu Chen found himself in the dark, with visibility of only about 10 meters. With a thought, a series of spirit swords floated around him. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, monsters charged in, but before they could get close to Chu Chen, they were struck down by the spirit sword. You have killed a level 68 Black Abyss Wolf, rare, experience points plus 145, gained additional experience points plus 100. You have killed a level 65 Corrupted Skeleton General, epic, experience points plus 130, gained additional experience points plus 1000. You have killed a level 70 Wailing Mad Lion, legendary, experience points plus 155, gained additional experience points plus 10,000. A series of notifications popped up. In the darkness, the sword light swept through at will, and the sword energy rampaged, leaving countless monsters dead in its wake. This really is a leveling paradise. Chu Chen watched as his experience points rapidly increased, a smile on his face. The monsters here seemed endless. Even though he couldn't see the situation in the darkness, a single wave of sword energy would take down a large number of them. Of course, facing so many monsters, he would occasionally be attacked, but with the 70 million health points of the Qingshan Blood Bowl from the sacrificial crystal, no monster could take him down in one hit. Once the Qingshan Blood Bowl's health dropped to 50 million, he would unleash a wooden spirit sword energy to fully restore its health. While Chu Chen was diligently leveling up outside the secret realm, Fred and Xianzhoucheng were on the verge of going mad. Outside the secret realm, the three were originally chatting casually when suddenly Fred and Xianzhoucheng's bodies stiffened, their expressions changing drastically. Chen Binghe noticed this and felt a stir in his heart. Could it be? What's wrong? Chen Binghe asked, pretending to know nothing. Lord Fred, has something happened in Huangmeng City? Our Musashi Pingjiang and over 100 others from our country just died, Xianzhoucheng said urgently, looking at Fred. It was only then that Fred came to his senses, glancing at his friend list, which now had over 100 gray avatars, especially Angus's avatar, which had also turned gray. We lost over 100 people here too, and Angus is dead. Fred gritted his teeth. Shen Zhoucheng took a deep breath. Thankfully, it wasn't just their country that was in trouble. No, it didn't matter that people from Lighthouse Country had died. What mattered was that their own people were in danger, and the leader, Musashi Pingjiang, was dead. No way? You didn't prepare any mythical grade items? Chen Binghe frowned, but inside he was overjoyed. If he guessed correctly, it should be that kid Chu Chen's doing. But this kid was quite impressive, directly killing over 100 people from both Lighthouse Country and their own. It was likely for the mythical grade items. After all, the other side had asked him about them before, but he didn't know why Chu Chen wanted them. Chen Binghe's words were also a point of confusion for Fred and Xian Zhoucheng. Although it wasn't like Daxia had given Chu Chen 7 mythical great items, which included the Cloak of Invisibility, Invincible Crystal, Mythical Seal, Heaven and Earth Ban, 7-Star Lantern, Forbidden Cone, and Cross-Border Teleportation Scroll, they had also prepared some mythical great items, along with a few legendary great items. Logically, even if they encountered a mythical great powerhouse, they should have been able to survive. How could they have just died like that?
What do we do now? Xian Chang asked.
Although there were still a few hundred people from their country in the Black Abyss secret realm, with the leader Musashi Pingzhang dead despite having mythical great items, the remaining people were also likely
to perish. There's nothing we can do.
If this had happened earlier, we could have sent someone in to see what was going on, but now the entrance to the secret realm is closed, we can only leave and cannot go back in, Fred said helplessly. He also wanted to know what had happened that led to Angus's death despite having 3 mythical great items, but there was nothing he could do. The Black Abyss secret realm has been under the control of their lighthouse nation for over 300 years, and they naturally know that there are many cities above the endless wasteland, even the 5 major cities, yet they remain stuck within the confines of the muddled city. They have attempted to seek out other cities and the 5 major cities, but many have died in the process, and they have never succeeded. When night falls and darkness descends, the monsters outside the city are countless, and even with mythic-level artifacts, survival is difficult. Unless they can find other cities within a day, which is simply impossible. Their only chance to reach other cities, even the 5 major cities, is to win the championship in the grand competition hosted by the Lord of Muddled City. However, after all these years, the grand competition has been held over 100 times, and they have only claimed victory about 10 times. Moreover, those who won the championship disappeared afterward, only to die a year later. This time, their lighthouse nation also wanted to understand the situation, so they provided Angus with 3 mythic-level artifacts. Don't think that 3 mythic-level artifacts are few. For a nation that has only truly risen for about 300 years, it is already quite a lot. After all, their lighthouse nation does not have a long historical legacy like the Great Xia. But now that Angus is dead, even if the mythic-level artifacts are useless, they would surely be taken by the enemy, and this time their purpose has been completely shattered. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm twisted, and 2 figures emerged from within, one a lighthouse nation citizen, the other a pirate. My lord, the captain is dead. Lord Suenkyu, the captain is dead. The 2 shouted as soon as they came out. After the deaths of Angus and Musashi Haishu, those still waiting in Muddled City sensed something was wrong and immediately sent someone to convey the news. Speak, what exactly happened? Could it be that monsters invaded the city, causing their deaths? Fred and Suenkyu Chingchi hurriedly asked. The 2 exchanged glances and then explained the specific situation. My lord, shortly after the captain and the others left Muddled City, something happened, so we suspect it is related to that half-beastman. Fred and Suenkyu Chingchi fell silent. What the others said was just nonsense, as they already knew that the deaths of Musashi Haishu and Angus were related to that tiger-headed man. But knowing doesn't change anything, they had no way to enter. However, when they heard that a half-beastman could actually use the military arsenal, both were taken aback. Especially Fred, as the military arsenal was something belonging to their lighthouse nation. How could they allow others, especially a half-beastman, to access the good things inside? We must find this half-beastman, Fred said immediately. The lighthouse nation citizen who emerged from the secret realm looked troubled. But my lord, I can't go back in now. Fred was taken aback, realizing he had been a bit dazed, since the other had come out. It was indeed impossible to re-enter. Moreover, they had no means to communicate with others inside the secret realm, meaning his orders could not be known to those within. Rest assured, my lord, the vice-captain has gathered the remaining people, and has arranged for someone to keep an eye on the city. As soon as that half-beastman appears, we will discover him, and at that time, we will not only learn the secret of his use of the military arsenal but also how the captain and the others died, the lighthouse nation citizen hurriedly said. Only then did Fred breathe a sigh of relief. He wanted to say something more, but ultimately gave up, knowing the other could not convey anything to those inside the secret realm. The situation was similar. On Suenkyu Chingchi's side, with Musashi Haishu dead, the remaining pirates were gathered by the vice-captain. May I ask, what is a military arsenal? At that moment, Chen Bing approached, looking curious. Chen, what is a military arsenal? You'll know when that great Xia person comes out, Fred replied coldly. Thinking about how many people had died on his side while a lone survivor from the great Xia was still alive, he felt a surge of displeasure. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why? Are you glaring at me? Chen Bingha muttered, then turned to the 2 who had just emerged from the secret realm. By the way, did you see any of our great Xia people in the secret realm? The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads. We didn't see anyone. Lord Qinbinghe, that great Xia person of yours might just have stepped out of the path of hell. How could they possibly reach Huangmeng City? Xian Jiucheng said. Is that so? I thought our great Xia people had wiped out all of yours. What a pity, Qinbinghe said, disappointment etched on his face. Lord Qinbinghe, that joke is not funny at all, Xian Jiucheng and Fred said in unison, their faces cold. So many people have died, can't you see we are grieving? You, a mythical level powerhouse, have no sense at all.
Whether you find it funny or not has nothing to do with me, Chen Bingha replied, then sat down, eating pastries and drinking tea, which made Chen Zhoucheng and Fred feel quite displeased. Want some? Chen Bingha noticed their gazes and offered a plate. The two snorted coldly, not wanting to respond. Do you think we can still eat right now? It's red bean flavor, Chen Bingha continued. The two paused, then sat down. Red bean flavor, huh? That's worth a try. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Xu Chen had been outside the city, grinding monsters day and night. Especially at night, thanks to the countless monsters lurking in the darkness, his level had risen to 44. Another wave taken care of. Xu Chen watched as the dark land before him dissipated, and the spirit swords flew back to him. The monsters were endless at night, but it was different during the day. There were no monsters to be seen on the endless wasteland. These monsters hid in the dark lands scattered across the endless wasteland, which he had to seek out himself. Before him was the 37th dark land he had destroyed today, with monsters around level 60 inside. Military Armory. Notification: your task 2 time has arrived. Calculating rewards based on the number, level, and grade of monsters you killed in the past 3 days. You have received a reward, 66,871,000 points. Please collect it at the Military Armory. In these 3 days, Xu Chen had no idea how many monsters he had killed, and seeing the rewards from the Military Armory, he couldn't help but smile. In just 3 days, he had earned over 60 million points. Given some time, he could completely empty the Military Armory's 500 billion points. It's time to return to Huangming City. I wonder when the strongman competition will start, and I also need to go to the Military Armory to collect my points. With that thought, Xu Chen flew off on his sword, transforming into a beam of sword light heading towards Huangming City, and on the way back, he conveniently cleared 3 dark lands. Although he had been away for 3 days, there was no change in Huangming City. The city remained safe. Even at night, monsters could not breach the walls, allowing him to grind monsters safely from the ramparts. However, the black gold dropped by the monsters would fall outside the city, and he could only wait until daytime to collect it. Although, whoever picked it up would claim it. Re-entering the city required paying 10,000 black gold. Xu Chen directly flashed into the city with his sword, simultaneously transforming into a werewolf form. Since there were quite a few beastmen in the city, it was easy to gather information. Without much effort, Xu Chen learned from a werewolf that the city lord had announced 3 days ago that a strongman competition would be held in half a month, meaning there were still 12 days left. Brother, I advise you not to go. There are quite a few strongmen in Huangming City. The last time it was held, a legendary level powerhouse even appeared, and in the end, they took the top spot. Then there are those foreign human tribes, who possess powerful artifacts and have previously claimed the top spot. The werewolf perhaps saw that Xu Chen was of the same kind, so he spoke a bit more. So it's better for us to stay safely within the city. I know this, I was just curious. I don't even know if those who once claimed the top spot really went to the legendary Tianyuan city, Xu Chen replied with a smile. Who knows? Anyway, those who claimed the top spot have never shown up again. It makes sense, after all, they must have gone to the main city. Why would they return to our Huangming city? Have those foreign human tribes not returned either? No, they probably went to Tianyuan city. Xu Chen's eyes flickered. If the people from the Lighthouse Nation had claimed the top spot and gone to Tianyuan city, they should have directly abandoned Huangming city. But the fact that the leader of the Lighthouse Nation, Angus, was still in Huangming city meant that those who had claimed the top spot had not gone to Tianyuan city at all, or there were significant restrictions in Tianyuan city preventing others from entering. It was even possible that those who claimed the top spot had long since died. However, regardless of the reason, his goal was to kill the city lord of Huangming city and then head to Tianyuan city. Perhaps that Lester was in Tianyuan city. After obtaining the information he wanted, Xu Chen also arrived at the military armory. Although he had previously killed Musashi Haisho and Angus along with 200 others, there were still more than 5,600 people in the military armory. After their respective captains died, these people were regrouped by their vice-captains, who also sent people to the city gate to keep watch for Xu Chen's figure. Unfortunately, when Xu Chen entered, he did not go through the city gate, and even if he had, these people would not have recognized him. Vice-captain, a werewolf has come in. As Xu Chen walked into the military armory, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. They had been very sensitive to half-beasts entering the military armory in recent days. One reason was that their captain had likely died at the hands of that tiger-headed man. The other reason was that they found they could no longer use the military armory. Why had they come to the Black Abyss secret realm? Mainly for the points in the military armory. After obtaining enough points, they could exchange for various items and equipment in the points shop, even mythical level items. This was also why the Lighthouse Nation had gradually become stronger over the years. But now they found they could not use the military armory, which cut off their foundation. The inability to use the military armory had only occurred after that tiger-headed man left, clearly indicating that the other side had done something. So when they saw Xu Chen, a half-beast, enter, everyone cast wary glances at him. Sir, is there something you need? The vice-captain of the Lighthouse Nation walked up to Xu Chen and asked.
None of your business, Chu Chen replied, then directly walked to a stone platform and activated the military armory in front of everyone's shocked eyes.
He activated the military armory? How is that possible? We can't use the military armory. How can he?
He must be in cahoots with that tiger-headed man. Perhaps they obtained the military armory's permissions and prohibited us humans from using it.
Damn it, they dare to.
Come back, killed our captain, and now use the military armory in front of us.
I want to kill him.
There were many voices shouting for blood, but they were all just talk. Everyone knew that fighting was not allowed in the city. Once a fight broke out, the city guards would come, and the outcome would be death. The vice-captains of the Lighthouse Nation and the Wokoku exchanged glances and began to discuss what to do.
Chu Chen did not care about any of this. After activating the military armory,
he directly claimed over 60 million points, bringing his total points to just over 80 million, and breaking 100 million was not far off.
It's a pity there are no new tasks. Glancing at the task function, there was only one task, hanging there, with no new tasks available. Chu Chen shook his head, not insisting further.
He then closed the light screen, stepped down from the stone platform, and planned to continue leveling up outside.
There were still 12 days until the strongman competition, and he needed to reach level 49 at least.
However, just as he stepped down from the stone platform, the two vice-captains from the Wokoku and the Lighthouse Nation surrounded him with their men.
What? Do you want to fight?
Chu Chen raised an eyebrow at the two in front of him.
Rest assured, we know we can't fight inside the city, but we want to ask why you were able to use the military arsenal.
The vice-captain from Wokoku forced a smile and said,
"Why should I tell you?" Chu Chen replied coldly, "If you don't dare to fight, then don't block my way. Get lost."
The vice-captains from the Lighthouse Nation and Wokoku were furious. If they were outside the city, they would have already skinned the other party alive for speaking to them like that.
"Sir, I know you are in cahoots with that tiger-headed man. We won't ask how you managed to use the military arsenal, but I want to know if you used some means to prevent us from using it," the vice-captain from the Lighthouse Nation asked in a deep voice.
Chu Chen chuckled softly, then suddenly leaned in and patted the other man's face. "So, what are you going to do about it?"
The vice-captain from the Lighthouse Nation could even feel the werewolf's breath as he stood so close.
"Then please lift the restrictions on us." The vice-captain from the Lighthouse Nation stepped back and said,
"I refuse."
Chu Chen sneered, then pushed past the two and walked outside. "If you have the guts, come at me."
Watching
Chu Chen's departing figure, the two's expressions changed constantly. They even considered sacrificing some people to take him down.
But in the end, they gave up. Since this werewolf dared to come, he must have some means. They didn't want to end up with casualties on their side without capturing him. A bunch of useless fools.
Chu Chen turned back at the entrance and tossed out a remark before swaggering out of the military arsenal.
This infuriated thousands of people, and angry voices
echoed in the military arsenal, but no one dared to chase after Chu Chen to attack him. Before leaving, Chu Chen hid 100 spirit swords near the military arsenal. There was no need to keep them.
After doing all this, Chu Chen used Sword Flash to leave the city of Huangmeng again.
As night fell, Chu Chen continued to happily grind monsters and level up, while over 4,000 people from the military arsenal also came to the city walls to start grinding monsters without taking damage.
The
night quickly passed, and as dawn broke and darkness receded, they knew the monster grinding for the night was over.
Are we going to continue grinding monsters?
We can't use the military arsenal, and getting black gold is useless, the vice-captain
from Wokoku asked. Let's keep grinding for now. Just because we can't use it now doesn't mean we won't be able to later.
As for the military arsenal, we'll have to think of another way. The vice-captain from the Lighthouse Nation shook his head.
It's a pity that the werewolf disappeared after going out and our people didn't follow. That tiger-headed man hasn't shown up either. The vice-captain from Wokoku stopped speaking and led everyone back to the military arsenal. After grinding
monsters all night, they were at their most exhausted and needed to go back to rest.
Is everyone back?
Outside the city, Chu Chen was slaughtering monsters in a dark area while using the vision provided by the spirit swords to observe the situation
in the military arsenal.
While these people were grinding monsters, he had controlled the spirit swords to enter the military arsenal. The military arsenal was not small, and hiding 100 spirit swords was not difficult. Moreover, since these people only wanted to rest at that moment, they did not notice the presence of the spirit swords. After waiting for half an hour and confirming that everyone had returned to the military arsenal, Chu Chen had just finished clearing the dark area
in front of him. It's time to deal with you.
Looking at the more than 5,000 people resting, Chu Chen's mind stirred, and the space within the military arsenal began to distort. The two vice-captains from the Lighthouse Nation and Wokoku instantly sensed something was off, but they did not expect anyone to attack them. After all, this was inside the city. Unless one saw death, no one dared to act against them. But just as they were puzzled about the situation, invisible swords flew out. -51.47 million, -42.13 million, true damage, -110 million, true damage, critical hit. In the next moment, damage numbers floated up from the military arsenal, and the more than 5,000 people who were still resting had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 of them perished on the spot.
Not good, enemy attack. The two vice-captains were shocked and shouted immediately. But it was already too late. By the time they shouted, it took another 2 seconds for the others to react. 2 seconds is very short. For the more than 5,000 people in the military arsenal, these 2 seconds were enough to reap their lives. After 2 seconds, fewer than 100 people remained, and the entire military arsenal was littered with corpses. The remaining 100 survived only because they had means to protect their lives. Run! The 2 vice captains also activated their life-saving measures, shouting as they attacked the invisible swords, but it had little effect. Instead, as they attacked, the rules of Huangming City descended, and a dazzling red light column appeared on each person. So this is the marking method. It was the first time Chu Chen saw the appearance of the Huangming City rule markings. Ada had indeed not lied to him. He had killed so many people, yet he was not marked. But you won't find it so easy to escape. As Chu Chen spoke, he directly used a sword spell, unleashing 6,000 spirit swords, applying control effects to everyone. Although these people had life-saving measures, they were not like Musashi Haiju and Angus, who could maintain them for a long time. In less than 3 seconds, all their life-saving measures were gone. It's over. The vice captain of the Lighthouse Nation wailed in despair in his heart, and then his health was completely drained, collapsing to the ground. Along with him fell the remaining 100 or so. The entire military arsenal fell silent, with only the sound of blood flowing from the corpses on the ground. Seeing that everyone had been dealt with, Chu Chen directly flashed into the military arsenal. Just as he appeared, figures rushed in from outside. Daring to act in the city, you are looking for death? A minotaur was saying, but upon seeing the situation in the military arsenal, he was stunned. Although acting in the city was indeed seeking death, there was no need to actually die in front of him. Moreover, so many had died. Chu Chen looked at the minotaur and the hundreds of half-beasts behind him. From their attire, it was clear they were the city guards of Huangming City. After a brief moment of shock, Niu Feng reacted and turned his gaze to the only survivor at the scene, Chu Chen. I am Niu Feng, captain of the Huangming City Guards. What happened here? Why are there so many dead? I don't know either, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Niu Feng's pupils constricted. He had never doubted Chu Chen, thinking he was one of these people's companions. But the fact that the other party smiled at him was clearly different from what he had imagined, and it was very likely that the other party was the murderer. However, even with his suspicions, he had no way to act, as Chu Chen bore no markings of the Huangming City rules. Moreover, if it really was the other party's doing, he couldn't afford to provoke him. After all, the other party had killed over 5,000 people, and their 100 or so were nothing. Since you don't know, then forget it. Let's handle the bodies, Niu Feng said, preparing to lead his men forward to deal with the corpses. Captain Niu, they are my close friends. Let me handle the bodies, Chu Chen said with a beaming smile. What do you think? Although Chu Chen was smiling, Niu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Why, you're right. In that case, we'll leave first to capture the murderer for your close friends. After Niu Feng finished speaking, he hurriedly led all the city guards away. He didn't want to stay in this wretched place for even a moment. That's right, he just didn't want to. It was definitely not out of fear. When Chu Chen saw the city guards leave, he finally turned his attention to the corpses in the military arsenal. Outside the military arsenal, Niu Feng left with his subordinates. Captain, are we really just going to ignore it? That person clearly had issues, a half-orc asked. Niu Feng paused, then looked at the other person, pointing at his own wide-open eyes. What is this? The half-orc was taken aback. It's eyes. You know I have eyes, right? Do you think I don't know that person has problems? I even suspect he was the one who killed all those outsiders. Niu Feng snorted coldly. Can't you see how murderous that person is? Since he could avoid the rule markers and kill those people, do you think he wouldn't be able to kill us? This statement sent a shiver through all the half-orcs. It had taken them less than 10 seconds to discover the rule markers and rush to the military arsenal. In such a short time, the other side had killed over 4,000 people. Their mere 100 or so were simply not enough to face him. I know you want to pick up the treasures from those corpses, but be careful, there's no point in picking them up if you end up dead. From now on, keep your distance from that human unless he violates the rules within the city, Niu Feng said before quickly leaving. He didn't dare stay a moment longer. God knows, when he entered earlier and saw so many corpses, he nearly died of fright. Outside the secret realm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They're dead, all dead. What on earth happened inside? So many people, all dead inside, how could this be? Fred and Xianzhou Qingxi searched through their friend list, hoping to find a glowing avatar. But they were disappointed. Aside from the two who had exited early, all the remaining avatars of those who entered the Black Abyss secret realm had turned gray. Moreover, they had been closely monitoring the friend list and noticed that just moments ago, these avatars had all turned gray within a matter of seconds. This meant that everyone who had entered the Black Abyss secret realm was dead. This outcome was hard for them to accept. It had only been about half a month since the secret realm opened. In previous years, at least half of the people would still be alive by this time, but now they were all dead. What on earth happened in the secret realm? Why did they all die? Fred asked, but no one could answer him. There must have been a huge upheaval in Huangming City. Perhaps a myth-level powerhouse appeared, causing such heavy losses. Maybe even Huangming City was leveled to the ground, Xianzhou Qingxi said. They didn't know the specific answer, but they had to find a reason to make this situation seem reasonable. Because they still needed to return to their own country. Although they were all myth-level powerhouses, such losses would inevitably lead to punishment upon their return. So they needed a reason, and whether they believed it themselves was unimportant. What mattered was that it could convince those back home. Fred was also sharp and naturally picked up on the implication in Xianzhou Qingqi's words. That's right, there must have been a powerful presence in Huangmeng City that attacked it, leading to the downfall of the entire city, which is why all our people died inside, Fred said solemnly, while also glancing at the two who had previously come out of the secret realm. My lord, before we left, the dark areas outside Huangmeng City were increasing. Even during the day, monsters were attacking the city, and at night, the monsters were several times stronger than before. Exactly, it seems a powerful monster led more monsters to attack the city. Perhaps the captain and the others were killed because they happened to encounter that powerhouse. The two spoke up, their hearts trembling. They were waiting. If their words couldn't satisfy Fred and Xianzhoucheng, they would definitely die. After several seconds of silence, Fred finally spoke. Why didn't you report such an important matter sooner? Just wait for your judgment when you get back. It's because of your failure to report that all our warriors from the Yamato nation were lost inside. We'll settle this with you when we return, Xianzhoucheng added. It was clearly a case of shifting blame. This left the two who had exited the secret realm early feeling bitter, but there was nothing they could do. They had to bear this blame. If they didn't, they would die right now, and their families might not survive either. On the contrary, by taking the blame, they still had a chance to save their lives. So, does this mean that we, the Great Xia, are the only ones left in the entire Black Abyss secret realm? At this moment, Chen Bing has spoke up. He naturally knew that this was all done by Chu Chen, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so ruthless, killing over 5,000 people. If they were dead, then they were dead. After all, no one knew it was Chu Chen who did it. At least it would be 3 years before the Black Abyss secret realm opened again, giving both countries a chance to learn the truth. By then, Chu Chen would at least be a mythical level powerhouse, so there was nothing to fear. Seeing Chen Bing his cheerful demeanor, Xianzhoucheng and Fred felt displeased, but they quickly suppressed that feeling. Chen, we are now relying on you Great Xia to survive and perhaps find out what really happened inside. Fred forced a smile and said, no problem, as long as he can come out alive and knows about the matters in Huangmeng City, we definitely won't hide anything, Chen Bing nodded. Only then was Fred satisfied, secretly thinking that indeed, the early fat ones weren't considered fat, so many of them had died inside. Great Xia was clearly at a disadvantage, yet they survived because of this, and now they needed to rely on Great Xia to know what happened in the secret realm. It was truly a case of fortunes changing. Chu Chen inside the secret realm was unaware of all this. After spending quite some time, he finally finished searching through the bodies of over 5,000 people. There were many items, and they were quite mixed. Various equipment and items added up to around 100,000, not counting the various potions, or else it would be even more. In addition, there were over 3 million black gold and quite a few star crystal stones, but the most they had were only rare level. This was normal, as most of these people's gains were on Musashi Haiju and Angus, both of whom he had already dealt with. There were also some tokens from Huangmeng City. These tokens were easy to obtain, costing 100,000 black gold for one, usable 5 times. They were twice as expensive as the city entry fee but much more convenient. However, these tokens were not suitable for escaping, as there was a 10-second delay, which was enough time to die several hundred times. After tossing all the items into his storage ring, Chu Chen was too lazy to organize them, deciding to sort them out after leaving the Black Abyss secret realm. He then placed all the bodies into another storage ring and left Huangmeng City with a flash of his sword. He casually tossed these bodies into a forest. By nightfall, countless monsters would help him dispose of them. After doing all this, Chu Chen continued to search for the Dark Land to level up. With more than 10 days left before the strongman competition, he aimed to reach level 49 before then, and if he could complete the level 50 breakthrough task, that would be even better. Days passed by. Ever since he wiped out thousands from the Lighthouse Nation in Yamato, he hadn't returned to Huangmeng City and had been grinding monsters outside. During the day, he searched for the Dark Land, and at night he fought directly. Although there was no experience boost from Hell-level dungeons, his leveling speed was still very fast. You have killed a level 70 Shadow Leopard, Epic, experience plus 110, you gain additional experience plus 500. Your level has reached the limit, you need to complete the breakthrough task to continue leveling up. Random breakthrough task is being generated for you. On this day, as Chu Chen once again killed a monster, prompts kept popping up and his experience points reached level 49 max. There are still 2 days until the strongman competition in Huangmeng City, but I've completed the goal ahead of time, I just don't know what the breakthrough task is. Although he could no longer gain experience points, the spirit sword in Chu Chen's hand did not stop killing all the monsters in this dark land before him. It was at this moment that the breakthrough task was revealed. You have received a level 50 breakthrough task, the Reversed God. The Reversed God, level 50 breakthrough task, Hell level. As the only profession, the Fallen Wine Sword Immortal, you will become a thorn in the side of those deities. Defying the gods is your only choice. Please endure half an hour under the attack of demigods, or kill a demigod. Task rewards: profession-specific talent awakening scroll, profession-specific equipment, can grow. Free attribute points x 10,000. Looking at his breakthrough task, Chu Chen's heart trembled. He had thought it would be difficult, but he never expected it to be this hard. A demigod, after all, was a level 100 powerhouse. Although he had true damage, theoretically he could inflict damage on a demigod, but that was only in theory. Since a demigod carried the title of god, it meant their strength and means had transcended. Even a level 99 mythical powerhouse would only be killed in front of a demigod. Of course, the most critical question was where to find a demigod. There were some in the outer realms, but if he really went there, once he endured half an hour under a demigod's hands or killed one, the next moment the deities from the outer realms would likely come crashing down. This is troublesome. Is this really a hell-level task? Chu Chen frowned. He had felt that his tasks were becoming increasingly perverse. The level 40 breakthrough task required consuming 3 mythical grade items, and now he had to face a demigod powerhouse, clearly labeled as a hell-level task, but it was evidently more hellish than hell-level. After carefully reviewing the task several times, he found no opportunity for shortcuts, and Chu Chen could only sigh deeply. Now I can only hope that there are demigod-level powerhouses in Daxia. I wonder if I can complete the task by having them throw the match with me. Chu Chen shook his head. If it really didn't work, he would have to take the risk of heading to the outer realms to find a demigod to try. However, as his level reached 49, his attributes underwent a significant change. Name: Chu Chen. Profession: Wine Sword Immortal, Unique, Level 49, Max, Health 144550, Mana 173460, Strength 33095, Agility 14455, Constitution 14455, Spirit 14455, Intelligence 3455. Physical attack 66190, magical attack 6910, physical defense 14455, magical defense 14455, damage bonus 2900 times. Skills: sword spell, immortal wind cloud body technique. Click to view other skills: talents, wine immortal, sword immortal, fallen, sword heart, sword intent, wine tasting recognition, sacrificial wine. Compared to when he was level 40, his attributes had indeed increased significantly. Aside from the free attribute points, it was mainly due to 4 pieces of growth type equipment. Immortal Wind Sword Robe, rare grade, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal profession. Constitution plus 11,000. Trait 1, reduces damage taken by 15%. Trait 2, restores 4,900 health points per second. Current effect for level 49. Growth to epic grade requires level 60. Fate Immortal Sword, rare grade, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal profession. Strength plus 11,000. Trait 1, 1% of damage dealt will be converted into personal health. Trait 2, attack range increased by 0.49 times. Current effect for level 49. Growth to epic grade requires level 60. Spirit Light Sword Boots, rare level, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal. Class, agility plus 11,000. Trait 1, when you take damage, your agility temporarily increases by 1900 for 5 seconds. Trait 2, the mana cost of your skills is reduced by 15%. Currently at level 49. Effect grows to epic level requirement, level 60. Mystic Jade Sword Pendant, rare level, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal class. Spirit plus 11,000. Trait 1, maximum mana increased by 20%. Trait 2, mana consumption reduced by 20%. Currently at level 49. Effect grows to epic level requirement, level 60. At level 40, the 4 pieces of upgradable equipment only increased attributes by 2,000 points. But afterward, for each level he gained, the equipment's attributes would increase by 1,000 points, which allowed his attributes to rise so much that even his health exceeded 100,000. With my current physical attack, even if the opponent's defense is higher than my attack, my true damage can still deal over 90 million damage. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This damage should pose a threat to demigods. Closing the interface, Chu Chen stopped overthinking and continued searching for monsters in the Dark Lands. Although he could no longer gain experience points, he could still earn black gold from monster hunting, and with the strongman competition starting in 2 days, he didn't plan to waste any time. For the next 2 days, Chu Chen remained outside the city, waiting until the day of the strongman competition before flashing back to Huangming City. At this time, Huangming City was much livelier compared to when Chu Chen had left. Half-orcs discussing the strongman competition were everywhere. Chu Chen wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he first visited the military armory, which had now become somewhat personal to him. Without his permission, no one could use it unless they had a separate half representing the king's tiger talisman. He exchanged all the black gold he had accumulated during this time for points, raising his points from over 80 million to just over 100 million. This also meant that he had farmed 200 million black gold in less than half a month. For others, this would be impossible, but for Chu Chen, who could defeat monsters in an instant, it was not difficult. Now, the Darklands within a radius of 10,000 miles outside Huangming City had at least decreased by 80%. All of it was eliminated by Chu Chen. 100 million points is not enough. I still need 400 million points to exchange for the mythic level spirit wine blueprint, but the city lord should have plenty of black gold. Chu Chen looked towards the city lord's mansion. If the City Lord was really poor, he could just spend more time farming monsters. After leaving the military armory, Chu Chen transformed into a minotaur, casually asked a half-orc, and then headed towards the central square of Huangmeng City. Huangmeng City, Central Square. At this moment, it was already crowded, but the only real person was Chu Chen. The majority were the heads of various monsters. There are 2 hours left until the strongmen competition. The City Lord is paying attention here. Soon, everyone will enter the spatial battlefield opened by the City Lord. There are no rules within, all you need to do is fight until only one person remains in the spatial battlefield. During this process, if you feel your strength is insufficient, you can leave the spatial battlefield directly, but you will lose your qualification to participate in the competition. The last person standing will receive a personal audience with the City Lord. You can prepare now. On the high platform of the square, Niu Feng explained the rules. They were simple and brutal, a direct free-for-all. Seeing that there were still 2 hours before it started, Chu Chen wasn't anxious. He found a place to lean against, sipping spirit wine while observing the half-orcs present. There were many of them, at least over 1 million, and many more half-orcs were on their way. Likely all the half-orcs in the city had come. Indeed, after all, the strong competition is held only once every 3 years. Even if many people do not plan to participate, they are still willing to come and see the excitement. Originally, Chu Chen wanted to see if there were any strong contenders, but with so many half-beasts around, it was hard to discern anything, so he had to give up. After waiting for 2 hours, the number of gathered half-beasts exceeded 2 million, nearly 80% of the half-beasts in the entire Huangmeng City had come. If it weren't for the fact that many half-beasts could fly, a single square would not be able to accommodate them all. The time has come. All those preparing to participate in this strong competition, get ready to enter the spatial battlefield. At this moment, Niu Feng shouted, and a spatial battlefield appeared in the center of the square. Ha ha ha, it's finally starting. This year, I will definitely seize the top spot and enter Tianyuan City. Just you? Let's see if you can survive first. Since none of you are taking the lead, I'll go in first. As the spatial battlefield opened, a large number of half-beasts transformed into streaks of light and flew into it. In less than a minute, the number of half-beasts inside the spatial battlefield had already reached 20 to 30,000. Chu Chen waited for 5 minutes and saw that the number of half-beasts entering began to decrease, so he flew in on his sword. Look at that minotaur, he's actually flying in on a sword, quite the show-off. I have to say, it looks pretty cool, but aren't minotaurs supposed to prefer heavy hammers? It's rare to see one using a sword as a weapon. Who cares about that? This guy is so flashy, he won't get surrounded and killed as soon as he enters, will he? The more than 200 half-beasts watching outside the spatial battlefield were very excited. Being half-beasts themselves, they naturally had their beastly instincts, and just imagining the scene of so many people attacking together thrilled them. Could it be that this strong competition is just the City Lord's way of releasing the wildness of these half-beasts? Chu Chen thought as he observed the scene, then he stopped paying attention and chose a random spot to stand in the spatial battlefield. The spatial battlefield was vast, with no complex terrain, just a flat space. Strange, this spatial battlefield is dozens of times larger than Bull's. Bull is a level 70 strongman, while the City Lord is only level 79. How can there be such a big difference? Chu Chen wondered. After all, Ida had told him that the City Lord was only level 79 and was a blood clan member. Truly worthy of the City Lord's creation, this spatial battlefield is much larger than what we could make. What's so strange about it? The City Lord controls the rules of Huangmeng City. He can just expand the spatial battlefield using those rules. Within Huangmeng City, the City Lord is invincible. I estimate that only demigod-level strongmen could pose a threat to the City Lord. A few half-beasts nearby answered Chu Chen's doubts, and he no longer lingered on them, starting to observe the half-beasts entering the spatial battlefield. 6 minutes had already passed, and the number of half-beasts entering from outside had significantly decreased, while the number inside the spatial battlefield was around 100,000. Chu Chen even saw the werewolf, who had once advised him not to participate in the strong competition. This guy had told him not to come, yet here he was. After waiting for 10 minutes, Niu Feng, along with the city guards, sealed off the surroundings. Entry is over. From now on, no one is allowed to enter the spatial battlefield again. You can only exit, not enter. After Niu Feng finished speaking, he looked at the more than 100,000 half-beasts inside the spatial battlefield. You can start at any time. Inside the spatial battlefield, all the half-beasts looked at each other. What had been a noisy atmosphere fell silent, creating a somewhat tense stillness. However, all the half-beasts wore vigilant expressions, even wary of their companions, who had come in together. This silence did not last long. In less than 10 breaths, someone initiated the attack. Chu Chen only heard a loud rumble, and the entire spatial battlefield erupted into chaos as if a fuse had been lit. Kill. No, I quit. Damn it, I treated you like a close friend, and you ambushed me. Chaos erupted, and the entire spatial battlefield was thrown into disarray at that moment. In the blink of an eye, over 100,000 half-orcs had lost thousands of their number. The melee had fully commenced just a Second ago, one half-orc had slain his opponent, and before he could even rejoice, he was killed by another half-orc. Chu Chen naturally faced attacks from the half-orcs as well. 3 tiger-headed men who looked like brothers surrounded him. However, as soon as the 3 tiger-headed men got close, Chu Chen's invisible sword shot out, instantly killing all 3. But this was not the end, as more half-orcs charged at him. In the spatial battlefield during the melee, dozens or even hundreds of half-orcs died every second. Outside the battlefield, however, there was a roar of cheers. The half-orcs who had come to watch were thrilled by such a bloody scene, as it was the only entertainment they could indulge in for 3 years. Soon, half an hour passed, and the previously chaotic spatial battlefield finally began to show some order. Of the more than 100,000 half-orcs, fewer than 3,000 were still alive. Most of the half-orcs had perished, their bodies strewn carelessly across the battlefield, but some half-orcs, sensing the danger, fled the battlefield to save their lives. Chu Chen did not stand out. As long as no half-orc charged at him, he would not make a move, quietly watching the others fight. The reason for this was naturally to keep a low profile, as his ultimate goal was to kill the city lord. Another half-hour passed, and the number of half-orcs in the spatial battlefield sharply decreased again, leaving fewer than 500. These half-orcs began to form small groups, specifically targeting lone half-orcs. Chu Chen also joined a small group led by a minotaur, but he contributed little, mostly just coasting along. Although this made the other members of the group somewhat displeased, they said nothing, as it was not yet time to turn against each other. An entire hour passed, and the number of half-orcs in the spatial battlefield decreased once more, leaving only 2 small groups. One was the group led by the Minotaur, with 27 members, and the other was led by a Serpent Man, with 31 members. The numbers were close, and their strengths were similar. After a tacit rest of 15 minutes, both sides began their final battle. Kill! With a furious shout, dozens from both sides charged at each other. Chu Chen also faced an attack from a dog-headed man. Although he could have easily killed him, Chu Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he engaged in a tug-of-war with the dog-headed man, gradually distancing themselves from the other battles. The dog-headed man was clever and quickly understood Chu Chen's intentions, starting to cooperate with him to stage a fake match. The outcome of their groups was not important, as there could only be one leader. The one who survived to the end would be the winner. While the two of them exchanged blows, the other battles were fought to the death. The half-orcs who had survived this long were already strong and each had their own trump cards, leading to even fiercer and more brutal fights. The battle between both sides lasted a full 2 hours, and the Serpent Man's group was completely defeated, with a few killed and many more fleeing as the situation turned dire. Seeing this, Chu Chen pushed back the dog-headed man in front of him with a sword, and the opponent dared not continue fighting, hastily escaping. At this point, there were only 7 people left in the spatial battlefield, including Chu Chen. After exchanging glances, the other 6 half-orcs all focused their eyes on Chu Chen. "That bastard was just coasting before. Why don't we deal with him first?" said the Minotaur, who was the leader. Although Chu Chen currently resembled a Minotaur, the others didn't care whether he was of the same clan. They aimed to eliminate him. "Just as I wish. Once we deal with him, we can determine the victor." The other half-beasts nodded in agreement and then charged towards Chu Chen. "You really don't give me a chance to speak, do you?" As Chu Chen finished speaking, the void sword technique activated and an invisible sword shot towards the leading tiger-headed man. -94,480, true damage, -280 million, true damage, critical hit, -9,448, true damage, just 3 strikes, and the tiger-headed man's health was completely depleted, falling straight downwards. The remaining 5 half-beasts changed their expressions. They hadn't expected the usually lazy Chu Chen to possess such terrifying strength, killing one in an instant. "You've hidden yourself well." The leading Minotaur looked at this fellow clan member with a dark expression. "There's no choice, this trump card has a time limit. Although it's only a minute, it's enough to take you down." Chu Chen smiled, and then 100 invisible swords flew out, surrounding the remaining 5 half-beasts. Initially, upon hearing it was only a minute, the 5 half-beasts felt a surge of relief, thinking they could stall for time until the opponent's trump card expired. But when they noticed the 100 invisible swords, their hearts trembled, and they dared not linger any longer. "Run!" In an instant, the 5 half-beasts completely abandoned the fight, each using their abilities to escape. "Want to run? Can you?" Chu Chen snorted coldly, and then the invisible sword struck out, directly killing 3 of the half-beasts. When he aimed to kill the remaining 2, they had already left the spatial battlefield, leaving Chu Chen as the only survivor. Good thing they ran fast. What kind of trump card did this guy use to be so terrifying? Damn it, this bastard hid too well. If I had known, I would have killed him first and exhausted his trump card in advance. The 2 half-beasts who had narrowly escaped cursed under their breath, feeling grateful. But they didn't notice the mockery in Chu Chen's eyes. If it weren't for his deliberate actions, these 2 half-beasts would never have survived. Dong dong dong. At that moment, the sound of gongs and drums echoed. "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of this year's strongman competition has been decided, and it is this strongman from the Minotaur clan.
Niu Feng immediately announced the result, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Although the champion wasn't him, it was still from their Minotaur clan. Oh oh oh. The over a million half-beasts on site cheered. Even though it seemed Chu Chen had used a strategy to become the champion, it didn't matter to them. They didn't care who the champion was. What mattered to them was the bloody scenes of the strongman competition that thrilled them. At that moment, a notification appeared before Chu Chen. You have become the champion of the strongman competition in Huangming City, earning the special title, Champion of Huangming City. Champion of Huangming City, special title, valid for 1 year. During this period, you will be immune to all damage received in Huangming City. Chu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected to receive a title after becoming the champion of the strongman competition. Moreover, this title was quite impressive, granting immunity to damage, albeit only within Huangming City, but it was still formidable. However, this title was somewhat of a double-edged sword since fighting was generally prohibited in Huangming City. Better than nothing, Chu Chen thought to himself. Brother, may I ask your name? Niu Feng approached Chu Chen with a smile. Niu Cha, Chu Chen replied. Niu Feng raised an eyebrow. The name felt a bit strange. Brother Niu Cha, congratulations on becoming the champion. Next, you will have an audience with the city lord. Would you like to rest for a while, or shall we go now? Niu Feng continued to ask. Chu Chen said. Let's go now. His goal was not to become the champion of the strong, but to use this identity to get close to the city lord and kill him. Alright, please follow me, Niu Feng said with a smile, and then, under the envious gazes of all the half-orcs, he led Chu Chen towards the city lord's mansion. Niu Chao, the city lord is already waiting for you inside the mansion. Although the city lord has a good temper, you mustn't act recklessly. Soon, the group arrived outside the city lord's mansion, and Niu Feng specifically instructed, I won't accompany you inside. There are still security matters to maintain over at the square. Thank you. You're welcome. If you ever go to Tianyuan City in the future, I might ask you for a favor, Niu Feng said as he left, while Chu Chen walked towards the city lord's mansion. As soon as he entered, a fox lady came to guide him. This fox lady was different from the fox owner of Happy Town. She was a true fox lady. Such a lively city, Chu Chen thought to himself. Under the guidance of the fox lady, Chu Chen arrived in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Ah, Niu Chao, your previous battle in the spatial battlefield truly surprised the city lord. A middle-aged man greeted him with a hearty laugh as soon as he entered the reception room. Niu Chao pays respects to the city lord. Chu Chen cupped his fists in greeting. No need for such formalities. Come, take a seat, the city lord said with a smile. I have prepared a feast. Since Niu Chao has worked hard in this battle, why don't we eat and chat at the same time? Bring in the dishes. The city lord did not give Chu Chen a chance to refuse, and soon various fox ladies, cat ladies, and rabbit ladies entered with dishes. Niu Chao, let's have a drink, the city lord said, and a nearby serving fox lady kindly poured wine for Chu Chen. Chu Chen cast a detection spell and was surprised to see that the wine was actually legendary spirit wine. In the living room of the city lord's mansion, Chu Chen and the city lord toasted each other. After drinking the legendary spirit wine, he also thoroughly examined the city lord's information. Name, Shuishan, identity, City Lord of Huangming City, level, 79. Upon seeing the information, Chu Chen confirmed that the other party was indeed the City Lord of Huangming City. As long as he killed him, he could complete the military arsenal's task. However, he did not rush to act because he wanted to know if there was a way to Tianyuan City from here. After finishing a cup of wine, Chu Chen directly asked, City Lord, I heard that if one becomes the champion, there is a chance to go to Tianyuan City? City Lord Shuishan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. I didn't expect Niu Chao to be so straightforward. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have told you shortly. Yes, I do have a way to get to Tianyuan City. Could you please tell me more about Tianyuan City? Chu Chen asked, his face breaking into a smile upon receiving the answer he wanted. Tianyuan City, that's a great place filled with countless strong individuals. Don't be fooled by my position as the City Lord of Huangming City. In Tianyuan City, I wouldn't even compare to some of the servants, Shuishan reminisced. Chu Chen was astonished. Although Tianyuan City was one of the 5 main cities of the Black Abyss secret realm, it couldn't be that formidable, could it? Even a level 79 powerhouse like him would only be a servant there? To be honest, Niu Chao, I was once a resident of Tianyuan City, but I was dispatched here to be the City Lord of Huangming City. As for the reason, it was to help Tianyuan City find some talented individuals with potential and send them there for training. But geniuses are rare. At first, we could find a few each year, but it became increasingly difficult. However, over 300 years ago, a passage between our realm and the outside world was opened, and many humans appeared, all of whom were quite strong and had considerable potential. Initially, I thought of directly recommending these humans to Tianyuan City, but later, others in Huangming City were unhappy, believing that humans were foreign races and should not enjoy such treatment. So, I can only hold this competition for the strong. Whoever wins will gain a spot, Shuishan said. I originally thought this year would be the personal
clan taking the lead, but I don't know why, those outsiders from the human clan were slaughtered almost entirely not long ago. Fortunately, a remarkable leader has emerged. I see, it seems that within Tianyuan City there truly are many strong individuals. Could there still be legendary deities? Chu Chen said, his face filled with longing. I don't know if there are deities, but I have indeed seen demigod-level powerhouses within Tianyuan City, Shueshan replied. Chu Chen's heart trembled, he had only guessed, but it turned out there really were demigods. It should be known that the Black Abyss secret realm only allows individuals below level 69 to enter, and now you're telling me there are even demigods inside? If the Lighthouse Kingdom knew this news, I wonder if they would dare to send people in again. But he was also stirred, his breakthrough task just happened to require a demigod. If there was a chance, wouldn't he be able to leverage the demigod powerhouses in Tianyuan City to complete his own breakthrough task? May I ask what method the city lord mentioned for going to Tianyuan City? Chu Chen continued to inquire. The remarkable leader is indeed anxious, but that's normal, everyone wants to go to Tianyuan City. Even I am thinking of returning to Tianyuan City, Shueshan said with a smile. I have the entry token for Tianyuan City, and there is also a spatial passage directly leading to Tianyuan City within Huangmeng City. When the time comes, the remarkable leader only needs to hold the token and enter the passage to reach Tianyuan City directly. Seeing that Chu Chen wanted to say something, Shueshan interrupted with a smile. There's no need to rush, the spatial passage to Tianyuan City will only open tomorrow. At that time, not just our Huangmeng City but other cities across the endless wilderness will also send their recommended talents into Tianyuan City. I was the one who was anxious. Chu Chen nodded. Since the other party said the passage would only open tomorrow, he could only wait until then. By the way, I wonder if the city lord still has that fine wine from earlier? To be honest, I, Old Mio, am also a lover of good wine. That wine was a brew I had never tasted before, Chu Chen asked, a bit embarrassed. Ah, of course, I have it. Since the remarkable leader likes it, I will send you another jar. We don't have much of this wine in the city lord's residence, Shueshan replied. One jar is enough. Then both sides continued to chat and laugh at the dining table, and for some of the questions Chu Chen asked, Shueshan would provide detailed answers. The meal lasted for more than 3 hours before it ended. Remarkable leader, the spatial passage will open early tomorrow morning. You should rest in the city lord's residence tonight to avoid any accidents, Shueshan said. Then I won't be polite, Chu Chen nodded. Following that, under the guidance of a fox lady, Chu Chen arrived at a guest room. The fox lady initially wanted to stay and serve but was firmly rejected by Chu Chen. I, Old Mio, am a serious cow. After sending the fox lady away, Chu Chen closed the door, and a jar of spirit wine appeared before him, which was the legendary spirit wine Xinhua brew that Shueshan had just given him. This was a legendary spirit wine that Chu Chen had never tasted before. After drinking a cup at the dining table, he had triggered a new skill. However, since he had only drunk half at the table, the skill had not fully activated, so he asked Shueshan for a jar before leaving. Opening the spirit wine, Chu Chen tilted his head back and drank deeply. You have consumed Xinhua brew, legendary, triggering the wine immortal talent. You have gained a new skill, Sword Shadow. Sword Shadow, a skill exclusive to the wine sword immortal. You can consume a spirit sword with the sword immortal mark to create a clone of yourself. This clone has all attributes set to 1 and ignores all skills that can see through illusions. When the clone takes damage, it will be borne by your main body. Upon dismissing the clone, it will self-destruct at its location, forcibly dealing 1 instance of your normal attack damage to a target. The cooldown time is 24 hours. And this skill increases with your level, adding 1 clone for every 10 levels. Currently at level 49, you can have up to 4 Sword Shadow clones simultaneously. Although he was prepared, the power of this skill still surprised Chu Chen. Just the effect of ignoring all skills that can see through illusions means that even deities cannot discern this as his clone. Moreover, this clone can self-destruct and forcibly deal 1 instance of his normal attack damage to a target. His normal attack is not low, it can easily take down extraordinary beings. As for the low attributes of the clone and the damage being borne by the main body, that was nothing to Chu Chen. If he couldn't win, he could just self-destruct. Furthermore, although it is called a clone, it is essentially a spirit sword, which also means he can use the sword flash skill to teleport to the clone side. This skill comes at the right time. Although Lord Blood Mountain spoke sincerely, it cannot guarantee that the other party has no ulterior motives. Tomorrow, I can let the clone test the waters first. With that thought, Chu Chen took out a spirit sword, and as he used the sword shadow skill, the spirit sword gradually transformed into a humanoid form. Name Chu Chen, Sword Shadow Clone, Life, 1 mana, 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 skills, none talents, none. This Sword Shadow Clone looks exactly like Chu Chen, except its eyes are vacant, appearing somewhat hollow. However, as Chu Chen began to control the clone, its gaze became lively, indistinguishable from a real person. Not bad, I'll use this clone to test Lord Blood Mountain tomorrow. With that thought, Chu Chen removed his cloak of invisibility and dressed the clone in it, while also transforming the clone into the appearance of a Tauren. Then, Chu Chen took out a storage ring and placed 10,000 spirit swords inside. Although the clone has no attack power, he can control the spirit swords to attack targets from a distance. Moreover, having reached level 49, he can control the spirit swords over a range of 1,000,000 meters, allowing him to manipulate them from a distance outside the city of Huangmeng. After doing all this, Chu Chen used the sword flash skill, and his main body instantly teleported outside the city. He casually found a place to rest for a while, and when night fell, he began to continue hunting monsters. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, Lord Blood Mountain came to visit. Did the esteemed bullhead chief rest well last night? Not bad, the bed in the lord's mansion is quite comfortable. As they spoke, the two arrived in the living room for breakfast. Bullhead chief, there's still half an hour until the spatial passage to Tianyuan City opens. Once you enter Tianyuan City, someone will naturally guide you. Blood Mountain said as he took out a token. Keep this token safe. Receiving the token, Chu Chen, in his main body outside the city, also drank spirit wine while checking the token's information. 10 Yuan passage token, the passage token for Tianyuan City. Only those holding this token can enter Tianyuan City. Thank you, Lord. Chu Chen expressed his gratitude as he stored the token. No need to be polite, our main task in these cities is to recommend talents to Tianyuan City, Blood Mountain said. With a smile, if there are no other issues, let's head to the spatial passage. Chu Chen nodded and then followed him outside. The Lord's mansion was large, and it took about a quarter of an hour to reach a secret chamber. Along the way, Blood Mountain also explained some matters regarding entering Tianyuan City to Chu Chen, showing great diligence. Boss Nyocha, this is the spatial passage to Tianyuan City, which has not yet been opened. Once it opens, you only need to hold the token and enter to go directly to Tianyuan City. In the secret chamber, Shui Shan pointed to a spatial passage in front of him. Chu Chen looked at the spatial passage. On the surface, it seemed normal, but when his main body checked the information of the spatial passage, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Spatial rift, a spatial rift between this world and the outside world where spatial turbulence is dense. Entering it will subject one to the tearing of spatial turbulence, leading to death. As expected, there are ill intentions. Outside the city, Chu Chen squinted his eyes. He didn't know what Shui Shan was planning to disguise a spatial rift as a spatial passage. Is this meant to send me to my death? No, if it were just to kill me, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. After all, he can control the rules within Huangmeng City and has plenty of ways to kill me without such hassle. Chu Chen pondered, momentarily unclear about the other party's specific intentions. Since he didn't know, Chu Chen naturally asked directly, City Lord, what is your purpose in having me enter this spatial rift? Chu Chen controlled his avatar to ask. Shui Shan, who had been smiling, paused upon hearing this, then laughed again. I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. It seems you do have some skills. Chu Chen remained silent, simply watching the other party. Since you already know, I won't pretend anymore. As for the purpose of having you enter the spatial rift, won't you know once you go in? As Shui Shan spoke, he struck towards Chu Chen's avatar with a palm. But Shui Shan was fast, and Chu Chen was faster. He had already prepared the moment he asked the question. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several spirit swords flew out to meet the attack. Minus 94 million. True damage, minus 280 million. True damage, critical hit. Damage numbers floated up from Shui Shan, and in the blink of an eye, his health bar was emptied. Minus 1.35 million at the same time. The avatar also took a palm strike from the opponent, and Chu Chen's main body suffered over 1,000,000 damage, but this damage was absorbed by the Qingshan Blood Ox. Although he had the title of Huangmeng City leader, which allowed him to be immune to damage, the premise was that Chu Chen needed to be within Huangmeng City. Now that Chu Chen was outside Huangmeng City, he naturally could not be immune to damage. He died so easily? Chu Chen tossed a wooden spirit sword energy to heal the Qingshan Blood Ox while looking in surprise at Shui Shan's corpse. It was too easy, far too easy. He had been prepared for a battle lasting 300 rounds, even leaving Huangmeng City to prevent the opponent from controlling the rules within. But he didn't expect Shui Shan to die just like that. Wait, Shui Shan is clearly dead, but my mission prompt hasn't completed. Just as Chu Chen's thoughts settled, a force suddenly appeared, directly knocking the avatar away and sending it into the spatial rift. Minus 50 million at the moment the avatar entered the spatial rift, a terrifying damage appeared, and the Qingshan Blood Ox's health instantly dropped by more than half. Chu Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly used a sword flash to arrive at the military arsenal of Huangmeng City, instantly activating the Huangmeng City leader title. 00 With the title activated, Chu Chen became immune to all damage and tossed a sword energy to the Qingshan Blood Ox, restoring its health to full. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, the sacrificial crystal would have been lost. Chu Chen looked at the Qingshan Blood Ox's health fully restored, feeling relieved, and at that moment, his consciousness returned to the avatar. Who dares to ambush? In the spatial rift, Chu Chen controlled his avatar to ask. He tried to make the avatar escape the spatial rift, but it had no effect. A powerful suction force held the avatar in place, and waves of spatial turbulence washed over it recklessly. You really underestimated me. I thought your powerful means had been exhausted, but I Didn't expect there was more. At that moment, a voice rang out, and a strikingly handsome, even somewhat otherworldly young man walked in with a smile. Name, Anders Race, Blood Clan. Title, Lord of Huangming City. Level, 99 health points, 80 billion attack, 3.6584 million physical defense, 1.36 million magical defense, 1.722 million skills, eternal sleep, bloodline. Pull, death curse, bloodthirsty fangs. Looking at the information about the other party, Chu Chen felt a shock in his heart. Although he had guessed earlier that the Lord of Huangming City was someone else, seeing it for real still left him stunned. Level 99, just one level away from demigod. Stronger than the abyssal giant he had encountered before. Why the hell are you so strong and still come to be the Lord of Huangming City? You are the Lord of Huangming City? Blood Mountain is your avatar? After stabilizing his mind, Chu Chen asked. But he felt something was off because he had seen that Blood Mountain was indeed the Lord and there was no indication that he was an avatar. Avatar? No, he was indeed the Lord before, but after you killed him, I became the new Lord. Anders shook his head and said. As he spoke, Anders waved his hand and a luxurious long table appeared in front of him, laden with various delicacies. The most eye-catching was a bottle of blood-red wine, and when Chu Chen checked it, he found it was not wine at all, but fresh blood. The taste of fresh blood is indeed exquisite. Anders picked up a transparent cup and drank a glass of fresh blood in one gulp. His sharp fangs stained blood-red, and his scarlet tongue licked at the corner of his mouth, looking quite pleased. This blood is from the half-beasts that died during yesterday's strongman competition? Chu Chen asked. That's right, the strongman competition is quite a good entertainment activity. It allows the half-beasts in the city to release their ambitions and gives me a hearty meal. Anders grinned, his blood-red fangs appearing particularly chilling in the dimly lit chamber. I must say, the one who thought of this activity is truly a genius. Chu Chen fell silent. He had had some guesses about the strongman competition beforehand. After all, he had learned from Ida that the Lord was of the Blood Clan, yet there had been no incidents of bloodsucking in Huangming City. As a Lord of the Blood Clan, he must have other means. The strongman competition was a legitimate way to gather blood packs. Perhaps other half-beasts in the city had their suspicions, but even if they knew, there would still be half-beasts unable to resist the temptation to go to Tianyuan City. If you have any questions, just ask. I can tell you anything I know, Anders said with a smile. You outsiders must have a lot you want to know. How do you know I'm of the human race? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, as the cloak of invisibility was something even demigods couldn't see through. After all these years, I have a deep understanding of the human race. Of course, the ones I understand best are the Minotaurs, Anders replied. The Minotaurs don't have the means to control swords. Chu Chen thought about it and agreed. It was indeed a bit absurd for Minotaurs to control swords, so it was normal for him to be seen through. It seems you have me figured out. In that case, let's talk about Tianyuan City, or your relationship with Tianyuan City, Chu Chen said. Tianyuan City shouldn't need you to recommend talents, right? That's right, Tianyuan City indeed doesn't need us lords to recommend talents. As for my relationship with Tianyuan City, I escaped from Tianyuan City, Anders said, shaking the cup filled with blood, a look of nostalgia on his face. As one of the 5 main cities of this world, Tianyuan City has countless strong individuals, and there are indeed demigods inside, and not just one. But because of this, the forces inside are intricate and complex, with demigod families and mythical families everywhere. At level 70, one can only be a servant, at level 80, a guard, and at level 90, one can barely catch the eye of those families. 1,000 years ago, I was only level 60, facing the threat of death every day in Tianyuan City, so I escaped, fleeing to Huangming City. To be precise, there was no Huangming City at that time. I discovered a military arsenal here, which happened to have quite a few half-orcs, so I used the military arsenal as a foundation and established Huangming City with those half-orcs. Anders took a sip of blood. I am the first lord of Huangming City. Chu Chen was surprised, not expecting the other party to have such an experience. Does Tianyuan City allow defection? Chu Chen asked. Since Tianyuan City has countless strong individuals, capturing a level 60 extraordinary should be easy. Would you care if an ant from your home ran off somewhere today? Anders retorted. A level 60 extraordinary in Tianyuan City is like an ant, countless in number. No strong individual would care about one escaping. There are many cities on the endless wasteland, most of which were established after leaving the 5 major cities because they couldn't survive there. Anders smiled. Moreover, once a city is established, it will be protected by the rules of this world. Although there is still a danger of death, those strong individuals are too lazy to violate the rules for a few insignificant ants. Chu Chen realized that this was how many cities in the Black Abyss secret realm came to be. Although I left Tianyuan City, I gradually discovered a problem. Outside, not only do you face attacks from monsters in the darkness, but your own strength cannot improve, and you are also eroded by the rules. Chu Chen did not ask, but Anders continued to talk like a chatterbox. At that time, I truly understood why it was so difficult to survive in Tianyuan City, yet so many people chose to stay there. It's not that one cannot improve at all, it just requires a lot of black gold, and I believe you know that black gold can mitigate the erosion of the rules. But since I had come out, I naturally was unwilling to go back. I established Huangming City, turning those half-orcs into citizens and having them help me gather black gold. 200 years passed like this, and then I became desperate. In 200 years, I had only progressed from level 60 to level 65. If I had stayed in Tianyuan City, 200 years would have been more than enough for me to become a level 70 epic powerhouse. Listening to the other person's words, Lu Chanha found it hard to empathize as he had only awakened his profession for a little over 2 months and had already reached level 49. Thinking about it, Lu Chanha asked a question: how can you live so long? Their human race could only live for 200 years even at the extraordinary level. Anders didn't mind Lu Chanha interrupting. Instead, he smiled and explained, our blood race is different from your human race. The blood race starts with a lifespan of 500 years, and once we reach extraordinary, we can add another 500 years to our lifespan. So, a blood race that reaches extraordinary has a lifespan of 1,000 years? Compared to humans, the lifespan of the blood race is indeed long. You continue, Lu Chanha said. Anders smiled and then continued, at that time, I was very desperate and considered returning to Tianyuan City, but unfortunately, I had been outside for too long and had already been eroded by the rules. I couldn't even leave Huangming City for too long, let alone return to Tianyuan City. After that, I kept trying to find ways to become stronger, but I searched for a long time without finding anything until over 300 years ago. As he spoke, Anders's eyes brightened significantly. Over 300 years ago, the passage between this world and the outside world opened. I originally didn't know about it until your human race arrived in Huangming City. Lu Chanha knew that he was referring to the Lighthouse Kingdom. I had heard about the human race when I was in Tianyuan City, but I had never seen them before. That was my first encounter. I interacted with a group of humans and inquired about the situation outside. They were very cooperative, and as I listened to their accounts, I realized that these humans likely came from the main world. The main world also has its legends within Tianyuan City, said to be a world with complete rules. Just entering the main world could enhance one's strength, even with mere breathing. At that time, I was already over 800 years old, yet I had only reached level 69. If I couldn't break through, I would die in another 200 years. I wanted to go to the main world, but I also knew that I couldn't even leave Huangming City for long, let alone go to the main world, so I killed them and drained their blood. Then I was pleasantly surprised to find my strength starting to rise, but unfortunately, the first batch of humans was not many, just over 100. For the sake of more humans, I let a dozen go and secretly gave them some benefits. 3 years later, these humans indeed came back, and their numbers reached 1,000. Can you understand how happy I was at that time? I killed 90% of the humans and drained their blood, and my strength finally broke through to the epic level. As for the humans I let go, I still secretly provided them with some benefits, looking forward to their return in 3 years. At this point, Anders could no longer hide his joy. They came back again. Even after so many died, they still returned. You humans are truly greedy. Excuse me for interrupting, but I am not the same human race as them, Lu Chanha interjected. Anders nodded in agreement. I understand. Just like our blood race, we vampires look down on those who feed on moonlight. As long as you understand, you can continue, Lu Chanha replied with a nod. I killed many people, and my strength increased rapidly, but it was also to prevent those humans from being scared and not daring to come in. So I used their greed to hold a grand competition for the strong and revealed the news of Tianyuan City. Then they came again, sending a batch of people every 3 years. Through the grand competition, I could openly drain blood, including those half-orcs in the city. This happy life continued for 100 years, and at that time, I finally reached the legendary level. Draining blood no longer significantly increased my power, as most of the humans who came in were merely extraordinary, with few at the epic level. As Anders spoke, he pointed at Lu Chanha, or more precisely, at the spatial rift. It was also at that time that I discovered this spatial rift. What is special about this spatial rift? Lu Chanha asked. At first, I thought it was nothing special, but as the rift gradually widened, I realized it was a spatial rift between two worlds, a rift between this world and the main world. This means I could travel to the main world through this rift, Anders explained. I observed this rift for a long time and found that every time humans entered, which was when the secret realm opened, the rift would expand. But when the secret realm closed, the rift would gradually heal, repeating this cycle. If there were no other way, I would never be able to cross this rift to the main world in my lifetime. So after years of trying, I found a method. I just needed to keep the rift stuck to prevent it from healing. But the spatial turbulence was too strong. Even mythical strong beings found it hard to resist for long. Eventually, I suddenly remembered the title of the leader of Huangming City. As long as I was within Huangming City, I would be immune to all damage. At this point, Lu Chanha understood his value was to keep this spatial rift stuck, preventing it from healing. It was likely that those who had held the title in previous years were also thrown here to keep the rift stuck. If you become the leader yourself, can't you just come in directly? Lu Chanha asked. It's not that simple.
The city lord cannot participate in the competition of the strong. That's a rule restriction. Moreover, the spatial rift is just stuck. You're inside it right now, and I believe you understand the situation better. You can't even move inside. Once the tidal effect disappears after a year, you'll be crushed by the spatial turbulence. Anders shook his head. Unless you can travel from this rift to the main world with 100% certainty, I wouldn't dare step inside. Didn't you say you couldn't leave Huangming City? I have to thank your human race for that. Previously, I obtained a myth-level item from your human race that allows me to resurrect after death and even clear all negative states. Of course, I can't guarantee a 100% success, but there is a chance. Lu Chanha nodded. This item must have been obtained from the Lighthouse Kingdom. And there's that military arsenal, which can only be used by your human race. So, I once captured some humans, used them to gain points from the military arsenal, and then exchanged for quite a few good things in the points mall, Anders said with a smile. Lu Chanha thought about it. The other party certainly didn't lack black gold. Even if the military arsenal hadn't been activated before, the method of gaining points through a lottery would still yield quite a few points. You should have reached the myth level by now, right? Didn't you say that blood can no longer help you quickly increase your strength? Lu Chanha continued to ask. It seems you don't know our method of increasing strength. Your human race has an attribute panel, and as long as you kill monsters, you can gain experience points to enhance your strength. But we are different. We need to absorb the energy between heaven and earth to improve. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to increase my strength so quickly. Because, apart from the 5 main cities, there is no such energy anywhere else in this world. But this spatial rift gave me hope. Although this rift hasn't fully connected to the main world, energy has already begun to spill out. It is by absorbing this energy that I have spent nearly 200 years to reach my current strength, Anders said with a smile. The reason I tell you everything is that I am confident you can't escape the spatial rift, and also because I have reached level 99, just one step away from demigod status. Even if you find a way to escape, you won't get past me. Then Blood Mountain. That's still to guard against you humans. You humans may not be strong, but you have quite a few myth-level items. Blood Mountain was just a scapegoat I randomly found to consume your means, Anders said. In fact, to prevent you from using powerful items to probe, I specifically transformed him into a blood clan and even gave him the position of City Lord. Lu Chanha suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't see any issues with Blood Mountain's information before. It was all intentional on the other party's part. Any more questions? If not, I can tell you a big secret, one that I learned by chance in Tianyuan City. Seeing that Lu Chanha was silent, Anders was quite talkative. It seems you really think I'm doomed, Lu Chanha said bitterly. Go ahead. Do you know the origin of this world? How the so-called Black Abyss secret realm came to be, as you humans say? Anders asked. Lu Chanha shook his head. There are many reasons for the formation of secret realms, and this Black Abyss secret realm was clearly not simple, as there were even demigods inside, and not just one. It is said that this Black Abyss secret realm was once a training ground for a certain ancient kingdom of your human race, and you have seen those dark lands. The countless monsters in the dark lands are the result of your human strong one sealing countless monsters from various races within, stripping them of their intelligence and leaving only their nature for slaughter, using them as a training ground. Anders sighed. I can hardly imagine how powerful your human race truly is. Those demigod strongmen have been hiding here, seemingly afraid of your kind. Upon hearing this, Lu Chanha felt a storm brewing in his heart. He had never considered the origins of the Dark Lands, even thinking it was just a characteristic of this secret realm. But now, hearing Anders' words, he realized that these Dark Lands were all man-made, merely for training purposes. He thought of the military arsenal and the old man he encountered in the 100 Zheng Abyss. Perhaps this was indeed a training ground of that ancient nation. Since it's a training ground, do you know why it has turned into a secret realm? Do you know someone named Lester? Lu Chanha asked. Anders thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know about that. And as for Lester? I haven't heard of him. Although the other party hadn't heard of him, Lu Chanha already had his suspicions. Once, this place was a training ground for that powerful ancient nation, sealing countless monsters in the darkness for training. But later, someone named Lester ambushed and occupied this place, using certain means to turn it into a secret realm to evade the human race's retaliation, slipping into the void. By the way, those half-orcs were once just slaves of that ancient nation, providing logistics for their army, Anders continued. Lu Chanha didn't know what to say. He was once again witnessing the might of that ancient nation. The current indigenous half-orcs were merely slaves back then. Fortunately, your human race isn't as powerful as it once was. It seems even demigods are rare now. This way, I can be safer when I go out. I'm only one step away from becoming a demigod, but it's absolutely impossible to succeed in here. Not to mention whether the rules allow it. Once I reach demigod status, I will definitely attract the attention of the 5 main cities. At that time, even as a demigod, it would be hard for me to survive, Anders said. This is also one of the reasons I had a substitute take over as city lord, to lower my presence. Want to go out? If he really let the other party out, the unprepared humans would probably be in trouble.
What is the real way to get to Tianyuan City? Chu Chen asked the last question. A 5,000-word chapter. Thank you for your support. You still think about going to Tianyuan City? It's fine to tell you, there are no teleportation arrays to Tianyuan City. You can only find Tianyuan City and then enter, and its location is very concealed and constantly changing. However, I have a guide map to Tianyuan City. Here, just follow the map and you will find Tianyuan City. As Anders spoke, a map appeared before him. Chu Chen looked at the map. After triggering his talent effect, he confirmed that this was indeed the guide map to Tianyuan City. You've told me so much, it seems you're certain I won't survive to leave, Chu Chen said. Leave? Actually, I've told these things to other humans as well, but not a single one has left here alive, so you can stop dreaming, Anders laughed. Is that so? Chu Chen smiled. Anders raised an eyebrow, about to nod, when suddenly his body stiffened and dozens of control effects appeared on him. Although these control effects only lasted a moment before disappearing, they reappeared the next instant. Level 99? I don't believe I can't kill you. In the military arsenal, a cold light flickered in Chu Chen's eyes as swords exploded, casting sword spells to place control effects on Anders. At the same time, the void sword condensation technique was activated, and thousands of invisible swords surged forth. Minus 94.05 million, true damage, minus 93.89 million, true damage, minus 278.3 million, true damage, critical hit. In almost an instant, Anders' 8 billion health points were reduced to just 10%. It wasn't that Chu Chen stopped attacking, but rather that he triggered the opponent's damage immunity state. Long sleep. When health drops to 10%, it triggers, and for the next minute, the target falls into a deep sleep, becoming immune to all damage, clearing all negative states, and recovering 1% of health per second. After the sleep ends, the target remains in an untouchable state for the next 3 seconds. Because of this skill, Anders automatically fell into a deep sleep when his health reached 10% and all of Chu Chen's damage was rendered ineffective. I wonder if my self-destructing clone can deal damage, a thought flashed through Chu Chen's mind, as self-destructing clones forcibly deal damage to the target. However, he didn't attempt it. Even if the clone's self-destruction caused damage, it wouldn't be enough to finish off the opponent. What followed was a 60-second wait, which felt short in general but was excruciatingly long for both parties fighting for their lives. Impossible, how could he still attack me? Although Anders was in a deep sleep, his consciousness remained. At this moment, he was somewhat bewildered. He was clearly trapped in a spatial rift, and the opponent couldn't move, yet he could still be attacked. Even more bewildering was the damage from Chu Chen, which was terrifyingly high. He had previously witnessed Chu Chen kill Blood Mountain, but at that time, he thought Chu Chen had used some powerful trump card to achieve that. Now it was clear he had been mistaken. What the opponent displayed was not a trump card, but more like a basic attack. A basic attack dealt nearly 100 million damage, and it was true damage? No wonder he was shocked, as he, being level 99, could only deal that much damage without using any trump cards. He had a staggering 80 billion health, yet 90% of it vanished in an instant. If it weren't for his life-saving measures, he would have been finished off just now. Could this guy also be a mythic level powerhouse? But isn't it only level 69 that can enter here? Or did he use some powerful item to deceive the rules of this realm? No matter what, this guy cannot be left alive. He must die today. As Anders felt his health rapidly recovering, an endless killing intent surged within him towards Chu Chen. As a peak mythic powerhouse at level 99, he had almost been finished off. It was a great humiliation. Soon, a minute passed, and Anders' health recovered from 10% to 70%. But this still left him feeling unsafe, as he had almost been killed even at full health just moments ago. After the long sleep effect ended, Anders opened his eyes, his figure somewhat ethereal, currently in an untouchable state. Seeking death. Anders roared, his originally handsome face twisting into a snarl, a pair of broad wings unfurling, sharp teeth bared, and his hands transforming into claws as he charged directly at Chu Chen's clone within the spatial rift. At the same time, a prompt popped up before Chu Chen. Your title leader of Huangmeng City has been revoked by the city lord. Being in the military arsenal, Chu Chen was not surprised. This title was originally granted by the city lord, who naturally had the authority to revoke it. He had attempted to attack after the opponent awakened, even using sword spells, but unfortunately, it had no effect. Now, with the opponent in an untouchable state, it was a more domineering condition than mere damage immunity. Without a moment's hesitation, just before Anders awakened, Chu Chen took out a crystal. Invincible crystal, mythic level, upon use, grants immunity to all damage and negative states below divine level for the next 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 months. This was a mythic level item that Old Foam had obtained from the military for him, and it was because of this item that he dared to take action against Anders. This item was among the top-tier mythic level items, after all, as it was not a one-time use item but could be used multiple times. You have used the invincible crystal, mythical level, becoming immune to all damage and negative states below the divine level for the next 5 minutes. As the prompt appeared, a layer of golden light enveloped Chu Chen. At that moment, Anders' attack struck down. Minus 92.1 million over 90 million damage floated from the clone, which was even more than what Chu Chen had taken. This damage was instantly transferred to Chu Chen's main body, but only 2 words were displayed. Immune. Fortunately, I have the invincible crystal, otherwise, I would have died here today, Chu Chen thought to himself. But Anders was unaware of this. Upon seeing the damage floating from Chu Chen's clone, he did not stop his attack. 3 seconds, for an ordinary person, would pass in the blink of an eye. But for a peak mythical powerhouse like Anders, he could unleash thousands of attacks in a single second, let alone 3 seconds. Minus 98.54 million, minus 93.58 million, minus 390 million. One after another damage numbers floated from the clone, and Anders even used skills. He was confident that even if Chu Chen was also a mythical level powerhouse, he could at least severely injure him in these 3 seconds, if not kill him. But soon, Anders was stunned. He looked at the health bar of Chu Chen's clone, which had not decreased at all. Health 1. This was the health value of Chu Chen's clone. If Anders knew that after his frenzied output he hadn't even taken away a single point of health, he would probably spit blood. How is this possible? How could his health not drop at all? Anders thought in disbelief, sinking into deep self-doubt. What had he been working so hard for? At that moment, 3 seconds passed and Anders's figure also exited the state of nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds echoed in the military arsenal. Chu Chen, who had long been prepared, immediately began to unleash his sword spells. After realizing that the 3 seconds were over, Anders naturally understood that he would soon face Chu Chen's sudden control. So, during the time when the inability to select status disappeared, he also used the body dominance skill. As long as you can't control me, I will eventually kill you, Anders thought to himself. But in the next moment his body stiffened. Stunned, dizzy, restrained, frozen, dozens of control effects were placed upon him. Impossible, I clearly used the body dominance skill, how can I still be controlled? Anders's heart trembled, unless his control skills have already involved the laws. Laws are something only deities can master. Even demigods can only utilize the power of the laws to a certain extent. As the lord of Huangming City, he was not unfamiliar with the laws and could use some of them. But those laws were granted to him by this world as its lord, and the restrictions were very significant. Just like the title, Huangming City Leader, it was created by him, using the laws of this world, but it could only be used once every 3 years. Previously, when he was controlled by Chu Chen, he hadn't thought much of it, he just felt he hadn't reacted in time. But now, having used the body dominance skill, he was still controlled, which indicated that the opponent's methods already contained the power of the laws. Only the laws could break the laws. Is he a demigod or a deity? Impossible. If so, he could easily kill me with a slap. Why go through all this trouble? Then he must have a powerful treasure that contains the power of the laws. These thoughts flashed through Anders's mind, and in the moment of being controlled, he quickly reacted. Buzz. A special power enveloped him, and all control effects vanished in an instant. Indeed, it is the power of the laws, Anders thought to himself. The reason he could break free from the control was that he, as the lord of Huangming City, borrowed the laws of this world. At the moment the control was lifted, a layer of blood-red light shield emerged around Anders, making those invisible swords unable to approach at all. Oh, the control effect is gone? Chu Chen also wore a look of surprise, having thought that this wave would be enough to take down his opponent in an instant, only to find that the other party could actually resist his control effects. Truly a peak mythic powerhouse, with so many tricks up his sleeve. Without the constraints of control, Anders was able to fully unleash the power of a peak mythic, directly sealing off the surrounding space, rendering the void condensing sword technique completely ineffective. But he did not let his guard down. Quick battle, quick resolution. Anders looked at Chu Chen's figure within the spatial rift, launching a barrage of attacks that fell like raindrops. Countless damage numbers floated up, mostly exceeding 90 million. The highest damage even reached 5 billion. But 10 seconds later, Anders sensed something was off, as the opponent's health had not decreased at all. Even if he is a demigod, he should lose health from my attacks. Moreover, he is in the spatial rift, constantly facing the damage from spatial turbulence. Did he use a damage immunity item? Impossible. If he had used such an item, he wouldn't have taken any damage at all, but would have become immune instead. Or is this not his true body? This thought popped into Anders' mind. Since he could find a blood mountain as a substitute, why couldn't the other party? If this is his clone, then his true body should be nearby. With this in mind, Anders centered himself and unleashed a vast mental force that spread outwards. The Lord's mansion, not there. Huangming City, not there either. Within a radius of 200,000 meters, nothing. Within a radius of 500,000 meters, still nothing. This made Anders frown. Although he could leverage the power of the laws due to his lord status, he couldn't maintain it for too long. At most, he could hold it for about 5 minutes. And if it lasted any longer, he would suffer backlash from the laws himself. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Anders looked at Chu Chen in the spatial rift, feeling troubled. He didn't understand why the opponent, despite clearly taking damage, wasn't losing any health. If the other party continued like this, why was he putting in so much effort? You must have a limit, right? Anders gritted his teeth, continuing to unleash attacks on Chu Chen's clone. He couldn't believe that the other party could just stand there and take it without consequence. Fortunately, I was prepared. 1,000,000 meters away from Huangmeng City, Chu Chen stood atop a mountain, watching Anders attack frantically through his clone. At level 49, his attack range had also reached 1,000,000 meters. After the title of Huangmeng City Leader disappeared, he had directly used Sword Flash to teleport here, just to prevent the other party from finding him. I just don't know how long he can maintain this immunity to control. If it lasts too long, I might have to self-destruct my clone and find another way to kill him, Chu Chen thought to himself. The clone in the spatial rift was taking damage every moment, and once the effect of his invincible crystal stone wore off, that damage would be borne by his true body. With his small frame, even with the 70 million health pool from the Qingshan Blood Ox, he could only withstand it for a second before perishing. Time passed slowly, and Chu Chen kept an eye on the duration of the invincible crystal stone's effect. Looks like I can only self-destruct first. When there were only 5 seconds left on the effect, Chu Chen made his decision. Boom! In the next moment, the clone in the spatial rift began to surge with power. Anders, come accompany me in death. Chu Chen controlled the clone to shout dramatically, then his body exploded, transforming into a beam of sword light that charged towards Anders. Instead of being startled, Anders was pleased and launched his own attack in response. Minus 278.3 million, true damage, critical hit, damage erupted from Anders, but at that moment his health had completely recovered to 800 billion. The damage of less than 300 million only caused the opponent's health bar to flicker slightly. Is he dead? Anders didn't care about losing that bit of health. His mental energy was frantically scanning the surroundings, trying to see if Chu Chen had used any other means to hide. Aside from the hundreds of spirit swords scattered on the ground, there was nothing. Could he really be dead? Anders furrowed his brow. He was the one who most wanted Chu Chen to die, but now that it seemed he really was dead, he felt it was unlikely. It seemed a bit too easy. Too easy? Considering that as a peak level 99 mythic powerhouse he had bombarded the opponent for nearly 5 minutes with the power of the laws before finally killing him, it didn't seem that easy after all. So, is he really dead? Anders hesitated. At this point, the time he had borrowed from the laws was almost up. If he continued, he feared he would suffer backlash. Yet, he felt a lingering unease, sensing that the opponent hadn't truly died. Ultimately, Anders gritted his teeth and stopped using the power of the laws. If the opponent was still alive, he couldn't keep enduring the power of the laws. If the opponent was dead, suffering backlash from the laws would be a loss. As the laws faded, Anders didn't move but stood still, quietly waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After a full 10 minutes had passed, confirming there was no unusual activity, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that guy was indeed dead. However, upon seeing the empty spatial rift, Anders was filled with rage. Because this spatial rift was healing, and although it would take at least 10 years to heal at this rate, with one less leader, his time to leave this world had been extended. Damn humans, from now on, all humans who come to Huangmeng City must die, or my hatred will never be quelled. Anders cursed, the only thing worth celebrating being that he had obtained the Cloak of Invisibility, a mythic level item. But before he could even feel happy about it, Anders's body stiffened. Dozens of control effects were once again placed upon him. Anders was shocked. How could this guy be so hard to kill? He had worked so hard, yet he still hadn't died. This meant that what he had just encountered was indeed not his true body, but merely a technique similar to a clone? While pondering, he hurriedly used the power of the laws again to dispel the control effects on him, while his mental energy spread out once more, searching for Chu Chen's figure. He knew that if he couldn't find the opponent, he would forever live in fear of being killed. But when his mental energy covered 500,000 meters, he had reached his limit. If he were to probe in just one direction, with his mental energy, he could cover tens of millions of meters without issue. But he didn't know where Chu Chen was, so he could only cover all directions. A radius of 500,000 meters meant his mental energy covered 785,000 square kilometers. It was already a vast area, but unfortunately, Chu Chen was over 1,000,000 meters away, and he couldn't find him at all. Seeing that the opponent had once again freed himself from control, Chu Chen wasn't anxious. He wanted to see how long the opponent could hold out. At this moment, Anders found himself in a dilemma. He wanted to find Chu Chen, but he couldn't. He wanted to run, but sooner or later, he would have to return, and then he would still face Chu Chen. Just as he was hesitating about what to do, his body suddenly shook and his momentum weakened by half. Anders's face changed dramatically. He knew the backlash from the laws had come. Although it was just a slight backlash, it caused his health limit to drop by 100 million. If this continued, it might not just be a reduction in health limit, he could even lose a level. Anders couldn't wait any longer and flew directly to Huangmeng City. Damn humans, if you have the guts, come and fight me head-on. Anders's roar echoed throughout Huangmeng City, and all the half-orcs inside looked up curiously. Who is that? Why does he look somewhat unfamiliar? Isn't that the old city lord? Didn't they say the old city lord went to Tianyuan City? How come he's still in Huangming City? What a strong presence. The old city lord is too powerful. Could he be a mythical level expert? What did the old city lord just say? Human race? Aren't those humans all dead? All the half-orcs were discussing among themselves, but Anders had no time to pay attention. He was angry, but more than that, he was afraid. He had worked hard to reach such strength, and even had the opportunity to leave this realm and go to the main world. He didn't want to die. Human race, get out here. Otherwise, I'll destroy the military arsenal. Anders continued to roar in anger. He didn't know where Chu Chen was, but he knew that Chu Chen was definitely watching him. Destroy the military arsenal? 1,000,000 meters away, Chu Chen looked disdainful. That was a rule artifact. If you have the ability, go ahead and destroy it. The other party was clearly afraid, shouting despite the astonished gazes of the half-orcs in Huangming City. He just needed to wear the opponent down. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't come out, Anders was filled with rage but had no outlet for it, and his life points were dropping at a rate of 100 million every 10 seconds. This was a drop in the maximum life points, and even potions couldn't replenish it. Time passed slowly, and Anders was still shouting in the city. Strange, why isn't he coming out? If he did, there would still be a chance to find me, Chu Chen wondered. Little did he know, at this moment, Anders was using the power of the rules as the city lord of Huangming City. Although he could still use the power of the rules after leaving the city, the backlash would be even more severe. At that point, it wouldn't be a drop of 100 million life points every 10 seconds, it could be 100 million every second, and naturally, he didn't dare to leave the range of Huangming City. The power of the rules was a force that only deities could control. Using it without reaching that level would come with significant limitations and even costs. Soon, a minute passed, and Anders felt a sense of despair. He didn't even know what to do. He couldn't escape, couldn't find the opponent, and the other party could completely wear him down. Buzz. At that moment, Anders's body trembled, and his already pale face turned even paler. Chu Chen also noticed this scene through the vision provided by the spirit sword placed in Huangming City and glanced at the opponent's attributes. This guy's level has dropped. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. The originally level 99 Anders was now only level 98, and his maximum life points had dropped from 80 billion to just 79.4 billion. No wonder he could resist. My control, what kind of method did this guy use? Chu Chen secretly clicked his tongue. The method was indeed powerful, but the cost was too high. It was the first time he had seen someone lose a level, especially a peak mythical expert at level 99 losing a level. I can't go on like this, otherwise, even if he doesn't kill me, I'll die by my own hand. Anders gritted his teeth and directly cancelled the power of the rules. He didn't want to be the first peak mythical expert to die by suicide, although he was no longer a peak mythical expert now. At the moment he withdrew the power of the rules, a familiar sensation filled his body. He was once again under control. This time, he didn't use the power of the rules but allowed himself to be controlled. Originally, Chu Chen was still waiting for the other party to break free, but after a few seconds, the opponent showed no reaction at all. So he didn't hold back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, invisible swords appeared, rushing towards Anders. Not good, the old city lord is in danger. The other half-orcs in the city changed their expressions upon seeing this scene, but before they could react. In the next moment, Anders's 79.4 billion life points were completely drained. The lifeless body fell from the sky. This scene left all the half-orcs dumbfounded. The old city lord is dead? All the half-orcs were unwilling to accept this outcome. After all, it was the old city lord, the founder of their city of Huangming, who had died just like that. In an instant, the entire city erupted in chaos, with countless cries and expressions of anger. But Chu Chen furrowed his brow. Not dead yet. Because the mission of the military arsenal had not been completed, it meant that Anders was still alive. This guy wants to pull a golden cicada shedding its shell. Chu Chen recalled what the other party had mentioned about having means of resurrection and understood their intentions. You can't live. With a thought, hundreds of spiritual swords hidden within Huangming City flew out, beginning to search for the other party's whereabouts. Look at those swords, they must be the means of that human mentioned by the city lord. That human must still be in the city. Avenge the city lord, kill for me. As these spiritual swords flew out, they attracted the attention of many half-orcs within Huangming City. Led by Niu Feng, numerous half-orcs charged towards the spiritual swords. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't planned on dealing with these half-orcs, but now these guys were running up to their deaths. Slaughter the city? This thought emerged in Chu Chen's mind. He was protective of his own, but only of the great Xia. As for outsiders, those not of my race must have different hearts. Chu Chen's gaze turned cold. Then let's slaughter the city. This day marked the most tragic day in Huangming City, with blood covering the entire city and corpses scattered everywhere. Men, women, and children were all slaughtered. According to the few half-orcs who managed to survive, there were no memories, because no half-orc survived. Those figures, before dying, had feelings of unwillingness, resentment, and regret, but the one thing they lacked was pain. His sword was swift, there would be no pain. Chu Chen stood atop the mountain, coldly observing the corpses within Huangming City. Clearly, he had awakened to the profession of the wine sword immortal, which sounded ethereal, yet at this moment it felt more like he had awakened to the profession of a god of death. If you let them go once, there will be a second and third time. When facing outsiders, this precedent cannot be set. Among these half-orcs, there were evildoers, do-gooders, infants in swaddling clothes, and the elderly on the brink of death. But the one thing they lacked was strength. Between Huangming City and Chu Chen, Huangming City was the weak. Between humans and outsiders, humans were the weak. Weakness is a sin. I only hope that our great Xiao will not end up like Huangming City, slaughtered at will by outsiders. There were over 2 million half-orcs in Huangming City, and since he planned to slaughter the city, Chu Chen did not hold back. He summoned another 10,000 spiritual swords hidden within the city, so he could kill more quickly. Even so, it still took Chu Chen 2 full hours to finish off all the half-orcs in the city. Naturally, some half-orcs attempted to escape, but Chu Chen did not pursue them, knowing that once these half-orcs left the city for more than a day, they would suffer the backlash of the rules. They would die sooner or later. During these 2 hours, Chu Chen primarily focused on finding Anders. His mission could not be completed until the other party was dead. By noon, the city had fallen silent, all half-orcs dead, and the blood had already congealed. After the spiritual swords patrolled Huangming City, they discovered that Anders was indeed good at hiding. It was unclear where he had resurrected or if he had used some means to conceal himself, which was why he had not been found. Chu Chen was not in a hurry. The other party could not stay away from Huangming City for long, so he just needed to wait patiently. However, he still brought back the other party's corpse. Although the corpse had little value, there were things he wanted within the storage ring. Upon opening Anders' storage ring, the first thing Chu Chen saw was a guiding map to Tianyuan City. With this, he would be able to find Tianyuan City. In addition, there were quite a few other items in the other party's storage ring. Chu Chen roughly counted. There were 3.6 billion black gold, about 300,000 pounds of star crystal stones, among which over 5,000 pounds were epic-level star crystal stones, and more than 300 pounds were legendary-level star crystal stones. Mythical-level powerhouses are indeed wealthy, Chu Chen sighed. Previously, in the chaotic star maze, he had only obtained a little over 2,000 pounds of star crystal stones, with just over 2 pounds being epic-level and none at all being legendary-level. Unlike Anders, who had over 5,000 pounds of epic-level star crystal stones, and more than 300 pounds of legendary-level ones. Could it be that this guy has mined all the legendary-level star crystal stones from the chaotic star maze? Chu Chen thought it was possible. As a mythical-level powerhouse, it would naturally not be difficult for him to obtain high-quality star crystal stones from the chaotic star maze. Moreover, these star crystal stones must have been leftovers from him. 3.6 billion black gold is quite a lot, converted into points. That's 360 million. Plus, I have 100 million points, which means I already have 460 million points. I just need 40 million more points to exchange for the mythical level spirit wine illustration. This 40 million points would be easy for Chu Chen, especially since so many half-orcs had died in the entire Huangming City and he hadn't even looted them yet. Chu Chen continued to count the items in the storage ring. There were quite a few equipment items, all of which were at least epic level, with over 100 being legendary level. This was the accumulation of over 1,000 years for the other party. Oh, is this a mythical level material? Chu Chen took out 3 materials. They were Thundersource Crystal Rain, 100 Ice, Cold Essence, and Emerald with Spirit Leaf Flower, all mythical level materials that could be used to create mythical level items. Additionally, there were many legendary level and epic level materials in considerable quantity and variety. Chu Chen couldn't use these things either, so he could only pack them up and set them aside for now, planning to deal with them when he returned to the Great Xia. After searching carefully again, he found no mythical level items. Either Anders was too poor to have any, or he hadn't placed his mythical level items here. Chu Chen felt the former was more likely, as it was already quite difficult for the other party to have so many possessions. For a mythical level powerhouse, 1,000 years of accumulation was indeed a bit lacking. After counting everything, Chu Chen controlled the spirit sword to take a turn around the city but found nothing at all. Then I'll just wait for you. Chu Chen stopped wasting time, hid the spirit sword back in Huangming City, like a series of monitors, ready to detect Anders' appearance. He then sat cross-legged on the mountaintop and took out a crystal stone. It was a star crystal stone. He had obtained this for some time but had never used it, and now was just the right time to use it to enhance his control over power. Looking at the ordinary level star crystal stone in his hand, Chu Chen used it directly. A surge of power flowed from the star crystal stone into his body through his palm, continuously circulating within him. It felt as if he was immersed in a hot spring, and even his expression relaxed a bit. This feeling lasted for about 3 minutes before slowly fading away, while the star crystal stone, weighing only about 3 taels, turned to dust. It's a pity I don't have a detection device, otherwise, I could test how much my control has improved. Chu Chen shook his head and took out another star crystal stone to use. Meanwhile, a
1,000 meters underground in Huangming City, a blood-red flower slowly bloomed, and Anders' figure walked out from within, while the blood-red flower withered away. The blood spirit golden flower, a mythical level item, only required a drop of blood to be placed inside. Upon death, one could be reborn by dripping blood. The only drawback was that it took 3 hours to complete the rebirth process, and if interrupted during this time, one would die completely. This was a mythical level item that Anders obtained from the Lighthouse Kingdom, kept 1,000 meters deep underground in Huangming City. He had thought this mythical level item would only be used when he left this realm to go to the main world, but unexpectedly, he used it now. Damn it, I was reborn in this realm, and the rules of this realm have directly locked me in. Anders gritted his teeth. If he had been reborn in the main world, it would have been the rules of the main world that locked him, which would mean he had a household registration in the main world. At that time, he could have tried to become a demigod or even a true deity, but now everything was in vain, and his level had dropped back to level 98. It's all because of that human. If it weren't for him, As Anders was speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Because he, still the lord of Huangming City, felt the deathly silence of Huangming City. Anders's mental power reached Huangming City, and when he saw the scene in Huangming City, his face changed drastically. Corpses, countless corpses lay haphazardly throughout the city, and the congealed blood had formed a layer of scab on the ground. A massacre. He actually massacred the city. How could this happen? How dare he massacre the city? A devil, he's just a devil, over 2 million half-orcs, and he just killed them. Huangming City is finished. Anders wore a look of despair, not mourning for the half-orcs, who had already died. After all, he had previously held a competition to harvest these half-orcs, so he naturally didn't care about their lives or deaths. But the problem was that Huangming City needed these half-orcs. In the endless wasteland, establishing a city is not difficult, but gaining the recognition of the rules of this world for the established city is not easy. First, there must be more than 100,000 living beings in the city for it to barely qualify as a city. In addition, the number of living beings must be maintained above 100,000 for 10 years to gain the world's recognition, allowing the city lord to borrow the laws of this realm. Once the number of living beings in the city falls below 100,000, the world rules will no longer recognize the existence of the city after a year, and the city lord will no longer be able to borrow the power of the laws. In a situation like the current one, where the entire city has been slaughtered and only he remains as the city lord, it would lose the protection of the world rules in at most a month. The only way to avoid this situation is to have 100,000 living beings in the city again within that month. Under normal circumstances, this requirement would not be difficult for Anders. With his myth-level strength, capturing 100,000 living beings would be easy. But now he was struggling to protect himself, and he didn't even dare to leave the underground, let alone find living beings to replenish Huangming City. I have 1 month. I must find a way to gather 100,000 living beings to replenish Huangming City, or I will be finished. Anders gritted his teeth. Being a city lord is not easy. When the city is intact, there are many benefits to being the lord. But once the city encounters problems, especially in a situation like this where it has been destroyed, he, as the city lord, will also be punished by the world rules. The lightest punishment is a drop in level, starting from level 10, and the most severe is direct death. Anders never expected that a single human could force him, a peak myth-level powerhouse, to such a state. Even until now, he still didn't know what Lu Chanha looked like. Now I can only hope that he has already left, otherwise, I will be finished. Anders couldn't help but pray in his heart. In fact, he could find a living being that had once been in Huangming City and transfer the position of city lord to them, allowing them to bear the punishment of the rules. But while transferring the city lord is not too troublesome, the transferee must have lived in the city for more than a year. Now that Huangming City has been destroyed and over 2 million half-orcs have been slaughtered, Anders believes that some half-orcs must have escaped. But these half-orcs would only stay outside the city for a day at most. Staying longer than a day would put them at risk of death, so he had no hope at all. Now all he could do was wait for time to pass, and hope that Lu Chanha would leave. Day by day, time passed, and Anders remained underground, not daring to show his face. And those half-orcs who had once managed to escape from Huangming City also died outside the city due to the backlash of the rules. Even those with good luck couldn't last through the night, as countless monsters would appear after dark. It could be said that within just 2 days, there was only Anders left alive in Huangming City. Lu Chanha merely let the spirit swords act as monitors within the city, creating an illusion for Anders that he had already left. He wasn't in a hurry for the other party to show up. During the day, he used the star crystal to enhance his power control, and at night, he farmed monsters. Time flew by, and more than half a month had passed. One night, as darkness fell, Lu Chanha continued to farm monsters. Minus 780 million, triple critical hit, true damage, minus 521 million, double critical hit, true damage, as the spirit sword sliced through, increasingly terrifying damage numbers floated up. A triple critical hit, not bad. My power control is at least 30% now. Lu Chanha smiled. Just the increase in critical hit multiplier was already a tremendous benefit, especially for someone like him, a high damage dealer with true damage. The homeroom teacher, Wei Tao, had said that the higher the Control, the greater the critical hit multiplier, which could reach up to 9 times. It's important to note that a critical hit is already double damage, so a 9-fold critical hit would mean an 18-fold increase in damage. Previously, Chu Chen had used sword spells to explode quite a few spirit swords, but now the damage bonus was also at 2,700 times. If you factor in the triple critical hit, it would mean a 16,200 times increase in damage, with 49% of that being true damage. If I push a little harder, I might aim for a 4-fold or even 5-fold critical hit. Lester is at least a demigod, and if Anders, a peak myth at level 99, is this hard to kill, Lester will definitely be even harder. Chu Chen thought to himself as he surveyed Huangming City through the vision provided by the spirit swords. Half a month had passed and there was no sign of movement in Huangming City, but Chu Chen knew that Anders had definitely not left, he was just hiding. You're quite good at hiding. I'll just wait with you and see how long you can endure. Chu Chen thought, then continued to farm monsters. I can't hold on any longer. Deep beneath Huangming City, Anders roared in anger. Half a month had passed, and he wasn't sure if Chu Chen had left, but the time left for him was running out. It was indeed easy to gather 100,000 living beings, but bringing them to Huangming City would also take time. If this continued, he wouldn't have enough time. After roaring for a long time, he still didn't go out. 5 more days, just 5 more days. If there's still no movement, then he should have left. Saying this, Anders sat down again, picked up a cup filled with blood, and drank it all in one go. 5 days quickly passed. Anders could no longer hold back. It's night now, and the monsters are rampaging outside the city. Even if he hasn't left, he shouldn't be able to notice me. If he's still in the city, I can just catch him and kill him. With this thought, Anders waited until the later part of the night when the monsters were at their peak and cautiously appeared within Huangming City. Hundreds of thousands of meters away, Chu Chen, who was hunting monsters, raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of Huangming City. Through the vision provided by the spirit swords, he saw an extremely lewd figure appear in a corner of a wall. Finally showed up. Chu Chen smiled. There was only this one living person left in Huangming City. How could he let him go? Without a moment's hesitation, 100 spirit swords exploded and the sword spells were cast. At the same time, the spirit swords within the city flew out towards Anders. Inside Huangming City, Anders cautiously peered around while covering the entire city with his mental power to prevent any accidents. It seems he really has left. Anders breathed a sigh of relief, then snorted coldly. You ran fast this time. Otherwise, I would make you wish you were dead. Buzz. Just as his words fell, dozens of different control effects suddenly appeared on him, and Anders's figure became rigid. Not good, he hasn't left yet. Anders was shocked and hurriedly tried to expel the control effects using the power of the laws. But soon he fell into despair as he realized he could no longer borrow the power of the laws. The rules of this world had abandoned him unless he could make the city of Huangming possess 100,000 living beings right now. But that was simply impossible. No, I refuse to accept this. How can I die here? I want to leave. I want to go to the main world. I want to become a demigod, to become the supreme deity. I don't want to die. Anders screamed frantically in his heart, but it was all in vain. As sword lights pierced through his body, over 70 billion life points vanished in the blink of an eye. Sizzle. A sword tore through Anders's throat, and his body, already immobilized by control, trembled as his eyes quickly lost their luster. Bang! The corpse fell, crashing to the ground. A once peak level 99 mythic powerhouse had thus perished. You have completed task 1. Please proceed to the military arsenal to claim your reward. Upon seeing this message, Chu Chen smiled. Anders was truly dead. However, this also made Chu Chen realize his shortcomings. He still lacked means to track enemies. If he had such means, Anders wouldn't have been able to hide for so long. Not continuing to farm monsters, Chu Chen flashed back into the city of Huangming. Looking at Anders's corpse, Chu Chen searched for a while and found that the body had nothing on it. Forget it, at least I've obtained the corpses of 2 mythic level powerhouses. Chu Chen stored the corpse and then went to the Lord's mansion. To be precise, he went to the treasury of the Lord's mansion. Although many items were taken by Anders, there were still quite a few things in the treasury, especially the black gold. He harvested 5.1 billion black gold from the treasury. The star crystal stones were a bit less, but there were still around 10,000 pounds, along with various other items and materials, which Chu Chen packed up and took away. Then Chu Chen went to the location of the spatial rift. In just half a month, although the rift was healing, it hadn't healed much. I wonder if I can destroy it. Thinking this, Chu Chen pointed his sword, and several spirit swords flew out. Boom boom boom. As a series of attacks landed, the spatial rift began to stir, and spatial turbulence flew out. If Chu Chen hadn't run fast, he would have been in trouble. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the spatial rift stabilized again. Chu Chen looked through the vision of the spirit swords and found that not only had it not been destroyed, but it had actually expanded a bit. He even seemed to see another world through the rift, though it was unfamiliar. He only saw a withered ancient tree. Is it because of my true damage? Chu Chen believed that Anders must have attacked the spatial rift before. If an attack could expand the rift, the other party wouldn't have gone through so much trouble.
The biggest difference between him and Anders was the true damage. Perhaps it was the true damage that caused the rift to expand. Originally, it could heal in over 10 years, but now that I've attacked it, it will take at least 20 to 30 years. Chu Chen shook his head, not daring to attack again for fear of truly connecting the two worlds. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Chu Chen looked at the vast city of Huangmeng, his face showing helplessness. Slaughtering. The city is easy, but looting the spoils is quite troublesome. There were quite a few shops in the city. Even if he was fast alone, it would take at least 2 months to loot everything. Forget it, I'll take as much as I can. After all, the next secret realm will open in 3 years, and by then I should have become a god. At that time, I won't even care about the resources here. Chu Chen thought and still looted around the city. He couldn't be bothered to look at anything below an epic level. Black gold and star crystal were his main concerns. Chu Chen made a trip to the Goblin Pavilion, where the Ada who had introduced him was long gone, having been killed by him. After taking all the star crystals and black gold from the Goblin Pavilion, he went to other shops. This search took a full 5 days, and he only managed to loot what looked like the wealthy households in the city. The haul was substantial. His black gold had reached 14.2 billion, and the total amount of star crystals exceeded 500,000 pounds. This amount of black gold wasn't considered much. After all, with over 2 million half-orcs in the city, it averaged out to just over 5,000 pieces of black gold per person. Moreover, this black gold was only taken from the wealthy. He hadn't even touched the smaller households of half-orcs, or else there would have been even more. As for the rest, if in the future my great Xia can obtain this secret realm, it could be left for future generations to loot. If not, Chu Chen squinted, then we'll destroy the Lighthouse Kingdom and seize it. Afterward, Chu Chen arrived at the military arsenal, first submitting a task and earning 10 million points. Compared to the loot from the city, this amount of points wasn't much. Then, he exchanged all his black gold for points, bringing his total to 1.53 billion points. Finally gathered enough. Chu Chen opened the points mall and directly spent 500 million points to purchase the Mythical Spirit Wine Manual. You spent 500 million points and successfully purchased the Mythical Spirit Wine Manual. Mythical Spirit Wine Manual. After use, it can produce mythical spirit wine, requiring self-provided materials, at least 1 mythical material, 1,000 legendary materials, and 5,000 epic materials. The higher the grade of the materials used, the stronger the effect of the produced mythical spirit wine. Chu Chen took out a storage ring and found a special one for holding materials of epic grade and above. The materials are sufficient, and I even have extras. He only had 3 mythical materials, all obtained from Anders. As for legendary and epic materials, he had plenty, enough to produce 3 batches of mythical spirit wine. Let's make one first and see the effect. With that thought, Chu Chen used the Mythical Spirit Wine Manual. You used the Mythical Spirit Wine Manual. Please insert materials. The manual transformed into 3 windows, each labeled with the grade of the materials. Chu Chen first placed the mythical material Thunder Source Crystal Rain into one, followed by the legendary and epic materials. Manufacturing mythical spirit wine. Please wait. As the materials were inserted, the 3 windows merged into one interface for manufacturing. He thought it would take a long time, but it was done in just 5 minutes. Mythical Spirit Wine Blue Rain Thunder. Successfully manufactured. In the next moment, a jar of spirit wine enveloped in thunder slowly appeared, but the thunder only lasted for 10 seconds before dissipating. It even has a special effect. It certainly looks extraordinary. Chu Chen smiled. Perhaps the legendary spirit wine also had a special effect when it was first made, but he had never seen it. Then, Chu Chen took out a jar of epic spirit wine and drank it while checking the information on this mythical spirit wine. Blue Rain Thunder, mythical spirit wine, made from the mythical material Thunder Source Crystal Rain and over 1,000 legendary materials, 5,000 epic materials. Drinking it grants a 100% chance to awaken a thunder attribute talent, and a 50% chance to permanently double the effect of any thunder attribute talent. For the next 7 days, all thunder attribute damage is increased tenfold, and when using thunder attribute skills, mana consumption is reduced by 50%, and mana recovery speed is increased by 50%. This effect only applies to beings below the divine level. Although Chu Chen was prepared and knew the effects of mythical spirit wine were powerful, he was still surprised when he actually saw the information. It truly deserves to be called a myth-level spirit wine. At the very least, it can awaken a talent, and there's even a 50% chance to double the effect of that talent. The only method Chu Chen currently knew to obtain a new talent was to complete a hell-level breakthrough task. Even a nightmare-level breakthrough task could not yield a new talent. However, hell-level breakthrough tasks were exceedingly difficult. Even for legendary class professions, the challenge was immense, let alone for those epic or rare class practitioners. But now, simply drinking this jar of myth-level spirit wine could grant a new talent, not to mention the possibility of doubling its effect. If his sword intent talent was of the lightning attribute, and it were to be doubled, that would mean for every level he increased, he could add 2% to his true damage. At level 49, he would effectively possess 98% true damage, making his inflicted damage against those whose defenses far exceeded his attack even more terrifying. Unfortunately, his sword intent, talent had no relation to the lightning attribute, and after drinking the myth-level spirit wine he would not be able to gain these effects. When I think about it, it feels a bit unfair. Others can gain talents from drinking myth-level spirit wine, but I can only acquire a new skill. Compared to skills, Chu Chen naturally hoped to obtain a new talent. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to take a sip to see what kind of skill he could gain. You have consumed the spirit wine Ching Yu Feng myth level, triggering the wine immortal talent. The powerful spirit wine has awakened the power of the wine immortal, entering the realm of sword law. As the prompt appeared, when Chu Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a starry sky, surrounded by countless dazzling stars flickering around him. No, those weren't stars, they were beams of swordlight. Whoosh! A spirit sword streaked past Chu Chen like a shooting star, coming straight at him. Chu Chen was taken aback, wanting to dodge, but found he couldn't move at all. Looking again at the swordlight, despite its incredible speed, it seemed to have not moved at all in Chu Chen's eyes. Everything appeared to be frozen in that moment. He didn't know how long had passed when the swordlight struck down, engulfing Chu Chen. There was no pain, no death, but Chu Chen felt as if his entire being underwent a tremendous transformation in that instant. I have aged. Looking at his withered hands and gray hair, a sense of understanding inexplicably rose within him. That is the sword of time. A single sword can sever time, allowing for life or death, an eternal moment. Whoosh! At that moment, another spirit sword flew out, slashing down towards Chu Chen. Instantly, the space tore apart, a rift enveloping him, with countless spatial currents washing over his entire body. Boom! Until a silent explosion sounded, his body drifted along with the flow, not knowing where it was headed. This was the sword of space, capable of tearing apart space and creating it as well. Whoosh! Another sword came flying, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Chu Chen. The sword did not strike down but merely stood there, making it impossible for him to look directly at it, filling his heart with endless terror. This was the sword of heaven and earth, borrowing the might of the universe to oppress all living beings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! More and more spirit swords flew in. The sword of fate, the sword of thunder, the sword of life, the sword of the five elements. One by one, the spirit swords struck down, leaving Chu Chen adrift under various powers. Crack! Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the entire starry sky, the sound of shattering echoing in the already silent expanse. Crack crack! More and more cracks emerged, and the entire starry sky began to shatter. Boom! In the next moment, the starry sky exploded, and Chu Chen's consciousness began to be expelled. Before being expelled, he saw the starry sky transform into countless fragments. And those fragments surprisingly also came from a single sword. Primordial chaos? Chaos? Or perhaps eternal immortality? In the military arsenal, Chu Chen opened his eyes, gasping for breath, having already drained the mythical spirit wine. Was that the realm of sword laws just now? After a while, Chu Chen steadied his mind, glanced at the time, and realized that only about 5 minutes had passed. Yet, those 5 minutes in the outside world felt like he had spent hundreds or thousands of years in the realm of sword laws. Different sword powers slashed down, and the feeling of helplessness left a deep impression on him. It was at this moment that he understood what the sword path truly was. Although his damage was high now, he realized he hadn't even reached the threshold of the sword path. His sword could not sever time, could not distort space, could not pressure all living beings, and could not exist eternally. Sword laws, is this the power of the divine? If it were before, Chu Chen would have thought that with his damage he could kill a deity given the chance. But after personally experiencing the terror of the laws, he completely dismissed that idea. Even a demigod, compared to a true deity, belonged to two vastly different levels of existence, and the gap between them was immeasurable. No matter how high his damage was, could it break through the power of the laws? A level 99. Anders, if not for the rules of this world preventing him from leaving Huangmeng City, he would absolutely not be able to kill him, and might even be killed in return. Not to mention those deities standing between heaven and earth. However, Chu Chen did not feel disheartened or think the deities were invincible. The Great Xia had no deities, yet still opened battlefields in the outer realms. Now he was more certain of his goal. Deities were not impossible to kill. Just then, a prompt appeared. You have entered the realm of sword laws and gained 100 strands of sword laws. Looking at this prompt, Chu Chen realized that he had gained 100 strands of sword laws within him. So the mythical spirit wine didn't grant me skills, but allowed me to enter the realm of sword laws and obtain sword laws. A smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Laws were powers that only deities could control. The sword laws within him did not possess any special power and were insignificant against deities, but perhaps they could play a significant role against demigods. Chu Chen then stood up, opened the point shop, and purchased 2 more illustrations of mythical spirit wine. 10 minutes later, 2 jars of mythical spirit wine appeared again. However, he did not rush to drink them. The feeling of helplessness he experienced in the realm of sword laws was quite uncomfortable, and he needed some time to recover. Huangmeng City has been resolved, so next I should check out Tianyuan City. He had been in this Black Abyss secret realm for over a month now. The time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Mainly, he hadn't expected the map of the Black Abyss secret realm to be so vast, even containing demigod-level beings. Taking out the guiding map to Tianyuan City, he activated it and the route was immediately marked on the map. Shu Chen flew on his sword towards the direction of Tianyuan City. Happy New Year, everyone! Shu Chen did not know where Tianyuan City was, but fortunately he had the guiding map and just needed to follow it. During the day, when there were no monsters, Shu Chen did not idle but continued to use the star crystal to enhance his control over his power. In addition, he had scavenged quite a few weapons in Huangming City, including sword-type weapons. Before leaving Huangming City, he also purchased a number of sword-type weapons from the military arsenal. Naturally, all these sword-type weapons were marked with the sword immortal mark, bringing his number of spirit swords to 530,000. His damage bonus also reached 5,300 times. He had previously obtained quite a few spirit swords, and now not only had he replenished them, but he also had more. Days passed and Shu Chen flew towards Tianyuan City according to the guiding map. Even at night, when monsters appeared, they could not hinder his progress, only slowing him down a bit. Along the way, he encountered other cities but did not enter any of them. His main goal now was still Tianyuan City. Time flew by, and over 20 days had passed. He had been in the secret realm for nearly 2 months. One day, Shu Chen stopped in front of a mountain range. According to the guiding map, Tianyuan City was located within the mountains. He did not rush to enter the mountains himself but instead controlled his spirit sword to fly inside, exploring for 2 hours without seeing any city. Strange, the guiding map clearly marks Tianyuan City here, so why isn't it visible? Shu Chen frowned. Could it be hidden by some means? After pondering for a moment, Shu Chen took out a token, the Tianyuan Pass, which was given to him by Blood Mountain and allowed entry into Tianyuan City. Summoning a clone, Shu Chen handed the token to it, then controlled the clone to fly into the mountains on the sword. Unlike before, as soon as the clone entered the mountains, the token began to glow. Shu Chen's eyes lit up. The token was indeed useful. At the moment the token lit up, the mountains before him suddenly became illusory, and a massive city slowly emerged. Shu Chen looked up at the colossal structure floating in the sky. He couldn't even see the entire city at a glance. Rather than a city, it resembled a vast land, so expansive that even hundreds of desolate cities could not compare. This is Tianyuan City. Shu Chen took a deep breath. The city seemed to be right in front of him, yet it felt as if it were not in this space at all, and there were semi-divine beings within. At that moment, several streaks of light flew out from the city. Who dares disturb Tianyuan City? With a shout, 10 werewolves appeared. The 10 werewolves were clad in armor, their auras unmasked, radiating the presence of legendary-level power. Shu Chen squinted. Anders had not lied to him. Tianyuan City was indeed powerful, with even the gatekeepers being legendary. No wonder the other party, who was only extraordinary at the time, could not survive in Tianyuan City and had to escape. However, escaping from legendary guards was no simple feat. It was no wonder there were only 1,000 cities in the entire endless wilderness. Gentlemen, I wish to enter Tianyuan City. May I ask for your assistance? Shu Chen controlled his clone to clasp his hands in greeting while showing the Tianyuan Pass. One of the werewolves quickly stepped forward to take the Tianyuan Pass. Examining it closely. Captain, it is indeed the pass. The werewolf captain nodded. He would not deny the authenticity of the token, as only a genuine token could activate Tianyuan City. You can enter the city, but you need to pay 1 million black gold as an entry fee, the werewolf captain said. 1 million black gold? For Shu Chen, that was not much. He immediately took out 1 million black gold and handed it over. The werewolf captain accepted the black gold, confirming there were no issues, and was about to speak when he was stopped by one of his teammates. What's wrong? The werewolf captain asked his team member. Captain, doesn't he look like the legendary human race? The teammate whispered. The werewolf captain's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Shu Chen closely. At that moment, Shu Chen was just a clone and was not wearing the cloak of invisibility, so he still appeared as a human. You are human? The werewolf captain asked. Yes, Captain. Is there a problem? Shu Chen nodded, but he was already prepared. A human? It's actually a human. If humans have appeared, doesn't that mean we are all in trouble? The Lord inside the city has said that if we see a human, we must capture them. Even if we can't catch them alive, we must take them dead. As they spoke, the 10 werewolves surrounded Shu Chen, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Shu Chen also withdrew his friendly expression, becoming cold. You wanted to enter the city, didn't you? Then please, go ahead. The werewolf captain said with a cold smile. Shu Chen remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. After all, it was just a clone, and if worse came to worst, he could self-destruct. Moreover, from what the other party had just said, it was clear that Tianyuan City did not welcome the human race, and they were even unaware that humans had appeared in Huangming City 300 years ago. Seeing that Shu Chen showed no signs of resistance and was truly about to enter the city, the werewolf captain let out a sigh of relief. There were legends of humans within Tianyuan City. Once, these half-beasts had been slaves to the human race, but later, the strong within their clan, unwilling to be oppressed, rose up in rebellion, killing all the humans and regaining their freedom.
Although this was merely a legend circulating within the city, everyone in Tianyuan City indeed harbored hostility towards humans. The appearance of humans meant that their stability would be disrupted. Humans were like demons in existence. Under the watchful eyes of 10 wary werewolves, Chu Chanha quickly arrived at the gates of Tianyuan City. At the same time, hundreds of werewolves had already gathered here, clearly having received the news. So this is the human race? They don't seem much different from us. Yeah, they look even weaker than us. Was it really these skinny monkeys that made our ancestors their slaves? What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on our monkey race? Listening to the discussions of these half-beasts, Chu Chanha remained expressionless. He had two purposes for coming to Tianyuan City. One was to observe the situation in Tianyuan City, and the second was naturally to find that guy named Lester. Of course, if possible, he also wanted to spar with the demigod, and if he could complete his breakthrough task as well, that would be perfect. Let's go, Lord. Bader is already waiting for you. The werewolf captain stepped forward and nudged Chu Chanha. What level of strength does this Lord Bader possess? Chu Chanha asked. It's fine to tell you, Lord Bader is a demigod-level powerhouse in our Tianyuan City, so don't try any tricks. Lord Bader is definitely watching you right now, the werewolf captain replied. A demigod? Chu Chanha hadn't expected to meet one so soon. Without saying another word, he stepped into the city, with hundreds of half-beasts following behind him. Inside Tianyuan City, the layout was quite similar to Huangmeng City, but the streets were wider, the houses more exquisite, and there were more half-beasts with greater strength. As Chu Chanha walked along, he only saw a few extraordinary half-beasts begging by the roadside. Most were epic and legendary. Indeed, extraordinary beings are as common as dogs, while epic and legendary ones are everywhere, Chu Chanha thought to himself. The half-beasts in the city were also looking at Chu Chanha, partly because they had never seen a human before, and partly because there were hundreds of city guards following him. Who is that? Could he be a descendant of some great figure? He has so many city guards protecting him. Protecting? I just asked. That's a human captured by the city guards. What? A human? The city guards are amazing, being able to capture such demon-like humans. In legends, humans are extremely powerful and treated our ancestors as slaves. Now that we see one, he looks just like that, as skinny as a monkey. Our monkey race has never offended you. Chu Chanha ignored the pointing and whispering of these half-beasts, but the werewolf captain seemed to be doing it intentionally, so their pace was not fast, more like he was being paraded. Humans? They're nothing special. The werewolf captain glanced at Chu Chanha, thinking that the powerful humans of legend, being pointed at like monkeys, should be furious, but he was surprised that the other party remained silent. Half an hour later, Chu Chanha stopped in front of a pavilion. Go in, Lord Bader is waiting for you inside, the werewolf captain said. Chu Chanha nodded and directly stepped into the pavilion. It was different from what he had imagined. When he stepped inside, he found himself in front of a giant mountain, and at the foot of the mountain was a massive cave entrance. Hiss! As a chilling sound echoed, a gigantic head emerged from the cave. It was a blue giant python, its head alone resembling a small mountain, with blue scales shimmering in the light of this space, reflecting a myriad of colors, and a pair of emerald green eyes filled with indifference. Just the unintentional aura it exuded made Chu Chanha's heart tremble, and his body couldn't help but shiver. This was a demigod. Just a glance from it made him feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Indeed, a human. The giant python flicked its tongue, its eyes showing not only coldness but also curiosity, as it was the first time it had seen a human. Before this, humans had only existed in paintings and legends. It had even doubted whether such beings truly existed in the world. But now, seeing Chu Chanha, it felt somewhat disappointed. Humans didn't seem as powerful as it had imagined. At least, it didn't sense any threat from Chu Chanha. The only thing that caught its attention was that he didn't show the slightest fear. Human, what brings you to Tianyuan City? Bader spoke. You must be the demigod Bader, right? I came to Tianyuan City to find someone, Chu Chanha replied. Although he appeared incredibly small before the other, and the other only revealed a snake's head, he wasn't afraid. After all, it was just a clone, and he could always self-destruct if necessary. Looking for someone? There are no humans in Tianyuan City. You are the first human I've seen, Bader said. Not exactly a human. I only know his name. Chu Chanha shook his head. Oh, tell me, maybe I will know, Bader said. His name is Lester. Bader, initially curious, froze for a moment upon hearing the name, and then a terrifying pressure descended, directly pinning Chu Chanha to the ground. Lord Lester? What do you want with Lord Lester? Bader's cold voice rang out, its tongue flicking, looking ready to swallow Chu Chanha whole. Chu Chanha raised an eyebrow, although he was pinned to the ground. He didn't care, as the key was what the other had said. It was clear that the other knew Lester and referred to him as Lord, indicating that Lester's power far surpassed that of Bader. The other was a demigod, and for it to address Lester in such a manner meant that Lester was likely a god-level powerhouse. Could there really be a god in the Black Abyss secret realm? Chu Chanha found it a bit absurd. A secret realm over level 60 had mythic level powerhouses, and now a demigod? And there was even a god? The Black Abyss secret realm was more like a god-level secret realm. Do you know where Lester is? Chu Chanha countered.
Answer me, what do you want with Lord Lester? Bader asked coldly. To kill him. Kill him? Bader was filled with disbelief at this response. What was this guy saying? He wanted to kill Lord Lester? The human before him, who seemed like an ant, actually dared to think about killing Lord Lester. Ha, ha, ridiculous, too ridiculous. So it turns out humans are all like you, so unaware of their own limitations. It's laughable that we have feared humans for so long, our ancestors actually lost to you. Bader was directly angered to the point of laughter. Even he felt like an ant before Lord Lester, yet this human dared to say such things. Now you can tell me where Lester is, right? Lu Chanha said. Tell you? You think you deserve it? If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, you would already be dead, Bader scoffed. Speak, how did your kind come to be, and how did you find Tianyuan City? Now, Lu Chanha's only value to him was to understand humans. If a powerful being from the human race arrived, they would need to prepare in Tianyuan City. You go first, Lu Chanha said. Bate narrowed his eyes, an even more terrifying pressure descending. Do you have room to bargain with me? Then it seems I won't be getting the information I want. Fine, knowing that Lester is here is enough. Lu Chanha said no more, then self-destructed, his form transforming into a beam of swordlight. As he charged towards Bate, seeking death, Bate snorted coldly, a surge of power descending, intending to suppress this beam of swordlight. But he miscalculated, the swordlight broke through his power effortlessly. Minus 2.56 billion, 5 times critical hit, true damage. A terrifying damage floated up from Bate, causing his health to drop slightly. I'm injured? Bate felt the damage caused by the swordlight in disbelief. How many years had it been? Ever since he became a demigod, he had never been injured again. Yet now he was hurt, and it was caused by a human he hadn't felt any threat from. Anger, shock, and fear surged within him. The seemingly frail human had inflicted over 2 billion damage on him, and it was true damage. In that moment, he suddenly understood why the human race had enslaved their ancestors back then. If all humans dealt true damage, even he, as a demigod, wouldn't be able to withstand it. No, that wasn't his true body. Suddenly, Bate realized that even with self-detonation, it was impossible to leave no corpse behind. But now there was no body of the opponent, indicating that it wasn't the opponent's true body. Whether it was a clone or a puppet, he couldn't tell. He must still be near Tianyuan City. With this thought, Bate immediately issued an order. City guards, listen up. Go out of the city and capture that human. Kneeling for free little gifts. With Bate's command given, thousands of city guards quickly flew out from Tianyuan City, all of them level 80 strong, with the leader being a level 90 mythic powerhouse. At this moment, Lu Chanha was already several 100,000 meters away from Tianyuan City, and before him was a status interface. Name, Bate race, Azure Scale King Snake level, 100, demigod, health points. 120 billion attack, 4.01 million physical defense, 1.58 million magical defense, 1.62 million skills, King Snake pressure, shedding. The attributes of a demigod were not much higher than those of the level 99 Anders, but if the two were to fight, Anders would definitely be at a disadvantage. The reason for this was that demigods had already touched the power of the laws, unlike Anders, who still needed to rely on his status as city lord to use the power of the laws. After closing the interface, Lu Chanha looked at the thousands of city guards flying out from Tianyuan City, pondering in his heart. The demigod was powerful. He no longer held hope of killing Bate, but if he could entangle the opponent for half an hour, his breakthrough task would be completed, and he could then use the interdimensional teleportation scroll to escape the secret realm. I can give it a try. At worst, I'll just run. He didn't dare to enter Tianyuan City again. There were definitely many demigods inside, and even the god Lester was there. Going in would be seeking death, so he would first kill these city guards. Perhaps he could lure Bate out. Where to find that human? He might have already run away. That human is really impressive. He managed to escape from Lord Bate. Yeah, Lord Bate is a demigod. That human strength must not be weak. If we encounter him, we might not be able to fight back at all. We just need to hold him off. Other city guards will come to support us. Indeed, watch out. As 5 city guards were speaking, one of them suddenly exclaimed in shock, seeing a flurry of spirit swords flying towards them, a dangerous aura approaching. But in the next moment, the 5 city guards' bodies stiffened, and they were affected by a control effect. Minus 160 million, true damage, minus 1.449 billion, triple critical, true damage, minus 160 million, true damage, 1 by 1. The damage numbers floated up from the 5 city guards. Even though these guards were all above level 80, with 30 to 40 billion health points, they were cleared in an instant. Only 5 corpses fell to the ground. Having dealt with these 5 city guards, 5 spirit swords flew towards Lu Chanha, while the remaining swords continued to hunt down the other guards. As time passed, the number of city guards Lu Chanha hunted down increased. However, the initial ease of the hunt soon faded. As more guards fell, the remaining ones quickly sensed something was wrong and began to gather. Is this all that's left? A myth-level city guard leader looked at the guards before him, his expression darkening. They had set out with over 1,000, but now there were fewer than 500 left. It had only been 2 hours and they had already lost more than half their number with no idea where the enemy was. It was frustrating, too frustrating. No wonder it was said that the human race had enslaved their ancestors. Just one human had caused them such heavy losses, let alone a large number of humans. Leader, what should we do now? A half-orc asked. Although hundreds of half-orcs were gathered together, they still felt little sense of security. The humans' methods were simply too terrifying. Once targeted, survival was nearly impossible. The half-orc leader fell silent for a moment, then looked at the other 3 myth-level powerhouses, just about to speak, when suddenly a wave of energy surged. Buzz! Thousands of spirit swords flew in, instantly forming a sword formation. Chu Chen watched this scene quietly from hundreds of thousands of meters away. Originally, these half-orcs were scattered, making it difficult for him to kill them, requiring him to search one by one, wasting a lot of time. Unexpectedly, now that these half-orcs had gathered together, it became much more convenient. Kill! As the sword formation took shape, Chu Chen waved his sword, and immediately the spirit swords surged forth. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, dozens of half-orcs fell dead. Not good, run! The half-orc leader shouted, ready to tear through space to escape. But in the next moment, his body stiffened, already covered in control effects. Not just him, the other half-orcs were similarly afflicted, as Chu Chen unleashed thousands of spirit swords to cast a sword spell. The hundreds of half-orcs under control had no chance to resist. After a breath, fewer than 20 half-orcs were still alive. These half-orcs had some means of survival, which is why they hadn't died, but they couldn't hold out for long. Meanwhile, a surge of power appeared around the 5 myth-level powerhouses, dispelling all control effects. Chu Chen was not surprised. These myth-level powerhouses, like the previous Anders, had also tapped into the power of the laws. However, this power only lasted for a breath before vanishing, but it gave the 5 a chance. Lord Bader, save us! The 5 called out in unison, only to be controlled again, but fortunately, the damage reduction effect was still active, so they wouldn't die immediately. At that moment, a surge of power descended, and the 5 myth-level powerhouses, previously under control, returned to normal. But when they looked around, they found that all the other half-orcs were dead, leaving only the 5 of them. A bunch of useless trash. A cold snort echoed as a massive figure appeared. It was Bader. This was the first time Chu Chen saw the entirety of the other's form, even though he had guessed it before. Seeing it now still startled him. The figure's length definitely exceeded 500 zhang, and just flying in the air cast a shadow over a large area. We pay our respects to Lord Bader. The 5 myth-level powerhouses hurriedly bowed, their hearts filled with trepidation. They were following each other's orders to capture that human, but now that the human was not found, only the 5 of them remained alive. They feared that if Bader was displeased, he might wipe them out as well. However, they were overthinking. If Bader truly wanted to eliminate them, he wouldn't have intervened to save them just now. You really have some skills, but unfortunately, you're still a bit weak in front of me. Bader ignored the 5 and turned his gaze in a certain direction. Chu Chen felt a chill in his heart. Even though they were still hundreds of thousands of meters apart, he knew the other side had already spotted him. This was the power of a demigod. Back then, Anders couldn't find him, yet the other party noticed him at a glance. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Chu Chen's mind stirred, and tens of thousands of spirit swords surged forth. Ridiculous! Bader snorted coldly, and a surge of power erupted around him, instantly sending the attacking spirit swords flying. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. This demigod was indeed not so easy to kill. He also attempted to use a sword spell, but unfortunately, it had no effect at all. However, Bader now wore a look of surprise. He had thought that under his power, these spirit swords would be reduced to dust, but to his astonishment, they remained intact, merely knocked away. Just as he was about to assess the situation of these spirit swords, Bader suddenly froze. 10 control effects were placed upon him. Although these controls lasted less than 0.1 seconds on him, it still gave Chu Chen an opportunity. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The tens of thousands of spirit swords surged forth, but unfortunately, only a few managed to inflict damage before Bader recovered, and the other spirit swords were once again sent flying. Rules, you can actually use the power of the rules. Bader's eyes filled with seriousness. Although he had instantly freed himself from the control, he had still lost over 3 billion in life points. If he gave the opponent a few more chances, this demigod might really end up dead at the hands of the other. The key issue was the power of the rules that the opponent controlled, which was clearly more powerful than his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been controlled. He was certain that the opponent had not reached the level of a demigod, at most just a mythic level. Yet the rules mastered by a mythic level were stronger than his own as a demigod, which suddenly made him understand why his ancestors had been enslaved by humans. Hundreds of thousands of meters away, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He had indeed used 10 strands of sword path rules just now, and the effect was surprisingly good. At least it had caused damage to Bader, the demigod. However, he only had 90 strands of sword path rules left, and now that Bader was on guard, it would be difficult to catch him off guard again. Chu Chen glanced at the mission interface. The moment he engaged in battle with Bader, the breakthrough mission panel had started its countdown. As long as he could hold on for half an hour, he would complete the breakthrough mission. Half an hour, that's a bit tough. It's a pity the cooldown for the invincible crystal hasn't finished, otherwise, I could hold on for another 5 minutes. Chu Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered how to last for half an hour. But Bader wouldn't give Chu Chen time to think. After confirming that Chu Chen posed a lethal threat to him, he decided not to hold back any longer. Whoosh! In the next moment, Bader's body shook and a green scale vanished. When it reappeared, he was already in front of Chu Chen. The speed was too fast. Chu Chen had no chance to evade and could only watch helplessly as the scale struck him. A damage notification appeared, and Chu Chen's form flickered momentarily. Your immortal wind cloud body technique triggered an evasion effect, avoiding this attack. Chu Chen, who had been prepared to lose a fatal badge, was immune to this damage due to the evasion. No harm? Bader was slightly surprised, but he only thought the other party had some life-saving means. Just as he was about to attack again, he saw Chu Chen transform into a beam of sword light and quickly escape. Want to run? Can you escape? Bader flicked his tongue, and his pupils narrowed. In the next moment, as he was fleeing for his life, Chu Chen's expression changed and he hurriedly stopped. The surrounding space shattered, sealing off all possible escape routes. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, amidst the broken space, flickering blue scales appeared, and a massive body tore through the fabric of reality. Human, where do you think you're going? In the shattered space, Bates' enormous form encircled him, while Chu Chen flew in the center on his sword, looking up at Bates' head looming over him. It seems you have no intention of letting me go? Chu Chen said. He could still escape. With a flash of his sword, he could break free from his current predicament. However, he needed to buy some time, as his goal was not to kill Bate but to complete the boundary-breaking task. Glancing at the time for the boundary-breaking task, he saw it had just been a minute, with 29 minutes left until the half-hour mark. Human, if you tell me how you came to this world, perhaps I can leave you with a whole corpse, Bates said coldly. Since we're both going to die, why should I tell you? Chu Chen retorted. Bate was taken aback. After thinking it over, he realized it was indeed reasonable. He wouldn't have spoken either. Then I can spare your life, but you must stay within Tianyuan City from now on. Bate changed his tone. You think I would believe you just because you say so? Chu Chen scoffed. Bates' expression darkened. Although he had no intention of leaving Chu Chen a way out, the other party's attitude annoyed him greatly. However, I can tell you, but I need some benefits in return, Chu Chen continued. He also glanced at the task interface and noticed that just chatting hadn't interrupted the countdown, likely due to the pressure Bate was exerting on him. If he could chat for half an hour to complete the task, that would be good news for Chu Chen. Benefits? What do you want? Mythical grade items. If you can give me 3 mythical grade items, I'll tell you everything you want to know, Chu Chen said. Bate paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. It said that your human race is incredibly greedy, and it seems to be true. Even when your life is at stake, you still want treasures. Stop the nonsense. Are you going to give them or not? I naturally have mythical grade items, and quite a few, but I won't give them to you. Bate sneered. If I capture you, there are plenty of ways to make you talk. As Bate finished speaking, the surrounding shattered space began to shrink, forming a cage that imprisoned Chu Chen within. It seems there's nothing to discuss. In that case, come chase me, Chu Chen shrugged, and immediately hundreds of spirit swords surged forth. At the same time, Bate felt a controlling effect imbued with laws descend upon him. However, this time he was prepared. He directly expelled the controlling effects and sent the incoming spirit swords flying. But when he looked at Chu Chen, he found that the other party had already vanished. The surrounding space is sealed, and yet you still managed to escape. A flicker of anger flashed in Bates' eyes. As a demigod, he had been toyed with by the other party. Meanwhile, Chu Chen was already 1,000,000 meters away, having used a sword flash to leave. This guy is impossible to kill. Even a prepared demigod, despite having the power of laws, could do nothing. Chu Chen dared not linger, transforming into a beam of sword light and quickly fleeing. He knew the other party would definitely not let him go and would surely pursue him. But what he needed to do was buy time until the boundary-breaking task was completed. Yet, in less than a minute, Chu Chen felt the space around him begin to distort. Turning his head, he saw Bate traversing through the space, his crimson serpent tongue almost brushing against Chu Chen's face. Before Chu Chen could react, a massive serpent tail slammed into him. This time, the effect of the immortal wind cloud body technique did not trigger, and the deadly badge on Chu Chen shattered, finally blocking this attack. But this force also sent Chu Chen flying out, and before he could stabilize his form, the serpent's tail struck again. Bang! You've got quite a few life-saving tricks. Bader sneered, and the serpent's tail came crashing down. Once more. Minus 3.6 billion. A terrifying damage floated up from Chu Chen. The sacrificial crystal shattered into pieces in an instant, and the 7 million health of the Green Mountain Blood Ox couldn't withstand it at all. At the same time, Chu Chen's health bar was empty, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. But at that moment, a beam of light erupted from Chu Chen, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already 8,000 miles away. 7-star lamp, mythical level, 7 stars, and 7 lives. Upon death, it consumes 1 star to resurrect.
and randomly teleports within a 10,000-mile radius, effective only for demigod level and below. Lu Chanha knew that this mythical item had activated, allowing him to survive and randomly teleport to a new location. But he also knew that he was still not safe, as the mission timer was still running and only a little over 3 minutes had passed. Keep running. Lu Chanha summoned his sword and began to flee again. He still had 6 lives left and a chance to hold on for half an hour. Bader was not surprised to see Lu Chanha disappear. He had sensed several mythical items on him long ago, among which there was definitely something for saving his life. That was why he had directly aimed to kill Lu Chanha, to exhaust the life-saving means on the other side. Bader flicked his serpent tongue, and after about 20 seconds, his gaze turned in a certain direction. Found you. A minute later, Bader found Lu Chanha again. After triggering the immortal wind cloud body technique 3 times in a row and dodging 3 of Bader's attacks, he was still killed. At the same time, the effect of the 7-star lamp activated, and when Lu Chanha opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a new area, then randomly chose a direction to continue running. About a minute later, Bader arrived again. The moment the other party appeared, Lu Chanha took out a talisman, and as he activated it, a phantom of a mythical level powerhouse appeared. Mythical seal, mythical level, it seals the phantom of a mythical level powerhouse within, and can summon this phantom to fight when activated. This was also a mythical item given to him by the Great Xia. Even a mythical level powerhouse's body would be of little use against a demigod like Bader, but it could still buy him some time. Is this your trump card? Not much to speak of. Bader looked at the phantom of the mythical level powerhouse, his eyes filled with disdain. Even the real body of a mythical level powerhouse would be like an ant in front of him, let alone just a phantom. Ha! The phantom appeared as a middle-aged man, and as soon as it emerged, it roared angrily at Bader, then charged at him. Bader swung his serpent tail, thinking he could instantly shatter this phantom, but to his surprise, the phantom actually blocked his strike. Power of the laws? Quite a big deal. A mere phantom actually contains the power of the laws. Bader was slightly surprised, but even if this phantom had the power of the laws, it posed no threat to him. However, seeing Lu Chanha start to flee again, Bader didn't want to waste time. He spat out a beam of light that quickly descended towards the phantom. The phantom, however, did not dodge. Instead, it glowed on its fist and punched back. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides only held their ground for a few seconds before a terrifying force erupted, flattening the area within tens of thousands of meters. In the center of the battlefield, Bader was unscathed. Yet the phantom surprisingly did not disappear. It was just a bit more transparent than before. This is the seal condensed by a peak mythical being before its death, even sealing a large amount of the power of the laws. No wonder it could withstand a blow from this god. Bader's expression grew heavier. If this phantom were the real body, it might even have been able to exchange blows with him. Fortunately, the other party was already dead, leaving only this phantom behind. Lu Chanha, who was still fleeing, also saw the scene and was equally astonished. I initially thought that a mythical level strong person's phantom posed no threat to Bader, but unexpectedly, it did buy him some time. Glancing at the task timer, only 5 minutes had passed. I hope this senior's phantom can help me buy a bit more time, Lu Chanha thought as he continued to flee. Meanwhile, Bader engaged in fierce combat with the phantom again. Although the phantom posed no threat to him, it still delayed him for a while. After 3 minutes had passed, Bader finally defeated the phantom completely. The human race is indeed powerful. A peak mythical phantom can actually hold me off for this long. And that human, I cannot let you escape, Bader thought, spending over 10 seconds to lock onto Lu Chanha's position before pursuing him again. At the same time, outside this secret realm, having waited here for over 2 months, Chen, Bingha and a few others were starting to feel a bit bored, even neglecting snacks. It's been over 2 months, why haven't you people from the Great Xia come out yet? Could something have happened inside? Xian Jiucheng asked. In this Black Abyss secret realm, all the people from their country and the Lighthouse Nation had died inside. If it weren't for wanting to know what happened in there, they wouldn't have waited here for so long. Fred also looked at Chen Bingha. After 2 months, that Great Xia person should have reached Huangmeng City if he hadn't died. Just as Chen Bingha was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up directly. What's wrong? Fred also stood up, curious, guessing it had something to do with that Great Xia person in the Black Abyss secret realm. He just died once, Chen Bingha said. Died once? Fred and Xian Jiucheng exchanged glances, surprised yet feeling it was quite normal. After all, so many people from their 2 countries had died inside. It was only natural for that Great Xia person to die as well. Wait, you said he died once? Did your Great Xia give him a resurrection item? Fred was the first to react, incredulously asking. Resurrection items are extremely precious. Years ago, their Lighthouse Nation also sent someone into the Black Abyss secret realm with a resurrection item, but the person still died inside. Since then, they had been reluctant to give out resurrection items. After all, these items could resurrect mythical level strong individuals, and could play a huge role in critical moments. However, considering it was the first time for the Great Xia person to enter the Black Abyss secret realm and he was alone, it seemed quite normal for him to have a resurrection item.
Moreover, the Great Xia was always affluent. They had far more mythical level items than they did. It seems there have indeed been significant changes in this secret realm, especially in Huangmeng City. There must be great horrors emerging, Ching said solemnly. Yet, he felt a bit relieved. So many people from their country had died, and now it was finally the turn of the Great Xia. Just as Chen Binghe was about to speak, his expression darkened again. He died again. Died again? This statement nearly left Fred and Cheng speechless. A few seconds later, Fred looked shocked, his voice sharper. You Great Xia didn't give him the 7-star lantern, did you? The 7-star lantern is a renowned top-tier mythical item from the Great Xia, comparable even to a law artifact. The 7 stars and 7 lives mean it can resurrect a person 7 times without any negative effects, and after resurrection, the person would be randomly teleported, making it no different from an artifact. Both their countries also had resurrection-type mythical items, but they all had some limitations. Either they required a certain amount of time, or the resurrected person would be in a weakened state, or even lose levels, etc. Nothing like the 7-star lantern, which resurrects and teleports. They had also considered the 7-star lantern, but unfortunately, the Great Xia was too strong, and they had no chance at all. Yet, they never expected that the Great Xia would even bring out the 7-star lantern for the Black Abyss Secret Realm. Was it because they valued the Black Abyss Secret Realm, or was that Great Xia person special? Fred and Xianjiucheng couldn't help but ponder. Chen Binghe did not speak, only gazing at his friend Chu Chen's avatar, feeling a surge of anxiety within. The 7-star lamp had been used, but Chu Chen absolutely could not come to harm. However, it wasn't long before Chen Binghe saw Chu Chen's avatar turn gray, then light up again. Third death. Chen Binghe's expression darkened. What on earth had happened? In the Black Abyss Secret Realm that could cause Chu Chen to die 3 times? Could there be a myth-level powerhouse inside? But that didn't make sense. Chu Chen had the mythical secret seal in hand, and even if he encountered a demigod, he could still fight back. The first death could be attributed to unpreparedness, but what about the second and third deaths? Moreover, having died 3 times, why hadn't the opponent left the Black Abyss Secret Realm? Even if the powerful beings inside had cast restrictions to seal everything, Chu Chen also had the breaking seal spike, which would allow him to leave easily. You little brat, you can't get into trouble, or I won't have the face to go back. Chen Bing had tightened his fists, filled with regret. Regret for letting Chu Chen enter the Black Abyss Secret Realm. Regret for not giving Chu Chen more myth-level items. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have prepared 50 myth-level items for him. He didn't believe the other party could still die. Meanwhile, as Chen Binghe worried, in the Black Abyss Secret Realm, above the 100-jang Abyssal Sea, an old man stood in mid-air, his pale eyes flickering, revealing a figure within. It was Chu Chen. Below the old man, the 100-jang Abyssal Sea was now filled with a foul wind, waves surging. That green snake has the aura of Lester. Don't worry, this kid has plenty of life-saving means. He must have a reason for doing this. We've already died. How can we still fear death? Just a demigod. Above the 100-jang Abyssal Sea, although no one was speaking, the old man murmured to himself. As the old man's words fell, the surging waves above the 100-jang Abyssal Sea gradually calmed. On the other side, although that phantom had resisted for a while, Bader quickly caught up to Chu Chen and killed him again. After the third death, Chu Chen was randomly teleported to another location. Glancing at the task timer, 12 minutes had already passed. For lives left, I can't waste them like this. With that thought, Chu Chen's figure began to transform, and in the next moment, he turned into a half-orc. Then, numerous half-orc corpses flew out, scattered carelessly on the ground, with Chu Chen hiding among them. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of meters away, a spirit sword trembled slightly and transformed into Chu Chen's likeness, which was his clone. Now at level 49, he could create 4 clones, and he had already prepared them earlier. One clone had been killed by Bader after entering Tianyuan City, but there were still 3 clones left, and this was the second one. Meanwhile, the cooldown for the sword shadow skill had long since ended, meaning he could create another clone. 4 clones should be able to hold him off for 5 minutes. Chu Chen thought to himself, while that clone flew away on a sword in the opposite direction. After killing Chu Chen for the 3rd time, Bader was quite surprised to see the opponent run away again. Just how many resurrection means did the other party have? I don't believe you can keep resurrecting. Bader snorted coldly and began searching for Chu Chen again. It wasn't long before he spotted Chu Chen flying away on his sword. Let's see how many times you can escape, Bader said. Vanishing from sight, and in just over 10 seconds, he caught up to Chu Chen. Human, are you still not giving up? Bader coldly surrounded Chu Chen. Give up? On what basis do you think you have me cornered? Chu Chen controlled his clone and replied. Since the other party wanted to chat, he didn't mind. Then I'll see how many times you can resurrect. Bader said, his serpent tail descending, intending to kill Chu Chen once more. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. This dog didn't play fair, couldn't they just chat a little longer? But looking at the approaching snake tail, he didn't dare to hesitate and directly self-destructed this clone. Whoosh! After the clone self-destructed, it transformed into a beam of sword light heading straight for Bader. Bader's eyes narrowed. He had naturally seen this scene before, having experienced it once in Tianyuan City. Now it was happening again? A powerful force erupted, attempting to shatter the sword light. But soon, Bader was disappointed, as he realized that even with the power of the laws at his disposal, he still couldn't block this sword light. Minus 170 million true damage, a damage value appeared on Bader, but it wasn't high. After all, the critical hit effect hadn't been triggered. However, being attacked again filled Bader with immense rage. As a dignified demigod, he had been attacked 3 times, which would be a joke if it got out. Human race, you shall die. Bader roared, then began searching for Chu Chen's true body. But as several seconds passed, he found no trace of Chu Chen. This surprised him. Could it be that this human had already escaped? Impossible, his speed isn't fast. Even if he fled, he couldn't have gone far, Bader thought, unleashing a wave of power that swept out in all directions. But after a minute, he still hadn't found Chu Chen's whereabouts. This only fueled Bader's anger further. Could this guy really have run away? But at that moment, Bader suddenly froze, for he discovered Chu Chen fleeing on his sword from 1,000 miles away. He really hasn't escaped. Bader felt a surge of joy in his heart and chased after him again. The Cloak of Divine Concealment is indeed a good item. It can actually evade the detection of demigods. In the pile of half-beast corpses, Chu Chen thought to himself. What Bader saw was naturally his clone. If possible, he would have liked to stay hidden there. But just now, the task timer suddenly flickered, making Chu Chen realize that if he didn't engage Bader in battle for too long, the timer would definitely reset, rendering his previous efforts futile. With no choice, he could only release another clone. The moment the clone appeared, the flickering timer returned to normal, allowing Chu Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that as long as I stay out of battle for more than 2 minutes, the task timer will reset. Chu Chen understood. It had already been 18 minutes and he had 12 minutes left to complete this breakthrough task. I still have a heaven and earth restriction, enough to delay for another 3 minutes. With 2 clones and 4 lives, holding on for 12 minutes shouldn't be a problem. He even thought about whether he could directly kill Bader after using the heaven and earth restriction. Just as he was thinking, a roar echoed across the endless wasteland again. Clones, more clones. Damn human race, don't let me find you, or I will definitely tear you to pieces. This roar naturally came from Bader, while Chu Chen once again sacrificed a clone, leaving only 2 clones remaining. Bader began to go mad. Unable to find Chu Chen, he unleashed a barrage of area attacks, leveling everything in his path. Seeing the task timer flickering again, Chu Chen released another clone. Bader, already furious, saw this clone and immediately chased after it, only to receive another sword strike. Ignoring the enraged Bader, Chu Chen delayed for another 2 minutes, and the last clone appeared. At this point, the task timer had reached 22 minutes, meaning he only needed to hold on for another 8 minutes to complete this breakthrough task. Chu Chen remained silent, waiting for another 2 minutes, bringing the task timer to 24 minutes. It began to flicker, and his true body no longer hid, directly flying out on his sword, cancelling the effect of the Cloak of Divine Concealment. Just seconds later, Bader arrived again. This time, Bader said nothing. He immediately swung his snake tail, mentally preparing himself to take another sword strike. But at that moment, Chu Chen smiled and directly used the heaven and earth restriction. He initially thought that the Chu Chen in front of him was still the avatar of Bader, and upon seeing this scene, he paused for a moment, then felt a surge of joy in his heart. The main body, this guy is definitely the main body. It seems that this guy's avatar is gone. After all, if he couldn't even distinguish between true and false avatars, how could there be countless of them? But just as the joy in his heart began to rise, the power of the heavenly earth restriction fell upon him. At that moment, the serpent's tail struck Chu Chen, but it only inflicted damage that Bader couldn't believe. -1. This damage was so insignificant, yet it deeply pierced Bader's eyes. As a dignified demigod, he had only dealt -1 damage? It's that treasure. Damn it, why does this guy have so many treasures? Bader reacted, simultaneously mobilizing the power of the laws, trying to dispel the effect of the heavenly earth restriction. But he quickly gave up, as it was utterly useless. The effect of the heavenly earth restriction could not be dispelled by the laws at all. It contained a power that transcended the laws, a rule from the main world. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, countless sword lights appeared, rushing towards Bader. -1.7 billion, true damage, -10 billion, double critical hit. True damage, -15 billion, triple critical hit. True damage, -25.6 billion, fivefold critical hit. True damage. In less than a breath, Bader's 120 billion health points instantly dropped to 5%. The remaining spirit swords were still attacking, but they caused no damage, and the opponent's health was rapidly recovering. Chu Chen knew that this was the activation of the opponent's damage immunity skill. At this moment, Bader also realized, and when he found that his health bar was nearly emptied, his massive body trembled involuntarily. A feeling of fear rose in his heart. He was a demigod powerhouse, yet he was almost taken down by a human of unknown level. Even if he killed this human today, when he returned to Tianyuan City, he would surely be mocked by others. He had caused such a commotion here. The other demigods in Tianyuan City must have already noticed and were probably watching his joke in the dark. Thinking of this, fear gradually gave way to anger. Even if it's only 1 point of damage, I can still kill you.
Bader directly exploded his scales, and countless scales shot out a blue light, engulfing Chu Chen. Even if he could only deal 1 point of damage, as long as the number of attacks was sufficient, he could still inflict heavy damage on this human. -1 -1 -1. Chu Chen indeed had numerous -1 damages appearing on him, but only half of these lights hit him, while the other half were completely dodged. As for his health, it had hardly changed, as it was all restored. 7227 7227 7227 Fairy Wind Cloud Body Technique. You can more easily control your own power. When you are attacked, you will have a 49% chance to successfully dodge. When you fail to dodge once, you will restore 5% of your health. When you fail to dodge twice, you will gain a purification effect that lasts for 1 second. When you fail to dodge 3 times, the next attack you receive will definitely be dodged successfully. This skill improves with level, currently at level 49. With the Fairy Wind Cloud Body Technique, even if he fails to dodge successfully, he will still restore 5% of his health. Currently, Chu Chen has over 140,000 health points, and 5% is over 7,000. With Bader's meager damage, it was impossible for him to pose a threat to Chu Chen's life. Moreover, Chu Chen also had the characteristic of the Fairy Wind Sword Robe, which automatically restored 4,900 health points per second. Additionally, every time he dealt damage, he would convert 1% of that damage into his own health. It could be said that as long as Bader couldn't take him down in one hit, he would never be able to kill him. After more than 10 seconds of continuous attacks, Bader also realized this point. His damage was too low to possibly kill the opponent. His own damage reduction effect couldn't possibly last forever. If he waited for the effect to end, he might lose his life here. What to do? Run? Come back after the effect of the heavenly and earthly ban ended? But if he just ran away, where would he put his face as a demigod? Once he returned to Tianyuan City, wouldn't those bastards laugh him to death? He wouldn't be able to hold his head high in the future. As he hesitated, the damage reduction effect was down to just 10 seconds. Human race, you wait for me. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a god. In the end, Bader gave up his pride, leaving behind a harsh remark before tearing apart space and disappearing. As expected of a demigod, this damage reduction effect actually lasted a minute. Chu Chen didn't pursue, the other party couldn't kill him, but he couldn't catch up if they wanted to run. As for control skills, they had no effect. The opponent could still use the power of the laws to dispel them. Glancing at the task timer, it had already been 25 minutes. The heavenly and earthly band still had 2 minutes of effect left, during which he wouldn't be in danger. After that, he just needed to hold on for another 3 minutes. For lives, 3 minutes, easy peasy. Chu Chen smiled, finally feeling that he could complete this breakthrough task. What are you so happy about? At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Chu Chen's smile froze, and he turned to see a half-human tall monkey hovering in the air, looking at him mockingly. So this is the human race? Looks really weak. Interesting, to think you could force that waste Bader into such a situation. TSK, human race, you must taste really good. Before Chu Chen could react, several more voices sounded, and figures appeared from different directions. A bird wrapped in crimson flames, a scorpion covered in purple patterns, a white tiger with a single horn, and a stone man made entirely of rock. Chu Chen took a deep breath and forced a smile. Gentlemen, please allow me to have a drink. After saying that, he pretended to be calm and took out some spirit wine to drink. No worries, drink up. It's just a side dish, a little wine is fine, said the half-human tall monkey with a generous demeanor. Chu Chen didn't care about that. As the spirit wine entered his mouth, the information about these 5 guys appeared before his eyes. Titan White Ape, level 100, demigod. Purple Gold Thunder Scorpion, level 100, demigod. Cloud Wing Flame Bird, level 100, demigod. Dark Moon Horn Tiger, level 100, demigod. Earthstone Giant, level 100, demigod. Even though Chu Chen was prepared, the appearance of 5 demigods still shocked him. No, there should be 6 demigods, including Bader, the Azure Scale King Snake. He knew there were quite a few demigods in Tianyuan City, but there was no need for 6 to show up. How the hell was he supposed to play this? Just as he was about to complete his breakthrough task, these 5 demigods appeared. Chu Chen could only slow down his drinking to buy some time. As long as he completed the breakthrough task, he could use the interdimensional teleportation scroll to escape. Even a demigod wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But Chu Chen's plan fell through when the half-human tall Titan White Ape spoke. Human race, have you finished looking at our information? Yes, if you have any tricks, use them now. You won't be able to escape today. I've heard that the taste of the human race is extremely delicious. I wonder if that's true. The other 4 demigods also chimed in, showing no concern for what tricks Chu Chen might have. With 5 demigods here, if they let Chu Chen escape, they might as well just kill themselves. So you've been watching in the shadows, wanting Bader to exhaust my trump cards, and now that you see I have few left, you dare to show yourselves? Chu Chen said. This remark made the 5 demigods raise their eyebrows. Although they indeed had that thought, it felt off when he put it that way. It sounds like the 5 of us are afraid of you, coming here just to pick up the scraps. I thought that useless bait could handle you, but I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion.
There's no choice, we have to take action now, said the Titan White Ape, instantly turning their scavenging into a cleanup operation for bait. Bullshit, you bastards are just here to pick up the scraps. Bait's voice rang out, clearly indicating that the other side had been watching them all along, but they didn't dare to show up because the effect of the heavenly and earthly prohibition was still in place. Enough with the nonsense. This human has been stalling for time, he must have some scheme. We should deal with him sooner rather than later, the purple gold thunder scorpion said in a deep voice. Scheme? I have no scheme at all, I'm just waiting for the breakthrough task to be completed. Chu Chen thought to himself, but the purple gold thunder scorpion had already made its move. Even before Chu Chen could see how the opponent attacked, he felt a strong tearing sensation on his body. Then he died. When Chu Chen opened his eyes, he found himself on a mountain range. He had already died 4 times and could still revive 3 more. If he were only facing Bait, a demigod, 3 revivals would be enough to hold him off for a few minutes. But now, facing 5 demigods, Chu Chen felt uncertain. He glanced at the task timer, only 26 minutes had passed and he still needed 4 more minutes to complete the breakthrough task. Moreover, in 1 minute, the effect of the heavenly and earthly prohibition would disappear and he would have to face 6 demigods. So this is where I am, Chu Chen was thinking when a ghostly voice sounded behind him. Before he could react, a fist had already landed on him. A terrifying force erupted, but fortunately, at that moment, Chu Chen's figure flickered, triggering the evasion effect of the immortal wind cloud body technique. However, the residual force of that punch did not diminish and struck a distant peak. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, that peak was directly shattered, turning into countless dust particles scattered across the heavens and the earth. Interesting, you actually managed to dodge my punch, the voice rang out again, and Chu Chen finally saw the opponent clearly. It was the half-human tall Titan White Ape. Chu Chen dared not waste time and immediately vanished with a sword flash. The Titan White Ape grinned, its eyes shining with a cold light, and in the next moment, it disappeared. 300,000 meters away, Chu Chen reappeared, but before he could catch his breath, a fist shattered the space and came at him. The speed of the fist was incredibly fast. By the time Chu Chen saw it, the fist had already landed on him. This time, the evasion effect did not trigger, but the damage immunity effect from the sword flash was still active. Oh, you can still avoid damage after teleporting? You really have some skills. No wonder you could toy with that guy Bei for so long. The Titan White Ape stepped out from the shattered space, but as it spoke, another punch came crashing down. Chu Chen wanted to dodge, but the surroundings were already sealed off, leaving him to watch helplessly as the fist landed on him. Immunity. The evasion effect triggered again, allowing Chu Chen to survive once more. But the Titan White Ape was unconcerned, its small fist raining down like crazy, striking over 1,000 times in a single breath. However, in reality, the opponent was overthinking. By the third punch, Chu Chen had already died. What a pity, you died too quickly. It's not my turn now, the Titan White Ape said with regret, its gaze locking onto a direction where Chu Chen had just revived. Still 2 revivals left. Chu Chen took a deep breath. He knew that completing this breakthrough task was going to be very difficult. From the moment the Titan White Ape appeared to his latest revival, less than 10 seconds had passed. Even with 2 more revivals, he could only last another 20 seconds. At most. But he still needed 4 more minutes to complete the breakthrough task. He had also tried using the cloak of invisibility to hide, but the Titan White Ape came too quickly. It arrived almost immediately after he revived, leaving him no chance to use it. He suspected that he had been targeted by these demigods. It seems the only option now is to use those items to hold on for the next 4 minutes. As Chu Chen was thinking, he suddenly felt a surge of heat, and flames enveloped him. Human race, it's my turn. A cold voice echoed, and the cloud wing flame bird appeared. As the flames dissipated, Chu Chen's figure was revealed. Fortunately, he had triggered the evasion effect, or he would have died just now. You really are persistent, Chu Chen said. Don't you have plenty of resurrection methods? Let's see how many times you can come back, the cloud wing flame bird replied, flapping its wings, sending a wave of flames sweeping toward him, distorting even the space in its path. Chu Chen hurriedly took out a jade pendant, a legendary item he had found on someone from the Lighthouse Kingdom. Its effect was simple. It could grant immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. Just then, the flame struck. Evasion. Immunity. Immunity. In the blink of an eye, the 3 seconds passed and the jade pendant shattered, but thankfully, Chu Chen had managed to distance himself from the flames during that time. However, he knew it wasn't over yet, and just as he steadied himself, a line of fire came at him. Immunity. Chu Chen took out a legendary shield, and as the shield shattered, the line of fire dissipated as well. You have quite a few treasures. Let's see how long you can hold out, the cloud wing flame bird sneered, flapping its wings again, causing the surrounding space to begin to warp. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless flames appeared, filling an area of tens of thousands of meters. Chu Chen's expression changed. He flew with his sword while using item after item. The crimson blood crystal, a gift from his senior Li Tiandao, could instantly restore his health and mana, clear negative states, and grant immunity to 3 instances of damage. The heart-guarding mirror, a legendary item obtained from the city of Huangmeng, could grant immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. The blood puppet, a legendary item also from Huangmeng, could take a fatal blow for him once. The Life Guardian Scroll, a legendary item obtained from someone from the Lighthouse Kingdom, could grant a protective mark that allows for one death substitution. He indeed didn't have many mythic level life-saving items, but he had dozens of legendary and epic level ones, most of which were scavenged from Huangmeng. However, as he used item after item, Chu Chen found himself still within this fiery domain, suffering damage every moment. Fortunately, with the immortal wind cloud body technique, he could not only evade damage but also remove his burning state. After using the last legendary item, Chu Chen could no longer hold on. A flame rose from his body, and after triggering the evasion effect 5 times, his health dropped to 0 again. However, just before dying, Chu Chen glanced at the mission timer. This time, he had used numerous items and managed to hold on for over a minute. Now, there were just 2 minutes and 13 seconds left to complete the breakthrough mission. Upon resurrecting, Chu Chen had only one last chance to come back. More than 2 minutes, should I use that move? Chu Chen looked at his talent, sacrificial wine, which could summon the projection of a powerful ancestor of the human race. He didn't have any legendary spirit wine, but he had 2 jars of mythic level spirit wine on hand. If he could summon a powerful projection, he could hold on for those 2 minutes. Besides that, Chu Chen also thought of the Tiger Talisman. Tiger Talisman, damaged, mythic level, a talisman from a powerful ancient nation capable of commanding 1,000,000 troops, but the army corresponding to this talisman had all perished. Using it could awaken 1,000,000 souls to fight again. This talisman could also awaken 1,000,000 souls to battle once more, but he didn't know if it could withstand 6 demigods. The effect of the heavenly and earthly ban was about to fade, and Bader would also join the battlefield, increasing the number of demigods he faced from 5 to 6. Forget it, let's use the sacrificial wine first and see what level of ancestral projection we can summon. If a single projection can solve the problem, then the Tiger Talisman won't be needed. The mythic great spirit wine could be obtained again, but this Tiger Talisman was clearly a one-time use. If it shattered, it would mean that the 1,000,000 souls of the army would never appear again. Just as Chu Chen was about to take out the mythic great spirit wine and directly use the sacrificial wine talent, a voice rang out. "I've found you, human." As the voice echoed, a stone giant suddenly appeared before him. The Earth Stone Giant, also a demigod, and Chu Chen understood that these guys intended to share the spoils equally by killing him once. Die! The Earth Stone Giant wasted no words. Despite its massive size, its stone arms moved with incredible speed, reaching Chu Chen in the blink of an eye. Chu Chen's expression turned cold. This guy was too fast, and he was about to use the sacrificial wine. Buzz! But in the next moment, a layer of light shield appeared, directly sending the Earthstone Giant flying, while a figure appeared in front of Chu Chen. Although it was just a silhouette, Chu Chen recognized it. It was the old man from the 100 Zhang Abyss. The Earthstone Giant steadied itself, feeling quite surprised. It hadn't expected someone to come to save this human. It's prepared to see who was so reckless, but when it saw the old man's face, its entire body stiffened. Memories from its inheritance surged forth, filling its face with shock. After the shock, its entire stone body trembled, producing a sound of clashing. "In no way, how are you still alive?" The Earthstone Giant retreated sharply, its words filled with disbelief and fear. How many years had it been? The figure that had clearly been in the inherited memories, why was it appearing here? Chu Chen didn't know why the Earthstone Giant was acting this way. He couldn't see the old man's expression, but he heard the other's calm voice. "You, the Grinding Stone Clan, have really made a name for yourselves now." The old man's voice was soft, yet it exploded in the Earthstone Giant's mind. Its already trembling body nearly collapsed to its knees. "Shirshan, what's wrong?" At that moment, a voice rang out, and the 5 demigods, including the Titan White Ape who had been watching the show, appeared. They also saw the old man but had no impression of him. Perhaps the presence of the 5 demigod companions gave Shirshan a sense of security. He forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and glared fiercely at the old man. "You're dead, this is just your remnant. Shadow, I'm not afraid of you." That declaration of "I'm not afraid of you" sounded like a child's angry shout, and the old man simply replied calmly with 2 words, "sharpening knives." Clearly, the old man did nothing, but when those 2 words were spoken, Shirshan instinctively dropped to the ground, his entire body of stone gathering together, raising his rear as if waiting for something. After a while, Shirshan finally reacted, noticing the strange looks from the Titan White Ape and the others, wishing he were truly just a stone. "How embarrassing. Who is he? Why are you so afraid?" Bader asked, his eyes flashing with curiosity and a hint of excitement. This broken stone had become a demigod around the same time as him, yet the other's entire body of stone rendered many of his skills useless, often putting him at a disadvantage in fights. Now was a chance to see the other's embarrassment. From the reaction, he could tell there was definitely a big story behind it. The other 4, though silent, also looked at Shirshan with curiosity. Hungry, wanting to eat melon. I don't know who he is, but I have his likeness in my inherited memories. Our Earthstone Giant clan originally didn't belong to this world, but many years ago, it was he, this demon-like human, who discovered us.
He brought our clan back, enslaved us, not to help the human race fight but because he coveted our special physique, using us as a whetstone.
Back then, I don't know how many clansmen were ground to death by them.
Shu Chanha said this while standing up again. The 5 demigods were also quite shocked to hear this. They were aware of the inherited memories, but generally, these only recorded racial talents and some skills.
The fact that information could be left
in the inherited memories of the Earthstone Giant clan, and even Shu Chanha, a descendant, was influenced by these memories, shows how much the Earthstone Giant clan despised the old man before them.
No, even if they were sharpening their blades, why? Were you just bending over? Could it be that they hiss?
The 5 demigods collectively gasped, realizing that not only were they sharpening blades, but they were using that part of the body for it. No wonder the Earthstone Giant clan hated them so much. The act of sharpening blades while bending over had been ingrained in their genes. Fortunately, Shu Chanha was made of stone, otherwise, his face would surely be flushed red at this moment, but his constantly trembling body revealed that he was not
calm inside.
Chu Chen was also listening, equally surprised as he looked at the old man, not expecting him to have done such things. However, he did not speak, glancing at the task timer, only a minute left to complete the breakthrough task.
Sure, Chanha. Don't be afraid, this human has already died. What stands before us is merely a phantom, said the Titan White Ape.
They could tell that the old man was not a physical entity, which was why they dared to stay here. Otherwise, if they had known that he had once enslaved the Earthstone Giant clan, they would have fled long ago.
After all, the Earthstone Giant clan was not weak. Shu Chanha nodded but stood behind everyone, clearly still a bit fearful.
The Titan White Ape exchanged glances with the other
4 demigods, then gave a light shout, "Make your move."
In the next moment, the Titan White Ape threw a punch. The tail of the purple gold thunder scorpion lashed out with a bolt of lightning. The cloud wing flame bird unleashed a fire domain. The dark moonhorn tiger exhaled black light, and the scales on Bates' body erupted with countless streams of light. Shu Chanha's reaction was a bit slow, but he also gathered a massive stone with a diameter of several hundred meters and smashed it down. The 6 demigods attacked together. The sheer force they unintentionally emitted was enough to annihilate a myth-level powerhouse. The old man merely watched the incoming attacks quietly, and as they got closer, he slowly raised his foot. With one step down, it
seemed as if heaven and earth froze at that moment, and time slowed down. Boom!
In the next instant, a terrifying force erupted.
With that step, and the attacks of the 6 demigods were instantly shattered.
Heaven and earth returned to normal, as if nothing
had happened. Only the old man stood there quietly, his pale eyes revealing no emotion. And no way, how can he be so strong?
He's clearly already dead, just a phantom remains, yet he possesses such terrifying power. He must have been a true god-level powerhouse in life, possibly even a peak true god. The Titan White Ape and the others' pupils constricted. It was so easy for him to dissolve their attacks that if he were still alive, they probably wouldn't even have the qualification to approach him. Don't be afraid, after all, he is already dead, and only this phantom remains. No matter how strong he is, as long as we exhaust his power, we will eventually be able to destroy him, said the dark moon-horned tiger. The other 5 demigods nodded. At this moment, they could not retreat, or else if he entered Tianyuan City, it would be an even bigger problem.
In that case, let's get serious.
The Titan White Ape exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from his nostrils, and his originally slender form began to grow larger, transforming into a giant beast over 300 feet tall in the blink of an eye. The other 5 demigods, except for Bait, also grew larger, fully revealing their true forms. Each one was 300 feet tall, making Chu Chen and the old man appear extremely small in the center of these 6 colossal beings, like ants. At this moment, Chu Chen also realized that the demigods who had been entangled with him earlier had not used all their strength. Now, just the massive body of the old man was filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure.
"Old man, how about we retreat?" Chu Chen spoke up.
Just a moment ago, his breakthrough task had indicated completion, and his level had risen from 49 to 50.
This also meant he could teleport
out of this secret realm at any time, and there was no need to continue the entanglement.
"We liked what you did in Huangmeng City," the old man said, turning to look at Chu Chen, a hint of a smile appearing on his calm face. "You wait here, I will go and slay them." "Old man,
Before Chu Chen could finish his sentence, the old man stepped forward and directly arrived in front of the Titan White Ape. The figure of the old man seemed minuscule before the Titan White Ape, his faint silhouette
appearing as if it could be blown away by a single breath from the Titan White Ape. "Old thing, since you're dead, you should act like a dead person."
The Titan White Ape roared as it saw the old man approach, and with a thunderous punch, it aimed to smash the old man into dust. The old man quietly watched the mountain-like fist coming at him, then similarly threw a punch to meet it. Boom! The collision of their fists shattered the space within a radius of 10,000 miles, the resulting shockwave lifting the earth, leaving only Chu Chen, who was protected within a light shield, unharmed.
Ah!
A scream rang out as the Titan White Ape was sent flying, but it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and came to a stop.
Then it crashed to the ground like a puddle of mud.
Dead? Chu Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the Titan White Ape, which had become a corpse, his heart
equally shaken.
A demigod, just like that, was killed with a single punch?
"We are merely dead, not gone,"
the old man whispered.
his gaze shifting to the other 5 demigods. Although his eyes were clouded and devoid of any emotion, the 5 demigods understood. It was the gaze of a predator looking at its prey. At this moment, the 5 demigods from Bader were terrified. Although they knew this old man was not weak, they never expected him to instantly kill the Titan White Ape. The Titan White Ape was a demigod. Being able to kill it in an instant meant he possessed combat power comparable to that of a true god. Level 10101 were only one level apart, but their combat powers were worlds apart, and they were not on the same life level. The 5 demigods exchanged glances, seeing the fear and retreat in each other's eyes. They wanted to run, facing an old man with true god-level combat power. They had no chance of winning. Even their large size was of no use. Didn't they see that the Titan White Ape's corpse was still warm? Once the thought of retreating arose, their fighting spirit quickly diminished. Run? The old man instantly sensed the thoughts of the 5 demigods and reached out with his right hand. Whoosh! In the next moment, an invisible force appeared, directly gripping the neck of the Cloud Wingflame bird. Caw! The Cloud Wingflame bird let out a long cry and then began to struggle frantically, flames surging from its body, trying to extinguish this force. But after struggling for a long time, it had no effect. Instead, it only made the force stronger, and the grip on its neck became even more unbearable, a sense of death's danger filling its entire being. Save me! The Cloud Wingflame bird cried out urgently. If it wasn't rescued soon, it feared it would die here as well. But before the other 4 demigods from Bader could react, the old man tightened his grip. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Cloud Wingflame bird's eyes gradually became lifeless until it finally lost all its spirit. The second demigod, dead. This scene completely terrified the remaining 4 demigods from Bader, who no longer dared to stay, turning to tear through space and flee. Chu Chen was equally shocked. He hadn't expected another demigod to die so quickly. That was a demigod. They must have means of resurrection. At the very least, they should have skills to avoid damage. But why do they have no effect in the hands of this old man? Chu Chen was puzzled, but he understood that the old man must have some special means to render the effects of injury immunity and resurrection ineffective. Is this the power of the divine? A demigod has no chance of resistance before him. But this old man is merely a phantom. If the other party were still alive, how strong would he be? What kind of power did Lester possess when he killed him back then? Chu Chen thought a lot. In his mind, when he faced 6 demigods before, although he felt powerless, he could at least inflict some damage and even delay time with his resurrection ability. But the old man's performance made him feel true strength. The other party didn't even use any flashy skills. With just one punch, he killed the Titan White Ape, and with a casual squeeze, he killed the Cloud Wingflame bird. These demigods, who seemed powerful in his eyes, were like ants before the old man. If the other party wished, they could be killed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, watching the 4 fleeing demigods, the old man simply waved his hand, and the surrounding space was instantly sealed. The 4 demigods who had just entered the space were forced out. Before the 4 demigods could say anything, the old man raised his hand and pressed down. Boom! A massive palm print appeared, suppressing the 4 demigods. No, if this continues, we will die here too. What can we do? He has the combat power of a true god. We are simply no match for him unless we also have a true god. Lord Lester, quickly call for Lord Lester. Are you crazy? Lord Lester has been sleeping. If we wake him up recklessly, we will still die. Isn't it better than dying now? The exchange among the 4 demigods was completed in an instant, and they ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. Lord Lester, help! The cries for help echoed through the heavens and the earth, but at the moment that voice rang out, the palm print that had been slowly descending suddenly fell. Boom! The 4 demigods were smashed into the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble and stirring up a sandstorm. As the old man waved his hand to disperse the dust, the 4 demigods were already completely dead. Thus, the 6 demigods who had been pursuing Chu Chen were all dead, in less than a minute. The old man looked at the corpses on the ground, reached out again, and a force descended, causing the bodies to shrink rapidly, eventually transforming into small orbs of light the size of fingers. Take these. The old man came to Chu Chen and handed him the 6 orbs of light. Before Chu Chen could say anything, the 6 orbs directly entered his storage ring. I will send you into the armory. I know you have a way to leave this realm. When the battle starts, I won't be able to focus on protecting you. You can observe this battle and leave at any time, the old man said. Old man, is Lester very strong? Chu Chen asked, having noticed that the old man did not instantly kill the 4 demigods, giving them a chance to call for help. The purpose was to draw out Lester. You are not his opponent now. The old man paused and continued, I am not either. Chu Chen wanted to ask why they would fight if they knew they couldn't win, but seeing the old man's figure, he had a guess. Perhaps since the moment the old man left the 100 Zhang abyss, regardless of victory or defeat, this phantom would dissipate. He is coming, you should go now. As the old man finished speaking, Chu Chen suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already arrived in the armory of Huangming City. However, this time the armory was different from before. Countless runes flowed on it, clearly activated by the old man using some method, opening the protective measures of the artifact of laws.
At the same time, a massive light screen appeared before Chu Chen, showing the figure of the old man, along with a pair of blood-red eyes slowly appearing.
Chu Chen knew that the owner of these eyes must be Lester.
Although separated by a light screen, when he gazed into those eyes, it felt as if he were submerged in a sea of blood, with countless hands pulling him down into it.
Fortunately, at that moment, a force
from the military arsenal descended, allowing Chu Chen to regain his composure. This is a deity. Just by watching from behind a screen, I was drawn in. If it weren't for the power of the military arsenal, even if I didn't die, I would have become the other party's puppet.
Chu Chen took a deep breath.
He had previously witnessed the old man's strength, but the other party's power had never been directed at him. Yet just now, he had personally experienced the terror of the deity, and that was merely
the power emitted unintentionally through the screen.
If he had been on site, he feared that a single glance would have caused him to self-destruct. He once again recognized the deity's might, which was simply beyond what a demigod could compare to. No
wonder the old man had been able to easily annihilate those 6 demigods before.
Meanwhile, above the wasteland, when the pair of eyes saw the old man, they first froze, then filled with murderous intent.
You're still here. You haven't died, so how could I leave?
The old man replied calmly. You should die. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have fallen into slumber, nor would we have made no progress after all these years, becoming beings above true gods.
Seeing you so angry makes me quite happy. You're seeking death.
In the next moment, a blood-red stream of light shot out, swiftly attacking the old man. The old man snorted coldly, throwing a punch that shattered the blood-red stream, yet his fist continued unabated, smashing fiercely into those eyes.
Boom!
The terrifying force erupted, causing the space to shatter ninefold, stretching for thousands of miles before
finally stopping.
Those eyes also dissipated, but the old man did not relax. Instead, he turned to look in a certain direction.
You are truly weak now.
As a voice echoed, a figure slowly emerged, each step falling like raindrops striking a calm surface. Silent, yet creating ripples. The old man quietly watched that figure. The other appeared humanoid, dressed in a blood-red robe, with a pair of blood-red eyes that looked exceedingly eerie. There were supposed to be 2 red horns on his forehead, but one had mysteriously broken off, and a mane of white hair danced wildly in the wind. His face, pale as if made of porcelain, had 2 sharp fangs protruding. When he spoke, one could see his mouth filled with small, sharp teeth like those of a predator. A long sword was sheathed at his waist, and a skull resembling a bull's head floated on his shoulder.
Lester, the old man
said softly, it seems my sword from back then left quite an impact on you. You are still merely a peak true god. Indeed, I only took 2 swords from you, one severed my red horn, and the other nearly extinguished my ghostly heart. Back then, I led 53 true gods in a surprise attack, yet you single-handedly killed 41 on the spot, leaving only 12 alive. But among those 12, 7 were severely injured and perished completely after 1,000 years, leaving only 5 of us. Though they were clearly enemies, they conversed as if they were old friends. The old man sighed, lamenting why he hadn't followed up with another sword strike back then. However, at that time, he had indeed been besieged and had no opportunity to do so.
After you and your army died, your will did not perish. At that time, we were also heavily injured and could only seal you in that
abyss, filling it with the various races that died in that great battle, hoping to extinguish your will with their resentment.
Yet we still failed.
Lester said, you humans are truly interesting. Even in death, you still cling to something.
This is our human territory. We failed to defend it and must bear the guilt.
Until the land is reclaimed, how can we dare to extinguish
our aspirations?
As the old man spoke, a hint of black appeared in his pale eyes, revealing a sense of sorrow.
It's just a pity for those soldiers. Even though I hate the human race to the core, I must admit that you are impressive. This place is
a training ground for your kind, and the army here is still made up of new recruits. We, the 53 true gods, with over 100 million subordinates, ended up with most of the true gods dead, and even our subordinates barely number less than 1 million. If it weren't for the excessive deaths leading to a lack of living beings and the divine kingdom lacking beings to sustain it, those 7 true gods who originally survived wouldn't have died either.
Lester said, if your human army were stationed here, we wouldn't have survived.
Aren't you the ones who were driven here by our army? The old man replied, the whiteness in his eyes deepening with ink-like intensity.
Yes, we lost on the front lines and fled like stray dogs. Your human army is
everywhere, and we had nowhere to escape, so we could only fight to the death. We found this training ground, but we were almost
annihilated by you.
Lester didn't feel ashamed. Fortunately, we won, refining the bodies of those true gods and tearing apart the space here to create our own realm, thus escaping that great chaos. This is also why different places in the Black Abyss secret realm have different rules. These rules stem from the power of laws emanating from the bodies of those true gods, each
mastering different laws.
This world is fundamentally supported by the power of laws from the bodies of numerous true gods.
We
lost, but you didn't win either, the old man said. Lester smiled, revealing his small sharp teeth, looking extremely ferocious.
If you die, that means we win, or are you counting on that weak human?
As Lester spoke, his gaze pierced through the light curtain and landed on Chu Chen. Chu Chen was startled. Fortunately, he had the protection of the armory's laws, otherwise, he
feared he would have been lost with that glance. A level 49 ant not even qualified to become a new recruit under you. Lester withdrew his gaze and continued. The cloak of divine concealment is powerful, but it has no effect against true gods. At least, there is hope. Then I will shatter your hope. It was I who personally severed your head back then, and today I will do it again. Roar! As Lester finished speaking, the bull-headed skeleton on his shoulder let out a furious roar and lunged at the old man. The old man snorted coldly and threw a punch. Boom! The two collided, but this time the old man did not look down upon his opponent. Although he repelled the bull-headed skeleton, he too was pushed back several hundred meters before stabilizing his stance. If it were you back then, a single punch could have shattered it. Lester sneered, "You are too weak now." The old man said nothing, but the whiteness in his eyes was completely overtaken by ink, which then quickly dissipated, ultimately transforming into pupils. A pair of spirited eyes appeared, and the old man's originally emaciated body seemed to regain vitality, visibly straightening and becoming robust. In the blink of an eye, the old man had vanished, replaced by a young man with long black hair and a resolute face. "It seems you intend to fight with all your might, but you still aren't qualified to kill me." Hatred flickered in Lester's eyes. It was this face that had almost led to his death with two swords back then. Even after so many years, his injuries had not healed, and he saw no hope of becoming a true god. Those two swords not only nearly killed him but also severed his path. "Indeed too weak, but I am not alone," the young man said, suddenly focusing his expression. "Form the formation." This command echoed through the heavens and earth, and the once calm abyss of 100 zhang suddenly stirred with a bloody wind, waves of blood rising, and figures emerging. These figures, though phantoms, were clad in armor and wielded weapons. Military formations were arranged in an orderly manner, each figure's face youthful yet bearing an expression of fearless determination. A million souls of the army, a million formations, a chilling aura of slaughter permeated the heavens and earth. Are the generals ready? Kill. Can the armor withstand? Kill. Are the weapons sharp? Kill. Is the morale strong? Kill. Although they were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, with each sentence spoken by the youth, the million souls of the army above the abyss roared in unison. Their voices shook the heavens, their might intimidated the earth. At some point, the youth had donned armor and held a long sword in his hand. With the sword held horizontally, the youth shouted, "Generals, heed my command. Hurrah!" The million souls of the army roared in anger, surging forward, shattering the space, and instantly arriving before the youth. "Do you think these remnants can kill me?" Lester looked at the million souls, speaking lightly, but his eyes were serious. Even though they were merely remnants, he knew how terrifying these million soldiers had been in life. The youth did not respond, merely swinging his sword down, the blade pointing directly at Lester. "Kill." As the youth's sword fell, the million souls of the army launched their attack in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums sounded loudly, countless arrows flew out, weaving a great net in the air, enveloping Lester. The weapons glinted coldly, and a casual swing seemed capable of tearing apart space. War horses neighed, iron hooves shattered the ground, cavalry charged, and spears pierced through. The light of blades and swords erupted, each soldier exuding an aura of facing death without fear. Even though they had long lost their physical forms, existing only as these ethereal remnants, they still did not retreat. Carrying an indomitable will and the might to break the enemy, launching an attack against Lester, the peak true god. Lester naturally did not dare to underestimate them. The bull-headed skeleton instantly grew larger, spewing forth streams of black flames, aiming to annihilate the million souls. As the attacks approached, shields were raised in the formation, isolating the flames. At the same time, figures surged out, long knives and sharp swords slashing down, forcing the bull-headed skeleton back. Just as Lester was about to strike, a cold light crossed the space, and he raised his hand to shatter the cold light, his gaze turning forward. "Kill!" the youth shouted, stepping forward to stand before Lester, his sword falling down. Lester's eyes were cold, a force materializing before him to block the sword. Stronger than before, but still too weak. Boom! Lester threw a punch, the youth instinctively crossed his sword, but was still knocked back. Just as he was about to pursue, countless arrows came flying, blocking his path, forcing him to stop and shatter the arrows. But it was not over. As soon as the arrows were destroyed, the weapon's might surged again, enveloping Lester. Lester's expression remained calm. He raised his hand to grasp, breaking free from the predicament. Hiss! But at that moment, a sword light appeared. Even though Lester reacted quickly to evade, a scar from the sword still appeared on his face. "It seems you haven't made much progress." Accompanied by the youth's voice, the sword in his hand thrust straight at Lester's face. Lester's blood-red eyes widened, a force blocking the sword, and then he punched out, sending the youth flying. "You humans deserve to die." Lester raised his hand, and the bull-headed skeleton flew to his side. Roar! With a furious roar, the bull-headed skeleton instantly transformed into a towering figure thousands of feet high, countless blood-red lights erupting, like a blood moon, crashing down towards the million souls. When the million souls came into contact with the blood-red light, their armor began to erode, and the weapons in their hands lost their sharpness. The youth watched the scene, knowing that Lester was serious. If they did not find a way to respond, once the bull-headed skeleton fell, at least half of their million souls would be lost. The youth shouted, "How can one say there are no clothes? Let us share the same robe." Upon hearing this, the million souls trembled, their gazes becoming even colder. The king raises the army, sharpens our weapons, and shares the same hatred with you. In the next moment, a force surged from the million souls, and a towering phantom 1,000 feet high coalesced above the army formation. As the phantom slowly raised its head, the sword in its hand swept out, instantly shattering the blood-red light that filled the sky. Who says there are no clothes? I share the same pond with you. The king raises his army, sharpens my spears, and fights alongside you. The phantom stepped forward, the sword thrusting out to meet the descending bull-headed skeleton. The sword held its ground against the bull-headed skeleton for less than 3 breaths, then a brilliant light erupted, tearing apart heaven and earth, and the bull-headed skeleton was shattered and exploded. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, the space within tens of thousands of miles was shattered by the explosive aftermath. Countless spatial currents surged out, only to be crushed by this force. But it wasn't over yet. Who says there are no clothes? I share the same garment with you. The king raises his army, sharpens my armor, and marches alongside you. At this moment, 1,000,000 souls of the army, united in hatred, their military might coalescing into one, pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent fixed on Lester. What of the gods? They were here to kill gods. The phantom raised its hand again, the world fell silent. It was both a moment and an eternity, only a flash of silver light was seen, and the space around Lester shattered as well. It was thought that this strike would either kill Lester or severely injure him, but only the sound of metal clashing was heard. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and centered around Lester, a terrifying force surged outward, but it only lasted a few seconds before returning to calm. Crack! Following that was the sound of breaking, as the phantom formed from 1,000,000 souls revealed a crack in the long sword it held. Crack, crack! The crack began to spread, and the long sword started to shatter. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of blood-red sword light shot out, completely shattering the long sword, while the blood-red sword light continued unabated, instantly arriving before the phantom. Hiss! Whoosh! The sword light swept past, the phantom paused, and then countless fine lines appeared on its body, ultimately transforming into countless spiritual lights that dissipated between heaven and earth. The million souls of the army also froze in place, their already transparent forms becoming even more transparent, as if they were about to vanish at any moment. If you were still alive, even if I were a peak true god, you could still threaten me a little, but unfortunately. Lester's gaze turned cold, the black long sword in his hand shrouded in bloodlight. You are already dead. As the words fell, the sword was drawn, and countless blood-red sword lights descended. The young man's expression changed, and he immediately reorganized the army formation, the million souls of the army instantly raising a barrier. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rumbling sounds erupted, and the million souls of the army were completely enveloped by these sword lights. Each sword light possessed the power to kill demigods in an instant, yet could not break through this barrier. They won't hold out for long. In the armory, Lu Chanha observed keenly. Although the million souls of the army were holding strong now, he could see that these souls were exhausting their remaining strength. With each passing second, the forms of these souls became a little more transparent, and it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. Moreover, even if they managed to hold on, what difference would it make? Lester's current state was still at its peak. A battle destined for defeat. Lu Chanha saw the outcome of this battle, believing that the million souls of the army had long known the result as well. A battle destined for defeat. Why fight? Perhaps they never truly thought they could kill Lester, they just wanted to leave something behind for the younger generation before they completely vanished. What can I do? Lu Chanha asked himself. Having witnessed a battle at the divine level, he realized his own insignificance. At this moment, he could do nothing but watch helplessly. No, I still have a trump card. Lu Chanha looked towards his talent. Sacrificial wine, a unique talent of the wine sword immortal. As a wine immortal, you can communicate with the river of history through the sacrifice of spiritual wine, invoking the will of your ancestors to summon their projections. The higher the grade of the sacrifice spiritual wine, the stronger the ancestors you can summon, and the duration of their existence varies based on the strength of the ancestors. This was his only chance to contend with a divine-level powerhouse, but this method was not stable. Even if he had mythic-grade spirit wine, he couldn't guarantee that he could summon a projection from a divine-level ancestor. Even if he did manage to summon a divine-level ancestor's projection, it wouldn't change the outcome and would only waste a jar of mythic-grade spirit wine. Should he use it? Looking at the million souls of the army still struggling on the battlefield, Lu Chanha's gaze gradually became resolute. Who says there are no clothes? I share the same robe with you. My strength is weak, how can I avoid battle? At that moment, Lu Chanha understood. He understood why these million souls of the army, knowing they posed no threat to Lester, still chose to fight. With the divine before them, though flesh may perish, the will endures. These million souls were planting a seed within him, a seed that dared to draw a sword against the divine. What if it's a divine? Can't I kill you? Lu Chanha's expression was solemn as he directly took out 2 jars of mythic-grade spirit wine.
Today, the descendant of the great Xia, Lu Chanha, with the will of a million souls of the army as a guide and mythic spirit wine as support, respectfully invites the ancestors to descend. You have used the sacrificial wine talent, communicating with the river of history using 2 jars of mythic grade spirit wine. The talent has successfully triggered 1 ancestor, 578. Looking at the prompt, Lu Chanha was stunned. He didn't expect the 2 jars of mythic grade spirit wine would attract the attention of so many ancestors. These ancestors wouldn't fight over the chance to project, would they? Lu Chanha shook his head, dismissing that thought. It shouldn't, right? Just as he was pondering, the prompt finally yielded a result. 1 ancestor has been influenced by the million souls of the army and casts their gaze upon you, descending a projection. 2. Chen looked up, wanting to see which ancestor stood out among the many and descended a projection. But after waiting for several seconds, he still did not see the projection appear. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as countless blood-red sword lights dissipated, the barrier supported by the million souls of the army also shattered with a sound. Although the million souls had not lost a single one, at this moment, each person's form was incredibly ethereal. Just looking at one of them, it was already somewhat unclear. The young leader knew they could not win. What awaited them next would be annihilation. But so what? They had already died on the battlefield. Now, they were just dying once more. Kill. The young man's voice was filled with determination, tinged with nostalgia for this land, yet devoid of any fear. Kill. The million souls roared in unison. This was their last cry in this world. They exerted all their strength, seemingly venting their anger, as if bidding farewell. Yet the weapons in their hands showed no signs of stopping, all charging towards Lester. Hitting a stone with an egg, it should end now. Lester sneered, the blood-red sword shadows falling, engulfing the million souls. Just as the final strikes from both sides were about to collide, the world suddenly fell silent. Time and space froze. Clop, clop, clop. A series of dense hoofbeats sounded. The noise was not loud, yet it resonated in everyone's ears, each hoofbeat seeming to tread upon their hearts. That is. Lu Chanha turned towards the sound and saw a war chariot, drawn by 6 fine horses, the emperor's 6 steeds. Lu Chanha's heart trembled. Which ancestor had arrived? As the war chariot reached the battlefield, it came to a halt. With a whinny, the sound of a horse echoed, and the offensive of the million souls and Lester instantly vanished, as if nothing had ever happened, and the time and space within the battlefield returned to normal. Who is it? Lester was the first to react, his face changing drastically as he warily looked towards the chariot. He was a true god, and a peak true god at that. He had just been frozen in time and space. The strength of the newcomer was evident. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. The million souls also paused, all looking towards the chariot, but then everyone trembled, their eyes filled with disbelief. The leading youth trembled all over, wanting to say something, but found his throat seemingly blocked by something, his wide-open eyes gradually becoming hazy. Lu Chanha also saw it. He saw a man standing atop the war chariot. The man wore a crown adorned with 12 strings of white jade beads, dressed in a dark robe embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountain dragons, flowers, insects, and 12 other designs, with a jade pendant tied to his left waist and a long sword at his side. Just standing there, a majestic aura surged forth. As Lu Chanha pondered who this ancestor might be, he saw a million souls of the army bowing in unison under the youth's lead. Sinners, with the new army, respectfully welcome your majesty. Respectfully welcome your majesty. Clad in armor, the million souls of the army performed a solemn salute. The million souls, which had already become transparent, now seemed to regain their substance, gradually becoming more solid. Everyone looked at the figure atop the war chariot, their eyes filled with excitement and guilt. The excitement was for finally welcoming their majesty. The guilt was for failing to protect their territory, which had been occupied by foreign tribes. The soldiers have sacrificed themselves for the country, guarding the territory with indomitable will. What crime is there in that? The man spoke, his voice not loud, yet filled with authority. It is I who have come late. Upon hearing this, the million souls of the army, who had not cried in battle or while sealed in the depths of the abyss, could no longer hold back their tears. What are you? At this moment, Lester spoke, his face filled with fear. He had already begun to guess, but he still did not want to believe it. He had never seen him and had no right to see him. But Lester knew that if he discovered his territory had been occupied, he would never let it go. If he were still around, it would have been impossible for him to neglect this place for so many years. Hearing Lester's words, the man's brow furrowed. Noisy. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying force descended, and Lester spat out a mouthful of blood, his only red horn shattering, directly suppressed to the ground. Why, you can't be this strong. This is clearly just a projection of you. I don't believe it. Lester roared, summoning all his strength to resist, but after struggling for a long time, he found it utterly useless. The anger of a fool trying to use his head to break the ground, the man said lightly. Ha ha ha, you are indeed strong, but so what? This is just a projection of you. You can't kill me. As long as the divine kingdom exists, I will live forever. Knowing that resistance was futile, Lester gave up and instead began to laugh maniacally. But your soldiers are all dead. I killed them, and even this
remaining shall perish today. Divine kingdom? As the man finished speaking, he raised his hand and grasped, instantly distorting the surrounding space, and in the next moment, a city appeared in his palm. It was Tianyuan City. At this moment, billions of half-beasts within Tianyuan City looked up in terror at the sky, only able to see a pair of indifferent eyes. Numerous mythic and legendary half-beasts launched attacks, but it was utterly futile. A speck of dust, the man said, and with a squeeze of his hand, Tianyuan City instantly turned to dust, and the billions of half-beasts within perished in an instant. Boom! At the moment Tianyuan City shattered, Lester, who was being suppressed, trembled. The aura of a peak true god instantly diminished. And no, it's impossible, you destroyed my divine kingdom. How could you destroy my divine kingdom? Lester's already pale face turned even more ghastly white. Gods no longer had a lifespan limit, but to establish a divine kingdom, nurture living beings, as long as the divine kingdom existed, the god would not die. At the same time, the divine kingdom would provide the god with immense power. The stronger the divine kingdom, the stronger the god's combat power. But the weakness was also the divine kingdom. If the divine kingdom was destroyed, the god would suffer backlash and their strength would be greatly diminished. Now that Lester's divine kingdom has collapsed and his strength has been greatly diminished, such losses had never occurred even when he first arrived at this training ground. At that time, although the beings of the divine kingdom suffered heavy casualties, the kingdom itself still existed and could recover with time. But now, the divine kingdom has been shattered into dust with no possibility of recovery. Even if he miraculously survives today, he will become the weakest of the gods in the future. Invade my territory and I will exterminate your entire clan. The man, however, wore a face of indifference. Even the slaughter of billions of half-beasts could not stir any emotional response in him. Kill my soldiers, and you shall suffer the 5 punishments. Before Lester could emerge from his painful emotions, the man spoke again. Tattoo. In the next moment, tattoos began to slowly appear on Lester's pale face. These tattoos seemed to bring him endless pain, and his screams echoed through the heavens and the earth. The man seemed to find the noise a bit bothersome and spoke again. Cut off the tongue. Lester's tongue was directly severed, and his screams instantly ceased, leaving only a rasping sound as he struggled on the ground. Nose. Cut off the toes. Half slice. Lester's nose was directly sliced off, his toes severed, and he was even cut in half. Though it was said to be the 5 punishments, it was far more than that. The man, wanting Lester to fully experience this pain, accelerated the time around him so that for every breath taken outside, Lester would endure this agony for a month. Though he had lost his divine kingdom, Lester was still a god, and his vitality remained strong. He held on for a full 10 breaths before completely losing all signs of life. A dignified god, just like that, painfully died. Seeing Lester die, and in such agony, the youth and the million souls of the army felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Even as they were about to dissipate, their faces were filled with smiles and pride. Their majesty, even if only casting a projection, was enough to easily annihilate a peak true god. Have you vented your anger? At this moment, the man looked at the million souls of the army. The indifference on his face vanished, replaced by a softness in his eyes. He gazed at these souls, each bearing a youthful face, all of whom had been mere children when they were alive, just having enlisted. They should have stepped onto the real battlefield after training. But these children were forever buried here, guarding this territory even in death. He could have instantly killed Lester, yet he still used the 5 punishments. He had come to avenge these children. Hearing their majesty speak in a tone akin to that of an elder, the million youthful faces broke into smiles. We have vented our anger. If you vented your anger, then dry your tears. The man said, his expression turning serious as he scanned everyone. The new army can fight, call it the Abyssal Sea. Upon hearing these 4 words, the million souls of the army were filled with excitement. They had received their majesty's recognition. Abyssal Sea Army. Abyssal Sea Army. Abyssal Sea Army. The voices of the million souls pressed against the heavens and the earth. At this moment, they were no longer lonely souls, but had their own name. The Abyssal Sea Army was established at this moment, yet it had perished years ago while defending the territory. Your Majesty, we can no longer follow you, this territory. At this time, the youth once again bowed solemnly, his gaze falling upon the dark abyssal realm. Someone will come to reclaim the territory, you can rest assured. The man said, I am still here. Just 3 words brought great reassurance to the million souls. As long as their majesty remained, the territory would surely be reclaimed. Your Majesty, to see you once more at the brink of our demise, to receive your name, we have no regrets. We shall take our leave now, the youth said with a smile, and as he spoke, his form began to dissipate. The million souls of the army also began to dissolve, transforming into countless specks of light, drifting towards all corners of this territory. Even in their final moments, they would continue to guard this land, waiting for it to be reclaimed. Abyssal Sea Army, thank you, Your Majesty, for the send-off. Millions of souls stood in solemn reverence, pairs of eyes fixed on the man, wanting to take one last look at their majesty. Farewell, the man whispered softly. Under his gaze, the million souls dissipated, yet they vanished with smiles. I must leave as well, but there are still things to be done. The man slightly extended his hand, and instantly, 4 beams of light shot up from 4 different directions of the Black Abyss secret realm, revealing 4 cities slowly. Spare us, your majesty, spare us. We're wrong, we won't dare again, please spare us. In the next moment, the terrified voices pleading for mercy echoed, coming from the 4 true gods remaining in the Black Abyss secret realm. The man said nothing, his palm clenched slightly, and the 4 main cities were immediately enveloped by a force, with the true gods inside being directly imprisoned. Consider this a reward for that junior. The man retracted his hand, casting a glance at the military arsenal, his gaze meeting that of Lu Chanha. He then looked away, and 6 steeds neighed, the war chariot moving away until it disappeared from sight. Inside the military arsenal, just moments ago, when the ancestor destroyed Tianyuan City, a series of notification sounds popped up before Lu Chanha. You have killed a level 98 Serpent Man, experience plus 245 points, additional experience plus 100,000 points. You have killed a level 75 Tiger Head, experience plus 125 points, additional experience plus 1,000 points. You have killed a level 84. Your level has increased, reaching level 51, all attributes increased by 500 points. You gain 1,000 free attribute points. Your level has increased, reaching level 52. Your level has increased, reaching level 59, all attributes increased by 500 points. You gain 1,000 free attribute points. Your level has reached the limit. You gain a new breakthrough task. Looking at these notifications, Lu Chanha was completely stunned. He never expected that the monsters killed by the ancestor would count towards his experience, and in an instant he went from level 50 to the maximum of level 59. If it weren't for the breakthrough task, he might have directly leveled up to mythic or even demigod strength. Lu Chanha was about to check the new breakthrough task when another notification popped up. You have successfully killed Lester. The unique task Wrath of the Fallen has been completed. You gain the reward, Military Arsenal Usage Rights. You have successfully completed the unique task Wrath of the Fallen. The progress of the level 60 breakthrough task has increased, current progress, 1/3. This notification appeared when Lester died, but Lu Chanha didn't expect that he had already completed 1/3 of the breakthrough task without even looking at it. Thinking this, he hurriedly opened the level 60 breakthrough task to check. Task Achiever, level 60 breakthrough task, Hell level, as a unique profession, the Fallen Wine. Sword Immortal, you need to undergo more trials. Please complete 3 unique tasks. Task rewards, profession-specific talent awakening scroll. Profession-specific equipment, can grow. Free attribute points x 20,000. Current task progress, 1/3. Looking at the level 60 breakthrough task, Lu Chanha suddenly realized why he had completed 1/3 so quickly. It turned out he needed to complete 3 unique tasks. But then Lu Chanha frowned. This task was not easy. Currently, he had only encountered 2 unique tasks, one from the elven race and the other just completed. Now, he was still missing 1 unique task, which was not easy to find. Just as Lu Chanha was thinking, he happened to make eye contact with the man through the light screen, and before he could react, the man had already left. Immediately after, a light orb appeared before him, and as soon as he touched it, a notification sounded. Additionally, this secret realm has ended, with a few transitional chapters to follow, then the next plot will begin. Thank you all for your support. You have received a new task. Recapturing territory, unique mission, the ruler of Shenzhou, unifying the 4 directions, pacifying the 6 realms, reclaiming lost lands. You have gained the admiration of your ancestors. Please reclaim the Black Abyss secret realm and restore it to the territory of the Great Xia. Mission reward, unknown. Lu Chanha raised an eyebrow, not expecting that the ancestor would actually give him a unique mission. No wonder the ancestor didn't directly destroy the other 4 cities. It was meant to assign him a task. Reclaiming the Black Abyss secret realm won't be easy. The Black Abyss secret realm is currently in the Lighthouse Nation, but it is merely an entrance. The true Black Abyss secret realm does not belong to the Lighthouse Nation. Reclaiming this lost territory is not as simple as bringing the Black Abyss secret realm back from the Lighthouse Nation. The most crucial aspect is the other 4 main cities within the Black Abyss secret realm. These main cities are inhabited by deities, and to reclaim the lost land, he must eliminate these 4 deities. However, having witnessed the power of the deities, Lu Chanha knew that his strength was insufficient. It would be impossible to complete this task in the short term. Fortunately, the ancestor had already imprisoned the 4 main cities, and even the true deities inside could not escape, so he still had time. Then, Lu Chanha looked at the glowing orb before him. The light had faded, replaced by a scenic crystal ball. But within the crystal ball was a massive city. This city was naturally Tianyuan City, which should have been the divine kingdom of Lester, but it had been destroyed by the ancestor. The divine kingdom lay in ruins, scattered with the corpses of half-beasts, and even the body of the deity Lester was present. This is a reward from the ancestor. Lu Chanha recalled the ancestor's words and understood the value of such a Tianyuan city was immense. Just the corpses alone could yield a large amount of materials, not to mention various treasures, equipment, and so on. Not too mentioned the body of the deity Lester. 2 jars of mythic-grade spirit wine were worth it. After putting away the crystal ball, Chu began to organize his gains. First, with the increase in level, his attribute points had also increased significantly, along with numerous free attribute points. After allocating all these attribute points, Chu looked at the reward for the previous level 50 breakthrough mission. You have used the class-exclusive talent Awakening Scroll and gained a new talent, Swordmaster. Swordmaster, as a sword immortal, you shall become the master of all swords. All sword-type weapons will obey your command and can be summoned at will. Even if the sword-type weapon is bound, you can forcibly contest control. Looking at the new talent, Chu's eyes lit up. This talent could yield unexpected effects at certain times. Especially when opponents use sword-type weapons. With his Swordmaster talent, he could directly devour the opponent's weapon, catching them off guard. However, Chu also understood that he could at most contest control over sword-type weapons from demigod or even mythic-level beings. Deity swords were not so easily taken. At the very least, he would need to reach demigod or deity status to do so. Next, Chu looked at the exclusive equipment. Stellar Sword Bracer, rare grade, exclusive to the Wine Sword Immortal class, strength plus 14,000, constitution plus 15,000. Trait 1, negative effect resistance plus 10%. Trait 2, when you take damage, you will gain stellar power, and your next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Current effect is level 59, growth to epic grade requires level 60. Another piece of exclusive equipment, Chu equipped it directly. Now he was at level 59, just one level away, and all his equipment could reach epic grade. At the same time, as his level increased, the attributes of his other equipment also improved. Then, Chu opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Chu Chen, occupation, Wine Sword. Immortal, unique, level 59, health 521,550, mana 445,860, strength 89,295, agility 37,155, constitution 52,155, spirit 37,155, intelligence 8,155, physical attack 178,590, magical attack 16,310, physical defense 52,155, magical defense 37,155, damage bonus 4,952 times, skills, sword shadow, sword spell. Click to view remaining skills, talents, wine immortal, sword immortal, falling from grace, sword heart, sword intent, wine tasting and recognition, sacrificial wine, swordmaster. Looking at his attribute panel, Chu nodded. In satisfaction, his attributes were far stronger than when he was level 49. At level 40, every level up would increase all attributes by 200 points, along with 500 points of free attributes. But at level 50, every level up would increase all attributes by 500 points plus 1000 points of free attributes. By the time he reached level 60, every level up would increase all attributes by 1000 points, and he would also gain 5000 points of free attributes. As the level increased, the gap in attribute points would grow larger. After closing the panel, Chu continued to sort through the gains and losses from his trip to the Black Abyss Secret Realm. First were the mythic grade items. He had 7 mythic grade items. When he entered, they were the Cloak of Invisibility, Invincible Crystal, Mythic Secret Seal, Forbidden Spike, Heaven and Earth Prohibition, 7. Star Lantern, and Cross-Boundary Teleportation Scroll. Additionally, he obtained 3 mythic grade items from the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Wokoku, which he used to complete the boundary-breaking task, thus gaining the powerful talent of Sacrificial Wine. Among the 7 mythic grade items, the Mythic Secret Seal and Heaven and Earth Prohibition had already been used, and the 7-Star Lantern only had 1 resurrection left. Besides that, he had consumed quite a few legendary and epic grade life-saving items. Although he had used many items, the rewards were substantial. Just the 6 demigod corpses and 1 true god corpse were worth far more than a few mythic grade items. Moreover, he hadn't even touched these demigod and true god corpses, which must contain mythic grade items or even divine artifacts. Next was the military arsenal before him. After completing the unique task, Roar of the Dead, he gained access to the military arsenal. This meant he could directly use everything in the arsenal without needing to spend black gold to purchase anything. The other items and equipment in the military arsenal were inconsequential to him, but the over 50 billion points were truly tempting, and now he could use them all. If he exchanged them for mythic grade spirit wine blueprints, he could get over 100 of them. With 5 billion points, using 1 billion points would be about right. The remaining 4 billion points can be distributed by the Great Xia, Chu thought, directly mobilizing 1 billion points and then purchasing 20 mythic grade spirit wine blueprints from the points shop. He didn't plan to drink the mythic grade spirit wine himself. He had already tried its effects. It could grant him the power of sword law, but this power only provided him with a bit more self-defense against demigods. Instead, it was very cost-effective to use for casting the sacrificial wine talent. If he could summon that ancestor, even a god would be doomed. As for
Tianyuan City, I'll leave that to the higher-ups. I can't clean up the tens of billions of corpses inside by myself.
Chu Chen walked out of the military arsenal.
With a thought, the military arsenal standing atop the ruins of Huangming City began to tremble and quickly shrank down to the
size of a palm.
After the general's armory was put away, Chu Chen looked around. Having spent more than 2 months in the Black Abyss secret realm,
it was time to leave.
With that thought, Chu Chen took out a scroll, which was a cross-border teleportation scroll. If it had been before, he would never have wasted it like this, but now it was different.
Leaving the secret realm normally would inevitably lead to encounters with the strong from the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Woku.
With so many valuable items on him, it was the perfect time to quietly amass wealth, and he didn't
want any unexpected incidents.
As he used the scroll, Chu Chen felt a force of space descend upon him. A few seconds later, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the principal's office of the Qinglong Academy. In the principal's office of Qinglong Academy, Feng Yun sat at the head of the table with the vice principal and the director of education below him.
Principal, we just received news that a secret realm
has appeared in Lin City and it will open in no more than half a month. This secret realm only allows practitioners below level 30 to enter, the vice principal said. If it had been before, they would have organized a trip for the school's people to explore the secret realm, but now it was different. Ever since Chu Chen led the freshmen to reach level 29 in just half a month, more than 2 months had passed and all the students had already reached level 30, with even some at level 40. The reason for sharing this news was naturally because of Chu Chen. After all, Lin City was Chu Chen's hometown, and they were naturally concerned. They couldn't have students risking their lives outside only to return home to find it robbed. The appearance of the secret realm also means that there is a high possibility of monsters attacking the city again, Feng Yun said, which was the reason the vice principal brought up this matter.
What is the lowest level of the freshmen currently, and what is the highest? Feng Yun asked. The lowest is currently level 31, which is a life profession.
The main combat and support professions have at least reached level 38, with half of them at level 39.
Most are stuck on the breakthrough mission, the director of education replied. There are a total of 91
students who have reached level 40, with the highest being Lu Chanha, who is already at level 49. After saying this, the director of education
looked quite emotional.
He had been the director for over a decade and had seen many batches of freshmen, but this year's students had improved their strength the fastest. Of course, this was mainly due to Chu Chen, who had led all the freshmen from level 20 to 29, otherwise, only a few students might have reached level 30 by now. Feng Yun nodded, not surprised that Lu Chanha had the highest level. 2 months ago, Chu Chen had
already helped him reach level 40.
We won't be able to join in on this secret realm, but Lin City might face a monster siege.
At that time, let
the kids go out and train a bit. Feng Yun thought for a moment and said, not every appearance of a secret realm would lead to a monster siege, but it was always good to be prepared. If Lin City really faced a monster siege, it would be just right for the freshmen to gain some experience
and conveniently open the point store.
The vice principal and the director of education nodded, as they shared the same thought.
Chu Chen has
been gone for 2 months now. I wonder how he is doing, the vice principal said.
Feng Yun glanced at the friend list and saw that Chu Chen's avatar was lit up.
He smiled and said, don't worry, he's fine. He had no idea that Chu Chen's avatar had gone dark 6 times before, otherwise,
he wouldn't have been so calm.
Moreover, many myth-level experts have been arranged to support him.
As long as he comes out of the secret realm, if the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Woku don't take action, that's fine. But if they do, Feng Yun smiled but didn't continue. But the implication was clear. The vice principal and the director of education also smiled and nodded. They had only met Chu Chen briefly, but they knew of his existence. He was the pillar of the next century for the Great Xia, and nothing must happen to him. Just as the two were about to continue reporting on other matters, suddenly, the space in the office began to fluctuate. All three, being legendary level experts, instantly noticed. It's Feng Yun's eyes lit up as he thought of something and stood up directly. In the next moment, a figure appeared. It was Chu Chen. Chu Chen opened
his eyes, and what met his gaze were the looks from the 3 people.
Principal, vice principal, director, I'm back. Looking at the 3, Chu Chen nodded and said,
among the 3, he was closest to Feng Yun. He had interacted less with the other 2, but they had met, so he
naturally recognized them. Ha, I knew it was you, kid. It's good to have you back. Good to have you back. Feng Yun laughed heartily as he walked up, giving Chu Chen a once-over. It's good that you're fine.
The vice principal and the director also nodded with smiles. They were just
talking when they didn't expect him to return. By the way, did you encounter any danger in the secret realm? Feng Yun asked. He knew how powerful
Chu Chen was. If he hadn't encountered a life-threatening situation, he definitely wouldn't have used the cross-border teleportation scroll. This trip to the secret realm was quite rich in experiences, and I did encounter some dangers, but I survived.
Chu Chen nodded. How could it not be rich?
On the surface, it was a level 60 secret realm, yet demigods and true gods appeared.
Old Feng, I hope you can send a message to old
Chen, tell him I'm back and there are some important matters to discuss, Chu Chen said seriously. Principal, you talk, we'll handle other matters, the vice principal and the director said, and after finishing, they left the office. After the two left, Feng Yan looked at Chu Chen. I've already sent a message to old Chen, he should be back soon. Is what you mentioned really that important? I encountered a demigod in the Black Abyss secret realm. A demigod? Hearing these two words, Feng Yan's pupils constricted. He then gasped, how could there be a demigod in the Black Abyss secret realm? Did the Lighthouse Kingdom know about this? They probably didn't, right? If they did, sending someone in would be too reckless. Thank goodness you're back, Feng Yan said with a sense of relief. If he had known there was a demigod inside, he would never have allowed Chu Chen to enter, and the higher-ups definitely wouldn't have permitted it either. Besides the demigod, there was also a true god, Chu Chen continued. Feng Yan's expression, which had just relaxed, stiffened again as he looked at Chu Chen in disbelief. You're serious? There was also a true god inside? Although both demigods and true gods had the word god in their titles, they were two different levels. A level 60 secret realm having a demigod was one thing, but how could there be a true god? No wonder Chu Chen used the cross-border teleportation scroll to return. It was a tremendous stroke of luck that he came back safely. I'll explain the specifics when old Chen returns, Chu Chen said. Alright, you sit down first, old Chen should be back soon. Feng Yan took a deep breath and nodded. This matter was too significant. That was a true god, they had only heard of them in the Great Xia, never seen one. Meanwhile, outside the Black Abyss secret realm, ever since Chu Chen had died a few times earlier, Chen Bing had been keeping an eye on the friend list. When he saw that Chu Chen had resurrected 6 times, his heart was in his throat. If he really fell in this Black Abyss secret realm, how could he face the Great Xia? He wanted to enter the secret realm to bring Chu Chen out, but there was no way he couldn't enter the secret realm. At that moment, he realized once again how weak a myth-level powerhouse could be, only able to watch helplessly as the genius of the Great Xia perished. The so-called strength was merely in the eyes of those weaker individuals. Fred and Xianzhou Changyuan stood by with smiles. Although their people had mostly perished, seeing Chen Bing's ugly expression still brought them a sense of pleasure. Lord Fred, I don't think that Great Xia person can survive, Xianzhou Changyuan said with a smile. What a pity, I wanted to learn what happened in the secret realm through that Great Xia person. Fred shook his head, agreeing with what Xianzhou Changyuan said. As the two were talking, Chen Bing's brow twitched involuntarily. If I find out that you are the ones causing trouble in the secret realm, my Great Xia will not let you off. In the next moment, Chen Bing's face darkened as he left with a single remark. Tearing through space. Watching Chen Bing's departing figure, Fred and Xianzhou Chang were momentarily stunned. Then they understood, it must be that Great Xia person who had completely perished in the secret realm just now, otherwise Chen Bingha wouldn't have been so furious to leave directly. What a pity for the 7-star lantern, Fred said. Since the last person had also died, they no longer needed to stay here. Soon, the two of them took the 2 surviving seedlings and left. On the other side, Chen Bingha arrived in the office and, upon seeing Chu Chen eating without a scratch, a smile appeared on his face. Old Chen. Seeing Chen Bingha return, Chu Chen and Feng Yan also stood up to greet him. It's good that you're back, you really scared me this time. What happened in the secret realm? How did you die 6 times? Chen Bingha's expression relaxed, filled with curiosity. Feng Yan was dumbfounded. Chu Chen hadn't told him about dying 6 times. Old Chen, the Black Abyss secret realm is no simple matter. The reason I died 6 times is that I encountered 6 demigods, Chu Chen said helplessly. Demigods? 6 of them? Chen Bingha was also shocked. After all, they were demigods, and no wonder Chu Chen had died 6 times. But this Black Abyss secret realm is only a level 60 realm. How could there be demigod-level beings? Chen Bingha frowned. Does the Lighthouse Kingdom know about this? They definitely don't. No. If they did, they wouldn't dare to send people in, Chu Chen replied. Chen Bingha nodded, feeling that what the other said was correct. The Lighthouse Kingdom wasn't foolish enough to send people to their deaths knowing there were demigods. I didn't expect the Black Abyss secret realm to be so deep. The Lighthouse Kingdom has been developing it for 300 years without encountering anything, yet you, kid, encountered it on your first visit. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Chen Bingha sighed. Even as a myth-level powerhouse, facing a demigod would mean certain death. Not just demigods, there are true gods inside, and they are peak true gods, Chu Chen continued. Wow. Chen Bingha, who had just sat down, stood up directly, looking at Chu Chen in shock. His first thought was disbelief. Even if Chu Chen had myth-level items, he could escape from demigods, but there was no chance against true gods. However, looking at Chu Chen's serious gaze, he knew the other was telling the truth. Old Chen, please sit down, I'll recount my experiences in the Black Abyss secret realm from start to finish, Chu Chen said. Alright, tell me in detail. By the way, can you record this? Chen Bingha suppressed his astonishment and sat down. Yes, Chu Chen nodded, knowing this matter needed to be reported to the higher-ups. After receiving Chu Chen's consent, Chen Bingha took out a recording stone to start documenting. Chu Chen began to narrate from the hellish road to the happy town, from the White Ping River, the chaotic star maze, and the 100 Zhang Abyss Sea. Then came the desolate Ming city, when he heard that the people from the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Wokaku were killed. By Chu Chen, Chen Bingha appeared calm, while Feng Yun smiled. They were not surprised. However, when it came to obtaining 3 myth-level items from the 2 countries to complete the breakthrough task, Chen Bingha's expression turned to one of dissatisfaction. You should have told me directly. Aren't those just 3 myth-level items? Our great Xia can certainly produce them. No wonder this kid had asked earlier whether the 2 countries would bring myth-level items. At that time, he thought the kid was trying to prepare in advance, but it turned out he needed myth-level items to complete the breakthrough task. Chu Chen didn't argue, smiling and nodding. Old Chen, don't be angry. Next time I definitely won't hold back. Chen Bingha was finally satisfied. Then Chu Chen continued to talk about the competition among the strong and the conspiracy of Anders, the lord of Huangming City. Upon learning that Anders was actually a peak mythic powerhouse at level 99, even though they knew Chu Chen would be fine, Chen Bingha and Feng Yun couldn't help but feel tense. When they heard that Chu Chen had spent nearly a month defeating Anders, Chen Bingha stood up and cheered. Well done. To kill a peak mythic powerhouse at level 99 while only being level 49 is something that has never happened before. Chen Bingha's face was filled with excitement. Although he knew Chu Chen was strong, he never expected him to be this strong. After all, that was a peak mythic powerhouse, and he was killed just like that. I thought you would lament about getting old, Feng Yun said, with a smile, considering that Chen Bingha was only level 93 himself. I am old already. If I could, I would love for our great Xia to have a bunch of little guys who could kill peak mythic powerhouses right after awakening, so I could just lie at home, Chen Bingha said, then looked at Chu Chen. You continue. Those demigods were encountered in Tianyuan City? That's right. I spent about a month in the secret realm following the guiding map to find Tianyuan City. It was in Tianyuan City that I encountered the demigods. At first there was only one demigod, Bader, but later 5 more appeared. I had no choice. To complete the breakthrough task, I could only stall for time, which led to my death 6 times. Chu Chen said. Chen Bingha nodded. He didn't mind the 7-star lantern, since it was given to Chu Chen. It was meant to be used, as long as Chu Chen could keep his life. That was enough. So how did you escape from those demigods? Did you use a cross-border teleportation scroll? Chen Bingha asked curiously. But then he thought it through and realized it didn't make sense. If he was forced back by those demigods, then what was the deal with the true god he mentioned? After I completed the level 40 breakthrough task, I obtained a powerful talent. I originally planned to use this talent to fight again, but before I could use it, that old man in the 100 Zhang Abyss appeared. Not only did he save me from the 6 demigods, but he also quickly killed those 6 demigods. Chu Chen had already shared his experiences in the 100 Zhang Abyss with the 2, so they naturally knew about this old man. Upon hearing that one person easily wiped out 6 demigods, Chen Bingha and Feng Yun were shocked, and a thought arose in their minds. A true god. This old man was definitely a true god. And those 6 demigods called for help just before they died, which brought that true god, Lester. As for what happened afterward, let's just watch the recording. As Chu Chen spoke, a light screen appeared before them. This light screen was from the military arsenal. It was through the military arsenal's light screen that Chu Chen had seen the battlefield situation, and the footage had been recorded. Seeing that they could directly watch the footage, Feng Yun and Chen Bingha became serious and looked over with curiosity. On the light screen, it was the scene of the old man chatting with Lester. From their conversation, they learned that the Black Abyss secret realm was once just a training ground and understood the reason for the emergence of the Black Abyss secret realm. When they learned that this old man had once killed dozens of true gods by himself, Feng Yun and Chen Bingha were even more shocked into silence. Our ancestor was actually this powerful? In the office, Feng Yun and Chen Bingha looked at the light screen. They saw the million army souls fearlessly charging at the true god, heard the roars, and felt the determination of these million army souls to face death. They also saw just how powerful Lester, as a true god, was. This was their first time seeing a true god powerhouse and the first time witnessing the terror of a true god powerhouse. Before this, the entire Great Xia had only heard of the existence of true gods but had never seen one in action. We have embarrassed our ancestors, Chen Bingha said after a long silence. In the Great Xia, there are no true gods, and even the demigods do not exceed 5. Let alone hunting true gods. If faced with an overwhelming number of demigods, the Great Xia would find it difficult to cope. Compared to their ancestors, the current Great Xia is far too weak. In this generation, we may have the opportunity to recreate the glory of our predecessors, Feng Yun said, glancing at Chu Chen. Today, Chu Chen is the hope of the Great Xia, and they firmly believe that under his leadership, the Great Xia will become stronger than ever before. Chen Bingha nodded, his gaze also turning to Chu Chen. What happened to the million army souls in the end? They are still guarding that piece of territory, Chu Chen replied. His words were tactful, but Chen Bingha knew that the million army souls had surely failed, ultimately dissipating even their last will.
Chu Chen realized that Chen Binghe had misunderstood. And he smiled as he explained. They left with smiles, and that true god ultimately died as well. The true god died? Chen Binghe and Feng Yun were taken aback. Although the million army souls were strong, they were clearly no match for a true god. How did this true god die? Chu Chen did not continue to explain, signaling for the two to keep watching. At this moment, the light screen reached the climax of the million army souls. Final strike, but just then, the image froze. The sound of hooves echoed. But soon, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, for although there were sounds of hooves, there was no sign of that ancestor. What's wrong? Chen Binghe asked curiously. I mentioned before that I obtained a powerful talent at level 40, which allows me to consume spirit wine to communicate with the river of history and summon projections of our ancestors. At that time, I used 2 jars of myth-level spirit wine to summon a projection of an ancestor who was the one that annihilated that true god. Chu Chen said, but now, the image only has the sound of hooves with no sign of the ancestor. Chen Binghe and Feng Yun exchanged glances, pondering. For a moment, could it be that this ancestor is too powerful, so powerful that he is no longer bound by the rules, which is why no image was left? Chen Binghe speculated. You just said that this military arsenal is a rule artifact, and yet this ancestor could easily annihilate Lester. This peak true god, so it's only natural that he exceeds the true god level and cannot be recorded by the military arsenal. Although it was a guess, Chu Chen found it quite reasonable. Of course, he also had a speculation. Perhaps the ancestor did not want to leave an image, after all. As a king, this ancestor had complete control over the military arsenal. The light screen continued to play. Under the watchful eyes of Feng Yun and Chen Binghe, they saw the lofty true god being instantly suppressed. They witnessed the billions of half-beasts in Tianyuan City being obliterated in an instant, and they saw the true god being dismembered until he died in agony. Although they did not see the ancestor's figure, the two could deeply feel the ancestor's power. A powerful true god was nothing but an ant before him, and billions of lives could be extinguished with a single hand. As the light screen finished playing, both Feng Yun and Chen Binghe fell silent, still unable to extricate themselves from the shock. At the same time, a sense of pride arose in their hearts. This is our great Xia's ancestor. Elder Chen, Elder Feng, I need a larger space, Chu Chen said, as the light screen concluded, and it was time to showcase the harvest. Chen Binghe and Feng Yun realized Chu Chen's intention and nodded immediately. Then the space twisted, and the three of them arrived in a new area. This is an abandoned secret realm of the Qinglong Academy. It should meet your requirements, Feng Yun said. Chu Chen looked at the secret realm, which was a desert, and indeed the space was quite large. Elder Chen, Elder Feng, after the ancestor left, he entrusted Tianyuan City to me. Then Chu Chen took out a crystal ball. Inside are the corpses of those billions of half-beasts, as well as the corpse of that true god, Lester. The true god's corpse. This made Feng Yun and Chen Binghe's hearts tremble. The value of a true god's corpse was immense. Perhaps it could lead to discovering the method to become a true god. Even if they couldn't cultivate a true god, cultivating numerous demigods should be no problem. Moreover, there were billions of half-orc corpses, which were also of extraordinary value. There must be many treasures within Tianyuan City, but scavenging them will take a lot of time. So I'll leave it to you, Elder Chen. Chu Chen handed the crystal ball to Chen Binghe. Chen Binghe extended his hands and carefully accepted it. The value of this small crystal ball was incalculable. And then there's the military arsenal. As Chu Chen spoke, he waved his hand, and the military arsenal appeared above the desert. There are also many resources in the military arsenal, the most valuable of which is the points. Originally, there were over 50 billion points, but I used 10 billion, leaving 4 billion. Chu Chen led the two into the military arsenal. I won't be using these points, let Daxia distribute them. Hearing this, Chen Binghe frowned. Child, you should keep these points for yourself. Your entry into the Black Abyss secret realm was meant for you to train and grow quickly. There were no other requirements. Just returning alive is already a great fortune. Thinking of the fact that even true gods existed within the Black Abyss secret realm, Chen Binghe felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Chu Chen had returned safely. I won't be needing so many points for now. If I do, I'll definitely let you know, Chu Chen said with a smile. Just right, I need quite a few myth-level materials, legend-level materials, and epic-level materials to create myth-level spirit wine, so I'll need your help. Seeing Chu Chen say this, Chen Binghe thought for a moment and no longer stood on ceremony. Materials are no problem. I will inform the higher-ups as soon as possible to have them gathered. Knowing that Chu Chen had a powerful talent for sacrificial wine, he understood that creating myth-level spirit wine was essential, not to mention relying on this talent to protect Daxia. At the very least, he wanted to ensure Chu Chen had the ability to protect himself. Then there are some treasures I obtained in the Black Abyss secret realm. This is Star Crystal Stone, a specialty of the Black Abyss secret realm, which can directly enhance the control of power. As for other effects, I'm not sure for now. This is Black Gold, the currency of the Black Abyss secret realm. Chu Chen then took out some local specialties from the Black Abyss secret realm. There were many items, far more than he could use alone. Rather than letting them gather dust with him, it was
Better to hand them over to Daxia to provide for the soldiers fighting on the front lines in the outer realms.
After more than an hour, Chu Chen
finally organized some materials and items to hand over to Chen Binghe. I will report these items immediately. I estimate that the higher-ups will need to hold a meeting for at least a month, especially the military side, which will be quite restless, Chen Binghe said with a smile, feeling quite emotional. They had only given Chu Chen a few myth-level items, yet he returned with so many valuable things.
A Tian Yuan city,
a true god's corpse, 6 demigod corpses, and star crystal stones, among others. The value of these was far greater than that of myth-level items.
What are your plans next?
Fengyan asked Chu Chen. If you have no plans, there might be a monster siege in Lin City in a while. You will lead
the team then. A monster siege in Lin City?
Chu Chen frowned. Lin City was his hometown, and he had relatives there, so he naturally did not
want any danger to befall it.
Don't worry, a level 20 secret realm has appeared near Lin City, and a monster siege may not necessarily happen. Moreover, arrangements will be made as soon as possible. Our Qinglong Academy is preparing to send new students for training, Fengyan explained.
Chu Chen's expression finally relaxed. Since the Qinglong Academy was also going to Lin City, there wouldn't be any danger there. After all, many teachers would definitely accompany them.
I plan to go to the outer realm next, Chu Chen said.
What? To the outer realm? Before Feng
Yin could speak, Chen Binghe directly shook his head in refusal. No way, you just came back.
You can rest for a while. The outer realm is too dangerous. Go a year later.
A single Black Abyss secret realm had almost cost Chu Chen his life, so naturally, he disagreed with the idea of going
to the outer realm.
Elder Chen, don't worry, I have the strength to protect myself in the outer realm, Chu Chen said, showing his level. I am now level 59, just one step away from becoming extraordinary, but my level 60 breakthrough task is a bit troublesome. I need to make a trip to
the outer realm. Looking at Chu Chen's level, Chen Binghe and Fengyan were momentarily stunned. After spending 2 months in the secret realm, he had gone from level 39 to level 59? This seemed quite normal for Chu Chen. What is your breakthrough task? If you need anything, just let me know. As long as it's available in the Great Xia, I can provide it for you. Even if we don't have it, we can find a way to get it, Chen Binghe asked.
If they could complete the breakthrough task without putting Chu Chen in danger, that would be the best.
Even if Chu Chen's breakthrough task required 100 myth-level items, the Great Xia could manage it with some tightening of their belts. Chu Chen directly displayed his breakthrough task. This time, my breakthrough task requires me to complete 3 unique tasks. I was lucky in the secret realm. My ancestor has already helped me complete one, so now I'm left with 2. I currently have 2 unique tasks. The first one, also given by my ancestor, requires me to conquer the territory of the Black Abyss secret realm, but there are still 4 true gods and many demigods inside. Even if we exhaust all the power of the Great Xia, it would be very difficult to accomplish. The other unique task is one I received earlier at the academy. It's a task from the elf race, so I need to make a trip to the outer realm. Chu Chen said, of course, if they can find me 2 more unique tasks that are not too dangerous and can be completed quickly, that would be best. Chen Binghe looked at Chu Chen's breakthrough task and was silent for a few seconds before asking, can't this task be exchanged? We have legendary task enhancement scrolls. It can't be exchanged. I have a unique profession, and all breakthrough tasks are fixed. Even a myth-level task enhancement scroll can't change it. Chu Chen shook his head. It seems you really need to go to the outer realm. I will discuss this with the higher-ups, and arrangements will be made for you. In a few days, I will bring you the information regarding the elf race.
Chen Binghe thought for a moment and said, however, unique tasks are not that easy to find. I will report it together and see if the higher-ups have any solutions.
Is there anything else you need? I will report it all together, Chen Binghe asked.
I also need a batch of sword-type weapons. They don't need to be too high in level, and then various spirit wines.
Half
an hour later, Chu Chen followed Fengyan back to the office, while Chen Binghe went to report the situation.
The matter of Chu Chen going to the outer realm would need to be discussed by the higher-ups in a few days. The time for going to the outer realm hasn't been set yet. It will probably be at least half a month later. During this time, you should rest in the academy. You definitely haven't rested well in the secret realm, Fengyan said to Chu Chen with a smile. If you need anything, just come find me.
Okay, Elder Feng.
Chu Chen walked out of the office and directly called Lu Chanha. Old Chu, you finally came back.
Outside his residence, upon seeing Chu Chen approach, Lu Chanha, who had been waiting, quickly stepped forward and gave Chu Chen a big hug. It's only been 2 months, no need to be so excited, Chu Chen said, patting Lu
Chanha's shoulder with a smile. 2 months, huh? Since we met, the longest we've been apart is just 1 night. How is that not long? Lu Chanha
released Chu Chen and scrutinized him closely.
What have you been doing? You've lost weight. No way, I'll go make you a good meal to replenish you. Chu Chen looked at himself. Did he really lose weight? He didn't feel any different. However, he indeed hadn't eaten anything good in the secret realm, just some dry rations he brought along. Just right, I brought back quite a bit of good meat from this trip. Let's try it together. Oh, is it meat from an extraordinary level monster? It's way more powerful than extraordinary. As they spoke, the two returned to the room, and Chu Chen took out 3 pieces of meat. This is demigod meat? Damn, Lao Chu, how do you have demigod meat? Upon seeing the 3 pieces of meat, Lu Chanha was completely stunned. It was meat from a demigod, something that belonged to the realm of legends. I encountered some dangers on this trip and ran into a demigod, but I ultimately made it back alive. This meat was cut from those demigods. Chu Chen said with a smile, this meat has already been processed. It can be cooked with normal flames. These 3 pieces of meat came from the azure scale king snake, the dark moon horn tiger, and the cloud wing flame bird. As for the meat from the other 3 demigods, he had no interest, especially the earth stone giant, which was made entirely of stone, not suitable for eating. He had specifically asked Old Chen to process this meat. Otherwise, ordinary flames wouldn't be able to handle demigod meat at all. Awesome, Lao Chu, you even brought back demigod meat. Don't worry, I definitely won't let these ingredients go to waste. Lu Chanha's eyes sparkled as he looked at the 3 pieces of demigod meat. He hadn't even tasted extraordinary monster meat yet, and here he was about to eat demigod meat first. Probably, there were not many people in the entire Great Xia with such experiences. Old Chu really didn't forget about me. 3 hours later, under Lu Ma's careful preparation, the 3 types of demigod meat were served on the table. Good thing you had someone process it beforehand, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to cook this stuff. Lu Ma took off her apron and then brought out a jar of epic-level spirit wine from the kitchen. This spirit wine has been ready for you. I was just waiting for your return. Chu Chen smiled as he took it. Want some? Forget it, I'll stick to plum juice. Changing flavors? Mainly because they don't sell calcium milk around here. The two clinked their cups together and then began to feast heartily. The taste of demigod meat was not only excellent but also had special effects. However, these effects were not permanent, they lasted at most a day. You're level 49 now, right? How's the breakthrough task going? Chu Chen asked as he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He was already level 59, 10 levels higher than Lu Chanha, so he couldn't help him with the breakthrough task. I don't know if I should say I'm lucky or unlucky. This time, my breakthrough task was directly assigned to hell level difficulty. The difficulty isn't high, but it's a bit troublesome. I need to improve my power control to complete it. Lu Chanha said helplessly, I've been in the training room lately, working hard to improve my control. I thought about whether to change it, but then I figured it might be worse if I got an even harder task. How much control does the task require? What's your current control level? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. If it were another task, he might not be able to help, but this time was different. He had star crystal stones. Although he had given quite a bit to Chen Bing, he still kept a lot for himself, including a share for Lu Ma. I only have 14% control right now, and the task requires 30% control, so I'm still 16% short. It will probably take at least half a year, Lu Chanha said. The higher the level, the harder it was to improve control. He was able to improve so quickly because Chu Chen had brought him to level 40 when he left, giving him more time to focus on enhancing his control. Moreover, the secret realm of Fisher Island can quickly enhance control, which is why the talent can be raised to this level. It won't take that long, Chu Chen said as he took out a star crystal. Let's use this, it's specifically for enhancing control. Lu Ma curiously took it and, upon seeing the effect of the star crystal, her eyes lit up. What a good item, just perfect for him right now. Good thing I didn't switch to another task, otherwise, I'd definitely regret it now, Lu Chanha said with a smile. Indeed, I have quite a few of these and I brought some back from this trip, so I brought you a share, too. As Chu Chen spoke, he handed over a storage ring filled with many equipment items he had specifically chosen for Lu Ma. When Lu Ma saw the contents of the storage ring, she nearly dropped her jaw in shock. Legendary grade, still legendary grade, the worst is epic grade. Wow, how? Is there even a mythic grade? Lu Ma took out a scale, which was blue and about the size of a human head, resembling a piece of soft armor. King Snake Blue Scale, mythic grade, formed from the essence of the demigod level Blue Scale King Snake, capable of releasing a shield with a maximum health of 50 billion. This mythic grade item was something Chu Chen had taken from the corpse of Bader, clearly crafted by the other party. For mythic level and demigod level beings, this effect could only be considered average, but for Lu Chanha, who was only level 49, this thing was incredibly powerful. With 50 billion health, even if Lu Ma encountered mythic level and demigod level beings, he could withstand a few hits. Coupled with Lu Chanha's counter damage talent, this mythic grade item was even more suitable, giving him the ability to stand toe-to-toe with epic level beings. Old Chu, let's skip the mythic grade item. The place you're going is more dangerous. I don't need it. Lu Ma hurriedly returned the scale to Chu Chen. He indeed wanted the mythic grade item, but he didn't need it that much. He had been staying in the academy, making it hard for him to encounter danger. But Chu Chen was different. He knew very well how dangerous the other party's destination was, given that it involved demigod flesh and mythic grade items.
He just didn't ask, as it wouldn't help, as long as Chu Chen returned safely. That was enough. This is specially chosen for you. I have plenty more here. Keep it. Even if you can't use it, at least you'll have peace of mind. Chu Chen shook his head. He hadn't touched the corpse of that true god, Lester, but he had touched the 6 demigod corpses. He had obtained a total of 17 mythic grade items, but among them, very few were life-saving items, only 3, and this blue scale counted as 1. Lu Chanha wanted to say something, but Chu Chen directly took out one mythic grade item after another. Then I'll accept it. Seeing that Chu Chen had so many mythic grade items, Lu Ma chuckled and put away the blue scale. Old Lu really is suited to be a laid-back guy. Look at that, his brother went out to hunt and came back with a mythic grade item for him. They spent 2 hours eating and chatting. Mainly, it was Lu Ma talking about some happenings in the academy. For instance, Yang Yunpeng and Ning Lan from their class had gotten together, and someone from the neighboring class had a failed confession and spent the night grinding dungeons. Chu Chen drank wine, ate meat, and smiled. He quietly watched Lu Ma animatedly recounting stories, feeling a sense of tranquility in the passage of time. By the way, there might be a monster siege in Lin City. You know about this, right? Chu Chen spoke up. I've heard about it. A secret realm has appeared outside Lin City, and there might be a monster siege. I actually want to go back to help, but I don't know if the academy will agree. Lu Chanha nodded, as the academy's decision had not yet been announced. The academy plans to send us first-year students out for some training, so you will definitely return to Lin City under the guidance of your teachers, Chu Chen said. Really? That's great. With our academy's teachers leading the way, even if monsters attack Lin City, we won't suffer too much damage, Lu Chanha said, his eyes filled with surprise. Chu Chen understood that he was worried about his parents. After all, his father was part of the city guard. Even though they had been assigned to a safe position by the city lord after being accepted into the Qinglong Academy, if monsters attacked Lin City, he would still have to go to the battlefield. Wait, Lao Chu, aren't you coming with us? Lu Chanha's joy faded as he suddenly sensed another meaning in Chu Chen's words. I'll probably only stay at the academy for about half a month then. I need to go to the outer realm. Chu Chen shook his head. Outer realm? Then you, be careful. Lu Ma wanted to say something but ultimately held back. What could she say? Her strength was no match for Chu Chen's, and she couldn't provide much help at the moment. The only thing she could do was wait for him to return and cook him a good meal. The gap between her and Chu Chen was growing wider. Chu Chen noticed a hint of disappointment in her eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He needed to grow stronger. If he could stabilize the outer realm in the future, he could live every day like this, drinking, eating meat, chatting with friends, and enjoying life. After dinner, Chu Chen called Lu Ma's parents, and they chatted for a while. For the next few days, Chu Chen stayed at the academy, occasionally attending classes. With the help of the star crystal, Lu Chanha's control over his power was rapidly improving. Although it wasn't as fast as Chu Chen's, he would reach 30% and complete his breakthrough in about a month. More than 10 days passed in a flash. One day, Chu Chen arrived at the principal's office. Besides Feng Yun, Chen Binghao was also there. Xiao Ci, I've reported your experiences in the Black Abyss secret realm. The higher-ups are taking it very seriously and have been holding meetings for several days, Chen Bing has said. Soon, they will send people to start clearing the bodies in Tianyuan City and organizing the resources. With these resources, our great Xia's strength will improve again. Additionally, regarding your trip to the outer realm, there has been intense discussion at the top. Although they are not in favor, they have no choice but to agree for your breakthrough mission. However, this time they will be better prepared and you can choose from various myth-level items. You'll see when you go to the military department. As for the unique tasks, this has indeed posed a challenge for the higher-ups. Unique tasks are rarer than myth-level items, and currently, our great Xia does not have any unique task items, Chen Binghe continued. However, there are quite a few task items available, and we can't confirm if there are any unique tasks among them. We'll give them to you together, and you can just try your luck. Chu Chen nodded. Unique tasks were indeed not easy to find. So far, he had only encountered 3 unique tasks. The first was a task from the elf clan, which he got purely by luck. The second was given by an old man during the 100 Zhang Abyss Sea, but the prerequisite for obtaining this task was to pass a test. If it weren't for his high damage and true damage, he wouldn't have been able to get it. The third was the task of subduing territory, given by his ancestor, which also couldn't be replicated. The items you need have already been sent to the military department, and I will take you to collect them, Chen Bing has said. See if there's anything else you need. If there is, you can say it now, and I will have them prepare it immediately. I'll take you to the outer realm in 3 days. 3 days? That's so soon? Chu Chen was surprised. Yes, since it's already decided that you will go to the outer realm, the higher-ups have discussed it. In fact, during the time you were in the Black Abyss secret realm, the outer realm hasn't been quiet either. Those alien races launched several attacks and only retreated half a month ago. Chen Binghe nodded. The Great battle ended not long ago, and those alien races also need to recuperate, so it will be relatively safer for you to go to the outer realms. At this time, Chu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that a great battle had also occurred in the outer realms during this time, but he had not heard anything about it. It must have been deliberately kept under wraps by those above, preventing the news from reaching the Great Xia. This was how the peace and prosperity within Great Xia were maintained. What about the seniors in their second year? Chu Chen looked at Feng Yun. More than 3 months ago, the second-year students of the Qinglong Academy had already gone to the outer realms, and they still hadn't returned. Don't worry, although some were injured, no one has died so far, Feng Yun said with a smile. The students of Qinglong Academy were quite lucky. Just before the battle broke out, they happened to be recuperating, so they didn't encounter the alien races directly outside. That's good to hear. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to Chen Binghe. Old Chen, I'm fine, I can go to the outer realms in 3 days. Also, you are now at level 59, just one step away from level 60 transcendence. It's a good time for me to tell you about the differences at level 60, Chen Binghe said. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He only knew that reaching level 60 transcendence would increase his lifespan and allow him to fly, but he wasn't clear about other changes. In fact, Qinglong Academy offered these courses, but Chu Chen had attended too few classes to know about them. Level 60 is a threshold for our human race. It's called transcendence because, first, you can fly, and second, it also increases your lifespan. I believe you should know this. Our Great Xia has also conducted research in this area. Once you reach level 60, although we are still human, we will be the elite among humans, far surpassing ordinary humans in all aspects. For example, in terms of genetics, after reaching level 60, the chances of your offspring awakening powerful professions will also increase. If at level 59, the chance of your offspring awakening a high-level profession is 10%, then at level 60, the chance will rise to 30%. Chen Binghe continued, the offspring of myth-level powerhouses can at least awaken rare professions, and they generally awaken epic-level professions. Chu Chen nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. If a divine being's offspring only awakened an ordinary-level profession, that would indeed be strange. There are many changes after reaching transcendence. Once you reach it, you can experience them in detail. Now, let's talk about the changes in the panel after reaching transcendence. Chen Binghe smiled and asked, you've killed quite a few monsters and even encountered true gods. Where do you think the biggest difference lies between the panels of these alien races and ours? Difference? Chu Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly had an answer. Is it the life value that old Chen is referring to? Comparing the panel data of humans and alien races, other data is actually quite similar, but the difference in life value is enormous. Now he was already at level 59 and his life value was just over 500,000. But when he was at level 39, Feng Yun had brought him a level 39 Qingshan blood ox whose health reached a staggering 70 million. The gap was indeed significant. Why was it that despite having the same level, the life value of humans was so much lower than that of monsters? Chu Chen had never thought deeply about this before. He just assumed it was normal. But now, with Chen Binghe's words, he felt it was not normal. That's right. Attributes like strength and constitution, while monsters may have slightly higher values at the same level, the difference isn't too great. But life value is different. Monsters' life values can easily reach hundreds of millions, and our life values simply cannot compare. However, this situation only occurs before reaching level 60. Once you reach level 60, our life tier will be elevated, and our life value will also increase significantly. Chen Binghe asked, what is your current life value? Over 520,000. Chu Chen said. Chen Binghe looked surprised. He thought Chu Chen's health points would only be around 100,000 at most, but he didn't expect it to be over 500,000. 520,000 is not bad. When you reach level 60 and become extraordinary, your health points will increase tenfold, reaching 5.2 million. And that's not all. The breakthrough tasks not only hinder our rapid leveling up but are also a test for us. Besides the task rewards, there's a hidden reward, which is the feedback health points. For ordinary tasks, health points increase by 2 times, for difficult tasks 4 times, for nightmare tasks 6 times, and for hell-level tasks 10 times. To reach level 60, you need to complete 6 breakthrough tasks, and you should have completed hell-level ones, which means your health points will increase by 60 times. This means that once you become extraordinary, your health points will directly exceed 300 million. Chen Binghe was shocked by this calculation because in the past, reaching extraordinary status meant having just over 100 million health points at most, but Chu Chen would have 3 times that. The key was that Chu Chen was a main combat class, while that person was a tank support, specifically boosting constitution. Chu Chen's damage was already terrifying. If his health points increased further, wouldn't he be invincible? Chu Chen also realized this, and his eyes brightened. Although 300 million health points still couldn't compare to monsters of the same level, his survival ability would be greatly assured. An hour later, Chu Chen left the office. Old Chen had told him a lot about the Changes that come with being extraordinary, and Old Feng occasionally supplemented the information.
This made Chu Chen even more eager to become
extraordinary. Just the thought of having 300 million health points was enough to attract him. At the same time, both sides confirmed that Chu Chen would head to the outer realm in 3 days.
After leaving the office, Chu Chen found Lu Chanha. You're going to the outer realm in 3 days? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Chanha was taken aback.
Although he had known for a long time that Chu Chen wouldn't stay long, it was sooner than he had expected.
He immediately stopped using the star crystal. That's too fast. I haven't prepared anything for you. No, I need to buy more ingredients to cook for you.
You can't just eat dry rations out there. That stuff isn't nutritious at all.
Chu Chen wanted to say he
could just pack food from the cafeteria, but unfortunately, Lu Ma ran out before he could say anything. It took a full 2 hours for Lu Chanha
to return.
He had brought back a large amount of food in his storage ring and started setting up to cook.
How much are you planning to make?
Chu Chen looked at him, surprised to see he had brought back 3 large iron pots. I don't know how long you'll be gone, so I plan to prepare for
3 months.
Luckily, the storage ring has a preservation function, so I'm not worried about it going bad, Lu Chanha said.
Chu Chen pulled
at his mouth. 3 months worth of food was a bit exaggerated. In reality, he could go 2 or 3 days without eating without any issue. Of course, achieving complete fasting was still impossible. Only after reaching level 60 and becoming extraordinary could he go without food or
water for 1 or 2 months.
Seeing that Lu Ma had already started cooking, Chu Chen didn't want to stop him and simply joined in to help.
Be careful when you go to the outer realm.
Just the other day, the school issued a notice that our freshmen will likely head to Lin City in about
a week.
There's a high probability that monsters will attack the city this time, Lu Chanha said while picking vegetables.
Chu Chen nodded. Yeah, you too.
Try to stick with the teachers from the academy and use the life-saving items I gave you when necessary.
Don't worry, I'm really scared of dying.
By the way, I heard that the secret realm in Lin City opened yesterday.
It's said that many students from various academies
went, including those from our Yunzhong province's Fire Academy. The Fire Academy is a second-tier college, but it's quite famous in Lin City because it's located in the neighboring city, very close by.
What's going on with the Fire Academy? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. The Fire Academy is very close to Lin City, so it's normal for them to take students into the secret realm that has appeared in Lin City.
Not much, I just saw in the class group a couple of days ago that quite a few people from our high school class have gone to the Fire Academy, including Zhou Ming. Also, that guy Ji Yuan seems to have entered the secret realm as well. He even sent me a message a couple of days ago, Lu Chanha said with a smile. This time returning to Lin City, I expect to run into quite a few old classmates. Chu Chen nodded. He also had the class group, but he
rarely looked at his phone.
These days, he had been using the star crystal to enhance his control over his power.
After testing, his control had
reached 58%, and he was not far from 60%. That's great. You can keep each other company and look out for one another, Chu Chen said. The two chatted casually while preparing the ingredients. Soon, the villa was filled with the aroma of food, and it wasn't just a fleeting scent. It lingered for 3 whole days, much to the dismay of many students living nearby. What is old Lu doing? Has he switched careers to become a chef? It's been 3 days. It's one thing to cook during the day, but he hasn't stopped at night either. I was sound asleep in the middle of the night and he woke me up with hunger. I was wondering why old Lu hasn't been to class these days. Turns out he's been cooking at home. What's he up to? Who knows? I went to ask him and he chased me away. If you ask me, the villa's ceiling is too poor. The smell has wafted in. Fortunately, the aroma of food finally disappeared today, allowing the other students to breathe a sigh of relief.
I've packed everything for
you. Luckily, I managed to get it done in time.
This should last you for a while.
Also, I've packed quite a few clothes inside. You might find them useful, along with some daily necessities. Lu Chanha handed a storage ring to Chu Chen. That was all he could do.
Okay, when you see Uncle Lu and Aunt Li, please send my regards. I'll come back as soon as I can to visit them. Go on. Don't forget to bring me some local specialties when you return.
Lu Chanha waved his hand, and Chu Chen smiled and nodded, then walked towards the principal's office under Lu Ma's watchful gaze. When Chu Chen arrived at the principal's office, Chen Binghe was already waiting there. Are you all set? Chen Binghe asked Chu Chen. All set, Chu Chen nodded. Good, then let's head out. With that, Feng Yun and Chen Binghe took Chu Chen and vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already in another place. The cemetery. Chu Chen looked at the massive stone tablet standing before him, which only bore the word cemetery. He knew he had arrived at the Qinglong Academy cemetery, where countless seniors who had sacrificed themselves on the foreign battlefield were buried. Let's go. The passage to the foreign realm is deep within the cemetery, Chen Binghe said. Although he was a myth-level powerhouse, his expression turned solemn as he walked deeper into the cemetery. The foreign realm is another world. According to our speculation, it should be a collision between the foreign realm and our world, resulting in numerous passages appearing between the two realms. Basically, every academy has a passage leading to the foreign realm.
Feng Yun added, once
the front line of the foreign realm collapses, all the academies will rush to support as quickly as possible, even mobilizing the strong from the cities where the academies are located.
Do you know how this foreign realm came to be? Chu Chen asked. We don't know that either.
After all, the existence of the foreign realm has been around for too long.
However, based on some historical data we have, there are many
worlds besides our own, and the foreign realm is just one of them.
Shen Bing has said, when two different civilizations meet, they can either
coexist peacefully or attack each other. The latter is the most probable outcome. After all, no one can guarantee that the other side does
not harbor ill intentions.
The three of them talked as they walked, soon arriving deep within the cemetery. There was a massive stone platform, here, engraved with various inscriptions.
This is the teleportation array to the outer realm. This time, we are heading to the military
headquarters in the outer realm, Chen Binghe explained. Feng Yun stepped forward to activate the teleportation array, and a pillar of light
shot up into the sky.
I won't be going with you, be careful out there. Don't worry, old Feng, I'll return safely. Chu Chen nodded, then
stepped onto the stone platform with Chen Binghe.
With a flash of white light, the two of them vanished.
We've arrived. As Elder Chen's voice
echoed in his ears, Chu Chen opened his eyes. They were now in a large square. Surrounding the square were figures clad in armor, guarding the area. These were soldiers from the outer realm, all at least epic-level warriors.
You have entered the territory of the human race, gaining
the blessings of heaven and earth. Life limit plus 5%, mana limit plus 5%, critical hit rate plus 5%, damage increase plus 5%, damage taken minus 5%, attack
damage plus 5%.
At that moment, an interface popped up and Chu Chen's panel data underwent some changes.
Blessings of heaven and earth? Chu Chen
looked at Chen Binghe in confusion, as this had not been mentioned before. In this world, there is a battlefield for all races that opens
once a year.
During this time, all races can participate, and by fighting against each other, they can achieve certain rankings.
The higher
the rank, the stronger the blessings of heaven and earth received, Chen Binghe explained. However, the blessings of heaven and earth are
only effective in this world. What about our human race? Except for the top 10, the effects of the blessings of heaven and earth for other races are the same.
Our human race ranked 254th last year, Chen Binghe said.
The last time we entered the top 10 was 100 years
ago, which was also our best ranking, reaching 7th place.
Chu Chen was surprised that the human race had only ranked over 200 last
year, and even their best was only 7th. So those legendary professions need to reach extraordinary status within 3 years for the
battlefield of all races?
Chu Chen suddenly thought of Fu Wen and others he had seen before who were all legendary professions.
That's right.
There are requirements to enter the battlefield of all races, but the requirements differ among the races.
Our human race's requirement is to reach extraordinary level, and the awakening of the profession cannot exceed 3 years, Chen Binghe said. If someone can become a demigod
within 3 years, there is a good chance of competing for a top 10 spot. Extraordinary is the minimum threshold, with no upper limit. If someone from the human race can reach demigod status within 3 years, they would almost certainly enter the top 10, but the difficulty
is immense.
Has this year's battlefield of all races opened yet?
Chu Chen asked.
Not yet, it will probably open in about 4 months.
Chen Binghe replied, shaking his head. You don't need to think about this now.
I know you want to participate in this year's battlefield of all races, but the higher-ups have decided that you must at least reach demigod level first.
4 months to reach demigod level? Chu Chen
thought about it and wasn't too sure, mainly because his breakthrough tasks were becoming increasingly outrageous, either extremely difficult
or requiring a lot of time.
It was uncertain whether he could become a demigod in 4 months. Let's go, I'll take you to the military
department first, Chen Binghe said, leading Chu Chen outside.
As they walked, Chu Chen observed his surroundings. This place was actually quite similar to an ordinary city, with various buildings on both sides and people bustling about in the streets.
However, the atmosphere here was
not cheerful. Instead, it carried a solemn air, and the people on the street moved quickly, each seemingly exuding a faint aura of menace. Don't be surprised, after all, this is the front line, and it was only half a month ago that a battle with the alien race ended.
Many people
are still recovering, Chen Binghe said.
Moreover, this isn't the true front line, it's just a logistics station close to it. Chu Chen nodded,
and soon followed Chen Binghe to a building, which was the military headquarters.
As soon as they walked in, a hearty laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, you finally made it.
A tall middle-aged man stepped out, sizing up Chu Chen with a smile and nodding. Chu Chen, hello.
I am Gu Yuan, the head of the military headquarters, level 99.
Chu Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect this man to be a peak mythic powerhouse.
However,
it was normal for someone with such strength to become the head of the military headquarters.
Hello, Minister Gu, I am Chu Chen, level 59.
The two shook hands to acknowledge each other.
Let's go. To ensure your identity remains confidential, there are no other people here. Let's talk inside. Gu Yuan nodded to Chen Binghe and then led the two inside. Once inside, the three sat down, and Gu Yuan poured tea for them. Let's get straight to business. Chu Chen, are you sure you want to go to the outer realm? The outer realm was only considered truly outside the human territory once one left it. That's right, Minister Gu. I've thought this through, Chu Chen replied. Good, since you've made your decision, I won't say much more. The higher-ups have entrusted you to our military department and we will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Everything you need is prepared, but before that, there's one more thing. Gu Yuan stood up, his expression serious as he looked at Chu Chen. Comrade Chu Chen, please stand. Chu Chen stood up as well, and Elder Chen clearly knew what was about to happen, having already risen when Gu Yuan did. Comrade Chu Chen, on behalf of the Great Xia, I express our gratitude to you. The items you brought back from the Black Abyss secret realm hold immense value for us. This ceremony should have been conducted in front of the entire military department and even the whole Great Xia, but for your safety, we must keep it simple. Gu Yuan said as he took out an exquisite box. Next, I will award you a medal. As the delicate box opened, a beautiful medal appeared before Chu Chen's eyes. It was a golden medal adorned with a red star. Looking at the medal, Chu Chen's heart trembled. This medal was different from items, it had no special effects and offered no help to his strength, but its significance was incomparable to even legendary or mythic items. The Red Star Medal, especially a first-class Red Star Medal, was awarded to those who had made tremendous contributions to the Great Xia. Chu Chen had thought about receiving an award in the future, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. And starting off with a first-class Red Star Medal, Comrade Chu Chen, during these extraordinary times, I can only ask you to bear with us for now, Gu Yuan said, taking the medal from the wooden box and pinning it to Chu Chen's chest. There's no need to feel wronged. Chu Chen shook his head, this was also for his safety. Additionally, besides the Red Star Medal, the higher-ups have decided to grant you the rank of Major General. Gu Yuan continued, this is your military uniform. Looking at the military uniform held in Gu Yuan's hands, Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. He was already a Major General? He touched the uniform, then withdrew his hand, taking off the medal from his chest and placing it on the uniform. Minister Gu, let's keep it here for now. When I return, I'll come to collect. It's haha, alright, I'll keep it safe for you and personally hand it over when you return, Gu Yuan said with a smile, then put away the medal and the uniform. The first task is complete, so let's move on to the second one. Inside are all the things you need, Gu Yuan said as he took out 3 storage rings and handed them to Chu Chen. The first storage ring contained a large quantity of materials, all of which Chu Chen would use to create myth-level spirit wine, totaling 20 portions. The second storage ring held swords, with 3 different styles, clearly mass-produced, totaling exactly 10 million. The third storage ring contained various tools, all at least epic level, with over 300 legendary items and as many as 25 myth-level items. These tools had various effects, such as life-saving, dispelling negative states, and escaping. Among the myth-level tools, Chu Chen also recognized some familiar ones, like the interdimensional teleportation scroll and the heavenly earth prohibition. There were even 5 jars of myth-level spirit wine. The 7-star lamp is a unique myth-level tool, and since you've already used it, we won't have another one in the Great Xia for a while. So this time, I've prepared the 4-leaf spirit grass for you. After consuming it, you'll gain 4 chances to resurrect. However, its effect is still not as strong as the 7-star lamp. It can only revive you on the spot and cannot remove any negative states. Additionally, Gu Yuan detailed all 20 myth-level tools to Chu Chen, and he used all that he could on the spot. We were quite shocked to hear about your encounter with a true god in the Black Abyss secret realm, but thankfully you are fine. However, the outer realm is equally dangerous, even more so than the Black Abyss secret realm, which is why the higher-ups specifically mobilized 20 myth-level tools this time. As for the myth-level spirit wine, we know you needed to utilize your talents, so the higher-ups urgently allocated 5 jars. Gu Yuan said, actually, if it were a few months ago, we could have prepared even more myth-level tools for you. But as you know, there was a major battle recently and some myth-level tools were used. We need to keep some in reserve to guard against potential counterattacks from those alien races, so this is the limit for now. Minister Gu, I actually don't need this much. I already obtained more than 10 myth-level tools from those 6 demigods, and I'd mentioned this to Elder Chen, Chu Chen replied. The higher-ups are aware, but they are still not at ease. These tools have been carefully selected and can help you out of most predicaments. So keep them, Gu Yuan said with a smile. Chu Chen wanted to say something else, but Gu Yuan interrupted. This is a military order. Yes. With that said, Chu Chen could only accept. By now, he had over 30 myth-level tools on him. This didn't even count the myth-level spirit wine, otherwise he would have more than 50. He was thoroughly armed to the teeth, and the higher-ups clearly didn't want anything to happen to him. And there's this. Gu Yuan took out another storage ring. Unique tasks are too rare, and we don't have many options, but there are quite a few task tools in here. Although they aren't unique tasks, they might trigger a chain of tasks, leading to a unique task, which is much more convenient than searching everywhere. The Great Xia will continue to assist you in your search. Shu Chen looked at the hundreds of various task tools inside the storage ring, touching. Any of them would yield a task, but none were unique tasks. Indeed, tasks are still too scarce. The entire Great Xia had only a few hundred task tools, highlighting how rare tasks were, let alone unique tasks. You should stay here for today. You also need to look at the information on the elven race, and I still need to explain some of the power distributions in the outer realm, Gu Yuan said. Shu Chen nodded and then picked up the elven race information that was given to him to review. The elven race, known as the darlings of nature, worshipped the ancient tree of life characterized by longevity, nobility, elegance, and intelligence, able to merge with nature, skilled in magic and archery, and generally residing in forests. This is a record of the elven race from the past. Now, however, things are different. 3,000 years ago, the ancient life tree of the elven race withered, leading to internal turmoil and fragmentation within the race. That was the darkest era for the elves, lasting a full century, during which not only was there internal strife, but other races also took advantage of their plight. Ultimately, for the sake of their survival, the elves had no choice but to begin worshipping other deities. The wood elves started to worship the goddess of nature, the fire elves began to worship the lord of flames, and there were also the night elves, blood elves. It was through the worship of these deities that the elven race was able to continue its existence right up to the present day. Looking at this information, Shu Chen furrowed his brow. The current distribution of the elven race is too vast, having transformed into countless large and small groups. His task was far from easy to accomplish. He glanced at his mission. The longing for homecoming, unique task. Greetings, stranger. I am Prince Buta of the elven race. When you receive my wings, it means your strength far exceeds mine, so I hope you can take my wings to the elven race and deliver them to my mother, Her Majesty Queen Kayleigh of the elven race. I believe you have already discovered the effect of the sacrificial crystal. This is my reward. Moreover, this sacrificial crystal is merely crafted from my fragmented power, so it is only of epic quality. There is a complete legendary sacrificial crystal that I left behind among the elves. If you can help me, my mother will gift it to you, along with other generous rewards. I wonder how long this task has existed, and how long ago Prince Buto was. If it was 3,000 years ago, then it is very likely that the elven queen is no longer around. Of course, this was just Shu Chen's speculation. The elven race is known for its longevity. Even a newly born elf has a lifespan of at least 700 years. To become a queen, one must possess at least demigod-level strength, so living for 3,000 years should not be a problem. Moreover, since this task still exists, it indicates that there is still a chance to complete it. Minister Gu, do you have any information about Queen Kayleigh of the elven race? Shu Chen asked. No, the elven race has never participated in battles. Although they are not particularly friendly towards our human race, they do not harbor hostility either, and occasionally both sides engage in trade. Gu Yuan shook his head. This information was obtained during our trade with the elven race. Shu Chen nodded, so he would have to seek out the elven race himself. By the way, you can approach the elven race through this task, Gu Yuan said as he took out a green leaf and handed it to Chu Chen. As Chu Chen received it, a prompt appeared. You have obtained a quest item, Ancient Leaf Token. You have triggered a new quest, the Wood Elf's Plea for Help. The Wood Elf's Plea for help. In the territory of the Wood Elf race, a group of outsiders has suddenly appeared, attacking and killing many elves. Please help the elven race drive away or eliminate these outsiders. Quest reward, 3.9 million experience points. Gratitude from the Wood Elves. Do you wish to accept this quest? Looking at this quest, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good opportunity to connect with the elven race. This quest was obtained 3 months ago during our trade with the elven race. It is not a unique quest and can be accepted by multiple people. However, shortly after this quest appeared, a great battle broke out, so we haven't had the chance to send anyone to investigate. But those Wood Elves are at most in their 90s in level, so the outsiders are likely around the same level. Otherwise, these elves would not still be alive, having been wiped out long ago. Gu Yuan said, this quest should not be difficult for you. At that time, you can ask the clan elders of the elven race about Queen Kayleigh. Perhaps there will be news of her. Although he knew that Chu Chen was only level 59, he was even more aware that the other party had killed peak myths in the Black Abyss secret realm and had even wiped out a city of Huangmeng. Coupled with the numerous myth-level items on Chu Chen, he was not worried about his safety. If it came to worst, he could just run back. Chu Chen nodded and directly accepted the task. This task would be a breakthrough point. Then, Chu Chen continued to review the information, not only about the elf race but also about the major races from the outer realms. Different regions were occupied by different races, and some races even had demigods stationed there. It was best to avoid contact with demigods. If he really encountered one and couldn't fight back, he could use the sacrificial wine talent to call his parents for help. Time passed little by little, and Gu Yuan did not stay long. After all, he was the commander, and now that the Great War had just ended, he needed to return to oversee things. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Chu Chen had finished reviewing all the materials, and last
Night. He had also used 20 myth-level spirit wine illustrations, bringing his total of myth-level spirit wines to 25 jars. He still had 34 myth-level items on him.
In addition,
all 1 million swords had been marked with the sword immortal mark. Number of spirit swords, 10,495,200 damage bonus, 10.4952 million times now. Chu Chen's physical attack had reached 178,590 and his true damage could deal 11 billion damage.
If he encountered a critical hit, the damage would be even more terrifying. Everything was ready, and he could head to the true outer realm at any time.
It seems you are ready, so let's set off, Gu Yuan said in the early morning, and then he, along with Qin Bing, took Chu Chen and left.